Inside the classroom, a beautiful woman with long hair angrily walked up to the man and said, Yifeng, what do you mean? You actually insulted me in my class. Yifeng looked at her, bewildered. Sister Qing, you're not dead. Yifeng's eyes reddened. Lu Qingqing felt a pang of panic. The classmates were astonished. How dare Yifeng be so bold? Yifeng frowned, then suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He looked down at his phone's calendar. I'm back. I'm really back. Yifeng, get out of here, she roared. Okay. Yifeng grabbed his bag and walked out of the classroom. As Yifeng stepped out of the school gate, his expression turned solemn. Disaster was imminent, and Earth's civilization was about to collapse. Soon, a strange meteorite will turn humans into ancient beasts, and the laws of civilization will be completely overturned. At the beginning of the disaster, people tried to resist, but soon they were fighting over the strange stones. These stones can turn people into beasts, and eventually the world will be reduced to a world of survival of the fittest. In his previous life, Yifeng was transformed into a brown bear and survived for a long time, thanks to his powerful defenses. But in the end, he was still controlled and killed by a tyrannical beast. This time, Yifeng was reborn, and he was determined to seize the mutation stone first and become the overlord of the apocalypse. He remembered that the immortal pythons in Shenangjia possessed powerful self-healing abilities and were one of the biggest threats in his previous life. With the power of the immortal python, I can become a top overlord. Yifeng took the high-speed train and arrived at his destination 6 hours later. He rented an SUV and went to the birthplace of the immortal python. At that moment, cries for help suddenly came from afar. It was a young couple being chased by a wolf whose eyes gleamed with a ghostly green light. The woman fell to the ground, about to be arrested. Yifeng swiftly drew his dagger, rushed forward, and killed her with a single blow. This wolf's weakness is in its waist and abdomen, and its neck is also a fatal point, Yifeng said coldly. The rescued man and woman regained their senses, and the woman said gratefully, Thank you. I am Qin Yeru, and this is my younger brother Qin Xiaoming. Yifeng left, quickly turning and disappearing into the jungle, leaving the man and woman behind. Sister, this person is strange, Qin Xiaoming muttered. At the same time, a ball of fire rapidly fell from the sky, its light growing larger and leaving a dazzling trail. Yifeng stared intently at the light. What are you doing? A voice suddenly rang out. Yifeng turned around and saw Qin Yeru looking at him. We're being followed. Yifeng's expression changed, and his brows furrowed slightly. The raw stone before him was about to fall. The transformation would still take time. Boom. A deafening roar echoed through the sky as a fireball plummeted downwards. Qin Yeru looked up. What was that? A rock. Yifeng replied calmly. The global transformation into beasts is imminent. If he transforms into an immortal python and leaves quickly, he can avoid trouble. You're waiting for it. Qin Yeru's eyes widened. The temperature soared, and the raw stone passed through the atmosphere, rapidly falling towards Yifeng. Qin Yeru saw Yifeng open his arms to receive the impact of the meteorite. In the instant she was stunned, the raw stone suddenly stopped in front of Yifeng. It was an almost transparent stone with a strange material. She tried to get closer, but the stone suddenly burst forth with endless light, enveloping Yifeng and turning her into a cocoon of light. Qin Yeru collapsed to the ground. The beasts, startled by the aura of the meteorite, roared from all sides. Qin Yeru saw green eyes gleaming in the darkness, but for some reason dared not approach. Hello? Is this the police? Qin Xiaoming dialed the number, his voice urgent. How can I help you? My sister is missing. I'm in Shenangjia, and I just saw a shooting star fall. Please help us. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Shenangjia? Are you referring to the scenic area? Sir, please find a safe place and don't move. The voice on the phone gave urgent instructions. Strange phenomena have occurred in Shenangjia. Level 1 alert. Bring heavy weaponry. The order came from the other end of the phone, and Qin Yeru's mind was in turmoil. The jungle in the night emitted an eerie blue light. Qin Yeru huddled beside the cocoon of light, her body tense. The atmosphere was oppressive, drawn by the presence of wild beasts. Suddenly, a hiss came from behind. It was a snake. Qin Yeru turned around and saw the cocoon of light disappear, revealing a huge snake head with shimmering scales. The snake's body stretched for over 10 meters, emitting a pale blue sheen. Qin Yeru had never seen such a huge python before. Hissed as Yifeng flicked his tongue, sensing the power within his body. This was a mutant. Hissing echoed around him as a lone wolf and a leopard surrounded him. Yifeng raised himself and coldly surveyed his surroundings. These protozoa were drawn to the stone, surrounding him, waiting to tear him apart. Yifeng sneered, his figure darting towards the bushes like an arrow. A few minutes later, he returned to Qin Yeru's side, and Yifeng looked at Qin Yeru indifferently. His growth value had increased to 17 points. I won't tell anyone, Qin Yeru said, collapsing to the ground, her legs weak. In the moonlight, there appeared to be a puddle on the ground. The sound of police sirens came from afar, and Yifeng was slightly taken aback, realizing that the police had noticed so quickly. He looked down at Qin Yeru, his snake head slightly lowered, flicking his tongue. Yifeng could still understand human language, and could even speak human words. Can you still understand me? Qin Yeru asked cautiously. Yifeng nodded. Qin Yeru was shocked, almost certain that the giant python was indeed the young man. Was it because of that stone? Yifeng looked up at the dense forest. The people in the distance were already approaching. He quickly wrapped around a tree trunk and climbed to the top. The army had already surrounded the dense forest. Yifeng quickly turned around and fled the area. Qin Yeru didn't ask any further questions. She stood there, stunned, when she suddenly touched the damp soil. Her face turned red, and she looked ashamed. Captain, what's wrong? The officer asked, puzzled, as he saw the captain stop using his binoculars. Yang Ming rubbed his eyes. I think I saw a giant, glowing python. The junior officer laughed. Captain, there's no way there could be a glowing python here. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened suddenly. A python. Yang Ming followed the officer's gaze and saw a giant, glowing python crawling out. It really is over 10 meters long. The scene instantly descended into chaos. It even glows. Quick, stop it, don't let it escape. Gunshots rang out, and chaos erupted in the jungle. Yang Ming stared in disbelief at the tattered protective netting. My God, it escaped. He hurriedly ordered. Quickly, report to the superior. Something terrible has happened. Yifeng was crouching in a cave, looking at the wounds on his body, from which blood was flowing. A strange power was at work within him, and his wounds healed at a visible speed. The recovery was incredibly fast. The Undying python is indeed terrifying, Yifeng thought to himself, but the golden python's defensive capabilities were what he truly needed. He decided to hunt wild beasts along the way to accumulate growth points so that he would have enough power to face the golden python. Meanwhile, news about the giant python in Shenangjia spread throughout the country. A giant python has appeared in Shenangjia. However, after the news broke, the giant python disappeared from human sight. A few days later, Yifeng continued hunting wild beasts in the jungle. He had become the nightmare of that jungle. After a period of effort, he successfully evolved once, but to evolve a second time, he needs more growth points. At that moment, Yifeng was unaware that he had been targeted by two saber-toothed tigers. They stood silently outside the dense forest, watching Yifeng. That python, can we really defeat it? One of the saber-toothed tigers asked. Don't worry, we'll make our move when it's exhausted after killing its prey. We'll definitely be able to take it down, the other saber-toothed tiger replied coldly. They knew that this giant python had also mutated from the stone, and that eating mutated beasts could help it grow rapidly. You have gained +1 evolution point. You have gained +1 evolution point. Yifeng lay panting on the ground littered with wolf carcasses. The system notifications sounded intermittently. You devoured a wolf, Constitution +1. You devoured a wolf, Speed +1. Although the attribute boost is negligible, it adds up to a considerable amount for him in the end. Host, Yifeng, First Evolution, Species, Undying Python, Mutant, Strength, 136, Speed, 83, Defense, 175, Constitution, 102. Currently, Yifeng has evolved once, and his attributes are astonishing. However, the attribute boosts provided by ordinary beasts are almost negligible to him. Hissing, Yifeng flicked his tongue as his wounds healed in the blue light, the power of his undying python bloodline at work. Roar. Brother, it seems this giant python isn't all that great. It was already lying on the ground after dealing with just a pack of wolves. A suppressed roar came from behind, and Yifeng suddenly became alert. He turned around and saw two huge, saber-toothed tigers. They were nearly 3 meters long, with fangs that gleamed coldly. They were clearly not ordinary tigers, but ancient saber-toothed tigers. Yifeng was shocked. These two saber-toothed tigers were obviously ferocious beasts that had mutated from the original stone, and they might not have completed their evolution yet. In the previous life, the initial ferocious beasts that had transformed into beasts were divided into 4 levels. mutated species, ancient species, common species, and advanced species. Among them, the ancient species were rare. Although the ancient saber-toothed tiger was strong, it was still inferior to the mutated immortal python. What kind of python is this? I've never seen one before. One of the saber-toothed tigers stared at Yifeng and asked in confusion. Could this glowing python be from ancient times? Another saber-toothed tiger followed closely behind, drool dripping from its mouth. Yifeng lay there lazily. Although these two saber-toothed tigers belonged to an ancient species, they were still among the most powerful awakened ferocious beasts. However, according to Yifeng's memory, mutant species are extremely rare, with only 10 in the entire world. In comparison, although the ancient species is powerful, the Undying python bloodline within it has a potential that is at least comparable to the monarch level. Yifeng moved slightly, and the enormous snake head slowly rose, its deep voice carrying a hint of threat. The saber-toothed tiger felt uneasy. Its eyes flashed with intense bloodlust, and it charged forward without hesitation. After transforming into saber-toothed tigers, they slaughtered wild beasts indiscriminately, gaining increased power. However, Yifeng was not careless. Just then, the saber-toothed tiger's attention was slightly diverted, and Yifeng seized the opportunity to suddenly leap out. Before the two saber-toothed tigers could react, Yifeng had already wrapped his body around one of them. The saber-toothed tiger began to convulse violently and could not breathe. The other saber-toothed tiger hadn't expected the giant python to be so much faster than them. It began to growl anxiously, trying to find an opportunity to save its companion. Yifeng calmly tightened his grip, and another saber-toothed tiger saw this and charged at Yifeng, attempting to attack his abdomen. It thought Yifeng had exposed the weakness in its abdomen. Just as the saber-toothed tiger approached, Yifeng struck it heavily with his giant tail, slamming it into a tree trunk. The saber-toothed tiger fell to the ground, and, before it could even struggle, it felt short of breath. Before it was Yifeng's indifferent gaze. A few minutes later, Yifeng finished clearing the battlefield, and the system notification sounded. You have gained 50 evolution points. You have devoured an ancient saber-toothed tiger, gaining +5 to constitution, +3 to speed, +3 to strength, and +3 to defense. You have also gained venomous fangs. Yifeng was pleasantly surprised to find that he had acquired highly venomous fangs. It turned out that phagocytic organs could also bring such benefits. Host, Yifeng, first evolution, species, Undying python evolution points, 217/200 function, venomous fangs, unfused. Strength, 142, speed, 89, defense, 181, constitution, 112. Yifeng's attributes were significantly improved. He decided to find a secluded place to begin his evolution. A few hours later, an elderly hunter and his young son arrived at the battlefield and saw the chaotic scene. Grandpa, look! The old hunter was astonished to discover that these were clearly the footprints of a python, and they were nearly half a meter thick. He hurriedly left with his grandson, and when he got home, he saw a news report. A giant python had been spotted in Shenangjia. He opened the map and discovered that the giant python may have escaped from Shenangjia into the dense forest and headed south. He realized that the giant python was likely an invasive species, and the legends of giant pythons in Shenangjia might be related to this. In Jingzhou, Qin Xiaoming ran to tell Qin Yeru that the giant python mentioned in the news seemed to be the one they had encountered. Qin Yeru turned around coldly. What did you say? Qin Xiaoming explained in a low voice. Hunters have found traces of a giant python in Shenangjia. At this moment, Yifeng was in a cave in the jungle, preparing for his final evolution. A pair of highly venomous fangs had grown out of his mouth, gleaming in the sunlight. System, view personal information. Yifeng said softly. Host, Yifeng, second evolution, type, Undying python, evolution points, 17, 400 points required for the next evolution. Function, venomous fangs, strength, 162, speed, 109, defense, 201, constitution, 142. Yifeng discovered that each evolution had significantly improved him, increasing his strength, speed, and physique. The change in attributes after just one evolution was so drastic. Yifeng left the cave and continued south in search of the golden python. Traveling south, Yifeng arrived at a popular tourist spot on the water. He decided to dive directly underwater. The underwater world is full of life, with various fish, shrimp, and crabs swimming in the water, and the surrounding creatures all avoid his huge figure. However, He soon discovered that his stored oxygen was far from enough to get him to the other side. After a brief hesitation, Yifeng decided to surface for air. Meanwhile, on the river, a small boat glides slowly across the water. A beautiful woman dressed in light, ancient-style gauze is live-streaming. Family members, today the host is taking you to Lijiang to appreciate the natural scenery. The woman introduced with a smile. The live stream chat was buzzing with excitement. Host, I want to see you sing. Dance. Can we dance on the boat? Faced with the barrage of comments, Yao Susu's cheeks flushed slightly. She had always done scenery live streams and had never experienced this kind of teasing before. Suddenly, a comment caught her attention. Streamer, are there snakes in this water? Yao Susu responded. The riverbed is rich in marine life, including carp and whitebait, but there are no sharks. What about elongated creatures? A comment suddenly asked. Like eels or loaches? Yao Susu was a little confused. Host, there are snakes in this water, be careful. Suddenly, a comment popped up in the chat. Snakes? Yao Susu was taken aback. Suddenly, more comments appeared. Hey streamer, look behind you. When Yao Susu turned around, she saw something that seemed to have just dived into the water. A hiss rang out, ripples spread across the water, and suddenly a giant python leaped out of the water. This is... Yao Susu stared at the giant python in horror, completely stunned. It's a Burmese python. How did it end up here? Someone in the live chat recognized the species of the python. This is so exciting. The host showed us a giant python. Yao Susu was so frightened that she couldn't move and her legs went weak. Just then, another hiss rang out. The water surface rippled, and then an even larger dark shadow swiftly swam toward the Burmese python. Another giant python, as thick as a barrel and radiating an eerie blue light, rapidly approached. The Burmese python was frantically trying to escape, but Yifeng relentlessly pursued it, eventually ensnaring it and pulling it quickly to the bottom of the water. Yifeng was swallowing an 8-meter-long Burmese python. This Burmese python was not native to the Lijiang River. Its size was enormous. You have devoured a high-level Burmese python, gaining 24 growth points. You have gained 3 strength attribute points. Yifeng stretched his body underwater, his snake eyes slightly narrowed. Ripples flowed around him, and all was quiet, with no living creatures approaching. At this time, the Research Institute reported that meteor phenomena were observed in multiple locations in China. Scientists found no signs of impact and believe it may be related to the strange meteor. Our researchers discovered a floating rock deep in the snowfield, radiating light, but without any signs of impact. The woman excitedly reported this. A glint flashed in the old professor's eyes. Perhaps this stone could unravel the mystery of the meteor's disappearance. Meanwhile, after digesting the Burmese python underwater, Yifeng prepared to continue his journey. Suddenly, the piercing sound of police sirens came from the river. Yifeng was slightly taken aback and saw several police ships patrolling. Could it be that he was exposed while chasing the Burmese python? He remembered the equipment on the ship earlier. That person seemed to be live streaming. Yifeng realized that he might have been exposed to the whole world, and with his surroundings tightly sealed off, leaving would not be easy. He quietly swam to the shore. On the shore, Yao Susu patted her chest, her expression still trembling. Today had been truly thrilling. Did you really see a giant python during the live stream? The woman next to me asked curiously. Yes, Yao Susu replied in a trembling voice. Maybe because they're fighting and don't have time to eat me. She suddenly slapped her forehead. I forgot to tell my fans I'm okay. With that, she prepared to start a live stream. Hundreds of viewers quickly flooded into the live stream, and the number of viewers soon exceeded 100,000, all drawn to the giant python. Hey streamer, where's the python? I want to see the giant snake. Wait, the streamer wasn't eaten. Did he escape death? Yao Susu coughed awkwardly twice. Hello everyone. The giant python has been taken into custody by the authorities, and I believe it will not escape. At the same time, Yifeng took advantage of a break in his patrol to go ashore and saw 2 women standing on the only way to pass. Yifeng stopped, and before him lay a narrow path. This was the only way through. His giant serpentine body snaked along the path, emitting a faint glow. Suddenly, the chat in the live stream became lively. Hey streamer, are those trees in the background glowing? No, they're moving. Quick, tell the streamer to run. Yao Susu saw the comments on the screen, turned around, and met Yifeng's gaze. It's over, the streamer's done for. Yao Susu was stunned, and Yifeng was also stunned. How did they run into her again? She was still live streaming. Yifeng raised his enormous snake head and stared coldly at her. Yao Susu was so frightened that she fell to the ground with a thud, and the other woman beside her was also terrified, her face contorted with fear. Yifeng glanced at them with satisfaction, then looked at the shattered phone. He quickly left, leaving the two women bewildered in the wind. 2 days later, in the tropical rainforest of Southern Province. Boss, is there really $1 million reward for catching that thing? Several men, armed with guns, moved through the jungle. Of course, it was clearly listed on the black market's bounty list. The muscular man at the head wore a headscarf. How big was it last time I saw it? The skinny, monkey-like man next to him asked obsequiously. About 7 or 8 meters, the leader replied casually. Why are you suddenly asking this? Nothing. The skinny monkey's eyes flickered, and he lowered his head. Yifeng arrived at the rainforest of the southern province and found the environment in a state of chaos. In every patch of forest, he could see fallen trees and damaged flowers and plants. He found clear scraping marks from scales in the soil. It was a golden python. Yifeng recognized it immediately. His heart sank. This golden python was growing at a rate no slower than his own, and its size was about the same. If he wanted to devour it, he would have to pay a heavy price. The golden python probably hasn't discovered me yet, so I can still find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, Yifeng decided after thinking it over. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the jungle. Sister, let's run north. It shouldn't be able to catch us. Yifeng quickly concealed himself in the jungle, using his snake-like eyes to observe the approaching party. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was the Qin siblings who had come running. Qin Xiaoming was still in shock, with a disheveled Qin Yeru following behind. It seemed something was chasing them. Yifeng stared intently. A tall, raging bull appeared in the pursuit. The mutated Hellfire Divine Bull. How did it get here? Yifeng was stunned. He remembered the golden python in this rainforest, but he didn't know why the Hellfire Bull was also here. Suddenly, Yifeng realized that the Purgatory Divine Bull was not a member of the Golden Giant Python. It was likely chasing after the Qin siblings. Yifeng continued to lurk in the jungle, hearing hissing sounds and sensing the growing danger. Meanwhile, the Qin siblings were searching for shelter. Qin Xiaoming pulled Qin Yeru up the giant tree. However, Yifeng's snake-like eyes locked onto their location, and those in different eyes were staring intently at them from the tree. Sister, come on up quickly. Qin Xiaoming reached out to pull her up. Qin Yeru was about to reach out when she suddenly looked up at the top of Qin Xiaoming's head. What's wrong, sis? Qin Xiaoming turned around in confusion. Ah! Qin Xiaoming fell from the tree and fled in terror. The golden python's head slowly emerged from the treetop. The Hellfire Ox, upon seeing the golden python, warily arched its back. This giant golden python is nearly 20 meters long, and its enormous body gives people a great deal of pressure. The golden python turned its gaze to Yifeng and surprisingly spoke in human language. Come out. A giant python appeared, its massive body even larger than the golden python. The Hellfire Bull's front hooves pounded restlessly, its eyes growing increasingly bloodshot, as if it were preparing to launch an attack. Haha, caught it. Suddenly, a tranquilizer dart flew out from the jungle and accurately pierced the golden python. A man emerged from the forest, shouting excitedly. Boss, I've hit the golden python with my tranquilizer dart. Yifeng watched this scene helplessly and tried to use an anesthetic needle on the golden python, but its scales were like steel plates, and the anesthetic needle had no effect at all. Foolish, the golden python roared, raising its massive head and swallowing the man whole. The Qin siblings turned pale upon seeing this. Several hunters arrived. Fifth brother, one of the hunters roared. The golden python said coldly, You too. How about you cooperate with us to deal with these people? Yifeng and the Purgatory Divine Bull remained silent for a moment. The Hellfire Bull chased the Qin siblings because they knew he was human, and revealing the secret meant death. Kill them. The snort of the Hellfire Ox roared, and the temperature suddenly rose. Yifeng calmly replied, I don't care. Qin Yeru's eyes were filled with panic and helplessness. Moo! The Hellfire Divine Bull growled and began to attack. The Qin siblings instinctively looked at Yifeng, while he looked back at them. Yifeng remained resistant to cannibalism. If you can do me a favor, I can let you go, Yifeng said calmly. What is it? Qin Xiaoming asked urgently. Help me find out where the meteorite fell, Yifeng said. He needed to find the landing sites of the golden python and the immortal python in order to continue devouring even stronger creatures. Okay, Qin Yeru agreed first. Yifeng coldly rolled the two of them up and threw them next to the hunting team's vehicle. The two quickly started the vehicle and drove away. Yifeng watched them leave, but as he turned, he met the deep, dark eyes of the golden python. You let them escape. The golden python hissed, its voice low and menacing. Do you know what the consequences of this will be? It threatened. Yifeng did not respond. The Hellfire Divine Bull rushed over and, seeing the standoff, asked in a cold voice, "What happened?" "This guy let those two humans go." The Hellfire Divine Bull roared. "Do you know how much trouble this will cause?" Yifeng calmly replied, "They won't tell anyone." Yifeng sensed the hostility of the two mutated creatures. The golden python had become so powerful in such a short time, while the Hellfire Divine Bull possessed the ability to control fire. Very well. The golden python licked its tongue. "In that case, we'll kill you first, then go after them." As soon as he finished speaking, the two giant pythons charged at Yifeng, snapping trees behind them. Yifeng raised his head and bit down on the golden python's scales. Holes immediately appeared on the golden python's body, and venom began to spread, but most of it did not penetrate into its body. Damn it, I can't break through his defenses. Yifeng's heart sank. The golden python's defenses were truly astonishing. Moo! The infernal bull roared, unleashing another torrent of flames at the two giant pythons. The flames forced them back. Black wounds appeared on Yifeng's body, and gray stains appeared on the scales of the golden python. "What are you doing?" The golden python glared angrily at the Purgatory Divine Bull. Accidental injury, accidental injury. The infernal Divine Bull was somewhat embarrassed. It was smaller than both of them, and could only attack from a distance. Such a fast healing ability. The golden python was also shocked. Yifeng's burns from the flames healed quickly. This self-healing ability was truly terrifying. Yifeng ignored their shock. He had to find a breakthrough, or he might fall to these two mutated creatures. The golden python pounced again, and Yifeng sensed the combined immense hostility of the two, making the battle increasingly dangerous. Chapter 10 Mystic Medicine Department. Damn it. A few minutes later, Yifeng was covered in wounds and cursed inwardly. Yifeng was confident he could stall for time in a one-on-one fight with the golden python, but the interference from the Purgatory Divine Bull was proving extremely troublesome. Its intermittent fire breaths scorched his body, causing his stamina to steadily decline. I should either get out of the fight as soon as possible, or find an opportunity to defeat one of them first. Yifeng weighed his options, but his current situation made it difficult for him to find an opportunity. He knew that the golden python's entanglement prevented him from leaving. Suddenly, Yifeng noticed that the Purgatory Divine Bull was taking deep breaths, clearly gathering the power to unleash its flames. His eyes widened, and he quickly came up with a plan. Hiss! As the Hellfire Ox spewed flames, Yifeng quickly flipped over to dodge. "Stupid ox, what are you doing?" The golden python roared as it confronted the Hellfire Ox. Yifeng seized the opportunity to flee at top speed, and only after walking several miles did he spot the Qin siblings. It turned out they had driven their car into a ditch. "Are you injured?" Qin Yeru immediately stepped forward upon seeing Yifeng's injuries. "It's nothing," Yifeng replied calmly. He possessed the bloodline of the Undying python, and his wounds would heal quickly. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the woods, and Yifeng felt a numbness run through his body. Looking down, he saw that an electric object had been inserted into his body. Damn it! Yifeng cursed inwardly, realizing that the military had intervened. Fortunately, the snake's body could withstand some of the voltage, otherwise, it might have collapsed. As gunfire erupted, Yifeng realized he was no match for the military, so he decided to flee. Moo! Hiss! Two loud bangs rang out, and Yifeng knew that the golden python and the Purgatory Divine Ox had also encountered the same situation. Shortly after, an explosion was heard behind him, and Yifeng was surprised to see that the Purgatory Divine Bull had actually launched an attack on the military. Are these military personnel? How did they know our whereabouts? Yifeng led the Qin siblings away quickly, his mind filled with questions. Did you reveal my whereabouts? Yifeng asked coldly. No. Qin Yeru replied calmly, her eyes firm, seemingly not lying. Yifeng stared at her for a few seconds, then quickened his pace. However, he did not notice Qin Xiaoming's evasive gaze. Yifeng knew in his heart that if the military began a carpet search, he, the golden python, and the Hellfire Ox might all be in dire straits. Get off up ahead, Yifeng said coldly. After leaving with the siblings, Yifeng disappeared into the jungle, his gaze cold and sharp. He had no intention of leaving the rainforest. The golden python and the hellish bull were his true targets. The golden python is quite powerful and would not be captured by the military so easily. Moreover, its intelligence is similar to that of humans. This is destined to be a fierce competition and a hunt. The warm sunlight shone on the stream, and Yifeng was drinking water when suddenly the ground trembled, and hurried human voices could be heard. Gotcha! That damn stupid ox. It made us lose so many lives. Take it back. Yifeng peered through the gaps in the trees and saw a purgatory bull covered in fur trapped on the ground, struggling desperately. It really is the Hellfire Divine Ox. Yifeng thought to himself. The Hellfire Bull looked panicked, its mouth bound by special ropes, unable to breathe fire. 10 armed soldiers watched it warily with guns at the ready. The fate of this Hellfire Divine Bull is probably not good, Yifeng thought to himself. Although the mutants are powerful, they are still no match for the firepower of modern weapons. This hellish bull might be taken for research or kept as a rare animal. Hiss! Yifeng flicked his tongue. He did want to save this silly bull, not because of its kind, but because he was attracted by its body. Hello? Suddenly, Yifeng sensed a group of people approaching, and several people in white coats appeared in front of him. Yifeng's pupils narrowed. They are from the Department of Mystic Medicine. The Mystic Medicine Department, a mysterious organization that emerged after its transformation into a beast, originally belonged to the Dragon Kingdom, but has now become its own independent faction. They possess a variety of powerful and ferocious beasts, making them extremely powerful. Leave this cow to us. A woman in a white coat stepped forward, her eyes flashing with confidence and coldness. Hand it over to you? The military leader sneered. We went through so much trouble to capture this monster, and you think you can just take it away with a single word? The woman in the white coat gave a cold smile and took out an ID from her pocket. Is this enough? Her voice was icy. Bai Yuan? You are. The military leader's expression changed drastically, and he was shocked. Yifeng was shocked. This woman was actually Bai Yuan. She is a legendary figure after her beast transformation, one of the leaders of the Mystic Medicine Department, and possesses formidable strength. Chapter 11 Wild Boar Dangxia. Bai Yuan, a former Overlord-level Beast King, was especially rare because she was a female Beast King. Yifeng remembered this vividly. Watching Bai Yuan take away the Hellfire Divine Ox, Yifeng decided to follow the group behind her. They headed south, crossed the coast, and arrived at a small island. The deep waters on the island stirred something within Yifeng. The headquarters of the Xian Medical Academy was located there. He thought to himself that the Hellfire Divine Bull wouldn't be slaughtered anytime soon, so he might as well take advantage of the situation and devour it. Thus, he decided to launch a night raid on the Xian Medical Academy. Late at night, Yifeng's serpentine body slid onto the beach, his dark green eyes gleaming. You go patrol over there, Bai Yuan ordered the guards. Yifeng hid in the grass, puzzled. Why did Bai Yuan send the guard away? She looked around and walked into the nearby bushes. Then, Yifeng froze. She started pulling down her pants. Yifeng was taken aback. What was wrong with this woman? She hadn't even seen him? Water droplets splashed on Yifeng, leaving him momentarily stunned. Hiss! Yifeng unconsciously flicked out his tongue, his tail twitching. The moment their eyes met, Bai Yuan screamed and was then violently thrown to the ground by Yifeng's tail, losing consciousness. Yifeng gently lifted her white coat to cover her exposed skin, then quietly left. Inside the experimental center, the professor stared at the Hellfire Ox, his eyes filled with astonishment. I've never seen this species before. Dissection and research might yield significant discoveries. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his glasses and suggested, dissect it. Upon hearing this, the divine bull of purgatory bellowed angrily, expressing its displeasure. Forget it. Let's check it with instruments first, then protect it. The professor shook his head. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses smiled dismissively. Where is Yuan? The professor suddenly asked. She went to the restroom. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses replied. The toilet. Isn't it under renovation today? The professor asked, puzzled. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses paused for a moment, not hearing clearly. The professor waved his hand. It's nothing. Dangxia watched the professor leave, his eyes flashing with anger. He always felt that I was inferior to Bai Yuan. What exactly is wrong with me? The young man quickly chimed in. Team leader, you are far more capable than her. Dangxia snorted coldly. Go. Take out that stone. I want to study it. Soon, the stone was pushed out and protected by an isolation barrier. A look of terror flashed in the eyes of the Hellfire Bull, recognizing that this stone was the reason it had become what it was today. Yifeng noticed this as well, and a thought struck him. The raw stone was actually sealed away. Could it be that the Mystic Medicine Department had already prepared a countermeasure? Dangxia pressed the button, and the air suddenly trembled. The raw stone began to pulsate, as if a heart was beating. Yi Feng frowned slightly. Bai Yuhan seemed to have already deciphered the secret of the raw stone. Deng Zhi's body began to transform into a beast. His skin turned black, his clothes ripped, and he became extremely agitated. It's actually a pig? Yi Feng was astonished. At this moment, Bai Yuhan, wearing a white lab coat and with a serious expression, walked into the laboratory, followed by a group of guards. Chapter 12: Escape from Death. Upon seeing the wild boar, Bai Yuhan's lips twitched. She saw the removed isolation shield and the name tag on the torn clothes, and immediately understood what had happened. Deng Zhi. Bai Yuhan calmly stepped on the name tag, and crisply commanded, "Grab him." Yes. The guards responded and locked onto Deng Zhi with infrared sensors. Deng Zhi's eyes turned red with anger as he charged towards Bai Yuhan. Faced with the ferocious wild boar, the guards seemed somewhat at a loss. Bai Yuhan's expression changed, and she hurriedly retreated, shouting, "Use the electric shotgun." Pung. Several charged mechanical needles were fired and accurately hit Deng Zhi. Wah! Deng Zhi struggled, electric current coursing through his body, but the wild boar did not fall. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Feng smashed the glass and prepared to escape. Woohoo! The alarm suddenly went off. Everyone looked up and saw a giant python sliding down the pillar. Awkward. Yi Feng whipped its tail and darted toward the crowd, its tail sweeping away the man holding the electric gun. These weapons are quite powerful, but they pose a far greater threat to wild animals than ordinary firearms, and the electric current is something even he himself could hardly withstand. Bai Yuhan saw Yi Feng. The scene before she fainted flashed through her mind, and her cheeks flushed. Her research suggests that these ferocious beasts may have mutated from humans. She hadn't figured out whether she had consciousness after the mutation, but her intuition told her that she definitely did. Her actions in the jungle were actually directed at people. Even more embarrassingly, she was knocked unconscious by the giant python. Yi Feng glanced around and coldly said, "Hiss." Without hesitation, he swiftly arrived at the prison of the infernal bull and destroyed the control panel. Buzz. The facility was activated, and the Hellfire Divine Bull was stunned for a moment. Yi Feng bit down and broke its leg shackles, freeing the Divine Bull. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Amid the chaos, Yi Feng spoke in a low, cold voice. Bai Yuhan watched all this from a distance, her eyes filled with shock. She had hearing abnormalities since childhood and clearly heard Yi Feng's words. These two giant beasts can actually talk. This discovery shattered her worldview instantly. Moo. The Hellfire Divine Ox was overjoyed, never expecting Yi Feng to come and save it. At this moment, Deng Zhi stood up again, staring angrily at Bai Yuhan. Swaggered away with the Hellfire Divine Ox, leaving Bai Yuhan to watch helplessly. Yuhan. Soon after, Deng Zhi was subdued, and Yang Xiao, wearing a leather jacket, walked to her side with a solemn expression. The cow escaped. Bai Yuhan looked at him, her expression changing slightly. The professor values this research highly. I've discovered some secrets. The cow and the python are the key. I will do my best to catch them, Yang Xiao said, but his face showed no sign of worry. Brother Python, thank you so much for saving me. The Hellfire Divine Ox stood on the shore, tears of gratitude streaming down its face, though its heart was filled with shock. This python is even stronger than the golden python. If it grows stronger, I will only be a lamb to the slaughter. To nip it in the bud before it grows up. With my flamethrower ability, I might be able to defeat it. Thinking of this, the Hellfire Divine Bull approached Yi Feng, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Brother Python, thank you for your great kindness. After we get out, how about we join forces to deal with the golden python and divide its flesh and blood among ourselves? The Purgatory Divine Ox said faintly. Yi Feng observed calmly, already sensing something was amiss. The thermal imaging system indicated that the Hellfire Divine Bull's body temperature was rising. It is gathering flames. Yi Feng's eyes flashed, and he realized that this was how it was. He had been hesitant about whether to make a move, but now that the Purgatory Divine Bull had made the first move, he might as well go with the flow. That's wonderful, Yi Feng exclaimed with delight. The Hellfire Divine Bull approached, its eyes filled with secret delight. That stupid snake. Die, roared the Hellfire Bull, spewing flames from its mouth. However, Yi Feng was prepared and quickly dodged the flames with incredible agility. Yi Feng's eyes were filled with mockery. This ox was indeed up to no good. While it spoke of repaying the debt, it was filled with suspicion, fearing that it would join forces with the golden python to kill it once it got out. Pity. He forgot that snakes have heat-sensing abilities. The Hellfire Divine Bull had just been captured and was extremely exhausted, making it no match for Yifeng. Given the right opportunity, it could be easily subdued at any time. A bull and a python were locked in a fierce battle on the shore, and soon the Hellfire Bull was at a disadvantage. Yifeng did not rush to approach, but patiently wore down his opponent's strength. Suddenly, Yifeng's eyes flashed, and his massive body wrapped around the Purgatory Divine Bull, gradually tightening its grip. The eyes of the Hellfire Bull gradually lost their luster. Hurry! Hurry! A cacophony of sounds came from the jungle. Yifeng realized that the people from the Xian medical department were about to arrive. He opened his blood-red maw and swallowed the Purgatory Divine Ox into his belly. Then he quickly jumped into the sea and disappeared underwater. Yang Xiu arrived just in time and witnessed this scene, leaving him speechless with shock. The giant python had swallowed the ox whole. How is it? Bai Yuhan arrived breathlessly, only to see ripples on the water's surface. They ran away, Yang Xiu said blankly, looking somewhat lost in thought. Bai Yuhan noticed his unusual behavior and frowned slightly. What's wrong with you? Yang Xiu swallowed hard, gazed at the setting sun in the distance, and murmured, Yuhan, I feel that this world is about to change. Bai Yuhan froze, her gaze falling on the water's surface, where she seemed to see a phantom moving about. An isolated island in the deep sea. Yifeng found a secluded spot and began clearing out his spoils. You have devoured the mutated Hellfire Ox, gaining 246 evolution points. You have devoured the mutated Hellfire Divine Bull and gained attribute points. Strength plus 20, Speed plus 20, Defense plus 20, Constitution plus 30. Ding! You have devoured a mutated Hellfire Divine Bull and gained additional abilities. Chapter 13 Qingming Island. You have gained an additional ability, Flame Breath. Breath of Flames. It can accumulate energy and spew out scorching flames, possessing extremely strong attack power. Host. Yifeng's second evolution. Species, Undying Python. Evolution points, 323, 400 points required for the next evolution. Functions, Poisonous Fangs, Fiery Breath. Strength, 180. Speed, 132. Defense, 227. Physical Fitness, 190. With his evolution points increasing, Yifeng checked his attribute panel and was extremely satisfied. Now he only needed one more evolution to devour the golden python and achieve his goal. Just then, the sound of machinery whirring came from the sea. In the distance, a black steel submarine slowly approached. These guys are really hot on me. Yifeng frowned slightly and sped away. The crew members on the submarine reported. Team leader Bai, Captain Yang, we have discovered traces of the giant python. My God, this is incredible. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. This giant python is over 20 meters long. Bai Yuhan exclaimed in shock. Yang Xiu asked worriedly. Are we really going to track this giant python? It's far too dangerous. Bai Yuhan nodded firmly. Absolutely. The professor entrusted me with this task, and I cannot let him down. Next, we just need to follow it closely. She clenched her fist. Yang Xiu warned. There seems to be a giant python in the tropical rainforest of the southern province. Bai Yuhan was taken aback and fell into deep thought. The golden python was almost on par with Yifeng, but they were two completely different kinds of pythons. Monitor this giant python first, and don't let it out of sight, Bai Yuhan quickly decided. Once the military catches it, we'll go to the rainforest. She looked at her teammates. These two giant pythons might be the key to unlocking all the secrets. On the seabed, Yifeng felt dissatisfied. He was being followed. The people from the Xian medical department were close behind him, and although he was extremely fast in the water, the submarine was not slow either. After traveling for half a day, Yifeng saw a desolate island. This is Qingming Island. Yifeng's eyes lit up. The Azure Island is home to many bizarre creatures, some even more terrifying than the monsters formed from the original stone. The island is classified as a secret area by the Dragon Kingdom. An army that once entered it was completely wiped out. Yifeng was excited because there was a mysterious flower field on the island. Legend has it that a powerful beast once rose to power by relying on this flower field. He is only 100 points away from his next evolution. If he can find this flower field, he may be able to grow rapidly. It has entered Qingming Island, the submarine observer reported. What? It went to Qingming Island. Bai Yuhan's expression changed, and she quickly checked. Yifeng slowly climbed ashore, stretched his body, and gave them a provocative look. It seems it discovered us a long time ago, Yang Xiu said with a wry smile. Nonsense. Bai Yuhan rolled her eyes at him. Snakes have keen senses. How could we possibly go undetected? Should we follow them in? Yang Xiu asked. Bai Yuhan hesitated for a moment before deciding to go down. There are many unrecorded ferocious beasts on Qingming Island, and even humans have not fully explored it. It is a dangerous and unpredictable place. She said in a deep voice, but I can't give up the chance to track the giant python. If anyone wants to quit, I won't stop you. The team members exchanged glances and ultimately decided to continue. Those who enter Qingming Island with us will receive a reward of 100,000 afterward, Bai Yuhan said again. The team members responded enthusiastically. I'll participate. Me too. Ultimately, only 2 people chose to stay in the submarine. Perfect, you can stay here and guard the submarine, Yang Xiu said calmly. The 2 team members who remained watched the others leave, a hint of fear in their eyes, but they did not speak again. Upon entering Qingming Island, Yifeng walked through the valley, sensing that creatures were watching him. He detected many creatures around him through his temperature sensor, but none dared to attack him. Suddenly, a hissing sound came, and Yifeng saw a reticulated python nearly 10 meters long slowly crawl out. This is a reticulated python. Yifeng frowned, noticing that it didn't seem to have much intelligence and charged straight at him. Yifeng smiled and quickly revealed his body, which was over 20 meters long. The reticulated python was so frightened that its eyes almost bulged out. Before it could react, it was entangled by Yifeng and easily swallowed. You have devoured a high-level reticulated python. Chapter 14 Terrifying Tentacles. You have gained 10 growth points. You have gained 2 attribute points in strength. Yifeng sensed that the food was being digested rapidly, and the system's function allowed him to convert the food into energy. The most urgent task is to find the flower field. Yifeng shook the snake's head and headed deeper into the island. The island is surrounded by mountains, swamps, and cliffs. Yifeng enjoys the scenery along the way, while Bai Yuhan and her group encounter big trouble. When they reached the stream, the group was reduced to less than 10 people, their faces filled with terror, clearly having experienced something terrible. Yifeng stopped at the bottom of the stream, looking at the nearly 100-meter-high waterfall, and felt a powerful aura above. Perhaps that is the guardian of the flower field, and the flower field is up there? Yifeng's heart raced. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a row of strange flowers appeared beside the stream, stretching all the way to the top of the cliff. If it weren't for that terrible guardian. Yifeng hesitated for a moment before swallowing the flower. You have consumed the strange plant azure nether flower and gained 2 growth points. You have consumed the strange plant azure nether flower and gained 2 growth points. System notifications sounded one after another. It turned out that these flowers were called azure nether flowers, and as the rumors said, they could make giant beasts grow rapidly. This patch of flowers and plants provided Yifeng with over 100 growth points. It's there. A loud shout interrupted Yifeng's thoughts. He looked down and saw a group of armed men who had reached the stream, looking disheveled and with lingering fear in their eyes. Yifeng recalled that although he sensed many ferocious beasts along the way, these animals dared not make any rash moves. But this group of people was different. Hey, Bai Yuhan stood at the front of the line, waving and calling out. I know you can understand me. Can you hear me? Yifeng remained silent, thinking to himself. Even if you can hear me, I won't talk to you. I'll make you angry. Bai Yuhan raised an eyebrow, a look of doubt appearing in her eyes. She remembered hearing a sound like a python. But how could that be? That sound was a signal to retreat. It must have been made by a python. Yifeng rolled his eyes at her, slowly moved away, and then disappeared into the stream, sinking into the water. This? Bai Yuhan was stunned, while Yifeng had already climbed up the rocks of the waterfall. Roar! Just then, a deafening roar came from the cliff. Before Yifeng could even look up, suddenly, a spider with 8 giant legs appeared before him. Hiss! Yifeng's eyes narrowed, but he was tightly bound by the spider web. In a moment of inspiration, he remembered his newly acquired skill, flame breath. Call! The scorching flames spewed out, forcing back the approaching giant spider and simultaneously removing the spider webs from its body. At the foot of the cliff, Bai Yuhan and the others were stunned. If it weren't for the giant python's ability to breathe fire, they would probably have been killed by that spider. Hiss! Yifeng raised the snake's head and stared fiercely at the giant spider. This spider is likely a native creature of Qingming Island, and it probably grew to such a huge size after eating the Qingming flower. Even more terrifying, it had been lying in ambush, laying its web well in advance, and he almost perished in the spider's belly. Yifeng angrily flicked his tongue, spitting out flames, revealing extreme indignation. The spider, having lost control, stared maliciously at Yifeng. Bah! With a shrill howl, the giant spider pounced on Yifeng, baring its fangs and looking extremely ugly. Yifeng was unwilling to fight such an ugly monster hand-to-hand, so he flicked his giant tail and sent the spider flying into the puddle. Yifeng gave the spider no chance to react, and flames erupted, the giant spider's mournful cry echoing through the valley. "Isn't that fire-breathing skill from that bull?" someone asked in a low voice, their eyes filled with astonishment. A giant python brutally beats up a giant spider. It's incredibly exciting, like a live-action 5D special effects blockbuster. Suddenly, a roar came from the cliff, and countless huge tentacles appeared from above, rushing straight into the stream. These tentacles were thicker than vines, longer than most people could imagine, and as thick as Yifeng's body. "What is that?" Yifeng stared in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. He had never seen this thing before in his previous life. Brush. In the instant Yifeng was stunned, two tentacles climbed up his body, locked him tightly, and quickly pulled him off the ground. Hiss. Yifeng felt a sharp pain and realized that if these tentacles dragged him up the cliff, he would surely die. Team leader. Bai Yuhan and her group witnessed this terrifying scene, and Yang Xiu immediately prepared his electric stun gun. "Save him," Bai Yuhan commanded without hesitation. Yifeng is the key to their investigation of the truth. They can't let him die here. Just as Bai Yuhan finished speaking, a rustling noise suddenly arose around them. Looking down, I saw countless centipede-like creatures all around me. These creatures are several times larger than centipedes, with dry, tree-like skeletons. Yang Xiu's pupils constricted sharply, and he roared, "Yes!" Chapter 15 Escape from Terror Island. "It's the spine!" Yang Xiu exclaimed in terror. Instantly, the Department of Mystic Medicine descended into chaos. A spinal cord group? There really is such a thing. Bai Yuhan's face turned pale, and she looked extremely shocked. In midair, Yifeng struggled to flip his body and spewed flames. One tentacle was burned by the flames and quickly retracted, but the other tentacle tightly wrapped around Yifeng, preventing the flames from reaching him. Oh no! Yifeng's heart tightened, sensing that he was about to be swept towards the top of the cliff. "Team leader, what do we do?" Below, the medical staff were struggling to deal with the group of spines, but many of the spines had already climbed onto the person's body, emitting strange energy. "Attack their heads and spines," Bai Yuhan calmly commanded. Yang Xiu, who was standing nearby, precisely struck the spine of the person who was approaching, while he was distracted by taking care of Bai Yuhan. "Yuhan, the giant python is dying," Yang Xiu said calmly. Bai Yuhan looked up and saw Yifeng being pulled towards the cliff by the tentacles. Her heart sank. If he was really pulled over, the giant python would not escape its fate. Bang! The heavy-duty charging gun fired, and Yifeng was shot down, falling into the stream and splashing water. Yifeng surfaced and witnessed a shocking scene. The giant spider that had fought him earlier was swept away by tentacles and disappeared above the cliff, then fell silent. This scene sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine. What terrifying creature was hidden behind the tentacles? "Team leader Bai." A scream suddenly came from the shore. It turned out that while Bai Yuhan was distracted helping Yifeng, a spine quietly crept up onto her body. Yifeng swam to the surface and breathed flames at the spine group. In no time, the spine group turned to ashes. Bang! Yang Xiu severed Bai Yuhan's spine with a single shot, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing expressions of relief after surviving a disaster. Yifeng looked up and saw the thick tentacle hovering in the middle of the waterfall, unable to reach the ground. After several attempts, the tentacle finally retracted. What on earth is this thing? Yifeng's mind was in turmoil. He originally thought he was strong enough, but he never expected that such a terrifying creature was hidden on Qingming Island. I must leave this place. Yifeng was uneasy. Qingming Island was too dangerous. If he continued to stay here, he might not even have a chance to be reborn. Bai Yuhan seemed to share the same thought, and she raised her arm and shouted, "Retreat!" The group quickly retreated down the mountain. This time, Yifeng did not act alone, but followed closely behind the Xin Medical Department team. Arriving at the shore where the submarine was moored, Yifeng walked up to Bai Yuhan and said, "From now on, we're even." The team members stared at Yifeng in shock. The giant python had actually spoken. Could it be that it was originally human? Wait. Bai Yuhan hurriedly stepped forward to stop Yifeng. "Can you tell me what the secret hidden in the raw stone is?" Bai Yuhan spread her arms to block Yifeng, but she seemed insignificant. Of silence, Yifeng said, I don't know the secret of the raw stone either, but I can tell you that the order of this world will soon collapse. After saying that, Yifeng turned and disappeared into the sea. Yifeng didn't know the origin of the raw stone, and no one had solved its mystery in his previous life, but it was certain that this thing definitely came from outside Blue Star. The collapse of order. Bai Yuhan was stunned. Did Yifeng mean that the end of the world was coming? In the deep sea, Yifeng stopped beside a huge reef, still shaken. Those terrifying tentacles had become his nightmare. What exactly was the creature on the cliff top? It was definitely not simple. Perhaps it was a lord-level being, or even a monarch-level being. Yifeng thought that the appearance of the azure nether flower was probably not a coincidence. Those terrifying tentacles were likely bait used by its owner to lure creatures into the center of the waterfall. The giant spider may have grown by eating the blue flower, but it was unfortunately captured by the tentacles. Without Bai Yuhan's help, Yifeng would probably be facing a life-or-death situation today. Yifeng knew that in the future, he would need to devour more giant pythons to increase his strength, whether to deal with the tentacles or to compete for the resources that were about to appear. Next, I need to devour the golden python to increase my power, Yifeng murmured. The date for the second primal stone impact is not far off, and its impact will far exceed that of the first. Global attention is growing, and the ecological landscape of some regions may even change, attracting giant beasts to vie for territory. This area will be suitable for wild beasts to survive, bringing 2 to 3 times the growth rate, and is an opportunity that overlord-level beast kings cannot miss. Yifeng had made up his mind that he would never let this opportunity slip by. His goal was clear. The territory he had coveted in his previous life, he would seize first in this life. Evolution begins. Yifeng arrived at a secluded cave, curled up into a snake shape, closed his eyes, and began his third evolution. As it evolved, the pale blue snake's skin slowly shed. You have completed your third evolution. Host: Yifeng's third evolution. Species: Undying Python. Evolution points: 21, 800 points required for the next evolution. Functions: Poisonous Fangs, Fiery Breath. Strength: 202. Speed: 157. Defense: 237. Constitution: 216. Chapter 16 Encounter with the Golden Python again. Congratulations on opening the data center library. The system is processing global animal evolution data. Map loading. Biological encyclopedia loading. Plant encyclopedia loading. Ding. Loading complete. As the system notification sounded, a large amount of information suddenly flooded Yifeng's mind, covering the survival and growth conditions of various animals and plants. These, Yifeng frowned slightly. Many of the species here were ones he had never heard of before, clearly new creatures born from the global evolution of the animal kingdom. The species I knew in my previous life were less than a third of what's in the encyclopedia, Yifeng thought to himself with a self-deprecating smile. Yifeng still found it difficult to accept these unfamiliar species. Never mind. He sighed softly, having no time to dwell on these things. His only goal was to capture the golden python and return to the Central Plains. That's right. The mutation area is in the Central Plains. Deep in the tropical rainforest, the golden python's eyes were unfathomable, and blood seeped from its golden scales, clearly indicating that it was seriously injured. Captain, we've trapped that giant python in the swamp, a team member reported. The troops outside set up a cordon, and the commander stared into the depths. Dozens of brothers were sacrificed to capture this beast. The commander sneered, his eyes filled with coldness. Commander, we have a message from the Mystic Medicine Department. They say, what did you say? The commander glared. I said, after we catch this giant python, we need to send it over. The soldier stammered. Bullshit, the commander roared. We lost so many men trying to capture it, and they want us to hand them over with just a few words. But, the soldier hesitated. The commander finally loosened his fist. All right, order them to grab it. The team members dared not say a word, quickly relayed the order, and the team began to advance into the swamp. The golden python, hidden in the swamp, opened its eyes, its fury palpable. These damned humans, if I had more time, I would make them regret it. It understands that in its current state, it cannot withstand human technology. Yifeng was the same. In the dark swamp, Yifeng concealed his pale blue glow and moved forward slowly. He had already sensed the location of the giant golden python, and the python must have noticed him as well. However, the golden python did not act immediately, but waited quietly for its opportunity. It's there. A shout rang out, and the army opened fire. The flashes of the electric sniper rifles were intense, and Yi Feng felt a numbness. The golden python roared, whipped its tail, and swept away 2 soldiers before disappearing into the swamp. Hiss! The giant golden python coldly swallowed the 2 of them, its eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Damn beast! The commander rushed out, his eyes bloodshot, grabbed the electric gun, and fired it at the golden python. The giant golden python tilted its head nimbly, coldly observing them. Come out, or we're all doomed. As more people joined the battle, the golden python became overwhelmed and turned towards a jungle. Just as everyone was astonished that the golden python could speak human language, an even larger python emerged from the jungle, its body covered in blue stripes. This. The commander looked at Yi Feng in shock. This giant python is even thicker than the golden python. Let's join forces and kill them, the golden python said, attempting to negotiate with Yi Feng. Yi Feng remained silent, gazing at it in quiet contemplation. Kill them, leave this place, and one day we can change the world. The golden python continued its enticement. The commander was shocked and stared in disbelief at the 2 talking snakes. Yi Feng sneered. This world doesn't need you to overturn it. Yi Feng was not concerned about the threat posed by the giant golden python. Hiss! Yi Feng flicked out his tongue and quickly engaged in combat with the golden python. Are you crazy? The golden python was filled with shock and rage, struggling desperately. 2 giant snakes writhed in the swamp, splashing mud, while the surrounding soldiers watched in astonishment at this magnificent battle. Even if you devour me, you won't escape the human hunt, the golden python roared. Yi Feng coldly replied. The golden python was seriously injured in the pursuit by the military, which is the perfect opportunity to defeat it. How can we let it go? Hiss! Yi Feng raised his giant head, his fangs fiercely biting down on the golden python. Crack! The sound of scales breaking echoed through the air. Damn it! The golden python was horrified to discover that Yi Feng's fangs had pierced through its defenses. Unwilling to give up, it fiercely bit back, instantly tearing Yi Feng's scales apart, causing blood to gush out. This battle was more dangerous than ever before, with both sides going all out and every attack being deadly. Your fangs are poisonous, the golden python cried out in terror. It felt its mobility gradually sluggish and its spirit becoming numb. Yi Feng sneered inwardly. The golden python had no idea that it had evolved to its 3rd stage, and penetrating its defenses would be a piece of cake. The golden python's struggles grew weaker and weaker, and it knew that if it continued like this, it would surely be defeated. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and an electric needle pierced Yi Feng's body, causing him to temporarily become limp. Damn it! Yi Feng turned around angrily, only to see the commander's indifferent gaze. He had missed a fatal opportunity. In a brief moment of hesitation, the golden python seized the opportunity to escape into the jungle. Chapter 17 Lu Qingqing. Yi Feng glanced coldly at the troublesome soldiers, then turned and quickly chased after the direction the golden python had gone. The soldiers looked at each other in bewilderment, while the commander gripped his electric gun, his eyes fixed on the 2 snakes' whereabouts, his mind filled with complex emotions. In the dense forest, the golden python snaked forward, and Yi Feng found that his speed was almost the same as its, or even slightly faster. Because of his ability to heal himself, Yi Feng's speed is not very fast, which has become his weakness. Yi Feng thought to himself, I can't let it go, or I'll never have another chance. He continued to pursue it. The golden python was even more cunning than the Hellfire Divine Bull. It tried to win over Yi Feng many times, but deep down it wished it could devour him immediately. Yi Feng roared, Take this fireball. The fireball shot out. A sharp burning sensation shot through the golden python's tail, followed by excruciating pain. It flew several meters before coming to a stop. Yi Feng walked up to it, looked at the bloodstains, and smiled. As expected, the golden python's scales are not invincible. The golden python trembled violently, appearing extremely panicked. How do you have the ability to breathe fire? And how did you swallow that bull? Its voice was filled with terror. Yi Feng replied casually. Don't get excited. Your ending will soon be the same as its. The golden python drooped its head helplessly, like a wounded little monkey. When the military arrived, there was nothing left on the ground except for messy traces. Commander, the soldier hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. Notify the Department of Mystic Medicine that the giant python has escaped, the commander calmly ordered. Yes, the soldier nodded in response. If Yi Feng really swallowed the golden python, given the undead python's self-healing ability, modern weapons would probably be ineffective. The commander was somewhat wary. The golden python is likely to be in grave danger. I've already offended Yi Feng, and if I run into him again, I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble. Inside the cave, Yi Feng devoured the golden python, gaining growth points and attribute points. You have devoured the mutated golden python and gained the additional feature, golden scales. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief, having obtained the golden scale armor he had longed for. Devouring the golden python greatly enhanced Yi Feng's strength. Host, Yi Feng, third evolution. Yi Feng's attribute panel became extremely powerful, with all attributes such as strength and physique exceeding 200. Having devoured the golden python and gained the bloodline of the immortal python, Yi Feng was full of confidence in his strength. The only task now is to develop and wait for the next primal stone drop. 3 days later, Yi Feng finally returned to Jiang province to visit his family. However, seeing his current appearance, he knew he couldn't show himself rashly, lest he frighten his parents. In the darkness of night, he hid in the green belt, gazing at the lit buildings in the distance, his heart filled with longing. Are they all right? Yi Feng murmured to himself. At home, Ye's mother sighed. There's still no news. How could that be? Ye's father's tired voice revealed his helplessness. This conversation caused Yi Feng a pang of pain in his heart. He had considered reuniting with his family, but in his current state, he feared his parents would be terrified upon seeing him. The next day, Yi Feng woke up in the green belt and was about to leave when he saw his parents. Huh? They don't usually go out. Why are they out today? Chapter 18 Chow Chow. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment, seeing that his parents were heading to Nantung Park, a large wetland park located in the suburbs. He couldn't help but wonder, what were his parents doing there? Were they going to see someone? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Feng decided to follow them. His parents were not very vigilant, and the news of his disappearance was also a cause for concern. It wouldn't be good if he were scammed. Nantung Park is rich in greenery, and Yi Feng is confident that he can hide his figure. Upon arriving at the park, Ye's parents entered a pavilion. Just as Yi Feng approached, his body trembled violently. It was actually his homeroom teacher, Lu Qingqing. After the primordial stone descended 3 times, Yi Feng was targeted by a giant transformed beast at the crucial moment of his transformation into beast form, and almost lost his life. If it weren't for Lu Qingqing, he would have been dead long ago. With her help, Yi Feng weathered the most dangerous and chaotic period. But Lu Qingqing never returned due to an accident. She was the owner of the 3rd primordial stone to fall. If time continued to follow the trajectory of her previous life, she would still encounter that sordid accident, and Yi Feng would never allow that to happen. Teacher Lu, thank you for your continued care and concern for Xiaofeng, came Ye's mother's voice. There's still no news, Ye's father said in a low voice. I also bear some responsibility, Lu Qingqing said with some guilt. Yi Feng acted very strangely that day, and I didn't notice it in time, otherwise he wouldn't have disappeared. This. Tears welled up in Ye's mother's eyes. Xiaofeng wouldn't. His mother didn't finish her sentence, but Yi Feng understood what she meant and couldn't help feeling a little helpless. I've always been a model student. How could I possibly commit suicide? Excuse me, uncle and aunt, I need to take this call. Lu Qingqing answered the phone, her voice clear. You've arrived at Nantung Park? Okay, I'll be right there. Okay. She hung up the phone. Upon hearing this call, Yi Feng already knew who was calling. It must be Wang Su. In her past life, it was this bastard who caused Lu Qingqing's accident. In order to take care of him, Lu Qingqing was eventually captured by a group of apes. That bastard, I must kill him. Yi Feng's anger flared up. Wang Su's disappearance might change the tragedy of his past life. Lu Qingqing made a promise to her parents that she would contact them immediately if she received any news, and then hurriedly left. Yi Feng lingered at the foot of the building for a moment before returning to the jungle along the green belt. Nantung Park requires navigating around the mountains and forests, but fortunately, the two were still there when he arrived. Honey, tomorrow is our 2-year anniversary, you see. A refined-looking man said softly to Lu Qingqing. No way. Lu Qingqing's pretty face was flushed with shyness, but her tone was full of resistance. Wang Su was not surprised, but a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. Yi Feng swam downstream in a small boat, shocked that Lu Qingqing and Wang Su had been dating for 2 years, but had not yet progressed to that stage. This station reports that there have been frequent incidents of wild animals attacking humans across the country recently, the news broadcast announced. Lu Qingqing took out her phone and handed it to Wang Su with a worried expression. Do you think Yi Feng was attacked by these wild animals? Wang Su looked at the news report, displeased. When I was talking to you about our anniversary, you showed me this? Wang Su's anger surged, but Lu Qingqing's elegant demeanor stirred wicked thoughts within him. His suppressed emotions began to erupt. Qingqing, come with me. Suddenly, Wang Su impulsively pinned Lu Qingqing down. Lu Qingqing frantically tried to resist, and the struggle between the two led to intense physical contact, which fueled Wang Su's growing desire. Qingqing, we've been dating for 2 years. It's time we got together. Wang Su looked around and, seeing that no one was around, became bolder and began to tear at Lu Qingqing's clothes. Wang Su, what are you doing? Lu Qingqing was shocked and furious, and struggled to defend herself. A sharp sound reached Yi Feng's ears, and his anger erupted instantly. How dare Wang Su force Lu Qingqing here? In his past life, Lu Qingqing took good care of him. So how could Yi Feng stand idly by? Wait, Wang Su, stop. There's something underwater. Lu Qingqing suddenly felt the boat shaking violently and immediately stopped struggling. What is that? Wang Su frowned, pausing briefly, but he didn't stop tearing at the clothes. His heart was filled with excitement. A loud bang was heard, and the ship shook violently. Wang Su froze, feeling the ship rocking violently. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the water's surface, and a giant python with blue stripes and golden threads emerged from the water, its head menacing as it stared at the two of them. Qingqing's backside, his legs went weak, and he trembled with fear. Gulp! Lu Qingqing's face turned pale with fear. Hiss! Yi Feng was furious. Looking at Lu Qingqing's disheveled state, his anger grew increasingly uncontrollable. That despicable Wang Su dared to treat her like this. Chapter 19 Long-Range Bombing and Special Support. My God, a giant python. Tourists on the shore turned their heads in surprise. An ordinary small boat was suddenly violently shaken by the giant python, and a giant python suddenly emerged from the lake, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Mom, look! It's a giant python, a child exclaimed excitedly. Isn't that a dragon? Another child asked curiously. The parents were terrified and turned pale, clutching their children tightly as they fled. Look, there's a boat next to it. It's going to eat people. People on the shore shouted in panic and started filming, but no one dared to approach the center of the lake to rescue it. Yi Feng coldly surveyed his surroundings, secretly thinking that he should finish this quickly. With a sudden swipe of its tail, it sent Wang Su flying dozens of meters before he crashed heavily into the jungle, where he was surely dead. Lu Qingqing huddled in the corner of the boat, her eyes filled with despair. She thought Yi Feng would kill her, but Yi Feng only glanced at her before quickly diving into the water and disappearing without a trace. The lake returned to calm, and Lu Qingqing sat blankly on the boat. Surviving the ordeal brought her no joy, but rather deepened her fear. Why? Why is there such a giant python? How did it get here? She was filled with questions and couldn't accept what had just happened. She was holding Wang Su's phone, proving that this horrific incident had indeed occurred. Whoosh! Soon after, 2 speedboats sped towards the ship, carrying fully armed uniformed personnel. Are you all right? 2 men asked as they boarded the boat. No. Lu Qingqing shook her head, her voice trembling. Report, there are no casualties at the scene. One of the uniformed personnel reported over the walkie-talkie. But, another man pointed to the cell phone on the deck, his expression turning serious. Report, 1 person has been shot down, their fate unknown, requesting instructions. The man's voice was hoarse. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie. News from the southern province indicates that the giant python is extremely aggressive. We are ordered to pursue it with all our might. If it resists strongly, kill it on the spot. A stern order came through the walkie-talkie. Yes, sir. The 2 uniformed officers immediately obeyed. Wait a minute. The instruction rang out again over the walkie-talkie. The Pharmaceutical and Biological Research Center requires that the giant python be captured alive. With our current equipment, it would be difficult to capture it alive, one of the uniformed officers said with a wry smile. He had just received a video taken by people around him. The scene in the video of Yi Feng knocking Wang Su away shocked them, especially Yi Feng's huge body. You all stand by and take care of the survivors. I'll go coordinate with them. The instruction came through the walkie-talkie. Southern Province, border of the Dragon Kingdom, military headquarters. Commander, that giant python poses a serious threat to human society. We've fought it before, and even our company might not be able to withstand it. The commander, who had fought against Yi Feng, said in a heavy tone. With the star pattern on his epaulets frowned. If what you say is true, ordinary weapons can't hurt it at all. That's right, the commander replied calmly. Then how should we deal with this? The man with the epaulets asked gravely. I recommend activating long-range bombing and special support, the commander said without hesitation. Do you know how much panic this will cause? The man asked sharply. Believe me, the threat posed by the python is greater than the panic from the bombers, the commander said firmly. Mystic medicine. Professor, Bai Yuhan said respectfully, looking at the elderly man in the wheelchair. You mean, the wild beasts within the Dragon Kingdom are all transformed from humans fused with primordial stones? And they still retain human intelligence? The old professor's face couldn't hide his shock. Yes. Bai Yuhan nodded. Some of the ferocious beasts can even speak human language. You mean that giant python? The old professor stared at her. Yes. Bai Yuhan gently bit her lip, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. It will be extremely difficult to get it out of the military's hands, the old professor sighed. If the military insists on killing it, I have no way to intervene. The Qin family in the capital. Sis, it's appeared again. Qin Xiaoming handed the video to Qin Yeru. Let's go find him, Qin Yeru said calmly. Are you really going to tell him this? Qin Xiaoming asked in surprise. He saved our lives, and we should keep our promise, Qin Yeru said firmly. We won't go. If he comes looking for us later, we won't get away with it. She looked at Qin Xiaoming with a determined look in her eyes. Qin Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't say anything. However, while Qin Yeru was packing her things, he silently clenched his fist, took out his phone, and sent a message to someone named Chen Zifeng. The screen vaguely displayed a few words. Yifeng, Giant Python. Chapter 20 Desperate Situation. On the border of the southern province, in the dark jungle, Yifeng was winding his way along, with special forces soldiers holding powerful flashlights behind him. He had already clashed with them several times, escaping each time, but as time went on, he began to feel exhausted. These special forces soldiers were incredibly patient. They employed a driving tactic, relentlessly pressuring Yifeng to move in a certain direction, undoubtedly his grave. Yifeng found a dark cave and quickly hid inside. He coiled his snake body, flicking his tongue, waiting for the enemy to approach. The footsteps faded into the distance, but Yifeng knew that this was only temporary safety, and they would soon find this place. Damn it, Yifeng cursed inwardly, never expecting that knocking away a scumbag would cause such trouble. Now trapped on the mountaintop, even waiting for the second boulder to fall has become a problem. We need to find a chance to leave this mountain forest. Yifeng's gaze was solemn. Only by leaving this narrow mountain forest could he escape his pursuers. As dawn approached, Yifeng finally found an opportunity and successfully broke through the encirclement. The surrounding silence made him feel a strange unease. However, just as he was about to escape, a team of armed special forces soldiers suddenly sprang out of the bushes. The leading commander revealed a cunning smile, his eyes filled with both admiration and cruelty. TSK, what a huge python. The man twisted his neck, making a crisp sound. Facing this nearly 30-meter-long python, he showed no fear whatsoever, but rather a perverse cruelty. Yifeng felt a sense of unease. The man before him must have had some past conflict with him. Fire! The commander ordered, and under the cover of special forces soldiers, gunfire erupted. Bang! Bang bang! The sound of steel clashing echoed through the air, and a layer of golden scales instantly appeared on Yifeng's body, shimmering with a faint fluorescent light, making him look like a divine beast. The special forces soldiers panicked for a moment, narrowed his snake-like eyes slightly, observing their weapons. The rifles posed no threat to him whatsoever. Possessing the bloodlines of the Undying Python and the Golden Python, his defense was virtually invincible. Just as they said, this is no ordinary giant python. Upon seeing this, the man's eyes flashed with even more frenzied excitement. Yifeng was furious, feeling that the other party was using him as an experiment. He suddenly lashed out with his giant tail, sending a row of special forces soldiers flying. The powerful impact caused them to cough up blood and fall to the ground unconscious. The man waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. Boom! A roar echoed in the sky. Yifeng looked up and saw several bombers flying low overhead. Make your move, the man coldly ordered, taking out a walkie-talkie. Instantly, dust billowed around Yifeng, explosions roared, and flames shot into the sky. However, these attacks were not enough to seriously injure Yifeng. At most, they caused some scratches. However, the subsequent attack completely changed the situation. Call out. A beam of blue light was fired from the fighter jet, accurately striking Yifeng's scales and leaving a burn mark. Yifeng looked down at the burns on his back, the pain spreading, and his heart skipped a beat. He swung his tail violently, knocking the Special Forces soldier away again, but soon a new wave of soldiers surged in and surrounded him one after another. These soldiers did not have electric muskets, but were equipped with powerful light machine guns. Bullets could not harm him in the slightest, but could suppress his movements. With the addition of fighter jets in the air, Yifeng was quickly riddled with wounds, and blood kept flowing out. Buzz! A deep blue light flowed through Yifeng's wounds, and the wounds healed rapidly. The male commander was shocked, staring intently at the speed at which Yifeng's wounds were healing, finding it hard to believe. How is this possible? He muttered to himself, his shock mixed with a mad gleam. With such a fast healing speed, coupled with indestructible scales, he's practically immortal. A mad glint flashed in the man's eyes. Undying? Haha, today I'll make sure you die. Second and third squads, join the battle. This giant python must die today. Immediately afterwards, 2 more lasers shot down from the sky, intertwining with the previous lasers and violently bombarding Yifeng. After a long while, the man waved his hand, and the 3 fighter jets equipped with laser cannons finally stopped attacking and hovered in the air. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the man squinted, staring at the ground. Yifeng lay limp on the ground, covered in blood, and looked like he was about to collapse. Looks like he's not invincible after all, the man thought to himself with a touch of smug satisfaction. Just as he lowered his guard, a beam of fire suddenly shone into his pupils. Commander, be careful. A Special Forces soldier held up a shield to block the man, but both of them were still blown away. The shield was melted by the flames, and the soldier in front of him had a crater from severe burning on his abdomen. Seeing this, the man was still shaken, his atoms apple-bobbing as he stared in horror at the shield that had been burned through. If the flames had landed on him, he would have surely died a horrible death. Splattered with blood, stared at the scene with disappointment in his eyes. To escape, the commander must be killed first. Only then will there be a chance of survival. Unfortunately, his sneak attack failed. The Special Forces soldiers protected the commander firmly, and there was no further chance. Without further hesitation, Yifeng opened his massive maw, spewing flames, and engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the Special Forces soldiers and fighter jets. However, this battle was destined to be unequal, as Yifeng's current power was far from surpassing human technology. Time ticked by, and Yifeng's injuries worsened. He was in grave danger, and through his blurred vision, he suddenly spotted a figure rushing towards him in the distance. Chapter 21 Hast Giant Eagle. Don't want. The woman's soft, delicate voice, trembling slightly, rang out in the room. For a few seconds, the gunfire paused. Stop! Just as they were about to continue firing, a furious roar erupted. The Special Forces commander stepped out from behind, his sharp eyes fixed on the woman. Chinyeru, what are you doing here? He almost spoke through gritted teeth. Yes, the woman who suddenly appeared and shielded Yifeng with her arms was none other than Chinyeru who had arrived. Chen Zifeng, why did you kill it? Chinyeru shook her head and questioned her in a somewhat sharp voice. Why? The man named Chen Zifeng sneered, a mocking glint in his eyes. It's a monster. How many of my people has it killed? Why can't I kill it? You attacked it first. It won't hurt people on its own. Chinyeru glanced back at Yifeng and shouted back. What a joke. Look at this. Is this what you call not hurting anyone? Chen Zifeng took out his phone and showed Chinyeru the video from Nantung Park. Chinyeru bit her red lips, remained silent, but still stood protectively in front of Yifeng. He saved me when he was in Nan province. I won't let you kill him. Chinyeru said firmly. Chinyeru, you're going to oppose me for the sake of such a beast? Chen Zifeng's face gradually darkened, turning as black as ink. I'm telling you this one last time. This giant python was killed on orders from above. You couldn't stop it even if you tried. Chen Zifeng said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Chinyeru's beautiful eyes trembled violently. It turned out that the military had ordered the killing. Chinyeru, I'm warning you, don't test my patience. Seeing that Chinyeru showed no sign of leaving, Chen Zifeng's tone became increasingly impatient. Behind her wasn't some wounded thug, but a gigantic python. Both were seriously injured, but there was a huge difference between them. In short, you can't kill it this time. Chinyeru bit her lower lip and insisted, even though her tone had become somewhat weak. Because she couldn't be sure whether Chen Zifeng would give up the possibility of killing the giant python because of her. At this moment, Yifeng, covered in wounds, lay on the ground, looking at Chinyeru with complicated eyes. He never expected that Chinyeru would come to his rescue at this time, and that this woman clearly knew his identity and recognized the commander on the other side. Yifeng finally understood why Chen Zifeng was so hostile towards him. At the same time, Chen Zifeng was consumed by inner rage. Why was he so concerned about Qin Yeru? Because Qin Yeru was his fiancée. According to the information he obtained, these monsters were likely humans transformed by some kind of strange rock. The thought of his fiancée defending someone else in front of him, especially since he had become a giant python, made him feel like a green meadow was growing vigorously on his head. Even if it were a python, he would never allow Qin Yeru to have such an intimate relationship with it. Shot. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared madly. Without further hesitation, the soldiers unleashed a barrage of fire upon Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng flicked his giant tail to shield Qin Yeru behind him. Just then, a fighter jet flew overhead, and the distance seemed a bit too close. Bang! The fireball struck the fighter jet accurately, damaging its wing and sending it hurtling toward the ground, heading right towards Chen Zifeng and his group's location. Retreat. Retreat immediately. This scene was imprinted in Chen Zifeng's eyes, and a panicked voice rang out. Hiss! A bloodthirsty light flashed in Yifeng's pupils. He did not want to devour humans, but these guys had angered him time and time again. Roar! Yifeng spewed out thick flames, which hit Chen Zifeng directly, and in an instant, more than a dozen soldiers turned into a pile of burning coals. This scene shocked everyone. It turns out that the giant python they were beating up was so terrifying. Just as Yifeng was displaying his power, a cannonball struck him heavily. The powerful bombardment sent Yifeng flying uncontrollably, and then more artillery fire rained down on him, riddling him with holes. As expected, these people have heavy weapons. With my current strength, fighting them is still too much of a struggle. Qin Yeru had already fallen into Chen Zifeng's hands, and his strength was almost completely exhausted. Helpless, Yifeng had no choice but to flee the encirclement and disappear into the jungle. Chase it. Find it even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. I want it dead. Chen Zifeng roared from behind. So many people had been lost, and yet this beast still managed to escape. A mountaintop somewhere. Leafy winds coiled around his body, bathing him in sunlight. 3 days have passed since he escaped Chen Zifeng's siege, and his injuries have almost completely healed thanks to the Undying python bloodline. The damaged golden scales have also regrown, radiating a dazzling brilliance, as splendid as diamonds under the sunlight. Yifeng stared into the distance, lost in thought. He never dreamed that he would be surrounded and captured by the military in this way, and at the most critical moment, it was the woman he met in Shenangjia who saved him. If Qin Yeru hadn't bought him those few minutes, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape the encirclement. He had no grudge against Chen Zifeng or the military, yet they repeatedly tried to kill him. Yifeng's eyes blazed with killing intent. Sooner or later, he would avenge these hunts. Moreover, Qin Yeru, who had saved him, had also fallen into Chen Zifeng's hands, and her fate was unknown. Given that person's crazy personality, Qin Yeru will definitely not have a good life if she falls into his hands. I still need to find a way to save her. Bah! Just then, a cry suddenly came from the sky. Yifeng was taken aback. It was an eagle? Snakes don't have very good eyesight. They usually rely on temperature to sense their targets. He raised his head and could only vaguely see a black dot approaching him. But given its size, would an ordinary eagle or falcon dare to approach? At this moment, the giant eagle was already within 100 meters of him in the air, circling right above his head. System scan. Yifeng quickly activated the encyclopedia entry function. Ding, system scanning in progress. Target category. Ancient species, Hesdale eagle. It is 5 meters long and has a wingspan of 15 meters, representing a second evolution. Their hard beak and sharp claws are their main weapons. Please do not let them grab you and lift you into the air. The system's words gradually made Yifeng's mind become serious. It's a Hassler's eagle. This Hassler eagle is clearly a product of the first primal stone and has survived to this day, undergoing 2 evolutions. If it were a land creature, Yifeng, having evolved twice, would absolutely crush it. But this is a giant bird of prey. Birds are the natural enemies of snakes, and even though Yifeng has evolved 3 times and is nearly 30 meters long, he is no exception. Regardless of the species, all snakes share the same weakness. Their 7-inch point, the area between their nipples and their groin. If the Haast eagle's giant talons can use the gaps in its scales to restrain itself at its 7-inch mark and lift it into the air, then what awaits it? Is death. In addition, the strength of the eagles far surpasses his own, so if the 2 sides were to fight, it would be a great disadvantage to him. In the air, The Haster Eagle clearly locked onto Yi Feng, circling him continuously, but did not land to attack for a long time. He was wary. Chapter 22 Eagle Eye. Yi Feng coiled around himself, his gaze fixed on the giant eagle in the sky. This way, he can maintain his best condition, making him less likely to be caught by the Haster Eagle and also confusing his opponent. If given the opportunity, he might even be able to turn the tables and kill his opponent. But eagles have excellent eyesight, and the slightest movement can frighten them away, making it a contest of endurance. Soon, half an hour passed, and seeing that Yi Feng still did not make a move, the giant eagle in the sky could not help but move closer. Slowly, he began to swoop down. Yi Feng calmly observed all of this, seeing that the other party was only 30 meters away from him and made no move. Rage. With a cry, the giant eagle of Haystack spread its wings and returned to the air just as it was about to touch Yi Feng. Its gaze held surprise and suspicion, but even more so, greed. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew through the air, and the Haster Eagle, no longer hesitant, swooped down fiercely. He was a human being by nature, not a true giant eagle. He didn't have much patience to wait. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't make a move in that situation, he stopped being wary and probing. Eagles are the natural enemies of snakes. Bang! Just as it flew over Yi Feng's head, a fireball flew straight at it, reflected in its pupils, and finally landed on its right wing. Bah! The giant eagle of Hast screamed in panic, but when it saw Yi Feng's indifferent and cold eyes, it realized that all of this was part of the other party's calculations. Hiss! Seeing that it had lost its balance, Yi Feng moved swiftly, his giant head heading straight for the neck of the Hast giant eagle. The Hast giant eagle trembled in terror. This giant python even had a pair of fangs dripping with venom. Where do ordinary giant pythons have fangs? Even more outrageous is that when Yi Feng stretched out his entire body, his length reached a staggering 30 meters. Hast the giant eagle was filled with regret. He had originally thought the giant python was some kind of hybrid and hadn't paid much attention to the patterns on its body. But now it seems that this giant python is a monster. Brother, please spare my life. I'm willing to be your slave. Cried out as it used its tattered wings to dodge Yi Feng's attacks. Oh, Yi Feng sneered. This was indeed a human turned eagle, and it even knew how to beg for mercy. However, Yi Feng completely ignored him. Among the ferocious beasts fused with the primordial stone, only the ancient and mutated species can speak human language, but they need a certain amount of time to adapt. This Haas giant eagle has evolved twice and has clearly mastered the skill of language. Unfortunately, snakes are cold-blooded animals. I am a snake without feelings. Puff! Yi Feng looked up and unleashed another fireball, which knocked the Haas giant eagle down from the sky. The air smelled of burning, and the Haas giant eagle was still flapping its wings on the ground. Yi Feng stepped forward and swallowed it without hesitation. Congratulations on devouring the ancient species, Haas giant eagle. You have gained 60 evolution points. Congratulations on devouring the ancient species, Haas giant eagle. You have gained 2 speed attribute points. Congratulations on devouring the ancient species, Haas giant eagle, and gaining the special ability, Eagle Eye. Holy crap. Yi Feng was shocked. Another special ability. He now possesses 3 functions. Poisonous fangs, breath of fire, golden scales. With the addition of the Eagle Eye, he now possesses 4 special abilities, making him almost fully armed. System, is your drop rate 100%? Yi Feng couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Dear host, that's not the case. The probability of ancient species exhibiting special abilities is only 17%, while that of mutated species is 7%. Wow, how much good karma did I accumulate in my past life? Yi Feng couldn't help but wonder. Let me first take a look at the functions of this Eagle Eye. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng felt a chill in his pupils, and the world that had been blurry due to his nearsightedness of several thousand degrees suddenly became clear. Yi Feng stared intently, and was surprised to find that the dew on the leaves of trees hundreds of meters away was clearly visible. That's crystal clear. While Yi Feng was amazed, he discovered that his snake eyes could also zoom in and out, allowing him to observe distant scenes as if they were microscopes. I wonder if that feature exists. Yi Feng couldn't help but lick the snake's tongue, his eyes gleaming. Before the Beastification, there were some novels that were popular in the world. The male protagonists in those novels usually had a special ability. They could see things that ordinary people couldn't see. Cough cough. Yi Feng snapped out of his thoughts. Before this, his only confusion was about his vision and hearing after transforming into a snake. Although the thermal imaging capabilities of snakes are very powerful, when faced with still objects, he is very likely to run into walls. Stop here. At this moment, Yifeng suddenly sensed a group of troops appearing around him. He was immediately startled. Could it be that Chen Zifeng's team had arrived so quickly? That's impossible. Using his eagle-like vision, Yifeng climbed a tree branch to observe the group in the forest. It's her. Soon, Yifeng was taken aback by the surprise. Approaching from the side, all alone, was very familiar to Yifeng. It was none other than Bai Yuhan from the Department of Mystic Medicine. But shouldn't she be on that small island on the southern border? How did she end up here? Mystic Medicine very well. They probably wished they could skin him alive for research. Come out, we found you here using satellite positioning. Bai Yuhan walked to a spot and stood there gracefully, speaking in a clear voice. The sound was as pleasant as a clear spring. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then slowly crawled out. Even though she was somewhat prepared, Bai Yuhan was still startled by Yifeng's sudden appearance. For some reason, she felt that Yifeng's gaze was much sharper than before. Her beautiful eyes swept over Yifeng's body. His golden scales reflected a faint luster in the sunlight. They can devour each other and evolve together. In Bai Yuhan's heart, she secretly confirmed a fact. Are you here to arrest me? Yifeng slowly coiled around Bai Yuhan, surrounding her in the center. If he exerts force, he can strangle Bai Yuhan to death in an instant. Although Bai Yuhan knew that the giant python was actually a human in disguise, she was still horrified. After forcing herself to calm down, she said loudly, "No, I'm here to cooperate with you." Cooperation. Yifeng paused, startled. That's right, we don't intend to kill you, Bai Yuhan explained. Our goal is more interested in all the secrets surrounding you. If you allow us to conduct some research, we will not only keep your whereabouts secret, but we will also help you survive. Bai Yuhan's eyes were sincere. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, his hawk-like gaze allowing him to see the details in Bai Yuhan's expression. She was serious. Therefore, Yifeng quickly calculated the gains and losses of cooperating with the Xian Medical Department in his mind. Our exchange is the location of the military camp. Just then, Bai Yuhan's words made Yifeng's mind go blank, and almost instantly, he shouted out those two words. Chapter 23 Qin Yeru's Whereabouts. Make a deal. Yifeng's breathing became heavy. The military is targeting him and has tried to kill him several times. Qin Yeru, who saved him, has also fallen into Chen Zifeng's hands, and her situation is unknown. Yifeng is determined to settle this score with them. With Bai Yuhan, a practitioner of the Xian Medicine Department, assisting me, perhaps revenge would no longer be a problem. We learned about what happened not long ago through special channels. Yeru, who saved you, is the eldest daughter of the Qin family in Beijing. The Qin family is a first-class business family. As for Chen Zifeng, his family has been in the military for 3 generations, but they don't need to go to the battlefield. Instead, they are responsible for maintaining order in the mainland of China. As you probably know, soldiers who pacify the interior are not comparable to soldiers who fight against foreign invaders. Chen Zifeng is a spoiled brat who rose to power by relying on his family's glory. It is rumored that Qin Yeru and Chen Zifeng were once engaged, but for some unknown reason, the Qin family unilaterally canceled the engagement. Chen Zifeng has held a grudge ever since, and this time, Bai Yuhan didn't continue, but Yifeng understood what she meant. Qin Yeru's current situation is probably not very good. Chen Zifeng's military headquarters is located along the Yellow River in the Central Plains. This is a map showing the defenses there. Bai Yuhan's wrist emitted light, and a blueprint appeared in the air with clear indicators. Okay, thank you. Yifeng examined the map, memorized it, and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Made it much easier for him to rescue Qin Yeru. Mutual benefit. Bai Yuhan smiled. Yifeng blinked. He suddenly realized that this woman was exceptionally beautiful. Her skin was as white as jade. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as a sky full of stars, and her eyebrows were like distant mountains in a poem. This reminded him of Bai Yuhan from his previous life, who had transformed into the only female overlord-level beast king, and was equally stunningly beautiful. Hiss! Without any hesitation, Yifeng turned his head and used his fangs to bite off a piece of golden scale armor, with a trace of blood from the detached flesh still on it. Upon seeing this, Bai Yuhan's beautiful eyes flashed, and she quickly ordered someone to pack it up. Yifeng didn't speak, he just watched calmly. Even if we gather all the resources of the Xian Medical Department, we probably won't be able to research anything. It's not that our scales have no research value, but rather that the Xian Medical Department doesn't have that much time. The second stone drop is imminent, followed by the third. In the previous life, the ferocious beasts brought by the third primal stone drop had exceeded humanity's tolerance, and many of them had even grown to the point of being able to rival human nuclear weapons. At that time, the human order had already begun to collapse. Of mystic medicine has no chance to make any progress before it is engulfed in chaos, leaving them no time to spare. Central Plains? Yifeng's eyes flickered for a moment. This was exactly the special terrain point he had chosen, created by the second meteorite impact. The map provided by Yuhan, the military headquarters, was not far from the special terrain point. The best of both worlds. With that thought in mind, Yifeng twisted his body and left the forest. Team leader Bai. A person in a white coat walked over, glanced at the departing giant python, and a look of panic flashed in their eyes. It's unbelievable that team leader Bai, a woman, could communicate with such a huge python. Take it back and let the professor observe it first. Bai Yuhan gently touched her chin, her beautiful eyes gazing thoughtfully at Yifeng. Team leader, the professor has a message for you. The figure in the white coat said in a low voice. Oh. Bai Yuhan turned her gaze away from Yifeng. The professor has studied Deng Zhi's genes. Although they mostly match those of ordinary wild boars, there are still some discrepancies. The professor suspects. What do you suspect? The raw stone. Bai Yuhan asked, frowning. That's right. The professor said that if we want to make a real breakthrough, we still need a rough stone. The figure in white coat said. After so many days, given the characteristics of these raw stones, I'm afraid all of them have already merged with humans and turned into wild beasts. To obtain the primal stone for research, the only way would be for it to fall a second time. But how is that even possible? The Yellow River. Yifeng swam ashore, his body dripping wet, and what came into view was a flat river plain. The terrain is so exposed that I cannot operate during the day. Yifeng used his eagle vision to observe for a moment before retreating back into the Night Tower River. Night falls. Yifeng emerged from the river, the moonlight spilling out, giving his head a strangely terrifying appearance. Have you heard? Commander Chun brought the eldest daughter of the Qin family back a few days ago and has been keeping her under house arrest in the camp ever since. Isn't the Qin family a prominent family in the capital? Commander Chun. Humph. It's rumored that Miss Qin was once engaged to Commander Chun, but the engagement was broken off for one-sided reasons. But if the two have already consummated their relationship, what can the Qin family say? It's nothing more than fulfilling the marriage agreement. You mean? The two guards exchanged a glance, both with sinister smiles on their faces. By the way, did you go with us when we were chasing that giant python a couple of days ago? I'm still shaken by it. You mean that golden blue one? It seems that it was because Miss Qin protected that giant python that Commander Qin became so angry. Protecting a giant python? That's outrageous. Is that python some kind of human in disguise? The eldest daughter of the Qin family is breaking ties with Commander Qin for a beast. Shoo, let's keep patrolling. Hey, look over there, isn't that something? A flashlight. One of the guards suddenly whispered. A flashlight. The other guard frowned and looked over. In an instant, the hairs on his body stood on end. No, don't move. He stammered, but his companion, who seemed to be nearsighted, still couldn't see where the two beams of light came from. What? The guard spat impatiently, and the next second he walked towards the light, relying on his gun. The other guard complained bitterly, but dared not make any rash moves, and just stood stiffly in place. Finally, the guard's vision gradually cleared as he approached the light. What came into view was a pair of dark green pupils shimmering with an eerie light, and a long, winding body behind him that emitted a strange blue glow. In that instant, the air was so still that you could hear a pin drop. Before the guard could even scream, Yifeng flung him away, sending him crashing into a rock some distance away. His fate was unknown. The other creature, however, was quite interesting. It stood motionless in place, clearly possessing some common sense and understanding that snakes have extremely poor eyesight. Sometimes, they really can't see static things. Unfortunately, a few days ago, Yifeng might not have been able to see him, but now, boom. A flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, followed by a sudden downpour. Yifeng looked blankly at the sky. He had checked the weather forecast today, and there was no rain. Suddenly, his pupils trembled and contracted. In the darkness of night, a large number of flames, resembling shooting stars, appeared, and together with lightning, they turned half the sky into a furnace. How is this possible? Yifeng looked up in disbelief, ignoring even the fleeing guard, because Chapter 24 The Second Premature Landing of the Primal Stone. The second meteorite fall happened ahead of schedule. Yifeng's expression gradually turned serious. This life, with its rebirth, has led to many things unfolding differently from the previous one, especially the arrangement of ferocious beasts within the Dragon Kingdom. For example, in the previous life, the Golden Python and the Hellish Divine Bull both survived to the end, one becoming an overlord and the other becoming a monarch-level super beast. However, in this life, he was devoured by himself ahead of time. Although Yifeng had never seen those two saber-toothed tigers and the Hass giant eagle in his previous life, they were among the first to fuse with the primal stone. If they hadn't died prematurely, their future achievements would not have been low. But all of this changed with the appearance of Yifeng. Even more bizarrely, the second Originium landed ahead of schedule. According to Yifeng's calculations, the second primordial stone should have landed in 3 days. The fact that this is happening now means something must have gone wrong. Perhaps it's due to the sheer number of ferocious beasts. Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Since the second primo gem landed earlier than expected, it means that this is not fixed, but rather there are conditions that trigger it. In this life, due to his own deliberate actions, many super beasts perished prematurely, including many mutated and ancient species. A bold hypothesis: if the number of evolved monsters on Earth is reduced to a certain extent, it will trigger a second fall of the primal stone, thereby accelerating the global evolution of monsters. This is not impossible, because the first batch of raw stones landed not only within the Dragon Kingdom, but also in the Sang Kingdom, where mutated species also landed among the first batch of raw stones that fell in the previous life. It is said to be a giant snake with 8 heads. As Yifeng's mind raced, the raw stones on the sky began to fall, landing on a high slope not far away. Quick! Emergency! The people in the camp filed out, fully armed, and headed towards the high slope. Yifeng was shaken. He concealed himself. During this time, a jeep drove away, and through the window, Yifeng saw the indifferent man inside. Chen Zifeng. They all went to check on the landing of the raw stone, which presented a perfect opportunity to rescue Qin Yeru. Pung! With a loud crash, Yifeng smashed through the iron bars and sped forward while sensing Qin Yeru's location. Were only men in the camp, Yifeng quickly located the other person's position. Surprisingly, Qin Xiaoming was not by her side. Enemy. When Yifeng arrived at the place where Qin Yeru was being held, before he could even break in, the guards on duty screamed in alarm. Unfortunately, he was knocked unconscious by a tail whip in the next second. After finishing, Yifeng stared at the door for 2 seconds, then used his tail to hook the key from the guard's waist, and then used his mouth to open the door. Don't waste your breath, I won't be with you. Qin Yeru said coldly, her back to the door. Yifeng was slightly taken aback, then realized that these words were directed at Chen Zifeng. I'm here to rescue you, Yifeng said calmly. Qin Yeru's delicate body paused, and she suddenly turned her head, looking into Yifeng's eyes with a look of joy. Thank goodness, you're all right. Yifeng nodded. Of course he would be fine. By the way, I found out what you asked me to look into, about that meteorite fall. Qin Yeru said softly. Stop talking. Yifeng shook his head. So much time had passed since the first meteorite impact that those giant beasts wouldn't stay in their original positions waiting for Yifeng to devour them. What happened? She couldn't help but ask. Looking out the window, she suddenly remembered that day in the stone forest of Shenanjia, when a meteor fell, turning the night sky as bright as day. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the mountains and forests, and the earth trembled as if an earthquake had struck. In this situation, Qin Yeru's pretty face turned pale as she looked at Yifeng. Yifeng paused for a moment, then lowered his head, gesturing for her to come up. Qin Yeru obediently lay on Yifeng's body, the wet and soft sensation giving her a strange feeling. Once the girl above him had regained her balance, Yifeng slowly raised his head and straightened up. Looking around, Qin Yeru realized that everyone in the camp had left, except for the soldier who had been guarding her. Dust billowed in the distance, and a huge figure could be vaguely seen running around within it. That is, Qin Yeru opened her red lips in astonishment. It turned out that it was not an earthquake at all, but wild animals running around. Their target is the high slopes to the southwest. Yifeng possessed the eyes of an eagle, allowing him to see more clearly than Qin Yeru. Some of the giant beasts were giant lizards, some were black panthers, and some wore the character king on their heads. These are not animals native to this ecosystem. Their identities are clear. The ferocious beasts that were transformed from the original stones were all attracted by the falling stones and wanted to seize them. That's right. These animals, by gaining the power of the primal stones, can evolve to become much stronger than if they devoured ordinary beasts. With so many colossal beasts, plus the raw stones from the fallen area, Yifeng's heart was filled with intense turmoil. Are you going too? Seemingly sensing Yifeng's excitement, Qin Yeru lowered her head and asked. Yifeng did not hide anything. Qin Yeru pursed her red lips, her worry evident in her eyes, but she said nothing. She knew that Yifeng had deliberately transformed into a giant python for a reason, and now that those strange stones were falling for the second time, Yifeng wouldn't give up this opportunity. I'll take you to a safe area first, Yifeng said, turning and walking out of the camp. Yifeng left. A giant gorilla crashed into the center of the camp, looked up at the commotion in the distance, pounded its chest, and roared. It's a monster. The guard nearby woke up, saw this scene, screamed and tried to run away, but was grabbed by the gorilla and stuffed into its mouth. Once they reached a safe area, Yifeng put Qin Yeru down. Just as he was about to turn around, Qin Yeru hugged his waist. Yifeng turned around in surprise and looked at her. Can I go with you? Qin Yeru asked, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Her eyes were filled with tears. Yes, she found herself developing special feelings for this giant python. It seemed that whenever the python was near her, she felt an extraordinary sense of security. That feeling was hard to describe, mixed with a touch of emotion, and it amplified infinitely whenever Yifeng's human figure appeared in my mind. No way. Yifeng refused without hesitation. There will definitely be a fierce battle later, and even he himself cannot estimate the level of danger. Qin Yeru's human body is so fragile that any ferocious beast could tear her to pieces. But if you leave me here, I might also encounter danger. Qin Yeru lowered her head, biting her red lips, avoiding looking at Yifeng, her tone carrying a hint of unreasonableness. She only wanted to be with Yifeng. Yifeng didn't notice anything unusual because Qin Yeru was right. Ferocious beasts from all directions were converging on this place, so it might not be truly safe. In Yifeng's thermal perception, which made his eyes light up slightly. Chapter 25 King Kong. Team leader Bai. Yifeng's sudden appearance startled the group of Xian, Iku who were on their way. It's you. Bai Yuhan calmed down from her panic, gently patted her high, firm chest, and breathed a sigh of relief. You're here too? She regretted asking the question as soon as she did. Yifeng was already connected to those mysteriously descended raw stones, and he certainly wouldn't let this opportunity pass him by. I essentially said something pointless. The mountain road is rugged and the night is dark. Team leader Bai, your Xian medical department must have come here for a reason, right? Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, we need to take a raw stone back for research. Bai Yuhan rolled her eyes at Yifeng, annoyed. After she got to know Yifeng, she felt that the snake's head wasn't so scary after all. Even so, the medical staff behind them couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances as they watched their team leader converse fluently with a giant python. This is so weird. I see. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then pushed Qin Yeru out from behind him. Take her with you. She's human. Yifeng said calmly. Qin Yeru was just getting in his way. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan's beautiful eyes flashed. Although they brought the armed forces of the Xian medical department this time, they were entering a horde of beasts, and it was difficult to guarantee their survival. But with Yifeng, it would be different. Yifeng's giant python is a rare sight in the world. Even those frantically charging beasts are no match for him. Okay. Bai Yuhan nodded decisively. Yifeng didn't waste any more words. Time didn't allow him to waste any more. He turned around and led the way. The group and the snake climbed to a high point to look down. Who was that person? Bai Yuhan frowned and looked towards the campsite at the foot of the mountain. Oh no. Yifeng activated his eagle vision, and his gaze suddenly darkened. Who else could those people stationed there be, if not Chen Zifeng's team? The place where the raw stone fell should not be crowded. Yifeng was confident he could win the first battle against the beasts. However, the appearance of Chen Zifeng and the others made the outcome unpredictable. Boss. Below, a soldier next to Chen Zifeng held binoculars and pointed at the rough stone that had been carved out in the distance, his face showing horror. Those shooting stars seemed to be heading straight for us. What? Chen Zifeng's expression changed drastically. They were stationed here, intending to occupy the high ground of this mountain forest to investigate the situation of the original stone's fall, but they did not expect that the original stone would crash here. What do we do, boss? The soldiers looked at Chen Zifeng in a panic. What's the panic? Chen Zifeng frowned and shouted in a low voice. Listen to me. Everyone pack your things immediately and retreat 30 miles. Yes. The surrounding soldiers nodded in unison, but at that moment, the ground began to tremble. What happened? Chen Zifeng's face darkened as he looked into the distance. The sound of the earthquake came from all directions, dust flew up from the ground, and soon things came into view. That's, boss, it's an African leopard, a soldier exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Fart. Upon seeing the leopard's size, Chen Zifeng immediately roared. Because that leopard was nearly 5 meters long, which far exceeded the length of an ordinary leopard. That is indeed an African leopard, a soldier said, his voice trembling with tears. The reason for this was that all the animals behind the African leopard had abnormal body proportions. Cougars, jackals, and black bears. Damn it, what is that? With a cry of surprise, a creature resembling a dinosaur appeared from among the herd. Godzilla. A soldier exclaimed in disbelief. System, initiate the scanning function. At the mountaintop, Yifeng also discovered this incredibly powerful monster, and solemnly murmured to himself. Activating the encyclopedia and illustration feature. Start scan. Bite. This creature has been detected as an ancient species, a Tyrannosaurus rex that underwent 5 evolutions. Tyrannosaurus rex? An ancient species? Yifeng's jaw dropped in shock. This creature has 2 short forelimbs and a thick tail. At first glance, it really does look a bit like Godzilla from the movies. But now Yifeng realized that this was the Tyrannosaurus rex, the carnivorous overlord from ancient times. A Tyrannosaurus rex that has undergone 5 evolutions. Yifeng's pupils shrank slightly. Although he was a mutant, the Tyrannosaurus rex's intimidating power was no less than his. To see what would happen if the prehistoric giant serpent Titanoboa and Tyrannosaurus rex were to fight each other. The conclusion is that Tyrannosaurus rex would have a high chance of winning unless the battle took place in waters where pythons are more adept. There are no water areas now, and facing a Tyrannosaurus rex that has undergone 5 evolutions, Yifeng feels a little pressure, but only a little. The characteristics of the immortal python allow it to deal with many powerful opponents. In addition, with the system's attributes, the Tyrannosaurus rex is just an ancient species, and even after 5 evolutions, it is no match for him. Pung. Roar. Just then, a deep roar rang out, followed by a series of thumping sounds, like hammers striking drums. Damn, King Kong. Upon seeing the colossal gorilla, 10 meters long, Yifeng couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Start scan. Ding. This species has been detected as an ancient Gigantopithecus, which has undergone 7 evolutions. The system's voice rang out, and Yifeng was utterly shocked. It's important to know that Yifeng had devoured 2 mutated species and several ancient species during this period to complete his 3rd evolution. Although he didn't have time to fight monsters while searching for the golden python, he missed many evolutions. But the number of times this giant ape has evolved is too outrageous, unless it has ravaged human territory. Human territory? Yifeng was stunned. Looking at the bloodstains around the giant ape's mouth, he felt a chill run down his spine. How many people did it have to eat to evolve to 7 times? Regardless, Yifeng knew he was about to face his biggest trouble since transforming into a beast, a giant ape that had evolved 7 times. Yifeng's mind, the image of the ferocious King Kong from the movies even appeared, except that this one was even bigger than the one in the movies, and its heart was even more violent than the one in the movies. Just then, in the area where the raw rocks had fallen below, the Tyrannosaurus rex and the giant ape were already locked in battle. Both sides roared and exerted their strongest strength. Surprisingly, the Tyrannosaurus rex, having evolved 5 times, was able to withstand the giant ape's attacks for a short period of time. These 2 ferocious beasts had evolved more times than he had, so Yifeng did not make a move immediately, but waited patiently for the right opportunity. Dealing with the Tyrannosaurus rex is easy, but dealing with a Gigantopithecus that has undergone 7 evolutions is not so easy. Chapter 26 Frosty Boar. The 2 ferocious beasts were fighting hand-to-hand below, but the fighting affected Chen Zifeng and his companions terribly. Boss, we've lost less than 100 men, a soldier exclaimed in fear. Evacuate in all areas. Chen Zifeng's face was grim. He never dreamed he would encounter a wild beast rampage. Their weapons were useless against the 2 fighting beasts. They were as insignificant as ants. What should we do? Bai Yuhan, holding a telescope, observed this scene, her pretty face revealing her worry. Even Chen Zifeng's team suffered such a terrible fate. How could they possibly get inside and obtain the raw stones? Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Yifeng. Yifeng understood her meaning, and after a moment's consideration, he said. The giant beast cannot devour all the primordial stones. You need to wait until after the great battle before you can go. This also comes from his memories of his previous life. While giant beasts can compete for primal stones to evolve, there is a limit to how far they can go. When they reach the critical point of evolution, they must find a safe place to evolve. There were many falling stones, and the giant beasts present could not digest them all. The remaining stones would still merge with the remaining people and transform into giant beasts. Bang! Roar! The raw stone landed, radiating light. With a roar, a giant bear emerged from the beast horde, letting out a furious howl. The raw stones have begun to fall. Upon seeing this, Yifeng's expression darkened slightly. The falling stone was not devoured by the giant beast. Instead, it fused with a soldier and evolved into a new creature. Ordinary giant bear. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, his expression unwavering. A single giant bear wasn't enough to alarm him. What truly worried him was the impending shower of sparks. Roar! Two excited roars rang out, seemingly indicating a shared understanding. Then, the two ancient creatures dispersed and began to devour other weaker creatures. Some of the attracted but relatively small beasts quickly met their demise, while the Tyrannosaurus rex and Gigantopithecus continued to grow larger. Wipe! Yifeng couldn't help but curse under his breath at the top of the slope. These two guys actually stopped fighting amongst themselves and united against the outsider? This is outrageous. Are you going down too? Standing to the side, looked at Yifeng and seemed to sense the restlessness in his heart. Yifeng nodded. If they didn't go down soon, the Tyrannosaurus rex and the giant ape would take full advantage of them. Upon hearing this, Qinye looked worried. Yifeng did not hesitate and twisted his huge body, rushing down the hillside towards the battlefield. So that's how it is. This is a super ancient Tyrannosaurus rex. As Yifeng approached the chaotic battle of the ferocious beasts, his pupils suddenly narrowed. On the back of the Tyrannosaurus rex, there was a row of light green scales, which clearly showed signs of mutation. Unfortunately, this is not a mutated species, but only a semi-mutated species. In the previous life, this type of ferocious beast was classified as a super. For example, a super ancient species is much stronger than a regular ancient species under the same conditions. Even so, the Tyrannosaurus rex could not possibly be a match for the Gigantopithecus. The only possibility is that the Gigantopithecus was holding back. What is it for when it releases water? Just then, a muffled roar suddenly came from the arena, carrying a chilling pressure that reverberated outwards. Even Yifeng was shaken by that oppressive aura. This is a mutant. Yifeng stared intently at a giant white tiger that was gradually materializing in the arena, his expression extremely solemn. Illustrated guide scanning initiated. Target organism detected, mutant species, frost boar. Frost pig. Yifeng was stunned, because the Ji was a ferocious beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, resembling a tiger in shape, with a tail like an ox, and a roar like a dog's bark. In his past life, Yifeng had encountered pigs before, but those were ordinary pigs, not this mutated frost pig. The frost boar appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped slightly. Relatively speaking, the mutated species carried an innate ferocious, beastly aura. The overwhelming pressure caused the Tyrannosaurus rex and the giant ape to hesitate, not to mention the weaker ferocious beasts, all of whom cowered and retreated. What have I turned into? Frostbow looked around in confusion and spoke in human language. The voice was clearly that of Commander Chen Zifeng. A newly born ferocious beast, its level is higher than ours, but it has never evolved. If the two of us join forces, we can split the spoils. A cunning glint flashed in the giant ape's eyes as it looked at the Tyrannosaurus rex beside it, and spoke. The Tyrannosaurus rex rubbed its paws restlessly against the ground. The pressure from the frost boar was immense, making it very uncomfortable. Of course, he didn't have a scanning system and assumed that the giant ape was in existence at the same level as him. After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. All three are of ancient species and possess the ability to communicate in human language. The other ferocious beasts possessed human-like intelligence, yet they were unable to speak and could only look at them with envy. Before Chen Zifeng could even process what was happening, he was suddenly attacked from both sides by a Tyrannosaurus rex and a giant ape. However, the giant ape was intentionally holding back its strength, while the Tyrannosaurus rex, the clumsy one, was attacking with great effort. After being beaten for a while, Chen Zifeng quickly mastered his abilities. He roared angrily, and sky blue light patterns surged from his body, affecting the surrounding area. Frost gathered at the feet of the ferocious beasts, causing their movement speed to drop sharply and even their attack movements to slow down, making them look ridiculous. What a bizarre ability. 3 silent cries arose from the hearts of the 3 ferocious beasts. The first 2 were naturally the giant ape and the Tyrannosaurus Rex who had fought Chen Zifeng, and they looked on with envy. It seems there are ferocious beasts of a higher level than them, and these beasts are born with extraordinary abilities. But they knew that ferocious beasts could devour each other, and perhaps by devouring this beast, they could gain its abilities. Unfortunately, only Yifeng knew that only by devouring each other could ferocious beasts of the same kind gain the other's abilities. None of the tiger-like beasts present were of high-level species, so they had no chance to devour the frost boar. Instead, it was Chen Zifeng's innate nature that made it devour several weaker wild beasts in succession. The growing power within him filled him with immense excitement, and his eyes blazed with an intense bloodlust. Make your move. With this in mind, Yifeng no longer hesitated. His massive body swept into the herd of beasts, and he opened his blood-red maw to devour a high-level golden leopard. As a dark blue light surged from his body, his imposing aura filled the air, causing all the ferocious beasts to show expressions of fear and retreat with whimpers. Yifeng stood tall and stood opposite Shuangzi. As the saying goes, enemies meeting are bound to be furious. The moment Chen Zifeng saw Yifeng, he flew into a rage, his roar filled with murderous intent. But none of them noticed that the moment Yifeng appeared, a gleam of excitement flashed in the eyes of the giant ape that had undergone 7 evolutions. Chapter 27 Fog City. This giant ape has been waiting for me. Yifeng's gaze swept over the giant beast before him, and when it passed over the giant ape, his eyes paused for a moment, and his expression darkened. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex was restless and uneasy. He could sense that among the 4 beasts present, he was the weakest. Chen Zifeng, who was present, undoubtedly wanted Yifeng to die the most, but the previous clash made him wary of the other 2 beasts, so he dared not make a move. They're all hiding their own agendas. Yifeng smiled. Since these 3 guys didn't dare to make a move, then the initiative was in his hands. Pung! A burst of flame shot out, sending Chen Zifeng flying several meters away. He glared angrily at Yifeng in a disheveled state. Asshole! He roared, but before he could finish, another Tyrannosaurus Rex greedily stepped forward. He was the weakest among them, and only by eating this frost boar could he hope to defeat the other giant beasts. Roll! It crashed down beside me, sending dust flying. The giant ape swatted the Tyrannosaurus Rex away with a single claw, its face revealing a ferocious expression. The Tyrannosaurus Rex got up from the ground, its face full of terror. It hadn't been without resistance to that attack. In fact, it had used almost all its strength. However, it was still no match for the giant ape's slap. Seeing the mockery in the giant ape's eyes, the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly realized that the giant ape had been hiding its strength throughout the previous battle. The fox's tail has finally been revealed. Yifeng moved the snake's body and stepped forward leisurely, saying. The giant ape looked at Yifeng with a wary expression. He could sense that Yifeng posed a greater threat than the other 2 giant beasts. Most importantly, he discovered traces of something resembling a giant python within the military camp, which is why he concealed his strength. That giant python was clearly the one right in front of us. The surrounding raw stones continued to fall, and one after another, colossal beasts were fused together and emerged. Some ordinary ferocious beasts no longer cared about the existence of these 4 guys and began to fight each other to the death. Yifeng didn't make a move after that fireball, observing the surrounding situation as he waited for something. Call! Suddenly, the sky changed dramatically, with rumbling thunder. Boom! A unique rough stone fell. Unlike the other red rough stones, this one shimmered with an eerie green. What is that? The ferocious beasts were incredibly greedy, believing that this raw stone was different from other stones and must contain the bloodline of some powerful demon beast. Only Yifeng's eyes flickered, and he slowly retreated. He had no connection with these guys. In fact, those military personnel had even hunted him down. Roar! The first group of ferocious beasts to approach let out painful screams, and their flesh gradually dried up, turning into black blood that flowed out. What is that? The giant ape, having undergone 7 evolutions, looked on in fear. This was the first time it had ever shown such an expression. As for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, standing to the side, it felt its scalp tingle. If it hadn't been so far away, it probably would have been among the bloodied beasts. Buzz. The terrifying change lasted only a moment before a visible plume of thick smoke spread out. Soon, the thick fog obscured the beast's vision. What happened? The panicked roar of a Tyrannosaurus rex echoed in the air. Roar! The next second, the Tyrannosaurus rex roared angrily. Damn it! Chun Zifeng, who had transformed into a frost-covered pig, looked panicked as thick smoke spread, blinding him as well. The Tyrannosaurus rex's scream just now clearly indicated that it had been attacked. It must have been that giant ape that attacked the Tyrannosaurus rex. Once the giant ape defeats the Tyrannosaurus rex, it might turn on itself. But what he didn't expect was that the one biting the Tyrannosaurus rex's neck was Yi Feng, whose body was flashing with strange light. That's right, this fog was exactly what he was waiting for. The unique terrain here was known as Fog City in the previous life. The dense fog could obscure the vision of most creatures. Ordinary humans here could only see within a meter. However, these organisms do not include leaf winds. Snakes have heat sensors, so even fog cannot block them, making the dense fog their best cover in battle. Gurgle, gurgle. Yi Feng bit the Tyrannosaurus rex's neck, channeling venom into its body. Soon, the Tyrannosaurus rex lost its vitality and gradually became limp. Yi Feng swallowed the Tyrannosaurus rex whole, and then the system notification sound appeared. Congratulations on devouring a super ancient Tyrannosaurus rex that has undergone 5 evolutions. You have gained 148 growth points. You have received attribute bonuses, strength attribute points increased by 10, and speed attribute points increased by 5. System, open the panel. Yi Feng spoke up. Character panel opened successfully. Host, Yi Feng's 3rd evolution. Species, Undying Python. Evolution points, 679, 800 points required for the next evolution. Functions, venomous fangs, fiery breath, golden scales, eagle-eyed gaze. Strength, 235. Speed, 174. Defense, 242. Constitution, 222. It can evolve again soon. Yi Feng exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes shining brightly in the mist. He quickly looked away. Even with eagle vision, one can only see a distance of 6 meters in this fog city, so it's not very useful. Therefore, thermal sensing is still more powerful. On the other side, the giant ape cautiously assumed an attack stance. He knew better than anyone that the only thing that could silently eliminate the Tyrannosaurus rex was the giant python that he feared so much. He couldn't even be sure of the giant python's level of evolution, but he figured it hadn't been as many times as he had, though its bloodline could suppress his own. The giant ape was calculating all of this in its mind, unaware that danger was slowly approaching it. With a roar, Frostboar Chun Zifeng suddenly bit his left arm from behind. Damn it! The giant ape angrily swung its arms, but it couldn't make Chun Zifeng release his jaws at all. The powerful bite force caused him excruciating pain. The giant ape knew that if things continued like this, his left arm would easily be ruined. Get out! Pig on its left arm onto the ground. Pung! A huge crater appeared, and the giant ape dragged its battered arms over, its eyes filled with a blood-red, murderous intent. There, a piece of his flesh was torn away. Are you crazy? You actually attacked me first. Since you want to die, don't blame me for granting your wish. The giant ape, clutching its bleeding arm, slammed its fist into the frost-covered boar's head. The first strike is the best policy. You just dealt with the Tyrannosaurus rex. Do you think you can let me leave safely? Chun Zifeng sneered disdainfully, unleashing his miraculous frostbite ability once more, causing the giant ape to slow down. He was able to dodge the attack. I dealt with the Tyrannosaurus rex. The giant ape was stunned for a moment, then cursed angrily. That idiot. Did he even deserve my... He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly felt something was wrong, and a strong sense of crisis welled up behind him. Bang! A simple, unadorned fireball reflected from his pupils and finally struck his chest. Roar! The giant ape scrambled to its feet, touching the burnt fur on its chest, its face unusually grim. It seems that not only is the Tyrannosaurus rex an idiot, but this frostboar is also a moron, actually thinking that he killed the Tyrannosaurus rex. At this moment, Chun Zifeng also realized what was happening and cautiously looked around. But where could they see Yi Feng? Unbeknownst to them, they had fallen into Yi Feng's hunt, feeling like lambs to the slaughter. Chapter 28: The Peril of the Giant Ape. Hiss! In an environment where the two beasts could not see him, Yi Feng flicked his tongue, but he did not rush to make a move. Why? that the frost boar and the giant ape have reached some kind of consensus. According to Yifeng's thermal perception, they are not far apart and can definitely sense each other's presence, but they tacitly refrain from attacking. They must be waiting for me to make my move. It doesn't matter. Yifeng stretched his body in the mist. So what if you two can stay up all night? Let's see how long you can last. Back in the day, Yi, was the champion of staying up all night. Even now, in its beast form, its charm remains undiminished. Half a day has passed. Yifeng was getting a little impatient. These two guys were actually staring at their surroundings so intently for a whole long time. Aren't your eyes tired? No, these two can't see each other at all. They're just using animalistic senses to detect each other. Yifeng thought to himself. Regardless, Yifeng decided to take action. The two beasts have been locked in a stalemate for half a day. Even though they haven't let their guard down, they're getting impatient and restless. This is the perfect opportunity for Yifeng to make his move. Just as Yifeng was about to launch a sneak attack on Chen Zifeng, a scream suddenly rang out from afar. It was a woman's voice. Yifeng's thermal sensing function fully activated. A group of people were approaching this direction when they encountered a Black Panther along the way. With his agile skills, Black Panther had already hunted down two team members. Bai Yuhan, didn't I tell them to stay up there? Yifeng had a headache. Even if they lose their sight, animals have a much more acute sense of smell than humans. Pig, who were still on guard against their surroundings, hesitated for a moment, and then turned and headed towards the location of Bai Yuhan and the others. The instant Yifeng left, as if it had been freed from its burdens. Meanwhile, the black leopard that was hunting down the members of the Xian medical department was unaware of the approaching danger. Danger! Bai Yuhan suddenly let out a soft cry and tackled Qin Yeru to the ground. Pung! The sudden soft touch made both women blush. While marveling at the other's magnificent appearance, they quickly got up. Qin Yeru, standing up, blushed furiously and stole a glance at Bai Yuhan's chest. Yifeng was speechless when he sensed Qin Yeru's subtle movements with his thermal sensors. Why was she still observing this at a time like this? Roar! The Black Panther roared from behind the two women, and a jet black panther face pressed against their faces, saliva dripping from its mouth. Qin Yeru was so frightened by the black leopard that she squatted down. Although Bai Yuhan was not as disheveled, her pretty face was also deathly pale. Yuhan, where are you? Yang Xiu's roar reached her ears, but with the black leopard right in front of her, how could Bai Yuhan dare to shout for help? Cold sweat streamed down Bai Yuhan's cheeks, dripping onto the ground. Wah! Without further hesitation, the Black Panther opened its blood-red maw and charged towards her, its eyes gleaming with the excitement of hunting. With a bend in the back leg, it launches off. The 3-meter distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Just as the Black Panther's sharp teeth were about to bite Bai Yuhan's tender neck, a huge snakehead bit into the panther's body first. Uft! In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, landing on the surrounding ground. Yifeng swallowed the Black Panther whole, and then slowly turned his neck back. Suddenly, a huge snakehead appeared in her line of sight, startling her so much that she sat down on the ground with a thud. I wasn't scared of the Black Panther and fell down, but I was scared of myself and fell down. Yifeng's lips twitched slightly as he slowly approached the two. Only then did Bai Yuhan recognize Yifeng, and a look of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Didn't I tell you to stay up there? If snakes really had eyebrows, Yifeng would be all furrowed in fury right now. If they hadn't been in danger, he might have already dealt with the other two giant beasts, an ancient species that had undergone 7 evolutions and a newly hatched mutant. Much better than this trashy Black Panther? Yifeng, a soft, gentle figure, suddenly leaned against Yifeng's waist, her tone filled with undisguised worry. The woman was Qin Yeru. She had just seen Yifeng confronting 3 giant beasts on the mountaintop, a very worrying scene, which is why she took the initiative to come and find Yifeng. But before they even reached this point, their vision was obscured by a thick fog, and then the herd of beasts went berserk. Yifeng, you came here with a purpose. At this moment, Bai Yuhan suddenly spoke in a deep voice, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She didn't know why Yifeng had returned to the Central Plains, but now she finally understood. Yifeng looked at her without speaking. He had to admit that this woman was intelligent, but that was all. He couldn't possibly tell her the secret of his rebirth, and she couldn't possibly think in that direction. Because this is too outrageous. Rebirth? That's something only legends can tell. If given the chance, you might be willing to accept and try becoming beasts, Yifeng said, his head bowed. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan's mind went blank for a moment. She looked at Yi Feng in a daze, not understanding why Yi Feng would say such a thing. Isn't it better to remain a human being? Why would he make us try to transform into beast forms? Is it because beast forms are more powerful? Everyone present undoubtedly scoffed at this. After all, in their minds, humans were the overlords of this world, possessing the highest level of intelligence and superior to all other creatures. Even if those strange stones could turn them into super powerful behemoths, so what? With current human technology, even the most powerful beasts cannot cause any trouble. Similarly, Bai Yuhan held the same idea, but her thinking was more profound. Her goal was to unravel the mysteries of these raw stones. In her mind, this was just an experiment. Seeing this, Yi Feng didn't say anything, but simply glanced at the rest of the room. He wasn't surprised by Bai Yuhan's reaction. After all, no one would give up a happy life to become a carnivorous, bloodthirsty beast. There was only one person present, her beautiful eyes gazing at Yi Feng with a strange gleam. It seems that some people actually choose to transform into giant beasts. That person, it's this guy? Qin Yeru tilted her head, and a thought suddenly occurred to her. Perhaps some great catastrophe would occur in the future, forcing her to voluntarily transform into a giant beast in order to cope with that catastrophe. This idea is not impossible. After all, even such bizarre situations are occurring now. Just as Yi Feng was about to escort them away from Fog City, a painful howl suddenly came from afar. Yi Feng's expression froze for a moment. Then he seemed to remember something, and suddenly raised his giant head to look into the distance, his pupils trembling. That's the voice of the seventh evolutionary giant ape? What kind of being could make that giant ape let out such a shrill scream? Chapter 29 by Xing. Wait here for me. I need to go take a look. Yi Feng turned towards Bai Yuhan and the others, and said in a deep voice. You better watch out. Qin Yeru said with concern. Judging from Yi Feng's solemn tone, the cry just now must have been no ordinary cry. Yi Feng's massive body swam, and the solemnity in his eyes seemed to permeate his entire being. If I'm not mistaken, that guy must have shown up. Roar! In the white mist, Yi Feng suddenly sensed two enormous figures, one of which was none other than the giant ape. As expected, Yi Feng stared at another humanoid behemoth, its body entirely white and even larger than the giant ape. A variant, the white Tamarinus. The somber sound, accompanied by the crunching of the white ape chewing on the giant ape's arm, sent chills down one's spine. The Bai Xing is a creature from the classic of mountains and seas. It resembles an ape, but is much more aggressive and has a fondness for eating human flesh. Who have been transformed into beasts will increasingly reveal their wild nature over time. This mutated white leopard clearly exhibits more of a beastly personality. Initiate encyclopedia scan. A mutant species has been discovered, the white monkey, which has undergone 4 evolutions. The system's voice emerged. Friendly reminder. There is a possibility of death or injury in the current fight against Bai Xing. Please make a decision carefully. Cautious. Yi Feng was taken aback. This was the first time the system had proactively warned him of danger. This white unicorn in my previous life. It wasn't a hegemon-level beast, but rather a monarch-level ferocious beast. His base of operations is Fog City. It's you. The white ape tossed the giant ape aside and stared at Yi Feng with unbridled eyes. This guy can see in the fog. Yi Feng's heart sank. This special ability was also the reason why Bai Xing chose Fog City as his base. Because this place is perfect for its growth. Unfortunately, its advantage in terms of vision is in no way inferior to its 4 evolutions. How did they evolve so many times? What puzzled Yi Feng the most was this place. Monkey alone has also evolved 4 times. Although it took him some time to find the golden python, the evolution speed of these creatures was truly astonishing. No wonder they became overlords in their previous life. However, he possesses a convenience that they do not have. Rebirth. I've seen you on TV. The giant white beast opened and closed its mouth, slowly standing up. Its height of 7 meters brought a great shock to Yi Feng. Yi Feng felt immense pressure, a pressure different from that of the golden python. In its previous life, the golden python was merely a weak overlord, occupying a swampy area of less than 30,000 square meters, making it a barely qualifying overlord. The Bai Xing, however, is different. Its Fog City territory spans a full 50,000 li. Among them, the Bai Xing is invincible. It is similar to a human and has flexible limbs, which can easily grab a giant python and tear it to pieces. That's right, I'm talking about myself. If I were caught by this white beast, my fate would be extremely miserable. Therefore, Yifeng hesitated. In his plan, he didn't want to encounter the Bai Xing so soon. He wanted to at least wait until he had devoured the group of ferocious beasts and completed his fourth evolution. Of course, most importantly, this guy can still watch TV even after turning into a big monkey. You are very strong, at least the strongest ferocious beast I have ever seen. You must have been transformed from those stones, right? Unexpectedly, the white beast actually started chatting with him. Narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy's nonchalant attitude seemed to indicate that he was certain of defeating him. Unfortunately, snakes are still at a significant disadvantage when facing gorillas. The saying that humans are the natural enemy of all animals is no joke. It seems you've eaten a lot of wild beasts lately to evolve like this, Bai Xing said to himself again when Yifeng didn't speak. Aren't you the same? Yifeng finally spoke, his tone indifferent. In that case, you should also know that there are many beasts like us in this world. I have a proposal. You cooperate with me, and we can survive together. Bai Xing's tone was calm, and it was clear that he was serious. Yifeng was taken aback upon hearing this. He never expected that this white beast would seek allies. But Bai Xing's thinking was not wrong either. This world was still full of dangers for them, including the same beast men, the human encirclement and suppression, and the threat of firearms. Various factors could lead to their death. But there was one thing that Bai Xing overlooked. That is this foggy city. The white beast had not been reborn, so it probably did not understand the concept of this fog, nor did it know what the fog city meant. These landscapes, altered by the raw stones, act as a natural protective shield for these mutated beastmen, and for humans to venture here is tantamount to entering their hunting grounds. Who could kill a 30-meter-long python or a 7-meter-tall white gorilla in a thick fog? The answer is no one. Therefore, Yifeng didn't need to cooperate with him at all. As long as he occupied this fog city, he could greatly increase his chances of survival. Since resources are scarce after transformation into a beast, why would Yifeng share resources with him? Therefore, Yifeng rejected the suggestion. You refuse. Xing was extremely surprised by Yifeng's reaction, and then his hair stood on end, as if he was somewhat angry. In his eyes, Yifeng was no match for him. He was superior to the giant python in both size and strength. How dare it refuse itself? Roar! Bai Xing roared in anger to express his dissatisfaction. However, Yifeng did not change his mind. Instead, he raised his neck and adopted an attack stance. Although the system warned him of a crisis, Yifeng was not too afraid. With his golden scales, the bloodline of the Undying python, and unique attack methods such as his breath fire, Yifeng was confident he could escape unscathed. This white unicorn is a formidable adversary. If it cannot be dealt with now, it will surely become a problem in the future. However, he doesn't have the strength to solve the problem right now, so he can only test the waters in advance to find out the other party's capabilities. Yifeng was filled with anticipation. He had never fought against a hegemon of this level in his previous life, so he felt a strange excitement. In his past life, he was just a small-time lord-like black bear. Today he is actually able to fight against a ferocious beast of the overlord level. Without rebirth, all of this would be a pipe dream. Yifeng quickly snapped out of his thoughts, because the white beast opposite him was already striding towards him. Bai Xing was still more than 10 meters away. He suddenly leaped up and landed after nearly 10 seconds in the air, kicking up dust that quickly blurred Yifeng's vision. But Bai Xing didn't know that pythons don't really rely on their eyes. In the heat induction, the white beast stretched out its two giant arms, forming an embracing shape, and slapped at Yifeng's body. One can imagine that if this blow had hit, Yifeng would have been squeezed and deformed. What a ruthless guy. Yifeng felt a pang in his heart. He couldn't bear to turn himself into a meat pie. He immediately flew backward, leaving scratch marks on the ground with his snake body. Pung! The air trembled, and the sound of the white celestial beast striking its shell rang out. Faced with an empty palm, Bai Xing was momentarily stunned. He had clearly confused his vision, so how could the giant python have escaped his attack so nimbly? Could it be that he has some special methods? Thinking of this, Bai Xing couldn't help but snort coldly. Beasts like us, who are different from others, all have some special abilities of our own. I suppose your special ability is related to eyesight. Are you a mutated cobra? Yifeng was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, you actually guessed that? I'm truly impressed. However, I am not some cobra. I am of the supreme immortal python bloodline. Moreover, I have several special abilities. Even if you're undisturbed, so what? You're a snake, inherently flawed in your movements, and can't possibly be my match. Bai Xing roared. Leaping into the air once more, his mountain-like body soaring into the sky before crashing down heavily onto Yifeng's head. Chapter 30 Level 3 Berserk. Peng retreated rapidly, and the dust swirling in front of him made his heart sink. This white monkey is much stronger than I imagined. After all, he still possesses the system, which grants him additional attribute points. Under these circumstances, even if he has only evolved 3 times, he is nearly on par with a beast that has evolved 4 times. But this white monkey was far more powerful than him. I'm afraid, it's getting infinitely close to a super mutant. This is a formidable opponent, and I have no way to devour it right now. Yifeng quickly made a judgment. The origin of this white monkey had always been a mystery in his previous life. Although it is not among the top 10 overlords, it has an extremely eerie reputation, the reason being Fog City. Thanks to its unique and extraordinary location, almost no powerful mutated beasts venture deep into Fog City to challenge it. As for snakes, although they possess heat-sensing abilities, they are far inferior in form to the humanoid white stag. After all, snakes have limited mobility as they lack limbs. Hee, if you don't use your special ability soon, you'll die here today. After a few rounds, Bai Xing jumped off the battlefield, grinning with a sinister expression. Yifeng's eyes were heavy, with a hint of impatience. The white beast almost completely outmaneuvered Yifeng, who didn't even have a chance to get close to its vital points. This puzzled him greatly. If he hadn't been of such low status in his previous life, only knowing the landing locations of the Undying Python and the Golden Python, he wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. After all, Yifeng's principle is that the stronger the bloodline, the better. Of course, the Undying Python wasn't entirely useless. Thanks to its powerful healing ability, Yifeng emerged unscathed from these battles. After saying that, the white beast paused for a moment, then let out a soft, eh. He then realized that the leaves in the white mist had been emitting a faint blue glow. How could an ordinary giant python emit a blue light? So your special ability was already activated long ago. After pondering this, Bai Xing's expression darkened, and he finally began to understand what Yifeng's ability was. With such powerful healing abilities, they can practically achieve immortality. The white monkey looked at Yifeng with great interest. Indeed, it was very interested in Yifeng's special abilities. After transforming into such behemoths, they face constant threats of death, whether from other mutated behemoths or from human capture, all of which can cause them injury. Lacking human medical care, they can only heal themselves from their injuries, while the healing speed of ordinary ferocious beasts is either mediocre or as slow as a snail. It simply cannot satisfy his belligerent desires. If I could devour this guy, Bai Xing unconsciously licked his lips. He once devoured a fellow ape and gained a peculiar ability, which, although useless, still proved that animals can devour each other. Of course, the white beast did not know that devouring could not cross species, otherwise it would not have had this idea. Bai Xing, Yifeng also took a liking to Bai Xing's special abilities. The ability to see through the white mist is Bai Xing's innate ability, but his special ability is rather outrageous, practically a bug in the system. A massive boost. As the name suggests, this berserk amplification puts the user into a berserk state for a short period of time, thereby greatly increasing their strength and achieving victory in battle. Of course, it will cause a period of weakness after use, but this does not affect Yifeng's desire for it. Snort. Yifeng seemed to understand Bai Xing's thoughts and sneered disdainfully, as another layer of golden scales flashed around his body. This change surprised Bai Xing. What a strange snake. At this moment, Yifeng was covered in golden scales, his eyes were bright and piercing, and his natural aura, with blue and gold intertwined, gave the white beast the feeling of facing a real dragon. Unfortunately, there are no dragons in this world. Roar. A rough roar, accompanied by the rumbling sound of the white beast pounding its chest, reverberated in Yifeng's ears. At the same time, the giant ape with the torn arm also woke up, staring at the white ape in front of it with eyes full of terror. This was absolutely the most terrifying beast he had ever seen, bar none. Suddenly, he paused, because the white monkey's aura was fluctuating, as if it was preparing for battle. What could make it take this so seriously? It still remembered when it first encountered this white beast, how a casual punch had knocked it down, its terrifying strength far beyond its own. That's it. Through the mist, the ancient giant ape vaguely saw a giant python stretching endlessly. Such a python could only be the one that had just been fighting. These two guys and that frostboar should all be beings beyond my rank. If I can devour any one of them, I can soar to the heavens. Even in such a tragic state, the giant ape still stared greedily at Yi Feng and Bai Xing's figures. That's the power of attraction. With the giant ape's deep howl, much of the surrounding mist was shaken away. At the same time, both Yi Feng and the giant ape saw its true appearance. Its white fur, covering its body like a silver-clad garment, makes it look like a primitive man. But this is a caveman who is 7 meters tall. Bloodshot eyes, heavy breathing, and bulging muscles. All of this sent chills down the giant ape's spine, and terror welled up in its eyes. Because this is the state it was in when the giant ape punched it and severely injured it. Level 3 Berserk. Bai Xing vanished suddenly, reappearing above Yi Feng's head and slamming down. Damn, Level 3 Berserk. Yi Feng swiftly dodged. A hint of apprehension appeared in his eyes. These special abilities also have different levels, and they will randomly improve as the main body evolves. Generally, they will only be triggered when the initial body evolves into the complete body. However, this white beast must have had some incredible luck, as its initial level was already level 3. No, not necessarily. Dodging the attacks of the white beast, Yi Feng was still pondering. A researcher once said that the initial skills of these giant beasts may not all have been improved through later evolution. Some of the luckier animals are born with advanced skills. You could say they were born with exceptional talent, or you could say these guys were born to be protagonists. But damn it, I'm the main character. Yi Feng couldn't help but complain that he, as a reborn person, had never encountered such a situation, but this big guy had. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yi Feng unleashed a burst of flames. Damn it. The white beast had just crawled out of the pit when it was attacked by flames, instantly enraging it, as the fire made its first smell burnt. What the hell? Yi Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the white beast was afraid of fire. He wondered what would happen if his fire burned away all its white fur. Yi Feng couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. Chapter 31 Strangulation. How do you still have the ability? Bai Xing's voice, filled with surprise and anger, came as he looked at Yi Feng with suspicion and uncertainty. A bizarre healing ability, powerful defensive golden scales, and this inexplicable fire-breathing technique. Bai Xing was deeply confused. These 3 powerful abilities undoubtedly stem from a formidable bloodline of a ferocious beast, and may even be of the same level as his. Since the last time the primal stone fell, he had only encountered one creature of the same level as himself, but the two could not determine who was stronger, and they had not seen each other since. Even the poor fellow lying at his feet was not of a higher rank than himself. Ferocious beasts can sense each other's rank based on their size and aura. Yi Feng raised his head. He was a man with a system. How could he be like these ordinary giant beasts? Of course, of the abilities he possesses, only 3 come from mutated species. The other 2 are from ancient species, venomous fangs and eagle eyes. In comparison, the boost from these 2 functions is not as significant as that from the other 3. They only serve a supplementary purpose. But after today, I will have a 5th talent. Yi Feng hissed, flicking his tongue. In his view, to reach the top in this life, he must devour the most powerful mutated beasts. Ordinary wild animals are no longer worth his attention. One reason is that their associated abilities are too weak, and the other is that their growth potential is extremely low. Instead of wasting time hunting them, it's better to track down the mutated and ancient species. The natural landscape created from these raw stones provided him with just such an opportunity. The terrain attracts giant beasts transformed from raw stones, which he can then hunt down. This is the main reason why he traveled thousands of miles to get here. There weren't many original stone formations in the Dragon Kingdom during this stone descent. It seems there were only 3. So what if you have 3 talents? You are still no match for me. Bai Xing's arrogant laughter came from the other side. He could sense that Yi Feng's growth seemed to be somewhat behind his own, which was an unexpected pleasant surprise. Snort. Yi Feng snorted coldly. Although the system had warned of danger, it would be too insulting to the word rebirth if he were to be killed by a white monkey that had not yet grown up. Brush. A sound of energy surging filled the air as Yi Feng flicked his giant tail, sending Bai Xing staggering with lightning speed. His 7-meter height caused him to sway violently, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Asshole! The white python, regaining its senses, glared angrily. This arrogant and ignorant python dared to provoke it. The next second, Bai Xing suddenly leaped up, clasped his fists together, and slammed them down on Yi Feng's tail like a heavy hammer. Yi Feng flicked his tail, quickly dodging the white beast's attack. He discovered Bai Xing's weakness, his speed of movement. Although the white beast is incredibly strong, it is slow. In fact, if Yifeng makes a point of it, the white beast cannot even touch its body. Of course, if you come into contact with a Baixing, you risk death. After all, this guy is in a level 3 berserk state. Xing, who was repeatedly pounding the ground, Yifeng's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. He only had one decision: to delay. Keep dragging it out until the white monkey is completely exhausted. But nearly half an hour had passed, and Baixing still showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, the crimson color in his eyes grew even more intense. In this situation, Yifeng began to struggle to dodge and had to concentrate fully on dealing with the situation. Even so, a slight misstep could turn you into a meat pie. What's going on? Yifeng looked at Baixing in disbelief. Why was this guy tireless? He caught a glimpse of the one-armed giant ape beside him out of the corner of his eye, and suddenly his eyes narrowed as he thought of an impossible possibility. The ancient cannibalistic ape race possesses a bizarre ability. They can transform the flesh and blood of any animal into energy, providing an inexhaustible source of combat power. Yifeng's heart sank to the bottom. The white ape in front of us has endured for so long without showing any signs of fatigue, which is very much in line with the abilities of a cannibalistic ape. This white ape devoured a man-eating ape and even gained its abilities? This is incredible luck. Yifeng complained. He thought to himself that he was in big trouble. No wonder the system warned of danger. So that's where the danger was. With its level 3 berserk mode and blood replenishment ability, the white beast is virtually invincible among beasts of the same level. Although he will be in a short period of weakness after such a battle, as long as he wins, he will be the overlord. This is a huge problem. Yifeng murmured to himself, somewhat regretting that he hadn't managed to escape in an instant. He had been fighting Baixing for half an hour, and his strength was severely depleted, making it difficult to escape from his opponent. We have no choice but to go for it. But facing the level 3 berserk Baixing, he had no choice but to temporarily avoid a direct confrontation. I never expected that my cleverness would backfire. Yifeng looked at Baixing with a self-deprecating smile. At the same time, Baixing also noticed this situation, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. What? You found out? After saying that, Baixing laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, you fool. Do you even know what I did in my previous life? You still want to plot against me? In the end, didn't they just dig their own graves? Baixing said disdainfully. May I ask what you did before, sir? Yifeng humbly sought advice. Baixing was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Yifeng to ask such a question. After a moment's thought, his smile grew even more arrogant. I'm the security manager. Security manager? Yifeng was taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise. Could you be the security captain? You could say that, Baixing said, seemingly extremely proud of it. He then added, but I'm not the kind of security guard who just watches over doors. I'm a proper bodyguard. Remaining silent, Yifeng slowly withdrew from Baixing's attack range, and before the other party could react, he spewed out a mouthful of raging fire. You bastard, how dare you ambush me? The smell of burning filled the air, and the furious voice of the white beast emerged. Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't dared to breathe fire when they were too close, fearing that Baixing would come over and tear his mouth off. However, this guy doesn't seem to be very bright. He started pretending after I casually asked him a question. It's still very ethereal. Flames ignited on the white beast's body, and the creature, filled with alarm and rage, charged towards a distant lake, attempting to extinguish the flames. Before the flames could be extinguished, a thick python's body coiled around its waist, all the way down to its neck, following the flow of water. The feeling of suffocation instantly alerted Baixing. He then remembered that Python's signature move in hunting prey was constriction. Chapter 32 Qin Yeru's Visit. You deliberately lured me into this pool. Baixing's intermittent voice came from his throat. His pupils were somewhat unfocused, but one could still see the fear and anger in them. Nature. Yifeng slowly climbed onto his head, tightened his grip, and poured all his strength into Baixing. Whitesnake struggled. It encountered resistance in the water, and Yifeng's smooth snake body blended into the water, making it difficult to break free. The life of this enormous creature is slowly fading away. A long time. Baixing finally lost his last breath. His neck was snapped by Yifeng, and he fell completely into the pool, splashing water 10 feet high. Swallowed the creature whole without any effort, and also replenished his fluids. Congratulations on devouring the mutated white leopard. You have gained 307 evolution points, and you have gained 20 points to your strength attribute. That's it. Yifeng was shocked and suspected that the system had suddenly frozen, so he stayed where he was and waited for a moment. A few minutes later, a snail crawled away in front of Yifeng. Yifeng finally realized that the system hadn't short-circuited. Those were all the rewards. Oh, right. It's not always possible to trigger a skill, Yifeng said with a pained expression. After all, how could someone like me, a major protagonist, have such a bad day? Is it possible that my luck stat isn't maxed out? Before this, he always thought that in addition to the system after his rebirth, he had another cheat, which was being a lucky person. It seems he was overthinking things. Level 3 Berserk and Blood Supplement are both extremely comprehensive abilities. Even acquiring just one would greatly enhance my strength. Too bad my luck is gone. Yifeng was somewhat disappointed that he hadn't been able to unleash his skills. After grumbling for a while, he leisurely walked towards Bai Yuhan and the others. Bai Yuhan was leading her team on high alert when she suddenly sensed something approaching and immediately began to look around nervously. It's me. Yifeng swayed and walked up to her, revealing a huge snake head with pupils like lanterns. Puff! Bai Yuhan plopped down on the ground, her pretty face unable to hide her anger. Why do you always show up like this? Alright, let's not waste any more time. I'll see you off. I have other things to do. Yifeng spoke in human language. The medical staff looked at each other in bewilderment. A giant python spoke human language. If the people hadn't known that the python was actually a human in disguise, they might have really thought it was a demon. On the way, Yifeng carried Qin Yeru on his back, with Bai Yuhan following closely behind. Qin Yeru was injured and sprained her ankle, so she had Yifeng carry her on his head. Fortunately, Yifeng was very large, so there was no problem for him to sit on it. What are you going to do next? Bai Yuhan asked in a cool voice. During this time, she investigated Yifeng's identity and found no flaws. He was just an ordinary person. Therefore, she was extremely curious about Yifeng's actions. Yifeng turned his gaze to her, but didn't speak. After a moment of contemplation, he finally opened his mouth and said, I need a secluded place to evolve. White fog has appeared here, and the landscape has changed so drastically. The Dragon Kingdom government will definitely send people to investigate thoroughly. This place is not suitable for me to stay. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan understood. Evolution. She stared at Yifeng in confusion. It was already so big. If it could still evolve, what would it become? Yes. Yifeng nodded slightly. We've done research on that drop of blood you had before, and it didn't come from the genes of a species on Earth. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Yuhan finally spoke. Yifeng blinked. He understood that the other party wanted him to answer their questions. He sighed, but finally said it. Within a month, the entire planet will fall, and the era of global bestiality will begin. What? Bai Yuhan's breath hitched, followed by her chest heaving violently as she stared at Yifeng with her beautiful eyes. Are you telling the truth? Yifeng didn't speak, but the result was obvious. Bai Yuhan lowered her head, her mind reeling with turmoil. The 2 consecutive meteor showers have already illustrated a lot. Global bestiality? Regression to antiquity? Will human civilization cease to exist then? Bai Yuhan was in a state of extreme confusion, and she couldn't wait to report the news. The raw stone behind you may become the key to dominating the world in the future, Yifeng said to himself. Bai Yuhan was taken aback. It turned out that Yifeng knew they had obtained the raw stone. Fortunately, Yifeng wasn't very interested in the raw stone, because he could tell that the species contained within it were only of ordinary level. Yifeng's evolution points have reached 800, which allows him to evolve. Evolution's hiding place is a private villa in the Central Plains region owned by Qin Yeru. During Yifeng's evolution, news frequently broke from all over the world. United States, a 3-headed, terrifying dog, suspected of spewing hellfire, has appeared and burned Chicago. Police are actively searching for it. Britain, a giant griffin, resembling the griffin from ancient mythology, has appeared in the sky. Its wings are generating strong winds, and it has destroyed an office building in Leighton Center. The military has dispatched fighter jets to hunt it down. Manhwa, a magnitude 10.8 earthquake struck, causing nearly a quarter of the island to collapse and sink. Some people claim to have seen giant mutated earthworms. Mystic Medicine Department. Bai Yuhan was looking at piles of documents in her office, almost all of which were recent headlines from various countries, and most of them were related to animals. It seems what he said is true. Bai Yuhan murmured absent-mindedly. There was a file on her right, but it was a human file. The owner of the file was none other than Yifeng. Yifeng, a third-year student at Jiang Province University, has no social relationships, and his grades. Well, they're appalling. Family. Parents are alive and well, and I have a younger sister. Younger sister? Bai Yuhan suddenly looked up and was startled. The Yi family. Uncle and auntie. A gentle and charming woman in a long dress visited the Yi family with gifts, which thrilled the couple. When have they ever seen such a beautiful and well-mannered girl? The neighbors noticed that the car the girl drove was a luxury car worth at least $1 million. Immediately, everyone began to speculate about the girl's identity. You are faced with such a woman with such an excellent temperament and a hint of nobility. Ye's father was somewhat at a loss. As for Ye's mother, she was at a loss and started pouring tea in the room. Hello, uncles and aunts. I'm Yifeng's friend. My name is Qin Yeru. The woman pursed her red lips and spoke in a clear, melodious voice. Xiaofeng's friend. Ye's father opened his mouth, but was speechless. Downstairs to listen to the commotion immediately erupted in a frenzy. What? This girl is Yifeng's friend? Wasn't he a good-for-nothing hoodlum at school? How does he know such a beautiful girl? Yifeng's really made something of himself. Do you know how much that car outside cost just now? The lively discussion made Ye's father reflect on the situation. Oh, come in first. He stepped aside. Qin Yeru stepped in with delight, and a chorus of sighs rose from outside. After all, she was an absolute beauty, and everyone was delighted just to look at her. Yi seemed to know what the neighbors were thinking. As he closed the door, he gave them a disdainful look. Who knows, this might be his future daughter-in-law. How could he let these guys look at her like that? Of course, he didn't know that his son had turned into a snake. Chapter 33 Letter of Entrustment. Little Wind. Inside the house, Ye's mother was pale and looked sorrowful. If this woman says that, something must have happened to Xiaofeng. Similarly, Yifeng also looked solemn, but there was a hidden sorrow in his eyes. Qin Yeru's beautiful eyes swept over the two elders, and after a moment's hesitation, she sighed and said, He's fine. My father intends to hire him and has sent him on a business trip overseas. He'll be back in a while. After she finished speaking, her eyes flickered. According to Yifeng's instructions, the world would soon be engulfed in a global beastification. Although she didn't know if it was true or not, she believed him. Therefore, she decided to keep it a secret for him for a while. I see. The two elders breathed a sigh of relief. Although they still had some doubts, the sadness in their eyes gradually disappeared. It turns out nothing's wrong. Then why hasn't he contacted us? After saying that, Mr. Yi looked at the pretty girl with a mixture of expectation and confusion. Because our work requires a high degree of confidentiality, you cannot see him. After saying that, Qin Yeru hesitated for a moment, then added, However, I can let you hear a recording of his voice. After speaking, Qin Yeru took out her phone, which displayed a pre-recorded voice message. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. I can go home in another 2 weeks. Yi Ru is my good friend, so please treat her well. These few words were enough to put the two elders at ease. Because this is indeed Yifeng's voice and speaking habits. In that case, thank you very much for taking care of me, Miss Qin. Mr. Yi said with a happy smile. Although it's a bit of a shame that Qin Yeru isn't Yifeng's girlfriend, the fact that his son can connect with someone like her means he's bound to have a bright future. After talking for a while, the door was suddenly knocked open, and a tall, slender girl walked in. Lingling, come and meet him. This is your brother's friend, Ye's mother called out. The young girl had a beautiful and refined appearance, possessing an elegant temperament that was rare among ordinary people. With bright eyes, white teeth, a delicate nose, and dignified and exquisite features, she was like a woman who had stepped out of an ancient painting, gentle and graceful. Brother's friend. Unexpectedly, the moment Yi Ling mentioned Yifeng, her brows furrowed involuntarily, as if she wasn't very friendly towards this older brother. After scrutinizing Qin Yeru for a moment, Yi Ling seemed to realize something, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, and she said with a hint of sneer, How could he possibly know someone like that? Qin Yeru was slightly taken aback. The relationship between these siblings didn't seem as harmonious as she had imagined. What Yifeng entrusted to me. Forehead. The two elders of the Yi family were both a little embarrassed. Ye's mother rolled her eyes at Yi Ling and then said, Your brother has been overseas for a while, so he hasn't come home. You don't need to worry. Yi Ling's eyebrows twitched slightly, a hint of relaxation flashing across her beautiful eyes, but her words were still merciless. When did I worry about him? Qin Yeru observed this scene, and with a flick of her beautiful eyes, she pushed a handwritten letter to Yi Ling. She nodded and said softly, This was left to you by your brother. He left me. Yi Ling was about to speak, but faced with 3 different gazes, she naturally swallowed the words that were about to come out. After hesitating for a moment, Yiling reached out her slender hand and took the letter without making a sound. I'm going back to my room. Inside Yiling's boudoir, she browsed the news on her computer, her delicate eyebrows twitching from time to time. What's going on? Many animals have escaped from the zoo, and they're even endangering human lives. Yiling pouted her red lips. The news was mostly about animals running into human settlements and causing riots, and there were quite a few of these kinds of news reports. That guy is really something, disappearing for so many days, only to give mom and dad a false alarm. Yiling rubbed her temples, hesitated for a moment, and then opened the letter. Seeing the words is like seeing the person. Lingling, by the time you read this letter, I will no longer be human. Upon seeing this line, Yiling's pupils suddenly contracted, and then her clear black and white eyes began to tremble wildly. Not human. What happened? Yiling, who was originally extremely dissatisfied with her irresponsible older brother, began to look down impatiently. What I'm about to tell you, you must remember very well, and don't tell anyone, including your parents. Within the next month, the phenomenon of humans turning into beasts will appear all over the world, and the whole world will fall into chaos. Don't panic. Just prepare the last of your food and water before the 15th, and stay at home and don't go out. I will come to find you. That short line of text enraged Yiling, who tore the letter to shreds in an instant. Absurd. Yiling was furious, and the young girl's breasts, which were just beginning to develop, heaved with her anger. It's one thing for this guy to be a good-for-nothing at school, but now he's making up such ridiculous excuses to lie to me and my parents. Yiling's beautiful eyes flashed, but they were sparks of fury. The end of the world, humans turning into beasts. Yiling found it increasingly ridiculous, her red lips curling into a sneer. In her eyes, her wayward brother was beyond redemption. The next day, Qin Yiru arrived at her villa in Jiang province to visit Yifeng. You've arrived. Yifeng's head emerged from the roof, his eyes gleaming with a clear light. He has evolved 4 times. The current attribute panel is Host, Yifeng's 4th evolution. Species, Undying Python. Evolution points, 26, 1,600 points required for the next evolution. Functions, venomous fangs, fiery breath, golden scales, eagle-eyed gaze. Strength, 243. Speed, 178. Defense, 249. Constitution, 231. You've evolved. Qin Yiru looked up, her beautiful eyes involuntarily narrowing slightly. After all, the impact of such a behemoth is still very significant, and it's not easy for ordinary people to adapt to it. Yifeng nodded. The thing I asked you to do. Yifeng asked softly. It's all taken care of. Qin Yiru nodded obediently. Then after a moment, her expression turned somewhat strange. But your sister. Forehead. Yifeng paused, somewhat embarrassed. This girl of mine is a real headache. She's never been very close to me since we were little, especially after I neglected my studies in college. That distance just turned into disdain. After transforming into a beast in his previous life, he lost all communication and completely lost contact with the other party, which he never found until his rebirth. In truth, this was also a regret of his past life. It's good that the letter has been given to her. Yifeng's tone suddenly became heavy. Where are you going next? Qin Yiru stared intently at Yifeng, paused, and then said, Recently, many animals like you have appeared. A large number of military forces have appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, probably to suppress these guys. You shouldn't show your face right now. Yifeng nodded, but a smile crept into his heart. Encirclement and suppression? There's no way you can completely encircle and suppress them all. In my past life, after the second primordial stone fell, these ferocious beasts began to spontaneously gather their power to fight against humans. However, this was news only known to the higher-ups. Ordinary people had no right to know and continued to live their lives as usual. Puff. Yifeng spat out a raw stone, covered by a thin film, which was a force within Yifeng's body that temporarily imprisoned the raw stone. He looked at Qin Yiru, hesitated for a moment, and then said, This is the raw stone of an ancient white python. After fusing with it, you can obtain its power. You want to fuse with it? Prelude to Chapter 34. Qin Yiru stared curiously at the glowing raw stone, and couldn't help but reach out her jade hand to touch it. Don't touch me. Yifeng instinctively stopped him. His shielding power could only last for a moment. If Qin Yiru really touched the raw stone, this shielding power would be useless. The result is that Qin Yiru will directly transform into a ferocious beast. He had actually considered finding a mutated gemstone for Chinyeru, but unfortunately, mutated gemstones were too rare. The second wave of the entire Fog City, only the frost boar was a mutated species, and it even managed to escape. Will I become like you? Chinyeru raised her eyebrows in surprise, then shook her head frantically. No, 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 I don't want to become like you. Yifeng tilted his head helplessly. He knew that Chinyeru still couldn't accept this situation, but no one could avoid the day when the world would turn into beasts. Rather than being hit by a randomly leveled gem falling from the sky, it's better to fuse with an ancient species now. He wouldn't force Chinyeru if she didn't want to. You'd better find a way to get me out of here. I can't stay in this villa forever, Yifeng said. He still needs to go out and find beasts to increase his evolution points, so returning to Fog City is the best option. Stay here for a couple of days. Chinyeru seemed to remember something, her brows furrowing slightly. Recently, a red wolf escaped into our city, and there's a large-scale manhunt in the city. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was taken aback. Red wolf. This is a high-level breed. Its strengths are speed and attack, but its defense is weak. However, if they were in large groups, even an ancient species would likely be killed on the spot. I understand. He nodded sullenly, his large head lying on the ground, looking rather bored. Chinyeru rolled her eyes at him, then turned on the TV. Look, behave yourself. Look at the chaos outside. Yifeng was taken aback. The footage on the screen was a report of the scene in Fog City. A news reporter is passionately announcing, Dear viewers, this is Shinlong Channel broadcasting for you. Before us lies a city shrouded in mist. As you can see, fluffy white fog blankets the area like cotton candy. Experts explain that this was a sudden weather event, a phenomenon rarely seen in China in the last century. Today, I will join my colleagues to venture into this wonderland of nature and explore the true reasons behind sudden weather changes. With that, the reporter, carrying his equipment, ventured into the fog. Yifeng and Chinyeru looked at each other in disbelief in front of the TV. These guys were a bit too brave, weren't they? Upon entering the foggy city, the photographer's vision was suddenly obscured by white fog. As you can see, it's pitch black here, but fortunately we have thermal imaging and other exploration equipment, so even in the face of dense fog. At this point, the reporter's voice suddenly choked. Screams erupted, and the camera inside abruptly cut off, switching the view to the cameraman who remained outside. The photographer stared blankly into the fog, then suddenly his pupils constricted, and fear mixed with trembling spread throughout his body. Through the fog, a dark shadow, of unknown origin, was rushing outwards. Help me! A shrill sound rang out, and the once eloquent reporter, his mouth now covered in blood, ran out with a terrified expression. Click! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and in their bewilderment, they saw a gaping maw devouring the reporter's leg. This horrifying scene turned everyone present pale. Crocodile! A labored sound rang out, and everyone realized that the monster covered in black scales was a huge crocodile. How come there are crocodiles here? Without prior arrangement, an atmosphere of fear began to brew around them. Even after the crocodile had completely swallowed the reporter, no one dared to run, either because their legs went weak with fear or because they were too scared to move, fearing they would become the crocodile's next target. Fortunately, after eating the reporter, the crocodile seemed to have no intention of staying any longer and turned to leave. Huff, huff, puff. At this moment, people sat down heavily on the ground, panting heavily, their eyes still filled with shock. However, this scene was witnessed by viewers in front of their televisions. You bastard. At CCTV, a middle-aged man, enraged, threw the documents in his hand away. Who allowed them to broadcast this program? Who approved the plan? The man was the director of the television station, but at this moment, all that remained in his eyes was despair. Something happened. Back when it was a live broadcast for everyone, the whole world was watching. Bang! The gate was blasted open, and a squad of fully armed Chinese soldiers rushed in. The leader was a man, imposing and dignified, but with a cold and sharp gaze. Lin Hongxing, you are suspected of spreading false information and inciting public panic. You have now been arrested. Take away. As the man shouted in a loud voice, 2 soldiers rushed out and handcuffed the station chief. Captain, why are we arresting him? One of the soldiers was confused and ran to his captain to ask. Fang Yuanan's expression was solemn. He glanced at his clueless underling and said meaningfully, This is an order from above. Yifeng, what was that just now? Inside the villa, Chinyeru remained frozen in place. She had only intended to show Yifeng the recent news, but this unexpected turn of events had unfolded. She turned around and saw a flash of human-like excitement in Yifeng's eyes. Am I seeing things? Qin couldn't help but doubt herself. Ahem. Yifeng, having recovered from the shock, coughed lightly twice, but the light in his eyes still hadn't dimmed. Because he knew about this incident. In my past life, this was the very beginning of the transformation of beasts into humans. Yifeng's body were dancing with excitement. His era was about to begin. The next 3 days. About Fog City has gradually subsided, and the official announcement stated that it was a weather anomaly and the previous footage was for entertainment purposes. The authorities then dispatched troops to surround Fog City, claiming it was to evacuate its residents. However, several days passed, and not a single resident was seen emerging. On the third day, someone posted news online again that glaciers and snowfields had appeared on the Tibetan plateau, with snow covering hundreds of miles, making it difficult for humans to survive there. Some people claimed to have seen mammoths and saber-toothed tigers from the Ice Age. On the fourth day, news came from the western regions that a sandstorm had swept through the border town, leveling nearly 1,000 miles of land. Some people claimed to have seen giant scorpions slaughtering people in the sand. On the fifth day, Yifeng finally couldn't hold back any longer and left the villa with Qin Yeru's help. Chapter 35 Cleaning. General Manager Chun, we are very sorry about your son's situation, but the situation in Fog City is of utmost importance. Please do your best. Outside the city of Fog, a well-equipped army stood guard, led by a dignified man wearing a cloak. Chun Wanchuan, Chun Zifeng's father, is a top-tier general in the Dragon Kingdom. Not long ago, he received news that his son's team had ventured deep into the heart of these mountains and forests, just as these strange fogs began to spread. He sent 3 small teams into the area to explore, but all of them emerged from a brutal chase by ferocious beasts. This proves that Chun Zifeng's team is in grave danger. Chief Chun, I heard that your son is after that woman from the Qin family. After a moment's hesitation, the man beside him said in a deep voice. The Qin family? Qin Yeru? Chun Wanchuan's gaze suddenly sharpened. Yes, you've heard about what's been going on lately, haven't you? The man beside him said, glancing around for a moment before lowering his voice to continue. Those inexplicable ferocious beasts could all be transformed humans, including the beasts in this Fog City. Perhaps your son didn't die, and has also become one of the ferocious beasts. Upon hearing this, Chun Wanchuan's expression changed drastically. He stared at the man with a serious look and said, word by word, are you telling the truth? The man hesitated for a moment, then said, it's an insider information from the Department of Mystic Medicine, and it's about 70% true. Creak. The air crackled with the sound of bones snapping. Chun Wanchuan, his face ashen, roared in a low voice. Why is Qin Yeru here for no reason when she's not in the capital? Seeing the hatred in Chun Wanchuan's eyes, the man beside him struggled, but when he thought of the situation in Wuqing, he gritted his teeth fiercely. It's because of that giant python that appeared in the news not long ago. Qin Yeru came here following it. The higher-ups said that if you can resolve the Fog City issue, we can grant you access to the Sky Eye and allow you to search for your son with all your might. Upon hearing this, Chun Wanchuan trembled slightly. After a long while, he calmed down and uttered 2 words. Really? Of course, said the man beside him. I not only want to find my son, but also catch that giant python. Chun Wanchuan said indifferently. Make a deal. Pass on my order. Everyone wear thermal imaging equipment, in groups of 10, carrying heavy weapons, and advance in a carpet-like manner to clear out Fog City. Tell the air combat forces to restore the weather conditions in Fog City at all costs. As Chun Wanchuan calmly issued his orders, the man beside him's eyes lit up slightly. Only a first-rate general like Chun Wanchuan has the ability to quickly quell the problems in Wuqing. On the edge of the foggy city. Hey, do you guys know this place? Fog City. A group of young men and women stood furtively in a loosely protected area, seemingly discussing something. Fog City. Wasn't there a news report a while ago about wild animals killing people here? What murder? It's just for the show. The official channels have already issued a statement. Hey. A cold laugh suddenly rang out, silencing the group of young men and women. Young Master Qin. A young man's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward, speaking in a fawning tone. Young Master Qin is from the capital. Do you have any inside scoops to share with us? This young man was none other than Qin Xiaoming. He glanced at the crowd. They were all college students, and most of them came from ordinary families. The only one who caught his eye was the young man who had spoken. His family was a second-rate aristocratic family in Jiang province, but in Qin Xiaoming's eyes, they were barely worth considering. I came today at his invitation because of a girl in this group. Upon realizing this, Qin Xiaoming couldn't help but look at the girl, who wore a black knee-length skirt, had fair legs, and a slender waist. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and beneath her delicate eyebrows were a pair of bright, spirited eyes, as clear as stars. These eyes, combined with her small, delicate nose, gave her an ethereal air. Her red lips, like cherry blossoms, evoke endless fantasies and possess a captivating beauty. Qin Xiaoming's eyes burned with uncontrollable passion. Even in the capital, such a beauty was a rare sight. He was the young master of the Qin family. Although he did not associate with those Wankuja spoiled brats, that did not mean he was not interested in beautiful women. Qin Xiaoming stared at the girl in the black dress, and when he saw that she wasn't looking at him, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. After all, his status is what it is. Ahem, does everyone know who young Master Qin is? Seemingly noticing Qin Xiaoming's embarrassment, the young man who had spoken earlier stepped forward and spoke up. Of course, his purpose was still to attract the attention of the girl in the black dress. What is your identity? Young Master Qin? Could it be? The girl in the black dress remained unmoved, continuing to gaze at the scenery beside the foggy city, while the other young men and women seemed quite interested. The surname Qin. It seems that there is only one famous person with the surname Qin in the capital. That's right, young Master Qin is from the capital. His connections span the entire Dragon Kingdom, even extending to the military. Today, let alone just observing this fog city, even if someone really wants to enter it for a hunt, young Master Qin has a way. The young man spoke eloquently, beaming with joy, as if he were the main character himself. Upon hearing this, the girl in the black dress, who had remained silent until now, finally turned her beautiful eyes and glanced at Qin Xiaoming. Qin Xiaoming felt invigorated and unconsciously straightened his chest. Young Master Qin has extensive connections. Do you know a woman surnamed Qin Yiru? A girl's delicate and melodious voice rang out. Qin Yiru. Qin Xiaoming raised an eyebrow, without thinking much, and said proudly, "To be honest, that is my elder sister." Wow. A wave of admiration swept through the audience. Qin Yiru was quite famous, especially among the younger generation. No other reason than that Qin Yiru is the #1 beauty of Qinglong University. With this title, it's no wonder he's famous all over the country. Oh, does young Master Qin know Yifeng? The girl asked again, her red lips parting slightly. Yifeng. Qin Xiaoming frowned, sensing that the name sounded familiar. A moment later, his face suddenly stiffened, and he stared blankly at the girl, saying, "You, how do you know the name Yifeng?" "Yifeng is my brother," the girl said casually, but her eyes were fixed on the other person like torches. "Yifeng is your brother?" Qin Xiaoming screamed in disbelief. After a moment, he realized his mistake and his expression gradually calmed down, but the confusion in his eyes was still hard to hide. "Isn't Yifeng that giant python? Is this his sister?" Qin Xiaoming glanced at Yi Ling with a complicated expression, then fell silent. Qin Xiaoming still vividly remembers the giant python's power. At that time, he had done something wrong, causing Yifeng to fall into danger. Although this matter was not exposed, he always felt a strange worry and guilt. Young Master Qin, why don't you take us in a fog city for a look?" Sensing the awkwardness, the young man from a second-rate family in Jiang province changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling was clearly somewhat tempted, but she was no longer so concerned about Yifeng's matter. Good. Qin Xiaoming glanced at Yi Ling's expression and nodded slightly. He also had some connection with Chun Zifeng's father. Although Chun Zifeng's whereabouts were unknown, it was still possible for his father to send people to protect them while they toured the outskirts. As for what was broadcast on TV, they treated it as just for entertainment purposes. Even if it wasn't, with a well-equipped squad protecting them, ordinary wild beasts couldn't cause them any harm. The group stepped into the fog city, unaware that a pair of deep, unseen eyes were watching them as they entered. Chapter 36 Changes in Fog City. General Manager Chun, why did you agree to let these young punks in? Fog City Command Post, an officer looked puzzled. These boys look like pampered students. Why would the commander allow them to enter and even send people to protect them? Keep in mind, they're about to wipe out Fog City. This person is Qin Yiru's younger brother. Chen Wanchuan's eyes were icy cold. I see. The junior officer suddenly realized. Pass on my order. Have the army set off now and make sure to conduct a thorough sweep ahead of them. Chen Wanchuan said. Yes. In the fog, as Yiling carefully followed the group, she pondered Qin Xiaoming's reaction before entering Fog City. It's obvious that Qin Xiaoming knows his brother, and judging from his reaction, it's more than just a simple acquaintance. My brother is just an ordinary student at Jian University. Even if it's for work purposes, it wouldn't be worth the Qin family's eldest daughter and young master personally making this trip to Jiang province. And that letter my brother left? Well, that was really outrageous. Yiling sighed. In the damp, cold fog, there was a sense of tranquility and peace, just like a night after a spring rain. Yiling raised her head slightly. Something's not right about this calm. As she gazed ahead at a place too far for the naked eye to see, she suddenly had the illusion that a gaping maw was waiting to devour them. The outskirts of Fog City. Yifeng leisurely arrived at the border of Fog City. The guards here were gone, and the traces of movement on the ground made Yifeng slightly surprised. So they've entered Fog City? Yifeng raised an eyebrow, then lightly licked the snake's tongue. 5 days have passed, and it seems that the mutated aura in Fog City has been completely completed. First, there is the change in environment. The humid fog is not suitable for humans to stay in for a long time. If the time is too long, the human body will experience various illnesses. Secondly, the mutated gas in Fog City has a deadly attraction to ferocious beasts, and even Yifeng was no exception. Therefore, there are quite a few mutated beasts in Fog City. Finally, once the mutated aura is fully completed, it will interfere with all magnetic fields within it, meaning that all the equipment and weapons that humans need to remotely control will become ineffective. Most importantly, they are unable to contact them. In this situation, no matter how powerful the army is, if they break into Fog City, they will only face certain death. Fog City is a natural sanctuary for mutated beasts. Roar. Faintly, Yifeng seemed to hear the roars of wild beasts, a declaration of war, as they began to vie for control of Fog City. This Fog City is the territory I set my sights on first. Yifeng raised his body, a pale blue light appeared, and as his burly body twisted, he began to venture deeper into the heart of Fog City. What happened here? After venturing only 200 meters, Qin Xiaoming and his group witnessed a horrifying scene. Bloody skeletons lay on the ground, creating a cruel sight. The leading soldiers were all carrying small fog-dispersing devices, and the moment they discovered the skeletons, they drew their guns from their waists. It looks like he just died recently, someone said. They look like soldiers, someone exclaimed in horror. Indeed, these people lying dead were wearing military uniforms. You have an operation in place? Qin Xiaoming suddenly looked up at the soldiers in front of him. Yes, the commander-in-chief has ordered the extermination of the savage beasts of Fog City, the soldier said coldly. The moment the words fell, all the students stared intently at him. What did he just say? Fog City is full of beasts. Was that scene on TV real? Is Fog City full of monsters? The only one who remained relatively calm was Yiling. The letter Yifeng had given her clearly came to mind. Not human. Global animalization. Prepare food and water and wait for your brother to rescue you. Is everything in that letter true? Yiling swayed involuntarily. She couldn't accept this fact. Humans were turning into beasts, and civilization was regressing. Compared to Yiling's situation, the others were in a much worse state. Qin Xiaoming, for example, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair, because he was the only one who had ever witnessed the power of those mutated giant beasts. Just take Yifeng's mutated Undying python for example. It was an incredibly terrifying existence. And if this whole city were filled with these kinds of monsters? No, that's not right. After a moment of fear, Qin Xiaoming suddenly calmed down. Besides the human corpses, there were also some wild animal corpses present. They looked like ordinary wolves and leopards, nothing like the monstrous giant python like Yifeng. This demonstrates that the army is capable of fighting these monsters. They did not encounter any wild beasts or monsters along the way because the army had already swept through the area ahead. Can we go back the way we came? Qin Xiaoming asked through gritted teeth. No. The soldiers gave the same answer in unison. The commander-in-chief said that we should follow the main force to ensure your safety. As long as we can rejoin the main force, we don't need to worry about safety, the soldiers replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoming and the others were stunned and exchanged glances. If they lose the protection of these soldiers, they might encounter some survivors on their way back, and tonight they will become food for wild beasts. It's better to join a larger group and take a gamble. You might just turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Yiling looked at the soldiers thoughtfully. They hadn't gone very far, but these guys refused to let us turn back. Although returning the way we came isn't very safe either, it's far more dangerous than facing the unknown beasts in Fog City. But the soldiers didn't agree? Unless someone gives them orders to chase after them. Yiling's heart sank, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. Holy crap, what's going on? Meanwhile, on the other side of Fog City, Yifeng stared blankly at the empty jungle. This was completely different from what he had imagined, and it could even be said that it had absolutely no relation to him. How could there be no ferocious beasts? How could so many people have died? The number of human deaths is clearly more than the number of wild animal deaths, which shouldn't be the case, Yifeng said, puzzled. Even if the Dragon Kingdom's army is weak, it can't be that bad. So why are so many humans dying? Yifeng suddenly thought of a possibility. That means the commander-in-chief is intentionally driving away these monsters. They want to take this opportunity to uncover the secrets. But how is that possible? Yifeng flicked his tongue. They probably don't know why these giant beasts are attacking humans. Because the beasts that absorb the mutated gas from Fog City will have their minds affected by a mysterious element, causing their humanity to weaken and slowly turn into bestiality. At that time, people will not be facing just ordinary wild beasts, but monsters that combine human intelligence with savage beast bodies. Click. Just then, Yifeng heard the sound of tree branches snapping behind him. Something was approaching. Chapter 37 Mutants. Dragon's Tail Swing. Without hesitation, Yifeng flicked his tail. A groan was heard, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Is it a person? Yifeng was slightly taken aback, but when he used thermal imaging, he found that it wasn't true. A fox. Yifeng's lips twitched, but he quickly realized that this was no ordinary fox. A mutated species, the white spirit fox. Yifeng's gaze gradually turned serious. In my previous life, the white spirit fox was an extremely rare species, but compared to other mutated species, it was much less useful. Because their ability is to accumulate spiritual energy and feed it back to other beasts, thereby helping them to evolve faster. As treasure detectors by other powerful mutated beasts. How lucky I am to have stumbled upon this. Looking at the unconscious little fox, Yifeng couldn't help but flick his tongue, his eyes filled with excitement. Due to the unique abilities of the white spirit fox, this type of mutated beast faced unprecedented hunting, and even when its numbers stabilized, there were only a dozen or so left. Moreover, these dozen or so spirit foxes are all controlled by overlord-level ferocious beasts. Yifeng actually encountered a lost white spirit fox. Isn't this fate? As the saying goes, a tool person needs to be trained from a young age. Yifeng flicked his tail, hoisting the white fox onto his head, before continuing his advance deeper into the Misty City. Along the way, Yifeng encountered several surviving demonic beasts, but the highest level was only a high-level species, not even enough to fill a tooth gap after swallowing them. Compared to Yifeng's situation, Qin Xiaoming and the others were in a much worse predicament. They encountered several powerful, lone beasts that, taking advantage of the foggy weather, circled around outside the area and quickly killed 3 soldiers who were escorting them. What exactly is this thing? Qin Xiaoming spoke timidly, hiding behind several soldiers, completely losing the imposing manner of the young master of the Qin family. The other soldiers looked even more grim, because despite using a range of tools, they were unable to catch even the slightest trace of the beast. They couldn't even determine the species of the beast that attacked them. It's a leopard, a black leopard. Yiling suddenly spoke up, her pretty face showing emotion. What? Several soldiers were stunned, looked at Yiling, and then shook their heads violently. Impossible. How could Black Panther have such speed? Not to mention them. Even Yiling herself had some doubts. Had she just seen it wrong? But her subconscious told her that she couldn't be wrong. Because she had just seen the Black Panther drag away the body of one of the soldiers, and she had read the encyclopedia. It was indeed the panther's fur. In reality, it was indeed a Black Panther harassing them at that moment. But this Black Panther had transcended the category of an ordinary Black Panther. It has undergone 9 evolutions. Unlike Yifeng, the evolution of ordinary beasts requires much less energy than the evolution of advanced beasts. Advanced species are much rarer than ancient species. By extension, the mutations actually require the most energy to evolve. This Black Panther has now completed its 9th evolution. Its physique is strong and robust, and it is almost at the completion stage. In some respects, its speed has surpassed that of ordinary Black Panthers, even leaving them hundreds of miles behind. It's now very difficult to spot it with the naked eye. Help me. A pitiful scream accompanied by the sound of the ground scraping against the earth, and yet another soldier disappeared before everyone's eyes. This bizarre situation chilled everyone to the bone, and a pall of despair hung over them. If a well-equipped squad struggles to even deal with a single Black Panther, what terrifying creatures are the main force clearing out ahead encountering? No, we can't just sit here and wait to die. We must find a way to get out of here, the leading soldier captain said calmly. That's impossible. If we stick together, we'll never get out of Fog City. Yiling murmured to herself from the side. The Black Panther had clearly set its sights on their group, but dared not attack directly, and could only use the cover of the thick fog to wear them down. A very clever choice. This made Yiling wonder if the ferocious beasts inside were actually transformed humans. Then what do you suggest we do? The soldier captain couldn't help but ask, his tone already showing signs of impatience. If you go with the main group, you might not encounter this kind of trouble at all. Dispersion. Yiling said subconsciously. What? The others couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What do you mean? If we split up, won't we be even more likely to die? A girl shouted. At this moment, her makeup was completely ruined, and her clean face was still wet with tears. No, she's right, Qin Xiaoming said in a deep voice. Those present were stunned. It was obvious that Qin Xiaoming was the protagonist of this team, or rather, his status as a rich second generation put him in a leadership position. Even the captain of the soldiers paused for a moment when he heard Qin Xiaoming's words. The group exchanged bewildered glances, somewhat confused by Qin Xiaoming's meaning. We scattered and ran in all directions, but there was only one Black Panther, and it couldn't catch us all. Once we reach a safe area, we can each decide whether to continue or return to the outside world. Qin Xiaoming explained. The soldier captain frowned. All right, form groups of 3. Each of you escort 2 students and break through separately. Soon, the soldier captain determined that the plan was feasible and immediately issued the order in an orderly manner. Yes. The group obeyed the order and then split into groups and left in different directions. The soldier captain led Qin Xiaoming and Yiling deeper into the territory, still preparing to rejoin the main force. Fearing the appearance of wild beasts like Black Panthers, returning the way they came was no longer safe. Only finding the main group could guarantee their safety. The rustling sound in the woods occasionally rang out, startling Qin Xiaoming, this spoiled rich kid, and sending a chill down his spine. Yiling raised her eyebrows with a hint of disdain. This guy is such a coward. In reality, Qin Xiaoming's reaction was purely psychological. Upon hearing that sound, the image of Yi Feng's giant python immediately came to mind. Roar! A suppressed roar suddenly rang out, causing the 3 of them to stiffen abruptly. It's the voice of the Black Panther. How could it have caught up with us at this time? Qin Xiaoming's body trembled. Yiling's face turned ugly. She had an absurd guess in her mind, but dared not say it out loud. I'm afraid the others have already met their demise, the soldier captain said through gritted teeth, his voice bitter. Qin Xiaoming was horrified. How could this be possible in such a short time? Tap tap. Despair. Suddenly, 3 dark figures emerged from before them. These 3 Black Panthers were more than twice the size of ordinary Black Panthers, and their eyes gleamed with a cold light. So there was more than one. The soldier captain realized, but then despair appeared before his eyes. They couldn't even handle 1 Black Panther, let alone 3. Death awaited them. Chapter 38 Frosty Boar. Roar. With a roar, the lead Black Panther charged out first, showing no fear as it faced the soldier captain's gunfire. Damn it, run. The gunfire stopped, and the soldier captain cursed angrily. He then threw away the rifle he was carrying and pulled out a pistol from his right side. Bang! Bang! After 2 gunshots, the soldier captain fell silent and slowly entered the Black Panther's belly. The other 2 Black Panthers did not rush to kill Yiling and Qin Xiaoming, but instead circled around them, blocking any possible escape routes. Furthermore, their eyes were gleaming with a scarlet bloodlust. If Yi Feng were here, he would be able to tell that they had been completely corrupted by the aura of Fog City and had become savage creatures with only bestial instincts. Compared to mutant and ancient species, which have powerful bloodlines, the Black Panther is just an ordinary species. It is easily confused by the aura and eventually becomes a complete beast. What are they doing? The sight of the Black Panther devouring the soldier captain in public terrified Qin Xiaoming so much that his legs went weak, and his face turned a ghastly greenish blue. It seems like they're toying with us. Yiling's pretty face was no better, as pale as moonlight, and her stomach was churning. Teasing us. Qin Xiaoming was stunned. Although he was a rich second generation with no real talent, he still knew the common sense that highly intelligent hunters would toy with their prey to gain pleasure. After a short while, the lead Black Panther seemed to have finished enjoying its meal. It raised its head, and a faint glimmer of clarity could be seen in its eyes. After it left the remaining corpse of the soldier captain, the other two Black Panthers quickly rushed up and began to devour the body, leaving it a bloody mess. Vomit. This scene made Qin Xiaoming unable to hold back any longer, and he was the first to vomit. Yi Ling turned her head away, forcing herself not to look at the scene. After a moment, she suddenly felt something touching her leg, sniffing her with its mouth and nose, which were still covered in blood from its recent meal. What is it doing? Yi Ling was dazed. The Black Panther raised its head, its eyes revealing not only the wildness of a beast, but also greed and lust. Yi Ling saw this scene, and her delicate body trembled violently. No! She cowered and backed away, but the Black Panther leaped and pounced on her. After vomiting, Qin Xiaoming stared blankly at everything. Watching the Black Panther's actions, his expression suddenly changed drastically, because he suddenly remembered that the giant python was actually a human in disguise. So this Black Panther in front of us might very well have a person in its head. Seeing such a beautiful woman as Yi Ling easily triggers its primal animalistic instincts, even though it has now transformed into a Black Panther. Qin Xiaoming swallowed hard in horror, while the Black Panther had already torn Yi Ling's coat to shreds. Just as it was about to make its next move, an incredibly thick tail lashed out. Hiss! In the hazy mist, a giant python came raising its enormous head, its pupils filled with indifference. Roar! Black Panther got up from the ground, his eyes filled with anger, and after roaring, he saw Yi Feng. Meow! The next second, the Black Panther's hair stood on end, and his roar became distorted. Whoosh! Before the Black Panther could react, it was already wrapped around the giant python. Facing a beast nearly 4 meters long, Yi Feng dealt with it as easily as killing a chicken. Within minutes, the Black Panther was strangled to death by Yi Feng without a sound. Such a thrilling scene caused the other two Black Panthers to flee in panic. Do you think I'd let you get away? Yi Feng's gaze turned cold, and he spewed flames from his mouth, setting the Black Panther on fire before it could even dart into the jungle. Then, with a swift movement, he vanished into the jungle. The Black Panther actually climbed up the tree, its eyes darting around in terror. Yi Feng sneered. This Black Panther's behavior was undoubtedly a death wish. Did it think snakes couldn't climb trees? When Yi Feng returned leisurely, Yi Ling's pretty face still showed signs of shock, but she had already sat up from the ground. Although her clothes were tattered, they were not a big deal. Upon seeing Yi Feng return, Qin Xiaoming instantly tensed up, while Yi Ling was so frightened that she didn't dare to move an inch. Phew! The fog diffuser on the ground slowly activated, blowing open the view in front of us. A giant python, measuring 30 meters in length, coiled up like the Great Wall. Yi Ling's breath hitched, but Qin Xiaoming recognized the giant python as Yi Feng and inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoling. Yi Feng stared in astonishment, never dreaming that the two people attacked by the Black Panther were Yi Ling and Qin Xiaoming. How did they end up here? Qin Xiaoming hesitated, but just as he was about to say something, he was met with a cold glance from Yi Feng. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on his feet, and he stopped speaking. Based on their previous conversation, he could tell that Yi Ling and Yi Feng were siblings who met in this way. Yi Ling, however, seemed unaware that Yi Feng was the giant python before her. He definitely couldn't tell Yi Ling this news. Otherwise, given Yi Feng's style of doing things, he might end up as a skeleton in Yi Ling's abdomen the next second. In any case, they are much safer now. Because of Yi Ling's connection, Yi Feng will not eat them. The air was quiet for a few minutes. Yi Ling was surprised to find that the giant python had no ill intentions. At least, it made no move to attack her. Just as she was trying to probe the giant python's intentions. Roar! Boom! Suddenly, the sound of a wild beast's thunderous footsteps and a deafening roar came from not far away. What happened? Qin Xiaoming and Yi Ling turned their heads in shock, because in addition to the sounds of wild beasts, there was also the sound of artillery fire. It's the main force. Qin Xiaoming was soon pleasantly surprised. Such a large-scale artillery barrage must belong to Uncle Qin's main force. His ecstatic expression hadn't even faded when it abruptly stopped. For some unknown reason, the thick fog in the air was suddenly sucked away by something inexplicable, and in the distance, a huge beast with ice-blue scales all over its body was chasing humans. In its presence, armored vehicles are like child's play, easily crushed. The fleeing humans tried to stop them with artillery fire while scattering in a frenzy, as if they had seen a ghost. Roar! At this moment, the ice-blue behemoth raised its head and looked angrily at the sky. There were dozens of helicopters there, and the strange suction force emanated from them, continuously drawing away the surrounding fog. Meanwhile, rockets were continuously fired, striking the ice-blue behemoth. The icy blue behemoth seemed to be angered. As it opened its massive maw, a beam of blue light rapidly condensed, resembling ice crystals. The surrounding air seemed to drop, and the mist began to condense into hail. Bang! Ice crystals shot out, instantly shooting down an aircraft. The moment they hit the ground, flames surged and engulfed the lives of many soldiers. Start scan. Target, Mutant Frost Boar, 4th Evolution. Special ability, Frost Breath. Chapter 39 Battle against Frost Boar. 4 evolutions? Yifeng's pupils suddenly contracted. Just a few days ago, this Frost Boar was born, but in just a few days, it has already evolved to the 4th stage. Its size is already comparable to its own. I was wrong. Bai Xing is not the most suitable overlord of Mist City. This Frost Boar is. Yifeng murmured to himself, staring blankly at the Frost Boar displaying its power. Perhaps in a previous life, this Frost Boar and the White Xing appeared in Fog City at the same time to compete, but due to some accident, it was the White Xing that remained. Therefore, Yifeng only knew of the White Xing's fame, but overlooked the powerful Frost Boar. Frost Breaths out. With this ability alone, Frost Boar is in no way inferior to White Xing in terms of bloodline. Coupled with the weather in Fog City, Frost Breath can be used perfectly. The Bai Xing, on the other hand, only has the advantage of being able to see more clearly. Yifeng didn't care about the rivalry between the two in their previous lives. What truly made him envious was the position of Overlord of Fog City in this life. In just a few days, the Frost Boar was able to evolve 4 times, which shows just how much the Fog City had improved it. However, evolution takes time. Why did this Frost Boar evolve while killing wild beasts? Yifeng pondered the problem, but could not find a solution. That's right. Yifeng's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered that some ferocious beasts in his previous life could evolve without hibernation under certain specific conditions. But this requires perfect harmony with the surrounding environment. Yifeng increasingly felt that this Frost Boar should be the master of Fog City, but he didn't know what accident happened in his previous life that made Bai Xing the last overlord of Fog City. Roar! Yifeng, I can sense you. Get out here. The rumbling sound shocked everyone. This giant beast can actually talk. Upon hearing this, Yifeng, who was hiding among the trees, couldn't help but have a slight twitch in his eyes. This guy? Oh no. Not coming out. Seeing that Yifeng still didn't come out, Chen Zifeng, who had transformed into a frost pig, sneered and condensed frost again, spraying it in all directions. Due to the fog in the air, Chen Zifeng continuously emitted frost-like breath, leaving the surrounding ground riddled with holes. I refuse to believe you can hide forever. Chen Zifeng's voice was filled with deep hatred. If it weren't for Yifeng, how could he have become like this? Although he transformed into an incredibly powerful behemoth, he also lost his right to be human. Of course, he was unaware that a global transformation into beasts would occur later. Otherwise, he would have been grateful to Yifeng. Is that Zifeng? Chun Wanchuan, who was directing his soldiers to bombard the giant beast, suddenly froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. He recognized the beast's voice. It was clearly his son, Chun Zifeng. Cease fire. Almost simultaneously, Chen Wanchuan gave the order in a hoarse voice. Chen Zifeng continued to attack the soldiers around him, unaware that they were his father's troops. Instead, he harbored resentment towards them for their attacks. On one hand, he was enjoying the thrill of power, the thrill of wantonly slaughtering living beings. I can't take it anymore. Yifeng gritted his teeth. Even if he doesn't take the initiative, the Frost Boar will eventually discover their side. If the Frost Breath affects them, he will be fine, but Yi Ling will suffer. Yifeng was about to leave when he turned around and suddenly noticed Yi Ling staring blankly at him. At this moment, Yi Ling had a guess in her mind, but she couldn't be sure yet, so she just stared blankly at Yifeng. Yifeng paused, suddenly remembering that Yi Ling was right beside him. She has no idea that she has turned into a giant python. Can she accept it? Qin Xiaoming. Finally, Yifeng began to speak, his voice calm. The moment the voice fell, Yi Ling's beautiful eyes widened. She covered her red lips and stared at the giant python in shock. Yifeng. Yifeng revealed a hint of human helplessness. but the exposure of his identity was already inevitable. Take Xiaoling out, he said solemnly. Qin Xiaoming didn't dare to say anything more, he just nodded. Then Yifeng looked at Yi Ling, wanting to say something, but what came out of his mouth was a helpless sigh. Do you remember what I told you in that letter? Yifeng asked. Yi Ling was taken aback. Suddenly, I remembered the contents of that letter, global bestiality. Only then did she understand why Yifeng had chosen to write a letter. It was because he had transformed into a giant python. Elder brother. Just as Yifeng was about to leave, Yi Ling suddenly called out to him, her voice trembling. Will it really turn out like that? Yi Ling's beautiful eyes held a hint of anticipation. If given the choice, who would willingly become a wild beast? Yifeng turned around and silently gazed at her. After a long silence, he nodded gently. Roar. A chill swept over me from behind. Yifeng turned around, opened his blood-red maw, and his fangs gleamed coldly in the air. Almost at the same time, flames spewed from his mouth. Flames of breath. The moment the fire collided with the ice, half the sky was illuminated by this magnificent light, and the crowd looked up to witness this scene that was beyond human capability. Yi Ling's pupils reflected two colossal beasts, roaring against the sky, as if mountains and rivers were prostrating themselves at their feet. Roar! A roar, the surrounding mist thickly converged upon it, and for a moment, it appeared to the people as a divine beast arriving on the mist. Just moments ago, it was stepping on human corpses. Hiss! Just then, a giant python appeared from not far away, its majestic posture resembling that of a victorious general, its massive head held high. Yes, it's that giant python. Some soldiers recognized it as the giant python from the news a while ago. As more and more soldiers witnessed this scene, they suddenly realized that the giant beast was no longer attacking them, but instead was moving towards the giant python. Do they have a grudge against each other? People murmured. That's right, we have a grudge. The frost-covered boar's eyes flashed with hatred. As it charged forward, it opened its blood-red maw once more, condensing a chilling light before spewing forth its contents. Not to be outdone, Yifeng also unleashed a burst of flames. Boom! Fireworks burst forth in the sky. At the same time, the earth shook violently. The sharp claws scraped against Yifeng's scales, sparking bursts of sparks. Quick, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Take a picture. No, it'll be broadcast live the whole time. A reporter who had come with the army witnessed this scene and shouted excitedly, his voice cracking. Soon, the group set up their equipment, only to be surprised to find that there was no signal. Why is there no signal? General Manager Chun, why is there no signal? A group of reporters questioned the commander-in-chief. Signal? Chen Wanchuan felt utterly absurd. At a time like this, they actually wanted to broadcast live? Commander Chen, doesn't your army have satellite signal equipment? Connect it to our equipment quickly. One reporter couldn't wait to say it. What? You're actually going to use our military's equipment to do a live stream for yourselves? Chen Wanchuan was instantly enraged. His own son inexplicably turned into a giant beast, and now a group of arrogant reporters are provoking him. What? You, Chief Commander Chun, can't even handle one giant beast and need another to suppress it? Aren't you afraid of losing face if word gets out? Moreover, now that your team has suffered such heavy losses, once the outside world finds out, I don't need to tell you what kind of impeachment you, Chief Commander Chun, will face, do you? That's what a sharp-tongued reporter said. Help us with a live broadcast, and I can apply to the higher-ups to speak on your behalf. The reporter coaxed gently. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanchuan's expression suddenly stiffened. If the higher-ups find out that I have suffered such heavy losses in Fog City, I might even be dismissed. The reporter's suggestion was very appealing. After much deliberation, Chen Wanchuan's face turned from black to ashen. Finally, he opened his mouth and gave the order. Chapter 40 Nationwide Live Broadcast. Connect them. Upon hearing this, the soldiers looked at their commander-in-chief in astonishment, but still obeyed the order. How much of a reaction would it cause to broadcast a battle between the two giant beasts live? I'm afraid it will overturn our worldview, right? How could the commander-in-chief make such a decision? There's nothing we can do. The damage is irreversible. We can't deal with these two ferocious beasts. The soldiers were talking amongst themselves, and the live stream had already been connected. In an instant, all the programs on major TV stations switched to the scene of Yifeng battling Shuangji. What's going on? The entire nation was stunned. Why did a giant python and a tiger suddenly appear in the picture? It looks so real. Is this real or a movie shoot? The crowd couldn't help but be suspicious. No, this isn't a movie shoot. This is Fog City. Someone recognized the surroundings. Fog City? Is that the place where the environmental mutations were reported online a while ago? How could monsters appear there? Do you remember that live broadcast? A crocodile in Fog City ate a person, but the official explanation was that it was for the sake of the show. In an instant, netizens were in an uproar, and viewers in front of their TVs were glued to the screen, watching this 5D blockbuster that was comparable to Godzilla vs. Kong. My home is nearby, and I saw a lot of helicopters heading there. How could there be two giant beasts fighting there? There's an army too. What is Yifeng up to? Mystic Medicine Department. Bai Yuhan stared at the live stream in shock, her beautiful eyes constantly shifting. There's another giant beast that's actually fighting Yifeng to a standstill. Bai Yuhan stared at the live stream in disbelief. At this moment, she had not yet figured out the problem with the raw stone, when unexpectedly, another major situation arose in the Dragon Kingdom. This raw stone has the ability to transform people into giant beasts, but not everyone will become a giant beast. Bai Yuhan glanced at Deng Zhe, who was locked in a cage, and murmured in a daze. I see. These behemoths must have a hierarchy. For example, the python that Yifeng transformed into is a species that doesn't exist on Earth. It can be called a mutant. Some of them are species that appeared in ancient times and are called ancient species. Those that stand at the top of the food chain in modern times are called advanced species. Ordinary animals are called common species. Unbeknownst to many, a system of species that would be famous for generations to come was born, and the one that gave birth to this system was the Xian medical science. This is now after the second time the original stone fell. Roar! The foggy city was still trembling. Frost Pig was already regretting it. He shouldn't have gotten entangled in fighting Yifeng. In close combat, Yifeng's explosive power far surpasses his. In both defensive and offensive capabilities, they were far inferior to their opponents. However, snakes tend to strangle, and half of Frostbore's body was already surrounded by Yifeng, making it impossible for it to escape. Hiss! Yifeng's venomous fangs gleamed in the air, aimed at the Frostbore's neck. One bite would surely reduce the Frostbore's mobility by more than half. Commander, what should we do? A scene unfolded before the eyes of those around them, and Chen Wanchuan's adjutant asked him for advice. The adjutant's eyes shifted. He had spent the most time with Chen Wanchuan and must have recognized Shuangji's voice. Now, Shuangji was at a disadvantage. Pass on my order. Attack the giant python. Chen Wanchuan gave the order without hesitation. Although he couldn't be sure that his son had turned into a bizarre monster, he was certain of the voice. Moreover, their goal is to annihilate all the ferocious beasts in Fog City. At this moment, neither of the two giant beasts has suffered any major casualties, but the frost boar has fallen into a disadvantageous position. If the battle ends prematurely, it will not benefit them either. A tactic came to Chen Wanchuan's mind. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. He only needs to maintain the fight between the two beasts, and then make his move when they are exhausted, in order to gain the greatest benefit. Although the start of the live broadcast will have some impact on him, if the whole world sees him capture the giant beast alive, it will definitely bring him supreme honor. Even if the losses are severe, it will be worth it. Not only will he not be punished, but he will be rewarded. Boom. A beam of fire streaked past the helicopter, shooting straight at Yifeng's head. Damn it! Yifeng was stunned by the blast, and Frost Pig took the opportunity to break free from Yifeng's control, standing at a distance, staring at Yifeng with great apprehension. You have more than one ability. The frost-covered pig spoke human language. This scene, exposed to the audience, was incredibly novel. These two giant beasts can talk? Are we filming a movie? I feel the same way. People who originally said it was the truth also changed their tune. After all, how could a giant beast speak human language? But this movie is a little too realistic. Hee. Yifeng just smiled. Frostbow wanted revenge, while I wanted to become the overlord of this fog city. If Frost Pig wants to attack him, and these soldiers are joining in the fun, then let's fight. Several bursts of flame and the impact of the giant tail, the human soldiers became much more subdued, as they themselves had also suffered heavy losses. Yifeng stopped what he was doing and estimated how long the group of people had been there. Based on the previous life, humans could only stay in this special zone for a maximum of 3 hours or 6 hours. These soldiers had probably been there for about 4 hours. They will die soon, and I won't have to lift a finger anymore. Frostboar was no longer so impulsive and began to use its sharp claws to fight Yifeng in a guerrilla war. Occasionally, by utilizing the frost breath, which allows for ranged attacks, and with the assistance of Chun Wanchuan's troops, he managed to fight Yi Feng to a draw. Huh. Bai Yuhan, watching the live stream, looked slightly puzzled upon seeing this scene. Logically speaking, they should be monsters of the same level, all of which are mutated species that have never appeared on Earth before. But why was Yi Feng able to gain the upper hand? As she pondered this, Bai Yuhan suddenly realized something. When Yi Feng first appeared in the field of Xin medicine, he wasn't this big. It seems that they also need to grow and evolve. The number of times they have evolved is the standard for measuring their combat power. This blue tiger must not have evolved as many times as Yi Feng's giant python, which is why it is at a disadvantage. Bai Yuhan showed a look of sudden realization, seemingly pleased with her discovery, and began to write it down in her notebook with satisfaction. Little did they know, this frost boar and Yi Feng had the same number of evolutions, both being on their 4th evolution. However, Yi Feng possessed something like a cheat code, the system and good luck. Luck granted him other abilities, while the system gave him extra attribute points, giving him combat power beyond his current evolutionary level. Finally, in a mistake, Yi Feng once again entangled Shuangji's body, tightly binding it. Bang! Boom! The soldiers, realizing what was happening, suddenly fired rockets that struck Yi Feng's body. However, Yi Feng, who was prepared, did not relax at all and still firmly surrounded the frost boar beneath him. Just as they were about to strangle Shuangji to death, Shuangji suddenly made a move that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. Chapter 41 Escape. Frost boar's eyes narrowed, and it actually met Yi Feng's gaze, who was about to bite its neck. This strange scene left people puzzled. What's going on here? Are they gazing deeply into each other's eyes? Just to catch a glimpse of you in the crowd? Holy crap, have they fallen in love? Stop talking nonsense upstairs. These are 2 males. Didn't you hear the conversation just now? TSK Tisk, that's a voice actor. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. At that time, the reporters who controlled the live broadcast were extremely excited, as the number of viewers had exceeded 10 million. And these people actually thought this was a live movie shoot, which is a bit outrageous. But regardless, they made a fortune from those views. Nonsense. Who allowed them to live stream? Inside CCTV, an elderly man roared angrily, his voice trembling. All the high-ranking officials present lowered their heads and dared not utter a sound. The aftermath of what happened in Fog City hasn't even been resolved yet, and now you're stirring up this mess again? Are you trying to rebel? The old man was still cursing loudly. Who's filming? Tell them to stop immediately and explain to all the viewers, or else they'll be in trouble. As the old man spoke, the group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. Because this old man was the highest-ranking person, and there was no one above him. Mr. Jia, please calm down. A sweet-looking girl stepped forward, helped the old man up, and patted his back. Bing Bing, you're so sensible. These rebellious kids are driving me crazy. The old man kept talking. Did you hear me? Tell the filming crew to stop right now. A middle-aged man reprimanded sternly. This is the area he's in charge of, and the old man's insults were actually directed at him. I forgot to tell you. This isn't a filming. This is real. A man who was talking to a reporter from Fog City muttered softly. What? The crowd didn't hear clearly and asked, looking completely bewildered. I said, these are all true, the man roared. What did you say? A louder exclamation arose as the old man reappeared before them, his deeply lined face filled with shock. A moment later, he looked at the scene on the screen with a dazed expression, where 2 giant beasts stood against the wind. These are true. As this thought arose in the minds of everyone at the TV station, it felt somewhat absurd. The world is about to change. This was a thought that they all shared. Foggy City. Frost Pig's eyes shot into Yi Feng's mind like lightning, causing a moment of sluggishness. The frost boar opened its massive jaws and snapped its jaws down on Yi Feng's head, revealing golden scales and sparks flying everywhere. Frost boar's eyes hardened, and it slapped Yi Feng's body with its claws. Frost condensed in its mouth, and it spatted at Yi Feng. Frost condensed on Yi Feng's body, and his scales turned into gold covered in frost and snow. A beam of fire shot into the sky, striking the target from the direction of the frost's breath. A world of extremes. On Yi Feng's side showed signs of loosening due to the impact. Frost boar's eyes flashed with ferocity, and its sharp claws lashed out, tearing off the golden scales to reveal the flesh beneath. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. The giant python's defenses had actually been breached. At the same time, Yi Feng finally came to his senses and looked at Shuangji in disbelief. This guy also has a second skill, which can make people lose their minds briefly. This reminded Yi Feng of the abilities of Medusa, the overlord of his previous life. It was a hegemon of the Western world. If it made eye contact with someone for 3 seconds, it would turn that person into a stone statue. In comparison, this frost-covered boar's abilities are much weaker. As this thought arose, Yi Feng felt a sharp pain in his body. He broke through my defenses? Yi Feng was startled and looked down. Sure enough, he found that a scale on his left side was broken and the flesh was mangled. Fortunately, a pale blue light appeared, and the wound was healing rapidly. You? Shuangji stared intently and was deeply shocked by Yi Feng's speed of self-healing. How is this possible? What species are you? Frostbow was utterly shocked. This giant python's defense was incredibly strong. When used in conjunction with a rocket, the wound that had been painstakingly penetrated was healed in an instant. Yi Feng raised his body. At this moment, his wounds had completely healed, and golden scales covered him once again. This is an incredibly terrifying healing ability. This healing ability is the only one I have ever seen in my life. Netizens expressed their opinions, with onlookers saying it was infuriating. Looked at Shuangji quietly, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes. That guy just used that made me momentarily lose my focus? This kind of unexpected ability is something you have to be wary of. Frostboil, wary of Yi Feng's strange self-healing ability, also refrained from attacking again, and even considered retreating. With such powerful self-healing ability, even if I break through his defenses again, I still cannot kill him completely. Roar! With this thought in mind, Frostborn no longer hesitated, and its roar resounded through the mountains and forests. Yi Feng was startled. What was going on? However, he quickly realized that there were sounds of beasts galloping through the jungle, and the ground began to tremble again. From a certain perspective, the dog is a tiger, and the tiger is the king of beasts. It seems that before I arrived, Frostboar was already considered the overlord by the beasts of Mist City. Roar! A giant gorilla leaped over, its gaze fixed on Yi Feng, its pupils shrinking in an instant. Isn't this the guy who was brutally beaten by the Baixing that day? Yi Feng was stunned, not expecting this guy to submit to Frostboar. The gorilla was clearly afraid of Yi Feng, and took 2 steps back, trying to hide behind the Frostboar. Unexpectedly, this Frostboar seemed to be even more wary of Yi Feng than he was, and kept retreating with its limbs. This hilarious scene instantly drew bursts of laughter from netizens. Haha boss, I'm scared. No, I'm scared too. These 2 guys can't even beat a snake. How embarrassing. A whoa. A suppressed wolf howl rang out, and out of the jungle emerged a giant wolf with fur as hard as iron and a fierce look in its eyes. Start scan. Ancient species, dire wolf, 7 evolutions. The system's voice appeared, causing Yi Feng to be slightly taken aback. This frost-covered boar already begun to subdue its subordinates? The dire wolf stared at Yi Feng for a while, then silently turned its head away. I recognized him in his eyes. He's someone I can't beat. Upon seeing these ferocious beasts, who appeared to be subordinates of Frostboar, Yi Feng was somewhat surprised. Could it be that Frostboar thought that summoning its subordinates would allow it to kill him? Isn't that a bit too far-fetched? But the next second, Shuangji did something completely unexpected. With a roar, more and more wild beasts appeared around him and began to rampage, trampling and attacking the people around them in a disorderly manner. Even Yi Feng was surrounded by a bunch of low-level common species, and he couldn't shake them off for a while. The giant ape and the dire wolf looked at the frost-covered beast with some confusion. They didn't move because they didn't understand why their leader was doing this. But they soon understood. Because Frostboo took advantage of the chaos to retreat into the thick fog. He was trying to escape. The 2 giant apes stared wide-eyed. They had tasted the ferocity of the Frostboar before, and yet this creature was trying to run away. The 2 ancient behemoths shuddered simultaneously, realizing just how terrifying the giant python not far away truly was. To fight or not to fight? Just as the 2 ancient behemoths hesitated, they suddenly saw a hint of human-like anxiety appear in the giant python's eyes, before it disappeared into the jungle. What did it do? Both ancient species were simultaneously bewildered. Chapter 42: The Little Fox's Special Abilities. After a moment of confusion, the 2 ancient behemoths surveyed their surroundings and suddenly realized that something was amiss with the human soldiers. The blood vessels in their eyes rapidly increased and became dense, and with this sudden change, blood began to flow from their 7 orifices. In the woods not far away, Qin Xiaoming and Yi Ling knelt on the ground at the same time, blood flowing from their noses. Their bodies were subjected to tremendous pressure, and they could not move forward even an inch. Am I going to die? This was Yiling's last thought. Call. A few minutes later, Yifeng arrived at their side, where they had already fallen into a coma. We must get them out of here quickly, or they will die, Yifeng thought to himself. Just as he was about to take action, a small, fluffy white creature suddenly popped out of Yiling's arms. Huh. The little fox rubbed its eyes with its two paws and was startled when it saw the situation of the two people in front of it. A ghost. The little fox jumped 3 meters. Yifeng, get out of the way. He swept the fox away with his tail, preparing to take the two away, when he heard the white fox's cautious voice. I can save them. The white fox glanced at Yifeng cautiously, its fear in its eyes undisguised. What a huge python. Luckily, they didn't eat me, the little fox thought with relief. You can save them? Yifeng was taken aback. Every mutant species could awaken its abilities, and the white spirit fox was no exception. Gathering spiritual energy and finding treasure are the innate abilities of the white spirit fox, not its awakened powers. So, this white fox awakened a healing ability? Yifeng stared expectantly at the white spirit fox, and sure enough, he saw the little guy run up to the two of them, a mysterious mark appearing on its snow-white forehead, and then a tiny beam of light fell on Yiling and the other person. Looking at the little fox's unique abilities, Yifeng's eyes were filled with envy. Compared to the little fox's abilities, these giant beasts are like crude brutes, while the foxes are like noble magicians. Of course, there's nothing we can do about it. A mutated beast with a bloodline similar to the white spirit fox might not even be born from a single shower of primal stones. Moreover, they cannot be displayed on the original stone. Instead, other random types serve as a decoy. Unless you're very lucky, it's impossible to become a member of the precious white spirit fox bloodline. However, becoming such a mutant beast may not be a good thing, because their abilities are all auxiliary skills, and they are soft support skills. Therefore, most of them eventually became the possessions of the powerful. Yifeng had considered the white fox, but in the end he decided to give it its freedom. Because Yifeng himself is not a person who likes to force others. Seeing that the little fox had gradually healed Yiling and the other person, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. The reason Yifeng had left so quickly was for Yiling's sake. Seeing the soldiers' reactions, he suddenly remembered that Yiling had come in with them. It's a pity that the frost boar got away, Yifeng said with some regret. Devouring the frost boar is a very profitable venture, whether it's gaining the ability of frost breath or that bizarre mental attack. The outside world must be in complete chaos by now, Yifeng murmured softly, then hoisted Yiling and the other person onto his back and carried them out of Fog City. Meanwhile, the outside world was indeed undergoing a dramatic transformation, and an eerie atmosphere filled the Fog City live stream room. Hey everyone, did you see that? These people are dead. It feels so real. Are they really dead? What happened? Can someone tell me? Looking at the scene of corpses strewn across the live stream, the few comments that appeared sent a chill down one's spine. Click. The live stream went black. Someone forcibly cut it off. Did you all see what just happened? The heads of China's Central Television in China were pale-faced. It wasn't that they didn't want to end the live stream in time, but rather that they were so shocked by the images that they forgot to turn it off. Now, even if the video is forcibly cut off, it probably won't have much effect. I've seen everything I needed to see. What is that? Those people died mysteriously, as if they were cursed? But why are those ferocious beasts unharmed? Mystic Medicine Department. Bai Yuhan stared at the black screen of the live stream, seemingly lost in thought, as if the terrifying scene from the video had nothing to do with her. A few days later, the fog-shrouded cities of the Central Plains, the sandy cities of the Western regions, and the snowy plains of Tibet are designated as forbidden areas, where humans are not allowed to set foot. At this time, the National Security Bureau issued an order to crack down on wild animals, requiring all encounters with highly dangerous wild animals to be reported. In the heart of Fog City, a thick fog once again descended. Beside a pool, where the fog was thin, Yifeng was curled up in the water, taking a bath. Boss. The two ancient behemoths spoke respectfully from the side. You don't need to call me boss. Yifeng wagged his tail, then realized it wasn't quite right, and pulled it back into the water. Go do what you need to do, don't worry about me. Yifeng waved his hand, but actually, he was still a little lustful towards these two guys. Unfortunately, since they've treated me this way, I can't just give them both away in one go, can I? The giant ape and the dire wolf were surprised by the new overlord's amiable nature. After exchanging a glance, they both left. Although they were both in Fog City, Yifeng's attitude just now made them realize that he had no intention of taking control. Or rather, he practices the laws of nature. What are the laws of nature? The strong prey on the weak. Only the fittest survive. Even if they are ancient species, they could still be surrounded and killed by a group of advanced species, suffering a devastating defeat. Yifeng wouldn't care about this situation. Several more days passed, and Yifeng finally absorbed enough growth points to begin his 5th evolution. The external situation changed again. The authorities never stopped sending people to explore the 3 forbidden areas, but without exception, they all returned without ever coming back. The final conclusion is that humans can only exist in the 3 forbidden areas for a maximum of 3 hours. When Yifeng completed his evolution, light once again appeared in the night sky, and countless primal stones fell, creating a spectacular sight. This time, not only the Department of Mystic Medicine, but even the Department of National Defense began searching for the original stone, wanting to find out what was going on. However, due to inadequate preparation, many researchers who came into contact with the raw stones turned into beasts, which also confirmed the fact that raw stones could turn humans into beasts. The 3rd time the raw stone fell. This time, the area covered by the falling rough stone was much larger, and its unique characteristics were quickly discovered. Because someone was eaten by the flowers. Yes, the plant is alive. Such a terrifying situation was reported to the authorities, but even those at higher levels were helpless this time. Not only China, but also the United States, Sang, and Screw are in a state of utter chaos. Their situation is no worse than that of the Dragon Kingdom. Some even say they saw a giant creature patrolling the sea, suspected to be an ancient mosasaur, though these foreigners prefer to call it Leviathan. Chapter 43, 5 Evolutions. The Yi family. Yiling huddled in her room, trembling. Following Yifeng's instructions, she had reduced her outdoor activities recently. At this moment, the sounds of beasts roaring and blaring alarms outside blended together, stimulating people's minds. Through the window, Yiling could vaguely see the fallen rocks in the distance. Whenever people touched these strange rocks, they would turn into wild beasts. Elder brother. Yiling bit her red lips, buried her head deeply between her legs, and trembled uncontrollably. Jiangxi University. Lu Qingqing, who was spending the night in her dormitory, stopped what she was doing and went outside. In an instant, 4 or 5 ferocious-looking wild beasts turned to look at her. Such a horrifying scene rendered her completely incapable of thinking. No. A trail of fiery flames streaked across the sky, landing gently before her, radiating a captivating brilliance. The moment they saw the raw stone, the wild beasts rushed over with frenzied eyes, as if they had seen a stunning beauty. Lu Qingqing thought they were coming for her, and was so frightened that she tried to hide behind the raw stone. But she was surrounded by countless strands of energy emanating from the raw stone. In the dim light, Lu Qingqing saw a pattern on the raw stone, a giant beast with the body of a lion and the head of a ram, entirely white, surrounded by a misty haze of colors. When Lu Qingqing's vision cleared again, her body underwent an astonishing change. Her limbs were strong and powerful, and when she looked down, she had snow-white fur. In an instant, the snow-white divine beast showed a look of terror and began to stagger backward. Several high-level ferocious beasts surrounded Lu Qingqing, their mouths drooling with desire. A voice seemed to be telling them that if they ate this divine beast, they could gain even greater power. Eat it. The thought of hunger overwhelmed the humans who had just transformed into ferocious beasts. With a roar, the wild animals pounced on Lu Qingqing. Brush. A group of soldiers holding guns flashed into Lu Qingqing's mind. In the image, the snow-white giant beast seemed to have been shot. Bang! Bang! Amidst the flashes of fire, several soldiers in combat gear rushed in, bullets flying as they fired wildly at the beasts. Lu Qingqing was shot and let out a mournful cry. At this moment, she finally realized that she had transformed into this snow-white behemoth, and the scene that had just flashed through her mind. She didn't have time to think, because the fierce glint in the soldiers' eyes clearly indicated that they wanted to kill all these uninvited guests. She had to leave. Lu Qingqing hid everywhere, and was discovered by the pursuing police along the way, but she always managed to escape danger thanks to the magical images in her mind. In her haste, she passed a ferocious tiger that was devouring people. The tiger only glanced at her before disappearing into the jungle. Immediately afterwards, a patrol of soldiers discovered this scene. Wanted, a ferocious white beast is roaming the streets near Jiang Province University. Oh my god, it eats people. Rectify the law on the spot. The chaotic sounds accompanied by gunfire stunned Lu Qingqing, leaving her unable to think, and she quickly darted into the jungle. At the same time, a giant, winding python slowly floated up to a mountaintop in Fog City, where Yifeng lingered for a moment. Bite. Host. Yifeng, 5th evolution. Species, Undying python. Evolution points, 37, 3,200 points required for the next evolution. Functions, venomous fangs, fiery breath, golden scales, eagle-eyed gaze. Strength, 297. Speed, 205. Defense, 316. Physical condition, 307. 5 evolutions, one step closer to the complete form. Yifeng squinted as he pondered. The third primal stone has fallen. This time, nearly a third of Earth's land will become the territory of wild beasts. Humanity is doomed, and the places where mutated beasts and mutated plants live will all become purgatory. It is worth mentioning that people experience hunger for a period of time after transforming into beasts, and only by eating can they continue to survive. The target of this feeding is either another mutated beast or a human. The beasts of the past called this state the state of hunger. The raw stones have a fatal attraction for mutated beasts. Absorbing their energy can allow mutated beasts to evolve rapidly, but there is a limitation. Yifeng stood on the mountaintop, muttering to himself. When the second primordial stone fell, Yifeng managed to snatch a primordial stone from an ancient white python, which allowed him to gather enough growth points for 5 evolutions within a few days. However, he also discovered a drawback. The energy of the raw stone was not inexhaustible, and the beast's body would experience a feeling of expansion when it absorbed too much energy. Finally, Yifeng discovered that the beast's body could not endlessly devour energy. It needed to wait several days between meals, just like a person cannot eat anymore once they are full. That night, the roars of the beasts were deafening. Unable to withstand the pressure from the giant beasts, the Dragon Kingdom abandoned several cities overnight and evacuated its people. Yifeng's family was among those abandoned. It was said that a black snake had appeared and wreaked havoc on the city, swallowing thousands of people in one night. The snake was nearly 50 meters long. The next day, Yifeng left Fog City, his destination being the northern plains. Perhaps that place can no longer be called a plain, because the meteorite brought that grassland to life. The northern forest now rises majestically, teeming with all sorts of strange plants, a rare plant territory in Yifeng's past life memories. Meanwhile, in the northern forest, everyone on standby, will rest here tonight. Bai Yuhan's light and melodious voice rang out, and the research team quickly set up their tents on the spot. Captain, why did the higher-ups send us to a place like this? A girl approached Bai Yuhan and muttered in dissatisfaction. Bai Yuhan glanced at her quietly without saying a word, then calmly found the map. We should be here, she said, pointing to a spot on the map. This? The girl stared wide-eyed in surprise. But shouldn't this be a grassland? She looked around blankly, somewhat dazed. Because the surrounding area was filled with towering trees, it was as quiet as a midnight graveyard, giving one goosebumps. How could it possibly be the grassland with the bonfire feast I remember? Now you should understand why we were sent here, right? A light laugh came as Yang Xiao came to the side of the two. When the girl saw Yang Xiao, her pretty face immediately flushed slightly, and her bright eyes kept glancing at his handsome face. Bai Yuhan raised her beautiful eyes as if she had just realized something, and asked softly, Yang Xiao, how long have we been deep in this forest? About 10 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao frowned. 10 kilometers. Bai Yuhan sighed. If it's really as the satellite monitoring says, and the entire northern grassland has turned into a forest, then that's just too terrifying. Nodded in deep agreement. We'll continue deeper tomorrow. Our mission is to explore the mysteries of this forest, Bai Yuhan said softly. Those old guys forcibly took over your research on the raw stones, and then sent you to this godforsaken place. They're really getting worse as they get older. Yang Xiao sneered when he heard this, seemingly standing up for Bai Yuhan. Bai Yuhan fell silent for a moment, a hint of resentment in her beautiful eyes. Her research had reached its final stage, and she even felt that all she needed was a trigger to uncover the secret behind the raw stone. But at the crucial moment, those old guys took away the research project for the sake of the mutant beast system they had published. This made Bai Yuhan feel somewhat indignant. Fortunately, this trip to the forest did not disappoint her. This forest, like those raw stones, also has extremely high research value. Night falls. The research team had all gone to sleep and were resting. Bai Yuhan nestled by the campfire, dreaming that she had returned to her warm family. The harmonious relationship there captivated her, and she didn't want to wake up. Suddenly, she remembered that her parents had died in a car accident. I was startled awake from my sleep. Bai Yuhan looked around. Her pretty face immediately stiffened, and her breathing became rapid. Those plants that were standing still suddenly came to life. Chapter 44: The Awakening Vines. Thick vines stretched into the tent, and in the firelight, blood splattered everywhere was faintly visible. The people sleeping inside the tent were probably in grave danger. What happened? Bai Yuhan lost the ability to think. She looked up and saw the giant man-eating flower chewing on half of a person's body. Bai Yuhan's face was deathly pale, and she dared not make the slightest movement, for fear of being discovered by these feeding plants. But she didn't see that a tentacle had silently reached out towards her. Yuhan! A low shout accompanied Yang Xiu's robust figure. The sharp dagger severed the vine tentacles that were approaching Bai Yuhan, but in just a few seconds, the tentacles came back to life, and this time they went straight toward Yang Xiu. Damn it! Yang Xiu cursed angrily and picked up a nearby campfire, hitting the vines with it. Call! Wow! The torch ignited the tentacle, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt smoke. Then, a mournful cry like that of a baby could be heard from the forest. Splash! The branches and leaves swayed, startling all the plants awake. Run! Yang Xiu's anxious shout rang out beside her. Bai Yuhan was startled and quickly got up to run away with Yang Xiu. However, endless vines quickly caught up from behind, and one of them directly tied to Bai Yuhan's ankle. Bang! Bai Yuhan was pulled to the ground, her face pale and disheveled. Yuhan! Yang Xiu turned around, his face suddenly turning grim. You should leave quickly. Bai Yuhan glanced at the vines that stretched out like wild grass behind her, and a sense of despair welled up in her heart. No, I can't abandon you. Yang Xiu roared, pulled out a pistol from behind his back, and fired several shots at the vines. Wow, wow, wow. The vines, in pain, released their tentacles, and Yang Xiu took the opportunity to help Bai Yuhan up. Splash! Little did he know that Yang Xiu's actions had awakened even more dormant vines. These tentacles multiplied, growing along the top of the tree trunk like a cage. The moonlight was obscured, and everything was dark. Yang Xiu raised his head and looked at the terrifying scene behind him, which resembled a surging tide. Only one thought remained in his mind. Run! Yang Xiu practically roared out the words. They're afraid of fire. You have flammable materials on you, which can hold them off for a while. Yang Xiu shouted as he ran. Bai Yuhan was stunned for a moment, then remembered that she had a lighter and lighter fluid in her arms. In her panic, she spilled engine oil as she ran, then lit a lighter and threw it behind her. In an instant, a line of fire slowed the vines down, giving them a few seconds to catch their breath. Run as fast as you can. The two fled desperately toward the edge of the forest, but no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't escape the tentacles. Yang Xiu. Just then, an anxious call suddenly came from afar. A jeep came into view. It was a member of the research team. In addition, there were personnel from 3 research teams on board. It turned out that Yang Xiu, like Bai Yuhan, had fallen asleep by the campfire, but he was suddenly awakened in the middle of the night by the urge to urinate. When he woke up, he saw the same scene that Bai Yuhan had seen. At that time, the research team had not yet been completely wiped out. He tiptoed and woke up a few survivors to prepare to leave this terrifying place. But when he got to the jeep, he remembered that Bai Yuhan had just been sleeping next to the campfire. These strange plants are afraid of fire, so Bai Yuhan may not be dead yet. So Yang Xiu risked his life to go back and rescue Bai Yuhan. But unexpectedly, he woke up all the plants in the forest. We can't wait for them. A member of the squad suddenly exclaimed. What? The other 3 were taken aback. Look at the vines behind them. Even if they run to the front of the car, they won't have time to get on. Moreover, we will also be caught up by these tentacles. Upon hearing this, the other 3 looked up. Sure enough, the vines had somehow crossed the flames and were now relentlessly pursuing Yang Xiu, their speed no slower than theirs. They will be caught up soon. Therefore, even when Yang Xiu and his companion arrived at the carriage, they did not have time to get in. If they delay even a second, they will be swallowed up by the vines. No, we can't abandon them, the female member in white said anxiously, her eyes fixed on Yang Xiu, who was running frantically. They still had a chance to survive. The last minute. The other members gritted their teeth. This was their bottom line. However, by sheer coincidence, Yang Xiu was tripped by a tentacle while running, and the vines quickly enveloped his body. Yang Xiu. Bai Yuhan turned around and saw this scene, and screamed. Run. These were the last words Yang Xiu uttered before he was swallowed by the vines. Boom. Just then, several team members in the distance suddenly started their jeeps and sped away. Bai Yuhan watched the car disappear into the dust, and her running speed gradually slowed down. She seemed to have lost her last bit of strength, and all that remained in her beautiful eyes was endless despair. There's no escaping it. Chapter 45 Yang Xiu's Choice. Boom. Suddenly, several beams of fire shot out from a distance, forming a line of fire that blocked the tentacles from behind. Wow. A cacophony of screams came from behind, and the vines retreated rapidly. Bai Yuhan and Yang Xiu, who had already resigned themselves to their fate, were now completely bewildered. Where did the fire come from? A giant python emerged from the forest, with a small fox perched on its head, its eyes gleaming with excitement. What are you standing there for? Get up here. Yifeng calmly stared at the vine tentacles behind the flames and shouted. Bai Yuhan stared at the giant python in surprise. That familiar dark blue glow and golden scales. Who else could it be but Yifeng? Shouldn't he be in Zhongyuan Wucheng? Why is he here? Without a moment to think, Yifeng crawled down and let the two of them climb on top of him. When Yang Xiu came up, Yifeng shifted uncomfortably, probably feeling dissatisfied with being ridden by a man. Grab the scales, and I'll take you away. Yifeng roared, then gathered flames in his mouth again and shot them out at the vines that were trying to sneak up on him from the right. Ugh! A sharp, piercing scream rang out. Fortunately, Yifeng was much faster than the vines and quickly escaped their pursuit. The wind finally stopped in a strange botanical garden that shimmered with a bright green light. Phew, that was scary. The little fox by Ro rubbed her face, still looking frightened. Yifeng were speechless upon hearing this. When Yifeng ran away, the little fox was more excited than anyone else, like it was riding a roller coaster. Tell me, how did you end up here? Yifeng turned to look at the two of them and asked in a deep voice. The higher-ups have stopped my research on raw stones, Bai Yuhan said helplessly. Stop. Yifeng was surprised for a moment, then said after hesitating for a moment, You'd better continue with the research on the raw stones. I always feel that the raw stones are the key to unlocking the whole thing. The whole thing? What happened? Bai Yuhan and the other person were puzzled. Yesterday, Blue Star just experienced its third primal stone drop. As you all probably saw, this situation is not only happening within the Dragon Kingdom, but across the entire Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan and the other person nodded. They had been in contact with international forums, and the shock from other countries was no less than that from China. Do you remember what I told you last time? The entire Blue Star will descend into beastification in the future, Yifeng said solemnly. Global beastification, Bai Yuhan exclaimed, her pretty face filled with shock. She had almost forgotten about that incident. After all, global animalization seemed like a fantasy, but now that things have developed this way, she has no choice but to believe that global animalization could really happen. That is indeed the case. Yifeng nodded calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. Global animalization? Then wouldn't we also? Bai Yuhan said, glancing at Yifeng with her beautiful eyes, trying to see a glimmer of hope in his eyes. But she was soon disappointed. Then, is there a way to turn back into a human? Yang Xiu asked, frowning. Turn back to normal? Yifeng was taken aback. After hesitating for a while, he said, maybe yes, maybe no. In his previous life, he only lived to the halfway point of his beast transformation before being reborn. Upon hearing this, the two fell silent, and the little fox also fell silent. Raw stone. The little fox by Rose suddenly spoke in a clear voice. What? The two people and the beast stared at the little fox in astonishment. There are many raw stones ahead, Bai Rose said softly, blinking her eyes. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's pupils narrowed. The white spirit fox has the ability to sense treasures, but he doesn't know that he can also sense raw stones. She just mentioned a lot of rough stones. Yifeng's breathing quickened. The giant python moved its body, crossing the jungle that had blocked his view, and suddenly the view opened up before him. The blinding light reflected in everyone's eyes, and there were rows of neat and uniform raw stones lying there quietly, just like mushrooms that had been planted. Why is it so neat? This strange thought instantly popped into Yifeng's mind. Thermal imaging is enabled. What's wrong? Little Fox by Ro looked at Yifeng curiously. Fine. Yifeng shook his head. He activated the thermal imaging, but failed to detect any other creatures in the vicinity. He then moved his body to examine the raw stone up close, but Bai Yuhan suddenly blocked his way. Careful. Bai Yuhan's eyes still held a trace of shock. Clearly, she was worried about encountering something like vine tentacles. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry. What you encountered before was the devil vines. While this is blue star grass's territory, there will be no danger. What is blue star grass? The little fox asked curiously. Blue star grass is a gentle plant that emits a soft blue light at midnight. This light has a healing effect on mutated beasts, making it an ideal habitat. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan was slightly taken aback and looked at Yifeng with a rather complicated expression in her beautiful eyes. Why did this guy know everything that had just appeared? The little fox Bai Ro looked at Yifeng with great envy. If she knew so much, she wouldn't have mistakenly entered Fog City, where every ferocious beast wanted to eat her. Upon arriving at the original stone, Yifeng began to examine it carefully. After a rough count, he determined that there were 2 ancient species and 1 mutated species. Here is a mutated primordial stone. Would you like to fuse with it? Yifeng turned around and asked Bai Yuhan and the other person. Bai Yuhan hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Yang Xiao, on the other hand, had a hint of eagerness in his eyes. When the world becomes beast-like in the future, there will be a 3-day, 3-night rain of primordial stones that will baptize the entire planet. At that time, you might get hit by some primordial stone, and it will be difficult to choose what species you become, Yifeng explained. Can't we even stay at home? Bai Yuhan asked. Well, theoretically it is possible. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, but by then the outside world will be full of ferocious beasts. Unless you never leave your home, you will still not be able to escape the law of the jungle. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan fell silent, no longer harboring any hope. If the moment Yifeng described truly arrives, then perhaps humans will be the greatest anomalies. All right, I'll merge. On the other side, Yang Xiao finally made up his mind and answered. Yang Xiao, Bai Yuhan exclaimed sweetly. Yang Xiao gave an honest, simple smile and scratched his head. My teacher assigned me to protect you, so of course I will do my duty. If my human body can't protect you, then I'll have to find another way. Upon hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but be slightly moved. This is such an enviable love story. You can fuse now. Only the owner who fuses with the mutated species can see the species clearly. I can only distinguish the approximate level based on the strength of the stone's energy, he said. Okay. Yang Xiao nodded without hesitation, walked from a distance to the stone, and reached out to touch it. In an instant, countless strands of energy enveloped Yang Xiao, and a cocoon of light was born in the arena. Let's step back, Yifeng said. The cocoon of light faded in sight. A massive body lay prostrate on the ground, breathing peacefully, like a sleeping king. After a long while, Yifeng realized the identity of the giant beast, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. This is the Overlord. Chapter 46 Departure. Overlord. Yifeng uttered a name. The crouching behemoth resembled a Tyrannosaurus rex, with a pair of sharp forepaws, strong legs, and a long tail. Of course, if it's just a regular Tyrannosaurus rex, then it can only be classified as an ancient species. This Tyrannosaurus rex was far more imposing than the ordinary Tyrannosaurus rex in both size and appearance, measuring nearly 20 meters in length, with its dorsal fin emitting crimson flames. Overlord. This was the honorific title given to it in its previous life, because the Overlord was once one of the 10 great beast kings. Although it was later replaced by other giant beasts, its fame still spread throughout the transformed blue star. Unexpectedly, this mutated raw stone turned out to be a tyrant. Yes. Yifeng suddenly realized that in his previous life, there was a rumor that the Overlord had burned hundreds of miles of northern forest with a single flame, so the Overlord must have been born here. Roar. Yang Xiao, now transformed into the Overlord, stood up, his piercing eyes radiating a captivating brilliance, sharp as a knife. Thank you, Yifeng. I owe you a huge favor. After adjusting to his body, Ba Wang spoke in human language. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was secretly pleased. It was a rare opportunity to gain the favor of the future Overlord who would later become famous throughout the world. The Overlord was very satisfied with the strength of his body and excitedly paced back and forth, causing the earth to tremble and rumble. I'll take these 2 ancient-type raw stones with me, Yifeng said calmly after glancing at the remaining raw stones. He had just glanced at the patterns engraved on the ancient creatures. One was an ancient triceratops, and the other was an ancient giant wolf. But he decided to keep it and absorb the energy within. Okay. Bai Yuhan and Yang Xiao did not stop them and nodded gently. Yifeng had no intention of staying any longer. He came here to search for raw stones. Although the Overlord raw stone had been fused with Yang Xiao, he had still gained a favor and 2 ancient raw stones, so it wasn't a complete loss. I still have to make a trip to the snowy plains of Tibet, so I won't stay any longer, Yifeng said calmly. The snowy plains of Tibet. Bai Yuhan looked up, about to say something, but saw Yifeng's calm eyes and immediately stopped talking. This guy seems to know about the forbidden area of the snowfield. Really? How does he know everything? Bai Yuhan was extremely frustrated. Yifeng chuckled softly, but remained silent. During the third stone fall, a super-mutated stone capable of controlling ice and snow fell into the forbidden snowfield of Tibet. However, due to the unique terrain of the snowfield, few creatures could venture deep into it. This raw stone was only discovered much later. Of course, Yifeng himself could not go deep into that place, so Yifeng planned to devour a mutated beast that was adapted to living in cold places on the outskirts, and obtain similar survival abilities before going deeper. With that thought, Yifeng no longer hesitated, turned around and swallowed the 2 ancient seed stones in one gulp, then quickly left with the little fox. Yuhan, what are you planning to do next? Balong asked softly after watching Yifeng leave. Bai Yuhan looked at the remaining raw stones, gritted her teeth slightly, and looked up with bright eyes. I don't want to give up the research on raw stones, so we want to stay here and continue our research on raw stones. Okay, I'll go with you, said Yang Xiao, the overlord, decisively. I hope I can unravel its mysteries before the world becomes beast-like, Bai Yuhan sighed softly. They didn't discuss the remaining squad members because their chances of survival were extremely slim, including the member who escaped in the truck. Hey, Big Python, why did you just swallow those 2 rough stones? Doesn't your stomach hurt? The little fox asked crisply from above Yifeng's head. Stones are solid, and my stomach can't digest them, so I can store them there temporarily, Yifeng explained. Oh, okay, that's disgusting, said the little fox by Ro very sincerely. Yifeng's lips twitched, barely suppressing the urge to devour the guy whole. How did you turn into a fox? Tell me about it, Yifeng asked, feeling that Bai Ro was probably not very old. I was originally a student at Blue Cloud City No. 1 Middle School. The little fox's voice suddenly became much lower. That day, I went on a picnic with my parents. In the middle of the night, I secretly ran out of the tent to play by myself. Unexpectedly, I encountered a stone falling from the sky, and then I saw a fox pattern appear in front of me. Yifeng remained silent for a moment. He knew that Bai Ro must be very sad right now, so he did not disturb her. We traveled in silence, heading west. 2 days later, Yifeng finally arrived at the foot of Qingyuan. The biting cold wind made Yifeng's body feel slightly uncomfortable. Pythons cannot survive in cold regions, no matter how Yifeng mutates. This is an unchanging law of survival. Hey, Big Python, it's so cold in here, do you really want to go in? The little fox stood shivering in the cold wind. Go in? Am I going to go in and commit suicide? Yifeng thought to himself. No, we need to go to the plains first. It's colder there, and I need to use a survival skill before I can go in, Yifeng explained. What about me? The little fox was dumbfounded. You. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, but couldn't come up with a solution. Just leave it to fate, Yifeng said casually at the end. On the snowy plain, a giant beast with the body of a lion and the head of a ram, its body enveloped in a faint glow, strode forward toward the forbidden area. Lu Qingqing encountered many dangers along the way, including being hunted and wanted by humans and being greedily preyed upon by mutated beasts, but with her peculiar premonition, she was able to escape danger every time. But she had lost her way. She didn't know what meaning there was in her existence now that she had become such a monster. Hearing that the snowy wilderness was a forbidden land rarely visited by people, she decided to venture deep into it and spend the rest of her life there. Giant Python. There are snow lotuses ahead. Plains and streams, snow reflecting the moon. The excited shouts of the little fox could be heard, and on the thawing riverbank, a nimble little creature was seen running ahead. Behind it was a languid, listless giant python, its enormous size particularly striking. Actually, it wasn't that Yifeng was lazy, but the cold environment made him lose energy, and he didn't even want to move. He knew that this was a habit of pythons hibernating. Arriving in the snowfield is like experiencing winter ahead of time. Damn it, I feel like I'm going to die. Yifeng felt extremely distressed. He should never have come to this plain. If I can't find prey to replenish my strength, I might really be done for. Looking at the fox ahead, which was more lively than anyone else, Yifeng sighed inwardly at the hardships of a snake's life, where every step was difficult. Moo! Suddenly, a loud, elephant-like sound rang out, which invigorated Yifeng. We got a job. He rushed over excitedly, only to see an incredibly massive mammoth, its size no less than that of a 20-meter-long Tyrannosaurus rex. Depend on an ancient species of mammoth. Yi Feng's lips twitched. He would rather provoke a Tyrannosaurus rex than dare to easily provoke this thing. First, the mammoth was so large that it would be difficult for me to strangle it with my strangulation force. Secondly, mammoths have thick limbs, and one stomp could probably kill him half to death, so why take that risk? After all, mutants are not invincible. He hasn't evolved to his complete form yet, and anything could go wrong. Only at the complete form can the advantages of his level be initially revealed. So, Chapter 47 Ancient Frostwolf Pack. So Yi Feng abandoned this idea and prepared to find another way out. A pack of large, ice-blue wolves rushed out of the valley. This is... Ding. Mysterious system scan. Target information, ancient species Frostwolf. Leader, Ancient Frostwolf King, 7 evolutions. Wow, what a grand lineup. Yi Feng stopped, ready to watch a major battle with great interest. These Frostwolves had actually formed an effective team, and an ancient one at that. With such a lineup, even mutated species might be killed on the spot. However, Yi Feng's expression quickly changed, because the pack of Frostwolves had also surrounded him and the little fox. What does this mean? Yi Feng stared blankly at the Frostwolf pack, but soon he understood. They were wolves with ambitions. These guys weren't satisfied with just one mammoth. They even included themselves in their hunt. Kimpo, you actually still want to attack me? Didn't that kick last time teach you a lesson? The mammoth, surrounded by the Frostwolf race, showed no panic, seemingly used to it all. Oh, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. It seemed that these two guys had a grudge against each other, and the fact that they could call each other by name meant that they knew that each other was a human in disguise. If you hadn't been careless last time, how could you have escaped our encirclement? Frostwolf leader sneered. Wolves are the kings of the grasslands. Since heaven has made me the lord of the Frostwolves, there must be a reason. Today, I will obey heaven's will and devour you. Frostwolf leader continued. Yi Feng noticed that the mammoth seemed to have fallen silent. Your hatred for me has nothing to do with anyone else. Let them go, mammoth suddenly said. Holy crap. Yi Feng was startled, and his gaze towards the mammoth instantly changed. I originally thought this guy was an honest and simple person. After all, he turned into a mammoth, but now he's shifting the blame to someone else. He's really something else. Indeed, you can't trust an animal's appearance, just like that hellish bull we encountered before. Giant python, could you also be sent by the gods to participate in our battle? Frostwolf looked at Yi Feng with a wary expression and asked in confusion. These guys consider turning into beasts a gift from the gods? Yi Feng was speechless. Didn't they watch TV? You were sent by the gods to be an accomplice of Kinpo, weren't you? In that case, you'll die here today too. Frostwolf shrugged for a moment, then suddenly sneered. Damn it. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already treating me like an enemy. In a novel, someone like you would make countless enemies and die the fastest. Yi Feng scoffed, but his body remained still, adopting a fighting stance. It's time. The mammoth suddenly revealed a knowing smile, then roared and stomped its 4 hooves heavily on the ground. Moo! Stirring sound came from afar, and 3 enormous mammoths, as massive as small mountains, charged towards them like cannonballs. Oh no! The Frostwolves' expressions changed drastically, and they gathered together, looking at the 4 mammoths with apprehension. Regardless of level, there are always differences in strength. Frostwolf would definitely not be able to defeat Mammoth in a one-on-one fight, so they ganged up on the person named Kanbu. Unexpectedly, the mammoth had also gathered its herd, and the mammoth had just stalled for time to wait for the other mammoths to arrive. Initially favored Frostwolf, suddenly became unpredictable. For mammoths against nearly 20 Frostwolves, the outcome was truly unpredictable. Oh, Yi Feng, who was not far away, suddenly realized why these beasts were traveling in groups. During the fall of the raw stone, a strange phenomenon occurs called stone splitting. These raw stones will split apart the moment they fall, and anyone who touches these split stones will be transformed into the same ferocious beast, and a racial consciousness will be subconsciously generated. Clearly, these frost wolves encountered a split in the original stone, as did these for mammoths. Tsk tisk. This is going to be good. Yi Feng smacked his lips, led the little fox out of the encirclement, and watched with great interest. This time, Frostwolf did not pursue Yi Feng's existence further, because the 4 mammoths had already put immense pressure on them. Moo! The mammoth roared and launched the first attack. Bang! Its thick limbs rose from the ground, and then suddenly sank into the snowy river. A frost wolf was caught off guard and was stomped into the ground, where it was clear it was doomed. Yifeng couldn't help but darken his eyes, gaining a deeper understanding of this mammoth named Kanbu, decisive and ruthless. Damn it! The frost wolf pack got off to a bad start. The leader cursed angrily, followed by a long howl, and ordered the wolves to keep their distance from the mammoth and form a formation. Due to their numerical advantage, the frost wolf quickly regained control of the battlefield. Wolves are agile and versatile, while mammoths are slow and clumsy due to their size. After several rounds, although he managed to hit a few frost wolves, he was mostly attacked by them, and their sharp claws and fangs caused them some damage. Kimpo, this can't go on like this. One of the mammoths roared anxiously upon noticing the situation. The mammoth named Kinpo's eyes flickered, but he couldn't think of a good solution for the time being. The mammoths are slower than the frost wolves, so there's no way they can escape. The only option is to frighten the frost wolves and drive them away. Whoa! Just then, 3 frost wolves pounced at once, intending to bite wounds into the mammoth that had made the sound. However, they did not expect the mammoth to suddenly lunge forward, its powerful body colliding with the frost wolf's body, sending the 3 creatures, who were clearly at a disadvantage in terms of size, flying away. As luck would have it, the place where it landed was right in front of Kimpo. The feet rise and fall. How could Kimpo let this opportunity pass? With a flick of his forelegs, he stomped 2 frost wolves into the pit, reducing the wolf pack's numbers once again. Moo! The mammoth was overjoyed, and the surviving frost wolves no longer dared to linger beneath these behemoths, retreating repeatedly. Damn it! Seeing that his own side was considering retreating, the frost wolf leader was unwilling but helpless. The combination of 4 mammoths is too powerful. They can only hunt them when they are alone. TSK, this wolf pack is no good. Yifeng shook his head. The wolf pack was far inferior to the mammoth herd in terms of both cohesion and cooperation. Therefore, the wolf was destined for a crushing defeat. You big stupid wolf. A series of melodious, bell-like sounds rang out, causing Yifeng's body to stiffen abruptly. He turned to look at the little fox by Ro, who was staring at him with an innocent expression. If Yifeng had hands, he would definitely be covering his face in shame right now. How could he have such a stupid teammate? Chapter 48, A Terrible Teammate. What did you say? The Frostwolf pack turned around and came to Yifeng, with the Frostwolf King, the leader, looking ferocious. Not only did they suffer a setback in the mammoth herd, but they were also looked down upon by a little fox. If it can't eat 4 mammoths, surely it can eat a python and a little fox? Seeing the saliva dripping from the frost wolf's fangs, the little fox was startled and cowered behind Yifeng. Did I say something wrong? The little guy seemed a bit lost. Yifeng rolled his eyes. Don't you have any self-awareness? Don't come any closer. This python is very powerful. It can easily defeat a giant tiger, the little fox said, trying to appear calm, as if she wanted to scare the group away. Yifeng's lips twitched uncontrollably. This guy was such a ripoff. He really wanted to throw him away right now. A giant axe. The Frostwolf leader was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter with his subordinates. A mere brat like you dares to mock us? We're out of mammoths today, but a little fox as a snack won't be bad, the Frostwolf leader said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yifeng looked at Frostwolf with indifferent eyes and said unhappily, we have no grudge against each other. The little guy is ignorant and just blurted it out. You don't need to take his life, do you? The Frostwolf leader narrowed his eyes, a scrutinizing gaze lingering on Yifeng. His target wasn't the fox at all. That little fox was far too small to satisfy the appetites of this pack of wolves. I remember that snakes become less effective in cold weather, right? The Frostwolf leader suddenly said out of the blue. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's mind gradually became serious. These frost wolves weren't testing us. They were genuinely planning to attack. I advise you not to make a mistake. Yifeng revealed his fierce fangs, his expression gradually turning ferocious. Although his combat strength would be reduced in this weather, if these frost wolves insisted on attacking, I'm afraid. The Frostwolf leader roared, and the other subordinates immediately assumed an attack stance. Yifeng keenly noticed a hint of desire in their eyes. It turns out they've entered a state of starvation. No wonder they're waging war. But they can't defeat the mammoth. Does that mean they're easy targets? Step back. Yifeng used his tail to push the little fox aside, and then raised his ferocious giant head, revealing a colossal python in front of the beasts. The Frostwolves paused, only then realizing just how enormous Yifeng's body was, a full 40 meters tall. If it were a one-on-one fight, Perhaps none of the ferocious beasts present could be his match. But now the die is cast, and there's no turning back. Moreover, Python's fighting ability decreases in cold weather, so this giant python from who knows where might not be a match for them. Kenpo, shall we help? A mammoth ran up to Kenpo, staring at the imminent battle in the distance, and asked in a low voice. The mammoth named Kenpo stared at Yifeng and the frost wolf pack for a moment, then shook his head slightly. No need. This giant python won't die. Upon hearing this, the mammoth was taken aback. Given the strength of this pack of frost wolves, even a lone mammoth would be no match for them. Can this giant python hold out? Wow. A frost wolf's sharp claws slashed across Yifeng's body, sending sparks flying. Bang! Yifeng swung his massive tail horizontally, striking the frost wolf squarely on the head. The frost wolf traced a perfect parabola through the air before plunging into the frozen water beside him. An inauspicious start. The frost wolf leader's face turned green. He hadn't expected his subordinates to be so useless, getting beaten up on their first attempt. After a long time, the frost wolf finally crawled out of the icy water, but it was shivering all over and was clearly unable to continue fighting. The direct loss of one frost wolf's combat strength. The frost wolf leader's heart. He turned around and saw, sure enough, the other subordinates looked fearful. After all, this giant python is even more impactful than a mammoth. In common sense, snakes are considered the most ferocious beasts. Their natural fear. What are you afraid of? It's just one. Do you think a pack of wolves would be afraid of a lone snake? The frost wolf leader roared, sounding exasperated. The frost wolves immediately felt ashamed and lowered their heads. Useless thing. The frost wolf leader cursed angrily, while his eyes began to scrutinize Yifeng. This creature's body is covered in golden scales, which seem to give it extremely high defensive capabilities, while the frost wolf's strength lies in its teeth. So the frost wolf leader quickly came up with a battle plan. Let's go all out and try to pull out its scales with our teeth. Let's see how it can defend itself without scales, the frost wolf leader sneered. Oh whoa! Several frost wolves howled in unison, then rushed forward and leaped into the air. Yifeng lashed out with his giant tail, but only managed to hit one of the frost wolves in midair. The other three landed on him. The frost wolf's sharp teeth gnawed at Yifeng's scales, and the powerful bite startled him, causing his heart to gradually turn pale. He suddenly remembered the frost wolf's ability, its teeth. Frost wolf possesses teeth as hard as ice, which gives them an extremely strong bite force. When their teeth meet their prey, the prey feels an icy chill, causing the blood flowing from the wound to cool down quickly, thus swiftly killing the prey. At this moment, the frost wolf could not break through its own defenses, but it could use its teeth to pull out its own scales. That freezing effect will harden your scales, and over time, Yifeng's heart sank, and then he frantically shook his body. You bastard! Yifeng roared inwardly, then opened his mouth and spewed out flames. The frost wolves never expected Yifeng to possess such a miraculous ability. In pain, they leaped several meters away, one of them even being burned by the flames, howling and rolling on the ground. The situation reached a stalemate. The wolves cowered again. This giant python was too strange. It had a powerful defense and could even breathe fire. Oh no! Seeing his subordinate's reaction, the frost wolf leader became nervous again. If he gave up the giant python now, he would lose all his authority in the frost wolf pack. With a roar, the frost wolf leader charged forward, taking the lead. Yifeng focused his gaze and flicked his tail, missed. With agile movements, the frost wolf leader gripped the gaps between the leaf wind scales with its claws, and then bit down with its teeth to secure a piece of scale. Swish! Golden scales fell off Yifeng's body, and the frost wolf leader fell off Yifeng's body, but still had the golden scale in its mouth. Its eyes were arrogant, and its spirit was high, like a victorious knight. Ugh! Yifeng winced in pain, a ferocious glint appearing in his eyes. The flamethrower consumed a lot of energy, and in this cold weather, its stamina was depleted exponentially. It had only been catching its breath for a short while when this damned frostwolf found an opportunity. The frostwolf leader's actions undoubtedly greatly encouraged the frostwolf pack, and gradually the group of frostwolf approached Yifeng. Chapter 49 Ability. A giant python. The little fox was extremely nervous, its worried white paws scratching the ground incessantly, but it was helpless to do anything about what was happening before it. Although she is also a mutant, she has almost no combat ability and can only serve as a support. Yifeng is currently being ganged up on, but she can't help him at all. No, if this continues, I'll eventually be worn down. As time passed, several more gaps appeared on Yi Feng's body, and the exhaustion made his movements stiff and sluggish. We must find a breakthrough. Yi Feng's mind raced. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the frost wolves seemed to be malfunctioning. It appeared to have been injured in a recent battle with a mammoth. Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and he deliberately created an opening for the frost wolf. The frost wolf's eyes lit up. Driven by its eagerness for quick success, it pounced fiercely at Yi Feng, unaware that Yi Feng's massive jaws were right behind it. From just an odd angle, the poor frost wolf was bitten by Yi Feng, and the venomous fangs secreted poison, gradually paralyzing the frost wolf. In the end, frost wolf completely lost its breath. Yi Feng opened his mouth and swallowed the frost wolf whole, then glanced defiantly at the frost wolves around him. Sure enough, that glance worked, making the group of frost wolf look wary. The wolf is dead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Feng quickly used the system to digest the frost wolf. Ding! Congratulations on devouring the ancient frost wolf and evolving for the third time. You have gained 78 growth points, and you have gained 3 attribute points in strength. You have gained a special ability, Frost Physique. Frost Constitution. Able to withstand the frigid weather of the far north, walking on glaciers as if on flat ground, an essential skill for both home and travel. The familiar electronic voice came through, and as expected, Yi Feng's luck did not disappoint, as it revealed the survival ability he had been hoping for. Damn it, my luck is so bad. Activate Frost Constitution. Without hesitation, Yi Feng felt a surge of coolness wash over him. He felt the discomfort in his body completely disappear, and even felt a sense of comfort and ease in the cold. With his combat strength beginning to recover and his condition approaching perfection, Yi Feng reversed his previous defeat and began spewing flames from his mouth, knocking several frost wolves to the ground. How come he seems to have suddenly become stronger? Several mammoths in the distance had been watching the battle closely, and they noticed the change in Yi Feng's condition. One of the mammoths was greatly surprised. Even Kimpo was surprised. Yi Feng's attacks had seemed weak and powerless before, and he couldn't even get rid of the frost wolves that jumped on him. However, after eating a frost wolf, he reversed his defeat. It's not that he's become stronger, it's that he's no longer restricted by the cold. Kimpo looked at Yi Feng with a deep gaze. This was an incredibly powerful beast. Before, Yi Feng was troubled by the cold, which made everyone think he was a sick snake. In reality, it was the most terrifying presence on the field. Hiss! In the arena, Yi Feng fought with increasing ferocity. Having recovered to its peak condition, it was completely unafraid of the frost wolves and beat them senseless in just a few rounds. Boss, why do I feel like this python has gotten stronger? At this moment, the pack of frost wolves realized something was wrong, and only 7 frost wolves remained capable of fighting. From nearly 20, the frost wolves have lost 7, a truly devastating loss for the pack. Boss, let's retreat. The frost wolves tried to dissuade them. No, we must kill it today, the frost wolf leader roared angrily. Driven mad by hunger and the repeated blows he suffered, the frost wolf leader completely lost his mind. Ignoring his subordinate's advice, he charged madly towards Yi Feng, only to be tightly bound by Yi Feng, who was prepared. As Yi Feng's power increased, the frost wolf leader felt a suffocating sensation, like the sea surging upwards. Your life is over. Yi Feng sneered, his fangs plunging into the other's neck. The frost wolf leader's eyes glazed over, and he finally died. Yi Feng swallowed the other party whole, but unfortunately, the only reward this time was growth points and attribute points. Actually, he was quite interested in the frost wolf's teeth that could freeze blood, but unfortunately the system didn't give him that skill. The other frost wolves saw their leader die. They exchanged glances and then scattered like birds and beasts. Wow, giant python, you're amazing. Little Fox by Ro came closer, her fox eyes sparkling like stars. She discovered that none of the ferocious beasts were a match for Yi Feng. He was simply too strong. Just a clown. Yi Feng smiled smugly. This, brother python. At that moment, a mammoth approached, speaking in a gentle and polite tone. Yi Feng recognized the mammoth as Kambu, and, after a moment of confusion, greeted it. Hello. Brother python, the snowfield is not suitable for snakes to live in. You seem to have other purposes for coming here. Mammoth asked bluntly. That's right. I'm here to find something, and I need to venture deep into that forbidden snowfield, Yi Feng said calmly. I see. Mammoth's tone held a hint of realization. If Yi Feng came to devour them, then another fierce battle is inevitable. Brother python, you just helped our family get rid of a major threat. I have some news for you that I believe will be helpful to you. Mammoth said after a moment's hesitation. What news? Yifeng was slightly taken aback. The Forbidden Snowfield already has a ruler, a creature that has never appeared on Blue Star before. This behemoth can control the cold wind and freeze people into statues. Most importantly, it is a flying creature, shaped like an eagle, but 3 times larger than a typical eagle. Yifeng was taken aback by Mammoth's words, and then his eyes darkened. Controlling the cold wind, an eagle? Could it be a mutated species, a hurricane snow eagle? Yifeng murmured for a moment, deeply concerned about whether to enter the forbidden snowfield. As is well known, birds of prey are the natural enemies of snakes. Whether it is an eagle or a falcon, they can greatly restrain themselves. Not long ago, Yifeng had dealt with an ancient species of giant eagle, but that giant eagle had only evolved twice, and it was an ancient species. However, this hurricane snow sculpture is a genuine mutant, an existence of the same class as itself. Moreover, to become the overlord of the forbidden snowfield, this guy must have evolved at least 4 times. If Yifeng were to encounter him, there's a very high probability he would die. Yifeng didn't want to let go of that super mutated original stone. It was the fusion original stone he had carefully selected to give to Yiling. Give it a shot, and your bicycle could become a motorcycle. Yifeng made up his mind. The snowfield was covered by snow all year round, so the hurricane snow eagle might not be able to find him. Even if he was unfortunately targeted by it, as long as he showed some strength, the hurricane snow eagle might not dare to attack him. With a sliver of hope, Yifeng stepped into the forbidden snowfield. This place, rarely visited by any living creature, was swept by fierce winds and snow. Occasionally, he would encounter a few creatures, but they would disappear from sight before he could even make out their figures. Yifeng had no idea that the moment it entered the forbidden snowfield, a pair of eyes in the sky had been watching it. Chapter 50 Hurricane Snow Sculpture. Damn, this snow is so heavy, even eagle vision is useless. Yifeng struggled to move in the snowstorm, while the little fox by Ro, who was perched on his head, completely hid. Big Python, how about we rest for a while today? Give me some of the snow lotus I found. I'm hungry, came the little fox's voice. I've already digested all that snow lotus, Yifeng said irritably. What? The little fox exclaimed in a wrong tone. You're lying. Didn't you say your stomach could hold things and wouldn't digest them? What I'm talking about is raw stone. Raw stone is solid, so of course it can't be digested, Yifeng said helplessly. Huh, that's disgusting, the little fox exclaimed. But you're right, we should indeed stop. We can't keep searching aimlessly like this, Yifeng thought to himself. The moment he entered the snowfield, he lost his way. Even though he could roughly remember the location of the super mutant or through his memories from his previous life. But the wind and snow obscured his direction, and unless he carried a GPS device, he would never have a chance to find the raw stone in his next life. We can only wait for the snow to stop, Yifeng sighed. Yifeng. The little fox suddenly let out a strange cry, which instantly raised Yifeng's spirits to a new level. What's wrong? He asked, staring at the little fox. No. Ro hugged the giant python's head tightly, a lingering shock appearing in her eyes. I just felt something watching us, she explained. What is it? Yifeng was taken aback. Then a chill ran through him as he looked up at the sky. The wind and snow blurred Yifeng's vision, but thanks to his extraordinary eagle vision ability, he still managed to spot the dark figure hovering in the air. In an instant, Yifeng's heart turned cold. They've been targeted by hurricane snow sculptures. No wonder they were shrouded in snow and wind as soon as they came in. It turns out that the hurricane snow sculptures were the culprit. We can't let our guard down, Yifeng thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He knew very well the hunting habits of these birds of prey. Because these creatures had amazing eyesight and keen observation skills, they would wait for their prey to be most relaxed before launching an attack. If Yifeng reveals even the slightest weakness, he may be greeted with a luxurious aerial tour. Of course, travel expenses can be a matter of life and death. I'm lost, and there's no way I can leave this forbidden area, so I can only keep going. But I'll eventually relax my guard, Yifeng thought to himself as he walked. He didn't tell the little fox that the hurricane snow eagle was watching them. Otherwise, given the fox's personality, it would definitely be screaming right now, which would only scare the hurricane snow eagle. System, open the encyclopedia and find the hurricane snow sculpture. At such a distance, Yifeng was unable to scan the information of the hurricane snow sculpture. Although he did not know how many times the creature had evolved, he could learn about its weaknesses in advance. Number 375, Hurricane Snow Sculpture. A mutated species, resembling an eagle in shape, with white feathers and a black body, possessing vision that can penetrate wind and snow, and its huge wings can control the airflow of cold winds to create snowy weather. Natural enemy? Restraint. Snakes, cattle, sheep, wolves. Weakness. The hurricane snow eagle's wings blot out the sun. Although it can manipulate air currents, this is also its fatal flaw. Due to the large area of its wings, it is easily attacked by enemies. Once its wings are damaged, it will never be able to fly again. The system's answer made Yi Feng's eyes light up. That's right, the last giant eagle was knocked down by his wing, so he could use the same trick on this hurricane snow eagle. Wings are the weapons that allow eagles to dominate the skies, but they are also their fatal weakness. Once they lose their wings, they are like kites with broken strings, destined to crash. Having figured this out, Yi Feng was no longer afraid of the hurricane snow eagle. On the contrary, he was somewhat looking forward to the guy coming down to attack him. I wonder if eating the flying raptor will grant me the ability to fly. If that's really the case, wouldn't that be amazing? Omnipotent system, please give me wings. As Yi Feng prayed in his heart, his aura gradually weakened. He was deliberately revealing his weakness to make the hurricane snow eagle lower its guard and attack him. The hurricane snow sculpture hovered in the air. Although Yi Feng seemed blind in the wind and snow, the snow sculpture's vision was very clear. On a vast, uninhabited snow-covered plain, a giant python moved slowly forward, with a small fox perched on its head. Although the combination was strange, the snow sculpture didn't find it strange at all when it thought that it was originally a human. What truly made him wary was the python's size. Its winding length resembled a long dragon, forcing him to be on guard. Such a large python must be no ordinary species. It would be disastrous if it were to capsize unexpectedly. So he followed the giant python for a long time without making a move, for fear of being killed in return. Suddenly, the giant python entered a valley and disappeared from its sight. This startled the snow eagle, which then became anxious. Such a huge python. Eating it would definitely help me grow a lot, and might even allow me to undergo my 5th evolution. I can't just watch the duck that's already in my mouth fly away. But it had been to that valley before. It was winding and very narrow, not suitable for flying. But he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. After thinking it over, he lowered his flight altitude and took in the view of the valley, which relieved the hurricane snow eagle. So he hurriedly searched for the giant python's tracks, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find it. Hidden. Hurricane snow sculpture was taken aback for a moment. Then a warning bell rang in its heart. Danger. Hiss. However, it was too late. The giant python had somehow climbed the cliff and was lying in ambush on his path, waiting to leap out when he flew over. Yi Feng approached the hurricane snow sculpture's location in midair, then opened his blood-red maw and fiercely bit its wing. Bah! The hurricane snow eagle let out a mournful cry. Its wings began to droop due to gravity, leaving only its left wing flapping. But it could not support itself alone, and its flight altitude rapidly decreased. Yi Feng was overjoyed, because it feared that its fire breath wouldn't be enough to kill the creature and that it would escape. Therefore, it decided to attack personally, which was why it chose to ambush it in this valley. Unexpectedly, this greedy fellow actually got in. Since that's the case, then I can't blame myself. The hurricane snow eagle knew it had been ambushed, and its rapidly decreasing altitude allowed it to assess its current predicament. This giant python definitely won't let go. Continuing this will only lead to its own death. Thinking of this, a resolute look appeared in its eyes. Brush. It stopped flying. Yi Feng was dumbfounded. Feeling the rapid flow of air around him, he understood the hurricane snow sculpture's idea. This kid wants to die together with everyone else. Damn it. Let's talk this out. Don't try to take us both down with you. However, he didn't have time to complain. Although the valley wasn't high, it was still several hundred meters long. Such a height would kill the snake. If they don't find a solution soon, he and the hurricane snow sculpture will truly perish together. Chapter 51 Devouring the Hurricane Snow Sculpture. The surrounding air was howling, and Yi Feng's heart gradually sank to freezing point. He can dominate the field on land, but he is completely powerless to fight back in the air. Yi Feng seemed to see himself smashed into a pulp, while the hurricane snow eagle beside him had a look of satisfaction in its eyes. This giant python dared to ambush him, so they would all die together. You son of a bitch. Yi Feng couldn't help but want to curse, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by everything going black. Bang! With a dull thud, Yifeng and the hurricane snow eagle were simultaneously knocked away from the side by a giant white beast, which mitigated some of the impact on them. Hiss! Yifeng felt a sharp pain in his body, but there was no fatal injury. After a moment of relief, he got up from the ground and saw a snow-white giant beast with the body of a lion and the body of a goat. This is... Yifeng was taken aback. Ding. System scan in progress. Target, the super ancient species, Baizhe, undergoes one evolution. Baizhe. According to the classic of mountains and seas, there is a beast called Baizhe in Dongwang Mountain. It can speak. When a king is virtuous, it can illuminate even the most remote places. Slowly, Yifeng came to his senses, and his expression suddenly became excited. It was Baizhe. Baizhe was known as an auspicious beast in ancient times, and was even given a certain mythological color, but it actually existed, only it became extinct a long time ago. However, in the system's encyclopedia classification, Baizhe is actually classified as a super ancient species. Of course, what excited Yifeng was not the sudden appearance of the giant Baizhe beast, nor the fact that Baizhe's appearance had saved his life. He was excited because of Baizhe's identity, Lu Qingqing. That's right. In her previous life, Lu Qingqing transformed into the same Baizhe giant beast as before, and then saved him, growing up with him in the apocalypse. Baizhe are rare. Yifeng had only seen one in his previous life, and he was almost certain that this Baizhe was Lu Qingqing. After rescuing the two beasts, Lu Qingqing's bright eyes flashed, and she began to back away, looking at Yifeng with a hint of fear in her eyes. Qing? Yifeng asked in confusion, wanting to approach the other party, but unexpectedly the other party seemed to be startled and turned to disappear into the snowfield. Big Python, why did you scare them away? A little fox came running over, its voice filled with displeasure. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, then looked at Bairo. She was grooming herself over there, and she's the most beautiful animal I've ever seen, but I don't know why she suddenly ran over here. Bairo explained crisply. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes widened, and a flash of inspiration seemed to appear in his mind. He hurriedly asked the system. System, query Baizhe's abilities. Baizhe, special abilities, blessings from heaven, foresight. Blessing from heaven. Baizhe possesses the ability to bring good fortune, and those within a certain range around him can receive lucky protection. This ability stunned Yifeng. Lucky protection, is this similar to his own luck? It's something that doesn't exist, yet it seems to be real. Yifeng wholeheartedly agreed with this point. Then he checked the second ability. Predicting the future. Baizhe expends enormous energy to predict major future events. This is it. Yifeng looked in the direction Lu Qingqing had left, his eyes filled with a complex light. Lu Qingqing must have known she was about to fall to her death through her ability to foresee the future, and thus intervened to save herself. Despite her fierce demeanor in class, she was actually very kind-hearted. However, she was unaware of how treacherous the world after her transformation into a beast was. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been harmed in her previous life. Once we've dealt with this hurricane snow sculptor, we'll go after her, Yifeng said in a deep voice, withdrawing his gaze. Hurricane snow sculpture? The little fox looked at Yifeng with some confusion. Bah! The sound of a snow eagle struggling desperately came from beside me. Yifeng possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities thanks to his golden scale armor, and the impact of Lu Qingqing's collision mitigated some of the force, so he was not seriously injured. On the contrary, the hurricane snow eagle, although it is the lord of the sky, is extremely fragile and even more vulnerable on land. Even a hyena can easily kill it. The hurricane snow eagle had just crashed, its right wing striking the ground, and it had completely lost its ability to fly. At this moment, in Yifeng's hands, it was like a lamb to the slaughter. Kids shouldn't watch this, it's not suitable for children, Yifeng said to the little fox, then twisted his body and moved closer to the hurricane snow sculpture. Bairo pursed her lips but didn't say anything, obediently turning her head away. Although she was a carnivore, she had Yifeng catch small rabbits for her to eat along the way. The scene of him devouring large animals like the hurricane snow sculpture was too bloody for her to bear. Let me go, and I can let you leave this place and make you the overlord. Looking at Yifeng, who was gradually approaching, the hurricane snow eagle lost all its arrogance in the sky and hurriedly begged for mercy. Overlord, Yifeng sneered. He had no interest in being the overlord of this forbidden snowfield. The temperature here was extremely low, and it was surrounded by ice and snow all year round, which was not an environment he liked. Even with the ability to adapt to snowy weather through a frost-resistant constitution, it doesn't change the fact that they inherently dislike frost and snow. Moreover, he was the sixth man to subdue the hurricane snow sculpture this time. If it regains its wings, it will be difficult for him to find another opportunity to shoot it down. On the contrary, if this hurricane snow eagle holds a grudge, it is very likely to take advantage of your rest time to do something sneaky. Release the eagle back into the sky. No. This is fresh and delicious growth value. It's practically in my mouth. How could I possibly spit it out? Yifeng ignored the hurricane snow eagle's pleas for mercy, opened his blood-red maw, and slowly swallowed the hurricane snow eagle into his stomach. Ding, system digesting. Congratulations on devouring the mutated hurricane snow sculpture. You have gained 423 growth points. You have gained a speed attribute bonus of 20. That's all. Yifeng was taken aback, then breathed a sigh of relief. This result is not unexpected. On the contrary, it would be absurd if the system really gave him a pair of big wings. A snake with wings? It feels eerie just thinking about it. Hey, why doesn't your belly get bigger when you eat? Biro turned around and looked at Yifeng's smooth abdomen, unable to help but ask in surprise. She hadn't discovered this problem for the first time, but Yifeng hadn't eaten particularly large animals in the past, so she hadn't thought much of it. But the hurricane snow sculpture we're eating today is tens of meters long, so why is Yifeng's belly still so small? Well, my digestive system is pretty powerful, Yifeng said calmly. The digestive system? Biro was stunned, her fox-like eyes filled with suspicion. No one's digestive system is that powerful, right? Yifeng ignored her, because he was indeed not lying. Of course, digestion had to be done separately from the system. His system is quite powerful. Let's go find Sister Qingqing, Yifeng said. Wait, who is Sister Qingqing? Biro looked bewildered. Why could she never understand what this person was saying? Sister Qingqing is that giant white beast. She's my homeroom teacher. If it weren't for her, you might never have seen me again, Yifeng explained. Oh, okay. Fortunately, Biro wasn't very bright and didn't dwell on how Yifeng knew that the giant white beast was Lu Qingqing. On the way, Yifeng took the opportunity to check his attribute panel. Host, Yifeng's fifth evolution. Species, Undying python. Evolution points, 789, 1,600 points required for the next evolution. Functions, venomous fangs, flaming breath, golden scales, eagle eyes, frost physique. Strength, 266. Speed, 207. Defense, 253. Physical fitness, 235. Chapter 52, Ice, Spring Valley. They didn't see any trace of Lu Qingqing along the way. Although the hurricane snow sculptors no longer controlled the airflow to obscure their vision, the snow was still falling heavily, covering the footprints on the ground. The heavy snow has covered all traces of her, and our sense of smell is useless. It's going to be too difficult to find Sister Qingqing. Yifeng swayed and sighed. The little fox didn't speak, lying listlessly on Yifeng's head, the icy temperature making her feel listless. Yifeng activated his eagle vision and suddenly spotted a strand of snow-white fur on the road. He quickly stepped forward and sniffed the fur. It's Qingqing's scent. Yifeng exclaimed excitedly. Although he hadn't found her, at least it proved that he was heading in the right direction. And this road has always led to the top of Qingyuan. Could it be that Sister Qingqing went there? Without thinking it over, Yifeng chased after them again. Yifeng, look over there. Biro suddenly spoke up from above. The direction she pointed to was chaotic, clearly showing signs of a battle. This kind of mark. Yifeng looked over, and his pupils instantly contracted, his scalp tingling. The ground was twisted and jagged, with uneven bumps and depressions. These are the fighting marks of a python. How is this possible? Could there be a giant python in this vast snowfield? Yifeng could not hide his shock. Judging by visual inspection, this giant python is no smaller than it. And a python that can survive on the snowfield must be a mutant species. System, open the encyclopedia. Yifeng quickly searched his memory, searching for snakes that can survive in snowy conditions. Ding, system query in progress. There are 3 types of snakes that meet the criteria: the mutated frost python, the mutated frost leaf snake, and the mutated ice lake python. Mutant frost python lives in the icy plateau, is huge, and can reach 20 meters in length when it is born. Its characteristic is to use stealth and ambush. Mutant frost leaf snake, small in size, highly venomous, lives in snowy regions and is adapted to the cold. Mutant ice lake python, it prefers to live at the bottom of ice lakes. Its powerful breathing ability allows it to stay submerged for half a month. It also has extremely strong constricting power. Obviously, only the first mutated species, the Frostfield giant python, meets the criteria, and Yifeng had never heard of the Frostfield giant python in his previous life. Just from the description, you can tell it's no ordinary character. It might even be a cunning old fox. Although he knew the other party's identity, Yifeng did not relax because snakes are cold-blooded animals, so Yifeng's heat perception had no effect on his own kind. Ordinary snakes find their kind by scent, but in snowy weather, their sense of smell is of little use. So he couldn't find the other party, but the other party could ambush him. The enemy is in the dark, while we are in the light. Call. What went by? Byro noticed a dark shadow pass by in the snow and asked nervously. Yifeng possessed the vision of an eagle, seeing even more clearly than Byro. It was a pure white python, and without concentrating, it would be difficult to spot. Of course, what made Yifeng secretly relieved was that the snowfield python had taken a liking to them. This proves that the giant snow python was not feeding, otherwise it wouldn't have targeted them. It seems that Sister Chingching is safe for now. Hiss. The faint hissing sound of a snake coming through the wind and snow made Yifeng tense up. According to the system's prompts, this frost serpent likes to ambush, but he doesn't yet have a general idea of its attack power. After so many days, Yifeng realized that his defense was not invincible. At least some giant beasts had broken through his golden scales. Call. Suddenly, a blizzard erupted, and a snow-white snake head emerged from it, its indifferent eyes mirroring Yifeng's usual gaze. Frostfield python. Yifeng's mind raced. He suddenly realized that the snake's head was already in front of him, its gaping maw snapping viciously at him. Clang. A sound like steel clashing rang out. Before Yifeng could turn his head, the Frost Plains giant python swung its body and disappeared into the wind and snow again. When Yifeng looked over, he only saw a tail that looked like a shopping mall pillar. That's fast. Came to his senses, his eyes gradually darkened. The opponent's speed was so fast that Yifeng didn't even have time to check the opponent's evolution count. Based on the opponent's speed, Yifeng could roughly estimate that it had undergone at least 5 evolutions, or even more. Big Python, are you alright? Byro spoke with concern, a hint of lingering fear in her eyes. Fortunately, the giant python didn't bite her. Fine. Yifeng spoke calmly. The giant snow python was indeed much faster than him by using the snow, but its strength was not as great as he had imagined. It didn't even break through its own golden scale defense. But this feeling of the enemy being in the dark while I am in the light is very uncomfortable. If only I could also use the ice and snow to hide myself. Even though he was thinking this, Yifeng still focused intently on his surroundings. You must have killed the hurricane snow sculpture, right? A sinister voice rang out. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, unable to discern the other party's location. After a long pause, he said calmly, we killed them. If you leave now, we will be at peace. Otherwise, you will die too. The Frost Plains serpent remained silent for a moment, then suddenly sneered. You think I don't know? You can't find my location at all. Reason he was wasting his breath on Yifeng now was because he was stunned by Yifeng's amazing defense. But he didn't want to give up Yifeng as his prey, so he stalled for time to observe and look for the next opportunity to attack. Yifeng pursed his lips slightly at the frost serpent's words. He could not find its location, but the serpent would not dare to attack him easily. You encountered a snow-white behemoth before? Yifeng asked, his eyes darting around. So what if it is? I've already eaten it. If you know what's good for you, just accept your fate and let me eat you. The frost serpent sneered. Yifeng was slightly speechless. Knowing that Lu Qingqing had indeed passed through here, Yifeng felt much more at ease and continued forward. He didn't want to waste time with this Frost Plains giant python. Throughout the journey, Yifeng could sense that the Frost Plains giant python had not left and was hiding nearby. Ice Spring Valley. Suddenly, a huge stone tablet appeared in front of Yifeng, with 3 characters printed on it. This is it. Yifeng's eyes brightened. This Ice Spring Valley is where that super mutant was born in its previous life, so its original stone must be here too. However, the temperature inside Ice Spring Valley is extremely low, making it impossible for ordinary giant beasts to enter. Yifeng was also unsure whether his frost physique could withstand it. But we should give it a try anyway. As Yifeng entered Ice Spring Valley, a giant, snow-white python appeared outside the valley, its cold eyes revealing a hint of confusion and apprehension. Finally, he glanced reluctantly at the valley, then turned and left. Chapter 53 Ice Spider Swarm. The frost serpent didn't follow. Yifeng also noticed the problem and couldn't help but be stunned. After the death of the hurricane snow eagle, The Frost Plains giant python has been the undisputed ruler of this forbidden snowfield, at least for now. The future is full of uncertainties, and no one can guarantee that they will survive to the end. Even so, the frost serpent can now come and go freely in the entire forbidden snowfield, so why didn't it follow? Could it be that an even more terrifying beast is hidden in this ice spring valley? Or is it afraid of Baize, which Lu Qingqing has transformed into? No, that's impossible. Baize isn't a combat-type behemoth, and when it first encountered Lu Qingqing, the other party had clearly evolved no more than 3 times. Baize was no match for the Frost Plains giant python. Perhaps he escaped by sheer luck. Therefore, only the first possibility exists. Oh no. This means that Lu Qingqing may have already encountered a terrifying behemoth in Ice Spring Valley. Yifeng quickly snapped out of his thoughts and rushed into the Ice Spring Valley. The chilling wind swept in like a tornado, making it hard for Yifeng to breathe, and causing the little fox to curl up into a ball. Big Python, what are you looking for? Bairo's aggrieved voice came from above. Although she had some resistance to cold, she couldn't withstand the extreme cold of Ice Spring Valley. I had never been to Ice Spring Valley in my previous life. I never imagined the temperature here would be so extreme. Yifeng gritted his teeth and continued forward. His frost-resistant constitution gave him great cold resistance, but it couldn't eliminate his dislike for snowy days. I just hope to find Sister Qingqing and the raw stone as soon as possible, and then leave this place. Yifeng sighed, then activated his thermal sensor, frantically sensing everything around him. Finally, a touch of warmth seemed to invigorate Yifeng. But then, a murderous glint appeared in his eyes, because Lu Qingqing was in a bad situation. A hot spring steams from the ice, while ice plants grow all around it, creating an extreme contrast. Ice Spring Valley has such a place. Yifeng was surprised, and the image of a sacred place described by a novelist hundreds of years ago flashed through his mind. Squeak! Sharp cries came from all directions, and a group of giant spiders with icy bodies and thick white hairs appeared before them. System scan in progress. Ancient species, ice spider. Their webs are very tough, and once trapped, it is difficult to escape. The webs are also coated with ice poison, which can slowly reduce the animal's mental state and cause its death. So many ice spiders. Yifeng's heart sank. Big Python, look. It's Sister Qingqing you mentioned. Little Fox Bairo suddenly exclaimed. The heat from the hot spring helped her regain some of her energy. Yifeng remained silent, staring at the ice spiders crawling out from all directions. Qingqing, who had transformed into Baize, was trapped in a snow-white spider web. The web was covered with ice silk and emitted a chill. Lu Qingqing had fallen into a coma, but she must have just been trapped by the ice spiders, otherwise she would have turned into a pile of bones by now. If we don't rescue her soon, she'll freeze to death, Yifeng said in a deep voice, a sharp glint in his eyes. Bairo was extremely nervous, but at this moment, she couldn't help him at all and could only stare helplessly. Yifeng roughly calculated that there were about 18 ice spiders. They should rule the entire depths of Ice Spring Valley. No wonder they didn't encounter any wild beasts along the way, and the Frost Plains giant python didn't dare to come in. These ice spiders are among the top predators of all ancient species. A group of 18 of them is no less formidable than a pack of frost wolves. They even took advantage of the terrain of the ice valley to the extreme, and the frostfield python, which is also a mutated species, did not dare to easily set foot in their territory. Squeak squeak. Giant python, leave quickly, and we may spare your life. One of the largest ice spiders crawled out, its voice chilling. They sensed the pressure from Yifeng, which is why they spoke up. Because they have already hunted a Baize, enough for them to digest for a while. Compared to Baize, Yifeng, a giant python covered in golden scales, exuded a great deal of pressure, making them hesitant to attack. I'll let you leave, but you have to release the giant beast you've captured, Yifeng said in human language. Squeak squeak. The ice spiders began to communicate. Yifeng's eyes narrowed. These guys were speaking spider language, which he couldn't understand. The little fox looked at them with the same blank expression. Each race has its own language. The ancient and mutated races, after being transformed into beasts, can not only master their race's language, but also speak human language, which is equivalent to learning an additional foreign language. Suddenly, the ice spiders seemed to have finished their conversation. Several ice spiders rustled back to their caves in the valley, leaving a few ice spiders to talk to Yifeng. What is your relationship with this behemoth? The ice spider asked coldly. She is my companion, Yifeng replied. Yifeng wasn't entirely confident in fighting a group of ice spiders in Ice Spring Valley. After all, This was their territory. A powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Yifeng understood this principle, especially with treacherous creatures like spiders, who might resort to any tricks. Unfortunately, these ice spiders are also cold-blooded, rendering their thermal imaging systems unusable. Your companion has trespassed into our territory and launched an attack. We've captured him. Is that all right? The ice spider's tone remained indifferent. Upon hearing this, Yifeng frowned. Judging from the ice spider's words, it had no intention of releasing the person. Big Python, I have a bad feeling. The little fox by Ro whispered in Yifeng's ear. Yifeng was taken aback. He looked up and activated eagle vision, making the entire valley as bright and clear as daytime. He suddenly saw a large, transparent silken net being densely woven on the cave ceiling, with ice spiders diligently spinning silk on both sides. This scene caused Yifeng's pupils to shrink suddenly. Squeak! Yifeng's actions were discovered, and the ice spider leader let out a tense cry. Then, the two ice spiders above the valley top received the order at the same time, and a huge web was cast down. Asshole! Yifeng cursed angrily, but the net covered an area so vast that he could no longer escape the area it enveloped. Roar! Yifeng unleashed a burst of fiery breath, and a thick wave of heat swept across the entire valley floor, startling the ice spiders, who let out piercing screams. Puff! The giant net of ice silk touched the ground. Wisps of meth's chill seeped out, sending a shiver down one's spine. Meanwhile, the portion that Yifeng had burned with fire saw flames and meth mingling and vaporizing together. What a fine meth! Yifeng's pupils turned solemn. He saw that the originally transparent net had been covered with white frost, so cold that it was frightening. From this, Yifeng could imagine the pain Lu Qingqing was enduring at this moment, and it couldn't be delayed any longer. You bunch of insidious spiders, how dare you scheme against me? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yifeng's angry voice rang out. In his whole life, the person he hated the most was Lao Lu. Ice spiders fear fire, and Yifeng had already discovered this weakness. Immediately, flames spewed inexhaustibly from Yifeng's mouth, spreading across the entire valley floor like the 8 trigrams furnace of Laozi. Chapter 54: The 8th Evolution of a Mutant. Squeak! Squeak! Within the ice spring valley, the terrified cries of the ice spiders echoed everywhere. If Yifeng didn't have the ability to breathe fire, there might have been a real battle to the death today, but now? It was just indiscriminate killing. Your Excellency, we can talk this over. The ice spider leader's panicked voice rang out. Who's consulting with you? Yifeng's lips twitched. That's always been his way of doing things. If you pose a threat to me, I'll discuss things with you. If you pose no threat, then sorry. No discussion. Even if the ice spider were offered to Yifeng, he wouldn't be able to bring himself to eat it. He might as well just burn it all. Ice spiders, didn't we say we shouldn't disturb each other's lives? What are you doing setting fire here? Suddenly, an angry roar echoed from the ice spring valley. The sound was as loud as thunder, and the trembling snowflakes fell to the ground as if a blizzard had struck. What happened? Yifeng was startled. Could it be that the ice spider was not the sole overlord of this ice spring valley? Damn it! Why didn't you say so earlier? Hiss! The deadly hissing sound made Yifeng's snake body tremble. Wasn't that a snake sound? Is there another snake in this ice spring valley? A pair of deep blue eyes emerged from the frozen lake, followed by a massive snake head covered in scales. This python was a head larger than Yifeng, with a length of nearly 70 meters and a body diameter of 2 meters. When the snake's head emerged, it was still glistening with warm water, as if it had just explored some mysterious place. Wait, it lives at the bottom of the ice spring? Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Then the information about the giant python came to mind. The system listed 3 types of giant pythons suitable for survival on ice fields, one of which preferred to live in glacial lakes. Ding! Target creature detected. Ice lake python. 8 evolutions. 8 evolutions. Yifeng was shocked, staring in disbelief at the giant serpent in the ice lake. It evolved 5 times, reaching a body length of about 50 meters, while the ice lake python evolved 8 times. Is there something beneath the frozen lake? Yifeng had a sudden inspiration. Spiders in Ice Spring Valley have evolved a maximum of 4 times, but this giant ice lake python can evolve as many as 8 times. Its strength from 8 evolutions has given it the confidence to compete with the ice spiders for supremacy in Ice Spring Valley, but it chose to make a pact with them instead. It deliberately abandoned the resources of Ice Spring Valley and ran to the bottom of the ice lake, yet it was still able to evolve so many times. Yifeng didn't believe there was nothing at the bottom of the lake. However, Yifeng didn't have the energy to dive to the bottom of the lake to investigate, because the group of ice spiders had started asking for help. That's right, ask the ice lake python for help. Brother Wang Chun, you've finally appeared. Please save us, came the excited voice of the ice spider leader. What happened? The scene of flames filling the sky displeased the giant ice lake python named Wang Chun. His dark eyes flashed, and his entire body rose to the surface of the lake. This giant python intends to take over the entire Ice Spring Valley. We are no match for it. If you don't make a move soon, Ice Spring Valley will become its territory, the ice spider roared. Ha! The giant serpent of the frozen lake suddenly burst into wild laughter. Him? Yifeng felt somewhat annoyed by the disdainful look that the giant serpent from the frozen lake gave him. What does this guy mean? Does he look down on me? It's just evolved 8 times, right? A mere 8 evolutions. Big Python, can you beat him? The little fox on the top of the head suddenly asked in a low voice, a hint of fear in its eyes. This was the first time she had ever seen a python bigger than Yifeng. Cannot. Yifeng gave an honest answer. He has evolved 5 times so far, but with the system's assistance and attribute point bonuses, he will not be afraid of a mutant that has evolved 6 times. Even after 7 evolutions, he was confident that he could put up a fight. But this giant serpent of the frozen lake has undergone 8 evolutions. The behemoths that have undergone 8 evolutions have average attributes that mostly exceed 300, which is a complete numerical crushing. He probably really can't win. Just then, the giant serpent of the ice lake looked at Yifeng with a deep gaze, staring at the golden scales on his body with interest. By devouring each other, they can acquire each other's abilities, the giant serpent of the ice lake suddenly said leisurely. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was immediately stunned. This giant serpent from the frozen lake has not only evolved a total of 8 times, but has also gained a deep understanding of the secrets of devouring evolution. I have a feeling that I'm just a little short of evolving to another level, and your appearance is my chance to evolve. The giant serpent of the ice lake bared 2 icy fangs and suddenly burst out of the lake, its body engulfing Yifeng. In an instant, a tight, constricting sensation surged through Yifeng's entire body. So tight. Yifeng began to fight back. His slender body was covered with layers of scales, which greatly reduced the feeling of being constricted. Taking advantage of this moment, Yifeng revealed his venomous fangs and then bit down on the side of the ice lake python's neck. Clang. At the same time, the sound of steel clashing echoed from Yifeng's waist, reverberating crisply in the valley. Pale blue blood flowed out, and the giant serpent of the frozen lake, in pain, left Yifeng's attack range and returned to the frozen lake to bathe its entire body. Your fangs are poisonous, and you're a mutant too. The gloomy voice of the ice lake python emerged. Yifeng remained noncommittal. Among the ancient species, the strongest was the Titanoboa, but the Titanoboa had no venom, only a powerful constricting ability. In comparison, I am far more powerful than Titanoboa. While Yifeng was still pondering, he suddenly noticed that the wound he had inflicted on the giant python in the frozen lake was rapidly healing in the frozen lake. How is this possible? Yifeng was utterly shocked. Ding. The ice lake python relies on the ice lake environment because the ice lake can bring it a huge boost in combat power. In the ice lake, its healing, defense, attack, and other abilities will be increased several times. The system's explanation sent a chill down Yifeng's spine, and he even broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't rush into the frozen lake to fight this guy immediately, otherwise, he would probably be a corpse by now. I know you also want to devour me. Why don't you come to the lake and we'll fight to the death? In the lake, the giant serpent of the frozen lake only showed its head, coaxing him gently. Yifeng was speechless. What must he have been thinking to go into the lake and fight him? However, in that last round, I gained the upper hand by taking advantage of my defense. Even with a strength attribute exceeding 300 points, it still couldn't break through my golden scale defense immediately. It seems the golden scale armor is stronger than I imagined. However, the giant serpent in the icy lake regarded itself as an opponent of equal strength and was even quite wary of it. So it hid in the icy lake and dared not come out. Yifeng ignored him and continued to set fire to the ice spiders, rescuing Bai Lu Qingqing, who was trapped in the ice web. You find a way to wake her up, I'll handle things here. Yifeng instructed the little fox. Good. Bai Ro lightly leaped onto Lu Qingqing's head, while the giant python of the ice lake became somewhat anxious. What kind of thing is this damn creature? It has both powerful defense and the ability to breathe fire. But no matter how strong it is, there is only one. The giant serpent of the frozen lake hissed and flicked its tongue. The swarm of ice spiders understood his meaning and began to surround Yi Feng from all sides, weaving together a dense web of chilling ice. Chapter 55 Both Sides Suffer. Yi Feng, watch out! Bairugio exclaimed. Call. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The ice spiders were moving along the edge of the valley cliff, making it difficult for him to interfere, while the giant icy lake python was watching him closely at all times. If we don't back down now, we'll be attacked by everyone. A mutant species that has undergone 8 evolutions, a swarm of ice spiders. I don't have much energy left. I can't keep going like this. Yi Feng thought to himself, glancing at Ice Spring Valley with some regret. One of his purposes in coming here was to rescue Lu Qingqing, and another was to find the super mutant original stone. But it seems there's no chance for now, so we have to retreat. With that in mind, Yi Feng no longer hesitated and moved closer to Bai Rou. Lu Qingqing was still unconscious, but with Yi Feng's strength, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to take them away with him. Just as Yi Feng stretched out his giant tail and wrapped Lu Qingqing and Bai Rou up together, the giant python of the ice lake suddenly darted out of the lake. Trying to leave, came the cold, sharp voice of the giant serpent from the frozen lake. Damn it, this giant icy lake python isn't going to let me leave. Helpless, Yi Feng could only turn back and continue fighting the giant icy lake python. The 2 giant pythons fought fiercely, taking turns biting and spitting. Soon, several fang wounds appeared on the ice lake python's body, and deep blue blood flowed incessantly. For some reason, the giant python of the frozen lake did not return to the frozen lake to heal its injuries this time, but instead dragged Yi Feng along. Protracted war? Yi Feng was puzzled. He suddenly felt numbness in his body. What's going on? Yi Feng quickly pondered after a brief moment of shock. The ice lake python couldn't possibly possess such venom. In fact, its fangs would have difficulty penetrating its own golden scales. Therefore, the only possibility is. Yi Feng looked at the deep blue blood on the ground, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The blood had actually frozen into ice crystals, emanating a chilling aura in the air. The extreme freezing point contained within caused Yi Feng's body to gradually stiffen and become sluggish. This blood is poisonous. Yi Feng was taken aback for a moment, but then realized that there was no such description in the introduction of the ice lake python. No, that's not right. It's not just the blood that's poisonous. Yi Feng suddenly noticed that his venomous fangs were also covered with a layer of frost. This giant serpent in the frozen lake is filled with icy poison. I understand. A sudden realization dawned on Yi Feng's eyes. Previously, this giant serpent from the ice lake named Wang Chun had mentioned the ability for its kind to devour each other. Therefore, he must have undergone countless experiments and successfully devoured the abilities of his own kind. The 3 mutant snake species that are adapted to survival, including the frost python, do not have such potent venom. Therefore, this giant serpent of the frozen lake once devoured a mutated species, the frostleaf serpent. Damn it, the frostleaf serpent's venom is the most potent of all poisons. My body is about to lose control. A layer of frost gradually spread over Yi Feng's golden scales, a sign that he was being poisoned. No wonder you didn't return to the ice lake this time. It turns out you were letting my guard down all along. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Wang Chun. Now that you've discovered it, it's too late. Wang Chun let out a smug laugh. Yi Feng could feel his body gradually stiffening, but he was helpless against it, as he had no resistance to the poison. One's external defenses are useless against the silent poison. One is not invincible. Yi Feng understood all of this a little late, but not completely late. The ice spiders suddenly lowered their ice webs that were hanging in the air. A huge net enveloped Yi Feng and Wang Chun together, and Wang Chun let out an angry roar. Damn it, what are you doing? He angrily questioned the ice spider. The ice spider leader slowly crawled out of the cliff, its dark little eyes flashing with venom. Hee, Wang Chun, thank you for subduing this giant python for us, but you're already overwhelmed, aren't you? Ice Spider's smug voice echoed through the valley. Asshole! Wang Chun roared angrily, but his voice betrayed his weakness. That's right. In order to buy time, he made Yi Feng infected with methamphetamine, and Yi Feng was bitten many times and bled profusely, which led Yi Feng to his precarious territory. If the methamphetamine in Yi Feng's body hadn't taken effect, then he might have been the one to die. He won, but not completely. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He never dreamed that these ice spiders would dare to plot against him as well. Wang Chun, we found that rock together, but you secretly swept it into the lake, taking advantage of our inability to enter the frozen lake. The ice spider leader's ugly face twisted as it let out a sharp roar. Stone. Yifeng perked up, then paused, startled. Could there be a raw stone beneath the frozen lake? Enough to allow the ice lake python to evolve 8 times in a short period? It must be the original stone from that super mutant. So the original stone of the super mutant was at the bottom of the pool. No wonder I hadn't found it since entering Ice Spring Valley. Fortunately, these guys only discovered the raw stone after they transformed into beasts. Otherwise, the raw stone might not have been preserved. However, the giant serpent of the icy lake seemed to have discovered that the raw stone could promote its growth, so it kept it for itself, causing internal strife. Good thing they're fighting amongst themselves. There's always a way out. While these guys are fighting amongst themselves, he can quickly detoxify himself. His immortality ability can remove the cold energy from his body, but it takes time, and the current situation gives him that time. Pa, you disgusting spiders, do you even deserve to possess raw stones? Wang Chen cursed, trapped inside. Who are you calling disgusting? The ice spider leader was even more furious and ordered his subordinates to tighten the ice net that was trapping Wang Chen. Wang Chen tumbled and struggled in the air, but soon his body was permeated with the icy poison. Methamphetamine. Wang Chen was greatly alarmed. Although he had absorbed the frostleaf serpent's ice poison ability, he himself had no resistance to ice poison. The ice net tightened around Wang Chen's injured body, and soon he also experienced the intense, tingling sensation of the meth, his entire body beginning to stiffen. Speaking of which, we should thank you. The ice spider leader looked at Yifeng, his tone sarcastic. Yifeng ignored him. From an angle where the ice spider leader couldn't see, a pool of blood containing icy poison was slowly flowing out. With his immortality ability in operation, Yifeng was recovering his mobility at an extremely fast speed. Spider was unaware of all this, believing that Yifeng had collapsed to the ground, on the verge of death from poisoning. But you snakes are the real scourge. Look at your thick, slippery bodies, you deserve to die. The ice spiders seemed to have some kind of racial prejudice against snakes. In short, given the extent of these ice spiders' hatred for snakes, they are doomed to die today. Haha, compared to that snow-white behemoth, I can feel that only you can bring me the greatest growth. The ice spider leader chattered incessantly, its 8 spider claws waving like a clown who had gone mad. Brothers, hang them up, the ice spider commanded. The surrounding ice spiders began to tighten their webs with all their might. The giant serpent of the frozen lake had lost its ability to move and was powerless to struggle. It was soon bound in the air by the giant net. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Yifeng also began to leave the ground, but a strange sound of dripping water came from the air. The ice spider leader was startled. A pool of blood on the ground was reflected in its small eyes, and wisps of cold air began to climb up its back. Chapter 56 Invulnerable to all poisons, breath, holding in the deep sea. Oh no, it's already rid itself of the ice poison. The ice spider leader's panicked voice had barely escaped when screams of agony from its kind filled the air. Yifeng's enormous python body burst through the net, its thick tail already coiling around an ice spider. Uffed. With all his might, the ice spider was reduced to a pile of minced meat and flung away by Yifeng. Staring at the foul-smelling liquid on the tail, Yifeng felt a bit disgusted, but now was not the time to dwell on such things. As long as he could take down these ice spiders, the entire Ice Spring Valley would be his. Without the restriction of the giant icy lake python, Yifeng unleashed his power at the bottom of the valley, with flames continuously erupting, causing the scorching ice spiders to scream incessantly. I don't have much strength left, I need to finish them off as soon as possible. Yifeng focused his mind slightly, and almost every time he made a move, an ice spider perished. Ice Spring Valley is located in the deepest part of the Frost Plains Forbidden Land, where few creatures roam. As a result, some of these ice spiders have not even undergone a second evolution. In Yifeng's hands, they were like soft persimmons, easily crushed. Spider swarm that once ruled Ice Spring Valley was reduced to only 1 ice spider leader and 3 surviving junior generals. Heh, ugly spider, you deserve to end up like this, the giant serpent of the frozen lake said sarcastically at the opportune moment. If you release me now, perhaps I can have mercy and save your lives. Wang Chun, shut up. You're just crocodile tears. You'll only die a more gruesome death than us. The ice spider leader let out a sharp shriek. At that moment, Yifeng stopped attacking and coiled up, staring intently at the ice spider leader. Your Excellency, it was all our fault before. Can you please let us go? I promise that from now on, the entire Ice Spring Valley will be your territory. The ice spider leader quickly tried to ingratiate himself. Release you? You captured my companion and even tried to murder me. Why should I release you? Yifeng sneered. This. The ice spider leader hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind and said, there is a 7-colored snow lotus at the top of the valley. If you spare me, I can give it to you. 7-colored snow lotus? Yifeng was taken aback, then his eyes lit up with joy. Ordinary snow lotuses only have one color, while the 7-colored snow lotus is a mutated snow lotus that was altered by the second meteorite impact and has extremely high growth value. All right, you can go now, Yifeng said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, the ice spider leader looked at his companions, somewhat stunned. This giant python actually spared them so easily? It seems that the 7-colored snow lotus is even more powerful than they imagined. Otherwise, the giant python wouldn't have agreed so readily. If I had known this would happen, I would have eaten it earlier. Instead, I let the giant python benefit from it. Even if the ice spider leader regretted it, it didn't dare to say no to Yifeng now, otherwise its life would be in danger. After the ice spider leader and the 3 ice spiders left, Yifeng felt as if all his strength had been released, and his giant head slammed heavily to the ground as he panted heavily. Yes, he was exhausted. Given his personality, he wouldn't do something like releasing the spider back to the mountain. The reason he stopped was because he ran out of strength. Those ice spiders possess human-like intelligence, and if I were to release them immediately, it would only reveal a weakness. But Yifeng didn't expect that this group of ice spiders would actually hide a 7-colored snow lotus, which was an unexpected surprise. I didn't expect that. A cold snort came from the side. These ice spiders are really stupid. They can't even tell that you've exhausted your strength. Yifeng glanced at it. Wang Qin's 70-meter-long body was trapped in the spider web, barely alive, which was quite pitiful. It's an honor for you to become a part of me. Yifeng sighed, then slowly swallowed the giant serpent from the ice lake. Ding! You have devoured the mutated ice lake python and gained 573 growth points. You have gained a special ability, immunity to all poisons. You have gained a special ability, deep sea breath holding. You have gained 35 attribute points in strength. You have gained 25 attribute points in speed. You have gained 30 attribute points in stamina. The system notifications rang out rapidly, and as the giant ice lake python digested its food, Yifeng's stamina returned to its peak. Hiss! Yifeng flicked his tongue, a divine light gleaming in his eyes, a powerful sense of strength. Even if those ice spiders turn back now, Yifeng is no longer afraid. He actually has 2 special abilities. Yifeng's eyes flickered. This was something he hadn't expected. This is the first time since acquiring the system that I have gained 2 special abilities through devouring. Immune to all poisons, immune to any deadly toxins, and unaffected by poisonous miasma. Deep sea breath holding. The host can dive into the deep sea for a long time without needing to breathe frequently for up to a month. Both of these abilities are extremely useful to Yifeng, especially in this world where he is immune to all poisons and has become bizarre and unpredictable after his transformation into a beast. There are quite a few mutant species with poison attributes. In the future, when we need to fight against these mutated species, we will inevitably need to resist poison. At such times, immunity to all poisons will play a crucial role. Holding my breath in the deep sea is not bad either. The area of the Blue Stars Ocean is even larger than the land. In my previous life, I was just a black bear and had no chance to participate in the battles in the deep sea. In this life, I must find an opportunity to experience the ocean world after I transform into a beast. Yifeng thought longingly. The deep sea covers 7/10 of the Earth's surface. The battles there must be even more exciting. As for the attribute points awarded, they once again caused Yifeng's stats to skyrocket. Host: Yifeng's 5th evolution. Species: Undying Python. Evolution points: 1896, 1,600 points required for the next evolution, can evolve. Functions: venomous fangs, fiery breath, golden scales, eagle-eyed gaze, frost-like physique, immune to all poisons, deep sea breath control. Strength: 307. Speed: 249. Defense: 298. Physical fitness: 285. Although the ice spiders were disgusting, they were all living growth points, so Yifeng swallowed them with tears in his eyes. With the addition of the Ice Spider's evolution points and the more than 500 points given by the Ice Lake Python, Yifeng was finally able to undergo his 6th evolution, and his power had reached 300 points. These are panel attributes that are no weaker than those of an 8th evolution mutated species, while Yifeng is currently only at the 5th evolution stage. After cleaning everything up, Yifeng picked the 7-colored snow lotus from the top of the valley. This 7-colored snow lotus, with its flowing luster, exuded an alluring spiritual energy that made one's mouth water. If I ate this, I wonder how many growth points I would gain. But the pitiful gaze beside him made it hard for Yifeng to swallow. You ate so many of my snow lotuses along the way. The little fox by Rose's voice was as low as a mosquito's buzz. She really wanted to eat it, but she couldn't beat Yifeng. All right, here you go. Helpless, Yifeng fed the 7-colored snow lotus to by Rose's lips. This little fox will be very useful in the future, so it's best to keep her. As she grows up, she will be even more useful to Yifeng. Is Sister Qingqing still not awake? Yifeng looked at the Bai-Zhe giant beast, still lying unconscious on the ground, and flicked his tongue. You keep an eye on Sister Qingqing. I'm going to dive into the frozen lake, Yifeng said after thinking for a moment. Little Fox held the 7-colored snow lotus in its paws and tore at it, agreeing repeatedly, without even raising its head. Ice Lake. Yifeng turned to look at the lake bubbling with spiritual energy. There might be a super mutated original stone at the bottom of this lake, but he didn't know if the original stone had been completely absorbed by the Ice Lake Python. Chapter 57 Global Beastification Countdown. Bottom of the frozen lake. A cold current swept across Yifeng's body, and a huge creature swam at the bottom of the lake. I didn't expect the bottom of this ice lake to be so cold. I thought it was a hot spring. Yifeng thought to himself as he opened his eagle vision to search for the location of the raw stone. Nothing. After looking around, Yifeng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that the giant serpent in the ice lake had eaten the raw stone, just like him? No, that's impossible. This raw stone must still be in the frozen lake. Yifeng continued to swim. The surface area of the ice lake was not large, and the lake bottom was only about 100 miles in circumference. However, within this area of several hundred miles, Yifeng still hadn't found the original stone of the super mutant species. Could this lake lead to somewhere else? Yifeng remained underwater, deep in thought, before he began to sense the direction of the water flow around him. Down there. Yifeng opened his eyes and swam towards the bottom of the water. Really? In view, a long, narrow, dark crack appeared, with turbulent undercurrents flowing within. Yifeng observed for a moment and found that it was just enough to pass through his own large and thick body. After hesitating for a moment, Yifeng crawled inside. A warm current enveloped Yifeng's body. After walking a few dozen meters, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a vast expanse of blue water teeming with all sorts of marine life. This place actually connects to the ocean? Yifeng was shocked, but suddenly felt his oxygen consumption increasing exponentially. How so? Yifeng hesitated for a few seconds, then lost all interest in observing the scenery and swam rapidly downwards, drawn by a glowing stone. The deeper Yifeng went, the greater the pressure became. Even with his golden scale armor protecting him, he could still feel the pain of being squeezed. Fortunately, Yifeng still managed to touch the raw stone. With a flick of its thick tail, it quickly swam back into the crevice. Back in the frozen lake, the pressure on Yifeng suddenly eased, and the huge contrast almost caused him to drown. Yifeng swam out of the icy lake and returned to the ground. He gasped for breath. Goodness, if I didn't have the ability to hold my breath in the deep sea, I might not have made it back. The mysterious sea within that crevice was too bizarre for Yifeng to explore with his current abilities, so he could only hastily bring back the raw stone. Yifeng a while to calm down. He suspected that the sea area he had just seen was caused by the falling of a raw stone. Otherwise, why would such a sea area be hidden beneath the vast snow-covered landscape? Big Python, what's wrong with you? Bai-Ro ran up to Yifeng and looked at him suspiciously. I'm fine. Yifeng took a deep breath and then looked at Bai-Zhe beside him. He saw that the latter had woken up and was looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Are you Yifeng? Lu Qingqing's familiar, pleasant voice rang out. Bai-Ro has already told her everything. It's me, Sister Qingqing, Yifeng said in human speech. Fortunately, Lu Qingqing had been a giant beast for some time, and quickly accepted the fact that Yifeng was a giant python. How did you know I turned into this giant beast? Lu Qingqing asked doubtfully. When I transformed into Bai-Zhe, Yifeng should have been present, right? Sister Qingqing, this is a secret, I can't tell you. But the world is about to change, and you must improve your abilities to survive. Yifeng spoke up. Are you saying everyone will turn into monsters like us? Lu Qingqing asked after a moment of silence. Monsters? Yifeng was taken aback, then burst out laughing. Maybe we are monsters now, but in the future when everyone becomes a beast, we will no longer be called monsters. What Yifeng didn't say was how much people longed to become beasts when the secret of the raw stone was exposed to the public. The scene was nothing short of insane. Maybe. It was clear that Lu Qingqing was in a bad mood. Is it safe here? Lu Qingqing asked. It's safe. Yifeng thought for a moment and said that he had already devoured the giant ice lake python, and the ice spider swarm wouldn't dare to return anytime soon. Then I'll stay here and wait for the moment you spoke of. Lu Qingqing suddenly said. Yifeng was stunned, not expecting Lu Qingqing to say such a thing. It seems that Sister Qingqing doesn't believe me. Yifeng gave a bitter smile. She thought he was lying to her, and she was afraid that she was one of the few outliers. All right, Yifeng said after thinking for a moment. Next, he needs to bring the super mutant to Yiling before the global beastification occurs. It's better to do this alone. Just then, Yifeng noticed the little fox beside him looking drowsy. This was the 7-colored snow lotus taking effect. You and Bai Rou stay here and wait for me to come back to find you, Yifeng said to Lu Qingqing. Okay, Lu Qingqing said after a moment's hesitation. Seeing this, Yifeng did not hesitate any longer and turned to head out of the forbidden area of the snowfield. A few days later. Kinpo, what are you looking at? Outside the forbidden snowfield, 2 mammoths gazed at the frost-covered region. Do you remember that giant python from a few days ago? Kinpo asked slowly. A giant python? The other mammoth was taken aback, then said somewhat awkwardly. That forbidden snowfield is extremely dangerous. Even we don't dare to enter rashly. It's probably already dead, isn't it? No, he is not dead. Kinpo's calm voice rang out, and the mammoth raised its head, a huge snake shadow slowly approaching in its line of sight. The mammoth beside Kinpo stared wide-eyed. Not only had the giant python not died after a few days, it had grown 10 meters larger. That's right, Yifeng's body is now over 60 meters long. After leaving Ice Spring Valley, he found a cave to evolve before leaving Frost Plains' forbidden land. In the meantime, he searched for traces of the Frost Plains python, but found none, so he had to leave the Frost Plains first. Qingqing and Bai Rou in Ice Spring Valley, but also for the mysterious sea beneath the icy lake. Kinpo, right? Yifeng approached the 2 mammoths and spoke in a calm voice. At this moment, Yifeng has evolved 6 times and is over 60 meters tall. He is extremely imposing, and even the massive mammoth appears small and delicate in front of him. You have something to discuss with me? Kinpo's voice remained relatively calm, while the mammoth beside him clearly showed fear. I would like to ask you for 2 pieces of mammoth ore. I believe you still have some, Yifeng said calmly. This, Kinpo and the other mammoth exchanged glances, both showing a hint of hesitation. The raw stones are indeed still there, because there were as many as 8 raw stones that fell into their house, and there are only 4 people in their family, so the remaining raw stones are still in their house. In exchange, I can help you once in the future, Yifeng said earnestly. Help us once. The other mammoth was utterly astonished. These raw stones must be extremely important. The giant python demanded 2 raw stones, yet it only agreed to help them once. This is too much. Okay, I agree, Kinpo said without any hesitation. What? His companion looked at Kinpo in confusion, but Kinpo stopped him with a look. Kinpo had a gut feeling that this person would change the future of their community. With 3 raw stones in his abdomen, Yifeng began his journey back to the Central Plains. 2 of the raw stones, made from mammoths, were obtained by him on behalf of his parents. Time had left him no time to search for other mutated stones, and the mammoth was considered quite powerful among the ancient species, making it qualified for his parents to fuse. The day of global beastification is fast approaching, only 7 days left in the countdown. Yifeng gazed at the distant clouds, and he suddenly felt a sense of anticipation for the scene of the beasts competing. Chapter 58, Taking the Blame. According to the normal time budget, there should have been 10 days left. However, after the second stone fell, the third stone fell 3 days earlier. Although Yifeng didn't know what had happened, he figured the day when the world would become beast-like would come sooner. At that time, all kinds of beasts will roam freely. His fear of humans will also disappear. The ferocious beast, which has not yet evolved to its full potential, would find it difficult to deal with humanity's high-tech weapons. If it had previously slaughtered the armies that were besieging it, it would have only further enraged the army. The consequences are those bloody examples that made headlines. Without the little fox's company, the journey was somewhat boring, and I wondered how Bai Yuhan's research was going. In her previous life, she represented the Dragon Kingdom and discovered many secrets about the beasts that had been transformed. She even proposed the system that was later perfected and popularized. She was not only a powerful female beast lord, but also a dedicated pioneer researcher. 2 days later, Yifeng arrived at the border of the Central Plains. At this moment, military vigilance is everywhere. The Dragon Kingdom has attached great importance to the issue of beastification and has begun to count the missing persons door to door. At first, the military was able to suppress public opinion, but over time, it couldn't hold back at all. Humanity began to live in fear, and the military began to capture the giant beasts that threatened human survival, while the animals that occasionally darted out of the city streets filled people with dread. Jiang City, a quiet and deserted street. News anchor Yao Susu walked down the street, her slender figure encased in a tight-fitting dress, becoming a beautiful sight. Host, it's too dangerous outside. Why do you still want to go out? Host, you're in Jiang City, right? I remember that place has been abandoned. Why haven't you left yet? What? You're in Jiang City, streamer? Wasn't that place already overrun by ferocious beasts? According to reliable sources, Jiang City, Bai City, Wannan City, and Luoyang City were severely affected by the beastification. After official intervention, they have now become uninhabited areas. Staring at the comments on her phone, Yao Susu was in a daze, as if a bolt from the blue had struck her head. Has Jiang City fallen? What on earth happened? She just took 2 sleeping pills to sleep, and the world is ending? And what do they mean by beastification? I've had insomnia since I was a child, and I need medication to sleep. Yao Susu's voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. Holy crap, is the streamer on too many drugs? What a ruthless person. Jiang City is already in such a state. You should leave now, anchor. The military has sealed off that area. You probably can't get out, broadcaster. The increasing number of comments on the screen almost made it hard for Yao Susu to breathe. Can anyone tell her what happened? It wasn't until a pack of red-eyed wolves appeared before her that she understood what bestiality meant. Damn, the streamer is doomed. Why do streamers always seem to encounter these bizarre things? I've already called the military hotline, and they've sent someone to pick you up, anchor. Judging from this situation, we should be able to collect the remains. The live chat was filled with silence, but Yao Susu had no interest in watching. She stared at a pack of menacing, red-eyed wolves, her delicate body retreating continuously, but soon she reached the base of the wall, with nowhere left to go. Am I going to die right after I wake up? Yao Susu's pretty face turned deathly pale. This was the last thought that flashed through her mind. Hiss. A hissing sound suddenly came from beside me, and then I saw a thick python slithering over. It's that black snake. That black snake that devoured half of Jiang City? Why hasn't it left yet? No, this one seems a little different. It must be it. Who else could be that big? Suddenly, a heated argument broke out in the live chat. The red-eyed wolf pack stared at Yifeng for a moment before letting out a whimper and fleeing, their eyes filled with deep terror. Yifeng stared at the red-eyed wolf in silence for a moment, then turned to look at the female anchor. He had seen this woman before. However, Yifeng's body was much larger than before, and his appearance had also changed to some extent, so Yao Susu did not recognize him at first. Where did the residents here go? Yifeng suddenly asked. You can speak. Yao Susu's beautiful eyes widened. Tell me quickly, where have all the residents gone? Yifeng asked impatiently. I'm not quite sure either. Yao Susu's pretty face turned red with anxiety, afraid that Yifeng would devour her whole. However, I have some friends who might know. Friend? Yifeng was taken aback. Wow, those are huge eyes. What is that? That looks like a snake's head. It's huge. Guys, is this a perk the streamer is giving us? Seeing the endless stream of comments, Yifeng paused slightly, then looked at Yao Susu beside him. Ahem. Hello everyone. This is the host. Now, this giant snake wants to know the whereabouts of the residents of Jiang City. Please feel free to tell us everything you know. Otherwise the streamer's life will be in danger. Listening to Yao Susu's mutterings beside him, Yifeng felt an urge to laugh. I know, a black snake appeared in Jiang City, so the authorities evacuated the residents. Yes, that black snake was tens of meters long and ate many people. It is said that it swallowed up the entire population of the North District of Jiang City. Speaking of which, this giant python looks a bit like that one. Similar? They're exactly the same. Upon seeing this, Yifeng's pupils suddenly contracted. Even Yao Susu, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Another immortal python has appeared in Jiang City? According to the comments, this is probably true. Boom. Suddenly, a buzzing sound and the sound of sirens appeared in the sky. You creatures below, drop the hostages and surrender immediately, the loudspeaker echoed in the air. Research suggests that these animals evolved from humans and can understand human speech. Yifeng looked up and gazed at the helicopters circling in the sky. Pung. Into Yifeng without hesitation, leaving everyone stunned. You're insane. A roar came from the loudspeaker. He ate my parents, a slightly young voice said angrily. Yifeng released Yao Susu, whom he was protecting, and calmly looked at the troops coming from all directions. Leave, Yifeng said, bowing his head. The situation is now clear. An immortal python has devoured nearly 10,000 people in Jiang City, and now he is being mistaken for that giant python. Judging from the way those people were acting, they clearly weren't going to give him a chance to explain. He either had to surrender or they would open fire. This wasn't the first time he'd been besieged since evolving into his beast form. Each time, he'd yielded because of the human strength, but this time, that's outrageous. He didn't do it at all, yet they're blaming him for it. Hiss. Yifeng raised his giant head, his posture as graceful as a dragon and phoenix, like a proud and majestic divine beast. This scene, however, was seen by the military as a blatant provocation. Chapter 59 Human Attack. You stubborn fool, pass on my order, fire. A familiar voice rang out. It was Chun Zifeng's father, Chun Wanchuan. As the saying goes, enemies are especially hostile when they meet. In Fog City nearly cost him his entire army. This time, he came specifically because he heard that there was a giant python in Jiang City. Unexpectedly, we actually ran into this beast. Shoot. Rockets ready. Missiles ready. Tanks ready to advance. A series of orders were issued, and a sharp siren blared through the air. Chirp. Pung. Stone chips flew everywhere, but they did not shake Yifeng's defense. What's going on? Why did these people suddenly attack? The little streamer is still here. Shouldn't we rescue the hostages first? Perhaps they want to get rid of the man-eating python first? Then why didn't that giant python eat the streamer? This is blatant targeting. Don't talk nonsense. This giant python ate over 1,000 people, and you're trying to whitewash that. He eats people? Then I'll go. The comments section was buzzing with arguments, while Yao Susu was completely bewildered. Why would the army fire artillery? Had they abandoned her? Just then, a tremendous force came from her waist. Yifeng's giant tail had tied her up and then placed her on a tall tower. Then, Yifeng's body swam away into the distance. Is this giant python trying to run away? Of course. No matter how powerful the giant python is, it's still made of flesh and blood. How could it possibly stand up to our artillery? The military should kill this beast. We absolutely cannot let him escape. The comments continued to scroll rapidly, and before anyone knew it, Yao Susu's live stream had attracted as many as 3 million viewers to watch this unexpected live stream. However, Yao Susu was not delighted by her popularity. Instead, she stared blankly at the giant python that had disappeared into the distance, her beautiful eyes trembling. He was just protecting himself by deliberately drawing away the army's firepower. Roar! Just as all the comments were mocking Yifeng for running away, a beam of fire suddenly appeared in the sky, dyeing half the sky crimson. Huff! A fighter jet's tail caught fire, and it plummeted straight to the ground. The giant python has fought back. Everyone was shocked. Even the soldiers were a little confused, because at first the giant python did not resist. Have you all forgotten that this is a giant python that has eaten nearly 10,000 people? A comment in the live stream brought people back to reality. Yes, that's a giant python that eats people. We don't know why it didn't eat the streamer, but its animalistic nature is undeniably brutal. Boom! Another roar echoed through the air, and as Yifeng's massive tail lashed out, another tank exploded. Having undergone 6 evolutions, he now possesses the ability to fight against human weapons. At that moment, a giant python appeared out of nowhere on the live broadcast screen, like an ancient demon, leaving a devastating scene wherever it went. Damn it, fire! The command helicopter, where Chun Wanchuan was located, dodged Yifeng's attack and shouted anxiously. The army then realized what was happening, and a barrage of artillery fire rained down on Yifeng, instantly obscuring everyone's vision. Dead. Everyone was puzzled for a moment. Pung. The thick tail lashed out again, whipping a nearby helicopter into a cloud of smoke. which then crashed heavily to the ground. Damn it, what is that? As the smoke and dust dissipated, the once dark-colored giant python was now covered in a layer of golden armor, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the setting sun. Is this really the man-eating black snake? Why does it have golden scales? Some people in the live stream started to have doubts, because the black snake that was ravaging Jiang City didn't seem to have such golden scales. It must be him. Researchers in the Department of Mystic Medicine said that these giant pythons can devour animals to evolve. One commenter confidently remarked. Only one person present was completely clear about Yi Feng's identity, Chun Wanchuan. On Yi Feng's body, he understood that this was the giant python that had disappeared from Fog City long ago. As for the black snake that caused cholera in Jiang City, it had long since disappeared. But he didn't say. He needs people's hatred. Only then will he have a stronger reason to kill the giant python. If it weren't for that damned beast, his son wouldn't have turned into a tiger, and he wouldn't still be missing. Yi Fengying's vision widened, and he spotted Chen Wanchuan in the crowd. He then realized why the army had attacked him indiscriminately. However, Yi Feng is not in a good mood right now. He traveled a long way to bring back the raw stones to find his family, but he didn't expect that his family would be moved by the authorities. It seems they are now heavily guarded, making it even more difficult to give them these 3 gems. With less than 7 days left until the global beastification begins in full force, the consequences would be unimaginable if the primal stone could not be given to my parents before then. Many things have changed in this life, and he can't guarantee what his parents and sister will turn into. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, another missile flew in from the sky, its powerful explosion tearing through one of Yi Feng's scales. My defenses have been breached. Seeing this from the air, Chun Wanchuan was overjoyed. Ha ha! Quick, attack with all your might. This giant python can't hold on any longer. Yi Feng was speechless when he heard Chun Wanchuan's arrogant laughter from the helicopter. You fought for ages, scratched off a scale from me, and then said you couldn't take it anymore? Who gave you this confidence? In just 10 seconds, Yi Feng's small wound was completely healed. The golden scales covering his flesh and blood made it seem as if he had never been injured at all. Am I seeing things? There was an eerie silence in the live stream for a few seconds. Then someone sent a comment. Yao Susu looked at the scene in the distance, somewhat shocked. Is this snake cheating? How did it heal so quickly? Science shows that snakes' healing ability is indeed far superior to that of humans. But this guy, he doesn't even want to be a snake anymore. A group of netizens grumbled. That's impossible. Chun Wanchuan, who was on the helicopter, almost slapped the pilot's head off. Commander Chen, we've already lost quite a few men. If this continues, even if we take it down, our forces will be severely depleted, another high-ranking commander beside him said, frowning. Although he said that, he wasn't sure if he could actually take down the giant python. He was just bluffing. He felt that even if the entire army was wiped out, they might not be able to kill the giant python. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream has risen to tens of millions. Yi Feng's terrifying healing ability has made the audience realize how terrifying these mutated giant beasts are. For a time, people were filled with anxiety. Damn it, someone's live streaming from here. Suddenly, the high-ranking commander who had spoken changed his expression. The live broadcast caused widespread panic among the public. We were ordered to find the location of the live broadcast immediately and stop it at all costs. The high-ranking commander said anxiously. They had originally planned to retreat, but now it seems they can't. Soon, they focused their attention on a tall tower behind Yi Feng, where there seemed to be a figure. That's the place. The high-ranking commander looked at Chun Wanchuan, who gave a cold, indifferent laugh. What are you waiting for? Can you send someone to break through the giant python's defenses and rescue them? The high-ranking commander's lips twitched. This was clearly impossible. But the order from above has already been given. The senior commander gritted his teeth and then gave the order into the walkie-talkie. Group 1, lock the rockets to the high tower behind. Yi Feng was currently beating up fighter jets in the air and tanks on the ground when he suddenly noticed that a helicopter's turret had shifted its position and locked onto his rear. After a 2-second pause, Yi Feng's mind changed drastically. These guys were actually going to attack Yao Susu? Is it because she's live streaming? Yi Feng was about to turn back to save Yao Susu when the firepower in front of him suddenly increased. Although the artillery fire could not hurt him, it could suppress his movements. It's too late. Chapter 60 similar. It has to be said that these guys are more cold-blooded than snakes. Yi Feng could only watch helplessly as the tower was hit by a rocket. Etc. Missed. In their line of sight, a giant, jet-black serpent shot into the sky, whipping up dust as it charged toward the army. Whoosh! Its neck, which was no shorter than Yi Feng's, bit into a helicopter and then crashed heavily to the ground. As for the rocket from before, it landed on the black snake. The giant python was surrounded by a dark blue light and had familiar patterns, except that its body was even darker than Yi Feng's. The immortal python. Yi Feng saw this guy. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. The sudden appearance of a black snake in the arena left everyone bewildered. How could there be another black snake? However, they soon realized that this was probably the real culprit behind Jiang City's cannibalism, and the giant python that had just been brutally beaten by the military was just a scapegoat. The dramatic change in the scene caused both the high-ranking commanders in the air and Chun Wanchuan to change their expressions. What happened? Did you dial the wrong number? Damn it, why did this beast show up at this time? Two unspoken thoughts emerged. It seems that this black snake is the real culprit behind the man-eating, the high-ranking commander muttered, frowning. He had seen the black snake's appearance on the surveillance footage, and compared to Yi Feng's golden, shimmering scales, this was clearly the real culprit. So, we've been hitting the wrong snake all this time? The high-ranking commander's lips twitched slightly. The appearance of the second immortal python changed Chun Wanchuan's mindset. One immortal python is already a waste of gunpowder, and now another one is coming. How are we going to fight it? Ding. System scanning in progress. Target identity detected. Mutant Undying Python, 6th evolution. Ability, self-healing without dying. As expected, Yi Feng, who was not far away, narrowed his snake-like eyes. The giant beast that was rampaging in Jiang City was indeed one of their own kind. Immortal Python, and the one that became the overlord in later generations was merely the strongest among the vast population. Although it's unclear why the immortal python has come out now, it did save Yao Susu and relieve its own stress. The inexplicable feeling in his heart gave Yi Feng the idea of fighting alongside him. Damn, this is unacceptable. The guy next to me is a ruthless man-eater. Although I have eaten people before, compared to this guy, I am nothing. Take care of them and leave this place together. The black python stared at Yi Feng and spoke in a cold voice. They, here, naturally refers to the military. That's right. This black immortal python had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. With its strength, it was not capable of breaking through the army's defenses on its own. With Yi Feng's appearance, the two of them working together have a great chance. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment. His parents and sister were gone, so he definitely had to leave first and then figure out what to do. The guy in the helicopter above was clearly hostile towards him, even though he didn't even know who he was. But the military now undoubtedly considers him a dangerous species. Okay. Yi Feng nodded, agreeing to cooperate with the black python. How powerful are the two immortal pythons? Soon, the military was routed by these two thick and long behemoths, and the buttons on their walkie-talkies were almost pressed to pieces. Throughout the entire ordeal, Chun Wanchuan uttered only two words, strained and desperate. Retreat. Chun Wanchuan, we are the last line of defense in Jiang City. If we let them go, how will you explain this to your superiors? These two giant pythons have trespassed into human territory. What responsibility do you have for them? Although the high-ranking commanders accompanying him were trembling with fear, they still did not intend to give up. Chun Wanchuan gave him a look as if he were an idiot. Are you stupid? You're about to die. Why do you care about what your superiors say? Just then, Yi Feng unleashed a retaliatory burst of fiery breath. The pilot narrowly avoided the deadly flash, but was still hit in the tail, causing the helicopter to shake violently in the air. How do you fly a plane? Chun Wanchuan cursed angrily, then yelled into the walkie-talkie. Pass on my order. Activate the ion concentrating cannon. What? The high-ranking commander beside him exclaimed in horror. He stared at Chun Wanchuan in shock, only to see the man's expression twisted, his face filled with madness and ruthlessness. Chun Wanchuan, the ion concentrating cannon is not yet perfect and may have side effects. Are you crazy? Lu Kuan, you fucking look right now. Chun Wanchuan grabbed the commander by the collar and pointed down. Those two giant pythons are not something we can handle. Without the ion-focused cannon, we'll all be dead. Chun Wanchuan's roar made Lu Kuan slowly freeze, and then a look of dejection appeared on his face. Okay, I'll listen to you, he said wearily. At the same time, Yi Feng and the black python below were like war gods, sweeping through one defensive line after another. Those armors that were originally as solid as a rock were as brittle as paper in front of the two giant pythons. While fighting, Yi Feng was also assessing the strength of this immortal python. Whether its speed or strength, This guy is a level below me. In terms of defense, I possess golden scale armor, but unexpectedly, this guy also has a strange layer of protection. Yifeng was certain that those were not the original scales of the Undying python. At first glance, those scales had spikes, possessing not only extremely high defense, but also a certain degree of offensive capability. He witnessed the black python coil around a human and fling him away, leaving the man a bloody mess, riddled with holes. It seems he has also devoured powerful snakes. Those sharp, spiky scales are not to be underestimated. If we really fight, the outcome is uncertain, Yifeng thought to himself. Fortunately, he didn't intend to kill the immortal python. After all, he himself was also of the Undying python bloodline, so devouring the other party wouldn't unleash any new abilities. At most, it would just add some growth points. Yifeng was wary of the black python. The black python was even more horrified by Yifeng's abilities. His breath was filled with flames, his scales were golden, and his fangs were venomous when he opened his mouth. This guy has at least 3 abilities. In fact, he didn't know that Yifeng had 7 abilities, and if you add the Undying python's self-healing ability, that would be 8. Venomous fangs, fiery breath, golden scales, self-healing, eagle-like eyes, icy physique, immune to all poisons, and the ability to hold one's breath in the deep sea. Of these 8 abilities, only 4 can be used for actual combat attacks. The others are more for survival support. Of course, his 4 attack abilities are enough for him to crush all opponents of the same level, and even have a chance to devour mutated species that have undergone 8 evolutions. However, to truly unleash the power of these abilities, he will need to evolve to the level of a fully evolved being. The complete form is the watershed moment of beast transformation. Once you enter this stage, the giant beasts have basically reached their peak size. That will be their chance to truly shine. Chapter 61: The 3 Giants. On the battlefield filled with the smoke of gunpowder, 2 enormous creatures stood proudly. The live stream was met with a slump. Humans are helpless against these 2 giant pythons. Does this mean the end of the world is coming? No. If China were to use nuclear weapons, it could definitely kill those 2 despicable bastards. The chat was completely silent. Nuclear weapons are extremely powerful and could easily wipe out 2 giant pythons. But as everyone knows, nuclear weapons are humanity's last resort. Wild beasts are rampaging all over the world right now. If China were to use nuclear weapons at this time, it would only mean that humanity has reached its final moment. The state will not use this unless absolutely necessary. Buzz. Laugh. 2 dazzling beams of light suddenly pierced through the bodies of the 2 giant pythons from afar, and in an instant, the smell of charred flesh filled the air. After a 2-second silence, the light faded. The 2 giant pythons stood frozen in place. And then it crashed to the ground with a thud. What's going on? The live stream chat exploded. What happened? The python is dead. We really do have a secret weapon. Haha. How could these mindless beasts possibly be a match for humans? Hehe. It didn't eat anyone at all. You forced the giant python to make a move first, and now you want to kill it. Those who are not of our kind are bound to have ulterior motives. This giant python will become an executioner sooner or later. I agree that we should exterminate these monsters now. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Yao Susu sighed. At this moment, she finally remembered the identity of the giant python. It was the one she had encountered during her live broadcast in Lijiang not long ago. In fact, it had saved her twice. Are you really dead? Yao Susu stared intently at the giant python slumped on the ground, her fists clenched tightly. Haha, I thought it would be really fierce, but it turned out to be like this. In the sky, Chen Wanchuan hadn't expected the ion energy cannon to be so powerful. He burst into triumphant laughter and stopped shouting to run away. First and second squads, move out and use the electric grid equipment. I'm going to capture them alive. Chen Wanchuan waved his hand, giving orders from the helicopter. Although the 2 teams were afraid, they still cautiously approached the 2 giant pythons. The first thing you see is a python lying on the ground with a large hole in its body. The ion-focused cannon was so powerful that it pierced through the bodies of the 2 immortal pythons. Upon seeing this, the team members were overjoyed. They quickly set up the power grid equipment, but just as the equipment was completed, a terrified voice came through the walkie-talkie from their superior. Retreat, retreat quickly. The 2 teams were momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized that a vast, all-encompassing shadow had enveloped them, and their bodies froze instantly. Hiss. The hissing sound turned the faces of the 2 squads ashen. The black python that had been pierced by the ion energy cannon had somehow gotten back up, and the wound had miraculously disappeared. Hiss! Yifeng also straightened up, a hint of lingering surprise still in his eyes. The power of that laser beam was immense. It pierced through his golden scales in an instant. Of course, the black python's genitals were also pierced. Fortunately, they are all immortal pythons with unparalleled regenerative abilities. If they were other ferocious beasts, they would probably be dead by now. But they are immortal pythons. As long as they aren't completely annihilated, they can regenerate limbs and return to their peak. At the same time, the black python beside him also regained its body, its indifferent pupils surveying its surroundings. Then, it used its tail to wrap around a squad of soldiers and toss them into its mouth. There was a 3-second silence in the room. Then the scene completely descended into chaos. After all, there were only rumors in Jiang City that the black python ate people, but when this scene actually happened, how shocking would it be? Even the most mentally strong soldiers would instinctively feel their legs go weak and flee in terror. Yao Susu's live stream was packed like never before, and the scene of the giant python swallowing a person was so shocking that the chat was completely blank. Yao Susu, a girl who was also present, was so frightened that she sat down on the ground with a thud. Her pretty face was deathly pale, and the ground seemed a little wet. Chun Wanchuan was terrified in the helicopter and hurriedly issued the order. "Quick, stop them!" The horn blared, and to everyone's astonishment, the helicopter carrying Chun Wanchuan sped away. "Walk!" The black python glanced at Yifeng, then charged towards the human defense line first. The appearance of the ion energy cannon made him realize that he was not invincible. He could recover from one beam of energy, but what if there were hundreds of beams? Even the strongest species can perish. Yifeng understood the black python's fear. It had just eaten people to disrupt the morale of the army and make it easier to escape. It must be said that this fellow human being was extremely mature in mind, and must not have been an ordinary person in his previous life. Without further hesitation, Yifeng swept away a section of the human defenses with his giant tail and then flew away at high speed, leaving behind only a mess. Yao Susu's live stream recorded everything, and the next few days were destined to be anything but ordinary. Over 3 days, Yifeng made several attempts to break into the human settlement, but all ended in failure. On one occasion, he was even hit by an ion energy cannon and almost couldn't escape. Is this guy out of his mind? Why does he keep heading towards the human settlements? On a mountaintop, 3 enormous, crouching beasts stood tall, watching Yifeng from afar. One of them was none other than the black immortal python that had left with Yifeng that day. The speaker was a beautiful, strange bird with forest green wings. It's worth mentioning that this strange bird. There was also a giant rhinoceros with horns on its head and a faint electrical pulse running through its body. These 3 are all mutants. Those guys from Donyuan have been acting very unruly lately. With the strength of the 3 of us, I'm afraid we can't hold them off. The giant rhinoceros said with a hint of worry. With this guy's help, things might be much better, even though he seems pretty stupid, the beautiful strange bird said again. If I hadn't been trapped in Jiang City for a while, I would have evolved 7 times by now, the black python said coldly, glancing at the 2 beasts beside it. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 2 beasts' gazes towards the black python changed. Hey Linyi, did you really not eat those people? The beautiful strange bird couldn't help but ask. Nonsense, if I had eaten it, how could I not have evolved yet? The black python said coldly. Upon hearing this, the expressions on the eyes of the 3 ferocious beasts all turned serious. If those nearly 10,000 people weren't eaten by Linyi, it means there's a powerful creature lurking in the shadows in Jiang City. Having devoured nearly 10,000 people, this creature has likely evolved to be quite terrifying. Evening. Yifeng was drinking water by a stream when he caught and ate a few ordinary animals, which served as a temporary meal. Who is it? Yifeng suddenly spoke sharply, and a rustling sound came from the surrounding forest. It's me. A familiar voice appeared, and a large black head came into view. It's you? Yifeng was taken aback. Wasn't this the Undying python from that day? Come to think of it, this guy is actually one of my kind. We need your help with something, Linyi said coldly. You guys? Yifeng's eyes flickered. Then, a series of loud bird cries suddenly rang out in the sky, followed by the sound of a giant beast galloping behind them, raising dust as a giant rhinoceros with a single horn charged towards them. In an instant, Yifeng felt like he was being attacked from 3 sides. Hiss! He crouched warily, flames gathering in his mouth, ready to unleash them at any moment. He hadn't figured out what these three guys were up to. If they were going to attack him, then a bloody battle was inevitable today. Chapter 62 Attack on Yuan City. Brother Python, don't get agitated. Black Python Lin Yi hurriedly spoke, but his voice was cold and sounded very strange. We really need your help with something, and in exchange, we can do you a favor, Lin Yi said. Oh. Yi Feng tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the rhinoceros flashing with lightning and the green bird in the sky. Suddenly, two powerful creatures from his past life came to mind. System, scan me, Yi Feng said in his mind. Target organism detected. Mutated Thunder Rhino, 7 evolutions. Ability, Heavenly Thunder Guidance. Relying on the power of the giant horn to gather lightning power, the complete form can attract heavenly thunder. Target organism detected. Mutated Emerald Bluebird, 7 evolutions. Ability, Jade Poison. The green wings can be used as arrows. When coated with potent jade poison, they can melt marble in an instant. Yi Feng's pupils narrowed slightly upon seeing the data of these two individuals. Yi Feng was familiar with these two names because these two mutated species were monarch-level ferocious beasts in his previous life. The territory they occupied was within the boundaries of Jiang City. Unexpectedly, he encountered these two monarch-level figures ahead of time in this life. You said you could do me a favor? Yi Feng seemed to remember something, and his pupils suddenly shifted. Seeing Yi Feng's appearance, Fei Lu Qin Kei's mouth twitched. She had a bad feeling about it. The next morning, Brother Yi, are you sure you want to attack the human settlement? Lin Yi asked, flicking his tongue like a snake. He and Yi Feng broke through the human defenses just a few days ago, and now he wants to fight back? Lin Yi believed that his purpose was definitely not as simple as revenge. That's right, you now have some strength too. You just need to help me buy some time, Yi Feng said calmly. The three giant beasts exchanged glances, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of the matter. Had experienced the ion concentration cannon firsthand, and he had also heard about the other two beasts from them. They don't have the abnormal self-healing abilities of Lin Yi and Yi Feng. Okay, we agree, Lin Yi said through gritted teeth. The military cannot use ion-focused cannons continuously. At worst, they can just go up and take the hits when the enemy fires them. In short, only with Yi Feng's promise could they cope with Dong Yuan's invasion. Make a deal. Yi Feng smiled, and then the four beasts headed towards the human territory. Yuan City, temporary residence. Since Jiang City and other places fell one after another, humans have built a super defense line around Yuan City, which is even more powerful than the Jiang City garrison. Yi Feng and his two pythons that day also led his remaining troops here. Oh my, isn't this our great general, Commander Chen? While eating in the cafeteria, a delicate voice rang out, carrying an extreme sense of sarcasm. This is a beautiful girl, her graceful figure draped in a flowing skirt, holding a cell phone in her hand. She is Yao Susu. General Manager Chen? Inside the live stream, the chat was flashing with comments. Hee, isn't this General Chen, who loves the people like his own children? You've aged so much in just a few days. TSK, ordering attacks on ordinary citizens, suffering repeated defeats at the hands of the same giant python. How many soldiers have died? Aren't their lives too? The live stream was filled with criticism and condemnation. Even Yao Susu didn't give him a good look. Although the order was given by another commander, this guy had stirred things up quite a bit. Moreover, it was this guy's order to attack the giant python at the beginning. Later, people learned that the giant python had fought Shen Wanchuan once before, and Shen Wanchuan himself almost died that time. He ordered his men to attack, simply to settle a personal score. Commander Chen, as the commander of an army, you gave the soldiers wrong orders, which led to heavy casualties in that battle. What are your thoughts on this? The audience really wants to hear you speak, Yao Susu said, handing her phone to Chen Wanchuan. Veins bulged on Chen Wanchuan's forehead. Someone was about to be sent to judge him for his poor decision-making, all because of that giant python. If it weren't for that giant python, how could he have ended up like this? Recalling that day's experience, a surge of anger rose within him. Oh no, that giant python is back. Suddenly, the people eating around them started to riot. Even Shen Wanchuan was stunned for a moment. Then joy appeared in his eyes. That guy is here again. For the past 3 days, that beast has come to harass me once a day, and I don't know why. However, today is the day that people from above are coming. If that giant python dares to cause trouble at this time, it will surely die. Host, we want to see a giant python. Host, hurry, get out of here. We all want to see the giant python. Yao Susu's live stream room was also buzzing with excitement. This is a temporary military base. Because of Yao Susu's live-streaming behavior that day, she has been under house arrest here after being rescued, awaiting interrogation by higher-ups. Now that the giant python has attacked again, no one in the camp is paying any attention to her. Thinking about it, Yao Susu decided to go out and take a look at the giant python. Outside the Yuan City defense line, 2 giant pythons and a furious thunder rhinoceros with an arrogant gait came straight at them. Above their heads, a bright green bluebird soared with outstretched wings. I need to enter the human settlement. Please help me stall for time. Yifeng flicked his tongue. No problem, Lin Yi said, his body already covered in sharp, spiky scales, making him look even more heavily armed than a hedgehog. Watch my power, the angry thunder rhino sneered. This guy had obviously been besieged by humans before, otherwise he wouldn't have shown such an excited and vengeful look. The emerald bluebirds overhead served as watchtowers, observing enemy movements for them. The moment the Yuan City commander stepped onto the watchtower, he was completely dumbfounded. 4 enormous beasts have arrived at the border of Yuan City. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to take over territory from humans? Yao Susu watched everything from a distance, and when she saw the 4 giant beasts, she couldn't help but gasp. Is this a giant python returning for revenge? Attack! The angry thunder rhino was the first to charge out. Its thick hide made it completely unafraid of human artillery fire. Instead, the electric current condensed in its giant horn knocked down a large number of soldiers. What kind of monster is this? The crowd gasped in alarm and began to scatter in panic, causing the first line of defense to crumble. Seeing this, the commander of the city came to his senses and began to direct the battle on the field. Ordinary guns and cannons are useless. Quickly deploy armored vehicles. Armored vehicles drove out one after another, but the angry thunder rhino showed no fear, running on all 4s and knocking over all of them. This rhinoceros is incredibly fierce. She, who was leading the charge, from a distance, marveling at his bravery. In Yifeng's memory, the only ferocious beast that could rival the angry thunder rhinoceros in bravery was the purgatory divine bull. Just as the 3 beasts were watching the angry thunder rhinoceros unleash its power, countless red light spots suddenly covered its body. What is that? Yifeng and the other beasts were taken aback. Boom! A deafening roar came from afar. Chapter 63: The Sacrifice of the Emerald Bluebird. A barrage of small missiles suddenly flew out from the rear garrison, hurtling towards the burly body of the angry thunder rhino. Shit! Lin Ye's eyes widened, and he retreated repeatedly. Yifeng's lips twitched, and he also unconsciously took a step back. Boom! The angry thunder rhino was blasted into a huge crater, with dust flying everywhere and a small mushroom cloud rising. Gurgle! Yifeng could even hear Lin Yi swallowing his saliva beside him. Brother Yi, are you sure you want to force your way into the human settlement? Lin Yi asked instinctively. Yifeng thought for a moment and finally nodded. Until the global transformation, if he couldn't deliver the originium to his parents by then, everything he had done would have been a waste of time. All right, we'll help you this once. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and rushed to the front. As the smoke cleared, the disheveled figure of the angry horned thunder rhino was revealed. As expected of a tough and defensive creature, these dozens of small missiles only caused it minor damage. Lin Yi cast an envious glance. This defensive power was even better than the spiked scales he had absorbed. Perhaps only Yifeng's golden scales could compare. Roar! The grime-covered, furious thunder rhinoceros roared, and then a beam of lightning condensed from its giant horn, slamming into the high-rise building in Yuan City. What a tough, giant rhinoceros. On the control tower, the Yuan City commander looked shocked, and he held a remote control in his hand. Without a doubt, he was the one who launched those missiles. These weapons, capable of destroying an army, only managed to inflict minor damage on the angry thunder rhino. This is really hard to accept. The only thing that can pose a threat to them is the ion-focused cannon. A calm voice rang out, and the Yuan City commander frowned as he looked at the speaker. Chen Wanchuan, are you aware of the after-effects of the ion-focused cannon? The Yuan City commander questioned sternly. I know, Chen Wanchuan said nonchalantly. The ion-concentrating cannon will cause strong radiation pollution within a radius of 100 miles for a short period of time after it is fired. Then you still dare to use it? The Yuan City commander sneered. So what? Chen Wanchuan narrowed his eyes. Jiang City has been occupied by giant beasts. Even if I don't use the ion energy cannon, no more humans can live in Jiang City. How much better off are you than I am right now? Without the ion energy cannon, your Yuan City will fall. With the ion energy cannon, You will still have time to evacuate the masses. A fleeting glint of malice flashed across Chen Wanchuan's eyes. Upon hearing this, the Yuan City commander hesitated. What Chen Wanchuan said seemed to make sense, but he still did not make a decision immediately. Looking at the four ferocious beasts raging about, the Yuan City commander finally hardened his heart. Check our remaining energy levels to see how many times we can use the shaped ion cannon. Reporting to commander, we can only use it 3 times, the subordinate immediately reported. 3 times. The Yuan City commander raised an eyebrow and said confidently, "That's enough." Meanwhile, Lin Yi and the angry Thunder Rhino were still at the forefront of the battle line, and countless bullets and artillery fire bombarded them as if they were just tickling them. "Brother Yi, you rush in from the left, and I'll open an opening for you." The Thunder Rhinoceros's massive horn crackled with lightning as it calmly spoke. "Okay." Yi Feng nodded, his slender body moving swiftly, knocking away a group of soldiers and vehicles blocking his way. Just then, the lightning bolt from the angry Thunder Rhino struck, shattering the thick wall in front of it. Just as Yi Feng was about to go in, a sense of crisis suddenly surged in his mind, and the intense danger made his scales stand on end. Boom. Even though he dodged at top speed, he was still hit by the beam of ion energy cannon, and another large hole appeared in his abdomen. "Damn it, I've been infected again." Yi Feng couldn't help but curse. This ion-focused cannon was silent and extremely fast. With his current reaction time, he simply couldn't dodge it. Fortunately, the blow didn't hit a vital area like the brain, and his self-healing ability allowed him to recover quickly. This weapon should have a cooling-off period and cannot fire in rapid succession. As Yi Feng was thinking this, he suddenly saw a fleeting blue beam of light flash by in the distance, heading straight for the figure of the angry horned Thunder Rhino. "Watch out!" Yi Feng's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but shout. Hiss! In midair, a giant black python leaped up, catching the blue beam of light, and simultaneously swatting away the angry Thunder Rhino. Pung! The heavy sound sent a chill down Yi Feng's spine. "Lin Yi!" 2 anxious voices came from the sky and the ground at the same time. The emerald green finch landed on the ground, and the angry Thunder Rhinoceros returned to Lin Yi's side to observe his injuries. "Damn, I got beaten up too." Yi Feng couldn't help but complain. But he was immediately relieved, because he observed with his eagle vision that Lin Yi had not been hit in any vital areas either. "Hiss, it's already pretty crazy to fire twice in a row, this time it can't be." Yi Feng was squinting when he suddenly saw a blue pillar of light gathering on the side of the base. Red lasers were all aimed at his head, and Yi Feng's mind went blank for a moment. "Damn it, I can't move." These were Yi Feng's last thoughts. The wounds from being hit by the first beam of ion energy cannon had not yet healed, and his mobility was greatly reduced. Being targeted by the ion-focused cannon at this moment makes one a living target. They wanted to hit me in the head. Yi Feng began to panic. He had been hit in the head, and his life was essentially over. The imagined stroke of luck did not happen. The ion-focused cannon was reflected in Yi Feng's pupils before crashing down. The emerald green light and blue hue complement each other, creating a dreamlike color scheme. Bah! A mournful cry that did not belong to Yi Feng rang out, and then the heavy beast body landed in front of Yi Feng. The helpless and dim pupils met Yi Feng's gaze, striking his heart hard. Yang Fei, Lin Yi, and the angry Thunder Rhinoceros' voices rang out simultaneously, letting Yi Feng know the name of this emerald green bird. Roar! The suppressed roar spread out, and the horn of the angry Thunder Rhinoceros began to shimmer. Dark clouds filled the sky, and lightning could strike at any moment. Yi Feng could still hear the mournful cry of the emerald bluebird, but he had lost the ability to think. This emerald bluefin finch saved him. "You deserve to die?" Lin Yi was the first to regain his mobility. Covered in spiked scales, he charged into the crowd, his gaping maw devouring human soldiers one after another. For the first time, Yi Feng was confused about his identity. Was he now considered a human or a ferocious beast? He is a ferocious beast. They had already formed an adversarial relationship when these people were hunting him down. The mournful emerald bluebird before him was his true companion. Chen Wanchuan. Yi Feng's gaze locked onto the smug man atop the command tower, his roar deafening. Layers of golden scales covered his body, his venomous fangs gleamed with a cold light, and a ghostly blue glow surrounded him. A burst of fiery breath swept across the entire battlefield. Chapter 64: The Great Showdown. As the 3 ferocious beasts entered a berserk state, the humans were no longer able to resist, and scattered in all directions like fish fleeing and birds scattering. Humph. Chun Wanchuan, standing on the control tower, looked at the wailing giant beast in the distance and sneered. Trying to fight me? Before his arrogant expression could last 3 seconds, a colossal serpent charged towards him. How is that possible? Chun Wanchuan's eyes widened, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Why is this giant python still alive? He quickly looked into the distance and saw that the creature struggling on the ground was actually a giant, emerald, green bird. The ion concentrating cannon only had 3 chances, and all of them have been used up. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Chun Wanchuan's back. He cried out in panic, "Quick! Stop him!" However, not a single soldier obeyed his orders. They all fled for their lives. Chun Wanchuan, your death is near. Yi Feng's figure had already crushed the armor and stormed into the temporary base. His eyes burned with rage, and he exhaled scorching breath. Standing atop the tower, Chun Wanchuan appeared as insignificant as an ant compared to Yi Feng. Gazing at the menacing giant python so close at hand, only fear filled his heart. "No, you can't kill me." He staggered backward, tripped and fell to the ground, a foul odor emanating from under his pants. Looking at the terrified Chun Wanchuan, Yi Feng showed no pity whatsoever and covered his entire body with flames. "No!" Chun Wanchuan screamed shrilly and rolled off the tower like a man on fire. Gurgle. A sound of swallowing saliva was heard. Yi Feng used thermal imaging to discover that there was another person hiding under the table. He glanced at him silently and then looked away. The Yuan city commander watched Yi Feng's departing figure, his clothes already soaked with sweat, and he trembled unsteadily. What he witnessed left a shadow that would never fade for the rest of his life. "Father!" A roar suddenly came from afar. In sight, a giant, ice-blue tiger roared to the sky, followed by 3 other giant beasts. Frosty Pig, Chun Zifeng. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. "It's Dong Yuan's bastards." Lin Yi roared as he approached Yi Feng. "Dong Yuan." Yi Feng was taken aback. "Dong Yuan borders Jiang City, and they have always been our #1 enemy. The favor we asked you to do before was to deal with them," Lin Yi said in a deep voice. "When did that frost boar join them?" Yi Feng pondered. Lin Yi was stunned, not expecting Yi Feng to ask this question. After thinking for a while, he said, "About 7 or 8 days ago." "When was the population of Jiang City swallowed up?" Yi Feng asked again. Lin Yi was startled. Then his pupils suddenly contracted, as if something had struck his mind. "You mean," his voice was strained. "System has completed target scanning. Ancient frost boar, 9 evolutions. Ability, frost breath." Damn it. Yi Feng's mind changed drastically, because the angry thunder rhinoceros was already heading towards the frost boar, and there was a full 2 levels of evolution between them. Pung. As expected, the angry thunder rhino was frozen by a breath of frost, almost losing its ability to move and standing stiffly in place. Then the frost boar roared to the sky, its hard head violently shoving the angry thunder rhinoceros away, creating a huge crater. "Ha! Lin Yi, you 3 fools, how dare you attack Yuan City?" A small, but dark, swamp, gray venomous snake sneered. "Ding! Target creature detected. Mutated dark swamp gray viper. Evolved 7 times. Possesses extremely strong venom. Is extremely fast, agile, and very difficult to catch." Hey, isn't this the angry thunder rhino? What's gotten into you? Aren't you supposed to be good at generating electricity? A blue leopard with an elegant figure and its body also crackling with electricity walked over. "Ding! Target creature detected. Mutated blue lightning leopard. A born hunter whose claws can release high-voltage electricity and are extremely sharp. Ability, high-risk electric claw. They also have a ferocious Tyrannosaurus rex. Although it is only an ancient species, the Tyrannosaurus rex's combat power is no weaker than that of a mutated species, making it a top-tier powerhouse among ancient species." No wonder Lin Yi and his 2 companions were contained. This lineup certainly has the capability. However, now there's another frost-covered boar. "I'm fine." Yi Feng and Lin Yi arrived at the side of the angry thunder rhino, which was getting up from the ground. Its whole body was covered in frost and snow, and its rough, thick skin was full of frostbite. After some time, the frost boar's frosty breath has become even more terrifying. "Yi Feng, you killed my father. I will make sure you die a horrible death." Shuangji's eyes were filled with hatred when she saw Yi Feng. He had witnessed the scene where Yi Feng forced Chun Wanchuan to his death. "Your father deserves to die. If I'm not mistaken, he conspired with you to eat nearly 10,000 people in Jiang City." Yi Feng said coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and the angry thunder rhinoceros were shocked. It turned out that the man-eating creature was the frost boar. That's inhuman. Although they are no longer human, their fundamental habits are still human-like. Yet this guy was able to do such a cruel thing. What good will it do if you know? As long as we can evolve and grow quickly, it's all worth it. Frosty Pig sneered. I have already evolved 9 times, while you have only evolved 6 times. This proves that my path is the right one. The law of the jungle prevails. This is no longer the age of humans, but the age of the strong. The frost-covered pig rumbled loudly. Chen Zifeng, stop wasting your breath on them. Eat them and we'll evolve to become stronger, the dark swamp gray serpent said in a sinister voice. He had been lusting after Lin Ye's body for a long time. The furious thunder rhino beside him, who was badly injured. Okay, said the angry thunder rhino, twitching its lips. All right, you each find one, and I'll take care of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the frost boar, Yifeng said calmly. What? You want to fight 2 against 1? The angry thunder rhino was shocked and quickly shook its head. Absolutely not. But soon he fell silent again. The emerald green bird had lost its fighting ability and was even in critical condition. Only the 3 of them were still able to fight. I invited you to attack Yuan City, and I will take charge, Yifeng said solemnly, stepping forward. Don't worry, he's very strong. Lin Yi comforted him when he saw that the angry thunder rhino was about to speak again. He was the only person who had witnessed Yifeng's state during battle, and he knew Yifeng's strength when he went all out. He knew he would never be a match for him. Frost boar that's evolved 9 times, and a Tyrannosaurus Rex that's evolved 7 times. That's still too much of a stretch. In the distance, Yao Susu stood atop a watchtower, her hair whipping in the wind. We must win. She clenched her fists, staring intently at Yifeng, who was confronting the 2 ferocious beasts. Even though it was a giant python, Yao Susu secretly hoped it would win. Boom. Frostboar once again condensed its icy breath and shot it straight at Yifeng. Yifeng. Chapter 65 Devouring Frostboar. Boom. 2 completely different breaths collided with a deafening roar, and surprisingly, the red team only suffered a slight disadvantage. How is this possible? Lin Yi and the blue lightning leopard and other beasts that had not yet joined the battle were greatly surprised. This leaf wind seems to have only evolved 6 times, yet it is able to fight against frost boar, which has evolved 9 times. They were of course unaware that Yifeng's strength attribute had reached 300 points, a level that a ferocious beast could only achieve after 8 evolutions. In terms of strength, Yifeng was only slightly weaker than Shuangji. This giant python is no ordinary creature. The several ferocious beasts of Danyuan each harbored their own secrets, and then the dark swamp gray serpent suddenly charged towards Lin Yi. Hee, thunder rhino, prepare to die. The blue lightning leopard flickered eerily, its speed comparable to lightning. The angry thunder rhino could react. 2 bloody wounds appeared on its front. Swamp gray viper by virtue of his larger size. Fortunately, the dark swamp gray viper did not dare to approach the sharp-scaled armor of the forest creature, and the 2 beasts were locked in a stalemate. The only remaining Tyrannosaurus Rex had its own ideas. Instead of attacking Yifeng together with the frost boar as planned, it headed towards the emerald green sparrow. It wanted to take the opportunity to devour the emerald bluebird and grow and evolve. The beast's expressions changed drastically. Yifeng immediately withdrew his fiery breath and turned to charge towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The over 60-foot-long body instantly wrapped around the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had evolved 7 times, was powerless against Yifeng and was at a disadvantage in both strength and speed. Help me. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's 2 claws tumbled in the air, sending a distress signal to Chen Zifeng. To everyone's surprise, Shuangji merely gave a cold laugh and ignored it indifferently. Only after Yifeng strangled the Tyrannosaurus Rex to death did he speak contemptuously. Foolish fellow, daring to try and monopolize your prey? In his eyes, an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex was clearly of little value. No one expected that the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was still somewhat threatening, would die so easily. You're far too confident. Having resolved one problem, Yifeng's pressure was significantly reduced, and his pair of icy snake eyes stared at Frostbow. The worst decision Chen Zifeng has ever made. Confidence. Because I have the capital to be confident. The frost boar chuckled eerily, then brandished its claws and charged forward. Whoosh. The sharp claws kicked up a cloud of dust, and Yifeng's figure had already disappeared. They missed. At the same time, a pair of hard fangs appeared on the left side of his body, and then flesh and blood flew everywhere, as venom invaded his body. Roar! The frost boar roared angrily, its thick tail, like a hard iron rod, whipped horizontally, sending Yi Feng flying over 100 meters away. This is not its capability. Got up from the ground and stared at the tail of the frost boar. This guy must have devoured higher-level members of his kind before, because his tail didn't have this much power when he fought the frost boar last time. Hiss! Yi Feng flicked his tongue, his entire body covered in golden scales, making him appear divine and extraordinary. Frost boar, which has evolved 9 times. But this is not the place. And what about Yi Feng? Yi Feng possesses a total of 8 abilities. Although half of them are used for support, they are still enough to give Yi Feng combat power far exceeding that of an ordinary 6th-stage evolution. With Eagle Vision activated, Yi Feng could observe Frostbow's every move with great care. In this state, Yi Feng could easily deal with Frostbow's attacks. His frost-resistant constitution minimized the threat of the frost boar's frost breath. His golden scales gave him a defense far exceeding that of other ferocious beasts of the same level. The potent toxicity of the venomous fangs gives Yi Feng a significant advantage in a prolonged battle. The fiery breath compensated for Yi Feng's weakness in ranged attacks, and his self-healing ability gave him unparalleled resurrection capabilities. Yi Feng has no flaws left. Among his kind of behemoths, he was invincible. A perfect species. Roar! Yi Feng, now fully unleashed, spewed flames from his mouth. Frost boar retaliated with a frosty breath, only to find that Yi Feng suddenly withdrew his flames. Frost covered Yi Feng's body, which stunned Chen Zifeng. What is this guy doing? Suicide? Before he could react, the giant python broke through the freezing effect of the frost breath and charged forward without slowing down at all. Danger! Danger! Frosty Pig felt a frantic warning coming from the depths of its heart. In Fog City, he had been entangled by Yi Feng at close range before, and he knew all too well the terrifying power of the giant python's constriction. Once locked in, it would be difficult to escape. Frostboil retreated frantically, but it was too late. Yi Feng had already locked on a Frostboil first. Swish! In just a few seconds, Yi Feng had constricted all of Frostbow's vital parts, making it difficult for this behemoth to breathe. Puff! The venomous fangs began to bite again, and blood spurted from the frost-covered boar's neck. Damn it! Xuangji felt his consciousness rapidly declining, and he began to regret it. Despite knowing the power of the giant python's coils, he was careless and unprepared, causing him to fall twice in the same spot. The price he might pay this time is his life. What he regretted even more was why he hadn't saved the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although that Tyrannosaurus Rex was trash, it was still one of the top predators among the ancient predators. If that Tyrannosaurus Rex had just opened its mouth and bit Yi Feng, it might have saved him, but alas, there are no ifs. Yi Feng's body gradually tightened, and the sound of bones cracking echoed in the air. Frostboar's 9-time evolutionary body gradually went limp in Yi Feng's arms, losing all its strength. Yi Feng's fangs remained firmly in his mouth. Under the combined effects of the deadly poison and the binding force, even if the frost boar had the strongest vitality, it wouldn't last long. Only after the divine light in Xuangji's eyes completely dimmed did Yi Feng release his body and check his injuries. Although his frost physique isolated most of the damage from the frost breath, Yi Feng was still inevitably injured. 9 evolutions is no joke. Some of his golden scales were torn by the wind and frost, revealing the flesh inside, which was now blurred by the ice and snow. But soon, the ability to heal itself began to kick in, and the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding! You have consumed a frost boil that has undergone 9 evolutions, gaining 937 growth points. You have gained an attribute point, strength increased by 30. You have gained 10 attribute points to increase your health. You have gained the ability, Frost Breath. After swallowing the frost boar, Yi Feng turned to look at the struggling Thunder Rhino. The blue lightning leopard opposite it was aggressive, and the Thunder Rhino was covered in blood. Thunder Rhino, get out of the way! Yi Feng roared, then spat out a beam of blue light from his mouth. Pung! The blue lightning leopard, which was flashing in the air, was immediately struck down to the ground, letting out a mournful howl. How could this be? The blue lightning leopard looked around in disbelief. The first to finish the battle were Yi Feng and Frost Pig. What happened to them? It looked around and saw that the frostbow had disappeared, leaving only the corpse of a Tyrannosaurus Rex lying peacefully on the ground. Stop looking, it'll be your turn soon. Yi Feng sneered, opening his mouth to condense another pillar of light, red flames mixed with blue frost. Yifeng named it. Chapter 66: The Arrival of the Overlord. A double whammy of ice and fire. The dazzling beam of light struck the blue lightning leopard, instantly turning it into a pile of frozen charcoal. The blue lightning leopard has lost its ability to move. Yifeng then looked in the direction of Lin Yi. Venom is suitable for prolonged battles, and Lin Yi's opponent is a mutated species with super venom, the dark swamp gray viper. Even with the immortal python's powerful self-healing ability, it couldn't cope with the internal injuries caused by the deadly poison. Therefore, Lin Yi was in a very sorry state and was lying on the ground, extremely weak. The dark swamp gray serpent, like a victorious general, continued to release its deadly venom while its fangs gnawed at the gaps in the forest scales, all the while uttering mocking cries. Lin Yi, is that all the strength you have? I don't think you're any good. You can only survive a little longer under my poison. What kind of immortal python are you? I think you're just a worm. Asshole. Lin Yi cursed under his breath in frustration. If he had evolved for the 7th time, he would never be in such a sorry state. Knock knock. Just then, the ground beside them trembled, and the shadow of a giant rhinoceros with one horn loomed over the two beasts. Lei Shi, you finished the battle? Lin Yi was taken aback. Dark swamp gray serpent shrank back, warily eyeing the angry horned thunder rhinoceros. Its gaze swept around the room, and its pupils suddenly narrowed. At this moment, only he and Lin Yi were still fighting. Your poison is very strong? A cold voice came from behind. A giant python, almost the same size as Lin Yi, appeared, its sinister eyes staring at him. Although he didn't know what had happened, Dark Swamp Gray Viper panicked. He knew he couldn't win against 3 opponents at once. After all, it is a snake, and even after 7 evolutions, its size is only about 10 meters. I'll give you a chance to poison me, Yifeng said indifferently. What? Dark Swamp Gray Serpent was stunned. It was the first time he had ever heard such a despicable request. But soon, he was overjoyed. His poison was so potent that even Lin Yi, who possessed the ability to heal himself, couldn't withstand it. This guy would only become a victim of his poison. Swamp Gray Snake has an inexplicable confidence in its venom. Yifeng released his golden scales, causing the Dark Swamp Gray Serpent to bite into his flesh, its venom slowly seeping into Yifeng's bloodstream. Fool, you're just giving me a free kill. Dark Swamp Viper sneered inwardly. The one in the best condition right now is this giant python, while the Thunder Rhinoceros is also seriously injured, and Lin Yi has long been unable to move due to the poison. If he can defeat this stupid python, he still has a chance of victory. The thought of devouring so many prey filled the Dark Swamp Gray Serpent with excitement. Yifeng, Lin Yi called out weakly, but he never uttered another word. He couldn't understand why Yifeng would let the Dark Swamp Gray Serpent release its poison. He had personally experienced the venom of that creature, and even with its immortality and self-healing abilities, it couldn't withstand it. He was too weak to speak. Time passed slowly, and Yifeng showed no signs of defeat. On the contrary, the venom stored in the venom glands of the Dark Swamp Gray Serpent was almost exhausted. Damn it, why isn't this guy reacting? Dark Swamp Gray Viper roared inwardly, suddenly realizing a terrifying fact. Yifeng is not afraid of poison at all. The Dark Swamp Gray Serpent raised its head, meeting Yifeng's slightly mocking and indifferent gaze. In an instant, his mind trembled, and he wanted to flee in panic, but Lei Shi stepped on his tail. Trying to leave? Here's your venom back. Yifeng's voice rang out, and as he moved away from the Dark Swamp Gray Serpent, he felt 2 thick fangs being inserted into his body. Hiss! The Dark Swamp Gray Serpent's cries suddenly became sharper, because it discovered that Yifeng's fangs were also covered in potent venom, and that venom was no less potent than its own. As his consciousness faded, he thought he might know where Frostbow had gone. Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief after dealing with the giant beast in Danyuan. The bloodline of the immortal python can cure the poison, but it will take time. Yifeng looked at the angry Thunder Rhino, who was worried about Lin Yi's condition, and spoke calmly. Hearing this, the angry Thunder Rhino was finally relieved. Boom. Just then, a sound of the earth trembling rang out, and a giant ball of fire was rushing towards them from afar. The enemy, the angry Thunder Rhino roared. No. Yifeng raised his head, activated Eagle Vision, and revealed a slight smile. He is my friend. Ding. Target creature detected. Mutant Fire Overlord. A king born of flames, a natural leader, and a brutal individual. Ability, Flame Barrier. Roar. With a suppressed growl, Overlord Yang Xiu stopped in front of Yifeng, then lowered his head, and a beautiful figure descended from above. Upon seeing Bai Yuhan, Yifeng's eyes were somewhat strange. This woman had really turned into a dragon knight. Did she know that the man beneath her was one of the future 10 great beast kings? Yifeng, I have something to discuss with you, Bai Yuhan said softly, looking at the giant python. What's wrong? Yifeng asked, puzzled. What important matter could this woman have that prompted the overlord to travel all the way from the northern forest? After you left, I conducted in-depth research on the remaining rough stones and discovered a great secret. What secret? Yifeng's heart tightened. Each raw stone contains a strange genetic code, a genetic code symbol that we have never studied before, and that even surpasses our technology. And I'm certain that these genetic codes were manually implanted, Bai Yuhan said with a serious expression. What? Yifeng was startled, his mind racing with a myriad of emotions as memories of his past life surfaced one after another. His serpentine eyes shifted constantly before finally settling into stillness. I understand, he said slowly. Bai Yuhan and Ba Wang Yangxiu exchanged a glance and asked at the same time, what do you know? I can't be sure yet. Yifeng shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the man and the beast. But perhaps we can find out on the day the world becomes beast-like. 3 days from now is the time for the beast transformation. You'd better find a suitable raw stone for the transformation before then, Yifeng said to Bai Yuhan. There are too many variables in this life. Even Bai Yuhan, the female beast queen from her previous life, has not yet transformed into a beast. Bai Yuhan smiled broadly. Chapter 67 Return to the Snowfield. I have found a suitable raw stone, Bai Yuhan said, flicking her hair. Okay. Yifeng nodded slightly. What are you going to do next? We plan to return to the northern forest to continue our unfinished research, Bai Yuhan and Yang Xiu said, exchanging a glance. Do you still have that kind of device that shields raw stones? Yifeng suddenly thought of something and asked. Yes. Bai Yuhan nodded slightly and took out 2 orbs of light from behind her. After this research, I improved the device. It only needs to release specific sound waves to briefly interfere with the fusion of the original stone and the human. But this equipment is expensive to manufacture, and I only managed to get 3, Bai Yuhan said, handing the light orb to Yifeng. In Yifeng's eyes, as expected of Bai Yuhan, she could even make something like this. Puff. Yifeng spat out 3 raw stones in front of the group, but when he turned around, he saw Bai Yuhan's disdainful look. Ahem, this stone is for my family. Bai Yuhan, you are still human. I would like to ask you to help me find my family and then give the stone to them. Yifeng looked at Bai Yuhan seriously. Where are you going? Bai Yuhan asked after thinking for a moment. I'm going to the desert. Yifeng looked at the emerald green finch, whose life was hanging by a thread as it had saved him, not far away. The giant beast possessed incredible vitality, but this also caused her to endure pain that was unbearable for ordinary people. Yifeng, are you saying Yang Fei can still be saved? Lin Yi came up from the side, his voice filled with excitement. That's right. There is a mutated plant in the center of the desert called the Immortal flower. Yifeng said calmly. The Immortal flower has a very similar effect to the Immortal python's bloodline. No matter how badly a person is injured, as long as they have a breath left, severed limbs can be reattached, and they can be brought back to life. Okay, I'll go with you, Lin Yi said excitedly. But Yang Fei's condition, I'm afraid he won't last long enough for you to find the Immortal flower, the angry thunder rhino said in a deep voice. That's all right. I just gained the ability to breathe ice, so I can freeze her first, Yifeng said. Okay. Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. We owe you a favor, so we'll leave your family matters to me. Bai Yuhan and Yang Xiu exchanged a glance. Then Bai Yuhan looked at Yifeng and said, Okay, thank you very much, Yifeng said gratefully. Yifeng, I'll go with you. The angry thunder rhino volunteered. All right, in that case, let's set off. Yifeng said softly. However, before that, we need to go to the forbidden snowfield. The forbidden area of the snowfield? Lin Yi and the angry thunder rhino exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. I have a friend there, and with her help, it will be easier for us to find the Immortal flower. Yifeng smiled confidently. Forbidden zone in the snowfield. Stretched for miles, falling in endless waves. A fierce wind swept across the vast snowfield, wiping out all life within 100 miles. Quick! These mammoths won't last much longer. A roar echoed across the snowfield. Roar! The roar was like that of an unparalleled king, followed by 3 ferocious tigers with enormous teeth. The saber-toothed tiger, the top predator of the Ice Age. These 3 saber-toothed tigers were dozens of times larger than the ones Yifeng had first encountered, and their evolutionary level had reached 7 times. Behind them followed a dozen or so gleaming frost wolves, who joined forces to attack the 4 mammoths. "Kimpo, what should we do? Jilly can't hold on much longer," a frantic voice rang out. One of the 4 mammoths was covered in blood, with a gaping wound on its rear end from which blood was gushing out. The cold weather accelerated the onset of the wound, and the mammoth swayed precariously, clearly unable to hold on any longer. "Kimpo, your death is nigh." A familiar voice rang out. It was none other than the Frostwolf leader who had once suffered a setback at the hands of the mammoth. Upon seeing the appearance of the Frostwolf leader, Kimpo hurriedly turned around to try to rescue his family, but due to his bulky size, there was no time to spare. Pung! At the critical moment, a beam of blue light shot out, freezing the Frostwolf leader into a statue before slamming him to the ground. All the ferocious beasts stared intently, their hearts filled with horror. What a terrifying tactic! They looked up at the attackers, who turned out to be 3 enormous mutants, the leader of which was nearly 70 meters tall, a truly unprecedented sight. Roar! The 3-headed saber-toothed tiger felt an extreme sense of oppression and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. They are the kings of beasts, yet they are afraid of a python? It's him. The mammoth beside the abbot froze, staring at Yifeng's body in a daze. "Let's swallow them up," Yifeng said calmly, glancing at his 2 companions. In an instant, Lin Yi and the angry thunder rhinoceros roared and charged towards the group of ancient ferocious beasts. "They're all mutants." The saber-toothed tiger was shocked and let out a long roar, retreating repeatedly, but was caught up by Lin Yi and the angry thunder rhinoceros. At the same time, Yifeng went on a killing spree, killing and devouring all the frost wolves. Ding! You have absorbed the 5 evolutions of the ancient frost wolf and gained 130 growth points. Ding! You have absorbed the 4th evolution of the ancient frost wolf and gained 115 growth points. A series of notification sounds rang out, making Yifeng unable to contain his excitement. He hadn't gone on such a killing spree in a long time. With the help of the devouring system, evolving was very easy for him, but he was too busy with various things to level up. Besides searching for the immortal flower, the most important purpose of this desert journey is to enhance one's strength and evolve. There are many powerful mutant species in the desert, and many ferocious beasts that can produce abilities that interest Yifeng. There are 3 that Yifeng admires the most. One of them is the mutated storm scorpion, whose ability is to control sand and dust and create storms, thus influencing the weather to some extent. There is another type of mutated giant lizard. This thing is not very strong in combat, but its abilities are quite magical. To burrow underground. Because of this ability, their whereabouts in the desert are extremely difficult to find. It would not be an exaggeration to call them mysterious and unpredictable. Yifeng was extremely envious of the ability to burrow underground. If he had this ability, he would have a great deal of initiative in dealing with his enemies. As for the last one, he had only heard about it in his previous life, that it could be seen by chance in the deepest part of the Forbidden Desert. However, Yifeng estimated that the mutant species had not yet been born, and perhaps it would only be seen on the day when the world becomes beast-like. Just as Yifeng was pondering these things, a sense of crisis suddenly surged through his body. Something was approaching. Chapter 68: The Conspiracy of the Mystic Medicine Department. A giant python? A familiar voice suddenly rang out, and then the intense sense of crisis vanished without a trace. Yifeng stared in surprise at the white fox that had appeared on the ground. "Was that feeling you were giving off just now?" "Yes." Byro nodded proudly, but then a sense of crisis surged into the hearts of the beasts once again. Lin Yi and the angry thunder rhino looked at each other in disbelief. How could such a small fox exude such a dangerous aura? "This must be an ability you gained after evolving?" Yifeng said, revealing the truth. Fox in its previous life did indeed evolve such an ability, which could give people psychological warnings to scare away enemies, and could be considered a kind of self-protection ability. "How do you know everything?" Byro asked, somewhat dejected. "All right, we've come to see you about something." "Where did Sister Qingqing go?" Yifeng asked. "She's in Ice Spring Valley." Byro shook her head. "Let's go." Yifeng turned around and glanced at the 2 brothers who were still in a daze. How come Yifeng seems to be walking on flat ground here? They're all freezing to death. Upon entering Ice Spring Valley, we indeed saw a snow-white behemoth soaking in the icy lake. Upon seeing Yifeng appear, Lu Qingqing quickly stood up, a hint of human joy in her eyes. "Yifeng, I remember now. it was you at Nantung Park before. Lu Qingqing's voice suddenly stopped halfway through her sentence. If it weren't for Yi Feng, she might have been violated by that scumbag Wang Su. Sister Qingqing, the day I mentioned hasn't come yet. Yi Feng chuckled upon hearing this. No need, I trust you. Lu Qingqing shook her head. Before she transformed into a beast, she had watched the news. The strange phenomena on television were telling people one thing. Earth was changing. If global animalization is real, then they must be racing against time right now. Really? Yi Feng was somewhat surprised. I'm the worst of all your students. Yi Feng smiled wryly. Afterwards, Yi Feng told Lu Qingqing about some things that had happened since he left school, omitting, of course, his search for the Undying Python Stone. Even so, Lu Qingqing still found it incredibly unbelievable. You mean, the entire planet Earth will eventually enter a primitive era of bestiality? Lu Qingqing asked in surprise. Yes, this is the research result of team leader Bai from the Department of Mystic Medicine. Yi Feng casually deflected the blame. Lu Qingqing fell silent, then volunteered, staring at Yi Feng. My ability allows me to foresee future dangers. I can go to the desert with you. The desert is fraught with danger, 10 times more perilous than the snowy wilderness. Are you sure? Yi Feng hesitated. In his previous life, he dared not enter the desert. Although both snowfields and deserts have forbidden areas, deserts have more strange creatures than snowfields, and there is a risk of falling into quicksand if you are not careful. Actually, Yi Feng didn't really want Lu Qingqing to go on an adventure, but if she stayed in Ice Spring Valley, she might encounter other ferocious beasts. After thinking it over, Yi Feng finally decided to bring Lu Qingqing along, and Bai Rou was also indispensable. Since Yi Feng didn't know the exact location of the Immortal flower, he needed to rely on the White Spirit Fox's treasure-hunting abilities. Predicting the future? Hearing this, Lin Yi was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Yi Feng no? They even have the ability to foresee the future. That's terrifying. Lin Yi and the angry horned thunder rhino exchanged a glance, as if they suddenly realized who the real boss was. Mystic Medicine Department. Several old men stood outside the #1 research room, the one in the lead being by Yuhan's teacher, a professor. As expected of you, Old Li, you stole your apprentice's research results, but you couldn't do it yourself, so you made us old guys play the bad guys. Behind him, 3 elderly men of nearly the same age mocked and ridiculed the professor. The professor sat in his chair, his eyes indifferent. We've only obtained her research progress. To truly uncover its secrets, we still need to continue our research. If we could unravel the mysteries and possess the power of those behemoths, why would we need to stay in this wretched place? The old professor said with a sinister look in his eyes. The other 3 exchanged glances, each seeing a burning desire in the other's eyes. At their age, they're almost at the end of their lives. But what if they could become those giant beasts, gaining immense vitality and boundless power? Report, Professor, we've discovered something. A researcher suddenly ran over and said. Speak, the old professor said calmly, tapping the table. After research, we discovered a string of mysterious genetic code in the raw stone, which seems to be the reason why humans have turned into beasts, the researchers said. Can you control the type of beast transformation? The old professor asked, frowning. Deng's identity has been confirmed. He has evolved into a wild boar, and they certainly don't want to become like that. The researcher hesitated slightly. With our current capabilities, we are not yet able to determine the species within the raw stone. What should we do? The old professor asked anxiously, tapping the table repeatedly. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he looked at the researchers and asked, if I gave you enough raw stones, could you research it? It should be possible. The researcher hesitated for a moment, then nodded emphatically. Then give the order to collect raw stones from all over the place, the old professor said coldly. Old Li, with our strength alone, I'm afraid we can't, an old man frowned. Who said we're only using our strength? The old professor sneered. Notify the higher-ups that we've made a major discovery, that we've found a way to wipe out the giant beast in one fell swoop. Also, recruit the masses, using the same excuse. This matter must be done quickly. I can sense that time is running out. The old professor gazed at the creature imprisoned in Research Lab #1, a giant crocodile with a jet-black body covered in demonic armor. The desert is desolate, and all the flowers have withered. Due to the fall of the primordial stone, the temperature of the entire planet Earth has changed. The desert is now hotter than ever before, with temperatures approaching 50 degrees Celsius. The temperature increases the deeper you go. Under these circumstances, there are probably no native creatures of Earth left in the desert, Yifeng murmured softly, gazing at the sweeping sandstorm. In other words, if you encounter any creatures in this desert, they are basically creatures that have evolved from humans into beasts. I'm so thirsty, the little fox cried out from above Yifeng's head. Go get some water from Lei Shi, Yifeng said helplessly. Upon entering the desert, they needed water and food. In the beast-like world, food was easy to obtain. Their only shortage was water. So at this moment, the thunder rhino was covered in a bunch of pure water. Who told this guy to be best suited for manual labor? After going deeper for a while, the sun rose and the weather became increasingly scorching, and the beasts clearly felt their patience waning. Just as they were getting impatient, the little fox suddenly arched its back as if giving a warning. Its snow-white fur stood on end, and it bared its teeth in one direction. Yifeng was taken aback and looked into the distance, where a dark mass of creatures was rushing towards them. Chapter 69: The Mysterious Sand Mound Giant Turtle. Yifeng and his beasts quickly turned their heads, only to find their vision completely dark, with a barrage of stones rushing towards them. What is that? The beasts were completely bewildered, unsure of the identities of these guys. Turtle. Only Yifeng could clearly see the appearance of these creatures, and his tone was somewhat strange. A turtle? Linya's jaw dropped in shock. A bunch of turtles dare to cause trouble? Aren't they afraid of his mighty and strong body? To be precise, it's a group of desert tortoises and 3 ancient species. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Ding! Target organism detected. Ancient species rock-armored evil turtle, 7th evolution. The rock-shelled tortoise has developed an incredibly hard shell because it has lived under giant rocks for a long time. Ability: rock armor impact. Looking at the system's description, Yifeng suddenly didn't want to eat these turtles anymore. Eating them would just leave him with stones in his stomach, which he couldn't digest. His system seemed only capable of rapidly digesting flesh and blood. Ahem, those leaders are yours. I'll deal with the smaller monsters. Yifeng coughed twice. The 3-headed rock-armored evil turtle were nearly 100 desert turtles, enough for him to have a hearty meal. Lu Qingqing followed behind Yifeng. Compared to Bai Rou, who was weak and could only be a cheerleader, she still possessed certain combat abilities. The 2 horns on her head are powerful weapons. Since the desert tortoises were only a high-level species, Yifeng dealt with them very easily, devouring dozens in no time. The voice from the brain system has already flooded the screen. Ding! You have devoured a high-level desert turtle and gained 17 evolution points. Ding! You have devoured a high-level desert turtle and gained 16 evolution points. When the battle ended, Yifeng emerged victorious, having consumed approximately 50 desert turtles, and his evolution points had increased by over 700. The nearly 1,000 growth points he absorbed from the frost boar, he will soon face another evolution. Host: Yifeng's 6th evolution. Species: Undying python. Evolution points: 2,357, 3,200 points required for the next evolution. Functions: venomous fangs, flaming breath, golden scales, eagle eyes, frosty physique, immune to all poisons, deep sea breath control, frosty breath. Strength: 307. Speed: 248. Defense: 302. Physical fitness: 288. The good news is that these desert turtles also dropped some attribute points, allowing Yifeng's defense attribute to successfully break through the 300 mark. Judging from the attribute panel, Yifeng can be considered a giant beast that has completed 8 evolutions. Yifeng, Linya's plaintive voice suddenly came to her ears. Linya was sporting a large pregnant belly, looking like he'd been let down by his teammates in the ranked match. Well, you can just spit it out after you've finished digesting the flesh and blood of the rock-armored evil turtle. Yifeng turned his head, barely suppressing a laugh. Ha! Unfortunately, a gloating fox was already laughing like a pig, pointing at the angry horned thunder rhino's belly pressed against the ground, rolling around on the ground laughing. Are you pregnant? Hee hee. Only when Linya's gaping maw reached her did she become obedient and jump onto Baizhe Lu Qingqing's head as if fleeing. Sister Qingqing, save me. Lu Qingqing was the only female creature present, with an elegant figure and captivating curves, displaying the charm of this super ancient species. No, Lu Qingqing suddenly lowered her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling. What? Bai Rou was taken aback. These desert tortoises aren't here to attack us. Lu Qingqing shook her head, looking at the few desert tortoises that had managed to escape in the distance. Oh, Lin Yi understood. Although these desert tortoises are not fast, their tenacious perseverance reveals their desire to survive. They're gone now, Lin Yi said as he strolled back to the group of beasts. Glug. As he spoke, he swallowed the desert tortoise from his mouth. Lu Qingqing's lips twitched slightly. Boom. Just then, a huge tremor came from the ground not far away. Thump. Thump. A colossal phantom appeared in the sight of the beasts. It was a creature as large as a small mountain, with a height of 30 meters. He was already on par with Yifeng and Lin Yi, who could stand up completely. Even the angry thunder rhino was a head smaller than him. What is this? Lin Yi suddenly became serious, his eyes becoming extremely solemn. Ding, system scan successful. A mutated species, the sand mound giant turtle has undergone 8 evolutions. The giant sand turtle has been buried in the desert for many years, and its body shape has changed. What is strange about them is that their carapace can absorb and become immune to attacks. Ability, Sandification. The system's voice appeared, making Yifeng start to take things seriously. The sand mighty turtle, having undergone 8 evolutions, is immune to attacks. Even its fire breath and frost breath have lost their effect. This is really troublesome. Yifeng felt troubled for the first time. In terms of pure attack, this giant tortoise is probably no match for anyone, but when it comes to defense, 10 Yifengs couldn't compare to one tortoise shell. Before evolving into its complete form, the number of evolutions cannot be used to measure the combat strength of a ferocious beast, such as Yifeng, or this turtle now. Make your move. Try to find an opportunity to attack its physical body, Yifeng said to his companions in a calm voice. Strange race. At the same time, the giant sand turtle stopped and made a puzzled sound. Seeing the broken tortoise shells scattered all over the ground, his eyes suddenly turned furious, because his prey seemed to have been stolen by these uninvited guests. You're courting death. No one within dozens of miles has ever dared to steal my prey. The sand mound giant tortoise charged forward in a rage. After waiting for a while, Lin Yi became really impatient. What kind of ridiculous speed was this? Even if he had 10 years, it wouldn't be able to get in front of him. Hiss. Lin Yi's massive body was the first to entangle the sand mound giant turtle. Along the way, he had devoured some ferocious beasts, and with the growth he gained from devouring the dark swamp gray serpent, he had now evolved to the 7th time. Before Lin Yi could activate the python's main skill, the strangulation attack, the beast saw the giant tortoise's body undergo a strange change. Its originally withered yellow shell transformed into grains of sand. Puff! Lin Yi's body sank into the giant sand turtle. Damn it! Yifeng's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed anxiously. Pull him out quickly, or he'll be swallowed by this turtle. Upon hearing this, the angry thunder rhino paled in horror and rushed over with Yifeng one after the other. Yifeng took the lead and bit Lin Yi's body, pulling Lin Yi several meters away. However, the quicksand had a strange suction force that was comparable to Yifeng's strength. During the stalemate, the angry thunder rhinoceros charged over from a distance and rammed its head into Lin Yi, thus pushing Lin Yi out of the sand mound giant turtle's body. Lin Yi escaped death, but his body was wounded by the giant horn of the angry thunder rhinoceros. Fortunately, he had the ability to heal himself, and the wound was quickly restored. When Lin Yi got up from the ground, there was still lingering fear in his eyes. Who would have thought that this giant sand turtle devoured creatures not with its mouth, but with its strange sand-transforming ability? Any creature that attacks it and becomes trapped in its sandy environment will die. Chapter 70 Desert Oasis. What to do? Lin Yi was breathing heavily when he asked Yifeng. Lei Shi, why don't you try the power of lightning? Yifeng thought for a moment and said, All right. The angry thunder rhino took a step forward, and voltage appeared on its giant horn. Buzz. The dangerous voltage spread along the ground all the way to the foot of the giant sand horn. There was no response. Seeing this, Yifeng's gaze darkened further. Immune physics, immune magic. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is immortal. If it really doesn't work out, shall we leave? Lin Yi sighed, though his tone was filled with reluctance. After all, mutant species are rare, and everyone wants to devour them. Yifeng thought about it, and decided that if there was really no other way, he would have to leave. These giant sand turtles are incredibly slow. If they wanted to run, the turtles couldn't stop them. This tortoise is as indestructible as a sandcastle. Little Fox by Ro muttered. Upon hearing her words, Yifeng seemed to grasp something, and his eyes lit up. Sand. His gaze suddenly locked onto the water on the thunder rhino's body. What's wrong? The angry thunder rhinoceros shivered involuntarily as Yifeng stared at it. Quicksand is afraid of water. As long as we use water to disperse it, its sandification will fail, Yifeng said excitedly. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other beasts lit up, and their gazes toward the sand mound giant turtle became more playful. Yes, this giant sand turtle, now turned into a pile of quicksand, is a sitting duck. As long as we fill the quicksand with water, its sandification will collapse on its own. But where do we get so much water? Lu Qingqing asked. This. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. That seems to be true. I have the ability to breathe frost and fire. I can first condense frost and then melt it with fire, Yifeng said. I've even given this move a very catchy name. What? Lu Qingqing was stunned. A double whammy of ice and fire. Yifeng smiled slightly. Get out. Lu Qingqing spat out without hesitation. How could she have taught such a student? Immediately afterwards, Yifeng gathered the energy in his stomach and then shot it into the air. Two beams of light intersected in the air, then transformed into a torrent of water, pouring down onto the sand-covered giant tortoise. Soon, the sturdy sand armor began to collapse with the flow of water. It works. Seeing this, all the beasts showed expressions of relief. Yifeng, I think you don't need to withdraw the flames later. The little fox by road jumped onto Yifeng's head and swallowed. She wants to eat roasted turtle? Yifeng mentally complained for a moment, then sprayed even more vigorously. A quarter of an hour later, the giant sand turtle finally revealed its body hidden in the quicksand. What are you doing? It cried out in surprise, and immediately withdrew its sand transformation ability, turning back into its original giant tortoise, and then retreating into its shell. Ahem. Lin Yi came to Yifeng's side, looking at him with envy, and said sincerely, I think what the little fox just said makes sense. Yifeng's lips twitched. So it turned out he was the one who was just a tool. But the sand mound giant turtle's reaction, isn't it just waiting to die? Scorching flames erupted around the tortoise shell, and soon a touch of red appeared on the withered yellow shell. Bastards, how dare you burn me? I will never let you get away with this. Once I get out, I'm going to eat you all alive. The giant sand turtle huddled inside its shell, cursing incessantly. It seemed to know its predicament and decided not to run away. As time went on, the giant sand turtle gradually fell silent. An tempting aroma of meat filled the air. Not bad. Lin Yi strolled over leisurely, then looked at the angry horned thunder rhino. The latter understood immediately, its four hooves galloping across the desert, propelling it towards the corpse of the giant sand turtle. Its massive horns, accompanied by an electric current, instantly shattered the turtle's shell into pieces. Let's get started, Lin Yi exclaimed joyfully. Yifeng's eyes lit up when he smelled the fragrant turtle meat. He couldn't believe it was his own skill. It's a little lacking in seasoning, Rose said with a hint of regret, her mouth greasy from eating. You have consumed the flesh of the sand giant turtle, gaining 17 growth points. You have consumed the flesh of the sand mound giant turtle, gaining 17 growth points. Since everyone was eating together this time, Yifeng's growth points were added in a scattered manner. Every time he swallowed a piece of meat, a system notification sound would come. After defeating the giant sand turtle, the entire team regained their full stamina. We're almost out of water. We should find an oasis to replenish our water supply. The angry thunder rhino carried a pile of empty barrels on its back. Good. Yifeng nodded and looked at Bai-Ro. You should be able to do this, right? Let me sense it. With that, Bai-Ro closed her eyes, and a faint silvery white light emanated from her body. A moment later, she excitedly pointed northwest and shouted, Over there, just a few dozen miles away. Upon hearing this, the beasts exchanged glances, and the ground began to tremble again. They were all giant beasts, and they traveled very fast. They arrived at their destination, a towering tree covered in greenery, in just a few hours. Moreover, the area is not small. Even Yifeng and his group of giant beasts could conceal themselves inside. The only problem was that the tree trunks were intricate and the space was somewhat narrow. There should be a current. Be careful, Yifeng warned. After the second primordial stone landed, some plants were mutated, and no one can guarantee that there are no mutated plants in this forest. All right. The beasts nodded. The beasts arrived safely at a stream. The stream was wide and expansive, and it was hard to imagine that such a large stream could exist in such a scorching desert. Yifeng, do you feel anything strange? Lin Yi suddenly put down the bucket of water and came to Yifeng's side. What's strange? Yifeng was stunned. This oasis doesn't even have a single ferocious beast. Lin Yi whispered. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was stunned, and then a solemn look appeared in his eyes. Logically, Oases in the desert should be teeming with life, especially near water sources, where most wild animals should rest. But there's nothing here at all. It's so quiet. Gulp. Lin Yi suddenly swallowed. Seeing his horrified expression, Yifeng knew that he had turned on the thermal imaging. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng also activated this snake-specific ability, and for a moment, his breathing stopped. Sister Qingqing. Qingqing, who was drinking water beside him, in a trembling voice. Huh. Lu Qingqing looked up and suddenly paused. She then fled the shore at breakneck speed. Whoosh. A huge commotion erupted on the water's surface as crocodiles with emerald green eyes surfaced, one of which suddenly leaped out from the shore, its gaping maw wide open. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain, as his prey suddenly fled for unknown reasons. Not far away, Sister Lu Qingqing stared at the group of crocodiles, still in shock. If it weren't for her precognitive abilities, she probably would have been dragged to the bottom of the water just now. System, detect target. Yifeng asked in his mind with a heavy look as he backed away. Ding, target detected successfully, mutant species. Chapter 71 Fighting the Mutant Population. Ding, target organism detected. Mutated oasis crocodile, 5th evolution. The overlords of the oasis, they are highly social, adept at fighting in the water, and their powerful bite makes them invincible in the water. Ability, lethal bite. Ding, detected. One by one, 10 oasis crocodiles surfaced. Yifeng couldn't help but gasp. This oasis had actually been occupied by a group of mutated species. No wonder the area of dozens of miles was completely empty. He had seen advanced species and ancient species before, but this was the first time he had encountered a group composed of mutated species. The terrifying nature of mutated species needs no explanation. Any one of them can rival, or even crush ancient ferocious beasts. And 10 mutated oasis crocodiles. The highest level is only 8 evolutions, we still have a chance. Yifeng scanned the oasis crocodiles one by one with the system, and found that the strongest one was the one whose ambush failed. It has undergone 8 evolutions. Of course, it's normal for this guy to evolve 8 times. He has taken over such a large oasis, and I'm afraid that all the wild beasts that come to rest within 100 miles have been eaten by him. Crocodile that has evolved 8 times. Lin Yi and Lei Shi will each handle 2, and Sister Qingqing will handle the other 1. Yifeng quickly weighed the strength of both sides. No, there are still 4 left. Yifeng couldn't help but feel conflicted. Even if he manages to kill one of them instantly with his breath attack, there are still 3 left. What should we do, Yifeng? The beasts gradually retreated to Yifeng's side, asking for a solution. This is a mutated population. Initiate the attack. Yifeng said in a deep voice. Okay. Lin Yi began, then stiffly turned his neck to look at Yifeng, his mouth agape in disbelief. What? Attack. I'll take care of 3. You guys hold off the rest. Yifeng roared. This was his last line of defense. He couldn't take any more than that. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot out from the jungle, piercing through the stream. The water began to freeze at a visible speed, and one of the oasis crocodiles was even turned into a sculpture. The other oasis crocodiles reacted quickly, swiftly leaving the water, their eyes filled with fury. You actually killed Laoba. The leader of the oasis crocodiles roared angrily, staring at Yifeng with a sinister gaze. Intruding on our territory and striking first. Boss, what are you hesitating for? Let's go. An oasis crocodile was charging towards Yifeng. Your opponent is me. Lin Yi chuckled and turned to face the crocodile. Subsequently, the oasis crocodiles launched their attacks one after another, while the angry thunder rhinoceros and Lu Qingqing also faced their respective opponents. However, to everyone's dismay, a full 5 oasis crocodiles surrounded Yifeng. You guys are really ripping me off. Yifeng's lips twitched. Big brother, it's not that we don't want to help you carry it. It's just that we really can't get away. Lin Yi said helplessly, trapped by the 2 oasis crocodiles. What about the thunder rhino? Yifeng's lips twitched. Yifeng quickly understood, because the angry thunder rhino had already engaged in a fierce battle with his oasis crocodile. Of course, that oasis crocodile had undergone 7 evolutions and was the second strongest among these creatures, so it also absorbed a large portion of the damage. But Yifeng suffered the most. Hiss. Soon, Yifeng let out a hiss, but this was not his tongue flicking out. Rather, it was an unconscious groan from being bitten by the crocodile. The creature that bit him was a crocodile that had only evolved 6 times. Yifeng was taken aback. It had only evolved 6 times, and it could break through his defenses? It seemed that this oasis crocodile had a unique advantage in attack. As the saying goes, extremes meet. They are very strong in attack, but they are at a great disadvantage in defense. Ignoring his own injuries for the time being, Yifeng turned around and bit a sixth evolved crocodile, its venomous fangs penetrating deep into its flesh without any hindrance. Oh ho! The crocodile hissed, then sprawled out on the ground, its body quickly stiffening. Your venom is incredibly potent, the lead crocodile exclaimed in shock. The battle had barely begun when this giant python covered in golden scales defeated both of them. Although none of them were particularly strong, it was enough to prove that this giant python was definitely the strongest in their team. Be careful, his fangs are highly venomous. Don't get bitten, the leader of the oasis crocodiles warned cautiously. Upon hearing this, the other oasis crocodiles hesitated instantly. Snort. Yifeng sneered, realizing that he was being given a chance to catch his breath and prepare because of his fear. Then let me show you the power of my fiery breath. Yifeng opened his huge mouth and spewed out fiery red rays, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. Crocodile, having undergone 6 evolutions, was struck and howled in agony as its body was engulfed in flames. The crocodile leader's mind changed drastically. Just what kind of creature was this giant python, that it possessed so many terrifying abilities? Quickly, kill him immediately at all costs. We can't delay. Crocodile made the decision right away. The remaining 2 crocodiles and their leader attacked Yifeng from 3 directions. Yifeng became more serious because these guys had finally reacted. He set his sights on the leader of the crocodiles, the only one whose attributes were similar to his own. The other 2 crocodiles were evolved 5 times and 6 times respectively. They can only inflict limited damage on themselves. Once the crocodile leader is defeated, victory will be secured. This time, the crocodile leader was prepared in advance, guarding against both Yifeng's fangs and his long-range breath attack, maintaining a medium combat distance. I can't attack you easily, and you can't attack me so easily either, Yifeng sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the back half of his body was bitten by 2 crocodile minions. The terrifying bite force made Yifeng feel pain in his nerves. Yifeng suddenly felt a little envious of Lin Ye's hedgehog armor. With that, who would dare to bite him? However, the crocodile leader on the other side showed no sign of making a move, so Yifeng had no choice but to deal with the 2 behind him first. But the moment I turned around, an even more intense pain shot through my neck. Damn it, these guys are trying to use a rotation tactic. Yifeng couldn't help but curse inwardly. When he turned around, the 2 crocodile henchmen seemed to have been prepared in advance, and they released their grip first, retreating to a distance between him and the 2 crocodiles. It wouldn't be easily bitten by Yifeng, and it also had enough reaction time to dodge his breath. Yifeng, Biro, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but call out worriedly when she saw Yifeng in trouble. Yifeng gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with cold light, and then flung the crocodile leader off his neck toward his underlings. The crocodile leader didn't want to give in, but doing so would hurt his own underlings. He could only let go of her mouth, rolled on the ground a few times, and then got up again, staring warily at Yifeng. Immediately afterward, the crocodile leader's eyes widened. Because Yifeng's wounds, which had been torn open by their bites, were strangely healing, and he was completely restored in less than a minute. The crocodile leader was shocked. This healing speed was simply terrifying. If they can't deal with this guy, they'll probably be wiped out today. At the same time, Yifeng gained a brief respite, but not long after, the 3 crocodiles repeated their old tricks. Do you really think I have no temper? Chapter 72 Darkening. Dare to gang up on me. Yifeng's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc, and then he rushed towards the forest with the 2 crocodiles behind his tail. The crocodile leader was stunned for a moment, then saw Yifeng swing his body and smash into another super giant python. Is this infighting? But his expression immediately turned grim, because another giant python was covered in sharp spikes. Yifeng swung his tail and killed a crocodile that wouldn't let go. Just as the crocodile leader was stunned, Yifeng turned around and bit another crocodile henchman to death. Having dealt with those 2 annoying underlings, Yifeng felt much better, and the minor injury to his tail from Lin Ye's prick quickly healed. Dazed when Yifeng slapped him to the ground with his tail. What are you doing? I need you to play support. Is there a problem? Yifeng glanced at him, then rushed towards the lone crocodile leader who had lost his wingman. Lin Ye's lips twitched slightly in frustration, then he glared at his opponent again. A crocodile with bloody holes in both mouths. Compared to the sand mound giant turtle, Its defensive ability is even more disgusting. Physical counterarmor. At this moment, the battles of the other giant beasts were also coming to an end, and without exception, the crocodile's side suffered a crushing defeat. Their forte is water, but Yifeng uses his frost breath to freeze the water's surface. While they still possess formidable fighting power on land, it is significantly diminished in water, especially when facing a giant python that looks like a hedgehog, a giant rhinoceros that can generate electricity, and a mysterious snow-white behemoth. Of course, the most terrifying thing was the giant python with endless abilities standing in front of the crocodile leader. You can't have only evolved 6 times, the crocodile leader said, staring at Yifeng with a trembling voice. They're all giant beasts, so why does he have so many bizarre abilities? This is cheating. Hehe. Yifeng sneered. He had indeed undergone 6 evolutions, but not in an ordinary way. This oasis crocodile clearly lacks the ability to devour its own kind. Otherwise, it wouldn't only possess the ability of a fatal bite. Its abilities are too limited. If it were a one-on-one fight, this crocodile leader would have died 300 times over. Hiss. Yifeng unconsciously let out an attack signal, his slender body moving rapidly as he charged towards the oasis crocodile. He quite liked the deadly bite ability, and with his own venomous fangs, his mouth could become a formidable weapon in battle. The oasis crocodile opened its massive jaws, its gleaming teeth flashing in the air. Breath of flames. Upon seeing this, Yifeng's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. He then breathed out a mouthful of flames. The oasis crocodile never dreamed that Yifeng would breathe fire. Although it tried its best to dodge, it was still hit in the jaw by the flames. The severe burns caused the oasis crocodile to scream in agony. It was disgusting. That giant python is absolutely disgusting. I'm not playing anymore. The oasis crocodile turned and ran. Yifeng immediately gave chase, his mouth accumulating energy again, this time in blue. After repeatedly using his energy breath, Yifeng's stamina was nearing its limit, so this time he targeted the oasis crocodile, determined to finish it off completely. The oasis crocodile turned its head and saw that Yifeng was emitting another beam of light from his mouth. It immediately lost its composure and turned around to fight Yifeng to the death. However, he soon found his movements slowing down, step by step, until his feet stiffened. Oh no! Oasis crocodile stared wide-eyed in terror. He suddenly realized that Yifeng had first sprayed blue light at Lao Ba, and had just sprayed red light as well. Does he have 2 different types of rays? What the hell kind of monster is this? He suddenly felt that the world was completely unfair. Compared to Yifeng, his abilities were utterly worthless. Finally, the leader of the crocodiles died unjustly, and then entered Yifeng's stomach. Ding! You have devoured the mutated oasis crocodile leader, undergoing its 8th evolution. You have received 872 evolution points as a reward. You have gained attribute points, attack plus 20, defense plus 10. It doesn't have the ability to devour? Yifeng muttered to himself, but he wasn't worried. He had already killed 4 of the crocodile minions. These crocodiles all possessed deadly bite abilities. He refused to believe he couldn't devour it by luck alone. The truth is, Yifeng stared at his attribute panel and fell into deep thought. System, are you broken? Yifeng asked quietly after a long while. No, the system replied. Yifeng thought for a moment, but the words he was about to say remained unspoken. He gained over 1,000 growth points by devouring for crocodile minions. Combined with the crocodile leader's 800 points and the nearly 2,000 points remaining on his panel, he was able to evolve again. Ding! You currently have 3,862 growth points, which is enough to complete the evolution. Please find a safe location to complete the evolution as soon as possible, the system notification indicated. Yifeng glanced at the other beasts and said in a deep voice, Let's stay in the oasis for now. I need to evolve. I want to evolve too, Lu Qingqing said. She had just devoured an oasis crocodile, and her body was filled with a feeling of expansion, a sign of evolution. All right. Yifeng nodded slightly, looked at Lin Yi and the angry thunder rhino, and smiled. I'm afraid you two will have to escort us. No problem. Lin Yi flicked his tongue, full of confidence. Seeing his expression, Yifeng smiled sincerely. Who have now transformed into beasts still retain their human nature, but as time goes on, they will gradually reveal their ferocious beast nature. Therefore, the later beast-infested world is the most terrifying. Leishi for a period of time, he, Lin Yi, and Nujio Leishi had come to trust each other and could entrust their backs to each other. Yifeng and Lu Qingqing began to evolve. The Qin family in Kyoto. Sis, look, this is the birthday present I prepared for you. In a spacious basement, Qin Xiaoming looked at Qin Yeru with a big smile. This is a raw stone. Qin Yeru looked at Qin Xiaoming in shock after seeing the shimmering boulder. How do you have so many raw stones? The entire basement was filled with evolution stones, which were now contained in glass cases and radiated a magnificent color. The Department of Mystic Medicine ordered the masses to search for the scattered raw stones, and I bought these from those people with my own money, Qin Xiaoming said proudly. What? Why did you buy these stones? Qin Yeru asked hesitantly. Have you forgotten? Qin Xiaoming stared intently at Qin Yeru. Yifeng said that the entire blue star will eventually be transformed into beasts, with no way to escape. I am preparing for the future of our Qin family. You saw the giant python that Yifeng transformed into. With these raw stones, I can also possess that power. With so many raw stones, I can build a giant beast army. At that time, Yifeng will be no match for me. I can rule this world. Qin Xiaoming became more and more excited as he spoke, and a crazy and perverse look appeared in his eyes. He's gone mad. Seeing Qin Xiaoming's appearance, Qin Yeru ran out of the basement in a panic. Qin Xiaoming's gaze was indifferent. He didn't stop his sister, but instead clenched his fist while looking at his raw stone. One day, I will use my abilities to prove to you that I can defeat Yifeng and rule the world. I am the future of the Qin family. Chapter 73 Sand City. It has evolved 7 times. After waking up, Yifeng looked at the huge snakeskin beside him and sighed. Its body length has evolved to 70 meters, an unprecedented giant python. If this length were shown to the public, it would surely terrify countless young women. We're not far from evolving into our complete form, Yifeng said, narrowing his eyes. The complete form is an epic transformation after the beast form. At this stage, the size of the behemoths is basically fixed, and each subsequent evolution will increase a large number of attributes. At this point, the gap between the giant beasts will widen, and the role of ability will become apparent. Those giant beasts with the potential to reach the top will begin to show their formidable strength. With my current abilities, once I evolve to my complete form, I can absolutely slaughter everyone. Yifeng murmured softly. What he's really looking forward to is global bestiality. What he's hunting now is just an appetizer. After full-scale beastification is filled with all sorts of strange and wonderful creatures. Even those whose strength far surpasses that of other ferocious beasts can still capsize in the gutter if they are not careful. Why did Yifeng evolve so many times in his previous life? Of course, it's about sneaking through. But after enduring so much hardship and finally reaching the position of a minor lord, he was trampled to death by a giant tiger. That kind of situation again, spending half a year hiding out, only to have the resources he collected benefit others. So in this life, he wants to be the strongest beast. Sister Qingqing hasn't finished evolving yet. Yifeng looked down at the cocoon of light beside him, where he could vaguely observe the exquisite body inside. Baizé is an existence that surpasses ordinary ancient species. What's even more bizarre is that there seems to be only one Baizé. In his previous life, Yifeng had lived for so long, and he had only ever seen Lu Qingqing. He had never even heard of the others. Unfortunately, Lu Qingqing perished prematurely, and no one knows what this super ancient species would look like in its later stages. Once out of the jungle, Lin Yi and the angry thunder rhino were found lying on the ground asleep. The one keeping watch for them was none other than the little fox Bairo. Yifeng, you're out. Upon seeing Yifeng, Bairo jumped down from Lin Yi's head and ran happily to him. What's wrong with you? Yifeng sensed that the little guy was unusually excited and immediately asked. I just sensed that there are treasures in this oasis, Bairo whispered, her fox eyes narrowed. A treasure? Yifeng's eyes lit up. He knew that the white spirit fox was good at finding treasures, and this was an oasis in the desert, so the treasure must be something special. Qingqing hasn't fully evolved yet and needs someone to protect her. Lin Yi and the others are the most suitable. These kinds of treasures are like gold and silver. You either get them quickly or you don't. We need to scout things out first. What do you think, Bairo? Yifeng said at length. Bairo just stared blankly at Yifeng. Good heavens, this was the first time she had ever seen a snake make eating alone sound so dignified. Okay, the little fox nodded. The strongest person in this team is Yifeng, so she wasn't worried about anything going wrong. She immediately jumped on Yifeng's head and directed him to the sensing land. It's just ahead, right ahead. The little fox hopped and skipped, and soon the two of them stopped. Suddenly, a castle stood tall amidst the wind and sand. How could there be a sand city here? Yifeng's tone unconsciously became much more serious. The appearance of a sand city in the desert is truly bizarre. Yifeng's intuition told him that there must be a huge crisis hidden in this city. I can sense that the treasure is inside, Bai said hesitantly. Undoubtedly, she also sensed the danger, and whether or not to go in was a difficult question. Perhaps the immortal flower is inside. A thought popped into Yifeng's mind, and he became excited. Should we go back and call Sister Qingqing and the others? Sister Qingqing has precognitive abilities. We'll be safer with her around, Bai said in a clear voice. She knew Yifeng had thermal imaging capabilities, but not all living things could be detected. For example, cold-blooded animals couldn't be detected. No need. With my abilities, I can get out even if I encounter danger. After thinking about it, Yifeng gave up the idea of going back. Don't worry, I left a signal for snakes for Linyi. Once Qingqing has evolved, they can follow the signal to find us. Okay. Bai nodded, then leaned on Yifeng's head. She still trusted Yifeng a lot. The ancient desert city seems to have been uninhabited for some time, with the wind and sand burying all traces of life, and huge pits remaining on the ground. These are the footprints of a giant beast, Yifeng said in a deep voice. Perhaps, a human who had transformed into a giant beast had slaughtered this city? After transforming into a beast, if it does not eat for a long time, it will enter a state of starvation. In this state, its mind cannot be guaranteed to be clear, and it is not impossible for it to commit acts of slaughter. Of course, there is another possibility, that this giant beast actively devoured humans in order to evolve. Yifeng, look over there. Suddenly, the little fox shook Yifeng's head from above. What is that? Yifeng stared intently at it. It was a messy trail of sticky residue on the road. Is it a python? Yifeng was a little confused, but he quickly ruled out that possibility. Although pythons leave behind a small amount of mucus while moving, it's definitely not this messy. These slimes reach diameters of over 10 meters. It's hard to imagine how large a python would be if its body were over 10 meters wide. 100 meters? I'm afraid it's more than that. It's more like the movement pattern of some kind of social animal, Yifeng pondered, deciding to have the system detect it. Ding, scanning function activated. Target traces detected, data being locked. Ding, according to system analysis, the activity traces match the following two organisms, desert army ants and black gold giant ants. Desert army ants, an ancient species. Due to their species habits, desert army ants often live in groups. Their powerful bite force makes them virtually immune to natural enemies in the desert. Ability, powerful bite. Black gold giant ant, an ancient species. Due to their species habits, black gold giant ants often live in groups. Their bodies are made of what appears to be black gold, and their powerful defense gives them extremely crushing power. Wherever they go, nothing grows. Ability, black gold ant stream. Hiss. Yifeng couldn't help but gasp. Only after reading the system's explanation did he realize how terrifying the mark in front of him was. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly arose around him. Yifeng was startled and looked around, his pupils suddenly contracting. One by one, ants with brownish-yellow bodies and blood-red tails crawled down from the city wall. No, they could no longer be called ants. They were giant ants. These giant ants, averaging 2 meters in height, looked ferocious and terrifying, emerging like a sea of sand. Yifeng suddenly thought of the giant beast footprints from before. Perhaps it wasn't that the giant beast had ravaged this sand city, but rather that all the people in this sand city had turned into desert army ants. That giant beast is probably already inside the bellies of these desert army ants. Chapter 74 Thunder and Fire Explosion. What should we do, Yifeng? Let's run. Bai lay on top of his head, making panic noises. How can we escape? Yifeng said helplessly. The desert army ants had completely blocked the area, making it impossible for them to leave. The flame breath can temporarily block it, but it will still be difficult to leave, Yifeng said solemnly. Of this ant tribe must be fire, but the problem is that Yifeng's fire is not inexhaustible. After each breath, there is a certain buffer before the next breath can be performed. The desert army ants were overwhelming in number. Yifeng would likely be overwhelmed by them before he could even gather enough energy for his second breath attack. Squeak squeak. Stranger, you have trespassed into our territory. One of the largest desert army ants crawled out and shouted. Listening to the desert army ants speak, Yifeng couldn't help but have an idea. Perhaps he could try to negotiate? Sorry, I've stumbled upon your precious land. I'll be right back. Yifeng hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the sand ant leader opposite him. Attack! Sand ant commanded, and the endless yellow tide behind him immediately surged forward. Holy crap! Yifeng couldn't help but curse. This sand ant leader had no intention of negotiating at all. Did he really not take me seriously? He is, after all, a mutant that has undergone 7 evolutions. Flame breath. In just a few breaths, desert army ants swarmed around Yifeng. These guys had vicious and crazy eyes. They clearly saw Yifeng as food. Roar! The energy rays of the fiery breath enveloped the surrounding army ants, and the intense heat instantly turned the frontline army ants to ashes. The sheer power of the flames caused the advancing army ants to pause for a moment, emitting strange, restless cries. They seemed to be waiting for their leader's command. The opening. Yifeng quickly covered himself with golden scales and swatted a group of army ants with a flick of his giant tail. Most of these army ants have only undergone 1 evolution. In terms of individual strength, they rank last among all ferocious beasts. What makes them terrifying is their skill in group combat. The desert army ants before him was such that even fully evolved mutants would have to temporarily avoid their attacks. Even if Yifeng had immense abilities, he wouldn't consider confronting these guys head-on. Go! We can't let it get away. The sand ants shrieked sharply, and the swarm immediately rushed towards Yifeng like a mad tide. Squeak! Squeak! At first, Yifeng was able to shake off the giant ants with his powerful strength, but as their numbers increased, Yifeng's movements became restricted and he became increasingly sluggish. The army ants slowly crawled onto Yifeng's body, their fierce mandibles biting into him, producing a metallic clanging sound. Such hard scales. The army ant leader, watching all this from a distance, was slightly surprised. Joy followed. The stronger the leaf wind became, the more excited it became. They hadn't had a proper lunch in the desert for a long time, but now that Yifeng had delivered it to their doorstep, how could they possibly let it go? Damn it! Yifeng's mood continued to sink as he was surrounded by countless army ants. Although his defenses wouldn't be breached in the short term, it was only a matter of time. The desert army ant's greatest strength is its bite force. Given enough time, it can definitely tear through his scales, and then he will likely face the threat of death. Just then, Yifeng's fiery breath was ready to be released. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of flames at the surrounding ant colony, instantly clearing out a space around himself. This gave Yifeng a chance to catch his breath. He whispered and yelled at Bairo, "Hold on tight." Bairo was already terrified and at a loss. The army ants that were climbing up Yifeng's body almost bit her several times, but fortunately, Yifeng noticed in time and swatted them down with his tail. At this critical moment, Bairo couldn't help. The only thing she could do was to obey. Her little claws instantly dug into the scales, refusing to let go no matter what. Seeing this, Yifeng violently shook his slender body, shaking off the swarm of ants crawling on him, and then slammed his giant tail down, causing blood to splatter everywhere. With his back empty, Yifeng resumed his fierce battle, though after a while, his body was once again surrounded by the ant swarm. But he always manages to get a buffer in the middle with his fiery breath. However, things did not go well. More and more army ants joined the fray, besieging the behemoth. Unless Yifeng dealt with all the army ants, he would have a hard time escaping. Hiss! Time passed second by second, and Yifeng clearly felt his strength waning, while the army ants around him were no different from when they arrived. Is today an inescapable fate? No. Roar! Suddenly, a sound of the earth trembling came from afar. A figure as big as a small mountain rushed in, followed by an equally long giant python. Yifeng, we're here to save you, Lin Yi shouted excitedly. The two beasts charged into the ant colony as if it were empty, fighting across the land. But soon they experienced the same supreme treatment as Yifeng. Seeing this scene from a distance, Yifeng's lips twitched. Were these two guys trying to be funny? Just then, Yifeng saw the powerful lightning released by the angry horned Thunder Rhino, and a flash of inspiration struck him. Thunder Rhino, discharge electricity this way, Yifeng shouted. The angry Thunder Rhino was stunned for a moment. In that moment of distraction, Lin Yi was bitten by a group of desert army ants and howled in pain. Lei, what are you waiting for? He wailed. The angry Thunder Rhino came to its senses. Although it still didn't understand why Yifeng had asked it to release electricity, it was certain that Yifeng had his own reasons. He still chose to believe Yifeng. The giant horn of the Thunder Rhinoceros began to tremble, and compressed lightning spread rapidly, paralyzing the surrounding army ants. Yifeng spotted the lightning coming from the ground in the distance, and instantly spewed out high-temperature flames from his mouth. In an instant, flames collided with thunder, and an explosion erupted. Boom! A deep pit suddenly appeared in the field, and the army ants that had been rampaging were torn to pieces, some with only half their bodies left, a truly horrific scene. The sudden explosion caught everyone off guard. Even Lei Shi himself was somewhat bewildered. Holy crap, that's incredible. Lin Yi stared blankly at the ant colony that had been blown to pieces, and exclaimed in amazement. As expected, Yi Feng stared at the breach created by the explosion, his heart filled with excitement. The lightning of the angry thunder rhinoceros is not ordinary electricity, but lightning comparable to that of nature. Ordinary man-made electricity would not produce such a reaction, but lightning is a different story. Thunder and fire collide, a powerful explosion is produced, and the power of this explosion is obvious. It's comparable to the explosion of dozens of kilograms of explosives. The sudden turn of events shocked the sand ant leader. He hadn't expected that the two giant beasts, when combined, possessed such destructive power. The explosion just now had cost him nearly 100 of his men. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already taken advantage of this gap to successfully reunite with Lin Yi and the others. Chapter 75 Fatal Bite. What's going on? Where did all these ants come from? Lin Yi asked Yi Feng. Not long ago, Lu Qingqing successfully evolved, and the first thing she did after evolving was to say that Yi Feng was in danger. From the forest, then followed the signal left by Yi Feng and arrived, only to find a field of ants. I suspect it was caused by the third primal stone fall. All the humans in this sand city have turned into desert army ants, Yi Feng said calmly. They've all turned into desert army ants. Lin Yi felt a little horrified. Our most urgent task is to get out of here, Yi Feng said in a deep voice. By the way, where's Sister Qingqing? It's too dangerous here, so we left her to guard the rear. Lin Yi shook his head. Lu Qingqing has only evolved 4 times and is not suitable for combat, so she stayed behind to guard the rear. Yi Feng nodded, then looked at the ant swarm that was surrounding him. These sand ants obey their leader's orders. If we kill the leader, we will have a chance to leave, Yi Feng said. All right, let's get started. You and Lei Shi will set off another explosion, and I'll rush over and take care of the leader, Lin Yi said. He was the bravest one present, because with his spiky scales protecting him, he was hardly afraid of physical attacks. It was the sheer number of ants that made him feel uneasy. I have something else to say, Yi Feng said after a moment's thought. The reason we came here is because Bai Rose sensed the aura of a treasure, and I suspect it might be the Immortal Flower. Immortal Flower? 2 excited voices rang out, and Lin Ye's eyes shone brightly as he asked, Yi Feng, is it really the Immortal Flower? I can't be sure. Yi Feng shook his head. According to the information I have received, the Immortal Flower should be in the Forbidden Desert area, but this place is still in the middle of the desert. But we cannot rule out the possibility that it is. Upon hearing this, the other 2 beasts calmed down considerably. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Even if there was only the slightest possibility, they would not let it go. All right, then we'll wipe out these ants today, Lin Yi said through gritted teeth. Kill the leader first. Yi Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air and looked at the angry horned thunder rhinoceros beside him. The latter understood, and lightning once again gathered around the giant horn. Quick, don't let them unleash their skills. The sand ant leader behind them shouted in alarm upon seeing this. He had witnessed the power of that attack just now. If it happened a few more times, their entire ant colony would suffer heavy losses. Upon hearing this, the ant swarm surged forward. At the critical moment, Lin Yi stepped forward, his entire body covered in sharp, spiky scales, to protect Yi Feng and his beast from the ant swarm's attack. Big brother, hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. A moment later, Lin Yi's scream rang out. Several of the spikes on his body were bitten off by the combined efforts of the ants. All right, the thunder rhino with its angry horn let out a deep sound, and then pointed its giant horn at a certain spot, releasing a strong lightning pressure. Roar! At the same time, flames shot out from Yi Feng's mouth, and the 2 collided in midair, exploding instantly. The brilliant flames, accompanied by the heat wave of the explosion, instantly devoured hundreds of desert army ants. Some severed limbs flew into the ant colony and were instantly eaten by their companions. Quick! Now! Yi Feng shouted immediately, having created a large gap between them and the ant leader. The angry thunder rhinoceros stomped its 4 hooves, instantly crushing a group of panicked sand ants, and then ran towards the leader with Yi Feng. And me too. Lin Yi, who was still surrounded by sand ants, panicked, and rolled on the ground. He rolled like a spiked club, quickly crushing the sand ants around him, and then caught up with Yifeng and the others. Squeak! The sand ant leader retreated in panic while sending a message to the ant colony to protect him. Yifeng and the other beasts rushed towards the ant leader. They were once again entangled by the ant swarm. Yifeng, you go after the sand ant leader, we'll cover your retreat. The angry thunder rhino roared, then released lightning from its body, paralyzing the surrounding sand ants. Okay. Yifeng glanced at them, then walked past them and chased after the sand ant leader. An ant cannot outrun a snake, even if it is a giant ant that is 5 meters tall. Soon, Yifeng used his tail to lift the sand ant leader up. No, don't eat me. The sand ant leader struggled in midair in a panic as it saw Yifeng's ferocious giant head. What reason do I have not to eat you? Yifeng sneered. This guy hadn't hesitated at all when he wanted to eat him just now. We are guarding a treasure in Sand City. If you spare me, I can give you that treasure, the sand ant leader said in a fawning tone. Baby. Yes, although we don't know what that thing is for, it must be a treasure. It fell down with those stones, said the sand ant leader. A piece fell down. Yifeng had a sudden inspiration and made a guess about the treasure the sand ant leader mentioned. But at the same time, he was also a little disappointed because it was not the immortal flower. The immortal flower is a strange flower that mutated from a primordial stone, which doesn't match what the sand ant leader said at all. Brother Python, what do you think? The sand ant leader asked tentatively. Well, you can die now. With that, Yifeng stuffed the sand ant leader into his mouth. Ding! You have devoured the leader of the ancient sand ant species, evolved 7 times, and gained 232 growth points. You have gained a special ability, Deadly Bites. You have gained 10 points in strength. I've gained a special ability? Yifeng was overjoyed. It was a special ability he hadn't had in a long time. System, check the panel. Yifeng thought to himself with a happy mood. Host, Yifeng's 7th evolution. Species, Undying Python. Growth points, 886, 6,400 points required for the next evolution. Features, venomous fangs, fiery breath, golden scales, eagle-eyed gaze, frost-like physique, immune to all poisons, deep-sea breath control, deadly bite. Strength, 359. Speed, 287. Defense, 313. Physical fitness, 325. New ability, Deadly Bite. Grants the host a powerful bite that can instantly tear prey to shreds. Is this the ability of the desert army ants? Yifeng clicked his tongue, because this ability was almost identical to that of the oasis crocodile, both granting the host a powerful biting ability. This perfectly met Yifeng's needs. Apart from speed, all of Yifeng's other attributes have reached over 300. In the initial system, the attribute changes of each evolution of the ferocious beast were minimal. Yifeng's current attributes after 7 evolutions are quite formidable, approaching those of some mutated ferocious beasts that have undergone 9 evolutions. Hey, Big Python, what are you doing? Biro couldn't help but pat Yifeng's head when she saw that he hadn't moved for a long time. It's alright, let's go find the things in Sand City, Yifeng said, coming back to his senses. Then let me sense it, Biro said, a faint white light emanating from her body. Left side. After a moment, she pointed in the direction. Okay. Yifeng nodded, then twisted his body and moved forward. Soon, a wide open space appeared before Yifeng. It resembled an ancient square, with a gentle breeze stirring up dust and revealing old facilities. In the middle of the square, a yellow orb of light floated silently. Upon seeing the sphere of light, Yifeng's eyes narrowed. It really is. Chapter 76 Ability Seed Sandification. What is this? Little Fox by Road jumped down, looked at the yellow seeds, and drool involuntarily dripped from the corner of her mouth. Yifeng. This is a seed of ability. After consuming it, one can obtain the ability within the seed, Yifeng exclaimed. It should be noted that even overlords coveted this kind of ability seed in their previous lives. Because these ability seeds are extremely rare, they are usually guarded by extremely powerful ferocious beasts before they mature. In his previous life, Yifeng, a minor lord, didn't even have the right to catch a glimpse of them. Unexpectedly, a seed of ability fell into this sand city. No wonder all the humans in the city turned into sand ants. There is a destiny at play here. It seems that this ant colony is meant to protect it. Ability seed. The little fox beside him stared wide-eyed in surprise. Does such a thing even exist? This color is yellow, so its ability should be desert or earth-related. Yifeng thought for a moment and said. By the way, system, can you scan this? Yifeng suddenly thought of something and asked in his mind. I have my own data atlas, but I don't know if I can scan it successfully. Ding, system scan in progress. Detection target. Ability seed. Seed ability, desertification. It can turn the host's body into sand, absorb or devour powerful attacks, and become invulnerable to blades and spears. Its weakness is that it is afraid of water. It's actually sandification. Yifeng was quite surprised. Not long ago, they encountered a mutated species with this ability, the sand mound giant turtle. If Yifeng hadn't possessed both frost breath and flame breath, he would have inevitably had a headache at that time. Let's go find Lin Yi and the others first. Yifeng thought for a moment, picked the mature seeds and threw them to the little fox, then headed outwards. At this moment, the ant colony seemed to sense the disappearance of its leader's aura, and its attack became chaotic, like a pile of loose sand. Meanwhile, the two beasts in the forest reversed their defeat and chased after the ant swarm, howling and chewing on something in their mouths. Holy crap, growth points. Yifeng was startled and suddenly realized what those two guys were eating. It was all raw growth points. Without hesitation, he plunged into the center of the scattered ant colony, his gaping maw sweeping up several sand ants. Ding! You have devoured an ancient desert army ant, evolved twice, and gained 60 growth points. Ding! You have devoured an ancient desert army ant, evolved once, and gained 50 growth points. The system notification sounded, making Yifeng feel that those sand ants were incredibly cute. Half an hour later, the entire sand city was wiped out by the three ferocious beasts. Although many sand ants escaped in the process, they still managed to harvest a basin full of gold foil. Attribute panel. Yifeng murmured to himself. Host. Yifeng, 7th evolution. Species, Undying python. Growth points, 5,796, 6,400 points required for the next evolution. Features, venomous fangs, fiery breath, golden scales, eagle-eyed gaze, frost-like physique, immune to all poisons, deep-sea breath control, deadly bite. Strength, 373. Speed, 289. Defense, 315. Physical fitness, 329. Yifeng's growth points and attribute panel were refreshed again, and his strength was approaching 400, which was comparable to a mutated species that had undergone 9 evolutions. The growth points surged again, reaching over 5,000, and the next evolution is not far away. Having arrived in the desert in less than a day, he had almost completed 2 evolutions. Yifeng exhaled a breath of stale air and looked at the two beasts. Lin Ye's eyes gleamed with a brilliant light, a far cry from his disheveled appearance after being chased and bitten by the ant swarm, while the angry thunder rhino was breathing heavily, its giant horn faintly glowing with a red aura. Is it about to evolve? Yifeng was startled. The angry thunder rhino nodded. Before coming here, it had already evolved 7 times. After this period of devouring, it should undergo its 8th evolution. It's getting late. Yifeng looked at the setting sun over the desert and pondered for a moment before saying, the outside world isn't safe either. Why don't you evolve in Sand City, and then we travel at night? Okay. The angry thunder rhino nodded in agreement. Desert creatures prefer to be nocturnal, and the journey at night is far more perilous than during the day. In order to find the immortal flower before the world turns into beasts, they must travel day and night. This place should not be far from the Forbidden Desert. Afterwards, Yifeng went to pick up Lu Qingqing, who was waiting. After so many battles, these giant beasts have formed a team. He, Lin Yi, and Lei Shi are the main fighting force, while the little fox by Ro serves as the guide. Lu Qingqing was the only one in an awkward position. Although she has the ability to foresee the future, it is not important in this trip. Yifeng recalled the yellow fruit, and an idea began to form in his mind. By the time the thunder rhino had fully evolved, it was already deep into the night. I have something to say, Yifeng said in a deep voice as he gathered the beasts together. The thing in Sand City is a seed of ability. After consuming it, a ferocious beast can directly gain an ability. Yifeng pushed the yellow seed in front of the beasts. Ability seed. Lin Yi and the other beasts had never seen one before, and they stared at it with great curiosity. These seeds are extremely precious. I believe you all know how much an ability can enhance one's physical body. Yifeng emphasized the importance of the seeds once again. He couldn't explain to them the importance of this thing in the later stages, but when it came to the ability's enhancement of the user's physical body, he believed that Lin Yi and the others had a direct understanding of it. For example, the spike scales that Lin Yi obtained. Without this ability, he definitely wouldn't have been able to survive in the ant colony for so long. Lei Shi only has one ability. His lightning is just as effective in actual combat as Lin Yi's two abilities. This is the benefit of ability. The other two beasts fell silent upon hearing Yi Feng's words, and they began to understand his meaning as they distributed the seeds. They are now considered a small team, so the ownership of these seeds is extremely important. Otherwise, it could easily create rifts between them. What kind of ability is in this seed? Lin Yi asked unconsciously, flicking out his forked tongue. Sandification, defensive capabilities, Yi Feng replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the other beasts all showed expressions of shock. They had all witnessed the sand transformation ability. It was an abnormal defense that could work miraculously when used unexpectedly. For example, Lin Yi, unaware of the danger, was almost swallowed by the giant sand turtle. So it's desertification. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's enthusiasm noticeably waned. In fact, he didn't feel that this ability was much better than his own spiked scales. His own spiked scales not only had amazing defensive capabilities, but could also be used as a mace to roll in critical moments. Fine, I don't want this ability seed. Lin Yi pouted and took the initiative to concede. The angry thunder rhino hesitated for a moment. It only had one ability, high-risk lightning. Although he is already tough and has strong defensive capabilities, who wouldn't want to acquire an even stronger defensive ability? For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Chapter 77 Allocation Results. Actually, the advantage of this ability seed is not in the ability of sandification, but in that it can ignore the boundary of racial devouring, allowing us to directly possess the ability, Yi Feng said calmly. I believe you have also experienced this. Abilities can only be gained by consuming the same kind. The beasts wholeheartedly agreed with this. Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression stiffened as he remembered Yi Feng's frost breath ability. Isn't that Frost Bore's ability? Can Yi Feng ignore the ability to devour races? Or does he possess this ability to ignore races? If that were the case, wouldn't that be terrifying? He had to admit that he and Yi Feng were both undying pythons, but Yi Feng's combat power was far superior to his. Without Yi Feng's fire breath and frost breath abilities, they would never have had the chance to get here during the battles along the way. At the same time, Lei Shi also realized the problem, but his focus was more on Yi Feng's achievements on this trip. I give up the power seed, Lei Shi said in a deep voice after a moment's hesitation. He believed that Yi Feng deserved more credit for this trip, so the seed of ability should rightfully belong to Yi Feng. Lei, this seed should have been yours, Yi Feng said calmly. Both he and Lin Yi have defensive capabilities, but one of the team's main forces, the Angry Thunder Rhino, does not. If he also possesses strong defensive capabilities, the strength of the entire team will be raised to another level. But Yi Feng paused for a moment before continuing. But Sister Qingqing is the only Bai Zhe that exists in this world. I don't know why this is, but if it wants to gain other abilities, it has no choice but to devour ability seeds. Upon hearing this, both the forest beasts showed expressions of shock. Is Lu Qingqing actually the only Bai Zhe? Bai Zhe, isn't that a mythical creature from the ancient scriptures of the Dragon Kingdom? So it was Bai Zhe who had been by their side all along? This mythical animal actually exists. For a moment, the beasts became more curious about Lu Qingqing. Of course, you lack defensive capabilities. I can guarantee that after the Immortal Flower incident, I will take you to find 2 types of mutated rhinoceroses to help you acquire their abilities. Moreover, their abilities are no weaker than those of desertification. Yi Feng finished speaking, Lin Yi swallowed hard. The abilities of 2 mutants. Yi Feng, actually okay, it's a deal. The Angry Thunder Rhino nodded excitedly. Yi Feng was like a know-it-all, knowing everything about mysterious entities like the Immortal Flower and the Seed of Power. Therefore, Yi Feng will definitely fulfill his promise. With 2 powerful abilities comparable to desertification, it's definitely a sure win. Lin Yi, standing to the side, couldn't help but look on with envy. If he had hesitated just now, he might have been able to get 2 mutant abilities for free. Let's go ahead and scout ahead. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly pulled the angry horned Thunder Rhino forward. What's wrong? The Angry Thunder Rhino looked bewildered. Wouldn't it be better if we all went together? Why can't you see that? Those 2 obviously have a story. Lin Yi rolled his eyes in disgust. Seriously, otherwise why do you think Yi Feng would compensate you with 2 mutant abilities? Huh. The Angry Thunder Rhino was dumbfounded, stammering for a long time before finally asking in confusion. But aren't they teacher and students? Who told you that teachers and students can't date? Lin Yi said, exasperated. But they are big monsters now. A soft, sweet voice came out, and Bai Ro's 4 little paws were stepping on the head of the angry horned thunder rhinoceros. Animals should have physiological needs too, right? Lin Yi thought for a moment, and said. Yi Feng, who was lagging behind, walked together with Bai Zhe, who had already swallowed the yellow power seed. Yi Feng, you really didn't have to treat me like this. Lu Qingqing sighed. In fact, she knew that she was a burden to this team. If it weren't for Yi Feng, she wouldn't even be qualified to be in this team. Sister Qingqing, you used to protect me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Yi Feng chuckled twice, completely unaware of what was going on. Lu Qingqing's eyes softened slightly. She thought Yi Feng was referring to school, but little did she know, he was talking about her past life. On a dark and windy night, Yi Feng and his group of ferocious beasts traveled through the desert. Along the way, they encountered many creatures that roamed at night, but fearing the strength of their group, these ordinary beasts did not dare to make a move. Yi Feng and his group didn't intend to waste any time. With only 2 days left until the global beastification, they had better find the immortal flower within that time. Otherwise, if the beast transformation occurs, the entire world will collapse, and accidents will inevitably happen. Rustle. A strange sound suddenly broke the stillness. Wait a minute, the sharp-eared little fox suddenly called out. What's wrong? Yi Feng gestured for everyone to stop, then asked in a low voice. He knew that Bai Ro had very keen senses. Something's approaching, Bai Ro said nervously. Is there something there? Yi Feng was slightly taken aback. His thermal imaging had been running the whole time, and he hadn't detected any living beings approaching, unless. Yi Feng's eyes suddenly turned serious, unless a cold-blooded creature approached. As we all know, cold-blooded creatures are extremely cunning, and each one of them is a competent sixth man. The desert teems with cold-blooded creatures, including scorpions, spiders, lizards, rattlesnakes, and more, etc. Yi Feng's eagle vision suddenly spotted a dark shadow. Its thick limbs were clearly those of a snake. More than one. The hissing sounds coming from all around made the beasts nervous. The fact that these attackers dared to attack their team proved that they had enough confidence in themselves. System scan. Ding. Night vision scanning activated. Ding. Target creature scanned. Mutated fire venom cobra, 6th evolution. The scorching desert heat has caused them to mutate, and their venom glands can produce scorching hot poison. When the poison enters the blood of their prey, the blood vessels swell, and the prey dies instantly. A group of mutated cobras, about a dozen of them, Yi Feng said to the other beasts. Be careful, don't let them inject you with their venom. The other beasts were startled, not expecting to encounter a mutated species here. The second mutated group we've encountered after the Oasis crocodile group. The desert is indeed fraught with danger. We should have entered the outer edge of the forbidden desert area. Yi Feng looked up at the moon and saw that the bright yellow full moon had turned into a blood moon. The blazing sun shines brightly by day, while the moon glows blood red at night. This is the sign of the forbidden desert. Yi Feng had never been here in his previous life, only heard about it from other ferocious beasts. He never expected it to be true. Since it's a forbidden desert area, it's not surprising to encounter mutated groups. What should we do? Should we retreat, or not? Lin Yi asked as he came to his side. As a snake himself, Lin Yi knew that snakes were the undisputed kings of nighttime combat, and this group of mutated snakes, in particular, made him consider retreating. Fire poison. Yi Feng repeated the 2 words to himself, his eyes gradually turning strange. Be immune to all poisons, right? I haven't used it in a long time. I almost forgot about it. Yi Feng looked again at the group of mutated cobras hiding in the darkness, and suddenly licked his forked tongue, his lips dry. You all stay here and don't move, Yi Feng said slowly. Huh. Lin Yi looked at Yi Feng in bewilderment. Leave these guys to me. Chapter 78 Pursuit. Seeing Yi Feng going up alone, the other beasts were all somewhat bewildered. Isn't that a mutated species? We're all snakes. What's there to be afraid of? Looking at Yi Feng's back, Lin Yi suddenly gritted his teeth and roared at the angry thunder rhinoceros. Thunder, you protect them. I'll go with Yi Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi disappeared without a trace. Lei Shi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not follow. He believed that Yi Feng and Lin Yi had the ability to solve the problem. In the darkness, it's best to have someone watching over you. Why did you follow me? Yi Feng asked, sensing the giant python beside him. Good brother, of course we should fight side by side, Lin Yi said with great loyalty. Was so moved by what he heard that he almost cried. Immune to all poisons, but Lin Yi probably isn't. He truly is a good brother. As the distance increased, Yifeng's vision gradually became clearer, revealing a series of ferocious pupils in the blackness. They were staring intently at their own side. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Yifeng appear, the Fire Venom King Cobra revealed a sinister look. Heh, I didn't expect you two to actually deliver yourselves to my door. Yifeng, it seems like they're after us. Lin Yi said in a low voice upon hearing this. Aren't we here for them too? Yifeng chuckled. The fact that this group of fire venomous cobras attacked them was undoubtedly because they were after them and Lin Yi, or rather, the abilities they possessed. Unfortunately, the prey can sometimes be the hunter too. Yifeng roared and immediately started fighting. His strong body was like a tiger among sheep, instantly scaring away several fire venomous cobras. Only then did Yifeng get a clear look at them. Their bodies were covered in red and black patterns, and when they were in attack mode, the skin on their necks was spread out, making them look like a huge disc. Watch out, they're fire poison. Yifeng wanted to warn Lin Yi, but he found that the guy had already charged towards a provocative fire poison cobra with a strange cry. He suddenly understood why Lin Yi and Lei Shi were partners. Both beasts were exceptionally brave. If placed in ancient China, they would be living Lu Bu. Hiss. Yifeng ignored Lin Yi. With his ability to heal himself, Lin Yi wouldn't die unless he was torn to pieces. Hiss. Several fire-venomous cobras surrounded Yifeng, one of which was none other than the fire-venomous Cobra King. You are not desert creatures, yet you dare to trespass here. The fire-poison Cobra King sized up Yifeng's body and spoke in a sinister voice. The fire-poison Cobra King was half the size of Yifeng, yet it showed no awe towards him, instead displaying contempt. Because of his invincible fire poison in the desert, he will eventually defeat the giant python. Heh, a mere low-level mutant dares to covet my body. I had never even heard of this fire-venomous cobra in my previous life. It must have always been hiding in the forbidden desert. Mutated pythons have a greater combat advantage than snakes because their powerful bodies enable them to fight against super fierce beasts. In the past, the immortal python and the golden python were well-known overlords, while there were none among snakes. This fiery cobra is far inferior to his noble immortal python bloodline. Upon hearing Yifeng's mockery, the fire-poison Cobra King became enraged. Its neck swelled even more, and its disc trembled in the air, almost fanning out wind. That was a signal that he was about to attack. Brush! In an instant, a fiery cobra rushed in front of Yifeng, its fangs biting hard into Yifeng's back. Clang! Golden scales shimmered in the night sky, while the henchmen who made the first move were instantly swept up by Yifeng's giant tail. Creak! The sound of bones cracking echoed through the air as the fire-venomous cobra, several meters long, was instantly strangled by Yifeng's giant tail, its body gradually going limp. Yifeng's strength attribute is almost breaking 400, and he will hardly encounter any opponents below the 9th evolution, unless they are those particularly powerful super mutants. This little minion has only evolved 6 times. Killing it is as easy as killing a grasshopper. After gracefully swallowing the fiery cobra, the system's voice echoed in my mind. Ding! Congratulations on devouring the fire-poison cobra. You have gained 467 growth points. You have gained 20 attribute points in stamina. You have gained a speed boost of 10. Current growth points, 6,231, 6,400 points required for the next evolution. It's about to evolve. Yifeng was overjoyed. His biggest gain from this trip to the desert was growth points. He originally thought that there would be few ferocious beasts in such a desolate place as the desert, but who knew that there were so many and so fat ferocious beasts here. It's only been a day since it arrived, and it's already undergoing its 8th evolution. Immediately, Yifeng's gaze towards the fire-venomous cobras was filled with brutality. The roles of prey and hunter have subtly shifted. The fire-venomous Cobra King was also a little flustered when it saw this scene. This giant python actually had such strong defensive capabilities. His ability is that golden scale armor? It's both enviable and intimidating. If even the fire-poison Cobra King hesitated, his underlings were even more hesitant, each one cowering and timid. Just then, Yifeng darted forward, his fierce fangs bared, and embedded themselves deeply into the body of a snake. Roar! The piercing scream of the fire cobra reached Yifeng's ears, but to his surprise, the creature did not choose to sit and wait for its death. Instead, it endured the pain, turned its head, and viciously bit him. The snake bit down on Yifeng's vital spot, where the scales were relatively soft. With a single forceful bite, The fire-venomous cobra tore off a piece of Yi Feng's scale. Then his fangs embedded themselves into Yi Feng's flesh, and Yi Feng felt a certain liquid being injected into his body. What is it? Yi Feng suddenly realized that it must be the opponent's fire poison, but Yi Feng was not flustered at all. He even increased the pressure under his mouth, and his fangs were also beginning to be infiltrated by poison. The fire cobra screamed even more pitifully, then quickly drooped its body, showing no signs of life. If the scene just now made the fire poison Cobra King wary, then the scene before us can only be described as terrifying. This giant python was not afraid of the fire poison. You should know that their strongest ability is fire and poison. If they lose this ability, their combat power will drop by half. This giant python in front of us not only has a powerful defense, but also the ability to be immune to fire and poison. As the leader, he quickly weighed the pros and cons, and then let out a sharp whistle, which was a signal to retreat. Trying to run? Yi Feng's eyes gleamed brightly. I'm going to take you all, you growth points. At this moment, in Yi Feng's eyes, they were no longer snakes, but delicious growth points. Just as Yi Feng was about to give chase, he suddenly caught sight of Lin Yi wriggling towards him like a flying snake. Brother Yi, save me. I'm about to die. Lin Yi's body was flushed red, and he let out a painful groan. Yi Feng was speechless. This guy insisted on coming along, and now he's been beaten up like this. You stay here, I'll go avenge you. With that, Yi Feng turned and chased after the group of fire-venomous cobras. If not now, when? Chapter 79 appeared. Hiss. In the desolate desert, Yi Feng rode alone, pursuing the fire-poison cobra deep into the heart of the desert. Along the way, Yi Feng devoured 5 more ordinary fire-venom cobras. Upon seeing this, the Cobra King gave the order to scatter and flee, but Yi Feng ignored the minions and focused on hunting down the Cobra King. This guy has evolved 8 times, so he must have received the most growth points. Damn giant python. The Cobra King fled in panic, and sensing Yi Feng relentlessly pursuing it from behind, it couldn't help but curse under its breath. However, he was unaware of the danger lurking just a few dozen meters away. Click! A huge iron pincer slammed into the sand in front of the Cobra King, startling him with the sudden turn of events. Then fear flashed in his eyes. He was so focused on escaping that he forgot he had entered the man's territory. The fire-poison Cobra King raised its head, meeting directly in the face of the sinister eye embedded in its abdomen, its 8 legs as hard as steel, and the iron hooks raised high. Squeak! A sharp screech came from the air, and the fire-poison Cobra King retreated frantically, trying to escape in the direction it came from, but its body was pierced straight through by the iron hook. Brush! The fire-poison Cobra King was hoisted up by the giant scorpion's long hook, writhing in agony in the air. No, please, let me go. It kept pleading. However, the giant scorpion looked at it with indifferent eyes the whole time, and only threw it to the ground after it struggled until it lost its strength. The fire-venom Cobra King's body had lost its red color, displaying a dark pattern, which was the venom infused into it by the giant scorpion. A poison even more potent than fire poison. Seeing the fire-venom Cobra King utterly powerless to resist, a twisted cruelty suddenly surged in the giant scorpion's eyes. Then, it raised its right pincer high and brought it down hard. Uft! Blood and flesh flew everywhere as the fire-poison Cobra King's body was severed in 2, its stiff form still twitching faintly visible. However, the giant scorpion thoroughly enjoyed the pleasure of torturing its prey. It raised its left pincer and then slammed it down again. The soft, sputtering sounds echoed continuously in the desert, creating a kind of carnival-like symphony. Only after the fire-poison Cobra King's body was torn to pieces and completely turned into chunks of flesh did the giant scorpion begin to enjoy its meal. At the same time, Yi Feng had just arrived. He was entangled by 2 fire-venomous cobras halfway through, which delayed him a little. Unexpectedly, his prey was beaten to it in such a short time. The horrific scene on the ground shocked Yi Feng. What kind of ferocious beast used such cruel hunting methods? Yi Feng raised his eyes, and, after seeing the outline of the ferocious beast, his body suddenly stiffened, and a name slowly emerged in his mind. How could it be it? System, start scanning. Ding, target detected successfully. Super mutant, royal armored scorpion, 8th evolution. The kings of the desert, their armor forged from fine steel makes them invincible. Their powerful pincers can kill any creature, and their highly venomous hooked tails that can retract that will make up for their weakness in range combat. They are truly the hunters of the desert. Abilities: Chain Furious Claws, Retractable hook tail, level 3 frenzy. Chain of furious pincers. By accumulating a certain amount of power, it swings its giant pincers forward multiple times, easily tearing the enemy apart. Retractable hook tail. The tail of the Royal Armored Scorpion can retract at will, making it a surprise assassination weapon. Be careful. Level 3 Berserk. The Royal Armored Scorpion enters a berserk state, temporarily increasing its attributes by 3 times. After the berserk state ends, it enters a weakened state. It really is it. Yifeng stared at the Royal Armored Scorpion in shock. Why was he so familiar with this Royal Armored Scorpion? Because this was one of the 10 overlords who could rival the overlord in his previous life. Desert Overlord, Royal Armored Scorpion. How did it end up here? Shouldn't it only appear when the world turns into beasts? How could it appear ahead of time? Into Yifeng's mind. But the reality of the situation didn't give him time to think, because the Royal Armored Scorpion, which was chewing on the corpse of the fire-poisoned Cobra King, had already locked its gaze on him. Haha, we just finished the appetizer, and another one's come to die. The giant pincers of the Royal Armored Scorpion swung wildly in the air. In terms of size alone, it is nearly 50 meters long and more than 20 meters high. Yifeng is 70 meters tall, giving him a certain size advantage, but he has no idea what to expect in this battle. The Royal Armored Scorpion is a super mutant, something Yifeng never dreamed of. None of the overlords, who are also among the 10 great beast kings, are super mutants, but this Royal Armored Scorpion is. Even more outrageous is that this Royal Armored Scorpion has 3 abilities, which, judging from the description, should all be innate. The super mutant can possess 3 nascent abilities. There is also a mutant storm scorpion in the desert. The Royal Armored Scorpion already possessed this ability when it became the overlord in its previous life. However, judging from the current situation, this guy probably hasn't encountered the storm scorpion yet. Call. Yifeng exhaled a breath of turbid air. The current Royal Armored Scorpion had not yet grown up. In terms of attributes alone, he was no less than it. And he also had 8 more abilities. The only thing that Yifeng felt threatened by was the level 3 Berserk ability of the Royal Armored Scorpion. Level 3 Berserk, Yifeng had encountered it before. It was a mutated white stag. Of course, to Yifeng now, it's just a piece of trash. At the same level of evolution, even with the ability of level 3 Berserk, Bai Xing can't cause any trouble. But the Royal Armored Scorpion is different. It is a super mutant with 3 abilities, which makes Yifeng feel a lot of pressure. After all, this was one of the 10 hegemons of later generations. Judging from your appearance, you should taste much better than the fire-poisoned Cobra King. As Yifeng sized up the Royal Armored Scorpion, this powerful ferocious beast was also sizing him up. About Yifeng's well-defined body. The next second, it charged forward, swinging its giant pincers, kicking up dust that almost obscured Yifeng's vision. This desert provides excellent cover for the Royal Armored Scorpion, truly befitting its reputation as the king of the desert hunters. Yifeng decided to take the pincer attack head-on in order to test the strength of this Royal Armored Scorpion. Clang! The giant pincers of the Royal Armored Scorpion clamped onto Yifeng's robust body, but it could not go any further, and a string of sparks flew out in the night. Such strong defense. The Royal Armored Scorpion was shocked. As it retracted its giant pincers, it swung its hook-like tail, intending to pierce Yifeng's head. How could Yifeng be unprepared? He had anticipated that the Royal Armored Scorpion would pull such a move, and immediately raised his head to breathe on the outstretched hook tail flame. Squeak! The Royal Armored Scorpion, like a startled grasshopper, swiftly retracted its hooked tail. Because of the steel armor on the surface of the Royal Armored Scorpion, Yifeng's flames did not burn its hooked tail. Even so, the Royal Armored Scorpion suffered some burns. It stared at Yifeng with a mixture of shock, anger, and resentment. In their first encounter, he had actually been at a disadvantage. Chapter 80 The Husky That Came to the Rescue. Call. Adjusting his state, Yifeng calculated the gains and losses from the recent exchange. So far, the Royal Armored Scorpion has only used 1 ability, its retractable hooked tail. And he has already used 2. Golden Scales and Fire Breath remain his 2 main combat abilities. Although Yifeng seemed to have the upper hand, he had actually revealed 1 more trump card than the Royal Armor Furious Scorpion. After adjusting its state, the Royal Armor Scorpion launched an even more swift and fierce attack. To Yifeng's astonishment, the speed of this Royal Armored Scorpion was unexpectedly fast. If measured by attribute points, it has reached at least 350 points. Click! Dust billowed around him as a black iron pincer pierced the desert. Yi narrowly escaped the attack. Even my golden scales can't withstand an attack of this strength for long. Looking at the giant pincers that had sunk deep into the sand, Yifeng couldn't help but shrink his pupils slightly. I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just a bit more capable than others, the royal armor scorpion sneered. Since that's the case, then taste my power again. Yifeng's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed from his mouth. Frosty breath. A blue beam of light, like an icicle, burst forth into the night, catching the royal armored scorpion completely off guard and delivering the exact blow. Pung! Its body was thrown hundreds of meters away, and when it tumbled to its feet, it was covered in ice crystals, and its movements became slightly sluggish. Damn it! The royal armored scorpion roared in anger. It had lived in the desert for some time, and had never seen such a strange python. It can breathe fire and water. Why would Yifeng waste words with this scorpion? Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Yifeng immediately opened his blood-red maw and bit down on the back of the royal armored scorpion. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the royal armored scorpion laughed triumphantly. You want to bite me? Don't you know my body is made of fine armor? They're getting too cocky. Yifeng sneered inwardly, and then suddenly his teeth generated tremendous force. Deadly biting. With his powerful bite, Yifeng instantly broke through the giant scorpion's outer defenses, and his fangs embedded themselves into the scorpion's body. Sizzle. As the venom was injected, the royal armored scorpion panicked. Its hooked tail, hanging above its head, swayed violently as it lunged at Yifeng. Yifeng dared not linger in the fight and quickly withdrew, causing the royal armored scorpion's hooked tail to miss its target once again. The royal armored scorpion shrieked in rage, and the surrounding dust trembled with its voice. Noticed again that the royal armored scorpion's mobility was still decreasing, because it was simultaneously struck by both the frost breath and its own venomous fangs. Taking advantage of the situation, Yifeng attacked again, his thick body wrapping around the body of the royal armored scorpion, finishing off the wound. Squeak! The royal armored scorpion, having been repeatedly provoked, suddenly surged with power. Oh no! Yifeng was startled, not expecting the royal armored scorpion to unleash its berserk mode so soon. Yifeng wanted to leave, but at this moment the power of the royal armored scorpion had far surpassed his, and its retractable hooked tail flew over at a ghostly speed. Uft! Before he could react, the hooked tail had embedded itself in Yifeng's body, and blood began to flow out. Yifeng was shocked. The giant scorpion's speed under its 3 times more violent attack was terrifying. Let's avoid the limelight for now. Yifeng did not hesitate and immediately tried to retreat, but he was grabbed by the giant scorpion's hooked tail and could not get away. A series of furious pincers of the royal armored scorpion echoed through the desert, its piercing sound giving Yifeng a terrible headache. Wow! As Yifeng was being tormented by the screams of the royal armored scorpion, the giant pincers, resembling scissors, struck him repeatedly, shattering his golden scales and leaving massive wounds on his body. That wasn't all. The royal armored scorpion raised its iron pincers high and aimed them down, intending to cut Yifeng in two in one fell swoop. I'm so impressed. Yifeng was terrified. He immediately endured the pain, turned his head, and unleashed a fiery breath at the retractable hooked tail. Unable to withstand the intense flames, the royal armored scorpion let out a shriek and released its hooked tail, allowing Yifeng to escape death in the blink of an eye. The royal armored scorpion in its 3rd level berserk state has entered an invincible state, which is far beyond my current ability to withstand. I can only stall for time. Yifeng stared at the royal armored scorpion with a heavy gaze, but he already had the intention to retreat. He had always been proud of his 2 great breath attacks and the defensive capabilities of his golden scales, but just now, his golden scales had been breached. The fire breath cannot cause effective damage. At most, it can only provide some blocking effect. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold out until the rampage of the royal armor scorpion ends. Fangs with venom, a highly toxic immune system, self-healing abilities, golden scales, and 2 different types of ray breath. You've surprised me, said the royal armored scorpion, charging forward again, without giving Yifeng a chance to catch his breath. This giant scorpion isn't stupid. Yifeng's strength has already made it wary. The level 3 berserk mode has a time limit, and the best way is to finish off Yifeng within that time. Whoosh! The royal armored scorpion rushed in front of Yifeng in the blink of an eye, its speed sending a chill down Yifeng's spine. There's no way to escape now. The Royal Armored Scorpion is too fast, and it's unlikely to let me go. Right now, I can only try to hold out until the Berserk phase ends. No. The Royal Armored Scorpion raised its giant pincers high once more, intending to split Yifeng in two. Yifeng couldn't help but curse under his breath. Did this guy have some kind of special fetish? The Fire Poison Cobra King seemed to have died in the same way. Yifeng twisted his body and released a fiery breath, barely dodging the attack. However, the Royal Armored Scorpion only stiffened for a moment before attacking again. Damn it, Yifeng cursed inwardly. After going berserk, this guy's defense had reached an abnormal level, and even his fire breath was ineffective. Yifeng estimated that the attributes of this Royal Armored Scorpion might have reached the level of a complete form. Whoa, just when things were at their most critical, a howl suddenly came from afar, causing the battle between the two beasts to pause for a moment. Wolf. As the shadow in the distance drew closer, Yifeng and the Royal Armored Scorpion finally realized that it was actually a huge husky with a moonlight mark on its forehead. Upon seeing the husky, Yifeng instantly became excited. Of course, if he were just a husky, he would never get this excited. He was excited because of the two figures behind the husky, a snake and a rhinoceros. Lin Yi and Lei. Our savior has arrived. Yifeng excitedly exhaled a burst of frosty breath, and then quickly broke free from the control of the Royal Armored Scorpion. So it was you bastard, who ruined my plans. The Royal Armored Scorpion let out a sharp screech. Yifeng was taken aback. Did this husky have a grudge against the Royal Armored Scorpion? What's their background? Yifeng asked in a low voice. I don't know. It told us you were in danger. That's why we came to help, Lin Yi said. The husky took the lead, majestic like a lion, facing the Royal Armored Scorpion without fear, and said in an icy voice, Royal Armored Scorpion, you killed my family, and today I will use your head to pay tribute to them. You, Royal Armored Scorpion sneered. Don't even mention the two of you defeated opponents. Even if you add the snake and the pig behind you, you're still no match for me. Chapter 81 Sky-Swallowing Moondog. Yifeng's lips twitched, while Lei Shi was furious. Who was this scorpion calling a pig? Thunder. Yifeng roared, and the thunder rhino instantly understood, its giant horn gathering lightning. I refuse to believe there's no damage yet. Yifeng narrowed his snake-like eyes, his mouth blazing with intense flames. All right, Thunder Rhino's heavy breathing reached my ears, and then the entire night was illuminated as if it were daytime by lightning. Puff. Intense pillars of fire erupted and collided violently with the Royal Armored Scorpion, resulting in a deafening explosion. Call. The powerful gust of wind from the explosion made it difficult for the beasts to open their eyes. When the beasts opened their eyes again, the figure of the Royal Armored Scorpion had already disappeared. Where did it go? The beasts were taken aback. A sharp whistling sound came from behind, and the Royal Armored Scorpion charged towards the beasts with its claws outstretched, its extended hooked tail sweeping across like a chain. They're not even injured? Lin Yi was shocked. He had personally witnessed the combined power of Yifeng and Lei Shi's attack, but it had no effect on this giant scorpion. No, its back is injured. Yifeng's vision expanded, and he discovered a 3-meter-long wound on the Royal Armored Scorpion. Pung. As they were observing, the giant scorpion's hooked tail strangely ensnared the Thunder Rhinoceros, and the powerful hook pulled it away from the group of beasts. Thunder! Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise, wanting to rush forward to rescue it, but Yifeng stopped him. You're no match for it. I'll go. But your injuries haven't healed yet, Lin Yi said subconsciously. Although the speed of self-healing is fast, the wound that Yifeng was cut by the giant scorpion was not small, so Yifeng is still injured at the moment. I'll go. A deep voice sounded from the side, startling Yifeng and his beast. The husky had already run off, a faint silver light appearing on its body. This is... Yifeng's pupils contracted, and then he activated the system scan. Ding! Target organism detected. Mutated sky-devouring moonhound. 8 evolutions. An ancient canine, born under the moonlight. The night is the best time for them to appear, and they are also trustworthy partners of hunters. Ability, Moonlight Devouring, provides the host with a layer of moonlight protection, which can temporarily grant immunity to devouring everything. The strength of the immunity is related to the moonlight absorbed. So it was this guy? Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little more confident about rescuing Era. It is said that the devouring moonhound has extremely peculiar abilities. It rarely appears during the day, supposedly because its true form becomes weak, and any creature that sees it at night disappears. There is little information about his past life. It is only known that he had a grudge against the Emperor Armored Scorpion, one of the 10 overlords. Unfortunately, the Devouring Moonhound in its previous life was not capable of fighting against the Royal Armored Scorpion, so it left the desert. In retrospect, it was all true. Not far away, the angry Thunder Rhinoceros had stopped resisting. It was unclear what kind of venom the Royal Armored Angry Scorpion's hooked tail contained, that even the angry Thunder Rhinoceros couldn't withstand it. At that moment, Yifeng couldn't help but feel secretly fortunate. Be immune to all poisons. He would probably be dead by now. You bastard, I spared your life last time, and you didn't appreciate it. Well, today you'll leave your life behind. The Royal Armor Scorpion stopped its torment of the furious horned Thunder Rhinoceros and turned its gaze to the Devouring Moonhound. You must die today. The Devouring Moonhound blazed with boundless fury. The Royal Armored Scorpion had taken advantage of his and his family's weakness during the day to launch a sneak attack, killing all his relatives, leaving only him, the Devouring Moonhound, to escape by the skin of his teeth. He had been silently watching the Royal Armor Scorpion for so long, just waiting for an opportunity to take revenge, and the arrival of Yifeng and his group was that opportunity. Pung! The Royal Armor Scorpion locked onto the Devouring Moonhound with its hooked tail and plunged it in. However, the expected scene did not occur. Instead, the hooked tail went straight into the sand. The Royal Armored Scorpion suddenly let out a miserable cry. When it pulled out its hooked tail again, a red corrosion mark appeared on the hooked tail, which was made of fine armor. What terrifying corrosive power! Yifeng was shocked and looked up at the blood moon in the sky. The Devouring Moonhound's power is related to the moonlight. Now that the blood moon is high, the Devouring Moonhound's power can be brought to its fullest potential. Damn dog. The Royal Armor Scorpion was furious, but it was wary of the strange ability and dared not make another move. Filled with hatred, the Devouring Moonhound had no intention of letting the Royal Armored Scorpion go. Its entire body soared into the air like a cannonball and crashed into its opponent. The Royal Armor Scorpion was terrified. This husky was now like a scorching hot meteorite, and even in its berserk state, it couldn't withstand the impact. The giant scorpion fled in panic, pursued relentlessly by the sky-devouring Moonhound, which quickly gathered its strength again to launch another attack. A life-or-death battle ensued between the enemies, and for a time, Yifeng and his two snakes were truly unable to intervene. Quick, check on Lei's condition now, Yifeng said to Lin Yi. At this moment, Lei had fallen into a coma. Its rough skin was black, and even its giant horn was corroded by black poison. What kind of poison is this? Lin Yi was shocked. I don't know. Judging from the situation, it's quite similar to the deadly poison on my fangs. After a period of poisoning, it causes paralysis and eventually leads to a coma. If the toxins are not detoxified for a long time, I'm afraid his life will be in danger, Yifeng said in a deep voice. However, his poison is clearly more potent than mine, bypassing the paralysis and causing Lei to fall into a coma. Time is running out. We must detox as soon as possible. What should we do then? Lin Yi asked anxiously. Why don't we help him suck out the poison? Upon hearing this, Yifeng was speechless. Who will suck it out? You or me? With our teeth like these, he'll bleed to death before we can even suck out the poison. What's more, this poison is so potent, it should have already seeped into the bloodstream, Yifeng said. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. I've got it. A moment later, a snow-white little fox came to the side of the two beasts. This little guy, acting as a cheerleader, looked at the battle scene not far away and felt a little scared. The giant rhinoceros is poisoned. She looked down at the state of the angry Thunder Rhinoceros and immediately let out a soft exclamation. Time is of the essence. Can you treat him? Yifeng asked quickly, remembering that the little fox had shown some medical abilities in Fog City. Okay, but I need your help. The little fox jumped onto the head of the Thunder Rhinoceros and pouted. Lin Yi suddenly realized that Bai Rou was using the blood of the Thunder Rhino for treatment. Without saying a word, he bit into the Thunder Rhino. In an instant, blood began to flow. Upon seeing this, Bai Rou began to emit a faint white light. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Bai Rou appeared even more sacred in the darkness. After watching the treatment process for a while, Yifeng suddenly remembered something and thought to himself, oh no. Looking up, I realized that dark clouds had obscured the moon, and the blood-red disk hanging high in the sky had been hidden. Ouch! In the distance, the painful howls of the sky-devouring Moonhound could be heard. Chapter 82 Loot. Damn it! Why did fate have to mess things up at this time? Yifeng looked at the devouring moonhound that was locked up by the hooked tail of the royal armored scorpion and couldn't help but complain. What should we do about Yifeng? Lin Yi asked, having also witnessed the situation. Save them, Yifeng said without hesitation. If it weren't for this sky-devouring moonhound, he would have died long ago. All right, Lin Yi nodded, and then the two giant pythons charged towards the frenzied royal armor scorpion. We just need to rescue Era from its clutches. Don't fight it head-on. Its berserk mode won't last much longer. Yifeng told Lin Yi as they moved. Understood. Lin Yi faced the wind and sand, and layers of sharp, spiky scales began to appear all over his body. Yifeng also enveloped himself in golden scales. The royal armored scorpion was still in a berserk state, and he had to go all out to have any chance of saving the devouring moonhound. What a bunch of annoying bastards. The royal armored scorpion, who had just dealt with the devouring moonhound, became furious when he saw Yifeng and his two snakes charging towards him. Today, I'm going to eat you all up. Ice and fire in one. After resting, Yifeng had recovered a lot of his strength and immediately used his special technique. Laugh. The rays collided with the giant scorpion's armor, producing a melting sound that forced it to retreat repeatedly. Good heavens. This was the first time Lin Yi had ever seen a ferocious beast emerge unscathed from being hit by Yifeng's ice and fire dual heaven technique. He was shocked, but fearless as he charged forward. Go ahead and try to clamp me down if you dare. Lin Yi roared fearlessly as he faced the giant pincers of the royal armored scorpion. The royal armored scorpion tolerates such provocation? It immediately followed Lin Yi's instructions and snapped off with its pincers. Clang. However, he soon discovered that something was amiss. The giant python had a layer of iron spikes on its body, which were extremely sharp. If he were to clamp down, although he was confident that he could make Lin Yi go limp and turn into a lump of flesh, he was afraid that he would also get a thorn stuck in his jaws. So the royal armored scorpion abandoned this attack method and instead used its iron pincers to clamp the spikes on Lin Yi's back and pulled them out sharply. Oh whoa, Lin Yi let out a painful howl. Why was it always his thorn that got injured in every battle? Get out of the way. Yifeng's voice suddenly rang out, and Lin Yi was overjoyed. He rolled away from the giant pincers of the royal armored scorpion. What came first was Yifeng's gaping maw, and the place where Yifeng bit was very particular, right at the junction of the royal armored scorpion's body and its giant pincers. Damn it! The angry scorpion was terrified, for the giant python was trying to bite off his iron pincers. These iron pliers are his right-hand man. Without them, he would lose half of his fighting power. Squeak! The royal armored scorpion let out a sharp screech and frantically thrashed its limbs, trying to throw Yifeng away. But Yifeng was a full 70 meters long. How could it possibly throw him down? Left with no other choice, he could only retract the hooked tail that was locked onto the husky, and then extend it towards Yifeng, hoping to force Yifeng to back down. However, Yifeng was determined to tear off the pincers, so he did not choose to dodge, but instead took the hooked tail head-on. Deadly bite. Yifeng activated his ability with a fierce look in his eyes, injecting a huge biting force into the joint of the iron pincers, causing the royal armored scorpion to scream in agony. Suddenly, Yifeng felt his body rise into the air. Under the control of the royal armored scorpion, the hooked tail was raised far away, and Yifeng was lifted up. No, once we lose land, I'll be at his mercy. Yifeng was secretly alarmed and quickly twisted his body. However, the hook's tail was barbed, embedding itself deeply into Yifeng's flesh, leaving him no chance to escape. Yifeng, I'm here to help you. At the critical moment, Lin Yi's voice came, and this guy, covered in thorns, charged towards them. Yifeng was taken aback, but then he saw the cold gaze of the royal armored scorpion, and alarm bells went off in his mind. He shouted at Lin Yi, "Don't come any closer." However, Lin Yi paid no heed to Yifeng's words. He was now less than 100 meters away from the royal armored scorpion. Pung! The royal armored scorpion lashed out with its hooked tail, flinging Yifeng straight toward the forest. With his 3 times the ferocity, how could he not lift Yifeng? The reason he didn't lift Yifeng immediately was because he had been waiting for this opportunity. Seeing Yifeng being thrown towards him, Lin Yi stopped his spiked scales without hesitation, determined not to let Yifeng be hurt by the spikes. But this was exactly what the royal armored scorpion wanted. Before Lin Yi could react, his body had already been pierced through by the hooked tail. Lin Yi looked at the hooked tail beneath him in disbelief, suddenly feeling his life slipping away. This was the first time he had felt this way since becoming the immortal python. Haha, a bunch of idiots. The royal armored scorpion laughed wildly, retracting its hooked tail and dragging Lin Yi to the edge of its body, raising its giant pincers high. No, Yifeng wanted to help, but the wounds on his body greatly hindered his movements. There's no time left. Linya. Just then, the dust in the desert suddenly condensed into a snow-white behemoth, less than 30 meters away from the royal armored scorpion, and then the snow-white behemoth charged straight at him. The sudden turn of events startled the royal armor scorpion. Its giant pincers paused for half a second before instinctively plunging into the snow-white behemoth's body. However, he poked out a pile of sand. A wave of weakness suddenly washed over him, and the royal armored scorpion realized something, revealing a look of panic. The rampage is over. At the same time, thanks to his ability to heal himself, Yifeng's wounds gradually recovered, and his eyes were filled with a crazy killing intent as he looked at the royal armored scorpion. They almost suffered total annihilation when dealing with such a creature. Lei Shi, Lin Yi, and the unfamiliar husky were all seriously injured. In its weakened state, the royal armored scorpion instinctively tried to escape, but was struck by Yifeng's fiery breath and staggered to the ground. No, I am the overlord of the desert. You can't kill me. Seeing Yifeng slowly approaching, the royal armor scorpion still wanted to resist, but his right pincer was already crippled. The only left pincer waved futilely in the air, much like a helpless clown. Yifeng didn't feel sorry for him at all. On the contrary, he wanted to turn this guy into a growth point for himself. However, the royal armored scorpion was hunted by everyone, so Yifeng did not intend to keep it for himself. He bit the giant scorpion, and then slowly injected venom into its body. A few minutes later, the giant scorpion gradually stiffened and then fell into a coma. Only then did Yifeng go back to check on the condition of the beasts. After treatment, the angry thunder rhino has regained consciousness, and Bai Rou has begun treating Lin Yi. Half an hour later, all the ferocious beasts woke up. Thank you so much for earlier, Lin Yi said gratefully to Lu Qingqing. If Lu Qingqing hadn't intervened at the last minute, he would probably be dead by now. Lu Qingqing shook her head. Because the berserk royal armored scorpion was too powerful, she didn't dare to enter the battle and, in truth, she wasn't of much help. In that case, let's distribute the spoils, Yifeng said, and the beasts turned their gazes to the now immobilized royal armored scorpion. Chapter 83 The Terrifying Howl. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi and Lei both turned to look at the devouring moonhound. This was the only outsider present. The two beasts had no interest in the royal armored scorpion, because they could grow by eating anything, unlike Yifeng. If Yifeng could obtain the berserk power of the royal armored scorpion, it would be a huge boost to their entire team. The devouring moonhound stared at the royal armored scorpion for a long time, then looked up at the sky and let out a long howl, its voice mournful and lonely. Then he looked at Yifeng and the other beasts and said slowly, I have no interest in his corpse. I only want revenge. Having said that, it stepped into the night, bathed in moonlight. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was slightly surprised, because this devouring moonhound was quite an oddball. Everyone was eager for it to grow stronger as it was about to transform into a beast, but this devouring moonhound showed no interest in a super mutant. Brother Yi, this guy is quite interesting. If it weren't for him, we might not even know that you were fighting with this scorpion. Lin Yi came to Yifeng's side and hissed as he spoke. But what about Sister Qingqing's precognitive abilities? Yifeng rolled his eyes in annoyance, even though he might have already entered the belly of the royal armored scorpion by then. All right, eat this scorpion now, Lin Yi urged. Is your ability reliable? Can you really acquire such a violent power? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Yifeng smiled slightly. It seemed that they regarded their system as a kind of ability. But this is good, so I don't have to rack my brains to explain it. Ahem, I can't guarantee that either. I can only say there's a certain chance, Yifeng said with a dry cough. That's indeed the case. Even the system has a chance of absorbing something. I see. For some reason, the beasts were not disappointed when they heard this. Instead, they felt a little relieved. If one could truly gain an ability simply by consuming a ferocious beast, then Yifeng would be terrifying. While everyone was thinking this, Yifeng had already swallowed the giant scorpion. Ding! You have devoured the super mutant royal armored scorpion, and you have gained 1,500 growth points. You have gained a special ability, level 3 Berserk. You have gained 50 attribute points in strength, 30 in defense, 30 in stamina, and 35 in speed. Ding! Special reminder. Your growth points have now accumulated to 8263, which is enough to evolve to the next level. Please choose a suitable place to evolve as soon as possible. The system notification made Yifeng feel good. He had indeed gained the level 3 Berserk ability. With this ability, he will be unmatched in a short-term burst of power. I need to find a place to evolve, Yifeng said as the beasts waited expectantly. Is the devouring over? How was it? Did you manage to devour it? Lin Yi asked expectantly. Yifeng was speechless. Why was this guy even more excited than him? It has been devoured, level 3 Berserk, Yifeng said calmly. As expected, level 3 Berserk. Lin Yi exclaimed with envy. Suddenly, he paused, staring at Yifeng and asking, Wait, what did you just say? You're evolving again? Yes, Yifeng said helplessly. But you only evolved for the 7th time during the day. Lin Yi exclaimed in utter shock. That's right. So now I'm going to undergo my 8th evolution. Yifeng sighed. Is it really that hard to keep a low profile? The beasts fell silent, especially the angry thunder rhino, which had just evolved to its 8th evolution and suddenly felt that its 8th evolution was no longer appealing. Despite both having undergone 8 evolutions, he was no match for Yifeng, and not even a match for the royal armored scorpion. And this is all due to differences in ability. Therefore, the angry thunder rhino was even more eager to learn about the 2 mutated abilities that Yifeng had mentioned. The group found a sheltered slope in the sand dunes, and then guarded Yifeng as he began to evolve. The little fox by road jumped onto the head of the thunder rhinoceros, her body emitting a faint light as she began to sense her surroundings. Half an hour later, she opened her eyes, which sparkled with joy. Just as she was about to say something, an unusually sharp and angry howl suddenly came from the depths of the desert. The sound was extremely penetrating, giving one a shiver down their spine. What is that? Lin Yi was the first to wake up, his eyes heavy as he looked in the direction from which the shriek came from. I have a bad feeling, said the angry thunder rhino, his voice equally grave. Sister Qingqing, can you see anything? Bai Rou turned to look at Bai Zhe, who had precognitive abilities. Lu Qingqing closed her eyes slightly, and after a moment, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. I can't see the target clearly, but there will be a strong sandstorm. That creature can control the weather. What? The beasts were shocked. A ferocious beast that could control the weather? What's coming for us? Lin Yi asked, his snake-like eyes shifting slightly. Lu Qingqing slowly turned her head. Her premonition was targeted. If we don't encounter that ferocious beast later, then the relevant scenes won't appear. But now, once Yifeng wakes up, we'll leave this place as soon as possible, Lin Yi said, glancing at the other beasts. The beasts nodded. Half an hour later, Yifeng slowly woke up, feeling an explosive power emanating from his body. Host: Yifeng, 8th evolution. Species: Undying python. Growth points: 1236, 12,800 points required for the next evolution. Functions: venomous fangs, flaming breath, golden scales, eagle eyes, frost physique, invulnerability to all poisons, deep sea breath control, deadly bite, level 3 berserk. Strength: 423. Speed: 307. Defense: 335. Physical fitness: 352. The attribute system has been completely revamped, especially the strength, which has broken through the 400 mark. The Royal Armored Scorpion truly lives up to its reputation as a super mutant, with the attribute points it rewards being so high that Yifeng exclaimed, Awesome! With a strength of over 400, plus his berserk attribute, he could already crush any first-generation body. Yifeng. At this moment, the beasts suddenly surrounded him, and Yifeng was slightly taken aback upon hearing their story. Controlling the weather? Storm Scorpion. Yifeng immediately shook his head. No. That's impossible. At most, Storm Scorpion can only control a sandstorm. Its actual combat strength is even weaker than Fire Poison Cobra. If it were really Storm Scorpion, it wouldn't be able to emit such a terrifying howl. What could that be? The other beasts asked, puzzled. This. Yifeng's eyes narrowed. He suddenly had a guess in his mind, but he was not sure. He looked at Bai Rou and said in a deep voice, Have you found the location of the Immortal flower? Yes. Bai Rou nodded excitedly. I sensed something when you were evolving just now, and if I'm not mistaken, there is a very strange energy source 50 miles away. That should be the Immortal flower you are looking for. Are you sure? Yifeng couldn't help but be a little doubtful. This guy almost got himself into trouble with the ant colony last time. That's right. Bai Rou nodded firmly. This wisp of energy is exactly the same as the 7-colored snow lotus I encountered in the snowfield. There's absolutely no mistake. All right. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, In that case, let's hurry up and get the Undying flower, and then leave the desert forbidden land. That creature you mentioned always makes me uneasy. Chapter 84 Picking the Immortal Flower. Under the blazing sun, in this desolate and forbidden land, all was silent. The daytime sun was like a ball of fire, scorching the entire sky, making even the sand scalding hot. It should be nearby, Rose said weakly, resting on Yi Feng's head. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng, whose body was nearly 80 meters tall, straightened up to observe the situation nearby. How is it? Lin Yi was shorter than Yi Feng, but he also craned his neck to look. Nothing was found. There's probably still some distance to go. Yi Feng shook his head. Rose's resistance to cold is okay, but her heat tolerance is too poor. She might be delirious from the heat. In short, Yi Feng did not see any signs of plant growth in the vicinity. Wait a minute. Just as they were about to continue, Lu Qingqing suddenly spoke up to stop them. What's wrong? Yi Feng was slightly taken aback. Have you considered that this immortal flower doesn't grow on the ground? Lu Qingqing asked. You mean underground? How is that possible? Lin Yi and Lei exchanged a glance, their expressions incredulous. No, it's possible. Yi Feng stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qingqing. The immortal flower is a mutated plant brought by the primal stone, so it's already quite rare and strange. It's not surprising that it grows underground. Sister Qingqing, did you sense something? Lu Qingqing nodded, then hesitated before saying, There's something down there. Upon hearing this, the other beasts gasped for breath. Is there something down there? Who? Yi Feng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Since there was something down there, it proved that the Undying flower was indeed here. Such a magical plant must be protected by a powerful ferocious beast, there's no doubt about that. Where there are ferocious beasts, there are evolution points and growth points, which goes without saying. Yi Feng gave the angry horned thunder rhino a hint, and the young man instantly understood. He gathered lightning in the giant horn and stabbed down fiercely. What are you doing? Lu Qingqing asked Lei Shi silently. Shock it out, brother Yi, isn't that what you meant? Lei Shi looked at Yi Feng blankly. That's right. Yi Feng nodded. Lu Qingqing suddenly looked at Yi Feng angrily and said, Who taught you that sand can conduct electricity? Can't it? Yi Feng suddenly fell silent. He never listened in class. There's likely a separate space beneath this desert, and the immortal flower is right there, Lu Qingqing suddenly said. I've seen the scene before my eyes. Also, if we are to go down, we must be careful of that ferocious beast, because the immortal flower may have been transplanted down there by it. Transplant. Yi Feng took a deep breath. He probably knew what the thing below was. It is very likely a mutated burrowing giant lizard. In my previous life, it was said that this creature hid deep in the forbidden desert, and very few people could see its whereabouts. But this guy has a peculiar habit. He collects his treasures and builds burrows under the sand. He could even imagine what a huge palace lay beneath the sand. Since he won't come out, then we'll have to go in ourselves. Yi Feng didn't want to waste any time, so he immediately ordered the beasts to retreat, and then he and the thunder rhino used their combined power once again. Boom. An explosion rang out, and a huge crater instantly collapsed in the center of the desert, with quicksand pouring into it, revealing a massive palace. This place. The beasts were stunned for a moment, because it was magnificent and resembling a royal palace. Good heavens, could it be some kind of tomb that this guy has turned into his lair? Lin Ye's lips twitched. Roar. A furious roar came from beneath the sandstorm, followed by a massive giant lizard crawling out from below, its eyes blazing with rage. These strange intruders actually destroyed his lair. Hand over the immortal flower, and we'll leave here, Yi Feng said calmly. The immortal flower? The burrowing giant lizard paused for a moment, then sneered. The immortal flower is down there. Come and get it if you dare. Very good. Yi Feng nodded coldly. Lin Yi, Lei, make your move. Before the burrowing giant lizard could react, the two giant beasts were already rushing towards him, scaring him so much that he immediately burrowed back into the sand. Why are these beasts behaving so unpredictably? They should have at least discussed it a few more times. Why did they suddenly take action? This is a coward, Lin Yi said dejectedly. This giant lizard could burrow underground, making it impossible to touch. That's a problem. Yi Feng pondered for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up. I've got it. Lure the snake out of its hole. Luring the snake out of its hole. Lin Yi was taken aback and asked strangely, Aren't we the snakes? Yi Feng rolled his eyes at him, then looked at Ro thoughtfully. To complete this plan, we'll need this little thing's help. But she's not in good shape right now. The fluffy white fox was perched on the rhinoceros's head. The fox looked almost cooked. Let me help you. Yifeng sighed, opened his mouth and exhaled a frost, controlling a round bowl of frost to appear in the desert. Then Yifeng stretched out his tail, wrapped it around Bai Rou, and threw her inside. This is the only coolness in the desert. The little fox woke up after a short while, feeling the cool air around it, and couldn't help but shiver. That feels so good. Woke up. A sudden sound appeared beside her ear, startling Bai Rou so much that she stumbled and fell to the ground. Now that you're awake, get on with your business, Yifeng said calmly. Get things done. Bai Rou was a little confused. Locate the exact location of the immortal flower. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Good. Bai Rou obediently nodded, and then activated her sensing white light. After a moment, she pointed to a location and said, 30 meters underground. 30 meters? Yifeng pondered for a moment, then looked at the angry thunder rhinoceros. No problem. The angry thunder rhino nodded. Then, the angry thunder rhinoceros once again gathered lightning, while Yifeng also began to gather flames. The burrowing giant lizard was buried deep in the sand and could not see the situation above. After waiting for a while, just as he was about to go up and check, a deafening roar suddenly came. He was horrified to see quicksand rapidly collapsing before his eyes. No, that area is where the immortal flower is located. When he broke through the sand and surfaced, he was firmly tethered by a thick, giant python. She looked up and met Lin Ye's teasing gaze. Brother Yi, so this is what you meant by luring the snake out of its hole. Lin Yi chuckled slyly. What? Little lizard, weren't you pretty arrogant just now? Now the immortal flower is in our hands, and so are you. If you're so capable, take the immortal flower back. Seeing Lin Ye's appearance, Yifeng couldn't bear to look at him. All right, if you want to eat, just eat it. What? You're going to eat me? The burrowing giant lizard panicked instantly and began to struggle frantically. Otherwise what? Yifeng's gaze was calm. He had already given the other party a chance, but the other party did not seize it, so there was nothing he could do. The law of the jungle applies. The strong prey on the weak. Chapter 85 The True Desert Overlord. Faye is saved now. After transplanting the immortal flower into the prepared glass bottle, the angry thunder rhino let out a simple and honest laugh. What? You two have a good relationship. Yifeng chuckled as he examined the miraculous plant that had the power to bring the dead back to life. Yes, she and I were hit by the rock together. As for Lin Yi, that guy was almost eaten by Yang Fei, and then he insisted on following us shamelessly. The angry thunder rhino laughed. What? Yifeng was slightly surprised. When he first met Lin Yi, he thought it was a cold and aloof snake. He didn't expect it to have done something like losing a snake. However, thinking about his recent behavior, Yifeng felt relieved. He guessed that when they first met, everyone was wearing masks and pretending. Aloofness is the epitome of strength. Lin Yi was using this method to protect himself. At this moment, Lin Yi, having finished eating, came over and asked, puzzled, what are you two laughing about? It's all right. We're happy that the emerald green bird has been rescued, Yifeng said calmly. Without further ado, let's set sail immediately and return to the city to find the overlord. When he left, he entrusted his sister and the emerald green bird to Yang Xiao and Bai Yuhan. He wondered how they were doing now. The parents were taken away by the military and should be in a safe place. The beasts headed east and returned along the same route, soon arriving at the outer edge of the forbidden area. This is where we once fought the fire poison cobra. Once we leave here, we should be out of the desert forbidden zone, Yifeng said after surveying the area. Yifeng, have you noticed anything wrong? Bai Rou suddenly asked, her eyes burning. What? Yifeng was stunned, then looked at the sandstorm and his eyes darkened slightly. We've clearly reached the outer edge of the forbidden area, so why hasn't the sandstorm decreased at all compared to the central area? On the contrary, they have become even more ferocious. Lu Qingqing's words made all the beasts suddenly alert. As her words fell, a whirlwind like a tornado formed in the air, with dust and sand swirling around, and all that could be seen was endless yellow. A tornado-like sandstorm, Lin Yi exclaimed in horror. Although they have transformed into ferocious beasts, they are still far too insignificant in the face of nature. If you were swept into the sky by this giant tornado, you'd probably fall down and be turned into a pile of minced meat. Run! Seeing the sandstorm that blotted out the sky, Yifeng didn't dare to be careless and quickly led Lin Yi and the other beasts to run away. Wait, the sandstorm seems to have stopped. Suddenly, the angry thunder rhino stopped and looked behind it. Upon hearing this, Yifeng turned around and glanced at the camera, his pupils suddenly contracting. A ferocious beast emerged from the dust and smoke created by the sandstorm. When they saw the ferocious beast's appearance, all the beasts were extremely shocked. How is that possible? The royal armored scorpion. Isn't he already dead? Lin Yi muttered to himself. That's right. The ferocious beast that emerged from the sandstorm was none other than the royal armored scorpion that Yi Feng's team had hunted down together, except that this royal armored scorpion was twice the size of the previous one. There are 2 royal armored scorpions. Yi Feng was also stunned, his mind racing. I was wrong. That royal armored scorpion wasn't one of the final 10 overlords. It was just one of the royal armored scorpion clans. The one in front of us, capable of manipulating sandstorms, is the real one, because it has already devoured the storm scorpion. System, start the scanning function. Ding. Target organism detected. Super mutant royal armored scorpion. Evolutionary progress. First evolution complete. The kings of the desert, their armor forged from fine steel makes them invincible. Their powerful pincers can kill any creature, and their highly venomous hooked tails that can retract that will make up for their weakness in range combat. They are truly the hunters of the desert. Abilities: Chain Furious Claws, Retractable Tail Hook, Level 3 Frenzy, Tornado Sandstorm, Fearful Scream. Tornado Sandstorm, a transformation of the storm scorpion's abilities, capable of influencing the weather and creating giant tornadoes to launch devastating attacks. Fearful Scream, a power evolved from the terror scorpion. Its sharp scream is extremely piercing and affects the mind and spirit of beasts, causing them to feel fear. Gurgle. Yi Feng could even hear himself swallowing. Only now did he realize that he had probably received the wrong information in his previous life. The true overlord, the royal armored scorpion, must have appeared when the first primal stone fell, and it had already reached its complete form before it fully transformed into a beast. He had been hiding deep within the forbidden desert, and now that he had been lured out, there was probably only one reason. Run! Yi Feng roared, leading the beasts to retreat quickly. How could they possibly be a match for the fully formed royal armored scorpion? Yi Feng, look what that is. Suddenly, Lin Yi's exclamation made Yi Feng stop. He turned around and saw that a black and white creature was hanging from the hooked tail of the royal armored scorpion. It's the sky-devouring moonhound. Yi Feng was startled, not expecting that the other party would find the devouring moonhound, which was involved in the hunt, first. Should I save him or not? Yi Feng murmured, but his eyes flickered with uncertainty. If they try to save this husky, their fate might be total annihilation. But they were all involved in the hunt for that royal armored scorpion. Squeak. At this moment, the royal armored scorpion suddenly let out a sharp screech. Its eyes filled with intense resentment as it looked at Yi Feng and the other beasts, its rumbling roar echoing. You killed my son. Don't even think about leaving this desert. As soon as he finished speaking, the royal armored scorpion charged over with an uncanny speed. So fast, Yi Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. The speed of this royal armored scorpion was probably already at 500 points. At that speed, they wouldn't be able to escape the desert at all. They would be caught up by the royal armored scorpions and killed one by one. Fight! Left with no other choice, Yi Feng had to issue the order. Running away means certain death. Fighting might be the only chance of survival. Seeing the approaching royal armored scorpion, Yi Feng took the lead and went to meet it, his golden scales shimmering brightly in the blazing sun. The swords separated instantly upon contact, leaving a gruesome wound on Yi Feng's body inflicted by the giant pincers, with golden scales mixed with blood falling to the ground. What terrifying power! Yi Feng was extremely shocked. If Yi Feng's strength was 420 points, then the attack power of this royal armored scorpion had exceeded 500. What's most terrifying is that the royal armored scorpion's strength isn't attack, but defense. That layer of golden armor was what made him a hegemon. Yi Feng. The little fox by Ro rushed to Yi Feng's side in a panic, her body radiating white light, and began to heal him. With the combined healing of his immortal self-healing ability and by Ro's treatment, Yi Feng's skin and flesh quickly healed, and scales began to grow back. However, his mood did not improve. Instead, he became even paler. The royal armored scorpion can easily hurt him even before it has activated its berserk mode. How do you fight the royal armored scorpion once it has activated its berserk mode? Chapter 86 Natural Abilities. Go all out and force him to unleash his berserk mode first. Yi Feng made a quick decision. If they can survive the rampage of the royal armor scorpion, they will have a chance to win this battle. Besides that, they can only lose. Alright, The beasts gritted their teeth and charged out in unison. A bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. I'll make you pay with your lives for my son's death. Seeing the Lin Yi and other beasts charging towards him, the royal armored scorpion sneered. Before Lin Yi could get close, the hooked tail swept out, sending him flying. Frosty breath. At this moment, a solidified ice pillar shot out, restricting the speed of the royal armored scorpion. So you're the culprit who killed my son, aren't you? After only a few exchanges, the royal armor scorpion judged that Yi Feng was the strongest. Yeah, go ahead and kill me if you dare. Yi Feng sneered. At that time, the main fighting force also included the devouring moon hound, but unfortunately, this guy is now left to the side, half dead, and probably can't do anything. You're asking for death. Faced with Yi Feng's provocation, the royal armored scorpion immediately abandoned its attack on Lin Yi and turned to hunt down Yi Feng. Lin Yi relaxed and immediately gave Yi Feng a grateful look. Yi Feng's provocation was solely an attempt to divert attention. The Thunder Rhino released voltage, further suppressing the royal armored scorpion's mobility. Asshole! The royal armor scorpion was enraged and was about to seriously injure Yi Feng when it was paralyzed by this restrictive ability. Call. Yi Feng retreated 100 meters, panting heavily as he stared at the royal armored scorpion, blood gushing from his back. As expected of a future overlord-level creature, it's too strong. Yi Feng glanced at the injuries, his gaze becoming even more serious. If they were both in their complete forms, he might not be in such a sorry state, and might even have a 70% chance of winning. However, the completed form is completely different from the original form. Even if Yi Feng had 10 abilities, he could only barely delay it. If it were any other ferocious beast, it would probably be dead beyond any doubt. Suppression is effective. Continue. Yi Feng noticed that the speed of the royal armored scorpion seemed to have decreased significantly, and he was immediately delighted. He looked at Lei Shi and said, Thunder Rhino's lightning has a paralyzing effect, while his frost breath has a freezing effect. All right, Lei Shi nodded, and lightning once again gathered in his giant horn. The royal armored scorpion spotted the culprit and lashed out with its retractable hooked tail. Yi Feng was startled and shouted, Don't get hooked by its tail. It's highly poisonous. The angry Thunder Rhino immediately took off running backwards, still traumatized by the hooked tail. Boom. Another frosty breath struck, and the royal armored scorpion was completely enraged. Very well, isn't this what you want to do to force me into a berserk state? The royal armored scorpion said menacingly. Immediately, a powerful aura surged through his body. It's activated. Berserk is activated. Lin Yi had just arrived and stared blankly at the scene of the royal armor scorpion activating berserk. How could it be so fast? He looked at Yi Feng in confusion. Humph. He wants to take advantage of the berserk mode to annihilate us in one fell swoop. Yi Feng sneered. He was designing the royal armored scorpion, but the royal armored scorpion was highly skilled and daring, completely unafraid of his design. Because he was confident he could finish them off before the rage ended. Then he's probably going to be disappointed today. Yi Feng roared angrily, and his aura surged. Triple frenzy. An unparalleled power surged through Yi Feng's body, making him want nothing more than to unleash that power. Berserk? How is this possible? Royal Armor Scorpion exclaimed in shock. This giant python actually had the ability to go berserk? You've got a lot more to surprise me than you think. Yi Feng sneered, then conjured 2 pillars of light, one of ice and one of fire, from his mouth. 2 beams of light shot out, overlapping each other, displaying a magnificent brilliance, while simultaneously possessing immense destructive power. Pung! A dark hole appeared on the body of the royal armored scorpion, with a wisp of smoke rising from it. I know, even the strongest attack can't break through. Yi Feng was startled, and the royal armored scorpion charged over with a shriek. Isn't it? The royal armored scorpion cackled, its giant pincers slamming into Yi Feng, instantly burying him in the sand. But before he could be smug for long, he felt a tremendous force coming from under the pincers, and Yi Feng broke free against the force of the pincers. Completely unharmed, Emperor Armor Scorpion was shocked. He could injure Yi Feng in his normal state, so why couldn't he do it after going berserk? Didn't expect that, did you? Berserk can also amplify abilities. My scale armor is a gift from my abilities, Yi Feng said with a faint smile. The fact that berserk mode can indeed amplify abilities was only discovered later. At least, neither the Royal Armored Scorpion nor the White Xing knew about this method when they first encountered them. The enhancement brought by the tripled amplification of the Golden Scale armor is unparalleled. Even the royal armored scorpion cannot break through its defenses. All he needs to do next is hold out until the opponent's berserk state ends, and then killing this royal armored scorpion will be a piece of cake. However, Yifeng miscalculated. He has the ability to enhance his golden scales, as does the royal armored scorpion. You really did remind me. The royal armored scorpion sneered, followed by a sudden shriek. Squeak. This shriek seemed to ignite the beast's souls, causing blood to spill from the ears and mouths of the several beasts in the forest in an instant, as they frantically thrashed about. The terrifying shriek, dealing 3 times the damage, shattered their eardrums. This guy, Yifeng, lay on the ground in pain, but before the howling sound could be heard, a gale swept around him again. It's a natural power, a tornado sandstorm. Yifeng suddenly realized that he still had shortcomings in his abilities. Perhaps after this matter was over, he should look for a powerful natural ability. But he needs to deal with the immediate crisis first. The best way to resist sandstorms is to deprive them of their source. Sister Qingqing. Yifeng suddenly thought of a solution. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's snow-white beast body appeared in the sandstorm and quickly solidified into a sand sculpture. Then the sand and dust flying in the air strangely flew towards the sand sculpture, making its body even larger. Under these circumstances, the sandstorms were reduced to just gales. Today I'll let you taste the flavor of playing with fire. The royal armored scorpion waving its giant pincers in the wind, Yifeng felt a surge of anger and immediately condensed a flame breath that was 3 times stronger. The raging flames spread rapidly, growing even more ferocious under the whipping winds, and were swept into the air like a ring of fire. At the center of that ring of fire was the royal armored scorpion, which controlled the raging winds. Asshole! A moment later, the screams of the royal armored scorpion echoed through the desert. When the flames subsided, the royal armored scorpion was as black as charcoal, resembling a roasted scorpion, and the surrounding area was filled with the smell of burning. Tsk tisk. Yifeng clicked his tongue in amazement. This royal armored scorpion was once a hegemon. How pitiful it was. Just then, the royal armored scorpion suddenly turned and ran away without saying a word, sweeping a cloud of dust with its hooked tail. Before the beasts could react, Yifeng exclaimed, "Not good." Chapter 87, The Eastern Provinces Incident. Oh no, he's trying to escape. Yifeng exclaimed. What? Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. Isn't he the complete form? Why is he running away? How would I know? Yifeng's lips twitched, but he had no intention of letting the royal armored scorpion go. Releasing a hegemon-level enemy would bring endless trouble. Lin Yi and the other beasts hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not give chase. Because the 2 beasts, enraged, were too much for them to catch. The royal armored scorpion traveled southwest, venturing into a desolate desert land that Yifeng had never set foot in, where sand and dust flew everywhere. Where is he trying to lead me? Yifeng immediately became wary. If the royal armored scorpion really wanted to escape, it could have shaken him off by now. But he didn't do that, which proves he still has his own ideas about himself. Could it be that there's also the royal armored scorpion? This thought startled Yifeng, so he had to be cautious. If any other royal armored scorpions appeared, he would have to abandon the pursuit. Soon, the idea of the royal armor scorpion vanished. At the edge of the field of vision, a group of unusually tall cacti appeared. Is this a mutated plant from the desert, an iron-spined cactus? Yifeng was somewhat surprised. Although he had never seen it in his previous life, he had heard of it. The iron-spiked cactus colony usually lies dormant, but if it is awakened, it will be an apocalyptic sight. This angry scorpion mean by leading me into the iron-spiked cactus swarm? Is it trying to trap me there? With that thought in mind, Yifeng stopped outside the cactus grove. Sure enough, the armored scorpion stopped and turned back defiantly. What? You don't dare to come in. Going in with you would be foolish. Yifeng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This guy for so long. Yifeng has also noticed that he is cautious by nature. Wrong. Having the strength of a fully evolved being and having activated berserk mode, yet still managing to lure me here. This can no longer be described as mere caution. It's downright cowardice and fear of death. Who would have thought that the overlord of later generations, the furious scorpion, would be such a scorpion? Yeah, why wouldn't I dare to come in? Yifeng sneered. Since the royal armored scorpion was trying to lure him into a trap, he might as well play along. With that, Yifeng propelled himself toward the group of iron spiky cacti. The royal armored scorpion began to slowly retreat, its eyes fixed on Yifeng with longing, waiting for him to step into the cactus grove. Suddenly, Yifeng chuckled. Royal Armored Scorpion, you've fallen for their trap. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of intense flames erupted from Yifeng's mouth, landing in the group of iron-thorned cacti and blazing fiercely. You? Huangji Anuxi raised his head in horror, but when he saw Yifeng's teasing eyes, he finally understood. It turns out that Yifeng knew the characteristics of the iron spike cactus group, and the reason he acted like that just now was to lower his guard. The surrounding iron spiky cacti suddenly trembled, as if enraged, and their iron thorns sprouted out one after another. Oh no! The Royal Armor Scorpion was greatly alarmed. He had once approached these cacti and accidentally disturbed the cactus swarm. However, he didn't rush in that time and escaped, but this time he was surrounded by a swarm of iron spiky cacti. Whoosh! 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 Countless iron spikes detached from the cactus and flew towards the Royal Armored Scorpion in the center, creating a series of banging and clanging sounds. At first, the screams of the Royal Armored Scorpion could still be heard, but soon they fell silent. It should be completely dead, right? Looking at the giant beast that had turned into a hedgehog, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a tightness in a certain part of his body. The power of the iron-spiked cactus is simply terrifying. No wonder it was so famous in my previous life. Even Yifeng, who had never been to the desert, had heard of its reputation, which is enough to show how extraordinary it is. Even the overlords of later generations died tragically here. After hesitating for a moment, Yifeng ultimately did not dare to risk entering the iron-spiked cactus swarm to devour the corpse of the Royal Armored Scorpion. After all, the iron-spiked cactus was too ferocious. Even with golden scales, he would still be riddled with bullets. Well, the Royal Armored Scorpion is dead anyway. Let's run. Yifeng glanced at the corpse in the cactus grove, then turned and left. Splash! Yifeng left. The cactus swarm suddenly trembled violently, and then an indistinct plant tentacle spread out of the sand, directly engulfing the corpse of the Royal Armored Scorpion. After reuniting with Lin Yi and the other beasts, Yifeng chuckled and said, "It's resolved." Phew! Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Yifeng would not return once he started chasing him. Time is running out. We need to get back immediately. I have a feeling that the full-scale beast transformation is about to begin. Lu Qingqing suddenly stepped forward, looking uneasy. Yifeng glanced at her. According to his calculations, should the global beastification still have 1 day left? Could it have started earlier than expected? Yifeng's eyes were somewhat heavy. He was now basically certain that the primordial stone rain had some kind of triggering condition. If there are triggering conditions, wouldn't that mean the beastification of the entire blue star is controlled by someone? Bai Yuhan said that those raw stones contained strange genetic code. Yifeng shook his head, suppressing these thoughts in his mind, because it was too terrifying. If Earth is being manipulated and turned into a beast, what kind of being is behind it? Aliens? The behemoth moved very fast, and the ground trembled violently when it ran. On his way back, he found that many cities were deserted and even showed signs of war. The battle between humans and ferocious beasts has begun. Yifeng's heart sank. Have been transformed into beasts will still retain their humanity. They will definitely fight back if they are attacked repeatedly by the army. If it's just a few scattered individuals, that's fine. But if humans provoke a pack of ferocious beasts, then the outcome becomes uncertain. Of course, these things had little to do with Yifeng. What he was really worried about was Ba Wang, who was taking Yiling to find her parents. Given Yang Xiu's character, if he were truly attacked by the army, he would definitely resist. I'm afraid that at that time. Lin Yi, I've already had Ba Wang place Yang Fei in Fog City. I have 2 of my men there. Contact them and bring the Undying flower. I'm going to find my sister and family, so I won't be going with you, Yifeng said quickly. Okay. Lin Yi nodded, then hesitated for a moment before asking. You? Aren't you bringing anyone? No, we won't bring any. This operation is in the city, which would easily attract fire. Having too many people would only make us more vulnerable to being exposed, Yifeng said. It's hard for someone with your figure not to be exposed. Lin Yi gave him a strange look. Don't worry, I'll go to Fog City to meet you after this is all done. I'll make sure you get both of the special abilities I promised Lei, Yifeng said calmly. Actually, I believe you, Lin Yi said softly. Yifeng. Xianping Pass, Dong Province. Humans have retreated behind the checkpoint. To the east of the checkpoint are rampant ferocious beasts, which humans are fighting back with powerful firepower. However, the size of the beasts is far beyond what humans can match. Humanity is suffering heavy losses, and even Xianping Pass is in danger of falling. Haha, is this the level of the Dragon Kingdom's army? A giant cat, entirely black, emerged from the herd of beasts, letting out a wild laugh. Chapter 88 The Shameless Professor. Due to the other party's broken Chinese, the Guangzhou army immediately determined that the group of ferocious beasts were not from China. These beasts, do they think they can do whatever they want just because they've turned into ferocious beasts? Do they really think my dragon kingdom is easy to bully? A commander on the city wall was furious. These ferocious beasts clearly came from Goguryeo. This once insignificant nation has taken advantage of the global unrest to send an army of ferocious beasts to attack the Dragon Kingdom's borders. This is an absolute disgrace. It's bad, Commander. We can't hold on any longer. A soldier covered in blood rushed over and said in a panic. There's no way around it. These behemoths are too difficult to fight. Ordinary bullets can only cause minor damage to them, unless it's a rocket. But how could rockets be endless? Retreat. The Dragon Kingdom commander roared, barely suppressing his anger. Commander, why aren't we launching missiles? We can't afford to lose any more territory. The soldier asked his commander, bewildered. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Kingdom commander's lips twitched. The nearest missile base has fallen, so they have no way to launch missiles. This shows that these ferocious beasts came prepared. They want to use these ferocious beasts to invade the Dragon Kingdom. And what about inside the Dragon Kingdom? They have been suppressing the beast-like humans, and the guys in the Mystic Medicine Department are even promoting the research of ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts are all evolved from humans. If we could reach an agreement with them, how could they be in such a sorry state today? Roar. Just then, two ferocious beasts, each a divine general, suddenly leaped out from afar. The leader of them was an incredibly enormous Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, this variant of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was surrounded by flames. Behind the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex followed a muscular fawn with massive ice antlers, leaving frost wherever it went. Any ferocious beasts that tried to approach it were frozen into blocks of ice. If Yifeng were here, he would definitely be able to recognize this ability, a natural power comparable to a tornado or sandstorm. Brother Yangxiu, where did this ferocious beast come from? Yiling's voice came from the ice-horned spirit deer. I don't know. The overlord casually took a step, and cracks spread across the ground, from which endless flames spread, scorching the large group of ferocious beasts in front of him. My parents should be inside this pass. We must not let these ferocious beasts into the city. Yiling continued. Don't worry, do you think such a small fry can set foot on the land behind me? Yangxiu said indifferently. Yuhan has already gone into the city to rescue your parents. We'll leave once she gives us a signal. Okay. Yiling nodded. Boom. The two beasts caught the attention of the Goguryeo black cat. After staring at them for a while, it called over a ferocious beast. What's going on with these two? Why are they attacking their own people? Boss, these seem to be ferocious beasts from the Dragon Kingdom. The two beasts spoke in Goguryeo language. A ferocious beast from the Dragon Kingdom? The black cat stared wide-eyed in surprise, then looked at Yangxiu and Yiling with a bloodthirsty expression. Since the ferocious beasts of the Dragon Kingdom dare to come out, then let them never leave alive. The black cat laughed cruelly. On my command, all ferocious beasts, attack these two. With the black cat's order, all the beasts roared in unison and launched a counterattack against Yiling and Yangxiu. Shipping Pass, by Yuhan, relying on the token of the Mystic Medicine Department, arrived before the commander without any hindrance. I need to see two people, by Yuhan said calmly, handing the photos of Ye's parents to the other party. This is... The commander glanced at it, then shook his head. We haven't seen them before. There are so many people evacuating, I couldn't possibly notice two ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan frowned. That was indeed true. In this chaotic situation, finding Yi's parents is like searching for a needle in a haystack, and a group of inexplicable ferocious beasts has appeared outside. For a moment, Bai Yuhan didn't know what to do. Yuhan, I didn't expect to see you here. At that moment, a familiar, aged voice suddenly came from beside her. Bai Yuhan's pretty face immediately changed, and she subconsciously said, Teacher. You still remember I'm your teacher? The old professor sneered, his face expressionless. Why didn't you reply to any of the many ultimatums I sent you to return? Seeing the professor's anger, Bai Yuhan quickly said, Professor, I have some things to take care of outside. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Do you think I don't know about your affair with that giant python? The old professor said quietly, pulling out a stack of photographs. The photo clearly showed Bai Yuhan and Yangxiu, who had become a tyrant, meeting Yifeng, who had become a giant python. outside Yuan City. This mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex must be Yang Xiu, right? The old professor revealed a strange smile. Yuhan, let Yang Xiu come back with us now, and I can tell you where the man and woman in the photo are, the old professor said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan's expression changed drastically. Teacher, you can't possibly succeed in your research. Global beastification is about to occur. Global bestiality is about to descend. The old professor was taken aback, then his face darkened. What do you know? Tell me everything. I can't say. Bai Yuhan gritted her teeth. I had long suspected that there would be more primal stones falling, so I bribed the aircraft carrier to grant it refuge during this period. As long as you bring Yang Xiu with you, we can board the aircraft carrier together and sail to the deep sea. We won't turn into beasts, the old professor sneered. Are you going to live in the deep sea forever? Bai Yuhan asked, biting her red lips. That's not your concern. All you need to do is make Yang Xiu surrender obediently and leave with us, the old professor said coldly. Bai Yuhan looked at the old professor with a chill running through her body. The madness in his eyes felt foreign to her. Why had her teacher become like this? He wanted to kidnap Yang Xiu. It's obvious what he was planning to do. No, I can't go back with you. Bai Yuhan shook her head and was about to run away when she was grabbed by two uniformed men. Yuhan, this is not up to you, the old professor sneered. At this moment, Yang Xiujing and Yi Ling were engaged in a difficult struggle as all the ferocious beasts were attacking them, making it truly difficult to cope. But soon, a helicopter appeared in the sky, causing Yang Xiu to stop his attack instantly and freeze in place. Pung! A giant tiger crashed into the tyrant, knocking him to the ground with a loud bang. Brother Yang Xiu, Yi Ling cried out in alarm, and a dazzling ice surface instantly bloomed beneath her feet, slowing down the ferocious beasts. Yuhan, Yang Xiu struggled to his feet, looked up at the beautiful figure on the helicopter, and roared angrily. Roar! Yang Xiu stepped onto the ground, and flames spread rapidly around him at an indescribable speed, turning the entire earth into a furnace. At this moment, the Overlord's eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at the helicopter in midair with murderous intent. Medical department, you're asking for death. Chapter 89. Arriving upon hearing the news, Yi Feng swayed and drifted along the way. The city had changed so much that he was a little unsure of where Ba Wang and the others had gone. However, Yi Feng was not worried because Ba Wang's features were very obvious. He just needed to find a beast-like creature to ask him. For example, right now, Yi Feng is staring seriously at a husky with black and white fur. Weren't you in the desert? How did you get out here? Yi Feng asked scrutinizingly. I want to follow you. Unexpectedly, the husky said it without hesitation. Following me? Yi Feng's snake-like eyes widened, and after a long while, he asked, Why are you following me? Because you're very strong, the husky chimed in. But that royal armored scorpion is also very strong, Yi Feng said calmly. You're different. The husky stared at Yi Feng with a deep gaze. Besides, you killed the royal armored scorpion. Well, alright. Yi Feng had no reply. Since you've chosen to follow me, you should at least give me a pledge of loyalty first, Yi Feng said with a smile after thinking for a moment. A pledge of allegiance? The husky was taken aback. Yes, catch a ferocious beast, preferably an ancient species, alive. Yi Feng said casually, and then flicked his tongue. What is an ancient species? The husky didn't move, but asked after a moment of silence. Yi Feng's lips twitched. This guy probably didn't have internet access in the desert. Ancient species are creatures that existed on Earth in ancient times. Of course, some creatures that are comparable to these ancient species are also included in this category, Yi Feng explained. So amazing. What species am I? The husky suddenly became excited, squatting in front of Yi Feng and sticking out its tongue. At first glance, does this guy really think he's a husky? Ahem, you're a mutant, which in short means a mutated earth creature, a level stronger than the ancient species, Yi Feng quickly dismissed. Okay, I'll go catch the beast. The husky was even more excited after getting the answer and ran off with its limbs spread wide. Yi Feng sat up and waited there. After waiting for a long time, the husky came running back with a velociraptor in its mouth, but it had some injuries on its body. Yi Feng couldn't help but be speechless when he saw the bruises on his body. I'm a little weak during the day, the husky said in a muffled voice, scratching its head. All right, Yi Feng suddenly realized. You were indeed a bit weak during the day. Yi Feng glanced at the velociraptor, an ancient species that had evolved 7 times. It was probably a minor lord in this area, but unfortunately it ran into this husky. Next, I'll ask you questions, and you can answer them. Once you've answered them, I can let you go. Yifeng slowly approached the velociraptor. The velociraptor was only a little over 10 meters long, but when it suddenly saw a giant python that was nearly 100 meters long, it was so frightened that it lost its soul. That's right. Yifeng is already nearly 100 meters tall after 8 evolutions. Your Majesty, spare me. I'll tell you everything. The velociraptor emitted a trembling sound. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction and then asked, did you encounter a Tyrannosaurus Rex that was covered in fire during this time? If it had animals and people with it, it should have been a white deer with a pair of ice horns and a woman. Yes. The velociraptor answered immediately as soon as Yifeng finished speaking. So decisive. Yifeng looked at it with some surprise. Yes, I remember it very clearly. When that mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex passed by, it burned my house down, but it was too big for me to fight back. Get to the point. Where did he go? Yifeng couldn't help but interrupt. It seems he headed towards the eastern provinces, Velociraptor said after a moment's thought. Eastern province. Yifeng was somewhat surprised. He had some thoughts about the eastern province in his mind, but he couldn't recall them for the moment. By the way, what's the current situation between you and humans? Yifeng asked another question that he was particularly interested in. Yes, we were surrounded and captured by humans as soon as we transformed into beasts, so we simply hid in the mountains and dared not come out. But later we heard that a team of ferocious beasts led by a giant python had invaded human territory and even defeated them. That's why some of our ferocious beasts organized a counterattack against humans. Of course, we didn't need a lot of people. We just wanted a place to live, the Velociraptor explained. I see. Yifeng nodded, but his eyes held a strange look. A squad of ferocious beasts led by a giant python has invaded human territory? Why does this feel so familiar? So, after all this time, is the conflict between humans and ferocious beasts still his problem? No, I won't take the blame for this. Boss, can I leave now? The Velociraptor asked obsequiously. All right, you can go now. Yifeng wagged his tail. Yifeng wasn't the kind of snake that would devour everything. At least in his current state of fullness, the Velociraptor was quite sensible and simply let him go. Brother Yi, where are we going next? Era came up again, sticking out his tongue and asking. Yifeng glanced at it with some disdain. Could this guy have already integrated with the characteristics of a dog so quickly? Let's go to the eastern province. Ba Wang should be there, Yifeng said casually, and then slowly began his journey. Xianping Pass. Immediately call the pilot of that helicopter and bring him back to me. Xianping closed the gate, the commander burning with rage. He discovered that this group of people from the Department of Mystic Medicine were there to cause trouble. Ever since the old man from the Xian Medical Department took the woman there, the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was helping them below went berserk and began attacking indiscriminately. If this continues, Xianping Pass will be burned to the ground. Commander, that helicopter isn't piloted by us. A soldier ran over and said with shame. What? Not one of our people. The commander was completely enraged. Does this Xiani department think this place is their home? On the helicopter. Professor, should we send someone to capture it? A researcher couldn't help but ask, looking at Yang Xiao who was going berserk below. No need. The old professor waved his hand indifferently. He can't hurt us. Let those ferocious beasts and it fight to the death first, and then we can reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan's eyes widened in anger. Teacher, how could you treat Yang Xiao like this? So what? Our Department of Mystic Medicine has worked so hard to cultivate him for so many years. In the end, he can contribute to our research. Shouldn't we do that? The old professor sneered. Bai Yuhan trembled with anger. At this moment, the old professor was no longer a good teacher in her eyes, but a madman who would do anything for research. Yuhan, I hope you can work well for me once you're on the mothership. Otherwise I can't guarantee you won't become a contribution to our research, the old professor said grimly. Just as the two were talking, the flames on Yang Xiao's body below suddenly stopped, as if he had fallen into weakness. Roar! Upon seeing this, the ferocious beast that had been suppressed by the flames roared and charged towards Yang Xiao, intending to tear him to pieces. Brother Yang Xiao, Yi Ling, who was in the distance, was shocked when she saw this. Chapter 90 Crisis. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just this level. A black cat gracefully walked up to Yi Ling and mocked her rudely. Yi Ling was furious. Ice flowers quickly condensed on the ice corner. The ice flowers contained terrifying cold power and shot out in an instant. The ice flower struck the black cat, bringing a hint of joy to Yi Ling's face, but that joy quickly froze. The black cat is just an afterimage. Haha. With your speed, you think you can hit me? The black cat mocked in broken Chinese. Whoosh. Claws suddenly appeared from behind Yi Ling and then viciously clawed at her body, drawing blood. Surprisingly, Yi Ling's blood was blue. Hateful. The black cat's angry roar came from not far away. He looked at his paws, which were frozen in ice, with a chilling coldness that went straight to his heart. Yi Ling stared at the black cat in astonishment. She had no idea that her blood had such an effect. However, this gave Yi Ling and the others time to recover. She condensed an ice lotus flower on her ice horn again and blasted the giant elephant away. Brother Yangxiu, we can't go on like this, or we'll die. Yi Ling said anxiously to Yangxiu. Yi Ling, you should go. I can't abandon Yuhan. Yangxiu slowly got up and gently shook his head. Yi Ling then noticed Bai Yuhan being caught in midair, and her heart skipped a beat. Who are those people? How did Bai Yuhan get captured by them? I promised Brother Yi I would help you find your parents, but now I have to break my promise. You must leave quickly. I will hold off these ferocious beasts, Yangxiu said solemnly. Yi Ling was at a loss for what to do. Just then, a giant bear, as big as a small mountain, suddenly came galloping from afar. His eyes gleamed with a brutal light, and with each step he took, the earth shook, and a dark, blade-like light flashed. Silly bear, you've finally arrived. The black cat was overjoyed to see the giant bear appear. Useless. You can't even handle two ferocious beasts. The giant bear spoke in a gruff voice, causing the ferocious beast's ears to tremble. You think I want this? The black cat said unhappily. This deer is very strange. Be careful when you make your move. Do you think my iron pattern bear's body is as fragile as yours? The giant bear sneered, and strange iron patterns suddenly appeared on its paws, enveloping them. Die! The giant bear roared with laughter, then charged forward and slammed its claw at Yi Ling. Yi Ling was startled and hurriedly dodged. The iron claw landed beside him, smashing a crater 7 or 8 meters deep. What terrifying power! Yangxiu was shocked and wanted to rescue Yi Ling, but was stopped by the black cat. By its missed attack, the giant bear raised its paws again and struck at Yi Ling. This time, Yi Ling wasn't so lucky, because there was a giant Siberian tiger behind her, and if she retreated, she would fall into the tiger's mouth. The giant bear seemed to know that Yi Ling dared not retreat, and its claw slapped straight at the ice horn above Yi Ling's head. One could imagine that this slap would surely destroy Yi Ling's ice horn. Yi Ling. Yangxiu noticed the danger Yi Ling was in and tried desperately to break free, but the black cat resisted with its body. Just as the giant claw was about to strike Yi Ling's head, a roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire battlefield. The giant bear paused its attack, then was instantly blasted away by a crimson beam of light, crashing heavily into a deep pit in the distance. A black and white husky barged into the battlefield and instantly engaged in a fierce fight with the Siberian tiger that was eyeing Yi Ling. This Siberian tiger is considered an ancient species, but it gradually fell into a disadvantageous position under the attack of the husky. The giant bear climbed out of the deep pit, its eyes filled with anger as it stared at the unexpected guest. But soon, he became listless, because a giant python, nearly 100 meters long and blotting out the sky, appeared in front of him. It was more than 3 times his size. Ding! Target organism detected successfully. Mutated iron-striped bear, 7 evolutions. Possessing powerful claws covered in iron patterns during battle, it can unleash indestructible power. Ability, charged up attack. A 7 times evolved iron pattern bear. Yi Feng narrowed his snake-like eyes, then looked at Yi Ling beside him. Only after seeing that she was unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Ling has evolved 4 times in the past 2 days. The power of the super mutant has been initially revealed, but it still appears somewhat weak in the face of this mutated bear that has undergone 7 evolutions. Elder brother. Upon seeing the giant python, Yi Ling was overjoyed and burst into laughter. A pair of icy horns touched Yi Feng's body, covering half of his scales with a layer of frost. I'm glad you're all right. Yi Feng chuckled. At this moment, the husky, carrying the severed limbs of the Siberian tiger, came to Yi Feng. Boss, he's dead. The husky spat out the Siberian tiger's severed limbs and said calmly. Iron-striped bear's eyes narrowed suddenly. Who was this husky? How could it have dealt with the Siberian tiger so quickly? This Siberian tiger is an ancient species that has undergone 7 evolutions. Eat it, Yi Feng said indifferently, then looked at the iron-patterned bear. At the same time, the black cat, fearing Yi Feng's power, also came to the side of the iron-patterned bear. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, Yang Xiao said with some guilt. If Yifeng hadn't arrived suddenly, Yiling would probably have died a horrible death. It's all right. Yifeng shook his head, glanced at the helicopter in the sky, and thought to himself that he would deal with it later, and should deal with the ferocious beast in front of him first. Ding, scan successful. Mutant Ghost Giant Cat, 7th evolution. Their enormous size gave them the ability to fight giant beasts, and the cat's speed was further enhanced. With their uncanny speed, they were invincible in battle. Ability, Netherworld Assault. If I remember correctly, you are not species from the Dragon Kingdom, Yifeng said coldly, scrutinizing the two beasts. Yifeng remembered the distribution of most of the mutated species in his previous life. Neither the iron-patterned bear nor the ghostly giant cat were within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. If he remembers correctly, Goguryeo, you have some nerve. Do you really think you're invincible after transforming into beasts? How dare you invade the Dragon Kingdom's territory? Yifeng said coldly, his massive body signaling an attack. Yifeng's state instilled fear in the iron-patterned bears. This giant python looked to have evolved only 8 times, so why was it so enormous? What terrified them even more was that their animalistic instincts warned them of impending doom. The danger escalated inch by inch as Yifeng slowly straightened up. Finally, the black cat couldn't bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer and turned to run away, only to be tightly wrapped up by a thick tail. Seeing this, the iron-patterned bear unleashed iron patterns on its giant claws and fiercely slapped at Yifeng. Chapter 91 Fusion Mutant. Sizzle. A burst of sparks flashed, and the black, striped bear then noticed that Yifeng's scales had turned golden at some point. The black striped bear panicked and tried to retreat, but it met Yifeng's cold, serpentine eyes and the intense flames emanating from his mouth. Boom. The intense heat of the flames pierced through the black striped bear's body, and within seconds, the giant bear was reduced to a lump of charcoal. Yifeng accepted it all without hesitation and swallowed it whole. Ding! You have devoured a mutated black-striped bear. Devouring the black, striped bear, Yifeng turned his gaze to the netherworld black cat that was wrapped around his tail. The creature was trembling. I'm sorry. Before she could finish her broken Chinese, she fell silent and collapsed completely. Both having undergone 8 evolutions, these two ferocious beasts were no match for Yifeng. Congratulations on devouring the mutated netherworld black cat, undergoing 8 evolutions, and gaining 867 evolution points. You have gained 25 attribute points in speed. Open the properties panel, Yifeng said softly to himself. Host, Yifeng, 8th evolution. Species, Undying Python. Growth points, 5,689, 12,800 points required for the next evolution. Functions, Venomous Fangs, Flaming Breath, Frost Breath, Golden Scales, Eagle Eyes, Frost Physique, Invulnerability to all poisons, Deep Sea Breath Control, Deadly Bite, Level 3 Berserk. Strength, 489. Speed, 337. Defense, 345. Physical Fitness, 378. I've almost reached half of my growth points, Yifeng murmured. At that time, the people of Goguryeo were in chaos. Their leader had been swallowed by a giant python, but their orders were to disrupt the Dragon Kingdom. What should they do now? Their hesitation only excited Yifeng, who charged straight into the beast horde to gain growth points. These are all growth opportunities. Xiaoling, you also need to evolve. Follow Era to hunt some ferocious beasts, Yifeng said as he devoured the beasts. Upon hearing this, Yiling looked at the husky and saw that it was sticking out its tongue, looking just like a silly husky. Yiling hesitated for a moment, just about to say something, when she saw the husky run out. After a while, the husky brought over a sick deer and stared at Yiling as if seeking praise. Huh. Yiling looked at the husky in shock. Where did her brother find such a loyal follower that it understood dog instincts so well? On the other side, Yang Xiao, panting heavily, looked at the helicopter in the sky. Bai Yuhan was on it, and he dared not attack. Damn giant python. The old professor couldn't help but slap his wheelchair as he looked at Yifeng wreaking havoc below. Professor, what do we do next? The researchers behind asked anxiously, as this was not in line with their plan. We have no choice but to use it. The old professor narrowed his eyes. What? The researcher was startled and hesitated. What if the higher-ups find out we're researching this? Will there be any problems? So what if we know? The old professor scoffed. As long as we can research the strongest ferocious beasts in the future, we can use them to dominate the world, and the entire planet will grovel at our feet. All right then. The researcher gritted his teeth and immediately took out a controller. Seeing this, the old professor couldn't help but chuckle. Luckily, I brought it with me when I came out. Bai Yuhan watched the two of them from the side, her eyes filled with deep shock. What were they talking about? Why did the teacher say they could research and create the strongest ferocious beast? Roar! A roar suddenly came from Xianping Pass. The earth shook and trembled, and a figure as big as a small mountain rushed over from a distance. What's this? The soldiers on the city wall stared blankly. Commander, the adjutant exclaimed. The commander of Xianping Pass immediately looked towards the pass and saw a ferocious beast with a sharp back, a hideous head, and a body like that of a dinosaur charging towards them. Boom. The behemoth was engulfed in purplish-red flames and slammed into the city wall in a rage. The city wall, which had stood for 1,000 years, was shattered by the impact of this behemoth, which also trampled a group of guarding soldiers to death. Damn it! The commander's eyes widened in fury, and he immediately ordered an attack. However, the giant beast was indeed unaware, and the shells hit it without causing any damage. He charged straight at the overlord, Yang Xiao, who stood facing the wind. Roar! Sensing the danger aimed at him, Yang Xiao let out a loud roar and charged towards the giant beast. Pung! After only one exchange, Yang Xiao was flung away by the strange behemoth. Its immense power was terrifying. Before the overlord could even struggle to his feet, the giant beast stomped on his head again. The beast's tail had a ferocious snake head that was tearing at the overlord's body. Yang Xiao let out a painful sound, feeling his body melting. Humph. Upon seeing this, the old professor couldn't help but sneer smugly. How could Yang Xiao possibly withstand the behemoth I created by fusing two mutated species? Ha ha. If we can capture this giant python and Yang Xiao, and have them fuse, they will definitely be even more powerful than this flame serpent Spinosaurus. They might even be invincible under heaven. Laughed wildly with immense excitement and exhilaration. Bai Yuhan was horrified. Her teacher had actually conducted such research, and judging from the condition of the giant beast below, the Xian medical department could completely control it. That was the most terrifying thing. Pung! A lotus flower formed of ice crystals suddenly shot down from the sky, momentarily stunting the fiery serpent dragon that was frantically biting Yang Xiao. Roar! The flame serpent Spinosaurus coldly turned its gaze away, and Yi Ling was horrified to discover that the beast's eyes were actually empty. With a roar, the flame serpent Spinosaurus charged towards Yi Ling at lightning speed, arriving in front of her in the blink of an eye. Such speed, Yi Ling was shocked, but the flame serpent Spinosaurus' attack was already in front of her. Pung! At the critical moment, a red breath shot out, sending the flame serpent Spinosaurus flying dozens of meters. Roar! The flame serpent Spinosaurus roared and rose from the ground, its empty eyes staring at Yi Feng, who was slowly crawling towards it. Ding! Target organism detected successfully. Fused mutant flame serpent Spinosaurus, 9th evolution. The monsters created by the Xian Medical Research Institute are the result of the fusion of two mutant species, making them far stronger than ordinary mutant species. They have two different heads controlling their bodies. Ability: Purple Flame Serpent Transformation. Primarily based on the thoughts of a serpent's head, attacks tend to be sinister, and the purple flames surrounding it have extremely strong corrosive properties. Crimson Flame Dragon Transformation. Based on the mind of a dragon's head, it attacks with brutality, and the red flames surrounding it are extremely destructive. Hearing the system's description, Yi Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. It was actually a fused mutant, and it had appeared right here. In his previous life, after transforming into a beast, Xianyike researched many strange and unusual things, one of which was the fusion of mutant species. A new grade exists, and a fully attribute-based combat machine exists. They have lost their human thinking and are completely under the control of Xianiku. Chapter 92: The Griffin, the Sky Lord. The ferocious flamethorn dragon serpent panted opposite Yi Feng, seemingly assessing Yi Feng's threat level. The snake's head hung high on its back, its pair of sinister eyes darting about. Now the snake head is in charge. Yi Feng immediately understood. No wonder the dragon head had no eyes. In his previous life, Yi Feng dared not make an enemy of this kind of fused mutant species, so he had no concrete understanding of the strength of the flame thorn dragon serpent. But it can't possibly be stronger than a super mutant, otherwise the mystic medicine department would already rule the world. The Overlord is currently only at the level of a 7th evolution, and it is also wary of Bai Yuhan, who is controlled by the old man from the Xian E department above. That's why it suffered such a terrible defeat when dealing with this flame thorn dragon serpent. But Yi Feng is different. He now possesses 10 abilities, and his attribute panel is comparable to a mutated species that has undergone 9 evolutions. He is quite confident in dealing with a fused mutated species. Just then, the flame thorn dragon serpent suddenly roared furiously and strode towards Yi Feng. Pung! Without the slightest hesitation, the dragon head slammed violently into Yi Feng's body. Damn it! Yi Feng quickly adjusted his posture and cursed under his breath. This damned fusion mutant has 2 heads, which made me a little confused for a moment. I had a feeling that the head of the dragon was the dominant one. However, having learned his lesson this time, Yi Feng became much more cautious and immediately unleashed a burst of frost-like breath. Roar! Instantly, blazing purple flames rose around the flame-thorn serpent, forming a wall of fire that blocked its frost breath. Yi Feng's pupils contracted. It was the first time he had ever seen a ferocious beast use this method to resist his rays. This flame-thorn dragon serpent has undergone 9 evolutions. It must have been fed a lot by the mystic medicine department, and in terms of evolution, it is in no way weaker than me. Yi Feng immediately made a decision, his entire body covered in golden scales, and then he charged towards the flame-thorn dragon serpent. Since ranged attacks are no longer effective, let's just go for melee combat. My melee abilities are greater than my ranged abilities, giving me a greater advantage. The fiery thorn dragon serpent showed no intention of fleeing and charged straight at Yi Feng. Just as Yi Feng was about to successfully entangle the flame thorn dragon serpent, black spots suddenly appeared in the dragon's eyes. The state has changed. Yi Feng was startled. He saw that the flames on the flame thorn dragon serpent's body had turned red, and its mouth was full of flames when its dragon head opened and closed. Roar! The flame thorn dragon snake bit down on Yi Feng's back, and the scorching red flames instantly melted several golden scales. Moreover, the burning continued, and soon Yi Feng's skin and flesh began to disappear. At the same time, Yi Feng also bit down on the neck of the flame thorn dragon serpent, its venomous fangs embedded in it, accompanied by a powerful bite that was deadly. With a sudden tug, a large chunk of flesh was torn off the flame thorn dragon serpent. Blood gushed from below the neck of the flame-thorn dragon serpent, which staggered backward. Ignoring his own injuries, Yi Feng pressed his advantage and bit the flame-thorn dragon serpent. The dragon head revealed its brutal side, and the flame-thorn dragon serpent, disregarding its bleeding wounds, entangled itself with Yi Feng amidst surging flames. A large amount of flames engulfed Yi Feng's body, and his golden scales were rapidly melting away. Bai Yuhan and the others above could see everything clearly. When Yi Feng was entangled with the flame thorn dragon serpent, Bai Yuhan couldn't help but cover her red lips. That was horrific. Haha, you stupid snake. The old professor laughed heartily. The red flames on that flame thorn dragon serpent are extremely destructive, yet he dared to engage in close combat. He was simply courting death. The researcher behind the old professor curled his lips into a smirk. He seemed to already see the giant python being dissolved into a pool of blood by the flame-thorn dragon serpent. No, Professor, look. Suddenly, the researcher's pupils contracted, and he pointed down in horror. The giant python's golden scales have grown back. How is that possible? The old professor frowned, but his expression quickly turned grim. Because the python's scales really appeared. This is a mutant, an immortal python? The old professor murmured blankly, then roared like a madman. It's the Undying python. The Undying python has really appeared. I must get it, the old professor roared, pointing at Yi Feng. Heh! Yi Feng, who was below, couldn't help but sneer when he heard the old professor's words. The flame-thorn dragon serpent do indeed have a strong burning ability, but they are not the instantaneous type. During this time, Yi Feng's immortal self-healing ability will be utilized, allowing the golden scales to grow back. In contrast, the flame-thorn dragon serpent was already tightly strangled by its own body and gradually stopped breathing. Roar! Just then, Yi Feng suddenly exhaled a burst of icy breath into the air, hitting the helicopter's wing squarely. Whoosh! The helicopter was severely damaged and crashed straight to the ground. Damn it, driver, what are you doing? The old professor's angry roar came from the chaos. The next second, the pilot opened his parachute and jumped. Bai Yuhan seized the opportunity and jumped down, landing right on top of Yi Feng's head. However, the imagined crash did not occur. Suddenly, a giant bird with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle flew down from the sky and snatched the helicopter back into the air. "Oldly, you'll probably have to thank me this time," came the aged voice from the bird. Yifeng looked at the bird and couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Another fused mutant. Ding, system successfully scanned target. Fused mutant griffin. An ancient creature from Western mythology, with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, the overlord of the sky. Their powerful wings give them the ability to control airflow, and their sharp iron claws can easily penetrate any defense, making them the nemesis of snakes. Ability, flow of wings, flaps its wings to create a powerful airflow, causing the enemy to lose their balance. Ability, flame breath, spews out a beam of fire that deals powerful damage. Ability, iron claw blade, able to easily grab any living creature and lift it into the air. Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing the system's voice. These crazy guys in the mystic medicine department can even create something like a griffin. This thing can be said to be the natural enemy of all snakes. Its powerful aerial vision allows it to clearly see everything on the ground, making it a sitting duck. Rage. The griffin let out a loud cry, its iron claws gripping the damaged helicopter, and said calmly, "Oldly, you've suffered a great loss this time. You even lost the flamethorn dragon serpent. Old dang, that's the Undying python, an Undying python with more than 5 abilities. We must get it," the old professor said urgently. His obsession with Yifeng even surpassed that for the lost flame thorn dragon serpent. "What? The Undying python has appeared." The griffin was stunned for a moment, then flew up to a mountaintop and put down the wreckage of the helicopter. "Undying python, come with me." The griffin returned to the battlefield, its voice cold and ruthless. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's heart was filled with turmoil. It's not hard to understand what the griffin and the old professor meant. They desperately needed their own bodies. Did they discover something in their research? Chapter 93 Lin Ye's new abilities. Whether or not we go with you is not up to you to decide. Yifeng gradually straightened up, his forked tongue flicking in and out, assuming an attack stance. Seeing that Yifeng was still preparing to resist, the griffin let out a cold laugh. "Birds are the natural enemies of snakes, and you still dare to oppose me? Call." A thick beam of flame erupted from the griffin's mouth, aimed directly at Yifeng. Upon seeing this, Yifeng raised his body, and the ferocious snake head spewed out the same blue beam of light. The two objects collided, bursting into brilliant colors in the air, which were reflected in the pupils of everyone and all the beasts. Phew! The griffin narrowly escaped Yifeng's frosty breath. Ingrue's sharp eyes. Yifeng's frost breath was stronger than his flame breath. This griffin has evolved 9 times, but it is not as strong as me. Its advantage should be in speed. After this battle, Yifeng gradually had a vague idea of the griffin's strength. Discovering Yifeng's immense power, the griffin began to circle in the air, exhausting its strength, no longer daring to confront him head-on. Several times during this time, the beasts tried to approach Yifeng, but were scared away each time, and the battle between the two beasts reached a stalemate. "Roar! Yifeng, I'm here to help you." Yang Xiu's voice rang out, and it was clear that he had regained his mobility at some point. Yang Xiu revealed his domineering figure and stomped his foot on the ground. The surging flames formed an inch-by-inch barrier, spreading outwards like a wildfire. "This is the Overlord's power, the flame barrier." Yifeng was somewhat shocked. The Overlord in his previous life used this ability to dominate the land and become a ferocious beast like a king. However, it seems to have little effect in the present day. The griffins in the sky dared not approach, and could only flap their giant wings and circle back and forth. The Xian medical department must have some purpose in wanting to take me back. It would be best to shoot down this griffin, Yifeng thought to himself. But this griffin dared not land on its own initiative, making it extremely difficult to capture him unless aided by a flying beast. Bah! A loud cry suddenly rang out, startling all the beasts. What ferocious beast has arrived this time? Yifeng activated his eagle vision and looked over, and was immediately overjoyed. Emerald, green bird flapping its wings from the horizon. Isn't it the critically injured emerald bluebird? It seems the immortal flower is working. Yifeng breathed a slight sigh of relief, then looked towards Xianping Pass. Boom! A cloud of dust billowed up, and 3 colossal beasts were seen speeding towards them, their footsteps echoing through the air, causing the ground to shake violently. These are... Yang Xiu looked at the ferocious beasts, his expression becoming much more serious. The oppressive aura emanating from these three ferocious beasts was even stronger than that of the fused, mutated flamethorn dragon serpent. Brother Yi, we've come to your aid. Lin Yi arrived in front of Yifeng, his tongue flicking in and out. Yifeng looked them over and asked, puzzled, something happened in Fog City? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi stiffened, and after a moment he said awkwardly, how did you know? If nothing unexpected happened, why would you come looking for me in such a hurry? Yifeng spoke calmly. Something has indeed happened in Fog City, but the situation is rather strange and cannot be explained in a few words, Lu Qingqing said in a deep voice as she stepped forward. All right, let's deal with the immediate problem first. Yifeng narrowed his snake-like eyes. What is that? At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly caught sight of the flamethorn dragon serpent to the side. That's a fused mutant. Yifeng looked at Lin Yi's body. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. Lin Yi, do you want to gain the ability? I've been thinking about it. Lin Yi nodded without hesitation. Eat it, and perhaps you can gain a decent ability. Yifeng revealed a peaceful smile. Why don't you eat? Lin Yi looked at Yifeng suspiciously. I don't eat because I already possess great power, but you're different. You only have spiked scales. Don't you want to become stronger? Yifeng patiently and persuasively guided him. Well, all right, I'll trust you this once. Lin Yi looked at the lifeless flamethorn dragon serpent and finally swallowed. Seeing Lin Yi begin to devour the food, Yifeng stared at him intently. This flamethorn dragon serpent is a monster created by Xianyi Research, and it has lost its human mind. Who knows if there will be any risks in eating it? Therefore, he decided to have Lin Yi test the poison. With the bloodline of the immortal python, even if there is a problem, it shouldn't be fatal, right? Sure enough, I went to great lengths to help my brother become stronger. Yifeng couldn't help but marvel at how loyal and righteous he was. Holy crap. Suddenly, the forest serpent that was devouring the flamethorn serpent convulsed, and its body trembled on the ground. What's going on? Could something really have happened? Yifeng was startled and quickly pulled by Ro over Lu Qingqing's head, ready to rescue her at any moment. What's wrong? Lei rushed to Lin Ye's side first, but what puzzled her was that Lin Ye's body didn't seem to be anything wrong. No, this flamethorn dragon serpent's body is too big, I choked. Lin Ye's intermittent voice came from beside them, leaving the beast speechless. This is the first time I've ever heard of a snake choking on its food. However, the snake's digestive tract has a strong ability to expand and contract, and Lin Yi eventually swallowed the flame-thorn dragon serpent into his abdomen. I almost ate myself to death. Lin Yi flicked his tongue, still shaken, and looked at Yifeng with a hint of resentment, saying, I saw you wolfing down those animals too. How come you didn't choke? Upon hearing this, Yifeng's lips twitched. Can we be compared? I have a systematic digestive aid function. In other words, I'm superhuman. So, have you gained the ability yet? Yifeng looked at Lin Yi with some anticipation. The flamethorn dragon serpent is likely a fusion mutation created by combining a Spinosaurus with some unknown snake species, so it should be considered half a snake. Logically, Lin Yi should have a chance to gain abilities after absorbing something. Let me see. Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed with great joy. It has the ability. It's a purple flame. As he spoke, a circle of purple flames appeared around Lin Yi, making him look like a giant python being roasted by fire. This strange scene stunned Yifeng and his companions. The beasts suppressed their déjà vu and began to observe Lin Yi's new ability. The purple flames must be the snake's ability. Lin Yi didn't absorb the red flames, which proves that even when absorbing and fusing with mutated species, one must abide by the law of like attracts like, Yifeng pondered. Of course, he should not be subject to this restriction, and may even be able to unleash the abilities of the two fused ferocious beasts. But if the flamethorn dragon serpent has lost its mind, how did the griffin in the sky manage to stay afloat? Yifeng looked at the griffin in the sky with some confusion. The Xian medical department, which was famous throughout the world in the previous life, is indeed not to be underestimated. It actually possessed such advanced technology before the world became beast-like. In the air, the griffin had already descended into rage. Did these ferocious beasts below even take him seriously? They were just catching up, but they actually devoured the flamethorn dragon serpent right in front of him. He glared fiercely at the emerald green finch, for it was a bird of prey, and eating it would surely grant him the power to devour other creatures. The griffin swooped down towards the emerald bluebird. Chapter 94 Departure from the Department of Mystic Medicine. Bah! Between the two colossal beasts in the sky attracted the attention of all the other beasts. Take care of the griffins first, Yifeng said in a deep voice. Although they cannot take to the skies to fight, these ferocious beasts are not lacking in ranged attack capabilities. If the emerald bluebird is lured in properly, they can concentrate their fire and bring the griffin down. The emerald bluebird knew it was no match for the griffin and repeatedly made signs of retreat. However, the emerald green arrows kept flying out, causing great disturbance to the griffin. Those arrows were not only sharp, but also contained immeasurable poison. In the event of prolonged warfare, these arrows would have an immeasurable effect. After several rounds, the griffin could no longer contain its impatience and decided to end the battle quickly. The emerald green sparrow's phoenix eyes flashed, revealing an opening, before it turned and flew into the low-altitude zone. The griffin, anxious and impatient, gave chase without much thought, its fierce talons appearing on the head of the emerald bluefinch. If this claw strikes, the emerald bluebird will surely suffer a fatal blow to its head. Call. At the critical moment, a pure blue ice lotus, carrying a strong sense of frost, flew over its target, the griffin. Damn it! The griffin narrowly avoided the attack, but before it could even catch its breath, it was struck by a bolt of lightning. Ururu. The griffin suddenly convulsed in the sky, its wings flapping intermittently, but it couldn't stop its descent. With great difficulty, the griffin survived the paralysis caused by the lightning. As it crossed a cliff and prepared to take off again, it met Yifeng's cold eyes. Is this guy waiting for me here? The griffin panicked and hurriedly flapped its wings to take off, only to be met with a strong, scorching breath coming straight at it. Roar! A mournful cry rang out as the griffin, its left wing half burned by flames, staggered away into the distance. Just as Yifeng was about to send the emerald green bird after them, a group of helicopters suddenly flew out from around them, with the old professor from the Department of Mystic Medicine sitting on the lead helicopter. Yifeng narrowed his snake-like eyes and unleashed a blast of fire at the helicopter. Boom! The helicopter that landed behind blocked its path, and then exploded with a loud bang. Seeing the old professor leave in a helicopter, Yifeng and the other land beasts were powerless to do anything and had no choice but to give up. Overlord, why are you in Dong Province? Yifeng sighed and looked at Overlord, asking with some confusion. Your sister got separated from your parents. We learned that they might have gone to the eastern province with the flow of people, so we came to look for them. We never expected to encounter something like this. Bao Wang sighed. Yifeng, you need to be mentally prepared. Your parents may very well have been taken away by the Xian Medical Department. Bai Yuhan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. The Department of Mystic Medicine? Yifeng's pupils suddenly contracted. These freakish lunatics had created monsters like fused mutants. His parents were in their hands, if they were turned into such creatures. Bastard! Yifeng roared, his breathing heavy. Don't worry. Bai Yuhan frowned and said, they seem to want you, so your parents should be fine for now. The Department of Mystic Medicine has a device that can prevent beast transformation, and I heard that they plan to use this device to travel to the deep sea on a mothership. The deep sea. Yifeng calmed himself down and his mind raced. Deep-sea creatures mutated by the raw stone might become even more terrifying. The Xian Medical Academy to lead humanity to the deep sea can no longer be described as a bad idea. However, the more this was the case, the more nervous Yifeng became, because his parents would also be taken away by the Xian Medical Department. They will definitely try to catch me before they go to the deep sea. I must use this time to rescue my parents. Yifeng's mind raced. Time waits for no one. We must set off for the Xian Medicine Department immediately. Yifeng looked at his group of ferocious beast companions. Suddenly, he remembered the purpose of Lin Yi and the other beasts' arrival. What happened in Fog City? He couldn't help but ask. Mist City has been taken over by a strange beast. When we arrived in Mist City, 2 of your men had already betrayed us. We fought against those things, but we were outnumbered, so we came to you. Upon hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but ask, never fought before? They were all mutants, while his 2 subordinates left in Fog City were only ancient species. How could he not win? Lin Yi lowered his snake head somewhat ashamed, but soon he spoke again unwillingly. It's not that we can't beat them, but that there are just too many of them. Too many. Yifeng was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. What's controlling them? Did you see it clearly? No, Lin Yi shook his head. However, a very large willow tree seems to have appeared in the center of Fog City. We suspect that this willow tree is behind this. Willow tree. Yifeng was taken aback, unable to think of anything similar for a moment. Let's put the matter of Fog City on hold for now. I need to go to the border of the southern province of Dragon Kingdom first, where the headquarters of the Xian Medicine Department is located, Yifeng said solemnly. Okay, then let's go back to Jiang City first. Call us when you go to fight Wuqing. Lin Yi said. His tone still seemed to carry a hint of dissatisfaction. No problem. After saying that, Yifeng looked at Lei Shi apologetically. Lei, I'm sorry. I have to delay the 2 mutant abilities I promised you. It's nothing. The angry thunder rhino shook its head, having great faith in Yifeng's character. By the way, Jade Greenbird, are you coming with me? Yifeng asked after a moment's hesitation. Me? The little green sparrow paused for a moment, looking at Yifeng with some confusion. You saw the role that Griffin played just now. Birds are the kings of the skies. If it weren't for your luring, I wouldn't have been able to injure the griffin in the slightest, Yifeng explained. So you want me to be a scout? Emerald Bluebird gradually understood Yifeng's meaning. Having a bird in the sky to provide a view is indeed a great convenience. No problem. Emerald Green Sparrow pondered for a second before nodding in agreement. Yifeng, let them stay as well. Yang Xiao and I will go with you, Bai Yuhan said, glancing at Lu Qingqing and Bai Rou beside her. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. The Xian Medical Department had researched those strange fusion mutants. This trip to find his parents would definitely be fraught with danger. Bai Rou and Lu Qingqing are not suitable for combat, so it's indeed not appropriate to bring them along. Let's go with Lin Yi and the others, Lu Qingqing said first. Upon hearing this, Bai Rou obediently jumped onto Lu Qingqing's head, clearly aware of her own limitations. Yi Ling, who was standing to the side, did not say anything, but just stared at Yifeng in silence. When it comes to finding her parents, she certainly can't be overlooked. Yifeng sighed. Oh well, he might as well help her improve her strength on the way. At this point, the 2 sides redistributed their tasks and lineups, and Yifeng set off towards the Xian Medical Department, heading towards a group of ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, in the south, Qingming Island. Suddenly, an urgent alarm sounded from the headquarters of the Mystic Medicine Department. Chapter 95 The Mad Research. What's going on? A man in white rushed over and asked hurriedly. In charge of monitoring stared at the screen, where an unbelievably enormous octopus straightened up and swam towards the surface of the sea. The man in white, breathing rapidly, shouted, Quick! Notify the professor. It's making a move. When I returned to the southern province, everything had changed. Many cities are engulfed in smoke and fire, teeming with ferocious beasts and fraught with danger. Those beasts, like humans, driven by hunger, launched a fierce attack on humans. This had happened before in the previous life, but it wasn't as devastating as it was now. Call. Looking at the scene before him, Yifeng let out a sigh of relief. Bai Yuhan, do you know how the Xian Medical Department creates those monsters? Yifeng, now calm, looked at the only human remaining. I think this is related to Qingming Island, which you visited before, Bai Yuhan said after a moment's thought. Qingming Island? Yifeng was startled, a bad premonition suddenly rising in his heart. Yes, Bai Yuhan sighed. Speaking of which, we were able to discover the mystery of Qingming Island thanks to you. According to our survey, the island has existed for nearly 10,000 years, and there are many creatures similar to those from ancient times. Of course, the most terrifying thing is the octopus on the mountaintop. We used drones to see its full appearance and finally determined that it is a giant octopus that existed in ancient times. Its size is probably close to 1,000 meters, and each of its tentacles is 100 meters long. About the same size as you, Bai Yuhan said, glancing at Yifeng. Is one of these octopus tentacles about the same size as me? Yifeng was shocked, but also somewhat relieved. He realized that he had only seen the tip of the iceberg of the Tyrannosaurus Rex that time. Otherwise he would be dead by now. Flower from that tyrant octopus. How could I possibly dare? Then how did you discover this method of fusing with ferocious beasts? Yifeng asked, somewhat puzzled. Sigh. Bai Yuhan sighed upon hearing this. After you left, the teacher decided to move the Xian Medical Department's base to Qingming Island. We carried out 2 projects there, one of which was the research on raw stones, and the other was the research on the island's creatures. That research was led by 3 senior colleagues who were at the same level as the professor. Hearing this, Yifeng already had a general idea in his mind. Of Mystic Medicine is incredibly brave. He actually moved the base to Qingming Island. However, this proves that the old man must have discovered something. Otherwise he wouldn't have made such a decisive decision. So, they used the animals on the island to research fusion technology, and then applied this technology to the mutated beasts in the original stone, creating even more powerful, fused mutants. So what is their ultimate goal? Yifeng suddenly remembered that in his previous life, after the Xian medical department dominated the Yazhou region, they also frantically hunted all kinds of powerful ferocious beasts, including the 10 overlords. At that time, Yifeng thought that the Xian medical department wanted to obtain their abilities, but now it seems that things are not so simple. The Xian medical department in my previous life should have also discovered Qingming Island, but in this life, because of my existence, they discovered it earlier. So we should go to Qingming Island now. Yifeng suddenly realized this important question. That's right. Bai Yuhan pondered for a moment and said, due to the danger of the research, the Dragon Kingdom has dispatched a very powerful armed force to guard the Department of Mystic Medicine. If we want to enter the Department of Mystic Medicine, we must first defeat this team. Don't worry, human weapons can rarely threaten Overlord and me anymore, Yifeng said. Bai Yuhan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Perhaps what you are facing is not necessarily human. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's lips twitched slightly. You mean? I saw them do that when I left the Department of Mystic Medicine for the Northern Forest, Bai Yuhan said calmly. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Scientists are indeed all crazy. In order to conduct research experiments, they even dare to use teams dispatched by the Chinese government for human experiments. Come to think of it, if those old fogies from the Xian medical department can turn themselves into griffins, what else can't they do? Heading south. Arrived at the border of the southern province. Hiss. The vast sea blocked the beast's path. After circling the sky for a distance, the emerald bluebird landed and asked softly, how do we get across this sea to the azure nether island you mentioned? I just surveyed the sea area, and there are warships patrolling everywhere, and helicopters in the air. I didn't dare to get close. As for underwater, I feel there will be submarines as well. Then what should we do? Yang Xiao was the first to speak, his eyes revealing a heavy heart. Let's go underwater, Yifeng said after thinking for a moment. Underwater. The beasts were taken aback. Your combat power cannot be fully utilized on the surface of the sea, but I can dive into the deep sea for a long time to escort you. Yifeng nodded. For a long time? Bai Yuhan looked at Yifeng suspiciously. Snakes can swim in water, but it can't be said to be for a long time. Does he have some kind of underwater swimming ability? Even so, we still need a very large submarine. How are we going to get that? Yang Xiao said helplessly. If I can get my hands on it, can you drive it? Yifeng flicked his tongue and looked at Bai Yuhan. Bai Yuhan realized that Yifeng was not joking, and after thinking for a moment, she said, if the submarine has an automatic navigation mode, then it will work. Then we'll just have to guess one, Yifeng said after thinking for a moment. After saying that, Yifeng turned and entered the sea. A thick, dark shadow could be vaguely seen swimming towards the deep sea. Captain, what's the point of having us patrol the sea every day? Inside a massive central submarine, the pilot lay back in his comfortable cockpit, gazing at the various creatures in the deep sea, and said idly, didn't you see the monster we encountered a few days ago? The world has changed. Now the higher-ups are pinning all their hopes on the Xian medical department. I wonder what they discovered on Qingming Island that made the higher-ups take it so seriously. The captain rubbed his temples and said with a hint of helplessness, Captain, those ferocious beasts in the news lately are tens of meters tall. Do you think our blue star is going to be destroyed? The driver suddenly asked in a low voice. What nonsense are you spouting? The captain frowned and rebuked. How can a civilization that has evolved for tens of thousands of years be destroyed just like that? As far as I know, the Department of Mystic Medicine has already developed a way to combat this disaster. Really? Hearing the captain's words, the driver asked in disbelief. I heard that many of our team members went missing on Qingming Island. There are so many monsters on Qingming Island. Isn't it normal for a few to go missing? The captain said, his voice gradually fading. The recent disappearances of some team members are indeed unusual. Captain, do you think it could be? The driver started to say something, but suddenly everything went black, and the sea view outside the window disappeared. Chapter 96 Smuggling. What happened? The driver exclaimed in surprise. It's dark? Impossible. It's 4:37 p.m. now. It can't be dark now. The captain said calmly. He was just about to stand up when he felt a jolt coming from the submarine. Damn it, what happened? Quick, check the security footage. What's going on outside? Captain, the surveillance cameras are all blocked. The driver said, tumbling off his seat with a grim expression. Then send someone out. The submarine captain stopped mid-sentence. He suddenly realized that if there was something terrible outside, sending people out would only be suicide. No, call for backup from other submarines. The captain made a decision quickly. All right, the other operators took action, but the next moment, the entire submarine was plunged into darkness. There was a 2-second silence, then a beam of light turned on. "Captain," the team member with the flashlight called out. "I'm here," the submarine squad leader said, his face grim. "What just happened?" "Captain, all our power has been cut off, and we're now out of the detection range of the other submarine squadrons," the crew member whispered. "What do you mean?" The captain's breath hitched. In the darkness, the team members could vaguely hear the sound of rushing water. "They are moving at lightning speed. Could the monster outside be so large that it can carry the entire submarine around? This is the largest central submarine ever built." Everyone was shocked and stared at the indicators on the fleet. The speed on it was constantly increasing, and it soon surpassed the submarine's maximum speed. What kind of monster can move so fast across the sea as if it were flat land? Boom! Suddenly, the tightness in their chests disappeared, and they realized they were out of the water. "Where did that monster take us?" the captain murmured, when suddenly the submarine door opened. Gurgle! The captain heard the driver swallow. A monster capable of bringing a submarine to the surface must be incredibly terrifying. Should they go out? "Get out of here, it's only a matter of time before you die," the captain gritted his teeth. Now that they have been brought here by the monster, their life or death is only a matter of time. Thinking this, the captain was the first to step out of the cabin, and the pilot behind him hesitated for a moment before following. As soon as they stepped out of the cabin, the team members were shocked. They saw an indescribably large python staring indifferently at them. Oh my god! How could there be such a large python? And what kind of monsters are beside it? Flaming dinosaurs? Deer as cold as ice. There's also a big green bird. Have they been led to a monster's lair? In an instant, a wave of despair washed over them. Yifeng looked at Yang Xiu beside him and said, "It's a pity that this submarine is still a bit small. I'm afraid you'll have to make do with it for a while. It's alright, if you lie down, you should be able to ride it." Overlord stared at the submarine, his eyes gleaming. Unexpectedly, Yifeng actually managed to get his hands on a submarine. If he is not mistaken, this submarine should be the Tianyuan, the largest in the southern province. But now it belongs to them. On the other side, the submarine crew members were all speechless with shock when they heard Yifeng and the others speak human language. They suddenly remembered the announcement once issued by the Department of Mystic Medicine. Some extremely powerful ferocious beasts could speak human language, and these beasts were extremely dangerous to humans. They were actually kidnapped by this group of ferocious beasts. Listening to these ferocious beasts talking, they want to use the submarine. What do they want to do with the submarine? An absurd idea popped into the submarine captain's mind. What should we do with these people? Bai Yuhan jumped onto Yang Xiu's head and whispered. "Team leader Bai?" The submarine captain exclaimed in shock upon seeing Bai Yuhan. Bai Yuhan was actually staying with such a group of terrifying beasts? "Oh, you know me." Bai Yuhan narrowed her phoenix eyes, then suddenly revealed a strange smile. "Since you know me, then I will give you a chance to live. Take us to Qingming Island." To Qingming Island? The group exchanged bewildered glances, especially the submarine squad leader, whose eyes darted around as if he understood what Bai Yuhan and her team were planning. "If you don't agree, then you'll have to leave your life here," Bai Yuhan suddenly said, her pretty face turning cold. "Team leader Bai, we can take you to Qingming Island, but there's such a group of ferocious beasts," the captain said with a somewhat grim expression. He had not forgotten his mission, to protect the Xian Medical Department. If such powerful and ferocious beasts were to land on Qingming Island, the Xian Medical Department's base would likely be ravaged. "You might not have understood," Yifeng suddenly said coldly. "This isn't a multiple-choice question, it's a life-or-death question." Upon hearing this, the submarine squad leader's breath hitched. He looked at the team members around him and sighed. "Well, alright. Once you enter the contact range of your submarine fleet, order the remaining submarines to shut down their radars and not to approach. I will be following you closely. If there is any unusual activity, you know the consequences," Yifeng continued. Upon hearing this, the submarine captain's face froze completely, and he appeared somewhat dejected. A few minutes later, the massive submarine once again entered the deep sea and came into the patrol range of the other submarines. "Captain, what just happened? Why did you lose contact?" A submarine immediately sent out a message. "It's alright. We just explored deeper and found nothing unusual," the submarine captain said. "By the way, turn off the radar. I need to test a new piece of equipment developed by the Xian Medical Academy," the captain added. Good. The submarine was undamaged. Although the Xian Medical School has a medical name, it does not only study biology. Many of the country's high-tech new weapons are also their creations. After all the submarine's radars were turned off, Yifeng swam up from the deep sea and followed beside the submarines. Even after you get close to shallow waters, you will still be detected by radar on the shore, the submarine captain suddenly said into the walkie-talkie. His voice traveled through the seawater and reached Yifeng's ears. It's all right. Just take them ashore. I have a plan, Yifeng said calmly. The submarine would definitely have to go through a military base to land, but he had already discussed it with Yang Xiao and his beasts in advance. As soon as they made a commotion there, he could quickly land. Then both of them can leave at the same time. Upon hearing this, the submarine captain said no more and steered the submarine straight to the shallow waters before surfacing. Yifeng closed his eyes and waited in the deep water for Yang Xiao and the others to give him a signal. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out, and Yifeng opened his eyes abruptly upon hearing it. Chapter 97 Global Beastification begins. Pung. The distant roar of artillery fire, accompanied by the howls of ferocious beasts, told Yifeng that Yang Xiao and his men had reached the shore. Hiss. Yifeng swam from the seabed towards the shore when suddenly several submarines appeared around him. The pilot on a submarine saw this deep-sea behemoth and his hands suddenly trembled, causing the submarine to shake violently. What are you doing? Several operators nearby couldn't help but shout angrily. Look over there. The driver swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror. Seeing the driver's horrified expression, the others couldn't help but look over, and in an instant, the entire driver's cab fell silent. Warning! Warning! A giant python has appeared in the seabed, requesting support from all units and squads. One operator was the first to react and hurriedly grabbed the walkie-talkie to make a call. More and more submarine squads received orders to converge on Yifeng, but the closer they got to Yifeng, the more shocked they became. How could there be such a long python in the sea? At the same time, Yifeng also noticed the approaching submarine squadron, but his priority was to get ashore, and he didn't have time to waste on these people. So Yifeng spun around wildly in the water a few times, creating a giant whirlpool, and then he flicked his giant tail and left. Only a group of submarines were left, dragged along by the swirling currents, unable to extricate themselves. Bang! Yifeng surfaced, a cannonball struck him squarely on the head. These guys had obviously received information from the submarine squad, and specifically came here to ambush Yifeng. However, they seemed to have misjudged Yifeng. When that enormous body surfaced, all the soldiers instantly lost their ability to think. Big, so big, the leader's eyes widened in fear. Yifeng glanced indifferently at the group of soldiers, and with a single flick of his tail, destroyed the defenses they had painstakingly built. Then, without wasting any more time, he headed towards Yang Xiao and the other beasts. Boom! The military harbor was engulfed in flames of war, with guns and cannons bombarding Yang Xiao and the other beasts in turn. In the sky, the Emerald Bluebird circled with several fighter jets, occasionally releasing green feathers as sharp as arrows that could easily pierce the wings of the fighters. Several ferocious beasts actually drove the garrison of the Xian Medical Department into a series of defeats. Yifeng is here, let's retreat for now. The Emerald Bluebird in the sky suddenly cried out. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao below stomped his foot again, and the raging fire obscured the human's vision. When they extinguished the flames, the beasts had vanished, leaving only a giant hole in the fence. Notify the Department of Mystic Medicine. A ferocious beast has come to the island. The team's commander-in-chief stared at the giant hole, his scalp tingling with fear. A vast, empty area. Where do we go next? The Emerald Bluebird asked softly, its wings drooping. It's all the same wherever you go, Yifeng said with a smile. The beasts were taken aback and looked at Yifeng in confusion. Given the capabilities of the Xian Medical Department, they must have deployed surveillance cameras throughout the entire Qingming Island. From the moment we arrived on the island, our every move has been under their surveillance, Yifeng said calmly. Then Emerald Green Sparrow was a little confused. If that's the case, then they could just rush into the Xian Medical Science Base and rescue Yifeng's parents, right? It's not that simple. Bai Yuhan shook her head. Qingke, you just spotted several places in the sky where important troops are stationed and defended. Emerald Bluebird hesitated for a moment and said, it seems that there is nowhere else except the coast. That's right. Bai Yuhan sat on the top of the Overlord's head, revealing a pair of smooth, fair legs, and said softly, the Xian Medical Department should not have built its base on the ground. Underground. Yifeng's snake-like eyes flickered slightly. Very likely. Bai Yuhan smiled slightly. In addition, the research conducted by the Department of Mystic Medicine is extremely unique, even insane. Therefore, they cannot do it openly. Is it possible that it's in the sea? Yiling suddenly asked in a low voice. The beasts suddenly froze. Bai Yuhan and Yi Feng exchanged glances, and then the former pondered for a moment before saying softly, "It's not impossible." Although underwater construction is extremely labor-intensive and resource-intensive, the Xian Medical Department can still accomplish it in a short time. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng twitched his lips in slight annoyance. He should have done some reconnaissance at sea, but with the coastal garrison heavily guarding the area, it was clearly not a good time to go back. It could also be hidden underground, but that would require your thermal imaging capabilities, Bai Yuhan said. All right, let's search underground first, Yi Feng said after thinking for a moment. Whether on the seabed or underground, Yi Feng's thermal imaging capabilities are needed to detect traces of human presence. Next, Yi Feng and his beasts conducted a thorough reconnaissance of the ground. To their surprise, the island was far larger than they had imagined. The group of ferocious beasts searched for half a day, but only managed to cover less than 1/10 of the island's area. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder roared in the sky, and a torrential downpour of raindrops fell on the heads of the beasts, startling them for a moment. Realizing something, Yi Feng suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light, and uttered, word by word, "Global Beastification activated." What? Yang Xiao and the other beasts were stunned for a moment, looking blankly at the sky, where more and more flames appeared. The setting sun had originally sunk into the sea, darkening the sky, but the appearance of the raw stone at this moment made the sky as bright as day again. Buzz! Bai Yuhan suddenly opened a transparent light shield, and all the beasts cast curious glances at her, including Yi Feng. The raw stone mainly uses a strange ionic energy to turn humans into beasts, and my light shield can temporarily isolate this ion, Bai Yuhan explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt a pang of envy. Having powerful connections is really advantageous. They even have something like this. With this light shield, one can delay the time it takes to transform into a beast, thus allowing them to select the most powerful raw stone. Thinking back to his past life, if he had this thing, even if he had become an ancient species, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. At the same time, Yi Feng also noticed a round box on the back of Overlord Yang Xiao, presumably containing the raw stone that Bai Yuhan used for beast transformation. For some reason, she didn't choose to transform into a beast immediately. Suddenly, a car horn sounded in the distance. What is that sound? Yi Feng was taken aback. That should be the mothership's horn. They've contacted the Xian Medical Department and will escort their people from Qingming Island to the deep sea to escape this disaster, Bai Yuhan said, her pretty face suddenly changing. Oh no, if they get into the deep sea, your parents will be even harder to save. We must stop them. Coastal. The old professor, wheelchair-bound, was pushed out. Looking at the several gigantic beasts on the monitor, a sinister smile appeared on his face. They've come after all. Chapter 98 Beast Siege. Professor, the orders from above are for the Department of Mystic Medicine to leave with us immediately. A middle-aged man wearing a star badge said expressionlessly. Behind him followed no fewer than 20 armed soldiers. These soldiers had resolute eyes and exuded a bloody aura. They were clearly seasoned veterans who had tasted blood on the edge of a knife. Heh! The old professor sneered. Was this how they were being invited? It was clearly coercion. However, he didn't care and simply said indifferently, I have found the ferocious beast that meets the criteria that the higher-ups are looking for. What? The man with the star-studded badge was stunned. Then his face lit up with wild joy. Really? Where is it now? The old professor gave a strange smile. It's on Qingming Island. The man with the star-shaped markings fell silent again. After a moment, he coughed twice and said, In that case, there's no need to leave immediately. The old professor. We must rescue your parents before they leave. Otherwise, once they reach the sea and the Mystic Medicine Department is on a mothership, we will no longer be able to rescue them. Qingming Island as Yi Feng and his group of ferocious beasts hurried along. Actually, I don't think they will leave, Yi Feng suddenly said calmly. Yi Ling was taken aback upon hearing this and looked at her brother with some confusion. You all heard what the old professor said earlier. They seem to desperately need a ferocious beast with the bloodline of the Undying python. Although I don't know what their intentions are, I've already delivered myself to their doorstep, so they're unlikely to give up this opportunity. Yi Feng said calmly. Upon hearing this, the beasts slowed down their movements. It seems that's indeed the case, Bai Yuhan murmured. Yuhan, do you know why the professors are so determined to capture Yifeng? Yang Xiu couldn't help but ask. Bai Yuhan pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. If we're not mistaken, it should be related to an experiment they're conducting. I don't know the specific research plan, but I know the name of the plan. Bai Yuhan's beautiful eyes sparkled. What plan? Yifeng narrowed his snake-like eyes. Immortality. Bai Yuhan's words made Yifeng's pupils freeze suddenly. He seemed to understand why the Xian medical department wanted to capture him. They were determined to fight to the death, seeking to uncover the secrets within their bloodline in order to create an immortal, super-powerful beast, or an immortal army of beasts. In this way, all the reasons from the previous life are connected. The Mystic Medicine Department must have captured the Undying python, which is why they are capturing other ferocious beasts on a large scale, in order to secretly create an undying army. How terrifying is the Department of Mystic Medicine? Yifeng's heart was filled with shock. If he hadn't been reborn, he might not have been able to uncover this secret. If the Mystic Medicine Department were to actually implement this plan, the entire world would be ruled by the Mystic Medicine Department. Of course, the most terrifying thing is the bizarre methods of the Xian Medical School, which can make ferocious beasts lose their human mind and be completely controlled by them. Roar! Just then, the roar of a ferocious beast suddenly came from beside Yifeng and his beasts. They're here, Yifeng said instinctively. In sight, a ferocious beast emerged from the forest, its massive body instantly crushing a large number of trees, its eyes bloodshot and its fangs sharp. A fusion pig with flesh and bones interspersed with boulders and steel rocks. Ding! Target detected successfully. Fused mutant giant stone pig, 7 evolutions. These monsters, created through research by the Xian Medical Academy, have grown to their 7th generation after being carefully nurtured. Their petrified skin gives them powerful attack and defense capabilities. Ability. Earthen Fortress. Controls the surrounding land to form an earthen wall that surrounds the entire area, providing immense defensive capabilities. Meat Shield Charge. Covered in stone-like skin, it unleashes a powerful, charge that, when fully charged, delivers an attack with double the power. A fusion of mutant species. It really was the Xian Medical Department that made the move. Yifeng revealed a cold look in his eyes. As he expected, the Xian Medical Department did not let go of this opportunity to capture him. Is it too much of an underestimation to think that he's just a pig that has evolved 7 times? Bah! Roar in the sky made Yifeng's snake eyes narrow. He looked up and saw a creature with flapping wings swooping down towards them. Ding! System scan successful. Merged variant. Windwood Sky Spinosaurus, 7 evolutions. A monster meticulously crafted by the Xian Medical Department. A combination of an ancient pterosaur and a mutated wind eagle, possessing the extraordinary ability to control the sky. Ability. Nature Domain. Controls wind and wood elements to unleash energy bullet attacks. The Gaze of the Wind. Creatures under its prolonged gaze experience a continuous decrease in speed, becoming drowsy. Moo. The earth trembled violently as a giant bull charged in from behind, forming a pincer attack with the giant stone boar. Ding! System scan successful. Ancient Species, Kuei Nyo. A powerful and ferocious beast from the classic of mountains and seas, described in ancient texts as, Kuei is shaped like an ox, with 1 leg, no horns on its head, and a bluish-gray color. It brings wind and rain, and its roar is like thunder, accompanied by the light of the sun and moon. Controlled by the Xian Medical Department with drugs and forced to fight for them, their powerful wind and thunder abilities are enough to make even ferocious beasts tremble. Ability. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Summon strong winds and lightning to create a powerful energy attack. Immovable as a mountain. Instantly increases own defense, triples weight, and makes the user's movement extremely slow during use. Huff huff. Heavy breathing came from the other side, and a panda clad in golden armor emerged, its eyes equally ferocious and red, now under control. Ding! System scan successful. Merged Mutant, Xian Yuan Panda, 8 evolutions. A masterpiece by Xian Yiku, the perfect fusion of the gold-eating beast and the iron-eating beast, making his combat power far surpass that of other fused mutants. Ability. Devour Gold, consumes gold-related growth. Passive. Xian Yuan Absorption, opens its giant maw and devours the energy that attacks it. Light and Darkness Explosion, transforms absorbed energy into a fusion of light and darkness, unleashing a powerful burst of energy. For now, Yifeng's gaze gradually turned serious as he watched the ferocious beasts appearing one after another in front of him. Besides the Windwood Skyspear dragon in the air, the 3 fused mutants on the ground had trapped them in a triangle. No, there's a 5th one. Suddenly, a creature perched among the green plants appeared in Yifeng's thermal imaging system. To be precise, it should be called a giant insect, because its color was so similar to its surroundings that it was easy for animals to overlook it. Ding, scan successful. Mutant, green shadow mantis, 7 evolutions. It is entirely green and adapted to jungle life, possessing extremely strong stealth abilities. Its combat power is doubled in the jungle, and it is controlled by the Xian Medical Department to become a puppet. Ability: Green Shadow Clone. Creates a clone illusion for a short time, and the clone has some attack capabilities of the original body. Sky-splitting slash. A sharp slash delivered with powerful swings of both arms. Blink. The mantis unleashes its full power, performing a rapid dash to achieve a short-range blink effect. As the system's voice faded, the 4 ferocious beasts surrounded Yifeng and the other beasts on the ground, while in the sky, the emerald green sparrow and the windwood sky, thorn dragon faced off against each other. Chapter 99: The Power of the Kuei Nyo. This is a bit troublesome. Yifeng sighed. More than just troublesome? Yang Xiu's eyes widened. I can only handle one at most. The one in the sky can only be given to Qingke, so there are 3 left. Yifeng pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Yiling. Brother, I can. No, you can't. Yifeng refused without hesitation. Yiling was only at the 4th stage of evolution. Even though she was a super mutant, she couldn't possibly deal with a fusion mutant that had undergone 7 stages of evolution. Leave the remaining 3 to me, Yifeng said firmly. Can you do it? Yang Xiu couldn't help but ask. More or less, Yifeng said casually, then began to look for his opponent. This iron-eating beast is yours. Yifeng decisively handed over the strongest of the beasts to Yang Xiu. Without waiting for Yang Xiu to speak, Yifeng rushed towards the green mantis in the jungle. Although this creature's combat power doubles in the jungle, it is still just a mutated insect and is too small in size. Therefore, Yifeng decided to start by targeting this little thing. With the thermal imaging system, Yifeng accurately located the green shadow mantis. He opened his huge mouth, revealing a scarlet forked tongue, intending to swallow the green shadow mantis whole. Whoosh! A flash of green light appeared in the air, and the green mantis vanished instantly, only to reappear on another tree. Yifeng ate a mouthful of green leaves. Is this its teleportation ability? Yifeng's snake eyes narrowed as he stared at the ferocious beast hidden in the jungle, his mind becoming slightly heavy. It seems that the Xian Medical Department has put a lot of effort into cultivating these mutant species, but it is unknown what methods they use to control these ferocious beasts. Squeak! A sharp, friction-like sound rang out in the air, and then Yifeng felt something poke his back. It's a little itchy. Oh, it was just the green shadow mantis waving the blades on its arms at me. Oh well, it's alright now. An ordinary mutant, having evolved 7 times, was far inferior to Yifeng in terms of attributes, and was completely unable to break through his defenses. Therefore, this is the easiest persimmon to squeeze. Yifeng fiercely swung his giant tail, trying to strike the green shadow mantis, but missed again. Not only that, but countless green mantises also appeared all around. A clone. Yifeng was quite surprised. Although the green shadow mantis wasn't very strong in combat, it was very troublesome. With its ability to create clones and teleport, it's virtually impossible to kill it. Yifeng's snake-like eyes flashed, a cruel light surging within them. Roar! The scorching flames suddenly engulfed the entire jungle, and the green shadow mantis's clones, unable to dodge, vanished instantly. Its true form began to be revealed, and it hurriedly dodged Yifeng's fiery breath. But soon, the trees in the jungle were burned to ashes, and the green shadow mantis had nowhere to retreat. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a thick earthen wall rose from the ground, trembling and protecting the green shadow mantis from this fatal attack. Humph! The earthen wall crumbled, and a super wild boar, its flesh intertwined with boulders, emerged, its scarlet eyes like those of a criminal. Huff huff! Yifeng suddenly noticed that the giant stone pig's breathing had become rapid. Not only that, its body was also expanding at a visible speed, soon swelling into a round arc. This giant stone boar is a fusion mutation that has undergone 7 evolutions, but Yifeng dared not be careless, and a layer of golden scales appeared all over his body. Bang! Just then, a loud bang. shot out towards Yifeng like it had farted, the powerful impact sending Yifeng flying. Click, click. The momentum caused Yifeng to crash into dozens of trees before finally stopping, leaving him with a tingling, numb feeling all over his body. Is there still a slight pain at the spot where it was hit? Unfortunately, it still couldn't break through the defenses. If this giant boar had evolved 8 times, it might still cause some injury, but a giant boar that has evolved 7 times. To be frank, Yifeng said it wasn't quite up to par. Because Yifeng's current attributes are comparable to those of a mutated species that has undergone 9 evolutions, and are even close to the critical point of becoming a complete entity. Ramming into Yifeng, the giant boar opposite him began to shrink rapidly, quickly returning to its original size, and lay on the ground panting heavily. Yifeng was taken aback. This guy seemed to be somewhat weak after the impact. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Without hesitation, Yifeng rushed over, his blood-red maw wide open, intending to swallow the giant stone boar whole. However, the next second, lightning struck, crashing down on Yifeng. Holy crap! Yifeng shuddered, feeling a numbing sensation all over his body as if he had been electrocuted, and his snake body began to writhe wildly. Brother, Yiling, who had been watching from afar, called out. Then, she condensed lotus energy from her ice horn and blasted it at the Kuei Nyo that was casting the spell. Moo! The Kuei Nyo was forced to stop its lightning attack and immediately roared in anger. Bang! Just then, a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex crashed into a large pit next to Yiling. Brother Yangxiu, what's wrong? Yiling asked in alarm. Yangxiu climbed out of the pit, his face full of tears. I can't beat it. Yiling was taken aback, then remembered that her mission was to help Yangxiu, and immediately felt a little shy. The Xian Yuan panda roared and charged forward, its ferocious appearance suggesting it intended to tear them to shreds. Yangxiu's eyes immediately turned serious, and his whole body burst into fiery red flames as he once again engaged the panda in battle. At the same time, the paralysis effect on Yifeng disappeared, giving him time to observe the situation on the field. Apart from him, Yangxiu and Fei Luqingke were both at a disadvantage. Yangxiu was facing a Xian Yuan panda that had undergone 8 evolutions, but he had only undergone 7 evolutions, not to mention that the opponent was a fused mutant. As for the Emerald Bluebird, although she and the Windwood Sky Spear both evolved 7 times, the Windwood Sky Spear is a fusion mutant. Moreover, the Xian Iku, Shinke, had fed them something that made their average abilities all above 2. Therefore, we must trust science. Yangxiu was somewhat better off with Yiling's assistance, but the emerald green bird in the sky was already on the verge of defeat. We must finish this quickly and deal with these 3 guys. Yifeng's heart sank as he looked at the 3 ferocious beasts in front of him. Professor, are these ferocious beasts of yours any good? Meanwhile, at the coastal defense line, the middle-aged man with the star badge on his shoulder questioned. He was referring to the mantis and boar that had been beaten up by Leaf Storm. How could the organisms I researched in the Department of Mystic Medicine possibly be ineffective? The old professor said calmly, his gaze level with the monitor screen. Oomph, the higher-ups have given you so much support. If you still let this immortal python escape, you'll be in deep trouble, the man with the star-studded badge sneered. Don't worry, this is just an appetizer. Now that the Undying python has arrived, it won't escape our grasp. The old professor stared at Yifeng in the picture, a sinister smile curving his lips. Chapter 100 Beast Transformation. Bang! With a flick of its massive tail, the green shadow mantis was once again sent flying, crashing into a tree trunk. The giant boar has recovered and is launching attacks on Yifeng from time to time. As the battle progressed, Yifeng discovered that the strongest of the 3 ferocious beasts was actually the ancient Kuei Nyo. The ancient creatures from the classic of mountains and seas are far stronger than the mutants. If it weren't for the interference of Kuei Nyo's wind and thunder abilities, he might have already won the battle. Kill this Kuei bull first. Yifeng's eyes narrowed. He shifted his target and charged straight at the Kuei bull. Moo! The Kuei Nyo let out a low roar, clearly realizing that it had become Yifeng's target, and sank one of its hooves heavily into the ground. What's going on? His weight has increased instantly. Yifeng was stunned, then remembered that the Kuei Nyo had the ability to remain as immovable as a mountain, as described in the system's description. It seems to be a defensive tactic, causing the weight to triple. As expected of an ancient creature from the classic of mountains and seas, its abilities are far superior to those of mutants. Therefore, it can be seen that type restriction is not the only standard for measuring combat power. However, This also caused Yifeng to lose the opportunity to shake the Kuei-Nyo. With triple defense, even though the Kuei-Nyo had only evolved 7 times, he was unable to break through its defense. Yifeng finally experienced what it felt like to be unable to break through the opponent's defense. In short, it was frustrating. This is equivalent to having a target in front of you, and you find that your bullets can't penetrate the target. Fine, you have high defense, you're strong, I won't fight you. Yifeng sneered, then turned to look at the 2 comrades of the Kuei-Nyo. At this moment, the Kuei-Nyo panicked. When he is in a state of immovability, his movements are slow and cannot be reversed in a short time. Without his help, the other 2 beasts were immediately at a disadvantage. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yifeng went on a killing spree, first sealing the giant stone boar with a burst of icy breath, and then charging straight towards the green shadow mantis. Knowing Yifeng's power, the green shadow mantis hurriedly retreated, only to be caught by Yifeng's giant tail. Before green shadow mantis could use its teleportability, Leaf Wind Giant Tail unleashed its full power, turning green shadow mantis into a specimen. Hiss! Yifeng flicked out his scarlet forked tongue and wrapped the green shadow mantis into his abdomen. Congratulations on devouring the mutated green shadow mantis, your 7th evolution. You have gained 758 growth points. You have gained 20 speed attribute points. With the death of the green shadow mantis, Yifeng's pressure instantly lessened by half, and he turned to look at the giant stone boar. Just as he was about to devour the giant stone boar, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out. Yifeng was struck by lightning without realizing it, and his body began to go numb. Hiss! Yifeng forced himself to endure the numbness and looked at the Kuei-Nyo, who had broken free from its immovable state. Moo! With a roar from the Kuei-Nyo, Yifeng fearlessly charged forward and engaged the Kuei-Nyo in battle. As time went on, the Kuei-Nyo gradually became exhausted, and even with the help of the giant stone pig, it still fell into a disadvantageous position. Just as Yifeng was about to kill the Kuei-Nyo in one fell swoop, a mournful cry suddenly came from the sky. Yifeng was startled. It was the voice of the emerald green sparrow. She had been defeated. Bah! Immediately following was a somewhat triumphant cry, and then Yifeng felt himself struck by a gust of wind energy. Bang! He was blown dozens of meters away before crashing into a tree trunk. As he straightened up, a long-beaked dragon with giant wings was circling above his head. In the instant their eyes met, Yifeng felt a sense of exhaustion. No, this is its power. I can't meet its gaze. Yifeng exclaimed in surprise, his mind becoming serious. The Windwood Skyspear Dragon's abilities are so bizarre, no wonder the emerald green finch was defeated so quickly. The Windwood Sky Spinosaurus abandoned its pursuit of the emerald green finch and chose to join forces with the Kuei-Nyo to surround Yifeng. This completely negated the advantage Yifeng gained from killing the green shadow mantis. Moreover, the Windwood Skyspear Dragon is a bird, which has a strong restraining effect on Yifeng, making the pressure on Yifeng even greater than before. Roar! Just then, a low growl came. The Overlord's body crashed directly next to Yifeng. At this moment, the Overlord's body was covered in wounds, with burns and corrosive injuries everywhere. Was this caused by that panda? Yifeng was shocked, not expecting the Xianyuan panda's abilities to be so terrifying. Even the combined might of the 10 great overlords of later generations and Yi Ling could not hold out for long. However, Yangxiu has not yet grown up and only has the ability of Flame Barrier, so it is normal that he cannot defeat the fused mutant that has undergone 8 evolutions. The successive defeats of Yangxiu and Fei Luqin Ke undoubtedly made Yifeng's situation even worse. Roar! A roar came, and the Xianyuan panda surrounded Yifeng, along with 3 ferocious ground beasts and 1 bird. Yifeng felt unprecedented pressure. From afar, Bai Yuhan's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her delicate hand touched the surface of the round instrument. The instrument contains 2 raw stones, with many tubes inserted between them. One of the raw stones, radiating a dazzling light, is absorbing nutrients from the other raw stone. If Yifeng could see this now, he might understand why the ferocious beasts of the Mystic Medicine Department could evolve so quickly. Snort. Looking at the footage on the monitor, the old professor snorted coldly. Surrounded by 4 ferocious beasts, Yifeng would have no chance of escape even if he had wings. With the star pattern standing to the side was somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had recently questioned the ferocious beasts cultivated by the Xian Medical Department. Professor, now that we've caught this immortal python, are you confident you can research its bloodline? The man with the star-studded badge asked expectantly. Throughout history, countless ancestors have sought answers to this question, and even emperors have been obsessed with it. However, this age-old problem may finally be solved today. Boom. Just then, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the earth trembled. What happened? The man with the star-studded badge asked, his face grim. It's terrible, Commander. A large number of raw stones have fallen outside, and many soldiers have turned into ferocious beasts. What? The man with the star-studded emblem was shocked. He never expected the global beastification to happen so quickly, and at such a time. Professor, quick! Where's your device? The man with the star-studded badge shouted. The device was installed on the mothership, the old professor exclaimed, dumbfounded. Mothership. The man with the star emblem was taken aback, then his face darkened. Pass on my order. Everyone, board the ship immediately. But the Undying Python, the old professor said unwillingly. Professor, at a time like this, you're still worried about the Undying Python? As long as we survive this crisis, the Undying Python still has a chance to catch us. But what's the point of us capturing him if you also turn into a ferocious beast? The star-shaped emblem roared. Upon hearing this, the old professor was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly followed the group of men with star patterns away. During this time, the primordial stones kept falling all over the planet. People from various countries fled in panic, and some even hid at home, but they were still infected by that ionic energy and turned into ferocious beasts. The entire planet Earth was like a purgatory. Chapter 101 Deep Sea Pursuit. Bang! A raw stone struck the windwood sky Spinosaurus, sending it crashing down from the sky. Hiss! Yifeng gasped. This was definitely retribution. Retreat, find a safe place, and avoid being hit by the falling rocks. Shouted immediately. If these raw stones are not integrated with humans immediately, they will still cause meteorites to fall. The windwood Spinosaurus we just saw is a bloody example. Moo! The Kuei Nyo let out a roar and was the first to retreat from the battlefield. The Xian Yuan panda stared at Yifeng with its scarlet eyes and finally slammed its palms into the ground in resentment before turning and leaving. The giant boar followed closely behind. Buzz! The sound of the mothership shaking came from afar. Yifeng's eyes narrowed. Oh no, the people from the Xian medical department are leaving. Brother, stop them. Yiling stopped in her tracks. You all go and hide first. I can go into the seabed. Yifeng said in a heavy voice, his body covered with a layer of golden scales. We don't have his defenses, so don't try to resist the primal stone cluster. Yang Xiu stopped Yiling, who wanted to follow. Watched Yifeng leave in silence. Boom. Even though Yifeng tried his best to avoid the raw stones, he was still hit. The raw stones struck Yifeng like a raging fire, quickly tearing off his scales and scorching his flesh. I must dive into the deep sea to have a chance to avoid these raw stones and pursue the mystic medicine department. Yifeng's eyes flashed coldly as he endured the pain of the falling stone and moved swiftly. How powerful was the meteorite that flew from outer space? By the time it reached the shore, Yifeng's body was riddled with holes. If it weren't for the golden scale armor and the immortal healing, he would probably be dead by now. Thump! Without hesitation, Yifeng dived into the sea, and in an instant, the warm seawater enveloped his body. Under the seawater, Yifeng was surprised to find that his immortal healing ability had actually improved a lot. Wah! A buzzing sound came from the distant sea. It was the patrolling mothership moving forward. Compared to land, there are very few rocks falling from the sky above the sea, which the mothership's energy shield can easily withstand. At that time, Yifeng, who was approaching the mothership, was also exposed to the eyes of everyone on the mothership. Incredible! This giant python actually chased after us on its own. The man with the star-studded badge looked at the scene on the radar monitor, his face filled with unusual joy. Hee. The old professor chuckled faintly. Perhaps only he knew why Yifeng had chased after him. Because his parents were on that mothership. He originally thought Yifeng wouldn't risk coming along, but the result exceeded his expectations. Yifeng not only came, but also came alone. This is tantamount to walking into a trap. General Manager Liu, have you prepared the items we asked you to prepare? He looked at the man with the star-studded badge. It will take another hour. The man with the star emblem pondered for a moment, then said confidently, but don't worry, in an hour, if he dares to approach the mothership, we will make sure he doesn't leave alive. An hour is too long. The old professor shook his head. What does this mean? The man with the star pattern was taken aback and asked, somewhat puzzled. This giant python is the leader of that group of ferocious beasts, so it must be cunning enough. How could it easily approach a top-tier weapon like the mothership? The old professor sneered. Upon hearing this, the man with the star-shaped markings frowned. When will he approach? I don't know. I'll leave the task of capturing the giant python to your people. I'll send a few ferocious beasts to assist you, but we don't create many ferocious beasts in the sea. Keep things in check. After saying that, the old professor waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to push him away. Commander-in-Chief, is this old guy really willing to help us capture the Undying python? A junior officer stepped forward and asked the man with the star badge. Of course, the commander said coldly. No matter how many ideas they have, the Xian Medical Department is still an institution of the Dragon Kingdom. Although the world is currently being transformed into beasts, the leader is still there. As long as the leader is still alive, won't they have to obey? The commander's words made the junior officer realize something, but after hesitating for a moment, he still said, Commander, I've heard that the monsters the Mystic Medicine Department is secretly creating are extremely powerful, if they have enough strength. Before the junior officer could finish speaking, the man with the star badge chuckled. If the Mystic Medicine Department has ulterior motives, doesn't the leader have any other preparations? Don't worry about it. Just remember that the leader was already paying attention to this matter when the first primordial stone fell. What? The young officer's eyes widened. It had been a long time since the first time the raw stone fell. Did the leader already notice the problem of bestiality at that time? Then why didn't the leader do anything? No, the leader is just not making any moves in the open. The junior officer felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that his worries were unnecessary. How could the leader not have thought of something that he himself could have thought of? Moreover, the leader had long ago realized the seriousness of the beastification. Seabed. Yifeng looked at the various marine creatures swimming around him with a look of novelty. Through thermal imaging, he was able to sense the number of people on the mothership, and there were many. It is estimated that all the surviving humans are here, relying on the devices of the Mystic Medicine Department to preserve their human bodies. If I'm not mistaken, there must have been humans who survived in this way in the previous life, but they could only survive for a short period of time. Their resources are not inexhaustible. Once the mothership's energy is depleted, they will only have two options. They either sit and wait to die or return to the shore. Sitting idly by and waiting to die is tantamount to waiting for death. Returning to the shore will also turn them into ferocious beasts. By then, the order of beastification will have been established, and even if they become ferocious beasts, they will be devoured by other powerful ferocious beasts. Even if the Xian Medical Department has the ability to create powerful fused mutant beasts, it won't help those people so easily. Those ferocious beasts that they have already controlled are examples. The global transformation into animal form presents an opportunity, and these researchers who possess the technology will play an immeasurable role in this transformation. When an army of ferocious beasts appears, they will be invincible in the entire world, and they may even be able to change the order of the world. Given such an opportunity, who wouldn't take it? And the old professor of the Department of Mystic Medicine did just that. So sometimes, we should still trust science. Thinking this, Yifeng let out a burst of frost-covered breath, freezing the seawater by more than half a foot. Looking at the fish frozen in the ice, Yifeng flicked his tongue. To catch up with the mothership to save my parents, since the mothership can only drift at sea anyway. Given the strength of the Dragon Kingdom, the mothership must possess some offensive capabilities. He currently has no teammates to support him. He might end up losing his own life instead of rescuing his parents. There are many creatures in this sea. Any group of fish is a good place to grow. If we take this time to improve our strength, wouldn't that give us an extra chance to rescue our parents? Chapter 102 Sea Monster opened his mouth and swallowed the group of fish. A series of voice messages popped into his mind. Ding. Congratulations on devouring the sardine school. You have gained 1 experience point. Ding. Congratulations on devouring the sardine school. You have gained 1 experience point. Ding. Congratulations on devouring the sardine school. You have gained 1 experience point. After devouring the entire school of sardines, Yifeng's growth points increased by more than 1,000. Host. Yifeng, 8th evolution. Species, Undying Python. Growth points, 11,808, 12,800 points required for the next evolution. Functions, venomous fangs, flaming breath, frost breath, golden scales, eagle eyes, frost physique, invulnerability to all poisons, deep sea breath control, deadly bite, level 3 berserk. Strength, 499. Speed, 387. Defense, 395. Physical fitness, For 112. I've already gained over 11,000 growth points. Yifeng concentrated. He had devoured the netherworld black cat during the battle at Xianping Pass, at which time he had around 5,000 growth points. Later, he slaughtered the group of ferocious beasts from Goguryeo, breaking through the 10,000 growth points mark, and then only devoured the green shadow mantis from the mystic medicine department. The only way to break through is to eat another group of fish. However, because Yifeng had made such a commotion, the nearby fish all kept their distance from this enormous creature. After a moment's thought, Yifeng decided to leave the mothership's range of movement and search for a school of fish that could help him evolve. When the man with the star-studded badge saw Yifeng heading out of the radar's monitoring range, he was immediately shocked. What is he going to do? Quickly, notify the professor. Soon, the old professor arrived in a wheelchair. Seeing the direction Yifeng had left in, he frowned in confusion. Could it be that he wants to use marine life for evolution? The old professor quickly relaxed his brows and murmured softly. The man with the star-shaped mark immediately became serious. What if he evolves to a point where we can't fight him? Professor, the leader of the Undying Python has given the order. We absolutely cannot afford the slightest mistake. The old professor narrowed his eyes and began to think of a solution. The Immortal Python's strength exceeded his expectations. It was arguably the strongest ferocious beast he had ever encountered. His Shin medical department used so much of its resources to create those fused and mutated monsters, but they were nothing compared to Yifeng. Any one of those ferocious beasts that had previously surrounded Yifeng would have been doomed if they had faced him alone. This demonstrates the immense power of the Immortal Python. The only way to deal with it is to use area of effect attacks. Alright, in that case, let old Gu take those 3 fused mutants and set off to capture the Undying Python. The old professor said indifferently. Okay. The assistant nodded and went back to prepare. Seeing that the old professor had even mobilized the ancient professor who had become a fusion mutant, the man with the star pattern finally relaxed a lot. He stared at Yifeng, who was about to disappear from the radar monitor, and narrowed his eyes with a strange look. In the deep sea, Yifeng had broken free of the mothership's surveillance camera and locked onto a sea shark in the deep sea. Compared to Yifeng, this 6-meter-long shark looked like a little kitten in front of him. The sharks, once the apex predators of the deep sea, were now completely devoid of their former majesty, forced to flee in disarray, their eyes filled with terror. Yifeng didn't give him a chance and took a bite directly. Congratulations on devouring a sea shark, gaining 26 growth points. These native Earth species give so few growth points as rewards. Yifeng couldn't help but mutter. Compared to mutated beasts, the rewards given by native Earth species are far too meager. Even devouring a sea predator like a shark doesn't yield much growth potential. Even the attributes weren't revealed. Suddenly, a slight ripple came from a body of water, causing Yifeng to stop in his tracks. He stared at the body of water, puzzled. It seemed ordinary, yet it exuded a strange sense of danger. Yifeng quietly activated the thermal imaging and was instantly shocked. A giant octopus with tentacles 20 meters long was hiding in the water, silently approaching him. This octopus is a bit smaller than me, but what is an octopus? It has an absurdly high intelligence and an alarming number of tentacles. If this thing gets close, you might just end up in a mess. Start the scanning function. Yifeng did not hesitate to look up the type of octopus. Ding, target organism detected successfully. Mutant species, octopus mimicry. A giant octopus that lives in the deep sea mutated after being hit by a raw stone, gaining the ability to mimic and greatly improving its survival ability. Special ability, high temperature ink, sprays out high temperature seawater ink, causing severe burns to enemies. Its high temperature can instantly cook the target creature. Mimetic environment. It simulates its surrounding environment, changing colors to serve both protection and attack purposes. Limb regeneration. After being injured, the limbs can slowly regenerate, but this process will be interrupted if attacked. Good heavens. Yifeng thought to himself, it was actually a ferocious beast mutated by the original stone. The raw stone can turn humans into beasts, and naturally it can also cause the original creatures of Earth to mutate. This mimicking octopus is an example. I just didn't expect this giant octopus to be so brave, it even dared to attack me. In terms of volume alone, I am 3 to 5 times its size. Yifeng's movement of stopping had already alerted the mimicry water octopus, which stopped approaching him. The seawater was extremely calm and silent. Yifeng thought to himself, this is bad. Octopuses are very intelligent. I must have frightened it with my actions. What if it gets scared and runs away? Wouldn't that be a loss? Yifeng immediately pretended to be confused and looked around before turning around and swimming away. Of course, he slowed down, giving the mimicry water octopus enough time to make a decision. After being affected by the raw stone, one will have an instinctive urge to devour any ferocious beast one sees. Especially for a creature as large as itself, the octopus would most likely catch up. As Yifeng had predicted, after he left, the mimicry water octopus waited for a while before chasing after him. Followed Yifeng slowly, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Yifeng sneered inwardly. It's just a test of patience, isn't it? As long as this mimicry water octopus dares to come within 10 meters of him, he can guarantee that it won't escape. Time passed second by second, and for some reason, the mimicry water octopus suddenly became a little anxious and stretched out its tentacles toward Yifeng. They made their move. Yifeng was startled and immediately turned the snake's head to attack the simulated water lily. The violent ripples on the seabed revealed the true form of the mimic octopus, a giant red octopus. Yifeng turned around. The mimicry water octopus seemed a little surprised, then retracted its tentacles and retreated frantically, but it was too late. Yifeng exhaled a breath of icy cold air, causing the seawater to freeze and the movements of the mimicry water octopus to gradually slow down. Just as Yifeng wrapped his body around the giant octopus, preparing to devour it, the sound of rushing water suddenly came from afar, a sign that the giant creature was approaching. Chapter 103 Ancient Blue Tide Python. Splash. The water surged rapidly, and a giant, azure blue python appeared before Yifeng, its dark eyes gleaming faintly in the seawater. Upon seeing Yifeng and the water octopus, the azure python let out a sharp shriek and then charged forward swiftly. I've trespassed into its territory. Yifeng was taken aback as he looked at the azure python's intense hostility. Just as Yifeng was stunned, the octopus in his arms began to struggle wildly, its small eyes filled with terror. It seemed that he was more afraid of the giant blue python than of Yifeng. Ding! Scanning function activated. Target creature detected, super mutant, ancient blue tide python. 8 evolutions. The ancient blue tide python was born in the primordial era. It possesses an extremely strong ability to dominate the sea and is a super overlord adapted to life on the seabed. Ability. Gravity field. Activate a gravity field to slow down moving enemies in the vicinity. Absolute entanglement. Possesses extremely strong binding ability underwater. Once an enemy is entangled by the ancient blue tide serpent, there will be no chance of breaking free. Water shield. Controls the power of water flow to form a water shield around the body, which can deflect most attacks. Water dragon bullet. Condenses the energy of water to unleash a powerful wave of energy to attack enemies. Holy crap. Upon seeing the system's introduction, Yifeng almost dropped the octopus he was holding. Ancient Blue Tide Python. The Ancient Blue Tide Python, one of the 10 overlords. It turns out to be the Ancient Blue Tide Python, one of only 2 creatures in the waters to be ranked among the top 10 overlords. Is nothing compared to that of the Ancient Blue Tide Python. Whoa! Yifeng swallowed a water octopus to add to the excitement, and then looked eagerly at the Ancient Blue Tide Python. How my current strength compares to that of the only python among the 10 overlords of my previous life. Of course, the ancient blue tide python's abilities are all designed for fighting in water, and Yifeng might not be a match for it, but he still wanted to give it a try. Of the 10 abilities, nearly half are ineffective against the ancient blue tide python. Even the flame breath, one of the strongest abilities, has been lost. Fortunately, there is still the frost breath. At the same time, the ancient blue tide python's gaze was fixed on Yifeng, a giant python of similar size to him. This species was unlike anything he had ever seen before, but that didn't stop him from hunting it. In the sea, he, the ancient blue tide serpent, was invincible. Finally, the ancient blue tide python launched the first attack, charging menacingly towards Yifeng. Yifeng immediately unleashed a chilling breath in response to this behavior. The seawater spread rapidly, condensing into ice crystals at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ancient blue tide python was startled and hurriedly retreated, but the speed at which it froze was much faster than the speed at which it retreated. Splash! A layer of water covered the surface of the ancient blue tide python. This water was completely different from ordinary seawater, and it actually blocked the frozen ice crystals, protecting the ancient blue tide python inside. Seeing this, the ancient blue serpent breathed a sigh of relief. then began to smash the surrounding ice crystals. After restoring the surroundings, it charged towards Yifeng again with great momentum. Good heavens, there's even such a thing. Yifeng cursed inwardly. This ancient blue python had a death-binding ability. If he were to be bound by it, he would probably lose his life. Yifeng hurriedly retreated, but the next second he was horrified to find that its speed had decreased. It was as if we were caught in a mudslide, moving at an incredibly slow pace. Damn it, it's that gravity ability. Yifeng was shocked. That gravity field could slow down the surrounding enemies. At his current speed, he was like a fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. Seeing that Yifeng was controlled by the gravity field, the ancient blue serpent did not rush forward, but lingered to the side, waiting for the best time to attack. Yifeng began to feel anxious. If he were to be entangled by the ancient blue tide python in the gravity field, then there would truly be no way out. We must find a way to escape this barrier. Triple frenzy. A powerful force spread through Yifeng's body. Under the triple berserk state, all of Yifeng's attributes increased by 3 times. In an instant, Yifeng's speed increased several degrees. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the ancient blue tide python. This giant python was clearly trapped in the gravity field, so why did its speed increase instead of decrease? For a moment, the ancient blue tide python was unsure of what to do and dared not approach Yifeng. Water Dragon Bullet. It opened its mouth and spat out a water sphere that looked 7 parts like a dragon, which suddenly appeared in the seawater and rushed towards Yifeng at high speed. Yifeng had no way to dodge that speed. He could only activate his golden scale armor to withstand it. Fortunately, Yifeng's defense was astonishing under triple berserk power, and the water dragon bullet only made him tremble slightly. Such strong defense. The ancient blue tide python's pupils contracted, quite shocked, and it gained a general understanding of this giant python. It has amazing defensive capabilities and extremely strong offensive capabilities. Not to be trifled, the ancient blue tide python, the overlord of the sea, actually showed signs of retreating. Seeing the ancient blue tide python stop not far away, Yifeng was taken aback. What's wrong with this guy? Have you given up on yourself? This brought a surge of joy to Yifeng's heart, because the level 3 berserk had a time limit. He used the level 3 berserk to escape the gravity field, but once the ancient blue tide python relentlessly pursued him and dragged him into the gravity field, the end of the berserk would be his death. The ancient blue tide python flinched, which relieved Yifeng. TSK, Undying Python. So you're here. At this moment, a sinister voice rang out. Water came from afar, and several enormous creatures, almost as big as Yifeng, rushed over at high speed. It's over. Yifeng's mind changed drastically. The ferocious beast from the Xian medical department had actually appeared at this time. Ding, scanning target ferocious beast. Fusion mutant, demon shark. 7th evolution. Crafted with passion by Xian Medical Academy, this hybrid of a mutated blood shark and an ancient Deinosuchus possesses an extremely powerful bite, making it a veritable bloodthirsty machine of the deep sea. Ability. Bloodlust. The demon shark enters a bloodlust state, increasing its attack by 60% while reducing its defense by 50%. Crocodile Tail Whip. Concentrate all your strength into your tail and deliver a powerful slap that deals tremendous damage. Blood Feud. The demon shark is in a state of hatred. Prolonged eye contact with it will reduce your defense and convert that defense into your own attack power. Watch the blood-red giant shark swimming towards him. His expression gradually became serious. Suddenly, he felt a lightness beneath him. The ancient blue tide python actually withdrew its gravity domain, its pair of snake eyes watching Yifeng and the charging blood shark with great interest, revealing a watchful expression. This is ridiculous. Yifeng couldn't help but want to complain. This guy tricked him into using berserk, and then just watched the show from the sidelines? Brother Launchy Python, we are of the same kind. May our marriage last 100 years. This Xian medical department is inhuman, using all kinds of ferocious beasts to create monsters, and today they have come to capture you and me. The only way to break this deadlock is for us 2 pythons to combine our strength. Yifeng said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the 3 Xianyi beasts that had arrived immediately turned their wary gazes toward the ancient blue tide python. Chapter 104 Azure Dragon of the Blue Sea. The ancient blue tide python, seeing the hostile beasts of the mystic medicine department, immediately changed its expression. Just as it was about to speak, it saw a ferocious beast with a strange dragon head emerge from behind it. Hee hee, A super mutant. I'm sure Old Lee will be very excited to see you. You and this immortal python, come with us. An aged voice rang out, instantly chilling the ancient blue-tide python's eyes. These ignorant fools not only trespassed into its territory, but they actually dared to plot against it. Unfamiliar intruders. This is the territory of my ancient blue-tide python. You have 1 minute to leave, or don't blame me for being impolite. The ancient blue-tide python spoke, and it was actually a beautiful female voice. Yifeng glanced at the guy with surprise, then activated the system's scanning function to continue scanning the ferocious beasts in the Xian medical department. Ding! Target detected successfully. Mutated variant. Space Thunder Crocodile, 7 evolutions. The crocodile, which possesses the power of lightning, was unexpectedly given the ability to teleport by Xian Yiku and his research team. Ability. Spatial teleportation. Creates a teleportation to any destination within 100 meters, with a cooldown period. Lightning armor. The body is covered in lightning and has a layer of armor, capable of launching lightning blade attacks and defenses. Elemental bite. A bite ability imbued with lightning element, posing an extremely high threat in the deep sea. Proceed with caution to avoid it. This Xian medical department is truly ruthless. They can even create such a monstrous creature. Yifeng's snake-like eyes narrowed again. Hey, you're welcome. The dragon-headed monster behind them let out a mocking sneer. Even if you are a super mutant, you have no right to say such things to our department of mystic medicine. What is this thing? How can it be so arrogant? Yifeng was a little annoyed, and then began to check the guy's attributes. Super mutant, Azure Sea Dragon, 8 evolutions. A raw stone accidentally discovered by the Department of Mystic Medicine merged with an ancient professor from the Department of Mystic Medicine, becoming the Department of Mystic Medicine's underwater superweapon. Ability. Mighty Bite. Possesses extremely strong bite force and has an armor-piercing effect. Abnormal resistance. Immunizes against toxins, dizziness, and other abnormal negative effects. Azure Sea Flowing Waves. Invoking the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, briefly controlling the power of the seawater to create an extremely powerful underwater collision. Level 3 Berserk. Briefly enters a berserk state, tripling strength. After the effect ends, the user enters a weakened state. A super mutant. Yifeng's pupils shrank. No wonder this guy dared to speak to the ancient blue-tide python like that. It turned out he was also a super mutant. This super mutant species also appeared in a previous life. Later, it was known as one of the 2 overlords of the sea, along with the ancient blue-tide python. However, it was defeated by the ancient blue-tide python in a battle, which led to the former becoming one of the top 10 overlords. Unexpectedly, the Azure Dragon of the Sea fell into the hands of the mystic physician in this life. Experienced the power of the super mutant, Yifeng had no intention of fighting the Azure Sea Dragon. He immediately looked at the ancient blue-tide python and said, "Brother Python, I think." Yifeng could finish speaking. The ancient blue serpent had already charged towards the Azure Sea Dragon on the opposite side, without the slightest hesitation. Truly brave. Yifeng exclaimed in admiration, then turned his gaze to his opponent. 3 fusion variants with different appearances. The last fused mutant was a strange jellyfish with a transparent head but a deep red body and a bunch of 8 tentacles, presumably fused with some kind of octopus. Ding! Target detected successfully. Fused mutant, Hellfire Jellyfish. 7th evolution. A combination of jellyfish and octopus, possessing the devilish tentacles of an octopus and the paralyzing ability of a jellyfish. Be careful. Ability. Electric Shock Attack. Extends strange tentacles with a paralyzing effect, increasing lethality on the seabed. Illusionary Temptation. Creates an illusion to lure enemies closer for a subsequent attack. 3 fusion mutants that have undergone 7 evolutions are not even enough for me to defeat with one hand. Yifeng sneered. He is so confident because he is currently in a berserk state. Without saying a word, Yifeng rushed out and spit a breath of icy cold air at the seemingly strongest demonic shark. These ferocious beasts never expected Yifeng to possess such an ability. The demon shark was immediately struck and turned into an ice sculpture. Snap! Its massive tail, Yifeng struck the demon shark hard, shattering the ice crystals and causing it to fall unconscious, slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. Before the battle even began, the 3 beasts of the Mystic Medicine Department had already lost a key member. The remaining jellyfish, octopus, and crocodile retreated frantically in fear, terrified that Yifeng would freeze them in one bite again. Will Yifeng let them go? I'm super brave when I'm at triple the berserk level. One more fatal bite. Yifeng spotted the slow-moving jellyfish and took a bite. The jellyfish's defenses were too weak, and Yifeng instantly bit off most of its head. However, the jellyfish was still able to twitch, and countless tentacles began to grab Yifeng, attempting to stun him with electricity. Hiss! The exhilarating sensation made Yifeng instantly dance with joy on the seabed. The space thunder crocodile, which was almost running back to its home, saw Yifeng being controlled by the jellyfish and immediately teleported back, opening its blood-red maw, intending to take a bite. Unfortunately, Yifeng's giant tail swung wildly and hit its head, making it dizzy and disoriented in the water. Where's this? At the same time, the ancient blue-tide python and the azure sea dragon engaged in an earth-shattering battle. Compared to Yifeng's battle, these two super mutants were more like a life-or-death duel. Azure Dragon of the Blue Sea quickly experienced what it felt like for Yifeng to be controlled by the gravity field. The speed was incredibly slow. No, if this continues, I'll become a sitting duck. Azure Dragon realized the problem Yifeng had mentioned again. Roar! A roar rang out, and the Azure Sea Dragon was forced to unleash a berserk mode, tripling its speed. Although it still cannot escape the gravitational field, it at least has a speed that is almost normal. Upon seeing the Azure Sea Dragon, its speed increased dramatically, leaving the ancient blue-tide python utterly perplexed. Why can he and Yifeng both increase their speed? Is it some kind of ability? No matter what your abilities are, once you enter my gravity domain, you're doomed. The ancient blue-tide python flicked its tongue, then its body moved closer to the Azure Sea Dragon. The Azure Dragon nimbly dodged, and then the ancient blue-tide python approached him once again. This time, Azure Dragon was puzzled. Why did the ancient blue-tide python always want to make physical contact with him? Could it be that she's attracted to my strong physique and wants to? Before he could finish thinking, he felt a strong sense of suffocation coming from his body. The ancient blue serpent's body had tightly wrapped around him. Oh no, this is one of her abilities. The Azure Dragon was terrified, but it was too late. Chapter 105 Cold Choice. No, I can't die here. The Azure Dragon struggled frantically, its scales shimmering with a clear, brilliant blue light. The ancient blue python was taken aback, feeling as if it had wrapped its body around a balloon that was about to burst at any moment. Hold head high. The Azure Dragon of the Sea let out a clear roar that sounded like a dragon's cry. Yifeng quickly broke free from the paralysis of the electric shock and retreated to a safe body of water. Was that a dragon's roar just now from the Azure Sea Dragon? Yifeng looked at the other party with surprise and doubt. No, that's not right. He only gained a very weak trace of dragon vein due to mutation, which doesn't mean he is a dragon. The sound just now proves he's about to unleash a powerful attack. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. The ancient blue-tide python and the Azure Sea Dragon are both super mutant species. In this life, who will win? Converged wildly towards the Azure Dragon, and even the ancient blue-tide python sensed the ferocity of that power and began to tighten its body in unease. However, the Azure Dragon had reached its peak in energy accumulation, and its body began to spin wildly under the restraint of the ancient blue-tide python. The violent energy shattered the ancient blue-tide serpent's scales in an instant. The serpent attempted to use a water shield to mitigate the attack, but the water shield shattered again the moment it rose. The vast sea flows with boundless waves. Puff! The ancient blue-tide python was forced to release the Azure Sea Dragon, blood spilling from its mouth as it retreated weakly. The Azure Dragon caused her extremely serious injuries. Yifeng was greatly shocked by what he saw. He had witnessed the water shield of the ancient blue-tide python before, but he never expected that the Azure Sea Dragon could break through it so easily. No, this Azure Sea Dragon is also in a level 3 berserk state. No wonder the ancient blue-tide python lost. Yifeng sighed. In fact, with the strength of the ancient blue-tide python, as long as it could hold off the Azure Sea Dragon until its berserk state subsided, it could easily win. However, the ancient blue-tide python clearly lacked combat experience and was eager to advance, wanting to take advantage of the situation to kill the Azure Sea Dragon within the gravity field. This is what led to the defeat of the ancient blue-tide python in this battle. Roar! Seeing that the ancient blue-tide python was seriously injured, the Azure Sea Dragon seized the opportunity to pursue, baring its fangs as it charged towards the ancient blue-tide python. The ancient blue-tide python was startled and opened its huge mouth to condense a water dragon wave, which it then attacked the Azure Sea Dragon. Professor Gu, I'm here to lend you a hand. Yifeng shouted and rushed forward. Bai Songlong saw Yi Feng rushing towards him. He didn't react for a moment and really thought that Yi Feng had become his teammate. But the next second, when a pair of sharp fangs were embedded in his neck, he realized that this was a damned immortal python. They're trying to mislead us and use a feint to attack us from the other side. The Azure Dragon has an immunity to toxins, so I can't use its venomous fangs. With that thought in mind, Yi Feng directly activated his deadly bite ability. Splash. A piece of flesh was torn off by Yi Feng. Professor Gu, how are you feeling? After witnessing the terrifying force of the Azure Dragon, Yi Feng did not rush to kill it, but stepped back and asked with a smile. You damned undying python. I'm going to drag you back to the Department of Mystic Medicine and make you undergo the most cruel scientific research projects. The Azure Dragon roared angrily, its blood spilling into the seawater, attracting a group of sharks to linger nearby. Mystic Medicine Department? Yi Feng sneered. Professor Gu, with the few shrimp soldiers and crab generals you brought today, it's hard to say whether they can even get back, yet you dare to dream of capturing me? Just as Yi Feng was about to make a further move against the Azure Sea Dragon, the group of sea sharks beside him suddenly charged towards the Azure Sea Dragon with bloodshot eyes, showing no fear of its enormous size. This is a state of hunger. Yi Feng was startled, suddenly realizing that this group of sea sharks was active in the territory of the ancient blue-tide python. With the ancient blue-tide python around, these sea sharks probably haven't had a proper meal in a long time, which is why they're in this state of hunger. At this moment, Yi Feng noticed the ancient blue serpent next to him. This guy was also injured just now, so why didn't the sea shark swarm attack her? A moment later, Yi Feng chuckled softly. I thought this ancient blue-tide python was fearless, but it turns out it used a water shield to isolate itself from the bloody smell of the outside world, which is why it didn't attract the sharks. In addition, the ancient blue-tide python exerts a powerful deterrent effect on this body of water, so even if the sea sharks had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to attack the overlord of this water. On the contrary, the Azure Dragon of the Blue Sea has a much tougher time. The sea sharks attacked in droves, and even the Azure Sea Dragon, a super mutant, could not withstand the onslaught, soon suffering countless wounds all over its body. Roar! Crocodile nearby heard the sound and immediately went to help. But it didn't have much effect and was quickly swallowed by the sharks. Blood spilled into the seawater like a beautiful blood-red rose blooming alone. Buzz. Just then, a rumbling, buzzing sound came from the sea. What is that? Yi Feng was taken aback, and then his mind changed drastically. The Mystic Medicine Department here. Yi Feng stared at the Azure Sea Dragon being chased by the sea shark. This was a super mutated species. No matter what abilities he gained after devouring it, it would greatly improve his combat attributes. He didn't want to give up this opportunity, so he hesitated for a moment. Puff! In that moment of hesitation, a sharp spike suddenly pierced down from above, going straight through the body of a sea shark. The sea shark did not die immediately, but instead thrashed and struggled wildly, its blood spreading throughout the sea. Soon, its companions rushed forward like madmen and devoured the sea shark's body, leaving only a pale skeleton in less than a minute. Gurgle! Yi Feng swallowed hard. In water, these sharp cold weapons are far more lethal than hot weapons, especially this spear, which seems to be specially made and has the ability to penetrate armor. Yi Feng wasn't sure if his golden scales could withstand a single blow from those spears, but his berserk state was about to end. The end of his berserk state means his body will become extremely weak, and he will definitely not be able to withstand such a spear strike. Without further hesitation, Yi Feng quickly twisted his body and dived into the deeper sea. Roar! Yi Feng dived into the sea. Another shark was impaled by a spear, its painful cries echoing through the ocean. All that awaited it was the merciless biting of its companions. Blue-tide python standing nearby was filled with fear at this scene. What was that thing on the sea? She had no time to think, because Yi Feng had already escaped. The giant python, which was similar in size to her, was no ordinary creature. The fact that it had run away proved that what was above must be terrifying. So she also fled quickly in the direction Yi Feng had left. Just as Yi Feng and the ancient blue-tide python were leaving, an enormous iron net was suddenly cast down. The sharks panicked and fled, but became paralyzed and fell to the seabed after losing their ability to move, where they were quickly trapped in the large net. On the mothership, the old professor watched this scene indifferently until his subordinate reported, "Professor, the immortal python and another super mutant have escaped. Professor Gu is critically injured and on the verge of death." Even as a super mutant, He can't handle 2 pythons? The old professor snorted angrily, and after a moment he spoke with utter indifference. Use that project on old Gu as well. Even after his subordinates left, the old professor still maintained a cold expression. Old Gu, don't blame me for not helping you. With your injuries like this, fusion is the best option for you. Chapter 106 Shocking, Ancient Blue Tide Bloodline. Gurgle, gurgle. In the deep sea, Yi Feng, a snake, played alone, blowing bubbles, while beside him stood the ancient, azure blue tide python. At this moment, the ancient blue serpent looked warily at the creature that had brought her disaster. Originally, it was developing safely on the seabed and occupying a certain area of water. As a result of this guy's sudden arrival, not only did it attract a group of strange and ferocious beasts, but it also created a mothership. Now I'm stuck at the bottom of the sea, pitifully recovering from my injuries. The wariness emanating from the ancient blue tide python, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. His condition isn't much better now. The weakness he feels after his berserk state disappears is like having drunk 3 caddies of liquor, leaving his whole body feeling lightheaded. Hey, where did you come from? What were those things just now? After a long while, the ancient blue tide python suddenly spoke. Yi Feng opened his eyes and looked at her for a second, then closed them again, too lazy to pay her any attention. Hey, I'm asking you a question, the ancient blue tide python said coquettishly. Seeing that Yi Feng still didn't move, the ancient blue tide python gathered its chi and slowly moved its body towards Yi Feng. Just as the ancient blue tide python was about to coil around Yi Feng suddenly sprang away from his spot, staring at his opponent in shock. Does this female snake have some peculiar fetish? Why does she like to coil around people so much? Snort. Seeing Yi Feng's fearful expression, the ancient blue tide python let out a soft snort. Yi Feng thought for a moment and slowly said, that was the Department of Mystic Medicine. Those ferocious beasts were researched and controlled by the Department of Mystic Medicine. Their purpose was to capture me. In a way, the ancient blue tide python was implicated by him. Upon hearing this, the ancient blue serpent shifted its body. You mean, the Department of Mystic Medicine? Yi Feng glanced at her, somewhat surprised, and asked, you know? Who doesn't know the Xian Medical Department? It's the #1 medical research center in the Dragon Kingdom. It was clear that the ancient blue tide python harbored some hostility towards the Xian Medical Department. That's good. It saves the ancient blue tide python from coming back to bother me. Yi Feng leisurely lay down to rest. Hey, this is my territory, why aren't you leaving? Seeing Yi Feng acting like a big shot, the ancient blue tide python was somewhat displeased. The Department of Mystic Medicine is currently lacking ferocious beasts for underwater combat, so they will not exterminate all of those sea sharks. Moreover, they have special methods to make ferocious beasts fight for them, such as the demonic shark and the purgatory jellyfish you just saw. If you don't want to face an army of sharks alone later, then I can leave. Yi Feng gave a calm reply. An army of sea sharks? The ancient blue tide python was startled, then fell silent. By the way, what did you do before you transformed into a beast? How did you become an ancient blue tide python? Yi Feng asked curiously. What does this have to do with you? The ancient blue python retorted arrogantly. Yi Feng curled his lip in response. As time passed, Yi Feng gradually recovered to his peak physical strength, and his limbs and bones were once again filled with power. The reason he didn't leave was because his health was too poor. The ocean floor is treacherous and unpredictable, constantly changing. What if we encounter some kind of ferocious beast while in a weakened state? Wouldn't that be a tragedy? You're back to normal? The ancient blue tide python opened its eyes at the same time as Yi Feng, and said in a clear voice. With the ancient blue tide python for a while, Yi Feng deduced that the python was no more than 20 years old before it transformed into a beast. Yi Feng responded calmly, then activated thermal imaging and eagle vision for observation. He suddenly discovered that eagle vision was far more effective underwater than he had expected. It could even clearly see the trajectory of the water flow. Hiss! The ancient blue tide python patrolled warily, seemingly quite distrustful of Yi Feng. After all, this guy had fought against it before. Yi Feng's mind was not on the ancient blue tide python at all. The Xian Medical Department's mothership was still anchored on the sea above them. Although there were no of their ferocious beasts in the water, Yi Feng was certain that once they rose into the radar monitoring range of the mothership, they would be immediately caught up by a group of sea sharks. Although he is very strong, he probably doesn't have much of an advantage when facing a group of sea sharks. Moreover, Since the Azure Dragon of the Azure Sea was taken back by the Mystic Medicine Department, it will definitely not die, and may even become stronger. It would be too difficult for someone to defeat a mothership underwater, let alone rescue their parents, using only their own strength. Suddenly, his gaze swept over the ancient blue-tide python beside him, and an immature idea arose in his mind. Brother Python, no, Sister Python. Yifeng twisted his body and swam over. To everyone's surprise, the ancient blue-tide python not only did not avoid Yifeng, but instead charged forward with even greater excitement. Knowing what the other party was thinking, Yifeng quickly stepped back, looking at the ancient blue-tide python with some helplessness. Big sister, don't misunderstand. I really have no hostility towards you. Do you think I'm a fool? The ancient blue python sneered. If you hadn't dragged me into this before, would the Xian medical department have listed me as a target for arrest? No. Even if I don't drag you down with me, you'll definitely be targeted by the Xian medical department. Yifeng shook his head and said with certainty. The ancient blue-tide python did not refute this. You want me to help you deal with the Mystic Medicine Department, right? After a moment of silence, the ancient blue-tide python said, yes. Since the other party was so straightforward, Yifeng readily admitted it. I can help you, but you have to let me take a bite, the ancient blue python said, its eyes darting around. You want me to take a bite? Yifeng was stunned, then his face paled in shock. You don't mean to bite my head off, do you? What a vicious snake. Are you crazy? When did I say I was going to bite your head? I'll just bite off a piece of your flesh, the ancient blue-tide python scolded. Take a piece of my flesh? Yifeng looked at her suspiciously. What do you want my flesh for? Whether you bite me or not is up to you. Anyway, you're the first target of the Mystic Medicine Department. I can escape. The ancient blue-tide python said coldly. Trade a piece of meat for a powerful ally. No matter how you look at it, this deal is a win-win situation, although Yifeng doesn't know what use the ancient blue-tide python has for his flesh. Alright, then you can do it. Yifeng gritted his teeth. Although he had the bloodline of the Undying python and could recover from injuries quickly, being bitten was still very painful. Without any hesitation, the ancient blue python saw Yifeng's exposed back, revealed two sharp fangs, and bit down directly. After a long silence, she looked at Yifeng in shock. Are you still a snake? You have 11 abilities. How did you know? Yifeng was astonished, as if he had seen a ghost. Including the Undying healing ability, he did indeed have 11 abilities. But how did the ancient blue-tide python know this? Ding! Post notification. The ancient blue-tide python has a natural advantage when facing its own kind. It only needs a piece of the other's flesh and blood to devour it, and gain an ability. This is shown in the encyclopedia. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Yifeng's mind. He was taken aback upon hearing this, and then searched the encyclopedia in his mind. He found that there was indeed a hidden description on the page for the ancient blue-tide python. Ancient blue-tide bloodline, a mythical bloodline from the primordial era. Chapter 107 Armored Giant Claw Dragon. It comes from ancient mythological bloodlines and is of noble serpent lineage. By devouring a piece of flesh from its own kind, it can gain one of the other's abilities. Cannot be swallowed. Seeing the hidden sign behind him, Yifeng couldn't help but feel genuinely envious. The fact that it cannot be devoured means that this ability is a unique bloodline ability of the ancient blue-tide python. Even if Yifeng were to eat this ancient blue-tide python now, he would not be able to obtain this ability. Gaining abilities simply by eating a piece of meat. This is even more cheat-like than his system. Unfortunately, it can only be used on its own kind. Thinking this, Yifeng turned his gaze to the ancient blue-tide python, wondering what abilities she had acquired from him. After a moment, the ancient blue-tide python opened its azure eyes, and golden scales emerged all over its body, reflecting brilliant colors in the dark sea water. This is golden scale armor. Yifeng's pupils shrank. This defensive capability is top tier among all mutated ferocious beasts. It will at least raise your defense by 1 level. Of course, its most valuable quality is not in this aspect, but in its endurance. Even if the golden scales cover the area for 3 days and 3 nights, they will only consume very little energy. However, some ferocious beasts are different in their defensive capabilities. After greatly increasing their defense, they will face a weakened state, which is a fatal flaw. Therefore, Yifeng will choose to devour the golden python after his rebirth. He never expected that the ancient blue-tide python would obtain the power he had painstakingly gained from killing the golden python, which it could have obtained with just a piece of its flesh. This will shock Yifeng for 100 years. Alright, what do we do next? Having gained a new ability, the ancient blue-tide python seemed quite satisfied, elegantly flicking its tongue before asking. Yifeng didn't want to talk. He felt like he'd been taken advantage of. I need you to help me draw the attention of the mothership and the sea shark army so that I have a chance to infiltrate the mothership, Yifeng said, exhaling a breath of stale air. Invading the mothership? The ancient blue python's eyes widened suddenly, looking at Yifeng as if he were courting death. With the golden scale armor and your abilities, holding off the sea shark army shouldn't be a problem, right? Yifeng said casually. The ancient blue python looked at Yifeng speechlessly. Thump, thump. One by one, sea sharks were thrown into the seabed. Without exception, these sea sharks were all turned into mindless fighting weapons by the Xian-Yi-Ku Mystic Medicine Department. They can't wait to start their operation. It's your turn to step in. Go, Pikachu, Yifeng said to the ancient blue-tide python with a smile. Upon hearing this, the ancient blue-tide python rolled its eyes at Yifeng, then left the deep water area and entered the patrol range of the sea shark group. Wah! The ancient blue-tide serpent appeared. The sea sharks, as if seeing blood, swarmed towards its location. The once timid and submissive sharks are now daring to strike hard. Once the ancient blue-tide python activated its gravity field, it began to wreak havoc among the sea sharks. This snake is a ruthless one. Seeing the ancient blue-tide python slaughter without any mercy, Yifeng's impression of her deepened even further. On the mothership, the Xian medical department had clearly discovered the situation below and was continuously sending out ferocious beasts to attack the ancient blue-tide python. Many of them were ones Yifeng had never seen before, but he wasn't worried because the one attracting the attention was the ancient blue-tide python. Once he estimated that the ancient blue-tide python had drawn enough firepower, Yifeng finally entered the radar monitoring range of the mothership. Professor, the immortal python has appeared. A research staff member in the monitoring room shouted excitedly. Let Professor Gu go. The chance to avenge this humiliation has arrived. The old professor, sitting in his wheelchair, watched Yifeng rushing madly toward the sea, a chilling smile on his face. At that time, Yifeng had already surfaced, but was still quite a distance from the mothership. This is to guard against the mothership using cold weapons. A ferocious snake head rose high, instantly terrifying the army on the mothership. Soji, a monster has surfaced. Faced with his subordinate's wailing report, the man with the star-studded badge kicked him away. Get lost. He strode to the bow of the mothership, gazing at the colossal machine in the distance, filled with excitement. Quick, open fire. Capture the Undying python alive. He roared in a loud voice. Boom. Bang. Powerful shells were launched from the mothership and bombarded the sea area where Yifeng was located. Yifeng did not dodge the bombardment, because the shells were too weak. He didn't even need to activate his golden scale armor. Those cannonballs couldn't harm him in the slightest. Hiss! Yifeng stared indifferently at the army on the mothership, then exhaled a burst of scorching flames. Boom! The mothership was attacked and shuddered violently. After the dust settled, a layer of blue light enveloped the mothership, protecting it. Yifeng, surrender obediently to avoid suffering physical pain. The sound of the loudspeaker echoed across the sea, and the old professor was seen being pushed in a wheelchair by his subordinates, slowly arriving at the bow of the mothership. He was also holding a small remote control in his hand, and it was clear that the light shield was his creation. Professor, why are you only coming out now? The man with the star pattern approached the professor angrily and questioned him. Why is the commander-in-chief angry? This undying python has come to our door with great difficulty. It must have come prepared. You and I should be careful in dealing with it. The old professor chuckled, but his gaze towards Yifeng was filled with longing. Those were eyes that yearned more than anyone else's. The star emblem frowned. He had a feeling that something was off about the old professor, especially since the professor was controlling the mothership's energy shield. Old Gu, what are you waiting for? At this moment, the old professor suddenly shouted coldly. Roar! As the old professor finished speaking, a giant beast with bloodshot eyes emerged from the sea. Yifeng looked closely and saw that it was still the same ferocious dragon-shaped head, but its body had changed from a fish body and was covered with a layer of scales. Even more spectacularly, this behemoth had countless pincers growing on its sides, and its forelimbs had a pair of giant pincers with 2 rows of sharp serrations hanging on them. What is this? Yifeng quickly activated the system scan. Ding! Target detected successfully. Merged super mutant. Armored giant claw dragon. 8 Evolutions. A fusion of the Azure Sea Dragon and the Armored Lobster, possessing combat power surpassing that of super mutants, with sharp serrated pincers possessing a deadly clamping force. Ability. Mighty Bite. Possesses extremely strong bite force and has an armor-piercing effect. Abnormal resistance. Immunizes against toxins, dizziness, and other abnormal negative effects. Azure Sea Flowing Waves. Invoking the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, briefly controlling the power of the seawater to create a super powerful underwater collision. Level 3 Berserk. Briefly enters a berserk state, tripling strength. After the effect ends, enters a weakened state. Death Saw Pliers. The Armored Lobster's signature ability, a deadly clamping strike imbued with superhuman strength that can easily snap a target in two. Lava Armor. Covered in a layer of extremely hot lava armor, greatly enhancing the host's defense. Chapter 108 Fierce Battle. Upon seeing the system's introduction, Yifeng was shocked. The Xian Medical Department actually fused that Professor Gu and the Armored Lobster into such a huge monster. What a cruel heart they have. Before her, neither dragon nor shrimp. Was truly hard for the snake to look at directly. Undying Python. It's all your fault that I've become like this. I'll tear you to pieces. Professor Gu let out an angry roar, and his giant pincers swung across the sea, stirring up huge, rolling waves. Your Xian Medical Department kidnapped my family and forced me to become a test subject. Your intentions are despicable. Yifeng was also furious. He didn't want to become a monster like Professor Gu. But the Xian Medical Department's repeated hunting of him is really going too far. Roar! Yifeng roared, and a beam of light as cold as frost shot out from his mouth. The sea surface was affected by the breath, creating a layer of ice, while the breath beam struck Professor Gu heavily. Swish! The water around Professor Gu froze at a visible speed, and just when everyone thought Professor Gu was trapped by the frost, the temperature of the surrounding sea surface suddenly became scorching hot. Yifeng's icy breath melted away with a roar, and even the sea surface was steamed up by the water temperature. Yifeng's pupils narrowed. The black armor that Professor Gu had appeared on actually possessed such abnormal abilities. While enhancing defense, it also brings intense heat. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. With his ranged attacks rendered ineffective, Yifeng immediately covered his body in golden scales and charged towards Professor Gu for hand-to-hand combat. Roar! Yifeng opened his blood-red maw and bit down hard on Professor Gu's body. His deadly bite was activated, and with a whoosh, he tore off a piece of Professor Gu's scales. Call! Yifeng's pupils widened, and he felt the piece of flesh in his mouth was burning hot, so he quickly spat it out. Asshole! Professor Gu roared and swung his giant pincers, smashing them down on Yifeng's body. After being struck by the giant pincers, Yifeng sank to the bottom of the water. Where is the Immortal Python? The man with the star seal watching from the mothership in the distance was stunned and asked in astonishment. It's submerged underwater. The old professor narrowed his eyes, a glint of shrewdness in them. This Immortal Python is very clever. It avoids direct confrontation with old Gu. It's cunning, the old professor sneered. The man with the star-studded badge glanced at the old professor. From beginning to end, this guy seemed confident of victory. Did he have some secret weapon he hadn't used yet? Recalling the old professor's previous attitude, the man with the star pattern suddenly felt uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he left the viewing platform. The old professor glanced at him briefly, then, without giving it much thought, stared at the sea with a sinister smile and clenched his right fist. Undying Python, you will soon become my sacrifice. Roar! Looking at the suddenly silent water, Professor Gu was bewildered for a moment, then let out a roar and dived into the water. Glug glug. Soon after, signs of a fierce battle broke out on the seabed, with blood gushing out. Hiss! A massive python suddenly surfaced, writhing in pain as if trying to get rid of something. Blue blood gushed from his body and flowed into the sea. At this moment, everyone could see the situation in the seawater clearly. It turned out that Professor Gu had clamped the giant python around its waist with a giant pincer. Clearly, Yifeng underestimated Professor Gu's death saw pliers. His golden scales were torn apart by the giant pincers, revealing a 10-meter-long wound. No, I must get rid of these giant pincers. Yifeng endured the pain and sank to the bottom of the water again. He originally intended to bite off the other giant pincer while carrying Professor Gu, but he did not expect the giant pincer to be so powerful that it could easily penetrate his golden scales. He was now in a passive position. Undying Python, you're too confident. Professor Gu's cold laughter came from the water. He knew very well the power of his pincers, so he had been waiting for a suitable opportunity to strike, but unexpectedly, Yifeng had deliberately run into him again. That's not necessarily true. Yifeng gritted his teeth and actually widened the wound, then broke free from the giant pincer's control. Huh. Professor Gu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at Yifeng's decisiveness. But he didn't know that that was his only chance to end Yifeng's life. Once freed from Professor Gu's giant pincers, Yifeng gave him no further chance, occasionally taking a bite before quickly retreating. The armored giant claw dragon was far too large to be compared to the agile Yifeng. After several rounds, the armored giant claw dragon was put on the defensive and even had several of its lower legs torn off by Yifeng. Asshole! The armored giant claw dragon was completely enraged, letting out a roar as its aura surged. Berserk! Yifeng was shocked. Professor Gu had activated Berserk so quickly. Yifeng did not hesitate. Professor Gu, with his attributes tripled, was definitely not someone he could contend with. He could only fight violence with violence. Level 3 Berserk. Yifeng roared, his aura surging as he engaged Professor Gu in fierce combat. The violent waves coming from the sea shocked the people on the mothership. The power of this large, ferocious beast aroused their desire. Professor Gu was suddenly caught off guard by Yifeng, who bit his neck. Because of his heavy size, Professor Gu had no chance to fight back. Both beasts possess powerful biting abilities, and Professor Gu's defensive capabilities have also been greatly enhanced after acquiring the magic armor. However, Professor Gu still lacked the ability to decide the outcome of the battle compared to Yifeng. Immortality and healing. With his immortal healing ability, Yifeng's ability to continue fighting is at its maximum level, so he doesn't need to worry about the severity of his injuries. As long as they don't die, fight them to the death. Wow. Without hesitation, Yifeng tore open the other man's neck with a single bite, and bright red blood overflowed the entire sea. Sensing the passing of life, Professor Gu suddenly panicked and roared angrily. The sea suddenly trembled, and the surrounding waters began to converge on Professor Gu. A faint dragon's roar could be heard. Ultimate move. Yifeng retreated without hesitation, just as Professor Gu was determined to fight to the death in order to survive. Since the other party was willing to fight to the death, Yifeng naturally wouldn't choose to confront them head-on and quickly left the scene. But Professor Gu's ultimate move seemed to have a locking function, and he caught up with Yifeng head-on. The vast sea flows with boundless waves. Professor Gu charged angrily at Yifeng, his terrifying power distorting the seawater. There's no way to dodge it. Realizing this, Yifeng quickly condensed golden scales to defend against Professor Gu's attack. Pung! Professor Gu's body collided with Yifeng's, and Yifeng was in a strange state, his body spinning and generating tremendous force. After the golden scales absorbed most of the power, they shattered with a crash, causing Yifeng's mind to change drastically. Professor Gu still has the strength to spare. If he were to be penetrated by him, the rest of his body would be crippled. Brother Yi, I'm here to help you. Just then, a giant python swam over from the distant sea. Upon seeing the python, Yifeng was overjoyed. Linya. Chapter 109 Another Mothership. Bang. Lin Yi, covered in sharp spikes, slammed violently into Professor Gu, sending him flying. Yifeng was given a chance to catch his breath and quickly adjusted his condition. Brother Yi, I have searched for you for 3 days in the vast ocean and finally found you. Lin Yi said as he approached. I heard from Qingke that you risked your life to dive into the deep sea in search of your relatives. We are brothers of the same clan. How could we let you go into danger alone? That's why I came all the way here to help you. Lin Yi said excitedly. Yifeng was speechless upon hearing this. You want me to help you absorb the power, right? This guy has been eyeing the two abilities ever since he agreed to Lei Shi's request, and now he's finally found his chance. Don't be so blunt. Lin Yi chuckled. By the way, Brother Yi, when I came here just now, I saw a giant python fighting a group of sea sharks down below. After we deal with this monster, how about we 2 snakes join forces to eat it? Lin Yi said, spitting out his snake. Yifeng rolled his eyes upon hearing this. That ancient blue-tide python is a super mutant. If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead and devour her. Lin Yi was a little embarrassed, then looked at Professor Gu seriously. Then let's deal with this monster first. This monster is a fusion of super mutant species. Yifeng stared at Lin Yi and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's body suddenly stiffened. Super mutant? A fusion of super mutants? Did Yifeng get these monsters from? You've evolved 8 times 2. Yifeng looked at Lin Ye's size and suddenly realized that he was almost the same size as him. Of course, Fog City is indeed a great place to level up, but there seems to be a problem in the center of Fog City. You'd better go and take a look, Lin Yi said with a smile. Fog City Center. Yifeng remained silent for a moment. This was already the first time Lin Yi and the others had spoken. Roar! Professor Gu snapped out of his daze and glared angrily at Yifeng. He never expected Yifeng to have a helper at the crucial moment. He was just a hair's breadth away from severely injuring Yifeng. Stunned the moment he saw Lin Yi. A second immortal python appeared? On the mothership. The old professor's breathing suddenly became rapid. He never expected that Yifeng had an immortal python companion. Haha. Heaven has finally rewarded me. 2 immortal pythons. With your bloodline, I will surely be able to create a true immortal behemoth. The old professor's eyes were bloodshot. Let's finish this quickly. Yifeng keenly sensed a bad premonition and immediately said to Lin Yi. Without saying a word, Lin Yi joined Yifeng in rushing towards Professor Gu. As the waves obscured his vision, Professor Gu was momentarily unable to determine his target. In that brief moment of hesitation, Yifeng and Lin Yi had already seized Professor Gu's 2 massive pincers from either side. Let me go. Professor Gu retreated in terror, but how could Yifeng and his 2 snakes let him go so easily? Amid Professor Gu's terrified expression, Yifeng and Lin Yi worked together to forcefully tear off the pair of giant pincers. Whoa! Professor Gu screamed in pain, but Yifeng and the 2 snakes gave him no chance to catch his breath. They continued to bite and tear at its body, staining the entire sea with blood. Professor! The research team on the mothership was shocked. If this continued, Professor Gu would die? Wait a little longer. The old professor's eyes flickered uncertainly, and he would occasionally look into the distance, as if waiting for something. Finally, Professor Gu gradually lost his strength and floated on the sea like a dead fish. Both Yifeng and the 2 snakes were panting heavily. Brother Yi, you can devour this guy, Lin Yi said, floating his body. Yifeng didn't stand on ceremony and swallowed Professor Gu directly into his body, while the system's electronic voice came from his ears. Congratulations on your absorption and fusion with the super mutant, the armored giant claw dragon, which has undergone its 8th evolution. You have gained 1803 growth points. You have gained 50 attribute points in strength, 30 in defense, and 20 in speed. You have absorbed and fused with a new special ability, Lava Golden Armor. Upon hearing about this new ability, Yifeng was slightly taken aback. Is this even possible? Devouring and fusing? This Lava Golden Armor must have been created by fusing with the Golden Scale Armor. Yifeng checked its attributes. Lava Gold Armor. Extremely hot golden scales that provide the host with extremely high defensive attributes, while also having a melting effect. After activating the Lava Golden Armor, my defense has at least doubled. Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment as he looked at the changes in his attributes. Coupled with its terrifying high-temperature melting effect, it's practically a deadly weapon. Brother Yi, you've gained a new ability? Lin Yi was surprised to see Yifeng covered in a layer of crimson gold scales. At the same time, I was filled with envy. Brother Yi is too strong. He can actually ignore the ability to devour races. Big brother. He's definitely sticking with this guy? Yifeng nodded, glanced at the ancient blue-tide python that was about to deal with the group of sea sharks on the seabed, and said in a deep voice, My parents are still on the mothership. We need to get on the mothership as soon as possible to rescue them. Okay. Lin Yi was incredibly excited. He had never been on a mothership before. Seeing the 2 enormous pythons charging towards the mothership, the star-sign man who had just shown his face turned green. Professor? Aren't you very confident? How could this happen? As the man with the star emblem roared, he immediately ordered his men to control the mothership to retreat. To everyone's surprise, the mothership remained standing motionless. What's going on? The man with the star pattern was taken aback. Suddenly, a group of soldiers rushed onto the deck, all carrying electric stun guns. You. The man with the star-studded badge looked at the group of soldiers in disbelief. Commander-in-Chief, how can we back down at a time like this? Only by capturing the Undying Python can the future be ours. The old professor pushed his wheelchair against the sea breeze, his face full of madness. They're insane. They'll destroy the mothership, the man with the star emblem cursed. The next moment, countless soldiers subdued the man with the star emblem. Why did you betray me? Have I ever wronged you? Has the country ever wronged you? The man with the star-studded badge roared angrily. I'm sorry, Commander, but the professor promised us that he could turn us into powerful beasts, a soldier said through gritted teeth. The man with the star-shaped emblem was stunned. Are you all crazy? You actually want to become this kind of monster? Commander-in-Chief, your thinking is too outdated. Haven't you realized it? The global trend of animalization is inevitable. You can't stop it. I can't stop it. Nobody can stop it. Only by going with the flow can we regain control of this world. The old professor approached the man with the star-studded badge with a smile. You madman. You've wasted the leader's training. The man with the star pattern gritted his teeth. Madman? I'm even crazier than you think. The old professor smiled slightly and gazed into the distance. A black dot appeared there, rapidly expanding on the sea surface. Brother Yi, what do you see? At this moment, Lin Yi also noticed the black dot in the distance and couldn't help but ask. Yi Feng was stunned. After opening his eagle vision and seeing the true nature of the black dot, he trembled with fear. How could this be? There's another mothership. Chapter 110 Sakura Shrine. Break through the energy shield as soon as possible. Yi Feng didn't hesitate and quickly looked at Lin Yi and said. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard, and the most prudent course of action right now was to quickly rescue his parents and get them out of there. Bah! Along with it came not only the mothership, but also griffins soaring in the sky. Gurgle, gurgle. The sea was trembling violently, and no one knew what kind of monster was lurking beneath, rushing towards them at breakneck speed along with the mothership. Wow, Professor Lee, you did a great job. You actually brought us 2 immortal pythons. The mothership was actually filled with broken Chinese from the Sang Kingdom. The man with the star emblem on the Dragon Kingdom's mothership was taken aback. Then his expression changed drastically as he looked at the old professor. Li Buchuan, you actually colluded with the Sang people to betray the Dragon Kingdom. The leader will never let you get away with this, the man with the star-studded badge roared. Commander-in-Chief, you are mistaken. The old professor sneered. My relationship with Sanghua is merely one of cooperation and mutual benefit. Besides, we only caught 2 pythons. How could that be considered betrayal? You. The man with the star pattern trembled with rage, his eyes like sharp swords, intent on tearing the old professor to pieces. Boom! A giant sea lion suddenly rose from the sea, its scarlet eyes fixed on Lin Yi and Yi Feng. At the same time, countless ferocious beasts also emerged from the sea. Pythons that were frantically ramming against the energy shield stopped at the same time, especially Yi Feng, who never expected this to happen. The Sakura Shrine in Sang Kingdom. Yi Feng's heart sank to the bottom. He never imagined that the Xian Medical Department and the Sakura Shrine were colluding. The reason I recognized Sakura Shrine was because of that enormous sea lion. Super mutant, rock ice sea lion. Like the 10 overlords of the Dragon Kingdom, the Sang Kingdom also has a ranking of 7 divine beasts. This rock ice sea lion is ranked 5th among the 7 divine beasts of the Sang Kingdom. In the past, the order was chaotic, and the existing borders no longer exist. Only some strange forces control ferocious beasts to conquer and plunder land. This Sakura Shrine was a major force that later ravaged Asia, seizing half of the territory that now belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. If it weren't for the protection of the Dragon God Group, the old land of the Dragon Kingdom would have long since ceased to exist. At that time, Yi Feng was just a minor lord who wasn't even qualified to go to the front lines. The front line is the battlefield between ancient species and mutated species. The rocky ice sea lion and the griffin in the sky led the ferocious beasts to surround and attack Yi Feng and his 2 pythons. Helpless, Yi Feng had to abandon his attack on the energy shield and fight the ferocious beasts. Click click. The 2 motherships joined forces. Yo yo yo, isn't this our commander-in-chief? A man from the Sang Kingdom with a goatee arrived at the Dragon Kingdom's mothership, followed by countless soldiers. It's you, Kawasaki Minami. The man with the star pattern clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger. What right do you have to come to the waters of our Dragon Kingdom? To rashly send an aircraft carrier into another country's waters is a grave act of disrespect. If he had the ability now, he would have already given the order to drive these bastards out. Lord Suji, I think you're still living in a dream. Don't you know what the world has become? It's unrealistic to dream of living in the old world. Your country's Mr. Lee is much more pragmatic. The man with the goatee was incredibly proud. Kawasaki Minami, please watch your words. We are just business partners. I will provide you with the energy shield and the whereabouts of the Undying serpent. I hope you can satisfy me in return, the old professor said coldly from his wheelchair. Haha, don't worry about that. This mere Undying python will never escape the grasp of our great Sang Kingdom. What your Xian Medical Department cannot accomplish, our great Sang Kingdom certainly can. Not only that, now that the Dragon Kingdom has nowhere for you to stay, our great Sang Kingdom can provide you with complete scientific research facilities so that you can complete your research. Kawasaki Minami laughed wantonly. Pa, Li Buchuan, you're associating with thieves. You'll regret this one day, the man with the star-studded badge spat. Then there's no need for the commander to trouble himself. Pythons surrounded by the sea beasts. That immortal python has gained new abilities? The old professor was slightly surprised as he looked at the crimson gold scales on Yifeng's body. He remembered that Yifeng didn't have this ability before. If I can catch both immortal pythons, then I must have this one. The old professor narrowed his eyes. Among the sea mammals. Yifeng, it seems there's no hope of rescuing your parents today. Let's get out of here as soon as possible, Lin Yi said, feeling his strength waning. All right. Yifeng gritted his teeth and glanced at the mothership with reluctance. I never expected that those bastards from the Xian Medical Department would collude with the Sakura Shrine. One day, he'll make those two organizations pay. Yifeng, I'll hold off the sea monster for you. You guys rescue the people as soon as possible. At this moment, a female voice rang out. It was none other than the ancient blue-tide python, which fought against the sea sharks in the ocean. She had already killed all the sea sharks and surfaced to help Yifeng catch the snakes. A woman. Lin Yi stared in shock at the ancient blue-tide python. Yifeng glanced at the other party gratefully. With the help of the ancient blue-tide python, rescuing his parents would become possible. Lin Yi, you and Lan Tide hold off the sea beast. Give me 10 minutes, he said, looking at Lin Yi. No problem. For some reason, Lin Yi suddenly felt a surge of fighting spirit. The ancient blue-tide serpent activated its gravity field, immediately slowing down all the sea beasts. Under the influence of this deep-sea overlord, the threat posed by the entire sea beast horde was greatly reduced. Has the power of the ancient blue-tide python, as one of the 10 overlords, begun to be revealed? Lin Yi thrived in this situation, launching a frenzied attack on the ferocious beasts of the Sakura Shrine. Baka. Seeing this, Kawasaki Minami couldn't help but fly into a rage. Where did this suddenly appearing blue python come from? I must kill her and make soup. Kawasaki Minami was furious. Whether the rock-eye sea lion received Kawasaki Minami's command or not, it began to attack the ancient blue-tide python. Seeing the ferocious beast being dragged behind him, Yifeng quickly swam to the side of the mothership, raised his hideous head, and gathered ice and fire energies in his mouth. Oh no, that undead python is charging at us. Everyone on the deck was terrified. Even Kawasaki Minami and the old professor were filled with fear. Yifeng actually broke through the ferocious beast's obstruction and reached the mothership. Quickly, the protective shield, the old professor shouted. The man with the star pattern who witnessed this scene was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered with a sense of satisfaction. He actually hoped that the immortal python would break through the energy shield and devour this group of people. The energy shield, weakened by the recent collision between Yifeng and Lin Yi, was no longer as impregnable as it had been. Yifeng unleashed 2 beams of ice and fire simultaneously, launching a perfect charge. The sea surface was ripped open by the ray, followed by a loud bang. The energy shield shattered. Chapter 111. Lin Yi is arrested. Dad, Mom. The moment the energy shield shattered, Yifeng's roar echoed throughout the entire mothership. Inside a cabin on the ship, a middle-aged woman's expression changed drastically. I think I heard Xiaofeng's voice. Ye's mother murmured. How is this possible? This is the military's mothership. How could Xiaofeng be here? Ye's father sighed. In just a few days, 2 strands of gray had appeared at his temples. Professor, hand over the person, or I'll slaughter everyone here. It was still Yifeng's voice, only much more irritable. It's really a gust of wind. Mr. Yi exclaimed in surprise, and hurriedly looked out the window to see what was happening outside. From his angle, all he could see were the surging waves. Undying python, is this how you talk to me? Your parents are in our hands. The old professor, sitting in his wheelchair, trembled, but still managed to suppress his fear as he spoke. Anyone who comes face to face with such a giant python would feel fear. But all of your lives are in my hands. Yifeng sneered. I'll give you 3 minutes to release my parents, or everyone here will die. Quickly agree to it. Kawasaki Minami from Nazan Kingdom shouted hurriedly. Is Li Buchuan an idiot? Is their life more important than the lives of 2 ordinary people? Quickly, bring him out. The old professor could only order his men. When Ye's parents came out and saw a giant python, they were so frightened that their legs went weak. Dad, Mom. When the giant python opened its mouth, They were even more terrified. But that voice was so familiar. It was the son they had longed to see. You are? Xiaofeng, Ye's father asked, his voice trembling. It's me, Mom and Dad. I'm taking you away, Yifeng said solemnly. Lin Yi and the ancient blue-tide python can't hold out for too long. He needs to finish things quickly on his end. Okay, how do we go with you? Ye's father asked in a deep voice. The Xian medical department who imprisoned them here are clearly not good people. At the very least, they are not good for Yifeng. Although his son had turned into a giant python, blood is thicker than water, so how could Yifeng possibly harm them? What changes have occurred in the world today? They didn't know that, but all they needed to know was that Yifeng was their son and would never harm them, and that was enough. Prepare a boat for us. Yifeng looked at the old professor without hesitation. He wished he could devour that despicable old man right now. The old professor was pragmatic enough to immediately order his men to make preparations, but finding someone to steer the boat became a problem. Can you sail a boat? Yifeng suddenly leaned his head close to a man wearing a military uniform and star badge. At that moment, the commander was thinking about how to leave when Yifeng's words startled him, and then he nodded subconsciously. Fine, take my parents away to Qingming Island, Yifeng said coldly. Me? The man with the star-studded badge opened his mouth in astonishment. He never expected that Yifeng would choose him. But he quickly fell silent, because this was his only chance to escape from those guys in the mystic medicine department. However, his eyes flickered, as if he had other ideas. Yifeng couldn't care less about that now. The situation on the mothership was clear. It was completely under the control of the Xian medical department. This unfortunate commander-in-chief was essentially a lone commander. After all, he was a commander-in-chief of the Dragon Kingdom, and it's unlikely he would make things difficult for a middle-aged couple. All he wanted was for the other party to take his parents to safety. Just as the three boarded the small boat prepared by the Department of Mystic Medicine, a huge wave suddenly erupted in the distance. Roar! The rock-eye sea lion was enraged. Almost the instant the rock-eye sea lions went berserk, all the sea creatures regained their mobility, and not only that, their combat power also increased to a certain extent. Soon, Lin Yi and the ancient blue-tide python found themselves in a predicament. What happened? Yifeng was greatly alarmed. He was unaware of the rock-eye sea lion's abilities. Ding! Scanning target organism. Scan successful. Super mutant, rock-eye sea lion, 9th evolution. The giant sea lion born in the Sang Kingdom possesses extremely strong sonic roaring ability and fighting ability in the sea. Its powerful body can stir up waves and temporarily break all restraints. Ability. Claw strike. Sharp claws strike forward, easily inflicting serious injury on the opponent. Hurricane tsunami. A powerful slamming of the sea surface creates waves, unleashing all control. The shriek can invigorate subordinates, but leaves them weakened after the waves subside. Combat. Burns stamina. Enters a bloody combat state, during which immunity is increased. Sand sea. In coastal areas, controlling the merging of sand and sea creates a powerful sand-sea impact. Hurricane, like tsunami. Yifeng was shocked. The rock-eye sea lion must have activated this ability to render the ancient blue-tide python's gravity field ineffective. No, I must support them as soon as possible. Yifeng quickly left the mothership. His parents were already leaving with the man with the star emblem, so he could deal with the attack without any worries. You think you can just leave? You're seriously underestimating my Sakura shrine. Kawasaki Minami sneered, speaking in broken Chinese. The moment Yifeng re-entered the sea, an indescribable sense of crisis spread throughout his body. Hiss! A giant, blood-red python suddenly emerged from the seabed, intending to ambush Yifeng. Ding! Target scan successful. Mutated species, crimson blood python, 9th evolution. Possessing the bloodline of the ancient red-banded serpent, it evolved into a python form, with an extremely long body and extremely strong constricting power, and belongs to the Sakura Shrine. Ability. Crimson Serpent Battle Intent. Burns the Crimson Serpent bloodline within the body, enhancing battle intent. The stronger the battle intent, the stronger the binding force. Red, Banded Paralysis. When it bites its opponent, it produces a paralyzing effect. Crimson Expansion. When battle intent reaches a certain peak, it can cause the body to expand and the binding force to increase. The sudden turn of events startled Yifeng, and he then engaged in a fierce battle with the Crimson Blood Python. The Crimson Blood Python's constricting power was indeed astonishing, but Yifeng was still in a berserk state at the moment, and his strength was no less than Yifeng's. Coupled with Yifeng's powerful biting ability and venom, the crimson blood python quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Kawasaki Minami, this beast of yours is no good. The old professor frowned as he watched the two giant pythons fighting in the sea. Hee, this undying python is too strange. How could the crimson blood python possibly be a match for it? Kawasaki Minami chuckled. Then why did you let it make a move? The old professor still frowned. Its purpose in attacking was merely to hold back this immortal python, Kawasaki Minami said indifferently. Just then, a loud cry suddenly came from the sky, and a huge black shadow swept across the sky twice, its pair of hooks embedding themselves hard in the water. Splash! As the griffin soared into the sky once more, a dying giant python was now entwined in its talons. Linya. Chapter 112 Dragon God Group. Upon seeing the giant python under the griffin's claws, Yifeng's mind changed drastically. This crimson python was sent as a delaying tactic. Their real target was Lin Yi. Because these people have always wanted the bloodline of the immortal python. Asshole! Yifeng was furious. Two beams of light immediately shot out from his mouth. The red and blue ice and fire rays instantly pierced through the crimson blood python in front of him. Roar! Xianiku, hand over Lin Yi. Unable to attack the griffin, Yifeng had no choice but to turn his attention to the mothership. However, the rock icy lion arrived at this moment and blocked Yifeng's attack. Yifeng, came the voice of the ancient blue-tide python from behind, and the two pythons attacked the rock icy lion at the same time. However, the rock icy lion is a super mutant species and one of the 7 divine beasts of Sang Kingdom. Yifeng and his group had no way to defeat it in a short period of time. In just a few minutes, the Xian Medical Department and the Sakura Shrine had already started the mothership and set sail into the distance. Yifeng, trading your parents for an immortal python is an absolute steal. Ha ha! The old professor burst into unrestrained laughter. Yifeng's eyes were bloodshot with anger. Lin Yi was like a partner to him. How could he just stand by and watch Lin Yi get into trouble in the Department of Mystic Medicine? Roar! Yifeng bit down on the rock icy lion, and the sea lion's painful howl echoed from the sea. But the next second, countless sea beasts rushed over and launched a deadly charge at Yifeng and his two pythons. They were all ferocious beasts controlled by the Sakura Shrine and did not care about their own lives. Oh no! At this moment, Yifeng suddenly realized that his own strength was decreasing. That was a sign that the rage was about to end, and he then remembered that he was in a rage state. Lin Yi. Because this berserk state lasted for too long, Yifeng's consciousness began to gradually fade. He watched Lin Yi being taken away with resentment, and finally lost consciousness completely. Haha. Even this immortal python can't hold on. Rock Icy Lion, hurry up and grab it. Kawasaki Minami watched from afar, letting out a wildly joyful laugh. Not good. Seeing the Rock Icy Lion leading a horde of sea beasts rushing towards them, the ancient blue-tide python's mind changed drastically. It wrapped its tail around Yifeng's body and quickly swam towards the deep sea area. However, the ancient blue-tide python was also in a bad state. Soon, the sea monsters surrounded them on the seabed, and the ancient blue-tide python gritted its teeth. Yifeng fell into a coma. She was no match for these ferocious beasts on her own. But, if she abandons Yifeng, she still has a chance to escape. Just as the ancient blue-tide serpent was in a dilemma, dozens of enormous tentacles suddenly emerged from the seabed. These tentacles, just in terms of thickness, are comparable to the body of an ancient blue-tide python. This sudden change startled the ancient blue-tide python. Then she saw those tentacles grabbing one ferocious beast after another and dragging them into the sea. The deep seabed is difficult to see, but the ancient blue-tide python knew that something terrible must be hidden below. Tentacles surged rapidly from the seabed, then dragged the ferocious beasts into unseen depths. The rock icy lion was also attacked by a tentacle, and in a panic, it hurriedly waved its claws. It was dragged for over 1,000 meters before it finally broke free of the tentacle and swam back up to the surface, as if it had seen a ghost. Seeing this scene sent chills down the spine of the ancient blue-tide python. Even the rock icy lion, a super mutant species, is so afraid of it, which is enough to prove how terrifying that thing in the sea is. The ancient blue-tide python had no courage to provoke its opponent. Taking advantage of the disturbance caused by the tentacles among the sea beasts, the ancient blue-tide python quickly swam away with Yifeng into the distance. The ancient blue-tide python didn't notice that in the instant she fled, a tentacle swiftly caught up with her, but then suddenly stopped, as if wondering about something, before slowly retracting back into the seabed. The ancient blue-tide serpent departed. The seabed was stained red with blood, and sea beasts let out miserable howls until silence fell. After a long while, a pair of large, dark eyes slowly moved away. Qingming Island. When Yifeng woke up, he found himself lying on the shore of the beach. Yifeng, you're awake. A joyful voice rang out, and the emerald green finch came over happily. Yifeng was still somewhat dazed when he saw the other party. Where's this? This is Azure Nether Island. Emerald Green Sparrow blinked and said, Qingming Island. Yifeng's pupils gradually focused, and then he looked at the Emerald Green Sparrow, asking urgently, have you seen my parents? Where are they? Your parents. Emerald Bluebird paused, puzzled. No. By the way, didn't Lin Yi go with you to rescue them? Could it be that something happened to you? A bad feeling rose in Fei Lu Qingke's heart. Lin Yi. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. Lin Yi had already been taken away by the Xian Medical Department and the Sakura Shrine. If it weren't for me, Lin Yi wouldn't have been taken away by the Xian Medical Department. What exactly happened? Emerald Green Sparrow had already realized something was wrong, and her voice stammered. Lin Yi didn't return, and Yifeng's parents are also missing. Wow. Just then, the sound of the fleet's horns suddenly rang out. Not far away, a series of massive warships came into view of the two beasts. Behind these ocean liners, there was an enormous mothership. Yifeng activated Eagle Vision, and, upon seeing the people on the mothership, became enraged. He immediately plunged into the sea and approached the fleet. Yifeng, the Emerald Green Sparrow, cried out in surprise, and quickly flapped its wings to follow. Yifeng, we mean no harm. A voice suddenly came from the mothership as Yifeng approached. Huh. Yifeng was taken aback. The voice actually belonged to the man with the star-shaped emblem. He suddenly noticed that his parents were not restricted on the mothership. Instead, they were staring at him with expectant eyes. Moreover, the mothership wasn't just filled with humans. It also carried ferocious beasts. What's going on? As Yifeng was puzzled, the surrounding warships parted, and only the mothership sailed straight in front of Yifeng. Yifeng discovered that the mothership was undefended, and even the ferocious beasts and troops on board did not show much hostility towards him. Yifeng, we meet again. The man with the star pattern walked towards us, but this time he was wearing a dark blue uniform, and he looked more handsome and less disheveled than he had been at the Xian Medical Department. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Yu Zihui, and I am the Navy Commander-in-Chief. What you see now is the last surviving human fleet of our Dragon Kingdom. Before this, we needed to rely on the Xian Medical Department's technology, so we allowed them to capture ferocious beasts, which caused some misunderstandings. I apologize to you now. I have not mistreated your parents, nor have I restricted their activities. With that, Yu Zihui led Ye's parents to Yifeng, the last surviving human fleet of the Dragon Kingdom. Yifeng murmured to himself, then his gaze suddenly sharpened. You are the Dragon God Group. Chapter 113, Support from the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon God Group? Yu Zihui was slightly taken aback, looking at Yifeng with a puzzled expression. Oh right, the Dragon God Group hadn't been established yet at this time. It seems that something delayed the emergence of the ferocious beast forces in the Dragon Kingdom, which led to the later invasion by the Sakura Shrine. As for what exactly happened, we'll probably find out soon. You're looking for me here. Is there something you need? Yifeng stared at Yu Zihui. That's right. Yu Zihui nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, but this matter requires you to speak with the leader in person. The leader? Yifeng was surprised. He never expected the leader to see him. It seems that what happened in the Dragon Kingdom was related to the leader. Behind the mothership was a vast space that appeared to be newly created. It was completely dark. Yifeng. Seeing this scene, Fei Lu Qingke couldn't help but feel worried. It's all right. Yifeng shook his head. Given the way things are done in China, he believed they wouldn't go so far as to plot against him. In the pitch-black space, Yifeng wandered alone. After a while, he sensed a huge creature crawling in front of him. Yifeng's pupils contracted after seeing the other person's appearance. What shocked Yifeng, besides the species of the beast, was the enormous crack in its chest and the countless pipes inserted around it. The enormous wound nearly cleaved it in two, leaving this once world-renowned beast on the verge of death. This is our leader. At this moment, Yu Zihui emerged from the darkness, his voice filled with sorrow. On the day of the beast transformation, the leader personally went down to try to find a way to resist this disaster. Unfortunately, we were severely injured by a maddened beast. In order to keep our leader alive, We had no choice but to use the raw stone to transform him into a beast. But even with the enhanced power of the beast body, we still need these medical devices to keep the leader alive. Later we heard that there was a rare flower in the desert, so we sent people to find it, but when they arrived we found that it had already been taken by someone else. After research, we discovered the incredible healing properties of the immortal python species, which is why we agreed to the various plans proposed by the Mystic Medicine Department. But we never expected that the Department of Mystic Medicine had such treacherous intentions. They actually used the leader's orders to carry out evil research and even colluded with the Sakura Shrine. To save our leader, we had no choice but to endure it for the time being, but we never expected. In the end, Yuzihue showed a look of shame. Their patience did not lead the Xian Medical School back to the right path. Instead, it made them even more reckless, even giving rise to the idea of creating an undead army to rule the world. The blood of the Undying python can indeed heal wounds, but it has no effect on ordinary ferocious beasts unless you have a way to extract its properties and transfer them to medicine, Yifeng said calmly. We have a solution, but we need your blood, Yuzihue said hurriedly. However, he was met with Yifeng's cold eyes. I have no obligation to help you much. My companion has already been arrested because of the Department of Mystic Medicine, Yifeng said indifferently. Those outside are warriors who voluntarily transformed into beasts to protect the leader. If you are willing to provide blood, I can lend them to you, Yuzihue said subconsciously. They'll also provide a mothership. I'm going to set sail and attack Sakura Shrine to wipe out the Mystic Medicine Department, Yifeng said with a chilling killing intent. In their past lives, the Sakura Shrine carried out a massacre in the Dragon Kingdom, and in this life, they captured Lin Yi. The hatred between the two sides has already reached its peak. No problem. The Dragon Kingdom has 3 more motherships, all docked in the harbor, which you can all command. We also hope to clean house of these treacherous people from the Xian Medical Department who have betrayed the Dragon Kingdom, Yuzihue said decisively. In that case, it's a deal. Yifeng glanced at Yuzihue, thought for a moment, and said, actually, the Xian Medical Department is right about one thing. The world has changed, and you don't need to stick to your human identity. As he spoke, Yifeng's gaze lingered on the crouching giant beast. Yuzihue was taken aback. Yes, the leaders have all turned into giant beasts. With their current human bodies, without modern technology and heavily armed bases, they can't even return to land. Suddenly, Yuzihue's state of mind changed. After the discussion, Yifeng and Emerald Greenbird left the mothership. Before attacking the Sakura Shrine, he still had some things to take care of. Sakura Shrine is not a small organization, but an extremely powerful entity that will have a place in the world in the future. An individual can never surpass the collective, even if he is a reincarnated person. Moreover, the Department of Mystic Medicine has now joined forces with Sakura Shrine. Only with sufficient preparation can he possess the strength to contend with the Sakura God Group and rescue Lin Yi. Through this incident, he also realized his own shortcomings. The ability to devour and evolve was an unexpected and delightful surprise for him. In the past, he would just devour whatever he could find. But now, Yifeng believes it's necessary for him to establish a new direction for his evolution. Defense is important, but it puts you on the defensive in group battles. Naturally has an advantage in group battles is the super mutant. Those super mutants that are among the top 10 overlords all share a common characteristic. Field. Whether it's the royal armored scorpion or the ancient blue-tide python, they all possess their own domain abilities. The gravity domain of the ancient blue-tide python and the sandstorm domain of the royal armored scorpion. The reason why the overlord was able to ascend to the position of one of the top 10 overlords was also because he possessed the domain ability of the flame barrier. Of beasts is cruel. There are no rules in the eyes of ferocious beasts. If you are targeted by a group of ferocious beasts, they will not fight you one-on-one fairly, but will swarm you. At this point, the importance of domain capabilities becomes particularly evident. Yifeng suffered a lot because of this deficiency and often fell into a disadvantage in group battles. A terrifying beast like the ancient blue-tide python to gain domain abilities, but Yifeng is different. He has the right to disregard racial boundaries. Therefore, Yifeng began to rapidly search his mind for ferocious beasts with domain abilities. A moment later, Yifeng suddenly thought of something, Fog City. As Lin Yi mentioned before, a strange change has occurred in the center of Fog City. He hadn't originally thought in that direction, but if it really was that incident from his past life, perhaps this was his chance to gain domain abilities. Moreover, It is a unique ability that has never been seen before or since. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the emerald green sparrow and ask, Sparrow, has a towering tree appeared in the center of Fog City? No matter what kind of ferocious beast gets close, it will lose its mind and wander around the tree. How did you know? Jade Green Sparrow was taken aback. Yifeng hadn't returned to Mist City either. She quickly guessed that Lin Yi had told Yifeng. She also hoped to rescue Lin Yi immediately, but it was impossible given their current strength. The only option is to improve our strength first, and then find a way to rescue Lin Yi. Otherwise, we'll just be throwing our lives away. Chapter 114 Seeds of Power in the Deep Sea. Yifeng, what are you doing in the sea? The emerald green sparrow looked at Yifeng, somewhat puzzled. We need to find a helper. We can't deal with those ferocious beasts in the center of Fog City without her abilities. Yifeng chuckled softly, then dived into the sea. After a long while, he finally spotted the other person's figure in a section of the seabed, its azure body shimmering in the sunlight. Why are you here? The ancient blue-tide python quickly noticed Yifeng's arrival and immediately came to greet him. Please go out to sea and take a trip to the land, Yifeng said calmly. Why should I go out with you? The ancient blue python rolled its eyes. I've already done what I promised you, and besides, I saved your life. I don't think I have any obligation to help you anymore. Indeed, I don't, but I can grant you new abilities, Yifeng tempted. A new ability? The ancient blue serpent's eyes lit up, but after hesitating for a moment, it said, let me make this clear first. I don't want ordinary abilities. Don't worry, at worst it's the ability of a mutant. Yifeng chuckled. Deal, the ancient blue-tide python exclaimed excitedly. In this sea area, she is practically invincible, and she doesn't refuse any ferocious beasts that have the opportunity to devour the land. Don't rush, how did we escape that day? Yifeng asked. He was well aware of his and Lan Tide's condition at the time. In that condition, it was impossible to escape the swarm of sea monsters. That's how it is. The ancient blue python's eyes flickered as it recounted the events of that day in detail. You mean tentacles? Yifeng paused slightly, a powerful figure suddenly appearing in his mind. Yes, those tentacles look like an octopus's, but an octopus couldn't possibly have tentacles that thick, the ancient blue-tide python said with lingering fear. Actually, a large part of the reason she agreed to go to land with Yifeng was because she had seen that terrifying beast and was afraid that she would encounter it again in the sea and be eaten. If I'm not mistaken, it must be that big guy from Qingming Island that went into the sea. Yifeng secretly rejoiced that the giant octopus hadn't eaten them. Well, we still need to find something at the bottom of the sea before heading to Fog City, Yifeng said after a moment's hesitation. What? You're going to other sea areas? What if you run into that guy? The ancient blue-tide python said somewhat reluctantly. This was the safe zone she had finally found. What if she ran into that terrifying beast while following Yifeng around? Don't worry, even if we encounter it, we can escape. Yifeng really didn't want to give up on that thing at the bottom of the sea. Based on the timeline, it should have appeared by now. Well, alright, I'll trust you this once. The ancient blue-tide python gritted its teeth. The two giant pythons then burrowed into the deeper sea, encountering many ferocious beasts along the way, most of which avoided Yifeng and his enormous body. Yifeng, what exactly are you looking for? After swimming for a while, the ancient blue-tide python asked curiously. A seed. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and looked around. If I remember correctly, the seed that is said to contain the strongest defensive capabilities of the ocean is located in this area. In the dark underwater world, a fluorescent seed lies quietly buried in the soil, with pairs of cautious eyes lurking among the seaweed beside it. The moment the two giant pythons appeared, they became tense, fearing that these two behemoths would find them. A short while later, the two giant pythons swam away into the distance, and only then did these small creatures, their bodies crackling with electricity, emerge. In fact, these electric eels are on average 2 meters long, but they are much smaller than Yifeng's two giant pythons. Finally gone, an electric eel whispered. Boss, let's eat that bead as soon as possible, otherwise we'll be living in constant fear of powerful beasts passing by every day. Several of the largest electric eels huddled together and said, Yeah, that octopus from the other day, my god, it wasn't just an octopus. Luckily it didn't attack us, otherwise none of us would have escaped, another electric eel said with lingering fear. Upon hearing this, the leading purple electric eel hesitated. Indeed, this is true. These seeds must have a strong attraction, so during the time they were guarding them, they encountered many powerful and ferocious beasts. Most of them were defeated by their powerful electric eel family, but an octopus that passed by a few days ago was unimaginable. In their eyes, it was as tall as a mountain. Fortunately, the octopus had no interest in the seeds. Where do you think you're going? Just then, a faint voice came from above the heads of the electric eels. Upon hearing this, the group of electric eels raised their heads and saw two enormous pythons above them. Why are these two big guys back? The electric eels were shocked. Yifeng chuckled lightly. There aren't really any fish that think the thermal imaging of snakes is just for show, are there? Upon hearing this, the electric eels felt a chill in their hearts. You must also be here to seize that seed? The purple electric eel asked, peeking out. Yifeng glanced at the group of electric eels casually. Mutant, crazy electric eel. A powerful electric eel that lives on the seabed, possesses extremely strong voltage capabilities, is adapted to living in groups, and has astonishing lethality. Ability. Thunder form. Transforms into lightning, moving with lightning speed, and will cause great burning and penetrating damage upon collision with enemies. Rampage. Using electricity to numb pain nerves, one will not feel pain for a period of time. Explosive purple lightning. Combined with other electric abilities, this is a powerful finishing move. All electric power gathers until it becomes the strongest purple lightning, striking the enemy. The purple lightning instantly explodes, causing severe explosive and lightning damage, leaving the enemy instantly mangled and potentially killed. This electric eel poses a great threat to a lone ferocious beast, but unfortunately, Yifeng is accompanied by the ancient blue-tide python. Before this future ocean overlord, no ferocious beast could turn the tables, let alone a small swarm of electric eels. The moment the gravity field was released, the lightning ability became ineffective. Coupled with the abnormal defensive capabilities of Yifeng's lava golden armor, the electric eel could not cause any effective damage. Boss, these two giant pythons are too monstrous. Several electric eels that Yifeng had swatted away cried out frantically. The lead purple electric eel gritted its teeth and roared. I can give you the seeds, but we want to know what they are for. You want to know? Then I'll tell you. Yifeng said coldly. A seed can grant a ferocious beast an ability directly, and this seed contains an ability that allows the ferocious beast to control the water element. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the group of electric eels instantly became envious. How could such a powerful ability be stolen by a giant python? Listen to me. Unleash the explosive purple lightning. The purple electric eel roared. Clearly, he had only been stalling for time and had no intention of handing over the power seed. A powerful surge of lightning and high voltage exploded instantly on the seabed, sending bubbles rising and obscuring the vision of the ferocious beasts. Chapter 115, The Lost Husky. The bubbles dissipated, revealing a snake's head with a ferocious grin. A sneak attack. Yifeng sneered. How come you're not hurt by the electric shock? The purple electric eel's pupils shrank, its gaze fixed on the layer of crimson gold scales on Yifeng's body. Yifeng ignored it indifferently. After upgrading his lava golden armor, his immunity also improved significantly. Ordinary lightning couldn't harm him at all. Perhaps the lightning crocodile he had beaten up last time could give him a slight shock. But it's only slightly. Seeing that even their ultimate attack couldn't harm Yifeng in the slightest, the electric eels scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions at high speed. However, within Lanshi's gravity field, these electric eels moved at a snail's pace. Yifeng yawned, then swung his body forward and swallowed several electric eels in one gulp, as the system notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations on devouring the mutated crazy electric eel. You have gained 237 growth points. You have gained 10 points in attribute strength. From the moment he told the group of electric eels about the seed, he had no intention of letting them leave. Growth point. A stark reminder of growth. Come into my mouth. With Lanshi as his tool, Yifeng devoured all the electric eels at lightning speed and let out a satisfied burp. Phew, aren't you going to eat anything? Yifeng glanced at Lanshi curiously. She hadn't eaten a single one of those delicious electric eels. I have no appetite. Lanshi raised her head proudly. Yifeng, if I'm not mistaken, the seed of that ability is in this area of the sea, perhaps buried in the sand. Yifeng glanced at the seawater but did not find any trace of the seed, so he guessed. After he finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Lanshi. Why are you looking at me like that? The ancient blue python shifted its body uneasily, sensing that Yifeng's gaze held some ill intent. If Yifeng knew what Lan Shi was thinking, he would only say, "No, you're overthinking it. I'm just looking at a tool. You're quite sensitive to water, so could you help me sense if there's any place nearby with a high concentration of water?" Yifeng said with a smile. "Okay." Lan Tide nodded speechlessly. Why do I keep feeling like I've been tricked by Yifeng? He promised to help her become stronger, but I'm the one doing all the work. Soon, Lan Shi stopped above a patch of mud, blinked and stared at it, her emerald green snake eyes shining brightly. "There seems to be something down there," she said. "Oh." Yifeng came closer and swatted the dirt away with his tail. After the dust cleared, a blue seed was seen floating in the dirt. "That's it. The ability to control water elements." Yifeng exclaimed excitedly, then stepped forward and swallowed it in one gulp. Lan Shi stared blankly at Yifeng. She felt a special affinity for the blue seed. Shouldn't she give it to him? Why did you just eat the snake? The ancient blue-tide python was enraged on the spot, and the consequences were severe. When Yifeng felt himself being entangled by a soft body, he panicked instantly. Yifeng spit it out. Lan Shi brought her head close to Yifeng's face, hissing and flicking her tongue in a threatening gesture. "Big sister, I really can't vomit." Yifeng's heart clenched. Why did she start fighting so suddenly? Although he felt that Lan Tide's body was much softer than his own. Wait, why was her breath so fragrant? Damn, is it just my imagination? "I promise, I'll take you on a big mission later, and I guarantee you'll evolve." Yifeng quickly swore. She had explored all the seas near the Dragon Kingdom, but hadn't found anything special. Yifeng already knew about the rare seed of ability. So how could he possibly know about other places of extraordinary encounters? How dare he lie to her? Lan Shi immediately wrapped her body around Yifeng, and the two giant pythons intertwined on the seabed. Yifeng could clearly feel her soft body, a feeling completely different from his own, which made him want to get close to her and entwine with her. Damn it, what is this strange feeling? Yifeng was shocked. At the same time, Lan Shi also noticed this embarrassing feeling and quickly left Yifeng's body. "You also have charm-type skills." Lan Tide glared angrily at Yifeng. This guy not only used her as a tool, but he even used illusion magic on her. That's outrageous. Don't get me wrong, I don't know any illusion magic. Yifeng was speechless. If he wasn't mistaken, that reaction just now should be due to physiology. After calming down, Lan Tide gradually realized what was happening, and her body began to feel unusually hot. How could this be? Why would Yifeng react that way to me? No. This must be an animal's instinct. It has nothing to do with her. Yes, that must be it. With that thought in mind, Lan Tide swam swiftly into the distance. Back in Lan Shi's territory, Yifeng gradually slowed down. Lan Shi, who was ahead, noticed this, but because of what had just happened, she deliberately remained aloof and didn't turn around. Later, she noticed that Yifeng was moving slower and slower, and had actually run to her nest and fallen asleep. "Yifeng!" Lan Shi roared angrily, but Yifeng slept like a log and didn't react at all. It wasn't until a layer of light cocoon appeared around Yifeng that Lan Shi realized he wasn't asleep, but had begun to evolve. He's starting his 9th evolution. In fact, back when he was fighting against Xian Yike, Yifeng already had enough growth points to evolve, even exceeding his limit by several thousand points. Having just devoured another swarm of electric eels, his growth points had overflowed by more than 5,000. Forcing him to enter the evolutionary process under the system's coercion. At the same time, the ability seed that Yifeng had just swallowed began to be digested, and a new ability was gradually being bestowed upon Yifeng. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Kingdom continent, a massive army of ferocious beasts conquered cities and territories. They were of excellent quality, with even the lowest grade being of superior breed. Their leaders were several powerful mutants, with a giant lion at the head showing excitement in its eyes. The Qin family's reign is about to begin. The giant lion roared as it looked at the massive army of ferocious beasts before it. "Young Master Qin, we have now conquered the snowfields and deserts. Where do you think we should advance next?" A tiger with Snow White fur stepped forward and asked for instructions. "Bring that husky up here," the giant lion sneered. Half a minute later, a black and white husky was overtaken by several ferocious beasts. This husky had a crescent moon mark on its head, and there was a hint of defiance in its eyes. This husky is the devouring moon hound that got separated from Yifeng and the other beasts in Dong province. He was ordered by Yifeng to chase after the Goguryeo beasts, but when he returned, he found nothing. With no other option, he could only follow Yifeng's aura southward, but unexpectedly encountered the global beastification along the way. so he had to hide for the time being. After the global beastification ended, it was preparing to set off again to find Yifeng, but it didn't expect to be captured by this group of guys. Moreover, the giant lion, the leader of this group of ferocious beasts, seems to have a grudge against Yifeng. Chapter 116. I'm full. I'm asking you, where did Yifeng go? The giant lion stared coldly at the husky and spoke in a chilling tone. The global animalization, humans still had normal communication. In a news report from Dong Province, he saw Yifeng with this husky. So this husky must know Yifeng's whereabouts. In response to the giant lion's greeting, the husky raised its head proudly, declaring, "I'd rather die than be humiliated." Not going to talk? The giant lion's eyes widened in surprise. Take him away and feed him to the wild bears. Upon hearing this, the husky jumped. Why is this not following the usual rules? No, I'll tell you. Yifeng went south, but I don't know exactly where. The husky said pitifully. If it were nighttime, it would definitely slap the lion twice. But this is daytime, and in daylight it's just a pet dog that can bite. Yifeng is valuable, but loyalty is even more precious. If it's for the sake of life, both can be sacrificed. A dog's life is more important. Brother Yi, I'm so sorry. While repenting in his heart, Era recounted his entire experience in Dong Province in detail. Southern, old man? The giant lion stroked its chin with its paw, unable to resist making a guess. However, after guessing for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. The giant lion was extremely agitated. He was just a rich kid. How could he know what was in the south? Young Master Qin, there is a fog city in the south, which is said to be a forbidden land no less powerful than the snowy desert. Perhaps we can take over that place first. The white tiger stepped forward and said, Huh? This is great. The giant lion exclaimed excitedly. I remember Yifeng was there not long ago. Right now, his men should be guarding the place, right? I'll capture all of Yifeng's men, and I refuse to believe he won't show up. The giant lion revealed a sinister look, and then the army marched south, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. At the same time, deep sea, Yifeng slowly woke up. At this moment, he had shed his snake skin and grown another 10 meters in length, nearly 100 meters. Host, Yifeng, 9th evolution. Species, Undying python. Growth points, 5,680, 25,600 points required for the next evolution. Functions, venomous fangs, flaming breath, frost breath, lava golden scales, eagle eyes, frost constitution, invulnerability to all poisons, deep sea breath control, deadly bite, level 3 berserk, water elemental mastery. Strength, 653. Speed, 429. Defense, 476. Physical fitness, 499. At this moment, Yifeng's attribute points can no longer be described as normal. After completing its evolution, it had no rivals among the original forms in terms of attributes, not even super mutants. But that's not enough. The current combat power is still insufficient to rescue Lin Yi. Only when they have truly evolved to their complete form will it be possible to break through the Sakura Shrine. He is currently short 20,000 growth points. Unless he massacres the mutants, he may not be able to gather enough growth points even if he goes to Fog City. But mutants aren't like cabbages. He can't possibly encounter hundreds of mutants to kill him, and even if he did, he might not be able to defeat them. So a bold idea sprouted in his mind. You've successfully evolved? The sound of flowing water came from beside her. Lantide approached Yifeng and looked at him curiously. Yifeng is now taller than her, which makes Lantide feel a strong sense of pressure. In the animal kingdom, when encountering a larger member of the same species, one always feels a slight sense of submission for no apparent reason. Although she didn't know why, Lantide was indeed experiencing this feeling now. But she was, after all, a super mutant, and quickly suppressed that feeling. Let's go. I'll take you to a place with excellent feng shui. Yifeng looked at Lantide in front of him and said mischievously, a geomantically auspicious place? Lantide looked at Yifeng warily. This guy was too unreliable. Didn't I tell you before that I'd take you on a big heist? Follow me, and you'll get your share of the profits. Yifeng said confidently. Can I also evolve 9 times? Lantide was somewhat tempted. Yifeng evolved. She felt an urgent urge to evolve as well, but being smaller than Yifeng made her feel very awkward. Of course. Yifeng chuckled. The Azure Nether flower on Azure Nether Island has the effect of rapid evolution. Let alone letting her evolve 9 times. If she eats all of them, she can evolve directly to her complete form without any problem. That's right. He wanted to snatch the azure flower from the tiger's mouth. That lawn she had mentioned not long ago, which were probably the giant octopus on Qingming Island. If I don't take this opportunity to steal some Qingming flowers, how can I justify my trip to the south? Lan Shi, completely unaware of the giant octopus, foolishly followed Yi Feng towards Qingming Island, preoccupied with her desire to evolve, utterly oblivious to the fact that Yi Feng was leading her to the brink of death. Upon arriving at Qingming Island, Yi Feng immediately summoned the emerald green bird. Safe. The emerald green bird circled around and came to the two giant pythons, lingering especially on Lan Shi for a while. These are the helpers Yi Feng found. It looks so beautiful. You've evolved 9 times? Then, she looked at Yi Feng in surprise. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng evolved during his trip to the bottom of the sea. Yi Feng nodded without saying anything more, and then carefully confirmed with the emerald bluebird again. Is there really no giant octopus up there? After thinking it over carefully, Fei Lu Qing Ke shook her head. Not to mention this time. She has flown over Qingming Island many times in the past few days, but she has never seen the giant octopus that Yi Feng mentioned. Quick! Charge! 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 Yi Feng exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. He immediately led the two beasts toward the giant octopus's habitat. Soon, Yi Feng arrived at the familiar ravine. Climbing up this waterfall, he found himself in the birthplace of the azure nether flower. Yi Feng took the lead and climbed up the cliff to the top. Before we even reached the top, we suddenly heard the sound of air currents and saw a green, winged bluebird circling around us. Yi Feng, there are so many little flowers growing on this. What are they for? Upon hearing this voice, Yi Feng's lips twitched. I'm so envious. When will I be able to fly? I should have chosen a flying mutant back then. By the time Yi Feng reached the top of the cliff, the emerald green finch had already begun pecking at the small flowers on the ground. 2 quick smacks. Wow, Yi Feng, this little flower seems to promote growth. Emerald bluebird exclaimed in surprise. Yi Feng was speechless. You've already said all the lines. What am I supposed to say? Let's dig in. That old octopus might come back sometime. Eat more and make a profit. Lan Shi, who had climbed up from behind, looked at the ground covered with blue flowers and was somewhat bewildered. Where was this place? But when she saw Yi Feng and the other two beasts frantically devouring the little flower, she instantly understood. Who cares where we are? Let's just eat. Something that Yi Feng is devouring like crazy must be something good. The 3 beasts were so engrossed in the miraculous effects of the azure nether flower that they paid no attention to the enormous creature that had returned to Azure Nether Island. Even when they climbed ashore, their tentacles had nowhere to go. I feel like I'm about to evolve. The emerald bluebird raised its head in surprise, just as it was about to say the next sentence, when it suddenly met the eyes of a red fleshy creature with a black ball on its head. After a brief silence, the emerald bluebird flapped its wings and flew away, shouting, Yi Feng, I'm full. Run. What? Yi Feng was taken aback. If you're full, why are you running away? Chapter 117 Strange Scales. Just as Yi Feng was about to scold Qing Ke, he suddenly met those dark eyes. Instantly, my scalp tingled. Lan Shi, stop eating. Yi Feng couldn't help but whisper. Lan Tide, who was standing nearby, was displeased. Why? You're full, but I'm not. Yi Feng stared at the other person in utter bewilderment. What do you mean full? I'm about to lose my life. A tentacle came crashing down like lightning, but fortunately, Yi Feng reacted quickly and dodged it. Pung. The tentacles sank deep into the ground before being pulled away, leaving a long, deep trench. Lan Shi was chewing on the azure flower when she saw this scene and was instantly bewildered. What happened? Quickly, gravity domain. Yi Feng shouted. Boom. The ground shook violently, and the red fleshy ball slowly rose, revealing its hideous face, a head resembling a gigantic tumor, with countless tentacles flying around. Brush. One of its tentacles suddenly shot down, heading straight for the ancient blue tide python. Gravity zone. Faced with the rapidly approaching tentacles, Lan Tide subconsciously activated her domain ability, but the tentacle's speed did not decrease much. Water shield. Lan Tide let out a soft murmur, and her body was immediately covered with a layer of warm luster, forming a water shield. But this water shield shattered instantly, as fragile as paper, after being tugged at by the tentacles. Lan Tide was flung towards the sea surface by the tentacle, and with a splash, she sank to the bottom of the sea. Yi Feng's lips twitched. The super mutant Lan, she couldn't even last a single move against this giant octopus? Run! Yi Feng made a decisive move and used the last of the 36 stratagems. Before he could run far, countless tentacles emerged from behind him, surrounding him like a rice dumpling. Yifeng was lifted into the air and struggled frantically. Ding! Target organism detected. Type? Evolution? Ability description? A series of question marks left Yifeng completely dumbfounded. How could it be a series of question marks? System, are you out of your mind? Yifeng couldn't help but question, how could there be a creature that the data encyclopedia couldn't detect? Ding! The system isn't broken. The system's data contains all the creatures that have undergone this beastification, the system's voice announced. What? Could it be that this giant octopus is a product of this beast transformation? Upon hearing the system's reply, Yifeng was filled with shock and disbelief. But he had no mind to think about any of that now, because the octopus was about to crush him to death. Cough cough. Just when Yifeng thought his life was coming to an end, the giant octopus suddenly relaxed its tentacles. The other party extended another tentacle, which was wrapped with a strange scale. The moment Yifeng saw the scale, he felt an overwhelming pressure. What is this? Yifeng was confused. The giant octopus suddenly tore off a scale from Yifeng's head. Yifeng screamed in pain, mentally cursing the giant octopus's ancestors for 19 generations. However, the matter did not end there. The giant octopus pressed the strange scale directly onto Yifeng's head, and in an instant, an indescribable burning sensation spread throughout Yifeng's body. The intense heat almost melted Yifeng. In a daze, he sensed that the scale had come to life and was frantically resisting something. It's like the fusion of two different species producing a repulsive reaction. The pain caused by that rejection made Yifeng tremble all over, and he felt like he was in unbearable agony. But the giant octopus showed no sign of giving up, firmly controlling the scale and embedding it into Yifeng's flesh. Finally, the feeling of repulsion began to gradually disappear, and Yifeng's strength was completely exhausted, collapsing limply in the octopus's tentacles. Ding! Congratulations on activating your hidden bloodline, granting you bloodline abilities. Ability description? What is that? Yifeng was taken aback. I've activated my hidden bloodline. It also granted bloodline abilities? But why can't the system detect this capability? It's that scale from before. Yifeng suddenly realized something. The scales the giant octopus just gave him can actually activate his hidden bloodline. As for why things turned out this way, Yifeng was completely baffled. It seemed that the giant octopus was not born from this beast transformation. Its existence may date back thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. What is the significance of its existence? As Yifeng was lost in thought, the giant octopus released its tentacles, and Yifeng landed heavily in the azure flower field. After staring at Yifeng for a long time, the giant octopus returned to the sea and disappeared into a sea of foam. The dreamlike experience left Yifeng unable to calm down for a long time. He had just escaped death. The giant octopus didn't kill him. Instead, it helped him activate a hidden bloodline. But what exactly is this hidden bloodline? Ding! Host, your hidden bloodline has not been recorded by the system, so it cannot be detected. The system's voice appeared. Well, alright. Yifeng fell silent. Bah! Just then, a cry appeared in the sky, and an emerald green bird descended from the sky, staring at Yifeng with a strange look in its eyes. The entire scene was witnessed by the emerald green bird in the sky. She didn't see exactly what happened, but she did see Yifeng being grabbed by a group of tentacles of the giant octopus, and Yifeng seemed to have resisted during the process. Then the giant octopus extended another tentacle, and Yifeng began to twist his body, seemingly groaning. Hiss! The emerald green sparrow glanced at Yifeng with pity. Yifeng glanced at this ungrateful fellow, feeling somewhat displeased. This guy ran away, fine, but what kind of look was that? What's that on your head? The emerald bluebird suddenly noticed the blue scales on Yifeng's forehead and was very curious. How should I know? Yifeng muttered to himself, lying on the ground. He is now completely limp and has no strength left. Hiss! Then I heard the anxious hissing sound again, and the ancient blue-tide python hurriedly came over. Yifeng, you're alright, that's great. Lawn-tide breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the giant python lying on the ground. Then, she glanced around and asked warily, where's the giant octopus? I've left. The emerald green sparrow's tone remained strange. After a long silence, Lawn-tide suddenly approached Yifeng in an unfriendly tone. Is this what you meant by taking me to do something big? If she had known that Yifeng had brought her to the giant octopus's nest, she would never have agreed. Yifeng was a little embarrassed. He didn't know that the octopus would come back at this time. Ahem, That giant octopus probably won't be back anytime soon. Why don't we take advantage of this time and get rid of all these azure flowers? Yifeng quickly changed the subject. This place is so terrifying, I think we should leave first. Lan Tide said this, but her body moved closer to the flower field. Yifeng. Having regained some strength, Yifeng joined the two beasts group. After a whirlwind of activity, not even a single flower petal remained on the mountaintop. The three beasts left satisfied. Chapter 1:18 Qin Xiaoming's Army. We need to evolve. Upon arriving in the tropical rainforest of the southern province, the ancient blue-tide python and the emerald green finch spoke at the same time. Evolution. Yifeng was slightly taken aback. That's right. They've been at the 8th evolution stage for so long and consumed so many azure flowers. It would be strange if they didn't evolve. The system notification in Yifeng's head hadn't finished playing yet. Ding! You have consumed the azure flower and gained 1 experience point. Ding! You have consumed the azure flower and gained 1 experience point. I think I'm about to evolve too. Yifeng glanced at the growth panel. With the remaining 5,000 growth points, he now had 20,000 growth points. It's only a little over 5,000 points away from the next evolution. Rounded up, it's equivalent to 1 blue tide and 1 azure sparrow. Looking at the 2 ferocious beasts that had turned into cocoons of light, Yifeng couldn't help but drool. Half a day later, the 2 beasts had just awakened from their evolution. Lanshi was the first to shed her light cocoon, stretching her coiled body. Her casual posture actually made Yifeng feel tempted. Yifeng couldn't help but shake his head. What the heck? Why have I been having this strange feeling lately? He suddenly realized that, according to the usual timeline, it should be May by now. May seems to be the snake's menstrual cycle. Yifeng suppressed the strange thoughts in his mind and focused his gaze on the luminous cocoon of the emerald green bird. The cocoon burst open, revealing a pair of smooth wings, and a loud cry echoed from the narrow cave. At this moment, all 3 of their ferocious beasts have reached the 9th stage of evolution. This level of evolution is already among the world's best. Let's go to Fog City. Yifeng announced that the next task was to take care of Fog City and then go out to sea to rescue Lin Yi. At this moment, in Fog City, roar! A brutal roar rang out, and with the intrusion of a massive army of ferocious beasts, Fog City suffered an unprecedented attack. Rhinoceros, its body crackling with electricity, was trampled underfoot by a giant lion, which let out a wild laugh. Where's Yifeng? Tell him to come out here. A lion dares to act arrogantly in Fog City? Another deafening roar came from the center of Fog City. A Tyrannosaurus Rex, its body wreathed in flames, emerged, its ferocious eyes sending chills down one's spine. Upon seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the giant lion couldn't help but shudder. It was a sense of superiority due to the species. Don't be afraid, young Master Qin. Even if he is a mutated Tyrannosaurus Rex from ancient times, there is only one of him. A disdainful voice rang out, and a white tiger with bloodshot eyes stepped out from beside the giant lion. A giant brown bear, its fur twitching, stood upright and came towards them, its paws clenched. Yang Xiao, all 3 of these are mutated species. Bai Yuhan's slightly solemn voice came from above the Overlord's head. What? Overlord Yang Xiao was startled and couldn't help but say. Mutant species are extremely rare. How could 3 of them appear at the same time? In his memory, he only encountered so many mutated species when he fought alongside Yifeng. It's probably an organized team. These people's identities before they turned into beasts must have been extraordinary. We should be careful, Bai Yuhan advised. Humans. At the same time, Qin Xiaoming also saw Bai Yuhan on Yang Xiao's back, which shocked him. In a world where everything has turned into beasts, even the Qin family has not been spared. Who is this woman, that she can still maintain a human body? His intuition told him he had to seize this woman. Roar! Sensing the hostility of these ferocious beasts, the Overlord roared in unease. It's him. Qin Xiaoming was slightly taken aback. No wonder he felt that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was so familiar. Wasn't this the one next to Yifeng? So, does that mean the woman who maintained her human body was also related to Yifeng? Damn it. Why does Yifeng always seem to run into all sorts of things? I, Qin Xiaoming, am the true ruler after my beast transformation. With a roar, the white tiger and the bear beside him charged at Yang Xiao at the same time. Bang bang bang. The earth trembled violently, and the savage bear took the lead, clasping its hands together and smashing them down on Yang Xiao's head. This bear looked incredibly strong. Although Yang Xiao was confident, he wouldn't be foolish enough to take the blow head on. After slightly tilting his head to dodge the heavy blow, Yang Xiu opened his blood-red maw and bit straight at the bear's arm. Damn it! The bear, in pain, couldn't help but curse and try to pull its arm away. But Yang Xiu wouldn't give him a chance. He increased the pressure on his mouth, and his teeth embedded themselves directly into the flesh. Blood gushed out. At this moment, the enormous white tiger rushed out from behind and opened its mouth towards Yang Xiu's neck. Yang Xiu had no choice but to release the bear, and with a swing of his massive tail, he whipped the white tiger away. Uncle Wang. Qin Xiaoming rushed forward in a panic. How could this Tyrannosaurus Rex be so strong? After this brief contest, Yang Xiu discovered that these two ferocious beasts had at most undergone 7 evolutions, and were not even in the same league in a one-on-one fight. He glanced around warily, as if guarding against something. Then, looking at Qin Xiaoming's army, he said in a deep voice, "Don't waste your time. Let's all attack together." That's outrageous. Qin Xiaoming was furious. His army of ferocious beasts had crossed the most dangerous snowfields and forded the most terrifying deserts. Yet now he's being mocked like this by a Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is utterly disgraceful. Go, fight it to death. Whoever kills it will be richly rewarded with a fortune. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiu was taken aback. It turned out that this was a rich young man. No wonder he was able to gather so many ferocious beasts to form an army after the world turned into beasts. But in this situation, does money still have any effect? Yang Xiu chuckled lightly, then faced the encirclement of dozens of ferocious beasts and the giant lion at the head of the group alone. Rhino, which had been trampled underfoot, got up and said weakly. Seeing Lei Shi's battered and bruised state, Yang Xiu couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Spent time in Fog City, he had long regarded Lei Shi as a comrade in arms. Now that Lei Shi had been injured like this by these guys, how could he tolerate it? Roar! The moment the roar was heard, the ground burst into flames, which spread like wildfire to the surrounding ferocious beasts. Some of the ferocious beasts, caught off guard, were burned by the flames and let out painful howls. Soon, the area within a radius of several hundred meters was completely enveloped in flames, like a barrier that blocked out the outside world. Yang Xiu stood among them, his entire body bathed in flames, like an unparalleled war god, his majestic figure exuding an intimidating pressure. Flame barrier. Within this realm's protective barrier, he is the sole god. This is the ability that allowed Yang Xiu, the overlord, to enter the ranks of the top 10 overlords by virtue of his ancient species body. The scalding flames threw Qin Xiaoming into a panic, leaving him with no courage to fight back. They practically scrambled and stumbled as they tried to escape the fiery barrier. But the edge of the barrier was met with an even fiercer wall of fire. There's no way they could possibly break out. You forced me to do this. Qin Xiaoming turned around and started yelling. The next second, he opened his mouth and sucked all the flames into it. This unexpected scene stunned Yang Xiu, and in that instant, all the ferocious beasts around him pounced on him. Chapter 119 Xiaoming's army is gone. Roar! Seeing this, Qin Xiaoming laughed triumphantly. But he soon realized something was wrong. His body was burning red, like an expanding furnace. Surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts, Yang Xiu showed no sign of defeat. With each swing of his giant tail, he sent one of the beasts flying. After a few rounds, the ferocious beasts cowered and dared not advance, their eyes filled with fear. Yang Xiu silently stared at the group of ferocious beasts. After a battle, his physical strength had decreased significantly, and he had sustained many injuries. The only thing that surprised him was the giant lion. This guy's ability was to devour elements and energy. However, how could the flames of the tyrant Yang Xiu be so easily extinguished? That Qin Xiaoming had transformed into was getting hotter and hotter, radiating intense heat. If it wasn't dealt with soon, it would probably turn into a roasted lion. Young Master Qin, this Tyrannosaurus Rex is too strong. Let's retreat first. Just then, the wounded white tiger appeared from the side. Phew, good. Qin Xiaoming replied painfully. I'm so hot right now. All I want to do is find a spring and jump in. Just as they were about to leave, a giant hand with black fur suddenly reached out and dragged one of the ferocious beasts from Qin Xiaoming's army into the mist. In Fog City was very low, so all they saw was a large, black, hairy hand reaching out, and then they heard the sound of bones cracking and being chewed. The crisp sound reached the ears of the beasts, as terrifying as a demon feeding. They're out. Yang Xiu's expression suddenly turned serious, as if he knew about the ferocious beast in the mist. What is that? Qin Xiaoming stared in astonishment at the mist. The one who had just been dragged away was his subordinate. Ah, young Master Qin, save me. Just then, an ancient triceratops was also dragged into the black mist, along with that same blurry, black-haired hand. The ferocious beasts present into a panic. Yang Xiao, hurry up. You can't handle those guys. At this moment, an anxious female voice came from behind him. It's Lu Qingqing. Upon hearing Lu Qingqing's words, Yang Xiao turned and retreated with Lei Shi. Qin Xiaoming's beast army was stunned by Yang Xiao's decisive departure. Young Master Qin, what should we do? The white tiger asked hesitantly. In just a short while, they had already lost 2 powerful ferocious beasts, which shows how terrifying those beasts were. But Qin Xiaoming, we will kill the ferocious beasts that the Tyrannosaurus Rex cannot kill. We will fight the ferocious beasts that the Tyrannosaurus Rex cannot defeat. Brothers, charge. Rescue our brothers, and I'll reward you handsomely. Qin Xiaoming shouted as he breathed fire. The ferocious beasts were shocked. Had their leader gained a new ability? Immediately, the beasts gained confidence and charged towards the ferocious beast in the mist. Roar! When the giant ape, over 50 meters tall, emerged from the mist, all the ferocious beasts were stunned. These ordinary ferocious beasts have only evolved 5 or 6 times, and the longest of them is only about 30 meters. Compared to this giant ape, they were just small fry. This giant ape is even bigger than that Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is the complete version. Qin Xiaoming shuddered, realizing just how foolish he had been to give the order to attack. However, the giant ape had already rampaged through the horde of ferocious beasts, overwhelming them in both size and strength. In the chaos, Qin Xiaoming noticed that the beast's eyes had no pupils. They were completely blank. He had no time to think about what was going on, and hurriedly fled in the direction Yang Xiao had retreated, not caring about the lives of his men. Among the pack of ferocious beasts, a husky saw this scene and immediately broke free from its restraints and fled to the other side. Behind him, the screams of his beastly minions being torn apart echoed. His army was gone. Somewhere in Fog City. That giant ape has become even stronger. Yang Xiao looked at the thunder rhinoceros and other beasts with lingering fear. That giant ape was Yi Feng's subordinate. I never expected that after being controlled by something that appeared in the center of Fog City, it could grow to its complete form in such a short time. Bai Yuhan was equally incredulous. What exactly is that thing? Yang Xiao asked hesitantly. It should be some kind of mutated plant, like the devil vines of the northern forest, but this plant seems even more terrifying, Bai Yuhan said in a heavy voice. That strange plant controlled many ferocious beasts in Fog City. Every so often, these beasts would go out on patrol, and the plant seemed to regard itself as the master of Fog City. Help me. Just then, a terrified sound came from outside the cave. The beasts exchanged glances. There was a small defensive barrier set up by Yuhan outside, which ordinary ferocious beasts could not detect. How did this guy find it? But they had no time to think. If this guy lured the giant ape, they would all be in danger. Yang Xiao stepped forward and let Qin Xiaoming in, but the next moment he used his serrated teeth to choke the other man. Qin Xiaoming was so frightened that he dared not move. He quickly said, "You've misunderstood. I'm Qin Xiaoming, and I know Yi Feng." You know Yi Feng? Yang Xiao was taken aback and looked at him with some disbelief. Since you know Yi Feng, why did you still attack Lei Shi? Qin Xiaoming. Bai Yuhan, standing on Yang Xiao's head, considered the name for a moment. She suddenly remembered that the woman Yi Feng had once saved also seemed to have the surname Qin. Is this her younger brother? Just then, a trembling roar and heavy footsteps suddenly came from outside the cave. You lured the giant ape here. Yang Xiao roared angrily. I don't know. Qin Xiaoming was so scared that he lay face down on the ground. We can't escape. Yang Xiao's voice was grave as he sensed the giant ape approaching from outside. Fortunately, Lei Shi has recovered considerably thanks to Bai Ro's treatment. If I go with you, we still have a chance of winning. Lei Shi said in a deep voice. Yang Xiao nodded. In the current situation, they had no choice but to fight. Roar! The defensive barrier outside the cave was smashed by a punch, and the giant black-haired hand reached in. Yang Xiao snorted coldly and threw Qin Xiaoming over there. Hey, what are you doing? Qin Xiaoming was dragged out of the cave by the giant ape amidst screams of terror. Yang Xiao and Lei Shi exchanged a glance before stepping out of the cave together. Roar! Just as the giant ape was about to devour Qin Xiaoming, it saw Yang Xiao and Lei Shi emerge, glanced at Qin Xiaoming in its hand, and threw him away. Puppet! A stiff voice came from the giant ape's mouth. and a sense of crisis suddenly spread from all around to the hearts of Yang Xiao and his beast. Pung. The next second, the giant ape appeared strangely in front of the two beasts and threw a punch. Fortunately, Yang Xiao reacted quickly enough, and the giant ape's fingers smashed a large crater beside him. Let's do it. Yang Xiao shouted loudly. His whole body was bathed in crimson flames, and suddenly a barrier was formed, completely surrounding the giant ape. Roar! The thunder rhino roared to the sky, its giant horn condensing into a series of flashing sparks of electricity, which it fired towards the fiery barrier. In an instant, flames shot into the sky, and the smell of explosion and burning filled the air. Chapter 120. Where did this idiot come from? Dust filled the beast's vision, but Yang Xiao and his beast did not let their guard down. This giant ape has already evolved to its complete form. If it could be killed so easily, it couldn't be considered complete. Before his thoughts had even settled, a massive black shadow appeared on the ground. Yang Xiao's pupils contracted, and he instinctively wanted to dodge, but then he heard a whooshing sound in his ear. Pung! The immense force sent him crashing into the rocks. Cough cough. Yang Xiao got up from the ground, his eyes somewhat unfocused. That giant ape is incredibly strong. Is this the completed form? Even if it were a fully formed ancient species, he wouldn't stand a chance. In contrast, this giant ape, having just endured the combined attack of him and Lei Shi, only suffered a few superficial wounds. After knocking Yang Xiao away, the giant ape turned its gaze to Lei Shi. Before Lei Shi could react, it stomped on his head. Pung! The lightning emanating from the thunder rhinoceros's giant horn was like a tickle to the giant ape. The giant ape revealed a ferocious smile, and then cruelly stretched out its hands, intending to pull off the giant horn on the head of the thunder rhinoceros. Thunder Rhino let out a painful cry. If this giant horn is pulled off, his lightning abilities will be rendered useless. Thunder Rhino. At the critical moment, a snow-white behemoth suddenly rushed in and crashed into the giant ape. The force of inertia caused the giant ape to loosen its grip on the thunder rhinoceros's massive horn and was knocked several meters away. Roar! Enraged by the snow-white behemoth before him, the giant ape grabbed Lu Qingqing by the neck with a single slap. Then it was lifted into the air. Lu Qingqing was struggling when she suddenly turned into a clump of sand and fell to the ground. Then she transformed back into the shape of Bai Zhe and retreated rapidly. This unexpected turn of events surprised the giant ape. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yang Xiao created another fiery barrier that trapped the giant ape. The giant ape roared furiously, as if it were impatient with these ants. Just then, a roar came from the forest, and as the mountains and forests trembled, a huge dire wolf emerged from the trees. Like the giant ape, this dire wolf also had white eyes, as if it were being controlled by something. Complete version. Yang Xiao swallowed hard. That thing actually created another complete form. Both of these were Yi Feng's former subordinates in Wuqing, but unexpectedly, they both became the scapegoats for that plant. It would be difficult to deal with a fully grown giant ape, let alone a dire wolf. Roar! Upon seeing its companion arrive, the giant ape strode out of the flame barrier and stood before Yang Xiao. Whoosh! The giant ape grabbed Yang Xiao by the neck and lifted him into the air. As the ape tightened its grip, bloodshot eyes began to appear in Yang Xiao's eyes. Yang Xiao, Bai Yuhan emerged from the cave, letting out a sharp cry. Rhino, who was standing nearby, wanted to rush forward to help, but was blocked by the dire wolf that came from the opposite direction. In the critical moment, Bai Yuhan gritted her teeth, took out a delicate remote control from her bosom, and was about to press the button when suddenly the hissing sound of snakes emerged from all around. Court death! Yi Feng's sharp voice rang out, followed by a crimson ray shooting out from the forest, directly knocking the giant ape away. Hiss! Another hissing sound rang out, and a giant, azure python appeared ghostly beside the dire wolf, attempting to coil around it. The dire wolf seemed to sense this terrifying crisis and swiftly leaped out of the ancient blue tide's encirclement. Bah! A clear cry echoed from the sky, followed by hundreds of emerald green feathers hurtling towards the dire wolf. Despite several attempts to dodge, it was still pierced by a few feathers. The flesh at the punctured wound rotted at a visible rate. It's Qingke. Lei Shi was overjoyed. Yang Xiao landed back on the ground, and, upon seeing Yi Feng's enormous size, revealed a look of relief. You're finally back. I'm sorry I'm late, Yi Feng said apologetically, then looked at the giant ape with a cold gaze. He was slightly taken aback. Isn't this my subordinate? How did he turn into such a grotesque mess? Detected target status. Lost. The ferocious beast controlled by the bewitching willow tree has lost its mind. It really is a bewitching willow. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. This thing's status among mutated plants was equivalent to that of a mutated species among ferocious beasts. Its ability is particularly bizarre. It emits a special scent that attracts ferocious beasts to perch nearby, and then silently extends its willow branches to absorb and provide nutrients to the beasts, eventually completely controlling them. Typically, it controls hundreds of ferocious beasts, absorbing the power of all of them and transferring it to the most powerful ones, thereby creating a top-tier force to protect itself. It now appears that his two remaining subordinates in Fog City have become puppets of the bewitching willow tree. They've become puppets. Defeat them completely first, but be careful not to kill them. Yifeng reminded Lon Tide and Qin Ke. Although the dire wolf and the giant ape have evolved to their complete forms, they are still ancient species. The difference between ancient species and mutated species is huge. The reason why the Overlord is so difficult to deal with is because it has only undergone 8 evolutions, and its ability is only a single fire barrier. But Lan Shi is different. As a super mutant that has undergone 9 evolutions, she possesses several abilities, including the ability to control gravity fields. Together with Qin Ke, who has also undergone 9 evolutions, she should have no problem dealing with a fully evolved dire wolf. As for Yifeng, his attributes already far surpass those of a typical 9-stage evolved ferocious beast, coupled with his berserk abilities. I'm going berserk. Yifeng roared, and an explosive power surged from his body. With the power amplified 3 times, even the fully formed version of him was no match for him. Pung! With a flick of its massive tail, Yifeng sent the giant ape staggering. The giant ape had no consciousness of its own. Looking at the uninvited guest who had suddenly arrived, all it could feel was instinctive anger. Roar! He angrily pounded his chest with both fists, but before he could finish, Yifeng blasted him away with a frost-like breath. Who are you pretending to be with? Yifeng shook his head. Back then, this guy used to call him boss respectfully. Now he's gotten so arrogant. The giant ape got up from the ground, still furious. Yifeng stepped forward again and bit his arm. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by the giant ape's painful roar. Brother Yi, I'm here to help you. Just then, a familiar voice came from beside me. A husky with its tongue lolling out came running excitedly from afar, followed by a whole host of ferocious beasts rolling their eyes. This husky was the one that escaped while Qin Xiaoming's army was being ravaged by the giant apes, but the direction it went led to encountered even more ferocious beasts rolling their eyes. Just when he was being chased to the point of having nowhere to run, he unexpectedly ran into Brother Yi, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. This thrilled him to no end. Brother Yi, I'm here to save you. Era roared. Despite his busy schedule, Yifeng took a moment to glance at him. Siberian husky? Didn't this guy get separated from me in the eastern province? How did he end up here? However, that's not the point. When Yifeng saw the endless ferocious beasts following behind this guy, his tongue turned green. What a jerk. Chapter 121 Strengthening Grass. Don't come any closer. Looking at the giant ape that was still not dealt with, Yifeng couldn't help but curse at Era. What? You want me to come over right now? The husky got even more excited after hearing that. You son of a bitch. Yifeng felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Roar! The giant ape seemed unwilling to be suppressed by Yifeng, and angrily stretched out its hands, trying to pry open Yifeng's mouth. How could Yifeng let him succeed? Immediately, a burst of scorching flames shot out, and under the intense heat, the giant ape's fur quickly curled up, and a circular wound appeared on its chest from Yifeng's breath, leaving it a bloody mess. Compared to the Overlord's flame barrier, Yifeng's flame breath has a much more limited attack range, consisting of only a single ray. However, precisely because of this, Yifeng's flame damage is more concentrated and penetrating. Roar! The giant ape seemed somewhat incredulous, looked down at its chest, and then collapsed to the ground with a thud, creating a deep crater. Brother Yi, quick, save me. At this moment, Era also ran up to Yifeng. Behind him, a large group of ferocious beasts were chasing after Era, their mouths watering. Fortunately, these ferocious beasts have evolved very few times and are not a great threat. Its massive tail, Yifeng whipped and killed a large number of the ferocious beasts in the front row. Woohoo! I thought you were something special. Is this all? Weren't you guys chasing me? The husky turned around, saw this scene, and instantly became arrogant. As he spoke, he charged fiercely into the horde of ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts were thrown into chaos by Yi Feng's attack, while Era, having shaken off his previous disheveled state, charged into the beast horde with divine might. Yi Feng's lips twitched, and a phrase flashed through his mind. A dog relying on the snake's power. Roar! Just then, a giant black hand emerged from the deep pit beside them, revealing the incredibly ferocious and furious face of the giant ape. The giant ape did not die. Even at its worst, it has already evolved into its complete form. How could it possibly be killed by Yi Feng's single fire breath? Seeing the giant ape get up again, Yi Feng's snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, and he once again engaged the giant ape in fierce combat. The husky and the pack of ferocious beasts gradually sensed something was wrong. Why were these beasts starting to fight back? Roar! A black panther angrily bit the husky, tearing off a tuft of its black fur. A whoa! The husky howled in pain, only then realizing that Yi Feng was gone from behind it. Brother Yi, he had just called out when the giant ape punched him from the side. This startled the husky, causing it to abandon its plan to search for Yi Feng. His gaze shifted, and he saw the Overlord and Thunder Rhino in the distance. At the same time, Balong also felt Era's gaze. The two stared at each other, and a bad premonition arose spontaneously. Brother Balong, Brother Lei, save me. As the husky barked, it rushed toward the two beasts. Behind him, the ferocious beasts, their eyes rolling back, quickly caught up, kicking up clouds of dust. Overlord. Bang! Meanwhile, the battle between Yi Feng and the giant ape had reached a fever pitch. Clad in crimson gold scales, Yi Feng resembled a ferocious beast, his gaping maw tearing a chunk of flesh from the giant ape with each bite. The giant ape was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. In contrast, what about Yi Feng? They fought with increasing ferocity. This was a battle on a completely different level. The giant ape felt wronged. He was just an ordinary ancient species, and even after evolving to his complete form, he didn't have any special abilities. But what kind of snake is that? It breathes fire and ice, its teeth are poisonous, and it can even grow scales on its body. Most importantly, it bites incredibly hard. A double whammy of ice and fire. Yi Feng observed the giant ape's condition and concluded that it had reached a point where it could be killed with a single blow. He originally wanted to spare the giant ape's life. After all, it had evolved to its complete form and had once been his subordinate. Unfortunately, there is no way to awaken the ferocious beast controlled by the bewitching spider Willow. Even in my previous life, there wasn't one. So, giant ape, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that you're beyond saving. As two completely different energies erupted, the giant ape's entire chest was pierced, and its life force was completely extinguished. Pung! With a heavy thud, the giant ape fell into the deep pit and could not climb out again. A whoa! A wolf howl came from afar, and for some reason, Yi Feng sensed a desolate feeling in it. Subsequently, the fully formed dire wolf broke free from Lan Shi and Qing Kei's encirclement and quickly retreated from the scene. Pack of ferocious beasts that had been beating the husky seemed to have been summoned by some force and retreated like a tide. It's the bewitching spider Willow. Yi Feng narrowed his snake-like eyes, a sharp glint in them. These ferocious beasts were all controlled by the bewitching spider Willow. It must have been the death of the giant ape that alerted the bewitching spider Willow, which is why these ferocious beasts retreated. Brother Yi, chase after them. The husky appeared beside Yi Feng with a bloodied head, howling loudly. These ferocious beasts are going too far in bullying the dog. They're only chasing after him and attacking him. What are you holding in your mouth? Yi Feng suddenly noticed a strange plant in the husky's mouth. The husky's heart tightened. Brother Yi, this is something I earned with my dog's life. Overlord and Thunder Rhino crowded around, staring at the husky with expressionless faces. All right. Helpless, the husky could only spit out the plant from its mouth. It was a plant with 3 leaves that emitted a green glow. How is it, Brother Yi? I noticed it's different from the other grasses, so I just picked it up. Era looked at Yi Feng expectantly, because he felt it was some kind of treasure. It's enhancement grass. Yi Feng was slightly taken aback. Enhanced grass is a plant that began to appear gradually after the global transformation of the animal kingdom. While not absolutely rare, it is certainly rare. Its function is similar to that of the azure flower, which can enhance the body of beasts. The difference is that it strengthens physical constitution or strength. The azure flower can help ferocious beasts grow stronger. Unexpectedly, this husky found a strengthening herb. No wonder those ferocious beasts chased him. It must be because the bewitching spider willow had its eye on this strengthening herb. Coming to his senses, Yifeng met the husky's expectant gaze, pondered for a moment, and said, "In my opinion, this grass is probably poisonous." Poisonous? The husky was startled, but quickly became suspicious. He held it in his mouth for a long time. Why wasn't he poisoned? This herb should only become poisonous after being ingested. I have a constitution that makes me immune to all poisons. If you don't believe me, I can test it for you, Yifeng said earnestly. Although Era was skeptical, he saw Yifeng's confident and sincere demeanor and thus believed Yifeng's lies. Brother Yi, go ahead and give it a try. I believe in you, Era said confidently. Okay. Yifeng found a leaf that hadn't come into contact with the husky's saliva, then swallowed it and waited for the system's reaction. Ding. Congratulations on consuming the enhancement grass. You have gained 50 points in constitution, 30 in defense, 30 in speed, and 30 in strength. The system notification sounded, causing Yifeng to flick his tongue. This boost was quite substantial. A single leaf of the strengthening grass can add 50 points to constitution and also increase strength, defense, and speed by 30 points. If you were to eat the whole thing, how much of a boost would that be? Seeing Yifeng's shifty eyes, Bawang suddenly noticed something amiss and immediately said, Brother Era, to be honest, I also have a constitution that makes me immune to all poisons. Having said that, Yangxiu rolled up another blade of grass. Me too. I have one too. Leishi wasn't stupid, and quickly opened his mouth to eat the last blade of grass. Wait a minute, you all have 10,000 poisons. The husky finally realized what it was saying halfway through its sentence. He got scammed. Looking at the bare, rootless reinforcement grass, the husky fell into deep thought. Chapter 122 The Bewitching Spider Willow Attacks. Yifeng, where did you find such a silly husky? Bai Yuhan stood on Yangxiu's head, unable to suppress a smile as she looked at the husky who was facing the wall in distress. I met this guy in the desert, then followed him out, but we got separated in the eastern province, Yifeng said calmly. By the way, before you came back, a lion led a large army to Fog City. After being defeated by Yangxiu, he said his name was something like Qin Xiaoming, Bai Yuhan said softly. Qin Xiaoming. Yifeng was taken aback, and the image of a brother and sister flashed through his mind. Is it only Qin Xiaoming? Yifeng couldn't help but ask. There shouldn't be any female ferocious beasts. Bai Yuhan seemed to know who Yifeng was asking about, and chuckled. I see. Yifeng didn't say anything more. Before the beast transformation, the Qin family was incredibly wealthy and powerful in the Dragon Kingdom. Such a family shouldn't be in such a bad situation after the beast transformation. This can be seen from Qin Xiaoming's ability to assemble an army of ferocious beasts. Once I eat the giant ape, I should evolve, Yifeng said. Evolution. Lan Shi, who had just arrived, was stunned by what she heard. She and Qin knew when Yifeng had evolved, and it hadn't been that long before he was about to evolve again. Etc. Not long ago, Yifeng just completed his 9th evolution. Wouldn't he be evolving into his complete form this time? Evolution, huh? If you calculate the time, you really should have evolved 9 times by now, said Bai Yuhan, who was unaware of the situation. When they parted last time, Yifeng had already undergone 8 evolutions. I am a fully evolved being, Yifeng corrected. A complete version. What? You mean the complete form? Bai Yuhan opened her small mouth in shock. Yes. Yifeng nodded calmly. To be honest, his evolution speed is relatively slow. Yangxiu gave him a strange look. How long has it been? The global beastification has only just begun, and Yifeng has already evolved into his complete form? This would probably crush countless ferocious beasts, right? By the way, where's Linyi? Leishi finally asked the question that had been ignored by the other beasts. Upon hearing this, all the beasts were instantly stunned. They then realized that Linyi, who had gone to help Yifeng, had not returned. It's a long story. Linyi was captured by the Xin Medical Department. Yifeng said in a heavy tone. The reason I came to Fog City this time is to ask you to go out to sea with me and rescue Linyi. Linyi was taken away by the Xin Medical Department? Yangxiu was taken aback and looked at Bai Yuhan. Bai Yuhan remained silent, but anyone could see the disappointment in her eyes. The teacher is not the same as before. Lan Shi keenly noticed this scene, paying particular attention to Bai Yuhan. The only known medical sciences that can retain a human body after transforming into a beast are Xianyi Ku. Could this woman be related to Xianyi Ku? Yifeng really has all sorts of people around him. For example, the autistic husky in the back may seem stupid on the surface, but she could sense that there was a peculiar energy within it. Among the ferocious beasts, the most terrifying should be the Overlord. That fire barrier is extremely powerful. After I complete my evolution, I will deal with the bewitching spider Willow. After saying that, Yifeng fell into a deep sleep. Half a day later, Yifeng shed his cocoon of light, his body now radiating a faint, strange color, and his body grew to a length of 100 meters. Is this the complete version? Feeling the faint pressure emanating from Yifeng, the Overlord's eyes couldn't help but become somewhat serious. Lan Shi looked at Yifeng with some surprise. When they had both evolved 9 times, she was confident that she could match Yifeng. Of course, she would have to rely on the power of the water. But now, she has no chance of winning whatsoever. Hiss! Flicked his tongue, and as if in response to the appearance of the completed form, a fierce wind swept across the sky. The wind is picking up. Lan Tide was slightly taken aback, and then she heard the sound of a ferocious beast galloping in her ears. The beast showed signs of alertness. Then they saw clearly what was in the mist. A snow-white behemoth with ram's horns on its head. Run! Lu Qingqing seemed somewhat flustered. What happened? Bai Yuhan frowned. Wasn't Lu Qingqing with Bai Rou in the cave? Why did she suddenly come over in such a panic? The bewitching spider is coming. It can move. Lu Qingqing exclaimed in a panic. When she saw Yifeng, who was still not fully evolved, on the ground, she froze completely. She might know why the bewitching spider Willow came here. Damn it! Bai Yuhan couldn't help but let out a soft scolding. The terrifying plant, the bewitching spider Willow, uses the strange terrain of Fog City to control countless ferocious beasts and allow them to absorb its nutrients. Its true form is even more unknown, having grown to an unknown extent. They must have come here now to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Yifeng as he evolves. There's no other way, we have to fight them. We can't let Yifeng fall into the hands of the bewitching spider Willow, Bai Yuhan said with a grim face. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound came from the air, as if something was moving at high speed. A towering tree, hundreds of meters tall, has somehow covered the entire area, its willow branches, like spider legs, stretching endlessly and completely enclosing the region. Hiss! The sound of snakes flicking their tongues filled the air, and there was more than one. Roar! The low growl of the black panther reverberated, and countless dark figures appeared and disappeared in the mist. Whoa! The fleeing dire wolf was the first to appear, its aura of complete form causing Blue Serpent's eyes to turn serious. Leave it to me. Before Lan Tide could finish speaking, another enormous black-striped spider appeared in the mist. The completed form of the mutant. Bai Yuhan's pretty face changed drastically. Previously, they had only seen the fully grown dire wolves and giant apes, and had never known that the bewitching spider Willow had a mutated black-striped spider under its command. The most terrifying thing is that this black-striped spider has evolved to its complete form. Squeak! With a sharp screech, the black-striped spider strode forward on its 8 legs, charging towards the group of beasts. At the same time, the dire wolf howled, and countless ferocious beasts charged forward from behind. We must stop this dire wolf, Overlord said to Thunder Rhino. Lei Shi nodded, but the worry in his eyes remained. Even if they managed to stop the dire wolf, there's still that black-striped spider and countless ferocious beasts. How can they possibly hold them off? Bah! The urgent cries of the emerald bluebird echoed from the sky, clearly indicating that she had encountered a formidable enemy in the air. The only one capable of dealing with the black-striped spider is Lan Tide, who is fighting alone. Who will stop the remaining ferocious beasts? Just then, the fog in the air suddenly thinned out, and a small fox shone faintly within it. The mist was seen merging into her body at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the fog dissipated, a bright, clear moon appeared in the sky, its light so bright that it illuminated the fog-shrouded city, as if it were daytime. It turned out that it was already evening. Wah! A suppressed growl echoed in the air, and the usually withdrawn husky had somehow appeared before the pack of ferocious beasts. The crescent moon mark on his forehead was so bright that it seemed to reflect the moon in the sky. At the same time, the husky's fur began to change, becoming smooth and supple as if undergoing a metamorphosis. 2 sharp fangs appeared in its mouth, and its body rapidly expanded. Chapter 123 Completed Version. Wah! The husky's sharp paws slammed into the ground, its eyes sharp and cold, and its aura continued to intensify. Is that husky? Bai Yuhan's pupils constricted slightly as she watched the husky's transformation. Since meeting this husky, it has always appeared as a fool and a dud, but unexpectedly, It has played such a role at a crucial moment. A whoa. At this moment, the husky's voice was no longer a dog's bark, but a loud wolf howl. Puff. Dire wolf not far away was so frightened by the howl that its legs went weak and it unconsciously collapsed to the ground. Overlord and Thunder Rhino hadn't expected such a good opportunity and immediately charged towards the dire wolf. At the same time, the black-striped spider also fell into Lawntide's gravity field. Relying on this powerful ability, Lawntide was not at a disadvantage for the time being. But it's only temporary. Of the 3 battles, the husky was the most valiant. Against the pack of ferocious beasts controlled by the bewitching spider Willow, the husky was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, cutting vegetables wherever it went. The Moonlight Devouring ability played an unimaginable role at this moment. Every time it encountered a ferocious beast, it could pull it into the Moonlight Devouring range, thus turning it into nourishment for the husky itself. The bewitching spider Willow, relying on the terrain of Fog City, controlled countless ferocious beasts, but due to its own characteristics, these beasts were not highly evolved. So thoroughly outmatched by the husky under the moonlight. Seeing the ferocious beasts she had painstakingly controlled turn into casualties as they grew up alongside the husky, the bewitching spider Kane finally couldn't sit still any longer. Splash! The endless spider willows began to extend towards the husky, but when they touched the husky's body, a burning sensation that could ignite the soul suddenly emanated from it. Hiss! The bewitching spider emitted a sharp, childlike cry, so piercing that it made the husky want to curse. After quickly retracting its tentacles, the surrounding ferocious beasts also stopped their attack, seemingly fearing the husky. Seeing this, the husky immediately became arrogant. Umph, you have some nerve, daring to launch a sneak attack on my brother Yi before he evolves. Today I'm going to put an end to your temper, you old monster. With that, the husky rammed past the ferocious beasts in front of it and charged straight toward the source of the spider willow roots. Hello. The little fox, by Ro, hurriedly opened her eyes and anxiously shouted. But where can you find the husky now? After the husky left, the group of ferocious beasts immediately focused their attention on Bai Ro and slowly approached. Seeing this, Bai Ro looked at the moon in the sky. If she stops releasing her power, the moon will be shrouded in fog again. How could a husky that has lost the power of the moon possibly be a match for the bewitching spider willow? Just as the little fox hesitated, a vicious wolf had already rushed in front of her. The petite Bai Ro looked like a lamb to the slaughter at the wolf's jaws. Seeing the wolf's gaping maw closing in, the little fox was so frightened that it retreated repeatedly, only to bump into a soft body. Bai Ro turned around and saw Yi Feng holding his head high, staring indifferently at the group of ferocious beasts. A giant python? Bai Ro was overjoyed. Yi Feng woke up just in time. She was only a hair's breadth away from being eaten. Just woke up and someone brought me snacks? Yi Feng looked at the row of ferocious beasts in front of him and smiled faintly. Although these ferocious beasts were under control, they still instinctively sensed the danger. Hiss! Hunt time! When Bai Ro looked behind her again, Yi Feng's figure had already disappeared, and all that could be seen was a huge python rampaging through the beast horde. These ferocious beasts seemed to have suddenly lost control, their defenses becoming chaotic and disorganized. Under Yi Feng's command, they were nothing more than a rabble, and within 10 minutes, they were all swallowed whole. Belch! Yi Feng let out a burp and turned his gaze to the other 2 battlefields. Ancient Lanshi is alright. Her control, type domain ability, is indeed strong. Although the black-striped spider is very strong, it's frustrating that it can't touch Lanshi. The Tyrant and Thunder Rhino. The bite ability of a fully formed dire wolf is astonishing. The current number of evolutions of Tyrant and Thunder Rhino, it is impossible for them to withstand the damage from dire wolf. At this moment, both beasts are already covered in bruises. However, the dire wolf's condition is not much better. The Thunder Rhino and the Overlord are aggressive beasts, possessing powerful innate abilities such as fire barriers and thunderous power. Under the combined attack of the 2 beasts, the dire wolf's fur was charred like charcoal, and its left foreleg was paralyzed by lightning, leaving it somewhat lame. Even so, the dire wolves remained ferocious, acting with impunity thanks to their complete forms. Puppet! He stared at the 2 beasts and let out a hoarse, unpleasant roar. However, a second after the words were spoken, the dire wolf's body suddenly stiffened. The dire wolf lowered its tail as it looked at the ferocious giant towering before it. That was an unparalleled sense of oppression, even more powerful than the black-striped spider. The beast's instincts made him want to retreat, But how could Yi Feng give him a chance to escape? With a flick of its massive tail, it slammed the dire wolf's head to the ground. The dire wolf let out a miserable howl, trying to struggle desperately, but suddenly realized that its strength was on a completely different level from Yi Feng's. How could that be? The dire wolf was startled. This giant python had only just completed its evolution. How could it possibly have such power? My strength has doubled. Yi Feng pressed down on the dire wolf's head while feeling the power emanating from himself. This is a feeling I've never experienced before. He even had the illusion that he could take on 2 of those giant octopuses at the bottom of the sea. Start the control panel, Yi Feng said. He desperately wanted to know his current attributes. Host: Yi Feng, completed body. Species: Undying python. Growth points: 103, 51,200 points required for the next evolution. Functions: venomous fangs, flaming breath, frost breath, lava golden scales, eagle eyes, frost constitution, invulnerability to all poisons, deep sea breath control, deadly bite, level 3 berserk, water elemental mastery. Strength: 1,576. Speed: 996. Defense: 1,023. Constitution: 1258. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Feng couldn't help but gasp. As expected, it increased by more than 2 times. Is this the complete form? This is so exciting. No wonder I felt so effortless when I killed those ferocious beasts. My attributes have improved so much. If calculated based on the black bear from my previous life, its strength in its adult form would only be around 700. Ordinary mutants, when evolving to their complete form, only have a strength attribute of around 1,000. Only a few super mutants with strength type abilities can rival his current attributes. In some respects, he has already established himself as invincible among ferocious beasts of the same evolutionary stage. Unless the other party has some kind of abnormal ability that can restrain him. Of course, mentioning this reminded Yi Feng of the purpose of his trip back to Fog City. Only by acquiring that ability can Yi Feng's goal be truly achieved. Whoa! Just as Yi Feng was gathering his thoughts and preparing to kill the dire wolf, a scream suddenly echoed from the forest. This sounds like a husky? Yi Feng was slightly puzzled. It's not just that it looks like one. This should be a husky. Bai Yuhan walked over and said quietly. This guy just went to chase the bewitching spider willow alone. He probably fell into an ambush. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's mouth twitched. This husky got killed while trying to steal the crystal? Chapter 124 Tracking Spider Willow. Upon hearing this news, Yi Feng felt a pang of regret, wondering why he had agreed to let this guy follow him in the first place. Every single day, I'm just dragging my teammates down. I glanced at the sky and saw the moon. Even if the husky was ambushed, it probably wouldn't die so quickly. If you want to save the husky, you should first eliminate the ferocious beast in front of you. Yi Feng had dealt with most of the ferocious beasts in the arena, leaving only the black-striped spider and the dire wolf. Lan Tide, get out of the way. Yi Feng looked at the giant python fighting the black-striped spider in the distance and gave a soft shout. Upon hearing this sound, Lan Tide did not hesitate and immediately retreated 100 meters. The black-striped spider's form was exposed, and the next moment it unleashed a torrent of fiery breath. Squeak! In an instant, a fiery hole was melted into the body of the black-striped spider. The black-striped spider let out a painful scream, its small black eyes filled with confusion. Why is this giant python's attack so powerful? Yi Feng's snake-like eyes flickered slightly. The effect of abilities is greatly enhanced upon completion, and the reason for this is attribute. Before reaching full form, the ability only deals fixed damage. This is also why Yi Feng's flame breath has not been very effective in recent battles. However, this situation changes completely when the final form is completed. The ability of a fully formed being can be used to enhance their own attributes. The stronger the relevant attributes, the stronger the enhanced ability response. For example, Yi Feng's attack ability, Flame Breath, can enhance attack attributes. The lava gold armor provides defensive capabilities and enhances defensive attributes. The ability to heal oneself without dying can be linked to one's physical constitution. Of course, attacks with enhanced attributes will consume more stamina, but this does not affect Yi Feng's ability to use them. Why? Because it's strong. For example, that fire breath just now was unleashed with Yi Feng's attack attribute boosted by over 1,500. This attack nearly killed the black-striped spider. If it weren't in its complete form, this black-striped spider would probably be dead by now. This was something Yi Feng, during his 9th evolution, could never have imagined. But now he is that powerful. The complete metamorphosis is terrifying. Faced with Yifeng's powerful approach, the black-striped spider felt a deep fear. This giant python was too strong. Fear consumed all his reason. Seeing this, Yifeng smiled in a human-like way. "Lan Tide, this guy is yours." After saying that, Yifeng flicked his tail and rushed into the forest. Looking at the black-striped spider that was still moaning, Lan Tide finally came to her senses. She never expected that such a terrifying change would occur after Yifeng evolved into his complete form. Not long ago, he was only on par with her, but now he's far ahead of her. But she's a super mutant. Yifeng's Undying python is special. It is ultimately just an ordinary mutated species. Why is its growth potential so terrifying? Recalling her experience of devouring a piece of Yifeng's flesh, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that was her only chance to devour Yifeng's flesh and blood. In the mountains and forests, a husky was jumping around, surrounded by darkness, and spiderwebs were reaching out from all directions, soon to block out the entire space. That will probably be his death day. "Brother Yi, save me." The husky couldn't help but howl. If he had known that the bewitching spider lily was so insidious, he would never have chased after it, even if it meant his death. That's right, at this moment, the husky was trapped in a cage surrounded by the branches of the bewitching spider willow. In this cage, the moonlight cannot shine in, and the husky's abilities are completely ineffective. A husky without the moon is like a tiger without its claws. Hiss. Just then, the sound of a giant python gliding by came from outside. "Brother Yi. Brother Yi." The husky barked anxiously, thinking that Brother Yi must be coming to rescue him. Pung. With a flick of its massive tail, the clump of spiderwebs scattered, and the husky tumbled out in a disheveled state, still shaken. "You're pretty brave." Seeing the husky's still shaken state, Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Yi." The husky was overjoyed to see Yifeng. However, the thought of his own situation filled him with shame and indignation. "What about the spider willow? I'm going to kill it." The power of the moonlight poured down again, and the husky felt the overwhelming power, immediately revealing its ferocious nature. The spider should have run away. Seeing that I have evolved into my complete form, it knows it is no match for me and will not stay here. Yifeng couldn't help but be slightly taken aback when he saw the husky's appearance. Although the husky could use the power of moonlight in the desert, there probably wasn't such a big change back then, right? "Mine is called moonlight sublimation," the husky said proudly. "This is the ability I gained by secretly eating one of the wolfhounds in Qin Xiaoming's pack when I was captured. But that silly lion Qin Xiaoming doesn't know I ate his subordinates. He thinks that wolfhound ran away." Hearing Era's words, Yifeng fell into deep thought. "You were in someone else's group, eating their ferocious beasts." Yifeng almost doubted that he had heard correctly. If the husky isn't crazy, then he must be. How could someone do something like this? "Yeah." The husky licked its tongue, completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. "Okay, you're better than me." Yifeng conceded defeat. This was too outrageous. There was nothing this husky wouldn't do. Even more outrageous is that Qin Xiaoming didn't even notice, and even brought the husky all the way to Wuqing, etc. Yifeng's eyes suddenly narrowed into a dangerous arc. "Why are you with Qin Xiaoming?" "Ah, this. Brother Yi, didn't I get separated from you?" I was captured." Era's tone suddenly became weak. "Captured? How did you end up in Fog City after being captured?" Yifeng's smile grew increasingly sinister. The husky lowered its head to the ground guiltily and muttered, "I didn't say you were in Fog City. He came by himself." "Oh, is that so?" Immediately following, even more painful howls came from Fog City. Rhino and other beasts that had stayed behind to wait were startled by the sound. "The husky is dead." "No, that's impossible. With Yifeng around, Era shouldn't die." The other beasts reassured them. 10 minutes later, the python and the dog arrived at a valley with thin mist. Even without Byro's abilities, the husky could still feel the radiance of the moonlight. The husky, its face bruised and swollen, looked at Yifeng and asked, "Brother Yi, where is this?" "This should be where Spider Willow is hiding," Yifeng said after a moment of contemplation. "How did you know?" Era looked at Yifeng suspiciously. "Pythons have thermal imaging systems, but this plant shouldn't have a body temperature, right?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng glanced at the broken spider vine on the ground, then at the serious-looking husky. After a long silence, Yifeng sighed. "Why don't you go back? I can manage on my own." Chapter 125, Killing Soul Domain. "Brother Yi, no. Brother Yi, I promise I won't trick you again," Era said hurriedly. Yifeng pondered for a moment. The moonlight could be seen in the valley, so this husky was still somewhat useful. The only thing that worried the snake was that this husky was too unreliable. Never mind, you can come with me, Yifeng said after thinking for a moment. There's nothing else to it. Since the husky volunteered so readily, let him go and scout ahead. Dogs should be quite good at this. Surprisingly, no danger occurred along the way. Yifeng and Era successfully reached the center of the valley. The path was winding and secluded, surrounded by rugged rocks. They climbed all the way to the top, where the terrain was narrow, barely allowing a sliver of moonlight to penetrate. Upon seeing this strange sight, the husky couldn't help but stop in its tracks. Brother Yi, could this spider willow be plotting against us ahead? Era asked with some concern. Yifeng rolled his eyes. Remove the words can't. They're definitely plotting against us from the beginning. There was no trace of spider willow along the way. Either it hadn't returned, or it had been lying in ambush deep within them. Of the two possibilities, Yifeng clearly leans more towards the second one. Upon hearing this, Era awkwardly said, Brother Yi, I suddenly have a stomachache. I'll go take care of it. As he spoke, the husky tried to slip away. Stomach ache isn't important. Yifeng flicked his giant tail to stop him, and said with a smile, The important thing is, how did Zhu Lu treat you just now? Locking you in a cage like a dog? Are you willing to accept that? The husky hesitated, failing to detect anything amiss. Instead, its emotions were aroused. I can't stand it. Yes, that spider is so hateful. We've already chased it to its doorstep. Are we just going to give up now? Besides, you have me behind you, having evolved to my full potential. What are you afraid of? Yifeng encouraged. All right, Brother Yi, wait for my good news. After hearing Yifeng's words, Era felt much more confident. With heads held high and chests puffed out. Pung! A large black and white ball was blasted out and slammed into the boulder next to Yifeng. Yifeng, it really is here. Yifeng withdrew his gaze from the husky and stared into the shadows. Splash! Countless spider webs spread in from all directions. Upon seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but scoff. A mere trick. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of intense heat erupted from Yifeng's mouth, transforming into a beam of light that struck the spider willows. Emitted that strange cry again, its branches quickly retracting, and a towering tree emerged from the shadows, reaching the same height as the cliff face. Even Yifeng hadn't expected that the spider willow had grown to such an extent. No wonder it can move. It has already become a spirit, Yifeng muttered to himself. Spirit transformation? The husky crawled out from the crack in the rock, looking bewildered, not understanding what Yifeng was talking about. Spiritual transformation is. Yifeng was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly saw Era's dog face, and he stopped himself from saying what he was about to say. Plants transforming into spirits signifies that they have evolved to a certain level, enabling them to break free from the constraints of the land and move for short periods. This spider willow has evolved to this extent. Brother Yi, this spider willow actually came out on its own initiative. Isn't it courting death? Upon seeing spider willow, Era once again bristled under the moonlight. Why don't you go and do it? A few minutes later, Yifeng looked at the husky that was baring its teeth and couldn't help but feel speechless. He just couldn't stand that stupid dog. Besides being a liar, he's also good at bragging. Squeak. Just then, specks of red light suddenly appeared on the bewitching spider's deeply furrowed body, slowly turning crimson. Brother Yi, what's going on? The sudden turn of events left the husky bewildered, and a strong sense of oppression emanated from all around. This is it reclaiming the energy controlling the ferocious beast, Yifeng said solemnly. After the ferocious beast controlled by the bewitching spider willow dies, the energy of the bewitching spider willow will dissipate into the air. At this moment, all that energy has returned to its side. No wonder it fled back here. It was waiting for its energy to return. Boom. As all the red energy was absorbed into the body by the bewitching spider willow, an incredibly powerful shockwave rippled outwards, and the scarlet mist suddenly dispersed. What is this? The husky asked in a low voice, its eyes bloodshot as it looked at Yifeng. Its body was stiff, as if it was trying its best to suppress something. Brother Yi, why do I feel like there's something in my head, affecting me? It's the killing soul domain. Compared to Era, Yifeng's condition was undoubtedly much better. Although both are affected by this field, Yifeng is a complete being and has much stronger resistance. This bewitching spider willow has two domain abilities. One is killing, and the other is bewitching. The bewitching domain is used to bewitch ferocious beasts, generating an aura that attracts them, and slowly permeating the red energy into their bodies, thereby controlling them. The Killing Soul domain is the combat ability of the bewitching spider willow. Within the domain, the minds of ferocious beasts will be affected by the Killing Soul. If one's mind relaxes, even slightly, one may fall into a state of chaos. The consequence of falling into chaos is becoming a henchman of the bewitching spider. Under the influence of the Killing Soul domain, low-level ferocious beasts are completely incapable of fighting. They need to concentrate all their attention on combating this negative emotion. In other words, this is a level-based advantage, which is very suitable for team battles. Yifeng had been eyeing for a long time was this. Roar. Seeing that the spider willow was releasing its Killing Soul domain, Yifeng was completely relieved. If all that effort had gone on and Zhu Lu hadn't awakened the Killing Soul domain, it would have been a huge loss. Fortunately, fate hadn't disappointed him. Activate Berserk mode first. Yifeng's aura suddenly changed, and his attributes immediately tripled, with his strength approaching the 5,000 mark. Pung! Its massive tail, Yifeng slammed it onto the bewitching spider willow. The bewitching spider willow trembled slightly, then angrily stretched out its spider willow branches and lashed at Yifeng repeatedly. Lava golden armor. Yifeng murmured, and crimson gold scales immediately appeared all over his body. The bewitching spider willow lashed against it, as if touching hot magma, and a hissing melting sound filled the air. Chirp! Bewitching spider was furious. This python actually had such abnormal scales, it was practically an invulnerable living hedgehog. After transforming into a spirit, this bewitching spider also developed instinctive thoughts similar to those of animals. At this moment, in its perception, Yifeng had been categorized as a dangerous being, and its instincts made it want to run away. Without hesitation, the bewitching spider willow retracted its branches, its body bursting out of the soil, and its roots rapidly digging into the ground beneath its trunk. This comical scene left Yifeng speechless. At the same time, the husky beside him suddenly pounced and bit Yifeng. Are you crazy? Yifeng quickly retracted his lava golden armor and angrily rebuked him. If he hadn't retracted the lava golden armor in time, the husky's teeth would probably have been burned off. Only then did Yifeng notice the husky's white eyes. Good heavens, it had actually been controlled by the bewitching spider willow. With a flick of its tail, Yifeng Lu pulled it into a crevice in the rocks. A good dog doesn't block the way. Chapter 126. The tail is so thick. A giant python meanders through the deep, narrow passage, exploring this uncharted land. The bewitching spider cane couldn't run far along this passage, so Yifeng wasn't in a hurry. Suddenly, Yifeng stopped in his tracks. With the eagle's vision wide open, everything before my eyes became clear. The bewitching spider willow had actually used the darkness and the terrain to create a large net in front of Yifeng, waiting for him to enter. You're about to die, and you're still playing these petty tricks. Yifeng chuckled lightly. With the current strength of the bewitching spider willow, even if it traps itself, it won't be able to hold it for long. Yifeng opened his mouth, and a burst of intense flames shot out. The angry shriek of the bewitching spider cane echoed through the arena. Why? Snakes have very poor eyesight, right? How could this giant python find its trap in this environment? Regardless, the bewitching spider willow missed her last chance to escape. The moment its body appeared, Yifeng's fiery breath was aimed at the center of the bewitching spider willow's body. The scorching flames instantly melted the bark on the chest of the bewitching spider willow, even piercing through it to create a round hole. Inside this round hole, a green, sparkling gemstone was found. That's it, plant energy crystals. Yifeng exclaimed excitedly. Obviously, it was impossible for him to swallow the entire bewitching spider willow. That would be too outrageous. Even if Yifeng could swallow it, he wouldn't be able to digest it. The only way to gain power by consuming plants is to find the plant energy crystals hidden inside the plant's trunk. The energy crystals of most plants are hidden in the center of their trunk, such as this bewitching spider willow. The plant's energy crystals are surrounded by numerous filamentous lines that connect to all sides of its trunk. Narrowed his eyes slightly. As long as the plant energy crystal is extracted, the bewitching spider willow will completely lose its current consciousness and turn back into an ordinary plant. Of course, it also lost its vitality at the same time. Yifeng stretched out his tail and suddenly lifted the plant energy crystal. At this moment, the bewitching spider let out a sharp cry again, but this time it carried a hint of pleading and panic. Without hesitation, Yifeng tore the energy crystal off. In an instant, the luster on the bewitching spider willow dimmed, gradually turned gray, and finally transformed into a lifeless branch. The husky not far away crawled out of the rock and looked around in confusion. Brother Yi, where have you gone? Could it be that Yifeng sacrificed himself to save me, taking the bewitching spider willow with him? He sniffed with his keen dog nose. Then his eyes lit up and he ran off in one direction. At this moment, Yifeng was staring blankly at the plant energy crystal. There is no doubt that swallowing this plant energy crystal could grant new abilities. However, the bewitching spider willow has two domain abilities. One is the bewitching domain. This ability might be a good skill for the bewitching spider willow, but it's useless to Yifeng. The bewitching spider willow has an excellent natural ability to hide. But Yifeng was different. With such a long, giant python standing there, who would dare to approach? In contrast, Yifeng highly values the killing soul domain. Not only is it powerful in team battles, but it can also control powerful ferocious beasts to fight for it. Of course, he might not get anything at all, but Yifeng believed in his incredible luck. Give it a shot, and your bicycle could become a motorcycle. Just as Yifeng gritted his teeth and was about to swallow the plant energy crystal, a black shadow suddenly darted over. Brother Yi, what's that in your mouth? The husky asked, sticking out its tongue. Yifeng ignored him and swallowed the plant energy crystal directly. In an instant, the system's voice rang in my ears. Ding! Congratulations on consuming the plant energy crystal of the bewitching spider willow. You have gained 1101 experience points. You have gained attribute points. You have gained a special ability, killing soul domain. Slaying soul domain, a domain formed by slaying souls. Within the domain, the host's concentration and aura increase, and the host's deterrent power against the enemy increases. Beasts that stay in the slaying soul domain for a long time will fall into a state of chaos and be controlled by the host. Well, Yifeng opened his eyes and burst into laughter. Killing soul domain ability was unleashed. It's simply invincible. Yifeng was delighted. The husky standing to the side looked at Yifeng, wondering if he was having a fit. Let's go back and meet up with them, then head to Sang Kingdom to save Lin Yi. Yifeng said cheerfully. Who is Lin Yi? Era was taken aback. Yifeng paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered this serious problem. These two lousy people are matched together. Wouldn't that be adding insult to injury? Maybe we shouldn't save Lin Yi. The snake and dog unharmed. Bai Yuhan and the other beasts all breathed a sigh of relief. Why do I feel like you've gotten even stronger? Lontide looked at Yifeng with a quiet gaze. This guy promised to help me get stronger, but he always ends up doing all the work by himself. Not bad. I gained a domain ability. Yifeng chuckled. Now, facing Lontide, he finally has the confidence to stand tall. Back then, under Lontide's gravity field, he was tricked into giving away a berserk attack. Violent. Yifeng was startled, suddenly realizing that his berserk state was about to end. In an instant, my mind went blank, and the world went dark. Yifeng, the entire snake, was terrified and collapsed to the ground with a thud. All the beasts. What's wrong with him? Lontide couldn't help but look at Era. He was fine when he came back, so why did he suddenly go limp? After thinking for a moment, Era suddenly said solemnly, I just saw Brother Yi make a hole in the bewitching spider willow and then stick his tail inside. Upon hearing this, the beast's gazes toward Yifeng suddenly changed. Lontide even moved her body away a little in disgust. Bai Yuhan glanced at Yifeng with pity. Although May is the mating season for snakes, Yifeng didn't need to be so desperate, resorting to the bewitching spider willow. Just thinking about it makes my eyes water. A few hours later, Yifeng gradually woke up, but his body was still limp and he had no strength. Damn, the after effects of this berserk state are too great. It seems I can't use it often in the future unless I encounter a life or death crisis. Yifeng couldn't help but complain in his heart, and then he saw the little fox guarding him. Bai Ro, where are they? Yifeng asked a question. Big Python, you're awake. Bai Ro looked at Yifeng with surprise, then seemed to remember something and quickly hid to the side. Why are you hiding? Yifeng was taken aback and flicked his thick tail in confusion. Seeing this, Bai Ro was even more terrified, her fox-like eyes widening in horror. That tail, it's so thick. What if Yifeng couldn't resist and attacked himself? Sister Qingqing. Yifeng looked bewildered as he watched the little fox scream and run away. What's going on? He didn't do anything. So why is Bai Ro reacting so strongly? He never dreamed that while he was unconscious, the husky would trick him again. Chapter 127 Southern Frontier, the 10,000 Mountains. Next, as agreed with Yuzihue, we will head to the coast to gain control of the remaining motherships. On a certain road, Yifeng spoke calmly, followed by several powerful and ferocious beasts. At the very back of the line was a husky with a bruised and swollen face. The 100,000 mountains are just ahead. Yifeng looked at a mountain peak in front of him and pondered for a moment. The 10,000 mountains of southern Xinjiang are one of the most dangerous regions after the transformation into beasts. The reason for this ominous reputation is due to a super mutant of an insect, one of the 10 dominant insect species. This insect overlord ruled the entire southern border in his previous life and even controlled the unique terrain of the 10,000 mountains. Few ferocious beasts dare to cross this place on foot, but Yifeng had no choice but to traverse the southern frontier, as it was the only route to the southwest coast. Only through this route could they find the mothership hidden on the southwest coast, and then reunite with Yuzihui. Therefore, the southern border region is an inevitable destination. Southern Xinjiang is teeming with insects and fraught with danger. Be careful and cautious. Era, go ahead and scout ahead, Yifeng said calmly. What? The husky suddenly looked up. Was it about to scout ahead? Is there a problem? Yifeng glanced at him. That damned husky dared to slander his heroic image in front of all the beasts. He was being too lenient by scouting ahead. No problem. Accompanying the husky was the emerald green sparrow, the only bird in the group, who possessed advantages that beasts like Yifeng could only envy. At this moment, she and Era, one on land and one in the air, can minimize the risk of this team. Lei Shi, if there is a chance, I can help you gain your first ability during this trip to the 100,000 mountains. Yifeng, who was lagging behind, spoke up. Really? Lei Shi suddenly perked up. He has never forgotten about his abilities. Why is Yifeng's combat power so outstanding, even though they are both mutants? It's all because of his dazzling abilities. In recent battles, Lei Shi has deeply felt his lack of combat power, and his role in the team is becoming less and less important. If he could acquire an ability that would enhance his combat strength, his role would increase significantly, and he would have a better chance of rescuing Lin Yi. The mighty Thunder Rhino is definitely not just after Yifeng's abilities. He simply wants to lighten Yifeng's burden. Yifeng understands all of this. Feeling Lei Shi's sincere gaze, Yifeng felt a little shy. To be honest, he had promised Lei Shi back in the desert, but he had been putting it off until now to find the first ability for him, and he felt really guilty about it. Cough cough. Just then, an untimely soft cough sounded in my ear. Yang Xiu casually strode forward, while Bai Yuhan above him smiled and looked at Yifeng. Huh. Yifeng glanced at the big guy, somewhat puzzled. You standing so close? Yang Xiu seemed a little embarrassed to speak, so he immediately gave Bai Yuhan on his back a wink. Yifeng, do you know? The address of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Bai Yuhan chuckled twice, then asked on Yang Xiu's behalf. This one? Yifeng pondered for a moment, then slowly said, after this incident is over, you can go to the vicinity of Tianhua Mountain. You will find something unexpected there. Brother Yi, thank you. Yifeng finished speaking. Yang Xiu offered a heartfelt thank you. Tyrannosaurus Rex, as an ancient species, is not difficult to find, but given his current strength, it would inevitably be a waste of time and effort. With Yifeng's reminder, he was able to quickly find a suitable place for his development. Yifeng chuckled lightly, without offering any pleasantries. There is another extremely important reason why the Tyrannosaurus Rex was able to become one of the 10 overlords of the Dragon Kingdom in later generations, and that is the Tyrannosaurus Rex Legion that he later commanded. As top predators in ancient times, each Tyrannosaurus Rex was an incredibly powerful being, and even some mutant species dared not easily provoke one. This gives an idea of how powerful an army organized by Tyrannosaurus Rex would be. However, the Overlord in his previous life only reached Tianhua Mountain after becoming an enhanced version of himself. With Yifeng's guidance in this life, the Overlord should be able to accelerate his growth, and it's not impossible that he might even become the first Overlord to appear in this life. Sitting on Yang Xiu's lap, Bai Yuhan's beautiful eyes fell on Yifeng, her gaze filled with a hint of surprise. She became increasingly interested in Yifeng's background. Why does Yifeng have such a thorough understanding of the world's distribution after the beast transformation? He even knows the exact areas where species live. This ability is simply too terrifying. Because the world after the beast transformation is in such a state of disintegration, it's simply unbelievable that Yifeng could know the distribution of species under such circumstances. It's absolutely impossible that he was just an ordinary person before he transformed into a beast. As she pondered this, Bai Yuhan placed the jade hand on the instrument beside her, observing the data as she pursed her red lips. We're almost there. The 10,000 mountains are densely forested, and for Yi Feng and his companions, given their current size, it's like trying to walk through bushes with a human body, extremely difficult. Therefore, the journey was much slower. The occasional chirping of a jaybird from ahead told them that the journey ahead was safe and passable. Whoa! Just then, a husky's mournful howl suddenly came from ahead, accompanied by the urgent cries of a green jay, making all the beasts' hearts skip a beat. Something's happened. Just as the beasts were about to rush to their aid, Yifeng suddenly spoke up and stopped them. Damn it! If we encounter a horde of insects, having more people will only make it harder to escape. If there's no signal from Era in 10 minutes, you're all retreating immediately. After saying that, Yifeng hurriedly headed towards the direction of the husky. The beasts were left hesitant. At this moment, Lu Qingqing, who was behind them, suddenly opened her eyes and said softly, "Don't worry, it's all right." Hearing Lu Qingqing's words, the beasts finally felt relieved. They all knew Lu Qingqing's abilities, and it seemed that she had already seen the scene of Era's death through precognitive imagery. After passing through the woods and over a low hill, Yifeng's view suddenly opened up. Ahead lay a crimson swamp, where the black and white husky was struggling to stay afloat. Bah! The emerald bluebird landed on Yifeng's head and said anxiously, "We crossed the hills and saw this strange land. I advised Era to wait for you, but he wouldn't listen. He insisted on risking his life, and this is how it ended up." You could hear a hint of helplessness in Fei Lu Qing's voice. Yifeng's lips twitched upon hearing this. This was the blood swamp, a place even a husky would dare to defy. "I think you're trying to get yourself killed. Damn it. I hope the bloodworms haven't found you, you stupid dog, or it'll be trouble." Just as Yifeng was about to intervene and save Era, a strange rustling sound suddenly came from below the blood swamp. "Cuckoo. Lulu." Seeing this, Yifeng muttered, "Oh shit." Chapter 128, it was pulled out. Whoosh. There was a creature that was half a meter long, round in shape, with a layer of sharp spikes covering its red flesh. Its head was a round hole with 3 unusually thick spikes on its surface. This must be where they used to devour their prey. Seeing these ugly, bizarre insects crawling out of the blood swamp and towards him, the husky almost vomited everything in his stomach. "Brother Yi, save me. I'm your own brother." Hearing the husky crying and wailing, Yifeng was speechless for a moment. Then he opened his mouth and exhaled a burst of scorching flames around the husky. Cuckoo. The air was filled with the panicked cries of the bloodworms. Immediately, these bloodworms burrowed back into the blood swamp. "They're gone." Era breathed a sigh of relief and was about to call Yifeng when suddenly a drooling blood pupa burst out of the ground and stared at him at close range. Gurgle. The husky seemed to hear the bloodworm's greedy laughter. Holy crap. The husky's howl increased by 8,000 decibels, and the crescent-shaped mark on its forehead immediately brightened, shooting out a pure white beam of light. Under the attack of this light, the bloodworms in front of him quickly melted and finally turned to ashes. Yifeng was taken aback by the husky's sudden ability. When did this guy gain such an ability? "Brother Yi, please save me." The husky cried out in distress. If it remained still for a while longer, it would truly be nothing but bones. "Qingke, go up to its head and grab its dog head. I'll help you deal with the bloodworms," Yifeng said immediately. "I tried. The soil has a strange suction force. I can't pull Era up at all," said Emerald Bluebird with some helplessness. "That's impossible." Yifeng was taken aback. Could it be that the husky was too heavy? No, there must be something else below that held the husky back. "I'm sorry, but I saved you." Yifeng gritted his teeth, then spat out a cold glint from his mouth, aimed directly at the husky's true form. "Hey, Brother Yi, let's talk this over. I promise I won't cheat you next time." Era's mind changed drastically, and he quickly said. However, Yifeng completely ignored him. With the boost from his attributes, a burst of icy breath covered the entire area around the husky. Even the red swamp was covered with a layer of ice crystals at a visible speed. The frigid temperature rose rapidly, freezing the husky into a statue, frozen in place. Seeing the blood swamp frozen, Yifeng stretched out his giant tail, wrapped it around the frozen husky, and pulled hard. Pop! The husky was pulled out. Behind the husky, a giant bloodworm had already wrapped around his tail. That scene was truly disgusting. Yifeng suppressed the churning in his stomach and suddenly felt a little relieved for Era. If he hadn't frozen him beforehand, Era would probably have been disgusted to death. "I definitely won't touch this thing. It's part of my noble scales." Yifeng sighed and looked at the emerald green bird. The emerald bluebird's eyes widened, and it suddenly tried to spread its wings and take flight, but Yifeng caught it by its tail. Bluebird, if you use your claws, it's at most physical contact. But if I use my body, that's skin-to-skin contact with this bloodworm. I believe you. You wouldn't be so cruel, right? Looking at Yifeng, the emerald green sparrow wanted to refuse, but then it felt the tail of the other party begin to exert more force, so it could only curse Yifeng's ancestors for 29 generations in its mind. A few hours later, the emerald bluebird frantically washed its claws by the lake, while Yifeng lay leisurely nearby. Meanwhile, the husky slowly woke up. Era stared blankly at the scene before him, his mind still frozen on the cruel scene of Yifeng's vicious attack on him. Brother Yi. Upon seeing Yifeng beside him, the husky showed a look of surprise and delight, but then it discovered something earth-shattering. Where's the fur on my tail? The husky let out a deafening, pitiful howl. Yifeng looked at him with sympathy. The saliva of the bloodworm was corrosive, and it had just corroded all the fur on the husky's tail. Including Lu Qingqing, who were watching this scene, felt no sympathy whatsoever. Instead, they couldn't help but want to laugh. A bald tail wagging in the air, it's just so damn bizarre. Ha! The little fox by row was the first to burst into giggles. Laughing at a husky that's already furious is simply disrespectful. Ha! The constant laughter completely broke the husky's defenses. Ahem. A few minutes later, Yifeng came to the beasts and said slowly, "That blood swamp is very strange, and it is inhabited by strange creatures like blood pupae. We can't get through it. Let's go around from the north." The other beasts were unfamiliar with these things, so they naturally followed Yifeng's commands. The beasts set off again, with Era and Emerald Green Sparrow still leading the way. This time, Yifeng instructed Era in advance to return and report immediately if anything went wrong. This time, the journey was undoubtedly much smoother. Following Yifeng's instructions, they successfully bypassed the territories of many strange insects. In the blink of an eye, night is approaching. As the sun set and the bright moon rose, the husky puffed up with pride. The sky cleared up, the rain stopped, and I feel like I'm back to normal. Oh whoa! The moonlight bathed the husky, causing it to let out a long, pleasant howl. What are you doing? Yifeng, who was at the back of the group, couldn't help but turn pale. This stupid husky, doesn't it know that some insects like to come out to forage at night? Just then, Yifeng suddenly felt a rustling sound coming from all around him. Is it just an illusion? Rustle. The sound was getting closer. Stop. Yifeng quickly spoke up, and upon hearing this, the beasts dared not continue their actions. Rustling. Sand. This time, the entire group heard the sound, and all the ferocious beasts tensed up and their breathing became heavy. Eagle's vision. Yifeng murmured softly, his vision suddenly becoming clear. It's a high-level species, a rainforest scorpion, Yifeng said in a low voice. Rainforest scorpions exist in the tropical rainforests of southern Yazhou. Ordinary rainforest scorpions are only a dozen centimeters long, but after metamorphosis, they have grown to 5 meters or even more than 10 meters in size. The strongest rainforest scorpion has only evolved 7 times. Yifeng glanced at it, his snake eyes flashing. With his current full-body strength, plus the power of the killing soul domain, the rainforest scorpion swarm poses little threat. What truly puts pressure on Yifeng is the creature hidden in the shadows, which has not yet appeared. Shoo! The dense crawling sounds made the beasts tense up, creating a sense of dread. Before their eyes, a centipede over 30 meters long crawled out, its countless tentacles moving beneath it. It stared at Yifeng and his group of ferocious beasts, its 2 antenna-like tentacles trembling in the air, releasing a plume of green smoke. Yifeng was startled and quickly said, "It's poisonous." Chapter 129 dispersed. I can't see. She's panicked voice echoed in the air. Can't see it. Yifeng was taken aback. Why could he still see them in his field of vision? Suddenly, Yifeng realized that he had the ability to be immune to all poisons. The green smoke released by these centipedes is a poisonous gas that can cause blindness. Listen to me, everyone. No matter what happens, don't get separated. Yifeng spoke in a deep voice. However, the moment he finished speaking, Leishi let out a furious roar, followed by lightning flying all around, almost affecting Yifeng as well. A large number of rainforest scorpions have already flocked to Leishi's side from all directions. Slaying Soul Domain. Yifeng focused his mind slightly and released his domain ability. A faint red glow enveloped the surroundings, trapping even the swarm of rainforest scorpions and centipedes within it. A moment of silence fell over the scene. Under the influence of the killing soul domain, the insects had all lost their minds. But soon, the swarm of insects let out a piercing scream. The blood vessels began to fade, and they actually broke free from the control of the killing soul domain. What's going on? Yi Feng was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening, and his snake-like eyes narrowed. Yi Feng. Just then, Lan Shi came to Yi Feng's side, her eyes blank. She found Yi Feng by the distinctive scent of snakes. Let's go? We can't stay here any longer. We've probably stumbled into the territory of the Zerg overlords. Yi Feng said solemnly. Zerg overlord? Lan Tide was taken aback. It was the first time she had ever heard this term. It's a mutated silkworm that can release silkworm essence, and its main function is to control insects, Yi Feng said quickly. Controlling insects? Lan Shi was shocked. Wouldn't that make him a natural-born leader of the insect race? If they provoke such a thing in the insect-infested southern border region, wouldn't they be hunted down with nowhere to hide? There's no time. The number of insects around us is only going to increase. Get them to retreat quickly, and we'll figure out a way to regroup once we reach a safe area. Yi Feng's words reached the ears of the beasts. Although they could not see him, they could still sense the safe direction. Yang Xiu immediately unleashed a fiery barrier and charged out, stepping on the flames. Without hesitation, Lei Shi slammed its giant horn into the ground, while there weren't many ferocious beasts around, sending up bursts of lightning. Sizzle. A group of insects were electrocuted, and the air smelled of burning. Before Lei Shi could catch his breath, the insects and scorpions around him charged forward again. Sensing the commotion around him, Lei Shi disregarded his direction and began to run wildly in one direction. Yi Feng, who was not far away, saw this and his face turned green. They've rebelled. They've rebelled. Hurry up, hurry up. Upon hearing this, Lei Shi assumed Yi Feng was ahead and was overjoyed, so he rushed even faster. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lei Shi made urgent noises, and more green mist poured out of their mouths. Bai Rou and Lu Qingqing were immediately knocked unconscious by the green mist. Yi Feng glanced at Lan Shi, who was still blinded, and gritted his teeth. Take Sister Qingqing and Bai Rou out first. With that, Yi Feng used his tail to lift the two beasts and put them on Lan Shi's back. And what about you? Lan Tide asked subconsciously. Don't worry, I'm fine. With that, Yi Feng activated his lava golden armor and charged straight at Lei Shi. At the same time, the Emerald Bluebird were still walking slowly ahead. Hey Era, have you noticed a lot more bugs around here? Emerald Bluebird asked hesitantly, staring at the giant ants crawling under Era's feet. The husky wagged its bare tail. It's okay. These ants are all going to the back. They have nothing to do with us. Behind them, it seems to be Yi Feng and the others, right? Fei Lu Qing K asked uncertainly. Seeing how nonchalant Era was, she really thought it was just the two of them in the group. Upon hearing this, the husky's steps suddenly froze. Then look at the direction in which those countless insects rushed. Brother Yi, I've come to save you. Emerald Bluebird was stunned. She absolutely refused to believe that this husky had only just realized what was happening. Within the swarm of insects, Yi Feng's scorching heat scalded and killed the surrounding insects. Most of these insects had only undergone 1 or 2 evolutions, and to Yi Feng, they were nothing more than ants. However, too many ants can also create considerable obstacles. At the same time, Yi Feng could sense a force fighting against his killing soul domain, which he assumed was the mutated silkworm that controlled these insects. Just as Yi Feng was trying to find the heavenly silkworm hidden in the swarm of insects, he suddenly heard the howl of a husky. Brother Yi, I'm here. Hang in there. The husky's bark delighted Yi Feng, who thought to himself that this guy had finally come at the right time. Quickly, take the thunder rhino away, Yi Feng said. Brother Yi, look at Brother Lei. Era suddenly spoke a little incoherently. Yi Feng was taken aback and turned around to look. He saw that something that looked like a spider had crawled up on Lei Shi's head and was clinging tightly to Lei Shi's back. This is a giant spinal worm. Yi Feng's eyes darkened. No wonder Lei Shi was delirious and rushed towards the swarm of insects. It turned out that such a thing had possessed him. Under these circumstances, Yi Feng had no choice but to abandon the idea of finding the mutated silkworm, and instead opened his mouth to swallow and spew out icy blue beams of light. The husky's lips twitched at the sight, wondering why this scene seemed so familiar. Roar! A chilling aura, accompanied by ice crystals, quickly enveloped the entire swarm of insects. Those insects that had not yet been affected cried out in fear and retreated rapidly. Lei Shi was unable to dodge in time and was frozen into a sculpture by the ice. Yifeng glanced into the darkness, but ultimately gave up the idea of chasing after them. He has already unleashed 2 attacks with enhanced attributes today, and his body is almost out of energy. If he chases after them and encounters an ambush, he may not be able to escape unscathed. After all, in his previous life he had only heard of the monstrous silkworm's fearsome reputation, but had never actually seen it. The rulers of insects, the 10 overlords. Yifeng murmured to himself, then had Aradrag Laishi away from the area. After Yifeng and his 2 beasts left, the jungle trembled, and then a huge white silkworm emerged from it. It had pale golden patterns on its body, and its large, dark eyes were staring in the direction Yifeng and his companions had gone, as if it were thinking about something. Ding! Searching for super mutant species, golden-striped black-armored heavenly silkworm. Possessing a trace of the bloodline of the ancient golden silkworm, the celestial silkworm essence released will awe insects, thereby controlling them and becoming the overlord of insects. Ability: Black silkworm essence. Silkworm essence that emits evil intent. Insects that inhale the silkworm essence will become puppets of the black armored silkworm. Giant Devourer. Opens its massive mouth to generate an extremely strong suction force, swallowing surrounding creatures into its belly. Black corrosive venom. Sprays a liquid with a distinctive odor that can easily penetrate and reach deep into enemy flesh, causing severe corrosion. Chapter 130 Double Good Fortune. In a safe cave, Yifeng consulted the system's data encyclopedia in an attempt to find a weakness in this celestial silkworm. Yifeng was taken aback and suddenly noticed that next to the golden-patterned black-armored silkworm, there was a large, seemingly harmless white, fat man. What is this? Yifeng couldn't help but pull up the information on this big, fat man. Ding! Searching for super mutant species, golden-striped white-armored heavenly silkworm. Possessing a trace of the bloodline of the ancient golden silkworm, the celestial silkworm essence released will awe insects, thereby controlling them and becoming the overlord of insects. Ability: White silkworm essence. The heavenly silkworm essence that carries away evil thoughts. Insects that inhale the heavenly silkworm essence will become appendages of the white-armored heavenly silkworm. Giant Devourer. Opens its massive mouth to generate an extremely strong suction force, swallowing surrounding creatures into its belly. Pure white healing liquid. Sprays out a liquid with a distinctive odor that can easily penetrate and reach deep into the enemy's flesh, providing a significant healing effect. Almost identical introductions. Yifeng was taken aback. Note: the golden-patterned black-armored heavenly silkworm and the golden-patterned white-armored heavenly silkworm are twin brothers, but because their personalities are incompatible, only one of them can survive. Upon hearing the system's notification, a series of images flashed through Yifeng's mind, and he seemed to understand something. These 2 silkworms are destined enemies. Sooner or later, one will die at the hands of the other. Judging from the current situation, the 2 should not have fought yet, but the one who survived to the end in the previous life should be the golden-patterned black-armored heavenly silkworm. This has potential. Yifeng's mind was racing. Perhaps he could use this connection to bring the 2 heavenly silkworms under his command. With these 2 guys as henchmen, the chances of rescuing Lin Yi at sea have increased significantly. I just wonder which of these 2 silkworms I'll encounter tonight. Brother Yi, what are you grinning about? Brother Lei is almost dead, the husky beside him asked, puzzled. Why has Yifeng been grinning like an idiot ever since he entered this cave? Oh no, could it be that Brother Yi has also been possessed by that wretched spinal worm? The husky immediately jumped onto Yifeng's back, its actions extremely ungraceful. Realizing what was happening, Yifeng felt the husky rubbing against his back and immediately flew into a rage. With a powerful tail whip, he slammed the husky against the wall, where it wouldn't come off. Thunder Rhino's current situation is a bit dangerous. After dealing with the husky, Yifeng stared at the still frozen Thunder Rhino and hesitated before speaking. To restore the Thunder Rhino to normal, we need to remove the spinal worm, but with the Thunder Rhino's current vitality, can it withstand it? Yifeng muttered to himself. Perhaps with the little fox here, we can help the spinal worm break free while ensuring the Thunder Rhino returns to normal, Yifeng sighed. But tonight's situation was too chaotic, and Lan Shi and the others had already been scattered, and their whereabouts were unknown. By the way, where's Qingke who was with you? Yifeng's tone carried a hint of murderous intent. This unreliable husky, could it have tricked Qingke? Era climbed down from the wall and hurriedly said, We saw the tyrant running away frantically on the road, but I was too worried about you, Brother Yi, so I let Qingke follow him. I came to rescue you by myself. The husky spoke with righteous indignation, while Yifeng rolled his eyes. All right, I'm going to use my fire breath to break through the ice. You'll have to figure out how to control the thunder rhino later, Yifeng instructed. No problem. Era readily agreed. Yifeng nodded, then breathed out flames and began to slowly dispel the ice on the thunder rhino's body. Soon, the thunder rhino's leg twitched. Seeing this, Yifeng quietly moved back a little and continued to spew flames. The husky, oblivious to the situation, continued to stare wide-eyed at the thunder rhinoceros, its tongue lolling out. Roar! Suddenly, the thunder rhino burst out of the ice, letting out a furious roar. Those eyes had turned an eerie black. Before the husky could react, the thunder rhinoceros rammed its giant horn against its body, pinning it against the wall, triggering lightning. The husky started convulsing, and its eyes rolled back. While silently mourning for Era, Yifeng extended his giant tail and directly wrapped it around the spine worm on Lei Shi's back. Chirp! The spine-born worm let out a piercing cry, but Yifeng did not hesitate. He acted swiftly and decisively, exerting all his strength. Chirp! The spine worm detached from the thunder rhinoceros's back and was then lifted into the air by Yifeng's giant tail, where it struggled. Click! Yifeng exerted force with his tail, pulverizing the spine worm into dust. It was clear it was beyond saving. But Yifeng did not spare its severed limbs. He breathed out a mouthful of flame until the limbs turned to ashes before Yifeng withdrew his breath. This spinal worm it's a nightmare for the biological world. Not only does it possess extremely strong vitality, but it can also invade the spine of living beings, depriving them of their life energy and thus controlling the puppet. Fortunately, Yifeng had frozen the thunder rhino in time, so the spinal worm did not completely devour its spine. Even so, Lei Shi's back was also severely eroded by the spinal worm, a truly tragic sight. Brother Yi, why didn't you tell me he would attack? At this moment, the husky crawled over from the ground, its fur now shaped like a hedgehog. No, your seduction just now created the perfect opportunity for me, allowing me to remove the spinal worm and save Lei Shi. You have succeeded, Yifeng said earnestly. Really? The husky looked on incredulously. It's not dawn yet. Go absorb some moonlight. That should restore you to normal. Yifeng didn't answer his question. Oh right. The husky jumped up and immediately ran out of the cave. The next day, a giant python, a husky, and a thunder rhinoceros appeared in the mountains and forests. At this moment, Lei Shi still had injuries on his back, and even his walking posture was extremely awkward. A rhinoceros that can devour other animals. Once you eat it, the wound on your back should heal, Yifeng said solemnly. Okay. Lei Shi was in tears. Getting injured and gaining an ability was totally worth it. The three beasts stopped only when they heard the sound of a flowing stream. In front of this dense jungle, a clear stream can be vaguely seen, and countless creatures live along its banks. However, most of these creatures are herbivores and are not aggressive. Seeing this, the husky couldn't help but lick its lips and was about to rush out to eat the meat when Yifeng stopped it. Wait a moment. Yifeng shook his head. The two beasts looked at Yifeng in confusion. Wasn't this guy usually the most enthusiastic when he saw ferocious beasts? And he was muttering something under his breath. Grow up. Grow up. Why aren't you pushing today? Yifeng did not respond, but instead used thermal imaging to quietly sense the changes in his surroundings. A moment later, he chuckled softly and looked at the husky. It seems that this time, not only will Lei Shi gain power, but Era, you can also improve yourself once again. The husky was taken aback, then became excited. Brother Yi, you mean? Chapter 131. Sorry, I am the complete body. Shoo. Yifeng narrowed his snake-like eyes, staring intently at the mountains and forests ahead. Boss, the insects in the 10,000 mountains have been getting more and more restless lately. Do you think they might take over the entire southern border region? A rhinoceros with hard, light gray skin spoke in a deep, resonant voice. It is said that in those mountains, two terrifying insects are growing wildly, each gathering a swarm, ready to go to war at any time. The leader was a gray wolf with some blue light patterns. It glanced at the surrounding jungle and said calmly, "The insect king." A gray-white wolf standing nearby asked in surprise. "Perhaps, if I were to encounter any one of them, I would meet a gruesome end," said the blue wolf with blue markings. "No way." The gray wolf looked surprised. He had been following the blue wolf with the blue light pattern for a long time and knew its strength well. Among the mutant species, wolves with blue light patterns are considered strong. But he actually said that if he encountered either of those two insects, he would die a horrible death? How powerful must these two insects be? Need to worry about the conflicts between insects. As things stand, they haven't affected our territory yet. The blue, patterned wolf shook its head. That's true. Let me see what animals I can hunt today. If I can find one of my own kind. The gray wolf licked its lips, looking somewhat expectant. This mountain forest and water source are the territory of these three ferocious beasts. What's rather strange is that they didn't leave their mark on the territory, leading other ferocious beasts to mistakenly believe it was unclaimed land. When the ferocious beasts rest near the water source, these three will suddenly rush out to hunt and reap their prey. This process is repeated time and again, and it never fails. But today, they've met their match. He's right. You don't need to worry about the insects. You should worry about yourselves. A proud and arrogant husky emerged from the bushes, speaking in an exceptionally cocky tone. A dog? A husky? Upon seeing the suddenly appearing black and white creature, the three beasts were startled at the same time, but quickly realized something was wrong. This husky doesn't seem to be very dangerous. Moreover, its tail is bald, and its fur is curly, like an afro. This guy get his fur permed after transforming into a beast? A mere husky dares to provoke our three fiends of southern Xinjiang? How dare you be so arrogant? The gray wolf sneered. Upon hearing this, the husky looked over and instantly bristled. How dare you, a mere ancient species, disrespect this husky? What kind of three fiends of southern Xinjiang is this? Did you ask Brother Yi for his permission before coming up with this name? Brother Yi. The wolf's blue, patterned eyes narrowed, and it asked in a chilling tone, Who is Brother Yi? Brother Yi is my boss. He's the most powerful, arrogant, and awesome giant python since the world of beast transformation. You three little trash, Brother Yi can swallow you all in one gulp. Don't you think so, Brother Yi? After the husky finished speaking, it stood tall and waited for a response from behind. However, after a long time, your Brother Yi seems to have abandoned you? The blue-patterned wolf revealed its cruel and ferocious nature, pressing closer and closer to the boastful husky. At this point, he was certain that this husky had no fighting ability whatsoever. Brother Yi. Looking at the blue-patterned wolf with drool dripping from its mouth, the husky could barely speak. It wasn't even night yet, so he couldn't win. Well, with a sigh, the ground began to tremble. A giant rhinoceros emerged from the forest, its entire body covered in scales and topped with a massive, deep blue horn. The only thing that puzzled the beast was the large chunks of flesh exposed on the rhinoceros's back, which looked extremely gruesome. Wasn't it supposed to be the largest python? How come a rhinoceros has appeared? The blue-patterned wolf keenly sensed that something was wrong. On the contrary, his gray wolf underlings burst into wild laughter upon seeing Lei Shi. Ha ha ha, you two, one cripple and the other a husky. Think you can take on our southern Xinjiang three fiends group? Who said there are only two of us? Lei Shi stared intently at the gray wolf. What about the other one? The blue-patterned wolf began to warily scan its surroundings. Brother Yi, he went to clear the prey on the shore. He's afraid that if a fight breaks out later, it will scare away his growth points, Lei Shi said casually. What? Upon hearing this, the three notorious criminals of southern Xinjiang instantly flew into a rage. He actually dared to poach our prey in the territory of the three fiends of southern Xinjiang. Who told you I was a poacher? A cold laugh rang out, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of crisis that instantly enveloped the entire southern border three fiends. The ferocious beasts had a strong sense of danger. Although the giant python had not yet appeared, they could already feel the suffocating pressure. This proves that the giant python was extremely powerful. The blue-patterned wolf was both wary and horrified. When did such terrifying creatures appear in southern Xinjiang? This kind of pressure is comparable to those two insect kings that roam the 100,000 mountains. I am an honorable hunter. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly came from beside the blue-patterned wolf, and then the gray wolf let out a miserable howl. The blue-patterned wolf turned its head, its pupils widening in terror in an instant. A gigantic snake head was mercilessly tearing at the gray wolf, whose body, which was over 10 meters long, had already been half swallowed by the giant python. Danger! The blue-patterned wolf showed no intention of fighting back and immediately turned and ran. Hey Era, your ability has run away. Why aren't you chasing after it? Seeing this, Yifeng quickly ate the gray wolf in his mouth and roared at Era. Huh! Upon hearing this, the husky immediately darted into the jungle and chased after the blue-patterned wolf. The remaining light gray rhinoceroses, being too slow, didn't bother to escape. Instead, they stared at Yifeng with furious red eyes. Ding! Target organism detected. Mutated Meteorite Giant Rhinoceros, 7 evolutions. Ability. Meteorite Rhinoceros Armor. Its scales rapidly petrify, possessing a defense as hard as a meteorite from outer space. In addition, due to the properties of meteorites, the rhinoceros armor has a slow healing ability. Heavy stomping. Their hooves possess unimaginable strength, capable of easily crushing a giant beast into a bloody pulp. That's right, it's the ability of the meteorite rhinoceros armor. Yifeng chuckled. It seemed that he had indeed come to the right place this time. The meteorite giant rhinoceros was one of the abilities he had helped Lei Shi find. Because the meteorite rhinoceros armor can be used in conjunction with heavenly thunder, it's hard to imagine how powerful the defense would be if these two abilities were combined. With my powerful meteorite rhinoceros armor, unless you're in your complete form, don't even think about breaking my defenses. The meteorite rhinoceros seemed confident and fearless, as if it believed that Yifeng could not break through its defenses. It seems that this meteorite rhinoceros had undergone numerous tests and developed an inexplicable confidence in its indestructible meteorite armor. But Yifeng is different. Sorry, I am the complete version. Chapter 132, My Favorite Big Tail. What? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the meteorite giant rhinoceros panicked instantly. Is he a complete being? How is that possible? Even their leader, the blue light-patterned wolf, is only at the level of 9 evolutions. They are the infamous 3 fiends of southern Xinjiang. There are actually people who evolve even faster than them. Where did these people come from? Yifeng had no idea that the meteorite giant rhinoceros was thinking so much, and immediately lashed out with a loud lash of its tail. Boom. The meteorite rhinoceros was deeply embedded in the ground, and Yifeng actually managed to pull out a huge crater. Puff! The giant rhinoceros, struck by a meteorite, lay in the crater, blood streaming from its mouth. The giant python's power was terrifying. Even when he unleashed his meteorite rhinoceros armor, it couldn't withstand it. Keep in mind that this was just a normal attack from the giant python, while he had already unleashed his ultimate move. The meteorite giant rhinoceros was completely convinced that Yifeng had evolved to his complete form, but unfortunately, it was no longer of any use. Yifeng executed another beautiful drift, and the meteorite rhinoceros was smashed to the point of near death. Lei Shi, I'll leave this guy to you. I'm going to find Era, Yifeng said calmly, then turned and walked in the direction Era had chased after. He sent the husky to chase the blue-striped wolf. It was just a simple tracking exercise. With Era's strength, without the moon, he would definitely be no match for that blue-striped wolf. But he always felt that something unexpected might happen. Oh whoa, Brother Yi, save me. Just then, the husky's howling and wailing suddenly rang out. Parting the cover of the jungle, you can see the husky having its head stepped on by a blue-striped wolf, with several clumps of fur missing, clearly having just gone through a major battle. Damn it, Yifeng immediately wanted to curse. Didn't this husky have any idea of its own strength during the day? And yet he still went up and got into a fight. Hiss! The moment Yifeng appeared, the blue-patterned wolf instantly became alert. Don't come any closer. The blue-striped wolf roared. If you come any closer, I'll crack this husky's head open right now. As it spoke, the blue-patterned wolf revealed its sharp claws. Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately stopped moving, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the intelligence of this blue-patterned wolf was much higher than that of the husky. Why not just have him crack open the husky's head, and then replace the husky with his underling? Brother Yi, save me. Seemingly sensing Yifeng's plan, the husky suddenly shuddered and howled loudly. Sighed helplessly, and in an instant, a burst of blood-red elemental energy was released, instantly covering the entire area. The blue-patterned wolf was shocked. What did you do? Immediately after the blue-patterned wolf asked that question, his mind became briefly confused. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yifeng unleashed a burst of fiery breath, sending the blue-patterned wolf flying. The husky broke free from the blue-patterned wolf's control and hurriedly ran back to Yifeng's side. At the same time, the blue-patterned wolf got up from the ground, its eyes flashing with bloodshot veins. You, what a bizarre ability, he said haltingly, struggling to resist the negative effects of the killing soul domain. Oh, Yifeng stared at the other person. A thought flashed through his mind. He was eager to see how long it would take him to control a mutated species that had undergone 9 evolutions when he unleashed his full killing soul domain. Don't make a move, Yifeng instructed Era, then immediately activated his killing soul domain. Roar! The blue-patterned wolf howled in pain, yet even so, it showed no signs of being controlled by Yifeng. A mutant that has undergone 9 evolutions. Is it really that difficult to control? Yifeng was a little disappointed, and at the same time, he unleashed his final ultimate move. Attribute Enhancement, Killing Soul Domain. The red elements suddenly intensified, almost turning this area into a blood-red misty region. Even though Yifeng tried his best to control the Killing Soul Domain so as not to target Era was still affected and ran out howling. Yifeng ignored it and stared intently at the blue-patterned wolf. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 7 seconds. A whoa. With a loud wolf howl, Yifeng withdrew his Killing Soul Domain, which was enhanced by his attributes, and lay weakly on the ground. Yifeng knew he had succeeded. With the attribute enhancement, the Killing Soul Domain can control a mutated species that has undergone 9 evolutions in just 7 seconds, which means that he has the ability to create a large army of powerful beings. However, he also discovered a drawback. The Killing Soul Domain, enhanced by its attributes, actually consumed so much energy. This will put him into a weakened state. Normally, the energy he consumes when releasing his attribute-enhanced fire breath is less than 1/10 of what it is now. Could it be due to the characteristics of domain abilities? Yifeng felt as if he had just unleashed a full-scale attack and then surrendered. This state is very similar to the feeling after going berserk. Violent. Yifeng was startled and suddenly had an absurd idea. How terrifying would it be if the berserk and attribute-enhanced Killing Soul Domain were combined? If you apply the attribute bonuses to berserk and then use the Killing Soul Domain, how terrifying would that be? A fucking genius. Brother Yi, what are you doing lying here? At this moment, Era came up to Yifeng and asked with a puzzled look. Yifeng finally snapped out of his crazy fantasy. Oh right, he almost forgot about the after effects. If he were to actually put his idea into action, he'd probably lose half of his python body. I'm waiting for someone, Yifeng said, feigning seriousness, not wanting to admit he was being coy. The husky was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, and then without saying a word, it neatly lay down next to Yifeng. Yifeng looked at him, puzzled. What are you doing? To everyone's surprise, the husky replied in an even deeper tone, I'll wait with you. Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt as if a million alpacas were stampeding through his mind. Half an hour later, Yifeng regained some mobility and had Era devour the blue-patterned wolf. Hopefully, the husky will gain some intelligence after eating this blue-patterned wolf, Lei Shi said with a sigh as he walked across the trembling ground. Upon hearing this, Yifeng gave him a knowing look. Whether or not it can absorb abilities is really irrelevant. I just hope the husky gains some intelligence. Have you gained the ability? Yifeng asked Lei Shi. Lei Shi nodded solemnly, and pieces of meteorite rhinoceros armor, as hard as iron, began to appear on his body. Seeing this, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that the thunder rhinoceros would devour the heavy hoof trample, so it was basically useless. Brother Yi, I've gained abilities too. Just then, the husky came running wildly from afar. Seeing this, Yifeng narrowed his snake-like eyes. The blue-patterned wolf had 2 abilities, one being the blue runes around its body. Awaken the wolf power within you, and your speed will double. The other is the Howl of the Wolf King, which is a deterrent ability that can cause enemies to lose their focus for a short time. Yifeng hoped that Era would obtain the Howl of the Wolf King, so that it could play a greater role in team battles. Unexpectedly, a blue light pattern appeared on the husky's body, and it started running wildly around him and the thunder rhinoceros. Brother Yi, look, this will make my escape even faster. You could tell that the husky was very satisfied with the new ability it had acquired. Its tone was full of joy. Therefore, Yifeng decided to reward his beloved big tail. Chapter 133 Titan Python Swarm. After resting for a while, Yifeng decided to bring the 2 huskies and join Lan Shi and the others. They fled in a panic last night, but Lan Tide and the others should still be in southern Xinjiang. According to Era's description, they should be split into 2 groups at this moment. On one side are Ba Wang and his sister Yi Ling, who are being chased by Fei Lu Qingke. On the other side are Lan Shi, Lu Qingqing, and Bai Rou. The 2 sides were evenly matched in terms of combat strength, and neither side was weak, so Yifeng and his group were not in a hurry. Brother Yi, have you heard of the names they just shouted, the 3 fiends of southern Xinjiang? Era asked, sticking out his tongue, following behind Yifeng. No. Yifeng answered without hesitation. The 3 fiends of southern Xinjiang? In the previous life, by the middle stage of development, there was no such team at all. Even if they haven't killed him yet, he'll probably be killed by other ferocious beasts later. Brother Yi, how about we come up with a team name too? How about invincible under heaven? How about it? The husky exclaimed excitedly. Yifeng's lips twitched. It seemed this guy's IQ hadn't improved at all. Wait. Yifeng suddenly stopped the two beasts and carefully sensed the changes in his surroundings. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Lei Shi asked solemnly. The surrounding insects are all converging in one direction, Yifeng said, his snake-like eyes narrowing slightly. Upon hearing this, Era and Lei Shi were taken aback. They then observed the surrounding mountains and forests and indeed found swarms of insects heading towards the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Mutant, fire-poison spider. Yifeng's pupils constricted when he saw a spider with red markings all over its body in the jungle. Even the mutated species are heading in this direction, which suggests that something significant has happened deep within the 10,000 mountains. By the way, not long ago, the three fierce beasts of the southern frontier mentioned in their conversation that two insect kings, who were like fire and water, had appeared in the 100,000 mountains. Could it be that those two insect kings are about to establish their hegemonic status? Lei Shi suddenly said. Yifeng was taken aback when he heard this. The image of the two heavenly silkworms instantly flashed into his mind. Were these two so eager to settle their score so quickly? With such confidence, it's likely that both of them have already evolved to the point of completion. You guys are talking about the Zerg War. Will we get attacked if we go in? Era finally asked a well-thought-out question. If these two insect kings have already evolved to their complete forms, then we'd better avoid their attacks, Yifeng said after a moment's thought. Based on my past life experience, those two celestial silkworms looked harmless, but in reality, they were more ferocious than anyone else when they got angry. The only insect among the 10 overlords, it is not without reason. The cephalosporin they release is so potent that even mutated Zerg species would willingly serve them. These two are vying for the position of Zerg overlord. It's like gods fighting, and mortals should stay away. You guys think that Bao Wang and his gang are so smart, they should think the same way we do, Era said again. Upon hearing this, Yifeng and his companion paused. Yes, Bao Wang and his group are still deep in the 100,000 mountains. What if they get caught in the insect swarm? Well, I was just saying, but Bao Wang and the others have definitely already left the 10,000 mountains. Seeing that things were not going well, Era immediately tried to turn around. Yifeng coiled his tail around it and uttered a single word with a smile. Sniff. The three beasts followed the insect tide, venturing deeper into the land. Fortunately, these insect swarms seemed to be guided by something, ignoring them along the way and advancing into the depths in an orderly fashion. I can smell Lan Tide and the others. Suddenly, the husky barked excitedly. Lead the way. Yifeng nodded. Thankfully, this husky was somewhat useful. However, their current situation doesn't seem too good. The husky suddenly stopped in its tracks. What happened? Lei Shi couldn't help but ask. Yifeng narrowed his snake-like eyes and sped off in the direction Era had indicated, activating the thermal sensing system at the same time. Soon, Lan Shi's shadow appeared within the range of the thermal sensor, and at the same time, a dense swarm of pythons surrounded them. Of these pythons appeared to be a giant python of similar size to Lan Shi. Ding! Target organism detected. Mutated species, Frost Titan Python, 9th evolution. It is a mutation of the ancient Titanoboa and belongs to the king of Titanoboa. It has extremely high leadership ability and usually appears in places accompanied by the ancient Titanoboa army. Ability. Frost Breath. Unleashes a ray of icy energy that has a freezing effect. Titan Power. Activates the faint Titan bloodline within the body, doubling strength and resilience. Titan Domination. The shriek emitted resonates with the Titan royalty, commanding the submission of lower Titans. It's actually it. Yifeng couldn't help but be taken aback. The Frost Titan Python was not among the top 10 overlords in its previous life. It was definitely a strong one among the first-class overlords. In particular, his Titan Python army was almost as famous as the Overlord's Overlord Legion. The only drawback is that this Frost Titan Python lacks domain abilities. Otherwise, the top 10 overlords might be reordered. To dare to lead the Titan Python Legion to attack during the Zerg War, this Frost Titan Python has quite the ambition, Yifeng thought to himself. The Frost Titan Python clearly didn't come specifically to hunt Lan Shi. Encountering Lan Shi and her group was probably just an accident. His real target is most likely the two silkworms that are about to compete for the position of Overlord. Of course, with the Titanoboa army, he was qualified to launch a sneak attack. If Yifeng also had an army of immortal pythons, he would dare to flatten not only the 100,000 mountains, but also the 7 continents. The three beasts silently arrived at the outer perimeter of the Titanoboa army's encirclement. They saw two blue giant pythons facing each other in the midst of the python swarm. However, the two giant pythons have some differences in appearance. The ancient blue-tide python is more slender and delicate, while the Titan python is robust and powerful with a ferocious head, exuding an indomitable momentum. Behind Lon Tide stood a snow-white behemoth with the body of a lion and horns, and a petite fox. Three beasts in the team. Only Lanshi the python possesses combat capabilities. Yifeng arrived. They seemed to have already fought a battle. The Frost Titan python had a half-meter-long wound on its head, which looked extremely terrifying. A super mutant. You're actually a super mutant. The Frost Titan python let out an extremely excited sound. It never expected that the operation in the 10,000 mountains would yield such a tremendous harvest. He actually encountered a lone super mutant of the same kind. This is a godsend. He had been troubled by the fact that he didn't have a powerful domain ability, and now a super mutant of his kind had come knocking on his door. Moreover, her domain ability is a rare gravity domain. At the same time, Lanshi's snake eyes became somewhat solemn. If it were a one-on-one fight, she could twist the head off this arrogant Frost Titan python. The problem is that this guy has a group of ancient Titanoboa behind him. Moreover, while fighting, she also had to protect Lu Qingqing and Bairo behind her, which greatly limited her combat power. Chapter 134 Harvesting the Titan Python Swarm. After the initial probing and the cost of a head injury, the Frost Titan Python had figured out Lan Shi's general abilities. 2 defensive capabilities, golden scales and a water shield, plus a gravity field and the attack capability of a water dragon bullet. In a one-on-one fight, I have no chance of defeating her. But the problem now is that he has a massive army of Titan Pythons. Even if he uses a swarm of snakes, he can wear down this super mutant to death. Superior. The Frost Titan Python suddenly raised its head and let out a series of hissing sounds. Those hissing sounds seemed to have some special magic power in the ears of the ordinary Titan Pythons. The Titan Pythons twisted their bodies in unison and charged towards the 3 blue-tide beasts. Take good care of yourselves. Seeing this, Lanshi could only let out a soft cry, and then a layer of golden scales and a water shield appeared on her body, and she directly engaged in hand-to-hand combat with those Titan Pythons. Almost instantly upon contact, the Titan Python was strangled to death by Lan Shi's immense strength. After several rounds, the number of Titanoboa has decreased by 4. The Frost Titan Python was stunned and looked at Lan Shi in shock. She also seems to possess a powerful binding ability. No wonder his subordinates died instantly upon contact with her. Immediately, the Frost Titan Python let out another soft hiss. The Titan Pythons began to keep their distance from Lan Shi. After biting Lan Shi's defenses, they immediately retreated, not giving Lan Shi any chance to get close. This made things even more difficult for Lan Tide. Roar! A blue, frosty breath shot out from behind and slammed directly into the Titan serpent swarm, killing the nearest Titanoboa. The remaining Titanoboas were also damaged by the energy of the ice crystals and collapsed to the ground. Frosty breath? Titan Python behind it was stunned. It hadn't released anything either. Where did that frost breath come from? Hiss! The Titan Python horde began to stir. They had been following the Frost Titan Python for some time and were well aware of its signature attack technique. Why did the leader attack them instead of Lan Tide? Upon seeing this, the Frost Titan Python quickly denied it. I really didn't unleash that frost breath. A group of Titanoboa silently stared at him. Those cold, serpentine eyes were filled with disbelief. Of all the ferocious beasts present, only you can unleash your frost breath. If it wasn't you who released it, then it must have been a ghost. However, the Frost Titan serpent was, after all, its leader and possessed the power of the Titan King. So, after a brief commotion, the Titan serpent horde still approached Lan Shi and the other beasts. Perhaps the leader simply missed his target and didn't want to admit his mistake. Similar ideas emerged within the Titanoboa colony. However, at that moment, another frost breath landed on the Titan serpent swarm. This frost breath was even more terrifying, directly blasting out a huge crater. Ice crystals splattered inside, sealing the Titanoboa within and transforming them into serpent eagles. Holy shit! Seeing this, the Frost Titan serpent turned green with envy. Where on earth did that icy breath come from? Was this some kind of deliberate attempt to frame him? But at this moment, the remaining Titanoboros were enraged. We're fighting for you, risking our lives, and you're shooting us in the back? Could it be that we raise pigs for 1,000 days only to eat them for a single day? This Frost Titan python wants to devour them all to become even more powerful. We are all descendants of humans, and we are well aware of the selfish nature of humankind, so it's not impossible that the Frost Titan python has this idea. Just then, someone spoke up in a high-pitched voice. Are kings and nobles born with a special destiny? The Titan python horde was utterly enraged. They abandoned Lan Shi and charged furiously towards the Frost Titan pythons. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? The Frost Titan python was terrified and hurriedly used the power of the Titan King, but then he discovered that the Titan python's eyes were seeping out bright red blood vessels. These blood vessels seemed to have caused some kind of mental influence, resisting his Titan monarchy. The Frost Titan python had no choice but to fight its former minions. The Frost Titanoboa truly lives up to its reputation as the king of Titanoboas. It is indeed formidable. Dragging its half-crippled body, the Frost Titan python finally managed to carve a path through the Titan python swarm, attempting to escape this damned place. Unexpectedly, he encountered an even more magnificent python. He looked up and met those eerie green pupils, a feeling of intense horror rising within him. A complete version? Yifeng ignored him and leisurely walked up to the Titan python swarm. At this moment, the Titan pythons had been completely controlled by his killing soul domain and were all prostrate on the ground. Seeing his Titan python horde so respectful, how could the Frost Titan python not realize that this python was the culprit who had just framed him? Just then, a bald-tailed husky darted out from the side, grinning slyly and shouting, "Are kings and nobles born with a special destiny?" Upon hearing this voice, the Frost Titan serpent's vision went black. He had been ambushed. Looking at the unconscious Frost Titan python, Era shrugged. "The king of Titan pythons? Is this all you've got? Is that not enough?" Yifeng. At the same time, Lan Tide's joyful voice rang out. Presence since the very first frost breath was launched, but she hadn't expected them to use such a sneaky, cautious method. Not only did they resolve their crisis, but they also gained access to the Frost Titan Serpent's Titan Serpent Legion. This Titan's authority isn't as effective as my killing soul domain. Yifeng shook his head and gestured towards Lan Shi with his chin. This Frost Titan Serpent, you shall devour it. Yifeng already possessed Frost Breath, and he didn't care about the other two abilities. The only one he was somewhat interested in was the Titan Python Legion left behind by the Frost Titan Python. However, they are now under Yifeng's control. Good. Lan Shi didn't stand on ceremony and immediately swallowed the Frost Titan Python's body, beginning to digest it slowly. Brother Yi. Era rushed over, his eyes shining as he stared at the body of the Titan Python that had just been killed. Okay, eat whatever you want, it's on me. With that, Yifeng was the first to rush forward. The husky was stunned for a moment, then howled and followed. Amidst the earth shaking, the thunder rhino rushed in from somewhere and joined Yifeng and the other beast in a whirlwind attack on the Titan Python's body. Within minutes, the bodies of these Titanoboa were completely cleaned up, leaving not a trace. Lu Qingqing and Bai Rou exchanged a glance, looking at each other in bewilderment. Why did it seem like Lei Shi and Era had changed so much in the less than 2 days they had been apart? Gradually leafing? Belch. After finishing his meal, Yifeng let out a satisfied burp. It was another day full of rewards. Era and Lei Shi stood resentfully to the side. These days, they had been hunting ferocious beasts with Yifeng. Almost every time, Yifeng was the first to rush up, shouting a sentence. They had forgotten the specifics, but 3 words sounded particularly clear. A growth point. Chapter 135 Crimson Striped Giant Ape. Host. Yifeng, completed body. Species, Undying Python. Growth points, 1786, 51,200 points required for the next evolution. Functions, Venomous Fangs, Flaming Breath, Frost Breath, Lava Golden Scales, Eagle Eyes, Frost Constitution, Invulnerability to all poisons, Deep Sea Breath Control, Deadly Bite, Level 3 Berserk, Water Elemental Mastery. Strength, 1,585. Speed, 999. Defense, 1,028. Constitution, 1268. Devouring all the Titan Pythons, Yifeng's attributes improved again compared to the last time. However, he also discovered a problem. In the past, when he devoured ancient species, he could also gain 10 points in a single attribute. However, since he broke through to the final body, these attribute points have become 1, and the experience points he gains are pitifully small. He ate the bodies of 7 Titan Pythons, but only gained a few hundred experience points. This is just too much of a ripoff. System. Yifeng couldn't help but ask in his heart. Dear host, you are now in your complete form, triggering the system's dimensional reduction attack rule. These rewards will return to normal when you devour a ferocious beast of the same level. The system patiently explained. So you mean I've broken through the server level now? Yifeng was slightly taken aback, not expecting that this could be done. Since leveling up no longer yields significant benefits, Yifeng decided to turn his attention elsewhere. First, improve your skills. Although he has more than a dozen abilities, half of them are support abilities and have no combat function. Yifeng's goal is to find suitable ferocious beasts to devour and fuse them into even more powerful abilities. Secondly, naturally, is to build one's own power. After the Frost Titan Python incident, Yifeng realized just how powerful a legion of ferocious beasts could be. Even though Lan Shi was one of the top 10 overlords in her previous life and was incredibly powerful, she still couldn't escape her fate when facing the Titan Python Legion alone. This is, after all, a beast transformation. Even a weak, ferocious beast possesses a certain degree of lethality. When this lethality is gathered together, it is enough to fight against anything. Besides, if they want to go to Sang Kingdom to rescue Lin Yi, they will definitely need to gather a powerful force. Because at that time, they might be facing not only the Department of Mystic Medicine and Sakura Shrine, but also the entire country of Sang. The 7 divine beasts of Sang Kingdom are all beings no weaker than Lan Tide, and Yifeng and his group are completely outmatched with their current strength. At this moment, 2 powerful ferocious beasts stood before them. Squeak! Chirp! Deep within the 10,000 mountains, 2 loud shouts suddenly rang out. The voices carried a sense of intimidation, and even beasts like the husky couldn't help but feel a chill upon hearing them. Complete form. Yifeng discerned the other party's strength from the voice. These 2 voices must be those 2 heavenly silkworms. They are making their final call, summoning the insect team to start the final battle and determine the ultimate overlord. The loser will be eliminated. Brother Yi, it's so scary. Let's not go and join the fun, shall we? Era said pitifully. Insects, birds, and beasts continued to advance into the depths of the mountains, and the entire sky was filled with a gray, oppressive mass of flying insects. One could imagine how grand the final battle must be. Go? Why wouldn't I go? Yifeng narrowed his cold, serpentine eyes and said calmly. What? The husky's jaw dropped in shock. They were going to do that? Brother Yi, we're practically handing ourselves a free kill. Era couldn't help but say. The other ferocious beasts also looked at Yifeng strangely. Yifeng's decisions were usually very correct, and everyone listened to him. But the current situation is so complicated that it's beyond the control of these few ferocious beasts. Under these circumstances, should Yifeng still insist on going? Lei Shi looked at Yifeng with a solemn expression. Only he and Erhan knew that Yifeng's initial decision was also to retreat. There must be some important reason that made him change his mind at this moment. Yifeng chuckled lightly. The main reason he changed his mind was actually the Titan Python swarm. With this legion and his own killing soul domain, he was confident that he could fight his way through the swarm of insects. 2 super mutants, comparable to the top 10 overlords of his previous life. Yifeng has no intention of giving up. Once they are subdued, they will have an immeasurable effect on Yifeng's voyage to attack the Sang Kingdom. When Yifeng told the beasts about his plan, Era looked completely bewildered. Brother Yi, is this really going to work? Upon hearing this, Yifeng gave a kind smile. Are you questioning me? Well, Brother Ye's plan is flawless and watertight, and it will surely help us unify the southern frontier. The husky immediately lay down on the spot. Lontide's lips twitched slightly. That dog's face changes so quickly. Finally, all the beasts turned their gazes to Lu Qingqing. Her special ability, to foresee the future, almost makes her the ultimate guide for this team. Lu Qingqing closed her eyes, and a peaceful light spread around her. Yifeng looked at her with great anticipation. After a long while, Lu Qingqing opened her eyes and looked at the husky. What does this mean? The beasts were taken aback. Whether it succeeds or not depends entirely on you, Lu Qingqing said slowly. Is it all up to me? The husky was stunned, completely confused. But Lu Qingqing agreed to Yifeng's plan. Yifeng, the snake, didn't have time to think too much. His immediate priority was to find the overlord, and then head to the battlefield where the 2 insect kings were locked in battle. At the same time, the edge of southern Xinjiang, the coast. Looking at the swarm of insects behind her, which resembled a dark cloud, Yiling stomped her foot with lingering fear. My brother is so smart. He should have left southern Xinjiang by now, right? Yiling asked with some concern. After a moment of contemplation, The overlord said, Brother Yi is wise. He must have guessed that we left the southern frontier and are heading here. He once said that there are 3 motherships left behind by the Dragon Kingdom on the coast. Perhaps we can go and investigate first. All right. The Emerald Bluebirds swooped down, agreeing with their suggestion. The 3 beasts headed to the coast, feeling that the surroundings were strange, but they couldn't explain why. Call. Suddenly, a large net descended, covering the overlord and his men. What happened? The emerald green bird manages to escape. It will rise into the sky. Suddenly, they found themselves surrounded by ferocious beasts. I never expected to see you here. A golden lion slowly stepped out, letting out a sinister laugh. You are? Qin Xiaoming. Ba Wang was shocked, never expecting to run into him here. Back in Fog City, Qin Xiaoming was thrown away by the giant ape and disappeared without a trace. It turns out he ran all the way to the southern coast. Roar! With a roar, the overlord unleashed a burst of flames, reducing the net to ashes. Just as he and Yi Ling broke free from the net, a giant ape with flame-like markings on its skin stepped out with earth-shaking strides. This giant ape had a somewhat wild and unruly appearance, with its hair flying wildly, and a huge mechanical club that it had somehow acquired was slung over its shoulder. Chapter 136 Casual. Wah! A sharp, piercing whistle rang out as Yi Feng and the other beasts, perched atop a hill, watched the fierce battle unfold in the distance. 2 enormous, striking silkworms were surrounded by a swarm of insects, their golden patterns gleaming red. The buzzing insects, with their claws outstretched, formed distinct camps, each facing the other. From Yi Feng's perspective, the white silkworm was somewhat at a disadvantage, with 1/5 fewer supporting insects than the black silkworm. No wonder the golden-patterned black-armored silkworm became the master of the 100,000 mountains in my previous life. Yi Feng murmured, Brother Yi, when are we going down to catch those 2 chubby guys? Era swallowed hard. There's no other reason than that those 2 silkworms were big and fat, and they looked delicious. Yi Feng glanced at him speechlessly. Have you found any clues about Overlord and the others? No. Era shook his head. We haven't been able to smell any trace of them nearby. Maybe they've already left southern Xinjiang. That's all right then. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Since they weren't in the southern frontier, their safety was undoubtedly much higher. Let's wait until they've finished fighting. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, It's a bit too early to go down now. Behind Yi Feng, countless titan pythons lay on the ground, awaiting the order to attack. Chirp! As the voices of 2 silkworms rang out in the distance, the dark swarm of insects quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Various strange bloodstains rained down, turning the 100,000 mountains into a kaleidoscope of colors. Holy crap! Brother Yi, that scorpion over there is fierce. The husky suddenly pointed to one side with its tail and roared. Yi Feng looked in that direction and saw a scorpion with a bright green tail and a head resembling a ghost's head wreaking havoc among the insects. With each swing of its giant tail, a thick green mist would rise in the air. As the fog dissipated, the swarms of insects that had enveloped the area turned to ashes. Ding! Scanning target organism. Mutant. Green rot scorpion. Ability. The scorpion's tail has the ability to release poisonous mist, which will cause any ferocious beast that gets its body infected by the mist to rot. Berserk. Enters a state of rage, doubling the user's attributes. A fixed gaze. Eyes radiating intense mental pressure, causing the target to momentarily lose focus. The green rot poison scorpion, one of the rulers of the 100,000 mountains in my previous life, has also participated in this battle. Yi Feng was slightly surprised, as this was a capable assistant of the golden-patterned black-armored heavenly silkworm in its previous life. Look! A big bee flew right up to it. The husky barked excitedly, as if it were in a fight. The winged wasp was also one of the monarchs in my previous life. Yi Feng's pupils darkened slightly as he watched the flying wasp. It seems that in this battle in the previous life, the golden-patterned black-armored heavenly silkworm was indeed victorious. Not only that, but those generals who were loyal to the golden-patterned white-armored heavenly silkworm were also tamed by the golden-patterned black-armored heavenly silkworm. Next, Yi Feng saw several more powerful figures. Although he had never seen them in his previous life, he was able to match them with the famous monarchs and overlords of his past life through the system's scanning and introduction. A fighting among the insect swarm ended. The losses for both sides were almost the same. Then came a furious roar, and 2 heavenly silkworms actually came out of their ranks, collided with each other, and began to tear each other apart. Brother Yi, hurry up and do it. It'll be too late if we wait any longer. Era jumped around anxiously. Yifeng did not give the order because he sensed that something was wrong with the situation on the other side. As the two silkworms panted heavily, the battle came to an end. Just as the two silkworms were about to determine the final victor, an immense force suddenly appeared from nowhere, causing them to both faint. The culprit, the green rot poison scorpion, escaped the attack range of the flying wing wasp and instantly appeared in front of the golden-patterned black-armored heavenly silkworm, raising its scorpion tail high. They've betrayed us. Yifeng was shocked. The green rot poison scorpion, who had been loyal to the golden-patterned black-armored heavenly silkworm in his previous life, had actually betrayed him at this moment. How is that possible? Yifeng was utterly shocked. If the green rot poison scorpion were to kill the golden-striped black-armored heavenly silkworm now, who would be the future overlord of the southern frontier? And who would advance to become one of the top 10 overlords of the Dragon Kingdom? Unbeknownst to them, everything that happened in their past life has taken a different turn in this one. Oh whoa. Just then, the husky finally couldn't hold back any longer and dashed down the mountain, its crescent moon on its forehead shining brightly. Pung! The crescent moon's light struck the green rot scorpion's massive tail with pinpoint accuracy. The green scorpion let out a painful wail, for the light emitted by the crescent moon had an extremely strong burning power, piercing through a ring at the end of its tail. At the same time, Yifeng on the mountaintop finally realized what was happening. So that's what Lu Qingqing meant. The husky saved the golden-striped, black-armored silkworm. Without Era, Heijia Tianqian was destined to die. Was it all destined the moment he decided to stay? Yifeng, what are you hesitating about? Lantide couldn't help but ask from the side. Yifeng snapped out of his daze and said, save the two heavenly silkworms first. Buzzing. The sudden situation threw the insect swarm into chaos. The green rot scorpion has betrayed us, and other creatures have appeared in the arena. At this critical moment, the two silkworms actually fell into a coma. The insect swarm is in chaos. Squeak. The green rot scorpion let out a sharp screech, its gaze sweeping across the surrounding swarm of insects, its intimidating power instantly subduing the leaderless group. Arrest that uninvited guest. The green rot scorpion emitted a sharp cry. The swarm of insects gathered and dispersed in a dense mass, flying towards the husky that was running towards them. Holy crap! The husky was startled and hurriedly turned around, crying out, Brother Yi, save me. Titan Python Army, attack. At this moment, Yifeng's loud voice rang out, accompanied by a ring of crimson smoke. Under the influence of the smoke, the swarm of insects became chaotic again, tearing at each other in midair. The Titanoboa Legion seized the opportunity to enter and disperse the scattered swarm of insects. Squeak! Upon seeing this, the green scorpion flew into a rage, its massive tail whistling through the air. A group of large, venomous scorpions charged forward in response. Poisonous scorpions, the tribe of green rot poisonous scorpions. Yifeng glanced at them. This group of poisonous scorpions was only a high-level species, far from being a match for the Titan Python Legion, so there was no need to take them seriously. Yifeng went straight to the traitorous green rot scorpion and smashed it into the deep pit with a beautiful, large tail. Complete form. The green rot scorpion let out a terrified cry. He originally intended to take advantage of the two silkworms fighting each other and being severely injured to devour their evolved forms. To everyone's surprise, at the last moment, a swarm of snakes rushed in. The green rot scorpion looked at Yifeng in fear and retreated repeatedly. He would definitely be no match for a fully grown giant python. Just as the green scorpion turned to flee, a giant tail suddenly lifted it up, bringing it to face Yifeng's indifferent eyes and gaping maw. In our past lives, you were someone I couldn't possibly be worthy of. In this life, I can eat you up without a second thought. Chapter 137 Business Negotiation. The Heart of the 10,000 Mountains. The two plump silkworms slowly woke up, suddenly realized their predicament, and began to struggle violently. Tie it tighter over there. Yifeng instructed the two large, fat men. Era and Leishi were seen diligently biting the vines, binding the black and white silkworms together. Cough cough. Yifeng coughed lightly, waking up the two silkworms, who looked at him blankly, utterly innocent. Letting you go isn't impossible, Yifeng said confidently. As long as you agree to one very simple thing, I can order them to release you. Upon hearing this, the two silkworms exchanged a glance, and then began to shake their heads frantically. This sounds suspicious. Absolutely not. Don't be so quick to shake your heads, brother. You won't cheat you. Era walked over, shaking his head and chuckling. Black silkworm stared at Era, its big eyes wide open. What are you glaring at? The husky glared back unhappily. Puff. Just then, the black silkworm spat out a mouthful of black saliva. Holy crap. The husky jumped back immediately, but couldn't dodge in time and was splashed with black saliva. The skin on the husky that was vomited on rotted at a rate visible to the naked eye. Ouch. It hurts. Yifeng, save me. The husky jumped around frantically, begging Yifeng for help. Yifeng focused his attention slightly. This black silkworm. Puff. Just then, the white silkworm suddenly spat out a mouthful of saliva, which landed right on the spot where the husky had been spat on. Huh? It doesn't hurt anymore. The husky was stunned. Looking down, it discovered that its corrosive wound had actually healed. The abilities of these two guys are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. Yifeng couldn't help but marvel at this. Snort. After spitting out its saliva, the white silkworm proudly raised its head, seemingly taunting the black silkworm. What are you doing? The black silkworm roared angrily, and the voice was actually a clear, melodious girl's voice. What's it to you? Baiken rolled her eyes, her voice sounding like a childish teenager. Enemies. Yifeng looked at them with a smile. Fool, didn't you see how lewdly this giant python was smiling? He captured us just to use us. Black silkworm said irritably. Forehead. Yifeng's lips twitched slightly. You're the idiot. I've seen them before. Baiken sneered. It was your traitorous subordinate who almost killed us. The husky you just threw up was your savior. Bullshit. Black silkworm exclaimed coquettishly. How could this husky possibly be my savior? After saying that, black silkworm glanced at husky again, whose tail was completely bald and hairless. This person could never be my savior. She added, Hey, I have such a bad temper. Era was so angry that he wanted to go up and hit someone, but luckily, Yifeng pulled him back in time. Brother Yi, she just called you a pervert, and you can tolerate that. The husky said angrily. Yifeng. Finally, Yifeng persuaded it with kind words, and it calmed it down. They're all just kids, don't take it to heart. After calming the husky down, Yifeng stared at the two silkworms, never expecting them to be so young. Now that you know we saved you, are you willing to agree to our request? Yifeng turned to ask the breakthrough point among the two silkworms, the little white fat boy. Although the white silkworm knew that Yifeng had saved them, it didn't immediately agree. Instead, it hesitated for a moment and asked, What are your conditions? If it is within my ability, I can agree to help you, but after it is done, you must let me return to the southern border. After hesitating for a moment, Baiken added, And her too. Yifeng was stunned. The black silkworm had such a terrible attitude towards the white silkworm, yet the white silkworm still wanted to save it? Recalling his past life, Yifeng couldn't help but look at Baiken with pity, hoping that in this life he wouldn't end up with nothing. All right, our request is simple. You will come with me to the Sang Kingdom. Yifeng said calmly. Brother Yi. The huskies immediately jumped over, because their original goal was to subdue these two guys. Super mutants are unruly and difficult to tame, let alone one of the 10 overlords. We can only deal with it slowly. Yifeng sighed inwardly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Yifeng reassured Era. Oh, I know. Boss, you mean? The husky gave him a knowing look. Yifeng. Go to Sang Kingdom? White silkworm was stunned. It exchanged a glance with black silkworm and saw the look of surprise in each other's eyes. Yifeng's request was actually to take them to the Sang Kingdom? This was something they could never have imagined. Don't misunderstand me. What I meant was to have you take your strongest generals and confront the enemy, not to go on a trip, Yifeng said with a light laugh. You should think about it carefully. After saying that, Yifeng took Era and Leishi elsewhere. Did they agree? Lontide asked as she stepped forward. Not yet, Yifeng said softly. Brother Yi, stop pretending. Shall we steam them or roast them? Era licked his lips. Huh. Yifeng was taken aback, not quite understanding what Erham meant. You just meant to eat them? The husky was dumbfounded. Eat my ass. If we eat them, then it'll be the turn of the bugs from southern Xinjiang to eat us. Yifeng rolled his eyes. Then, what about eating one of them? Lontide said, making a well-thought-out decision. That's right, just eat one of them. Eat the black silkworm. That little girl is disobedient. Era quickly said. Yifeng gave Lanshi a strange look, his expression as if asking, Are you hungry too? You can't eat it. Didn't you hear what that kid Baiken said? He's obviously interested in He Can, Yifeng said calmly. If I'm not mistaken, the reason why the white silkworm was killed by the black silkworm in its previous life is also related to this. What does this have to do with us eating her? The husky asked, looking completely bewildered. Of course, Lei Shi couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. If you eat the black silkworm, the white silkworm won't work for us properly. It might even get angry and summon a swarm of insects to kill us. On the contrary, if you eat the white silkworm, the black silkworm will be even less likely to help us, given its personality. The husky was stunned after hearing that. Then what do we do? The only way is to let the white silkworm persuade the black silkworm, and give them a chance to ease the conflict, Yifeng said calmly. Sigh. Era suddenly realized. No wonder you called us out, Brother Yi, so that's why. Brother Yi is wise and mighty. Hearing the husky's endless flattery, Yifeng couldn't help but feel speechless. He really couldn't stand it anymore. On the other side, the white silkworm and the black silkworm, being mortal enemies and adversaries, remained silent for a long time. The silkworm's uncomfortable wriggling broke the peace between the two. You damned bug, what are you doing moving around? Are you trying to take advantage of me? The black silkworm roared angrily. The white silkworm curled its lip. You talk as if you're not an insect. Chapter 138 Proud Cloud Spirit Ape. You. The black silkworm trembled with anger. At this moment, the white silkworm keenly sensed that the other's body seemed to be much softer than its own. I couldn't resist and rubbed against it a couple more times. The black silkworm made a sound of discomfort. The white silkworm stared at the other party in shock, realizing that it seemed it had stumbled upon something wrong. Stop immediately. You dead bug, why aren't you moving? The black silkworm's voice sounded weak. Holy crap, Bai Can's mind was in turmoil. It seemed he had triggered some hidden button. I seem to have been injured in the battle not long ago. Your body seems to have a healing ability. Quick, keep moving, Black Silkworm said unhappily. Oh, the white silkworm finally understood and then wriggled its body powerfully. After a moment, the black silkworm's body gradually relaxed. Hey, actually I feel that agreeing with him won't have any impact. It's just a trip to Sang Kingdom, and we'll still be free. Baiken spoke up while they were finishing up. The black silkworm, still immersed in comfort, spoke softly. Continue. They are still our saviors. Helping them is a way of repaying their kindness, not being taken advantage of. The white silkworm obediently opened its mouth. Black silkworm then opened its eyes. So, how do we settle our score? The white silkworm was stunned. Between us. The black silkworm proudly raised its head, just like a little princess. The white silkworm blinked, then finally smiled and said, Of course you're the biggest. All right, then I'll reluctantly agree to go to Sang Kingdom with them. Black silkworm nodded. Just then, Yifeng led his beasts in and was stunned to see the two silkworms tightly intertwined. Cough cough. The white silkworm quickly separated from the black silkworm, and the black silkworm almost buried its head in the soil. We agree to your conditions. The white silkworm spoke, and the beasts could see a blush on his face. They were riding high on their success. Yifeng smiled. It seemed that the relationship between the two heavenly silkworms had eased as he had hoped. I will not let my good intentions go to waste. In that case, I'll give you two some time to select your most capable subordinates, and then you can set off with us. Remember, only leave 1 or 2 men to guard the southern border, Yifeng said solemnly. The two silkworms regained their composure, glanced at the solemn Yifeng, and both realized the seriousness of the situation. Good. As the two silkworms departed, Yifeng gazed into the distance. Brother Yi, aren't you afraid they'll run away? Era couldn't help but ask. We're right here in southern Xinjiang. Where do they think they're going? Yifeng didn't believe that Bai Can and his team would go to such great lengths only to renege on their promise in the end. I wonder where Ba Wang and the others went. Did they leave southern Xinjiang? Yifeng sighed. Just then, a tiny black dot flew in from the horizon. Brother Yi, look at that bird in the sky. Should we shoot it down and eat it? Era licked his lips. Yifeng rolled his eyes at him. Why does he want to eat everything? That's Qing Ke. Lu Qingqing's voice suddenly came from behind. Bai Zhe, who usually had a calm expression, looked solemn at this moment. Something happened? Yifeng was taken aback, then looked up and released eagle vision. It really is a jade, green bluebird. At that moment, the emerald green bird also saw Yifeng and his group of ferocious beasts and quickly descended. Oh no, Yifeng! Bao Wang and his gang ran into Qin Xiaoming and got caught. Emerald Green Sparrow cried out anxiously. What? Yifeng was taken aback. Qin Xiaoming? What's he doing in the southern frontier? He's not in the southern frontier. He's occupied the southern frontier coast. Under his command is an incredibly powerful ferocious beast. He defeated the overlord. The emerald green bird said with lingering fear, seemingly having a deep impression of that beast. Wait a minute. How could Qin Xiaoming possibly occupy the southern frontier? Yifeng's eyes darkened slightly. Didn't his entire army die in Fog City? Etc. Yifeng suddenly thought of a force, and only they had the power to gather a group of ferocious beasts to rule the southern coast of the world after the beast transformation and seize 3 motherships. Even if it were given to Qin Xiaoming as a large army, it would be a drop in the ocean. This power is Qin Xiaoming's family, the Qin family, once the wealthiest business family in the Dragon Kingdom. If it were the Qin family that had occupied the southern coast, then it wouldn't be surprising. As for the ferocious beast you mentioned, what does it look like? Yifeng asked. A monkey, but unlike other gorillas, this monkey was very spirited, with fiery red markings on its chest and back, and it was holding a giant mechanical club. The emerald green finch reminisced and described the scene. Ding, the system is searching for ferocious beasts that meet the criteria. Ding, query successful. A ferocious beast matching the target creature is 1. Super mutant, proud cloud spirit ape. Tracing back to the ancient ape bloodline, their free-spirited nature and powerful one-on-one combat ability often lead them to roam the world. Ability. Qian Yuan I Chi Cudgel, wielding a giant cudgel, unleashing a powerful attack with a shockwave. ALA Rainbow Clouds, summons auspicious clouds beneath your feet, significantly increasing movement speed for a short period. Mysterious Golden Body, protects the body with golden light, resisting attacks for a short period of time. Its defensive power depends on the strength of the ferocious beast. Myriad Transformations Spiritual Body, creates illusory clones from the hair on the body, which can be used to confuse opponents. The proud cloud spirit ape? How could it be this fiend? Yifeng was somewhat bewildered. The third-ranked overlord in his previous life, the Aoyun spirit ape, has actually appeared in the Qin family in this life. Moreover, he has helped the Qin family guard the southern sea area and captured the overlord and his group. What is the proud cloud spirit ape? The husky looked on blankly. We're in trouble, Yifeng said helplessly. Qin Ke, what's the strength of that Aoyun spirit ape? He looked at the other party expectantly. If it was the 9th evolution, then rescuing the overlord would still be no problem. But if it was the complete form, coupled with the Qin family's wealth in the Dragon Kingdom, with advanced preparation, they could completely build a terrifying army of ferocious beasts. Complete, fully formed, Qin Ke said in a dry voice. Upon hearing this, Yifeng sighed. Sure enough, without advancing to the complete form, with the overlord's strength and the assistance of his sister Yiling, there was definitely a chance of escape. Brother Yi, what do we do now? Let's hurry over and save Brother Bawang and the others. Era shouted. No, let's wait for the heavenly silkworm first. Yifeng shook his head. The Aoyun spirit ape one-on-one, but with the Aoyun spirit ape plus the Qin family's army, they were no match for it. Even with the Titan Python Legion added. Several hours later, the 2 silkworms finally arrived leisurely with their generals. Yifeng approached the black silkworm and the white silkworm, revealing a gentle smile. Excuse me, I need to trouble you. We may still need all your subordinates from southern Xinjiang. South, all subordinates in the southern frontier? Black Silk's eyes twitched. Didn't this guy just say he only wanted his generals? The situation has changed. We need to go to the southern Xinjiang coast. Yifeng said helplessly. Southern Xinjiang coast? Baiken jumped up in surprise. Are you guys going to beat up that stinky monkey? Count me in. I'll call for help right now. Chapter 139 King of One-on-One Combat. Do you have a grudge against it? Yifeng looked at the white silkworm in astonishment. Wah! White silkworm cried out in anguish. That stinky monkey has repeatedly harassed my territory, causing me to lose many of my generals. If it weren't for the fear of Black Silkworm's sneak attack, I would have already started a war with him. Humph! Would I, Black Silkworm, do such a thing as taking advantage of someone in distress? I can't even beat a monkey. What a waste of my fat body. Black Silkworm said disdainfully. White Silkworm. You all gather the insect swarm now, we'll go scout ahead. With that, Yifeng led Era and the other beasts away. Southern Xinjiang coast. A man wielding a giant mechanical club, his body adorned with fiery red tattoos, stared at Yifeng and the other beasts, a strange smile on his face. Aoyun, they're here. Beside the spirit ape, Qin Xiaoming spoke excitedly. I heard that among this group of ferocious beasts, there is one that has reached its complete form. The Aoyun spirit ape said calmly. That's right. That immortal python, named Yifeng, must have evolved to its complete form. Qin Xiaoming sneered. I hope you won't disappoint me. The Aoyun spirit ape said coldly. Behind the two beasts was an army of countless ferocious beasts. Hearing the arrogant words of the cloud-piercing ape, Qin Xiaoming couldn't help but curl his lip and mutter to himself. If it weren't for our Qin family, would you be where you are today? Seriously, what's with the arrogance? As they drew nearer, Yifeng glanced at the endless horde of ferocious beasts behind Qin Xiaoming, and his gaze suddenly darkened. Yifeng, it seems you came prepared, but the pythons behind you are no match for my army of ferocious beasts. Upon seeing Yifeng, Qin Xiaoming took the first step forward and sneered. Sensing Qin Xiaoming's hostility, Yifeng said indifferently, "Call your sister out." "My sister?" Qin Xiaoming's face twisted in pain, as if he had thought of something terrible. He said venomously, "You are not worthy to see my sister." Seeing this, Yifeng's gaze darkened. Why was Qin Xiaoming acting this way? Could it be that something had happened to Qin Yeru? Yifeng, right? At this moment, the Aoyun spirit ape stepped out from behind, revealing a row of white teeth. "I'm sure you know very well that these ferocious beasts behind you are no match for us. Now I'm giving you a chance. Fight me one-on-one. If you win, I'll let you go." Aoyun Linyuan laughed. "Aoyun." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoming called out urgently. "Qin Xiaoming, don't forget, the old man appointed me as the commander-in-chief." Aoyun spirit ape lowered his head indifferently and looked at Qin Xiaoming. Feeling his cold gaze, Qin Xiaoming gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head. "Good." Yifeng slowly emerged from the group. "Yifeng, I'll go with you." Lan Tide spoke with concern, noting that the spirit ape looked like a formidable opponent. "Don't worry, I won't lose." Yifeng gave her a look. Seeing Yifeng agree, the Aoyun spirit ape couldn't help but feel overjoyed and twisted its neck. This is a manifestation of being eager to hunt. The Aoyun spirit ape's eyes gradually changed, and in the next instant, its figure suddenly froze. The beasts were stunned for a moment, somewhat puzzled as to what he was doing, but Yifeng felt an endless crisis warning him. He instinctively dodged, and the next second, a deafening explosion came from where Yifeng had been standing. The dust settled. A giant club landed on the ground, smashing open a patch of cracked yellow earth, and revealing its proud, upright form. Upon seeing this figure, the ferocious beast's eyes narrowed. Looking again at the stiff and motionless Aoyun spirit ape, a sense of horror rose in his heart. This spirit ape can actually create an identical clone. At the same time, Yifeng's expression gradually became serious. This proud cloud spirit ape was hailed as invincible in one-on-one combat in its previous life. With its ability to create clones that appear and disappear unpredictably, no one dared to challenge it. In his previous life, Yifeng was just an ordinary bear who had only heard of the fearsome reputation of the Aoyun spirit ape, but had no idea how powerful it was. Even though he had just read the system's introduction, Yifeng wasn't too wary. However, he now has a new assessment of the Aoyun spirit ape's strength. The moment the Aoyun spirit ape used its clone, its main body was able to become invisible for a brief instant. If I'm not mistaken, the Aoyun spirit ape just used two abilities at the same time. He also used that speed-enhancing ability to achieve a burst of speed. Even with eagle vision, I can't see through his movements. With that in mind, Yifeng activated the lava golden scale armor to guard against the next attack from the proud cloud spirit ape. As Yifeng assessed the Aoyun spirit ape, the ape was also shocked by Yifeng's reaction. Most of the ferocious beasts he has encountered so far have only recently transformed into beasts and lack combat experience. But he was different. He not only obtained the super-mutated original stone provided by the Qin family, but also received the most complete practical training from the Qin family. Therefore, in the vast majority of battles, he can crush his opponent, whether in terms of strength or experience, completely overwhelming them. However, today, this giant python gave him an unexpected surprise. The opponent actually anticipated my attack and successfully dodged it. This does not mean that Yifeng's strength is higher than his. Moreover, the giant python's speed is not as fast as he imagined. He escaped his own attack entirely thanks to his exceptional combat experience. This giant python's combat experience was at least on par with his own, or even surpassed his own. Realizing this, the Aoyun spirit ape was not annoyed, but instead gradually became excited. He has finally met an opponent who is evenly matched with him. Sensing the change in Aoyun spirit ape's expression, Yifeng narrowed his eyes. This guy was getting too excited too soon. Roar! Yifeng condensed a scorching breath in his mouth and suddenly spat it out at the proud cloud spirit ape. Oh! Aoyun spirit ape paused for a moment, and then a golden protective shield appeared around its body. Pung! The fiery breath struck the shield, producing a series of clanging vibrations. The protective barrier remained completely still. Such strong defense. Yifeng exhaled a breath of turbid air. After these two probing attacks, Yifeng had roughly made a judgment about the speed and defense of the Aoyun spirit ape. At least in these two attributes, the Aoyun spirit ape is in no way inferior to itself. No wonder he was the king of one-on-one combat in his previous life. With such abnormal attributes and abilities, who could beat him? Yifeng couldn't help but mutter to himself. It's important to know that his attributes were boosted by hunting various ferocious beasts, which is why he has his current stats. This is almost double that of a normal mutant and half a time that of a super mutant. However, this Aoyun spirit ape has so many attributes as it grows normally. The Aoyun spirit ape seemed to realize that Yifeng was testing him. He slowly smiled and said, "Is your testing over?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng's snake eyes narrowed, and then he saw the ground where the spirit ape was located crumble, a radiant glow rising from its feet, and then the spirit ape shot out like a cannonball. Take this. A powerful airwave surged through the air, accompanied by the roar of the Aoyun spirit ape, as the wind and waves raged. Chapter 140 Utter Madness. Duong. The hollow, trembling sound resonated in the ears of every ferocious beast. Qin Xiaoming looked at the swirling dust and let out a cold laugh. How could you, Yifeng, possibly defeat the proud cloud spirit ape that my Qin family has carefully cultivated? As he spoke, Qin Xiaoming revealed an expression of jealousy and resentment. If I had known it was a super mutant, I should have chosen this raw stone. In the end, a subordinate took advantage of it. Back then, the Qin family acquired a large number of raw stones, including many mutated ones. However, they could not discern the type of either the super mutated or ordinary mutated stones. Therefore, the Qin family allowed their offspring to make a fair choice. Qin Xiaoming had only chosen an ordinary mutated giant lion. The only remaining mutated raw stone was distributed to Qin's subordinates, but unexpectedly, it ended up in the hands of the current Aoyun spirit ape. The most outrageous thing is that the remaining raw stone is actually a super mutant. Moreover, it was an incredibly powerful super mutant. The Qin family's higher-ups were filled with regret. Fortunately, the Qin family patriarch made a timely decision, using various means to keep the Aoyun spirit ape and promising to make him the leader of the Qin family's ferocious beast army. On the other side, seeing the swirling smoke and dust, the husky and the other animals all showed expressions of worry. This Aoyun spirit ape is too strong. Is the giant python a match for them? Bai Rou asked crisply, perched on Lu Qingqing's head. Lu Qingqing opened her eyes, which sparkled like stars, flashing with various colors, but ultimately remained silent. Brother Yi is so strong, he can definitely defeat him, Lei Shi said in a deep voice. That's right, Yifeng is the strongest ferocious beast I've ever seen. He can absolutely crush this monkey, Era declared confidently, then glanced behind him and muttered, are those two chubby kids scared? Why haven't they come over yet? The emerald green sparrow glanced at him speechlessly, then looked at the battlefield with concern. She didn't say that while in the air, she witnessed the entire process of the Overlord and the proud cloud spirit ape. In the hands of the Aoyun spirit ape, the Overlord did not last 3 rounds. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. A giant python bared its menacing fangs and lunged at the arm of the proud cloud spirit ape. Deadly biting. Feeling the pain, the Aoyun spirit ape punched Yifeng in the head. Pung! The dull force made Yifeng loosen his teeth and shake his head. The Aoyun spirit ape took 2 steps back, holding the giant mechanical club, and looked at Yifeng in astonishment. This giant python's defensive capabilities are truly astonishing. His Qian Yuan Qi staff only managed to knock off a single scale from the opponent's body. Moreover, the giant python's counterattack was equally sharp. After observing the large teeth holes on its right arm, the Aoyun spirit ape couldn't help but grin. Very good. You are qualified to be my opponent. Much stronger than that Tyrannosaurus Rex. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was taken aback. Was he referring to the Overlord? Then, Yifeng chuckled lightly. Are you sure it's as simple as just biting you? The Aoyun spirit ape was stunned for half a second. What did this mean? But he quickly realized what was happening. Because the skin where I was bitten began to turn black at a visible speed. Your teeth are poisonous. Upon seeing this, the Aoyun spirit ape's pupils shrank. The next second, the fiery red patterns on the right arm of the Aoyun spirit ape began to surge, quickly enveloping the wound. Under the astonished gazes of the ferocious beasts, the blackened mark miraculously disappeared. This is... Yifeng's snake-like eyes narrowed. Ding, system check in progress. Hidden bloodline of the Aoyun spirit ape detected. Crimson Flame. The Crimson Flame bloodline, originating from ancient times, grants the Aoyun spirit ape the ability to strengthen its crimson markings. Once the crimson markings are activated, the Aoyun spirit ape enters a berserk state. Berserk state. Yifeng was taken aback. Shouldn't it be berserk state? Is this berserk state different from the berserk state? Yifeng stared at the Aoyun spirit ape. At this moment, the crimson flame pattern on the ape's right arm had been activated, and it seemed to be somewhat mentally unstable, exuding an evil aura. You are the first ferocious beast to force me to use the crimson flame mark. The Aoyun spirit ape stiffly twisted its neck, then shot out. Another blow came down. Pung. This time, Yifeng clearly sensed that the spirit ape's power had increased. Click. A crack appeared in the ground. Then, Yifeng became involved. No, his power is multiplying. Yifeng's mind trembled, but the pressure from above made it hard for him to breathe. Roar. Yifeng roared, his whole body radiating a powerful aura. After a long time, Yifeng once again activated the Berserk domain. The Killing Soul domain was also activated. Almost instantly, Yifeng regained the initiative, whipping the Aoyun spirit ape away with his tail. Pung. The Aoyun spirit ape was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into a deep crater like a parabola. Looking at Yifeng roaring to the sky from afar, Qin Xiaoming seemed to see an invincible, ferocious python. He's actually this strong. Qin Xiaoming looked at Yifeng in disbelief. Back then, Yifeng didn't dare to fight back when facing bullets from the Dragon Kingdom. However, now, the Qin family's strongest ferocious beasts have all been defeated by him. No, we haven't lost yet. The Aoyun spirit ape in a deep pit. This was not the limit of the Aoyun spirit ape. Roar. A similarly rough roar rang out, and a fierce aura surged out from the deep pit. The proud cloud spirit ape stood up in a disheveled state, and the crimson patterns on its skin gradually lit up. Soon, the entire left arm was lit up. Cough cough. The Aoyun spirit ape coughed up scarlet blood. He stared at Yifeng with cold eyes, then chuckled. You not only forced me to use the crimson flame pattern first, but you also made me fully activated. Even if you die by my hand, you can still be proud. After saying that, the Aoyun spirit ape picked up the giant mechanical club from the ground. Crunch crunch. By the Aoyun spirit ape cracked with every inch of its grip. Qin Xiaoming stared in shock at this scene. That giant mechanical rod was made by the Qin family using the most precious metals in the world for the Aoyun spirit ape. This ape was actually able to deform this giant metal rod by squeezing it. Ha ha ha. Yifeng, today is your death day. Qin Xiaoming laughed wildly. In his opinion, Yifeng was no match for the Aoyun spirit ape. Are they all activated? Yifeng pondered slightly. The Aoyun spirit ape, which had activated all its crimson flame patterns, Yifeng actually felt a slight pressure. In that case, let's have a final showdown. Yifeng murmured softly, silently enhancing his Killing Soul domain with his attributes. Wow. A layer of scarlet mist quickly rose around them, obscuring the vision of all the ferocious beasts. An indescribable killing intent spread everywhere, suffocating the beasts and making them unable to breathe. Roar. Two ancient roars erupted from within the red mist, after which the beasts saw specks of light piercing through the mist and spreading rapidly. Chapter 141 You Lost. Looking at the two peerless ferocious beasts roaring in the red mist, Era sighed. If only I could be as powerful as Brother Yi, there would be nowhere in the world I couldn't go. Lantide glanced at him and said calmly, There's a giant octopus in the deep sea that's nearly 1,000 meters long. Are you going? Huh. The husky was stunned. Looking at the nonchalant expression, it said awkwardly, You must be joking. It's only been a short time. How could there be an octopus that has evolved to 1,000 meters long? The emerald green sparrow's eyes fell on the two beasts. She had witnessed the enormous size of the octopus when she went to Qingming Island with Yifeng and Lan Shi. The most incredible thing was that the octopus had embedded a blue scale on Yifeng's head. That giant octopus must be extraordinary. It couldn't have produced such a terrifying beast in such a short time since it transformed. The only explanation is that this beast had already existed for a long time. The red mist in the arena gradually dissipated. Two wounded beasts lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Yifeng's lava gold scale armor was shattered, revealing large patches of flesh and blood. A pale blue fluorescence flickered, as if some strange power was at work. The Aoyun spirit ape was in no better condition than Yifeng. At this moment, the crimson flame patterns all over his body had been extinguished and dimmed, without any luster. His skin was covered in hair and blood from the wounds, especially his right arm, which was holding the giant club. It seemed that Yifeng had given it special treatment, and it hung limply at his side, almost useless. The most outrageous thing was that giant mechanical rod. Somehow it turned into a twisted rope. After transforming into a beast, you are the only one who can rival me in strength. The proud cloud spirit ape knelt on one knee, its voice somewhat weak, but still unable to conceal its arrogance. Because in his heart, Yifeng suffered just as much as he did, and he had not lost. No, Yifeng's deep voice rang out. You lost, spirit ape. After saying this, Yifeng slowly got up amidst the astonished gazes of the beasts. A lustrous blue light surrounded Yifeng, and his flesh, scales, and armor were healing at an unparalleled speed. How is this possible? The Aoyun spirit ape stared blankly at Yifeng. What kind of ability was this? Why had he never seen Yifeng use this ability? The husky and the other beasts were all stunned upon seeing this. Their previous worry had made them completely forget about Yifeng's species, the immortal python. That almost superhuman healing ability gave Yifeng a powerful body that was virtually impossible to kill. However, Yifeng's perfect defensive abilities gave the beasts a misconception, making them mistakenly believe that he truly relied on defense. When his defenses crumble, that's when he'll be defeated. However, his true trump card was never his apparent defense, but his ability to heal himself from death. The reason this powerful ability was overlooked is that the opponents Yifeng encountered did not even have the strength to break through his defenses. The beasts stared in shock at the slowly rising body. Unbeknownst to them, Yifeng had grown to a height that was beyond their reach. This proud cloud spirit ape is unmatched by any one of them, not even Lan Shi, who is also a super mutant. Even if Lan Tide evolves to her complete form, she will not be able to defeat her opponent unless she is in the waters she is good at, where she has a slight chance. No, the Aoyun spirit ape staggered, slamming one knee to the ground, and murmured in a daze, I lost. He wasn't even injured. Yes, Yifeng, after being cured of his immortality, had no wounds on his body. He stood tall and proud, his giant head held high, a world apart from the dejected Aoyun spirit ape. Waste. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiaoming's face contorted in pain. The Qin family used countless resources to cultivate the Aoyun spirit ape, yet they suffered such a crushing defeat. You are strong, but no matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand the army of ferocious beasts. Qin Xiaoming stared at Yifeng with a sinister look, and then let out a lion's roar. All ferocious beasts, heed my command, and take down this group of ferocious beasts. Roar. Awo. Ba. Various roars and cries pierced the sky, and soon the ground trembled, yellow dust filled the air, and Qin Xiaoming's army was charging in. Seeing this, Yifeng's gaze darkened, and the huskies behind him rushed over, watching the surging beast tide warily, protecting Yifeng behind them. Damn it, why haven't those two chubby little guys arrived yet? Era couldn't help but curse. This group of ferocious land beasts stretched as far as the eye could see, with nearly 1,000 ancient species among them, not to mention the army of birds in the air. Hiss! The titan pythons behind Yifeng trembled. This group of titan pythons numbered only a few hundred and was no match for this beast horde. If they were to engage in a direct battle, they would inevitably suffer losses here, and the python horde that Yifeng had worked so hard to obtain would be destroyed. This is something he absolutely does not want to see. However, if they cannot break through the Qin family's army of ferocious beasts, the Overlord and his sister will only find themselves in an even more dangerous situation. All the beasts looked at Yifeng, waiting for him to give orders. Ready for battle. Yifeng gritted his teeth and controlled the titan pythons behind him to charge into the battlefield first. Era and the other beasts exchanged glances and followed suit, entering the battle. Yifeng kept his eyes on the battlefield, not rushing in immediately. With the Aoyun spirit ape were healed by his immortal healing ability, his physical strength and energy were greatly depleted. He needs time to recover, and his berserk state is almost over. He will definitely be in a period of weakness, and it would be terrible if he were surrounded and attacked by the beasts because of this. Yifeng stared at the battle, where Lan Shi and Lei stood out the most. Both of them had completed 9 evolutions and possessed elemental energy attacks. Facing some ancient and advanced species, they were unstoppable. In the Qin family's army, even the lowest-ranking animals are high-level breeds, because most of the common breeds are poultry or similar animals with no combat ability. It is unlikely that they would allow such animals to form an army. The two huskies and the bluebirds fared much worse in comparison. Although they had also undergone 9 evolutions, one was a daytime void, and the other was besieged by birds of prey in the sky, making it difficult for them to play a role. The Titan Python Legion withstood most of the pressure, but also suffered the heaviest casualties. Before the battle had even lasted 5 minutes, 3 of the weaker ones were torn in two and devoured by the ferocious beast army. Chirp! Just then, a frantic cry suddenly came from afar. A pair of chubby, black and white figures were slowly crawling along in the distance, at an appalling pace. Bah! This, the emerald green sparrow couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. No wonder it had taken so long to arrive. What was the difference between this heavenly silkworm's speed and that of a tortoise? The emerald green finch broke free from the bird's restraints, flapped its wings, and arrived above the black silkworm and white silkworm. It suddenly grabbed the heads of the 2 fat men and lifted them into the air. Behind them, the speed of the insect army also suddenly increased, rushing towards the battlefield. Chirp! Chirp! By the emerald green bird, the black and white silkworm spoke in insect language to the swarm of insects, and then the swarm rushed into the battlefield. The sudden appearance of the swarm of insects startled Qin Xiaoming. How could the insectoids from the 100,000 mountains of southern Xinjiang help Yifeng? Chapter 142: The Strength of the Qin Family. Although the insect swarm was small in size, and its individual strength was not as great as that of giant animals, its numbers far exceeded those of the Qin family's ferocious beast army. With the addition of 2 mutated generals under the command of the heavenly silkworm, the Qin family's ferocious beast army was quickly routed. Gulp! Seeing the heavy losses suffered by the legion, Qin Xiaoming swallowed hard and prepared to retreat and run away, but Yifeng noticed him. Yifeng disappeared without a trace, but the battle in the arena continued. With the heavenly silkworm's swarm relieving the pressure, Era simply withdrew from the battlefield and plopped down next to the 2 chubby boys. You two are really slow. Luckily, I turned the tide and single-handedly fought against the entire army of ferocious beasts, buying them some time. The husky started bragging without any hesitation. The black silkworm stopped releasing celestial silkworm essence and gave the husky a disdainful look. Really? I feel like you're the weakest one. Husky, what do you know? The strong always make their mark at a specific time. The husky tried to appear calm. Black silkworm ignored him and continued to control the swarm of insects to fight, leaving Era sitting sullenly to the side. Only then did he realize that Yifeng was gone. Brother Yi, he called out, but no one answered him. He sniffed the ground, then his eyes lit up, and he quickly chased after it in one direction. As Qin Xiaoming approached the coast, he fled in panic. Once he was on the mothership, Yifeng would be powerless against him. Those ferocious beasts were just a portion of the beasts created by the Qin family. The real Beast Legion was stationed around the 3 motherships. Where do you think you're going? Just then, a huge body suddenly darted out in front of Qin Xiaoming, meeting Yifeng's indifferent, cold snake eyes. Qin Xiaoming tumbled to the ground, clearly quite surprised. Stand up. Yifeng chuckled as he looked at Qin Xiaoming, who was lying on the ground, too afraid to get up. Qin Xiaoming straightened his legs cautiously, not daring to look Yifeng in the eye. This guy can even beat up the alien spirit ape. Killing me would be a piece of cake, right? Ding! Target creature detected. Mutant, Mirror Lion, 7th evolution. Ability: Mirror Refraction. It can deflect a certain degree of attack. Lion's Roar. To a certain extent, it intimidates the enemy. Sharp Claws. Sharp, claw-like strikes. Mirror Lion? Yifeng was stunned. He had never heard of such a ferocious beast before. I suppose I wasn't famous in my past life. After figuring out Qin Xiaoming's situation, Yifeng asked calmly, "What is your Qin family doing here? Have the 3 motherships on the coast ended up in your hands?" Humph. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoming sneered. "Let me tell you, our Qin family has already built a super army. If you capture me, you will face endless pursuit from the Qin family." Yifeng slapped him on the head with a big tail. "If it weren't for Qin Yeru, I would have devoured you long ago," Yifeng sneered, his voice sinister. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoming shuddered. He had interacted with Yifeng before and knew Yifeng's ruthlessness, so he immediately dared not say anything more. Glanced at him indifferently and said, "I ask, you answer. Where are Ba Wang and Yiling being held by the Qin family? We captured them and brought them to the mothership. The old man and the others want to see them in person." Qin Xiaoming confessed honestly. Old master, the head of the Qin family. Yifeng was taken aback. Before his transformation into a beast, the Qin family patriarch was able to lead the Qin family to become the #1 commercial giant in the Dragon Kingdom. His methods and scheming were unfathomable. Why would he want to see Ba Wang and Yiling? How much territory does the Qin family currently control? Yifeng asked again. Currently, we have almost completely occupied the coast of China, Qin Xiaoming said softly. Upon hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but gasp. The Qin family has occupied the entire coast of the Dragon Kingdom? The Qin family's development speed is simply too fast. To be able to develop so rapidly, it seems that the Qin family was already prepared when the first and second primordial stones fell. As expected of the #1 business tycoon in the Dragon Kingdom, few can match their foresight. There's another question. What happened to Qin Yeru? Yifeng stared intently at Qin Xiaoming and asked. Qin Yeru was mentioned earlier, so something must have happened to Qin Yeru. You don't need to worry about that. In short, you'll never see her again. Qin Xiaoming sneered, his eyes filled with undisguised hatred. Yifeng stared at Qin Xiaoming for a while, and finally smiled faintly. The Qin family should have some connection with the Dragon Kingdom's military, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have reacted so quickly after the beast transformation. How did you know? Qin Xiaoming asked in surprise. As expected. Seeing this, Yifeng understood. Is the one you're cooperating with Yu Zihui? Yu Zihui? Qin Xiaoming was taken aback upon hearing this. It seemed he didn't know the specifics, and Yifeng sighed upon seeing this. All right, now take me to your territory, Yifeng said calmly. Our territory, and you're all alone? Qin Xiaoming was overjoyed upon hearing this. However, just as he showed a hint of joy, he sensed that Yifeng's aura had weakened considerably. Damn it! Yifeng was startled. He had completely forgotten about his berserk state. Now, it should be the period of weakness. Seeing Yifeng's strange state, Qin Xiaoming was puzzled. He even felt that Yifeng was no match for him now. However, wary of Yifeng's strength, he still did not dare to act rashly. Yifeng felt his condition getting worse and worse. When he was in a berserk state, he even used the soul-killing domain with attribute enhancement. Now, fatigue was overwhelming him, making him feel like he wanted to doze off. Dumbfounded when he saw Yifeng lying motionless on the ground in front of him. What are you doing? Could he have fallen asleep? Could it be a trap? Qin Xiaoming stared cautiously at Yifeng, his mind starting to conjure up images. Yifeng must be testing me, waiting for me to make a move before suddenly getting up and swallowing me whole. That must be it. That's not right. Qin Xiaoming suddenly became puzzled again. If Yifeng wanted to eat him, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Was he really asleep? Thinking this, Qin Xiaoming moved closer to Yifeng, but there was no movement. Qin Xiaoming moved again, but there was still no movement. Yifeng. He kicked Yifeng again, but there was still no response. He's really asleep. Qin Xiaoming was overjoyed. If that was the case, wouldn't that mean he could do whatever he wanted? That damned Yifeng has finally fallen into my hands today. Qin Xiaoming couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yifeng beside him still didn't move, which made him feel even more at ease. Just as he was about to bite Yifeng's head, a loud shout suddenly came out. Shameless thief! How dare you ambush my brother Yi? Take this moonlight ray. Chapter 143 Invitation to Negotiation. A beam of blazing white light shot out from between the husky's eyebrows, striking Qin Xiaoming squarely in the body. In an instant, the hair on Qin Xiaoming's body burst into flames, and bloody holes began to appear in his flesh. But in just a second, the white light stopped. Oh no, the stored moonlight energy is gone. The husky was stunned. Qin Xiaoming was about to bark when the husky's moonlight energy was exhausted so quickly. You look so weak, Qin Xiaoming said disdainfully. Outrageous. Era was furious. This Qin Xiaoming actually said he was weak. Today he would show him what a true strongman was. Whoa! The husky barked and charged forward. Qin Xiaoming was shocked to see that a mere husky dared to attack him, the king of beasts, the lion. They immediately engaged in a chaotic battle with the husky. But Qin Xiaoming soon discovered the problem. This husky was actually a mutant that had undergone 9 evolutions. Although the strength he displayed was not at the level of a 9th evolution, it was more than enough to deal with this 7th evolutionary mutant. Soon, Qin Xiaoming was trampled under the husky's feet. Are you kidding me? Saying I'm weak. The husky laughed triumphantly. Huff huff. Just then, I heard heavy footsteps. The husky looked back and saw a spirit ape with its hair fluttering, carrying heavy injuries, walking step by step towards the shore. Spirit ape, save me. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiaoming was overjoyed. Upon hearing the sound, the ape paused, turning its gaze in their direction. The husky's body suddenly stiffened. Proud cloud spirit ape? Brother Yi. Era was about to call for help when he suddenly realized that Yi Feng was lying right next to him. Get out of the way. The Aoyun spirit ape approached them with heavy steps and growled. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiaoming laughed shamelessly. Quick, spirit ape, this giant python is finished. As long as you kill it, you will still be invincible in the world. Aoyun spirit ape glanced at him indifferently, then stared at Yi Feng for a long time. The husky stood trembling and dared not speak. This was a ferocious beast that could rival Brother Yi in strength, and it goes without saying how powerful Brother Yi was. Brother Yi, it's not that I don't want to save you. It's just that I can't beat you, Era said, trembling with fear. Spirit ape, hurry up and do it. Seeing that the spirit ape was only staring at Yi Feng, Qin Xiaoming couldn't help but urge it anxiously. Humph. The proud cloud spirit ape let out a cold snort, then actually straightened up and walked away into the distance again. This bizarre scene left Era and Qin Xiaoming completely dumbfounded. Aren't you going to make a move? This is your only chance to kill Brother Yi. Spirit ape, foolish. Rotten. If you don't kill Yi Feng now, you'll regret it later. Qin Xiaoming cursed, and a moment later, he heard a sinister laugh from the side. The husky rubbed its paws together again and approached Qin Xiaoming. Half a day later, Yi Feng woke up to find himself surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts, including Era. At Era's feet was a lion with a bruised and swollen face. Yi Feng narrowed his snake eyes, because there was another creature with a blue cocoon of light beside him. After carefully sensing it, Yi Feng looked astonished. This is Lanshi. Is she about to evolve into her final form? Yes. The emerald bluebird spread its wings and paused for a moment before saying, I feel like I'm about to evolve too. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng was taken aback. He suddenly remembered that the emerald green sparrow and Lan, she had completed 9 evolutions together, so it was not surprising that they evolved into their final forms one after the other. 2 more complete beings will be added to the team. That's great. Yi Feng thought excitedly. Boss, when you were in a weakened state, this kid tried to ambush you. Luckily, I jumped out and saved you at the last second, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see Sister Lanshi now. At this moment, Era stepped forward to claim credit and ask for a reward. Oh. Yi Feng glanced at him in surprise. This guy who was at the bottom of the class could actually be of some use. This time, none of the other animals refuted what the husky said. They were all fighting in the center of the battlefield when this guy ran away. Fortunately, he escaped. Otherwise, Yi Feng's situation would have been dangerous. I'll remember your contribution, Yi Feng said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the husky happily kicked Qin Xiaoming out. Confess your crimes honestly, and you'll be treated leniently if you confess, and severely punished if you resist, the husky roared in a very serious manner. Qin Xiaoming, like a wilted little flower, honestly recounted what had happened. During the conversation, he would tremble whenever Era glared at him, clearly having suffered a harsh lesson from society. Upon hearing that the Aoyun spirit ape had appeared and then left, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. It seems that the proud spirit ape is just as arrogant as it was in its previous life. The Qin family's army has been almost dealt with. Let's go get the people. Yi Feng glanced at the boundless swarm of insects behind him and sighed inwardly. With this swarm of insects around, who dares to claim invincibility? Coastal settlement. The Qin family's garrison beasts were suddenly attacked by an endless swarm of insects, their constant howls serving as warning signals. Haha, Brother Yi, behold my divine might. The sun had set some time earlier, and a faint halo appeared on the horizon. Suddenly, the husky let out a roar, its body radiating a soft glow and expanding at a visible speed before charging into the pack of beasts. Ming, the boy next door, was stunned. This husky was so fierce. Suddenly, a low growl rang out, and the chaotic beast horde of the Qin family seemed to receive some kind of command, retreating in unison to the rear. 3 motherships arrived at the coast, led by none other than Aoyun Lingyuan. At this moment, his injuries had been healed, and he was full of energy with bright eyes. Behind him were countless ferocious beasts, including no fewer than 10 mutated species that Yi Feng recognized, such as the famous monarch from his previous life, the storm-cloud black panther, and the gat white bear. The 2 sides faced off again. Yi Feng glanced indifferently at the Qin family's lineup. Although there was some ripple in his heart, he was not too surprised. If the Qin family, as a top family in the Dragon Kingdom, couldn't even muster this much strength, That would be terrible. Shall we start a war? The husky asked eagerly. Finally, he can show those two chubby kids his true strength. He's a husky, and he's never afraid of anything. Yifeng, my family head invites you to a chat. To everyone's surprise, the next sentence uttered by the Aoyun spirit ape left all the beasts astonished. What's going on? They're not fighting? The husky said somewhat unhappily. Brother Yi, don't go. They're up to something. Yifeng thought for a moment and asked calmly. Shouldn't we at least show some sincerity? We have already released your companions, but one of them is still evolving and is still on the mothership. Upon hearing this, Yifeng glanced at the emerald green bird. The latter understood, ascended into the sky, and returned a few minutes later, nodding. Indeed, the Overlord is evolving. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng nodded slightly at the giant head and said, All right, I can go with you. Chapter 144 Return to the Sea. You've come here simply to borrow the mothership to go to Sang Kingdom, haven't you? A deep, aged voice echoed from the dimly lit, secret room. Looking at the huge figure hidden by the screen, Yifeng was speechless. This was simply incomprehensible. Did the big shots not like to show their faces? Ahem. Let me explain beforehand that these 3 motherships belong to the Chinese government. I learned about the motherships from Yu Zihui, which is why I came here. Yifeng said with a smile. Yu Zihui? The old man was taken aback for a moment. Then his voice seemed a little embarrassed. I see. Old man, forgive my bluntness, but your ability to usurp someone else's place is a bit unethical. Even though the other party clearly meant no harm, Yifeng still made a sarcastic remark. But judging from the attitude of the Qin family patriarch, it seems that acquiring 3 motherships is still a possibility. Sigh, there's really nothing I can do about it, old Master Qin sighed. Before the beast transformation, the Dragon Kingdom government suppressed the news in order to prevent the people from panicking. But unexpectedly, the beast transformation came earlier than they anticipated, and serious problems also arose in the Department of Mystic Medicine, resulting in the Dragon Kingdom's military being left vulnerable on the day of the beast transformation and major inland fortresses falling. Our Qin family has no choice but to protect ourselves. The fact that we are able to dominate the coastal area with our 3 motherships is all thanks to the intelligence that Yi Ru brought us. Yifeng fell silent after hearing what old Master Qin said. Is Qin here now? Her problem is very serious, and I'm afraid you can't solve it either. We have done everything we can to keep her alive, old Master Qin sighed. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's heart tightened. I need to see her. She's not here, old Master Qin said slowly. I've also heard about the Xin Medical Department. This is not only a feud between you and them, but also a long-standing feud between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sang Kingdom. Your immediate task should be to go to Sang and stop their actions. As for Yi Ru, perhaps by the time you return, she will have returned to normal. This. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the Qin family patriarch knew so much about the Xin Medical Department and the Dragon Kingdom. It seems that the Qin family's capabilities are even stronger than he imagined. You don't need to be curious. That person has already told me about these things. He also said that Yu Zihui won't be going with you because they need to integrate the scattered forces of the Dragon Kingdom after the beast transformation. Oh right. He also said he wanted to form some kind of group. What was it called? The Dragon God Group? Yifeng asked. Yes. That's it, the Dragon God Group. Old Master Qin said with a smile. Yifeng was speechless. He never expected that the Dragon God Group in this life would come about in this way. Although Yu Zihui can't help you, don't worry, I will send Ling Yuan with you to Sang Kingdom. Although he was defeated by you, I think his strength is not bad, said old Master Qin. Yifeng was stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that old Master Qin would be willing to let the Aoyun spirit ape go with him, especially since the journey to Sang Kingdom was fraught with danger. Such friendship moved Yifeng deeply. In fact, very few families can remain loyal to the Dragon Kingdom after transforming into beasts. If I remember correctly, in my previous life, there was only the Qin family. After the other families gained a certain degree of control, most of them chose to become mountain kings, which led to the Dragon Kingdom being fragmented in the future, with each monarch occupying a territory. Therefore, when faced with the invasion of the Sang Kingdom, they were in complete chaos and had no power to resist. However, this life is different. He has now gathered a considerable force, all for the purpose of going to sea to wipe out Sakura Shrine and the Mystic Medicine Department. This time, he will definitely not let that old professor and Kawasaki Minami escape again. After returning to the sea, Yifeng gazed at the horizon, somewhat lost in thought. What are you worried? A figure in azure blue came to his side, and spoke in a clear voice. You've successfully evolved? Yifeng glanced at Lan Tide, who was almost the same height as him, and laughed. Yes, I should be able to easily defeat that rock ice lion now, Lan Tide said confidently. The Sakura Shrine isn't that simple. They must have guessed we were coming and made preparations in advance. Yifeng shook his head. In its previous life, when Sakura Shrine invaded the Dragon Kingdom, it gathered 4 of the 7 divine beasts of the Sang Kingdom. I wonder how many it has gathered in this life. Of course, what worries Yifeng the most is Lin Yi. If the Xian Medical Academy has already developed an undead army and taken control of Lin Yi, what should he do then? It's alright. With you and me here, and the Overlord almost evolving into its complete form, plus the Aoyun Spirit Ape and the 2 heavenly silkworms, we will definitely be able to rescue Lin Yi. Lan Tide comforted him. She knew that Yifeng had been blaming himself for what happened that day. If he hadn't tried to rescue his parents, Lin Yi wouldn't have been captured by the Xian Medical Department. Yifeng nodded, his gaze meeting Lan Shi's. This was the first time he had looked at Lan Tide so closely, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. In human terms, Lan Tide was very beautiful. The kind of beauty that aroused his impulse. Is this the aesthetic sense of animals? Yifeng sighed. Feeling a little uneasy under Yifeng's gaze, Lan Shi couldn't help but shift her body slightly. However, this scene appeared as a temptation to Yifeng. This damn illusion. Yifeng couldn't help but give himself a big tail. Hey, what are those scales on your head for? Sensing the awkwardness between the 2 pythons, Lan Shi changed the subject. Oh, this. Yifeng thought for a moment, then suddenly fell silent. How does he know what it's for? Wasn't this the giant octopus that forcibly embedded itself in his head? Apart from a burning sensation at the time, there was no further reaction, to the point that Yifeng almost forgot he had such a scale on his head. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but stretch out his tail, wanting to pry off the scales. However, the next second, Yifeng felt a powerful force that suddenly shook him. Thump! Yifeng was actually blasted away by this tremendous force and crashed into the water. This. Lan Tide was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that the scales could make such a big commotion. The other ferocious beasts looked over with extremely strange expressions. It was as if Yifeng had done something to Lan Shi and then been flung into the sea by the big tail. No, it's not what you think. Seeing this, Lan Tide couldn't help but explain. We all understand. Era stepped forward and said with utmost seriousness. Hey, let's all step aside for a bit, so as not to disturb Brother Yi and sister-in-law Ye's sparring. Maybe our team can add another giant python legion. Yes, we were just having a normal sparring match, Lan Tide echoed. But the next moment she realized something was off about Era's words. What do you mean by adding a giant python army? Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to do that. Chapter 145 Night Raid. On the desolate sea, a cool breeze caressed a fleet of ferocious beasts. In addition to 3 motherships, the Qin family had provided Yifeng with no fewer than 20 warships. Each ship was teeming with ferocious beasts as it crossed the sea. According to the information I have, the Xian Medical Department and Sakura Shrine should be located in the capital of Sang Kingdom. We can reach them before dawn by going around to the south. If conditions permit, we can launch the first night raid. The Sakura Shrine is backed by the largest conglomerate in Sang Kingdom. The influence of this conglomerate in Sang Kingdom is incomparable to that of the Qin family in Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, what we need to guard against may be all the powerful and ferocious beasts of the Sang Kingdom. The beasts were somewhat stunned upon hearing Yifeng's words. Brother Yi, where did you get this information from? Era asked, voicing everyone's thoughts. Such accurate information is more than just intelligence. Yifeng must have betrayed the Sakura Shrine. That's not important. What's important is which warrior is willing to lead this night raid. Yifeng scanned the ferocious beasts in front of him one by one. For the first wave of night raids, there was no need to deploy the fully formed ferocious beasts. The Overlord, the 2 heavenly silkworms, and Lan Tide were ruled out. All the remaining 9 evolutions of ferocious beasts are worth considering. Besides the husky, thunder rhinoceros, and blue sparrow that always followed Yifeng, there were also several insects that had undergone 9 evolutions, all of whom were the strongest subordinates of the 2 heavenly silkworms. Whoosh! At this moment, all the beasts retreated in unison, leaving only the husky standing there dumbfounded. Brother Yi, I feel that Brother Lei is more suitable. Era was about to say something when he suddenly realized that no one was around. Holy crap! Brother Yi, my reputation is built on nothing. I absolutely cannot resort to a sneak attack. The husky protested vehemently. Objection overruled. Yifeng said calmly. You're useless during the day, so you might as well make good use of us. Agreed. The thunder rhinoceros and bluebird simultaneously raised their small claws. But you're unreliable, so I've decided to send a ferocious beast to help you. Yifeng's gaze swept over the heavenly silkworm's several subordinates, finally settling on a fluttering butterfly. Ding! Target organism detected. Mutated phantom butterfly, 9 evolutions. A variant of the ancient species of colorful butterflies, it has the ability to generate illusions. It is the leader of the colorful butterfly swarm, and the colorful butterfly swarm it commands is extremely difficult to deal with. It is a powerful and beloved general of the white silkworm. Ability. Illusion. Flapping its wings, it releases pollen with a bewitching effect to create an illusion and confuse its opponent. Windblade. Wielding wings to create appropriate wind blades can inflict damage on enemies. 10,000 Poison phosphorus powder. Releases phosphorus powder with a poisonous aroma, causing confusion to the target. Introduction to the butterfly group. The butterfly swarm is divided into different colors, each with different abilities. Green butterflies have regenerative abilities, red butterflies excel in combat, blue butterflies are exceptionally fast, and yellow butterflies possess astonishing defense. These illusion butterflies are quite good. They're flying insects, making night raids much easier. And the swarm of colorful butterflies under your command is equally impressive. Yifeng's eyes flickered as he turned his gaze to the white silkworm. Feeling Yifeng's gaze, Baiken immediately had a bad feeling. Ahem, white silkworm, this butterfly under your command is quite nice, Yifeng asked casually. Upon hearing this, Baiken lowered her head dejectedly. Can you please not let her go with Era? Hey, the husky immediately retorted. Hey, you fatso, what do you mean? Are you being racist? Baiken glanced at him and corrected him. It's not race, it's intelligence. My people and I can complete the mission on our own. We don't need him. A clear, cold female voice came from beside her. It was the illusion butterfly speaking. A girl. Upon hearing this, the husky's eyes immediately lit up. Ahem, let him go. He's quite strong at night. Yifeng coughed twice. In the end, the husky went along anyway. Watching the warships sailing towards the shore, Yifeng and his beasts calmly awaited the good news they were about to receive. Soon, bad news arrived. Suddenly, a huge sound of rushing water came from around the fleet, which proved that there was a large, ferocious beast swimming on the sea. Alert! Yifeng gave the order, awakening the resting ferocious beasts and simultaneously scanning the uninvited guests on the sea surface. Ding! Target organism detected. A group of ancient white-jawed sharks. A shark with a skeletal appearance has a skeletonized body due to incomplete biological evolution. Ability. Skeletal fins. Use sharp skeletal fins to charge at enemies, easily cutting through their flesh. Mighty Bite. Its incredibly strong bite force can easily tear apart an enemy's body. In the darkness, Yifeng activated Eagle Vision, and at least 100 white bone banners exposed on the water's surface patrolled around the fleet like small sailboats. Beneath the surface, however, lie ferocious sharks with skeletal remains. Did the Sakura Shrine find out? Lanshi came to Yifeng's side and couldn't help but ask. Yifeng did not answer, but was thinking. Logically, their fleet should have radar protection capabilities, so Era and his crew shouldn't have been detected so quickly. So this group of sharks is very likely wild? Having figured this out, Yifeng decided to send the Titanoboa swarm into the water to eliminate the sharks. It shouldn't be the Sakura Shrine. Lanshi, activate the gravity field. Let's wipe out this group of sharks as soon as possible without alerting the shore, Yifeng said softly. Good. Lanshi nodded slightly, and then the sharks on the surface of the sea suddenly slowed down. A compartment at the rear of the mothership opened, and the Titan Python Legion leaped out and rushed into the sea. Soon, the blood of the white crocodile shark and the Titanoboa was spilled on the sea surface, but Yifeng was not saddened by this. Although Titanoboros are precious, Yifeng tamed them for combat. Keeping them in a greenhouse would defeat the purpose. Furthermore, all the ferocious beasts are constantly devouring and evolving, becoming stronger. If the Titanoboa horde doesn't engage in combat, they will fall behind. Oh whoa! Just then, a familiar howl suddenly came from the coast. Then the beast saw a sliver of moonlight shining through the sky onto the coastline. Boom! The roar of artillery fire was accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Lantide looked at Yifeng in surprise. Didn't you say it was a sneak attack? It was definitely a sneak attack. Yifeng's lips twitched. How did this husky cause such a commotion? They must have been discovered. The white silkworm said, wriggling over with a pained expression. My poor subordinate, he got dragged down by that husky. Oh, you really like your little butterfly, huh? Black silkworm strolled over slowly, and for some reason, Yifeng felt that her tone was somewhat sarcastic. The beasts also noticed this and stared at them strangely. Are you jealous? Did an insect get jealous of a butterfly? It seems that silkworms can also transform into butterflies in their later stages. The beasts seemed to have discovered a new continent, looking at them expectantly. Let's fight. Let's fight. Although the husky wasn't there, the other animals seemed to hear that cheeky voice. Chapter 146. Are you sure this was a sneak attack? Ahem, we're just colleagues, Bower, don't overthink it. The white silkworm immediately moved closer to the black silkworm, speaking in a flattering tone. The beasts felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. What the heck? It's only been a few days, and he's already calling her Bowa? There's no point in staying on the surface any longer. Let's deal with these sharks and then launch a full-scale attack. Yifeng shook his head. I was hoping the husky could bring back some useful information after the sneak attack, but it seems that's not going to happen now. Whoa. On the coast of Sang Kingdom, a wolfhound shrouded in moonlight leaped and bounded about, its forehead radiating beams of moonlight that swept across the surrounding area, accompanied by a chorus of mournful howls. The bridge's sack. Damn. I am the Devouring Moonhound, the #1 general under Brother Yi. Shin Iku, Sakura Shrine. Hand over my brother Lin Yi now, or when Brother Ye's army is on the border, I will surely slaughter you all. Wah! After saying that, the husky shot out a ball of light from its mouth, which exploded with a bang among the beasts of Sang Kingdom. You taught him. Meanwhile, Lon Tide, who had just landed, was speechless. This isn't a sneak attack, it's clearly a provocation. At the same time, Yifeng was also completely bewildered. He hadn't assigned the wrong mission. The plan was to launch a sneak attack when they set off. So how did it turn out like this? Yifeng said weakly, facing the questioning gazes of the beasts. He vowed never to let the husky do it again. At the same time, the illusion butterfly returned to the group with a swarm of colorful butterflies. Facing the white silkworm's concerned gaze, she sighed. I couldn't stop it. At the same time, a tremor came from the distant earth. You ferocious beasts of the Dragon Kingdom, you are far too arrogant, came the broken Chinese. The leader was none other than a hippopotamus that had undergone 9 mutations, which was furious at the sight of the rampaging husky. What kind of bull or horse dares to provoke me? The Devouring Moonhound. The husky turned around, sneered, and glanced at the other party, not taking the hippopotamus seriously at all. This is outrageous. I am a hippopotamus, not a cow or a horse, the broken Chinese roared again. I don't care if you're a cow, a horse, or a hippo. The husky opened its mouth and blasted a ball of moonlight energy over. Dragon Kingdom beast, underestimating me will come at a price. The hippo sneered, and the next second, the ball of moonlight energy was right in front of him. How is this possible? The hippopotamus stared wide-eyed. With a terrified cry, the hippopotamus died. I will punish you in the name of the moon. The incredibly childish voice of the husky reached the ears of the ferocious beast from Sang Kingdom. Damn, how embarrassing. Yifeng couldn't help but mentally complain. Where did this husky get this Chinibu middle school syndrome? Although the husky brought great morale to their team, Yifeng always felt like he had sent out a lunatic. The fact that a ferocious beast that had undergone 9 evolutions was so easily destroyed terrified the beasts of the Sang Kingdom. Die tall and short. Is this the ferocious beast of the Dragon Kingdom? Baka, what country are you from? Our great Sang Kingdom's 7 divine beasts can kill this bald dog in no time. Don't boost others' morale and diminish your own. The group of ferocious beasts started discussing amongst themselves, but the husky felt extremely disrespected by their chatter. Damn it, they actually called me a hairy dog. Just as the husky was about to get angry, a piercing howl rang out. Suddenly, a surge of waves rose from the sea, mingling with the sand and crashing in. At that moment, a smooth head emerged from the water. You mere barbarians, how dare you invade my great Sang Kingdom? Before the rock-eye sea lion could finish speaking, it met the gazes of Yifeng and the other beasts. Complete form, complete form, complete form. The rock-eye sea lion watched in horror. Why are so many ferocious beasts invading the Sang Kingdom from the Dragon Kingdom? And those 2 giant pythons at the head. He felt like he'd seen them somewhere before. The black and white silkworms swarmed around them in unison. Damn it, someone actually has smoother skin than them. Sumi Masai. The rock-eye sea lion dared not act rashly and obediently retreated back to the surface of the water. Brother Yi. At the same time, the husky, displaying its great power, also noticed Yi Feng and his group's arrival and excitedly jumped over. What are you doing here? I haven't even successfully launched my sneak attack yet. Yi Feng looked at Era in shock. You still think this is a sneak attack? How dare you say such shameless things? The other animals stared at the husky in shock. Did this guy have some misunderstanding about the word sneak attack? Once he succeeds in his sneak attack, I'm afraid even the emperor of the great Sang kingdom will be trampled under his feet. Let's revise our plan, Lon Tide sighed. It shouldn't be necessary. Yi Feng also sighed, his snake-like eyes fixed solemnly on the distance, where dust filled the air and the earth continued to tremble. Leading the pack was a rhinoceros with a bright red body, followed by an endless herd of ordinary rhinoceroses. Ding, target creature scanned. Super mutant, Azura rhinoceros. A mutated rhinoceros bearing the horn of Azura activates the power of Azura, entering an Azura state. It is a super mutated existence among ancient rhinoceroses. Ability: Azura Crimson Lotus Horn. The Azura horn carries the aura of destruction of the Crimson Lotus. Any ferocious beast struck by it will suffer the burning power of the Crimson Lotus's destruction. Azura Pressure. The Azura rhinoceros stomps its 4 legs on the ground, generating Azura pressure that reduces the defense of those who bear it. Azura Armor. Covers the body with a layer of Azura armor, enhancing its defensive capabilities. This is, Leishi stared at the herd of rhinoceroses rushing towards them from afar, a solemn expression on his face. That's right, that's your ability. Yi Feng said seriously. This is the second ability I'm looking for you. The Azura rhinoceros, one of the 7 divine beasts of the Sang kingdom, has appeared, indicating that the Sakura shrine has taken notice of their actions. This Azura rhinoceros must be the vanguard. You wretched beasts of the Dragon Kingdom, how dare you launch a sneak attack on my great Sang kingdom? Do you dare to fight me? The Azura rhinoceros stomped its foot heavily. Yi Feng and the beasts exchanged glances, then asked uncertainly, Are you sure it's us? Baka, you're just a bunch of ferocious beasts from the Dragon Kingdom, the Azura rhinoceros sneered. Since that's the case, well then, Lei, your abilities for today are settled. Yi Feng sighed. Burst of intense crimson flames was exhaled. With this little strength, you think you can defeat me? The Azura rhinoceros sneered, but the next second he realized something was wrong. Puff! The black silkworm spat out a mouthful of black saliva, while the white silkworm, though unable to spit, had its illusion butterfly release a wind blade for it. Yi Ling released a snow lotus flower. A surge of intense heat erupted from the overlord's body, burning fiercely across the earth. Lei Shi, Era, and Qin Ke were not to be outdone, each launching an attack. The most ferocious was the Aoyun spirit ape, which suddenly appeared above the Azura rhinoceros after a burst of light emerged from its feet, and then wielded a giant mechanical club to strike the giant horn. You idiots! You're ganging up on me. The Azura rhinoceros cried out in alarm. You were the one who said you wanted to fight us one-on-one. Chapter 14017 Battle. General Rhino, we've come to save you. Suddenly, Sang-style Chinese came from afar. Rock Eye Sea Lion led 3 strange and ferocious beasts charging over. Judging from their aura, they were all fully grown. I'm afraid the Sang kingdom must have used all its resources to cultivate these ferocious beasts. Yifeng's snake-like eyes narrowed slightly. With the addition of the Azura rhinoceros, does Sakura Shrine now control 5 of the 7 divine beasts? Rock Eye Sea Lion, Azura rhinoceros, Raging Flame Horn Dragon, Black-Winged Mad Duck, 100 Poison Spider Woman. Yifeng's gaze swept over the 5 ferocious beasts, and he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Bah! A series of cries rang out, and huge wings that blotted out the moon floated by, followed by a mocking voice. Yifeng, I didn't expect you to actually come. But with just your small force, you think you can break through Sakura Shrine and our Department of Mystic Medicine? Aren't you being a bit too confident? Yifeng looked up and saw the professor from the Department of Mystic Medicine transformed into a griffin flying in the air. A defeated opponent. Yifeng curled his lip and said. Upon hearing this, the griffin flew into a rage. If you hadn't ganged up on me, I wouldn't have been injured. Yes. These treacherous beasts of the Dragon Kingdom only know how to gang up on each other. The Azura rhinoceros roared in agreement. Shut up, you stupid Sangwa rhinoceros, the griffin said coldly. You. The Azura rhinoceros gritted its teeth, never expecting that the griffin would dare to insult it. Kawasaki said he ordered you to kill all of these ferocious beasts, and that the few complete ones can be captured alive. The griffin spoke coldly. The Azura rhinoceros snorted coldly, but knowing that Admiral Kawasaki needed to rely on the researchers from the Dragon Kingdom, he did not refute it. As the griffin finished speaking, a large number of ferocious beasts of various kinds emerged from behind the Azura rhinoceros, all of them exuding a fierce and overwhelming aura. This is the ferocious beast army of Sakura Shrine. Yifeng's snake eyes narrowed, and the Titan Python army behind him surged forward, releasing a strong fighting spirit. Yifeng, I'll lead the charge. The husky was eager to try. Good. Yifeng nodded slightly. At that moment, the 5 divine beasts of the Sang Kingdom attacked simultaneously, charging towards Yifeng and the other beasts. The Overlord roared with the raging flame dragon, and in an instant, flames rose and the air was filled with a boiling heat. The raging flame dragon is a triceratops, an ancient species with incredibly strong defense and attack capabilities. But compared to the Overlord, it is still a step below. Soon, the raging flame dragon was suppressed by the Tyrant King. With each swing of its claws, the raging flame dragon's head was struck painfully. Roar! Raging flame dragon condensed a mouthful of flame, which was actually the same fiery breath as Yifeng's. However, the next second, the tyrant grabbed its mouth with its forelimbs and forcefully trapped the flames inside the raging dragon's mouth. Wah! The raging flame dragon stared wide-eyed in terror, and even Yifeng himself could feel the excruciating pain of the flames burning in his mouth. Tsk tisk. Puff! A plume of black smoke billowed from the mouth and nostrils of the raging dragon, at which point the tyrant released its 2 forelimbs. The raging flame dragon opened its mouth, and its tongue turned black. Baka! The raging flame dragon cursed. The Overlord snorted coldly, and its 2 forelimbs stretched out again, this time grabbing the 2 horns of the raging flame dragon. Using the strength of its body, it spun around 720 degrees. Finally, he flung the raging flame dragon away. A deafening roar. The raging flame dragon smashed up a cloud of dust. Waste! The griffin professor in the air gave a stern rebuke, then looked at the black-winged duck beast beside him. This is a ferocious beast with black wings and a body shape like a crane. It is called the black-winged mad duck beast because its beak is not pointed but flat like a duck's. It looks quite bizarre. The black-winged mad duck beast spread its wings and rose into the air. Yifeng glanced at his side and saw that although there were quite a few fully formed beasts, none of the flying beasts had advanced to the fully formed stage. The emerald bluebird is close to its complete form. It has not yet begun to evolve. I'll go with the illusion butterfly, the emerald bluebird volunteered. Yifeng remained silent upon hearing this. The emerald bluebird and the illusion butterfly couldn't defeat the black-winged duck. They wouldn't be instantly defeated either. However, Yifeng's concern was not about this, but about the griffin professor in the distance. This guy was treacherous and cunning. If he made a move while Qin Ke and the others were fighting, it would be disastrous. After all, the air was not their home turf, and they were powerless to rescue Qin Ke when she encountered danger in the air. Spirit Ape, you provide support from the side and be wary of that griffin, Yifeng instructed. The Aoyun Spirit Ape glanced at the griffin and nodded slightly. Seeing that the Aoyun Spirit Ape agreed, Yifeng felt much more at ease. Although he was also unable to ascend into the sky, the agility of apes should be enough to deal with the griffin. In another location, the husky was already rampaging through the pack of animals. Having undergone 9 evolutions, coupled with the energy of moonlight at night, he is virtually invincible among his peers. Sakura Shrine is mostly still underdeveloped, so the husky is like a wolf among sheep, truly invincible. It seems their main resources are still being used to train these few guys. Yifeng looked at the remaining few fully formed ferocious beasts. Without further hesitation, Lan Shi charged toward her old nemesis, the rock IC lion. The rock IC lion turned and headed towards the sea. Its battleground was clearly the ocean. Lan Shi was not intimidated at all and followed towards the sea, because she was also a ferocious sea beast, and in her previous life, she was the ocean overlord among the 10 overlords. The surging waves quickly obscured the beast's vision. Yifeng watched intently for a while, and with the suppression of the gravity field, he figured Lan Shi shouldn't be at a disadvantage. Yifeng, let's go get that poisonous spider, the black and white silkworms said in unison. You guys? Yifeng rolled his eyes. These 2 guys were both fully evolved, so 2 against 1 was just bullying. There's nothing we can do. White silkworm's ability to fight alone is too weak, Black Silkworm said with some disdain. All right, I'll deal with the Azura Rhinoceros. Yifeng nodded. The rest of Lei Shi and Yi Ling all rushed to the battlefield. Yi Ling has recently evolved to the 8th time, and her super mutant bloodline is gradually taking effect, making her a formidable force among the ferocious beasts. Lei Shi, needless to say, had fought alongside Yifeng many times and was already a veteran of countless battles. Coupled with his newly acquired defensive abilities, he continuously unleashed lightning within the horde of ferocious beasts. Although the black and white silkworms won a fight 2 against 1, the swarms of insects they brought played an unparalleled role on the battlefield. The insect swarm's ambush gave Era and his companions the opportunity to unleash their full power. The variable in this battle was not Yifeng and the others in their completed forms, but rather Era and his beasts, who had undergone 9 evolutions. At that moment, the griffins observing from the sky also noticed this and began to target the husky and other beasts. Chapter 148. This is how it should be. Screech. A hawk cries out. The griffin took the lead and flew towards Yi Ling, who seemed to be the weakest. Yi Ling's beast transformation time was short and the number of evolutions was insufficient. Relying on the special characteristics of the super mutant species, she barely reached the combat level of a mutant species that had undergone 9 evolutions. It is no match for a fully fused mutated griffin. An indescribable sense of oppression appeared above Yi Ling, making her want to cry for help. But Yifeng and the others were all engaged in fighting the ferocious beasts, so they had no time to care about her. At the critical moment, a large club fell from the sky, nearly knocking the griffin to its death. Yifeng was right after all. You shameless old bastard, you actually tried to launch a sneak attack. The proud cloud spirit ape scared away the griffin with a single blow, and then shakily hoisted up the giant club. A super mutant. The griffin squinted at the proud cloud spirit ape. The pressure from this spirit ape was only slightly less than that from Yifeng. How could Yifeng let such a strong guy control the battle? It really is flawless. Looking at Yifeng fighting the Azura Rhinoceros in the distance, the griffin couldn't help but sigh. Yifeng was not only incredibly strong, but also had extremely rich combat experience and an unparalleled ability to dominate the battlefield. If the beast transformation hadn't just begun, he would have suspected that Yifeng had participated in the closed beta test. Although the ambush on Yi Ling failed, the griffin believed that since he was in the air, no matter how strong the spirit ape was, it could not possibly surpass its speed. So he turned to the other side and ambushed the husky. Pung! Another blow came crashing down, this time nearly hitting the griffin's wing. The griffin looked at the reappearing spirit ape with suspicion, which was nearly 10 kilometers away from Yi Ling's location. This ape have covered such a long distance in just half a minute? Hey you scraggly bird, don't waste your time. No one has ever been born who can successfully ambush me. Ayun. Proud cloud spirit ape said calmly. Take this moonlight ray. Suddenly, a howl came from below. A white beam of light shot from the husky's forehead toward the griffin. The griffin couldn't dodge in time and was struck on its right wing by the white beam of light, instantly burning a feather. See if you can still sneak up on me. The husky laughed triumphantly while also flattering the spirit ape. Brother spirit ape, your divine might has intimidated this stupid bird so much that it dares not move an inch. I, the husky, admire you. Hey, keep a low profile. The usually aloof spirit ape was actually quite pleased with the husky's flattery, and waved his hand while leaning against the mechanical iron rod. This action, applied to this chaotic scene of ferocious beasts, appears so sophisticated and so effortless. Hiss! Could this be the mark of a true expert? Error exclaimed, thinking that if Brother Yi were to do this, it would be even more impressive. After all, in his mind, Yifeng was even stronger than the spirit ape. Damn it, they don't take me seriously at all. I'll kill you all. The griffin was furious. It was one thing for the ape to block him, but how dare this mere husky look down on him? The griffin roared to the sky, its cry echoing through the heavens. Bah! In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky, and a black cloud of rapidly flapping wings formed a black barrier, heading this way. What is this? Alien spirit ape was taken aback. Lions, a flock of griffins. The husky stammered, suddenly feeling his feet becoming uncontrollable. Hey, brother spirit ape, you hold on for now. I'll go find reinforcements for you. The alien spirit ape could react. The husky had already dashed off in a flash. As the flock of birds flew closer, the alien spirit ape realized that it was just an ordinary flock of vultures. Damn it, this husky dared to lie to me. Alien Lingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. If this were a flock of griffins, even he would have no choice but to run away. This bunch of bastards dares to threaten to kill me? The Aoyun spirit ape sneered, wielding its giant club, and transformed into several clones, charging fiercely towards the vulture flock. Hearing the commotion behind him, the husky turned around and saw that it was just a group of ordinary vultures, and the proud cloud spirit ape had already rushed up first. The husky suddenly turned around. "Awoo, brother spirit ape, I'm here to help you." At the same time, Yifeng also noticed the situation here. Although he didn't know where the flock of vultures came from, he was fortunate enough to be able to control the situation. Blue Tide was clearly superior in the waves, as the screams of the rock ice sea lion were particularly clear. The black and white silkworms are ganging up on each other. It's just too much. The spider viper next door has been bullied beyond recognition. It's a pitiful sight. The overlord pressed down on the raging flame dragon and beat it mercilessly, its two claws constantly grabbing at the horn on the dragon's head, seemingly trying to tear it off. Azura Crimson Lotus Horn. At that moment, the Azura rhinoceros opposite suddenly let out a cry. Suddenly, the rhinoceros's giant horn blazed brightly, flashing like molten lava. Yifeng didn't dare to be too careless about the super mutant's abilities, so he casually released a lava golden scale armor and charged forward. Sizzle. The two clashed, and the Azura rhinoceros's crimson lotus horn struck Yifeng's lava golden scales with a crisp sound, followed by the sound of intense heat burning. Such strong defense. The Azura rhinoceros was secretly alarmed. His invincible giant horn was unable to break through the opponent's defensive barrier. Such hard horns. At the same time, Yifeng also felt the impact of the Azura rhinoceros's giant horn, and a strange feeling welled up in Yifeng's heart. Wait, shouldn't this horn be growing on his head? Why does he need horns? Should I pull it off? Yifeng seemed to understand the overlord beside him, and with a flick of his tail, he wrapped it around the giant horn of the Azura rhinoceros. Give it to me. Yifeng pulled hard. I couldn't pull it off. The Azura rhinoceros howled in pain, its body quickly covered with a layer of armor, including its giant horns. The Azura rhinoceros quickly retreated, staring at Yifeng with a mixture of shock and anger. Why did this guy pull out its horn? Seeing that the other person still had horns on their head, Yifeng felt a little awkward and disappointed. However, after resting for a moment, he charged forward again, this time using his fangs to embed them fiercely into the opponent's horn. No. Sensing Yifeng's threat, the Azura rhinoceros struggled frantically. But would Yifeng give him a second chance to break free? Deadly biting tendency, with greatly increased bite force. The armor seemed to have lost its purpose at this moment, peeling off layer by layer. Yifeng shook his head frantically, and the giant horn finally began to loosen. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Now was the time. He exerted all his strength. Brush. It drew a beautiful line in midair, and then a giant red horn flew out. The Azura rhinoceros howled in pain, blood still gushing out, but Yifeng smiled with relief when he saw the Azura rhinoceros's bald nose. It seems that this is how the Azura rhinoceros was supposed to look. Chapter 149 Healing Energy. The Azura rhinoceros lost its horn, which is equivalent to losing a power. Faced with Yifeng, this freak, the Azura rhino could only passively take the beating. A double whammy of ice and fire. Yifeng opened the snake's mouth, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. The rhinoceros's Azura armor is quite formidable. Without some trickery, it's unlikely to be able to break through its defenses. Amidst a cloud of blue and red breath, the Azura rhinoceros let out a painful scream. The combination of ice and fire was so intense, it was absolutely exhilarating. When the breath dissipated, the Azura rhinoceros's scales were already rotten and ulcerated, revealing the charred flesh inside, with ice shards still on the surface. The Azura rhinoceros lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Just then, a faint blue light suddenly appeared on the Azura rhinoceros. Sensing this familiar energy, Yifeng's snake eyes suddenly narrowed. It's actually the ability to heal itself and never die. How is that possible? This rhinoceros actually has the ability to heal itself and not die? Did he devour Lin Yi? Impossible. He's a rhinoceros. Even if he devoured Lin Yi, he shouldn't have gained the ability to heal himself and become immortal. So what exactly happened? Soon, Yifeng discovered something amiss. The self-healing ability of this Azura rhinoceros was not as fast as he had imagined, but it was much stronger than that of ordinary giant beasts. Even so, the rhinoceros's injuries were slowly healing, and the giant horn that Yifeng had pulled off was also slowly healing. Having gone to great lengths to cripple this rhinoceros, why would Yifeng give it a chance to recover? Just as Yifeng was about to deliver a fatal blow to the Azura rhinoceros, a sense of crisis suddenly came from behind him. Yifeng trusted his instinctive premonition and quickly dodged. A giant, vertebra-shaped spike appeared where Yifeng had been standing. This spike was incredibly sharp, with numerous small, protruding spikes at its tip, making it look truly terrifying. Yifeng's heart tightened. If this giant thorn pierced the snake's body, it would probably cripple half of it. Of course, this is on the premise that the user can break through their own defenses. Yifeng looked up and saw a giant bear with a foul-smelling mouth staring at him menacingly. Alloy Bone Bear. Yifeng was surprised. Wasn't this the second-ranked ferocious beast among the 7 divine beasts of Sang Kingdom? Even he was subdued by the Sakura Shrine? Yifeng's heart sank. Including the Alloy Bone Bear, 6 of the 7 divine beasts had been subdued by the Sakura Shrine. This Sakura Shrine is even more powerful than in its previous life. To make matters worse, the appearance of the Alloy Bone Bear meant that Yifeng was unable to quickly defeat the Azura Rhinoceros. As the Azura Rhinoceros slowly recovered, an ominous premonition arose in Yifeng's heart. Really, Ba Wang and his group encountered the same situation. Hateful. Flames surged around the Overlord, and raging flames surrounded him, mixed with fire spewed by the raging flame dragon, turning that area into a furnace. The intense heat evaporated everything, and the other ferocious beasts dared not enter the battle zone between the two beasts. Since both beasts are proficient in fire element and have extremely high fire resistance, their flames spewing at each other are almost ineffective in causing damage, so they mostly engage in melee combat. The tyrant's mobility far surpassed that of the raging flame dragon, and it quickly tore the raging flame dragon to shreds. Unfortunately, the raging flame dragon also had blue light surging around its body, slowly healing its wounds. The Overlord was utterly shocked upon discovering this. Wasn't this Yifeng's ability? Wrong. The Overlord's eyes suddenly changed. Besides Yifeng, Lin Yi also possessed this ability. In other words, Lin Yi's current situation is not much better. Different battle groups have all discovered this phenomenon, and it seems that the Mystic Medicine Department has applied this technology to all ferocious beasts. White Silkworm stepped back. The spider poison woman sighed. The white silkworm suffered a considerable injury due to carelessness. One side of its body was cut by a sharp spider leg, and blood was flowing out. The black silkworm quickly chased him away. Watching the spider poisonous woman gradually recover from her injuries, the white silkworm felt resentful. Such a strange recovery ability had rendered all their previous efforts futile. But he was worried about leaving the black silkworm to deal with the spider woman alone, so he spat on his wound, and it began to heal slowly. A protracted war is gradually unfolding. The movement on the sea surface has decreased considerably, but the sound of huge waves still occasionally rises, indicating that the battle between Lanshi and the Rock Icy Lion has reached a stalemate. Emerald larks in the sky are already showing signs of defeat. It is extremely difficult for them to hold on this long against a fully evolved super mutant. They may be the breakthrough point in the entire battle. On the other hand, Aoyun Lingyuan and Era had already discovered this. The former ordered Era to go and help Qin Ke and the other two beasts, choosing to face the vultures led by the griffin alone. The dark, oppressive tide completely blocked out all directions. Every now and then, a huge club could be seen emerging from the flock of vultures, only to be quickly swallowed up by the flock again. The Aoyun spirit ape was also caught in a fierce battle. These ordinary vultures actually have the ability to regenerate. Yifeng, who noticed this scene from afar, was shocked. What exactly did the Xian medical department discover by using Lin Yi? However, he soon found himself overwhelmed, struggling to cope with the combined attack from the Alloy Bone Bear and the Azura Rhinoceros. Tisk. None of the beasts noticed that on a distant mountaintop, 2 enormous creatures were lying prone. The beasts of Sang Kingdom and Long Kingdom are truly pathetic. After such a long time, they only have such a small number of complete forms. One of the giant eagles, with its entirely black feathers, stretched out its exaggerated wings. Don't forget our mission. If we can awaken that thing that's been sleeping in the Sang Kingdom, then we'll have completed the task it gave us, the other giant eagle said. Both of these giant eagles spoke fluent and authentic English. But, do mythical species really exist? A giant eagle asked after a moment of silence. If it's not lying to us, then it really exists. It's just that the mythical creatures quickly fall into a deep sleep after transforming into beasts, which is something we didn't expect. His companion also stretched his wings and said calmly, "It says it needs a mythical being to awaken its dormant power. Are we really going to obey its orders? Is it really a creature that has survived from ancient times to the present?" "How is that possible?" one of the giant eagles sneered. "With our advanced technology and its enormous size, how could we not detect it? Perhaps he just encountered something magical after transforming into a beast, which is why he knows so much." Upon hearing this, the other giant eagle had a sudden inspiration. "You mean, hey, if there really are mythical creatures, wouldn't it be better for us to devour them ourselves? Why let that guy have them? It seems like those guys from the Dragon Kingdom are going to lose. Those ferocious beasts from the Mulberry Kingdom seem to have some kind of special energy that can continuously fuel their battle." The two giant eagles then began to observe the battle below. They were completely unaware that a red, fleshy ball was slowly rising from the sea behind them, seemingly waiting for something. Chapter 150 Beast Transformation by Yuhan. "Brother Yi, save me." A cry for help suddenly pierced the sky. Yifeng was taken aback. The big tail shoved the head of the Azura rhinoceros in front of him into the ground, and then looked up at the sky. The Griffin Professor abandoned his attack on the proud Cloud Spirit ape and instead moved closer to the Azure Sparrow's battlefield. The husky was even grabbed by the back by a griffin and lifted into the sky. Looking at the helpless husky in the sky, Yifeng suddenly realized something. Sure enough, the moon sank into the sea, and before anyone knew it, a red sun rose in the east. It's not that Brother Yi doesn't want to save you, but that Brother Yi can't. Yifeng twitched his mouth weakly. Faced with the griffin in the sky, he was powerless even if he wanted to. The griffin seemed to harbor a vengeful intent, carrying the husky higher and higher into the sky, intending to throw him down and kill him. "You mere stray dog, how dare you mock me? Today I'll shatter you to pieces." Professor Griffin cackled. The bluebird and the illusion butterfly below both wanted to take a moment to save the husky, but the black-winged duck created a black whirlwind that trapped them inside. Seeing what was happening below, the husky curled up helplessly, trembling. Is this how his dog life is going to end? The griffin found a suitable altitude, flapped its wings, and sneered. "Little guy, if you beg for mercy now and persuade Yifeng and the others to surrender obediently, I might spare your life." Upon hearing this, the husky immediately retorted, "A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. I, the husky, would rather die than submit to you." After saying that, the moonlight mark on the husky's head flickered, and a ray shot out. With a flick of its paw, the husky was completely unleashed. "Holy crap, Brother Yi, help me." The husky's high decibel roar echoed through the entire sky. Phew. In that moment of crisis, a clear, crisp cry rang out. In midair, a creature with snow-white wings and blue tail feathers, resembling a phoenix, appeared out of nowhere, its long, slender claws grabbing the fur on the husky's head. "Hee, you're such a coward." Bai Yuhan looked at the husky curled up at her feet and let out a crisp laugh. The husky opened its eyes, looked at itself which was no longer falling, and raised its head in disbelief. "If you dare to look up, I'll throw you down." At that moment, Bai Yuhan's cold voice rang in my ears. The husky jumped and immediately lowered its head. "Sister Bai, please help me down here. It's so unsafe up here." Era pleaded eagerly. "Coward." Bai Yuhan shook her head, then gently lowered herself and placed the husky safely on the ground. Then, she spread her wings and flew to where the bluebirds were. A powerful flap of its wings, a white whirlwind shot out, containing cyan wind blades that instantly slashed the black-winged mad duck, leaving it covered in wounds. Then another whirlwind swept through, wiping out most of the vultures in the blink of an eye. The emerald bluebird and the illusion butterfly were rescued, and the moment they saw Bai Yuhan, they were utterly amazed. She was simply too beautiful. Her soft, pure white wings were as pristine as a crane's, and the phoenix crown on her head added a touch of aloofness to her beauty. "Hey, you're drooling all over the floor." The Aoyun spirit ape appeared beside Yifeng at some point and made a teasing remark. "Are you kidding? How could that be?" Yifeng wiped his mouth with his tail. The Aoyun spirit ape twisted its neck, looked at the alloy bone bear and the Azura rhinoceros, and said coldly, "Let's get to work and deal with these two." "Oh, no problem, the alloy bone bear is yours," Yifeng replied, then bit down on the Azura rhinoceros's neck. Attribute enhancement. Deadly biting, combined with fiery breath. The head and neck of the Azura rhinoceros melted apart instantly, and it collapsed with a thud. "It's over just like that?" The Aoyun spirit ape looked at Yifeng in shock. "Yes, it's over." Yifeng nodded calmly, then looked at Bai Yuhan again. Alien Spirit Ape. Damn it! You monstrous beast of the Dragon Kingdom. How dare you slaughter the warriors of my great Sang Kingdom? The alloy bone bear was furious and swung its giant bone spike club at the proud Cloud Spirit Ape. Damn it! I wasn't the one who slaughtered the cow. The Alien Spirit Ape dodged while swinging its mechanical giant club in retaliation. Ding! Target organism scan successful. Fusion with super mutant species. White Cloud Azure Phoenix, complete. The product of the fusion of the super mutant white feathered crane and the five-colored mandarin duck accidentally activated a trace of ancient bloodline in the five-colored mandarin duck, giving it the characteristics of the Azure Phoenix. It is only a hair's breadth away from transforming into a true mythical creature. Ability. Sweeping away clouds, using wings to stir up the wind and clouds, quickly destroying the opponent. Wind breath. Gathers wind energy in the air and releases elemental breath towards the surrounding area. Wind element barrier. Surrounds oneself with azure wind, forming a defensive shield to protect the target. Wind and cloud barrier. Using wind and clouds as a barrier, a continuous stream of wind blades attacks enemies within the barrier. Simultaneously, the user's speed is tripled, and the speed at which wind attribute energy gathers is tripled. Hidden bloodline. An extremely faint Azure Phoenix bloodline, traceable back to ancient times, capable of briefly subjugating all birds. My goodness. Yifeng was so surprised when he saw Bai Yuhan's attribute panel that his mouth almost fell to the ground. This is almost turning into a myth, isn't it? Wait, what did the system just say? Infinitely close to a mythical species? In other words, does the world after the beast transformation really contain mythical species? That's right, host. Mythical species really do exist. According to the system's incomplete statistics, there should be no more than 10 mythical species that have landed. Due to certain characteristics, mythical creatures fall into a deep sleep after birth and only gradually awaken when they reach their ultimate form. Upon hearing the system's words, Yifeng was shocked. There really are mythical species. If he had known this would happen, he should have fused with a mythical species. However, he seemed unaware of where the primal stone of the mythical species had landed. Oh, that's alright then. Perhaps it's because of Bai Yuhan's equipment, but the Bai Yuhan in front of us has actually evolved to the complete form. This gave her the power to dominate the entire arena. The black-winged mad duck couldn't even last 10 rounds against Bai Yuhan before it died. Griffin turned and ran, but was struck down by Bai Yuhan's wind energy breath and crashed heavily to the ground. When it hit the ground, it was still breathing faintly, and a pale blue light surged, attempting to repair its body. Smack! Just then, a pair of black claws stepped on his head. You never thought you'd get this day, did you? You damn scruffy bird. The one taking the opportunity to retaliate was naturally the already exhausted husky. Even if he were to kill this dying griffin in broad daylight, it would be more than enough for him. The husky immediately began to gnaw on the griffin's head. Just as the husky ended Professor Griffin's life, a sudden noise came from the deep sea. Immediately afterward, the rock-eyed sea lion let out a miserable cry. The beasts turned around and clearly saw the rock-eyed sea lion surface and then be violently pulled back down. Lanshi, Yifeng exclaimed in surprise and rushed towards the sea. Chapter 151 Malfunction. The surging waves on the sea suddenly calmed down, and Lanshi and the rock-eyed sea lion were nowhere to be found. Yifeng's snake eyes turned red, and he was about to rush into the sea when he suddenly saw a giant azure python emerge from the seabed and descend to the shore. Lanshi returned to the shore, her snake eyes still filled with fear, and she still looked lingeringly shaken. What happened? Upon seeing this, Yifeng quickly stepped forward and asked. Something seems to have awakened on the seabed, but I couldn't see it clearly. Lantide shook her head. The beasts exchanged glances. That rock-eyed sea lion. It ate it. Lantide's voice was a little dry. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. Let's end this battle as soon as possible, Yifeng said after concentrating. What had just happened gave him a bad feeling. After the transformation into beasts is mysterious and unpredictable, and there are areas that even the most powerful beasts in the past dare not easily venture into. For example, Yifeng previously discovered the other party's underwater world in the snowfield, or the lava beneath the flaming mountain, or the giant octopus living on Qingming Island. Yifeng and Lanshi to the battlefield greatly reduced the pressure on Yifeng's camp. In the air, under Bai Yuhan's leadership, victory has almost been achieved as well. With a mournful cry from the raging flame dragon, only the alloy bone bear, fighting against the proud cloud spirit ape, remained in the arena. By Yuhan's wings unleashed a gust of wind, trapping the alloy bone bear inside. Yifeng stepped forward and said calmly, "Tell me, where are Li Buchuan from the Department of Mystic Medicine and Kawasaki Minami from the Sakura Shrine? Also, what happened to the immortal python you captured?" "Humph, I'd rather die than tell you," the alloy bone bear said defiantly while enduring the torment of the wind blades. "Very well, cut off the claws first," Yifeng said coldly. "I don't have a knife. Can I use a stick to smash it?" Aoyun's spirit ape revealed a row of big white teeth. Upon hearing this, the alloy bone bear was terrified. This is so unfair to the bear. I'll talk. The Sakura Shrine's base is only 7 kilometers away. As for the undying python you mentioned, I've never seen it. The alloy bone bear finished speaking. It was surrounded and killed by the whirlwind of sharp blades. Yifeng stepped forward leisurely and swallowed his body whole. "Hiccup, let's go attack Sakura Shrine." "Ding, congratulations on devouring the fully evolved super mutant, alloy bone bear. You have gained 10,607 growth points. You have gained 50 attribute points in strength, 50 in defense, and 70 in constitution. You have gained a special ability, Dragon Tail Swing." Upon hearing about the ability he had finally acquired, Yifeng fell into a daze. "Damn, this bear has a tail? The alloy bone bear can unleash this ability? Why does the system seem so arbitrary?" "Congratulations, host, for activating the system's in-game store function. From now on, for every ferocious beast you devour, you will gain corresponding devouring points. These points can be exchanged for abilities, weapons, and bloodlines in the shop. Ordinary ferocious beasts grant 0.1 points. Advanced beasts grant 1 point. Ancient beasts grant 10 points. Mutated beasts grant 100 points. And super mutated beasts grant 1,000 points. What? There's an additional in-game store system. This damn system has finally been updated. It's been a long time since the last update added the data encyclopedia feature, and now they've added a shop feature. As expected, I am still the chosen one. Next, Yifeng took the opportunity of traveling to briefly check the items in the shop. If ability exchanges are distributed in the form of ability seeds, doesn't that mean he can use them to kidnap and sell other ferocious beasts? For example, what about 2 silkworms whose contracts are about to expire? Genius. Business genius. As for weapons, Yifeng's species basically doesn't have any usable weapons, so he simply ignored them on the spot. What he cared about most was bloodline. Although the Undying Python's bloodline could reach the Overlord level, Yifeng wouldn't mind improving it if possible. For example, the Undying Flame Serpent. Damn, 100,000 points. That's practically 100 super mutants. Yifeng almost went berserk when he saw the price below. Host, the Undying Flame Python has advanced to the ranks of super mutant species. 100,000 points, you won't lose out. The system's gentle response came from his mind. Also, the system suggests you take a look at the weapons. There's a surprise. Weapons. Yifeng was taken aback. What surprises could there be in weapons? Did he expect him to use his tail to coil up a long spear and stab around randomly during a fight? But when he glanced at it, he was instantly stunned. Because the weapon shop not only has cold weapons, but also advanced technology. The superheat ray cannon can instantly kill a ferocious beast that has undergone 9 evolutions. Ion combined beam can obliterate fully evolved ferocious beasts. They even have things like this? Yifeng was almost shocked to his jaw drop, even though these things were disposable and expensive. But this still didn't stop Yifeng from having designs on these weapons, because they could be lifesavers in a critical moment. "Give me an ion beam first. I'm going to bomb the Sakura Shrine," Yifeng declared with boundless pride. "Sorry, you don't have enough devouring points." The system's cold electronic voice came through my ear. "It's ridiculous that they require points." Yifeng was filled with grief and indignation, and at the same time opened his personal panel. Host. Yifeng, completed body. Species. Undying Python can evolve. Growth points. 20,653, 51,200 points required for the next evolution. Functions. Venomous fangs, flaming breath, frost breath, lava golden scales, eagle eyes, frost physique, invulnerability to all poisons, deep sea breath holding, deadly bite, level 3 berserk, water elemental mastery, killing soul domain, divine dragon tail sweep. Strength, 2073. Speed, 1,388. Defense, 1,576. Physical condition, 1756. Although he gained very few growth points from devouring ferocious beasts during this period, there was no limit to the increase in his attributes. and his strength had already broken through the 2,000 mark. In a sense, his attributes are no different from those of a super mutant. But he just wants to become a super mutant. Just as Yifeng was immersed in the world of the system, Era had been watching him from behind for a long time. Ro, do you think Brother Yi is sick? Why is he always laughing to himself and muttering some inexplicable things? Era asked slowly. What did he just say? Ro asked, glancing at Era. What do you mean by chosen one and ion beam combination? Do you think Brother Yi might be from the future? Era exclaimed, his eyes wide with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Ro's lips twitched. I think you're the one who's sick. After saying that, she ignored the husky, turned around, and jumped onto Lu Qingqing's head. This usually calm white zealot beast now had an extremely solemn expression. Chapter 152, Rescuing Lin Yi. Sister Lu, what's wrong? Seeing Lu Qingqing's expression, Ro couldn't help but ask. Lu Qingqing didn't speak, but forced a smile and said, It's nothing. After she finished speaking, the worry in her eyes became even more obvious, and she stared at Yifeng's forehead for a long time. They traveled a distance. The beast finally spotted a massive base building. Is this the Sakura Shrine? The beasts stopped in their tracks and began to cautiously observe their surroundings. Although the strongest ferocious beasts of Sakura Shrine have been killed, we still cannot ignore the powerful weapons of Sakura Shrine. Yifeng turned to the group of ferocious beasts and said, Although the world has been transformed into a beast world, they still possess human consciousness and cognition, and can still manipulate those highly lethal weapons, only they are a little clumsy. The beasts understood and nodded. Just then, the gate of Sakura Shrine opened. Several researchers dressed in white pushed a wheelchair out, and sitting in it was Li Buqian. Yifeng's snake eyes narrowed, surprised that Li Buqian still hadn't chosen to transform into a beast. Hee, Yifeng, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to actually come to Sanghua and even take care of that good-for-nothing subordinate of Kawasaki. It's truly an eye-opener for me, Li Buqian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was taken aback. Wasn't this guy supposed to rely on Kawasaki Minami's power to protect himself? Why is he being so rude to Kawasaki Minami? Although Kawasaki is a good-for-nothing, the ferocious beasts under his command are all fully formed super mutants. The fact that they were able to get here proves that your team is quite strong, Li Buqian said with a smile, seemingly without any worry about his future. Hand over Lin Yi. Yifeng said coldly, his patience exhausted. Oh, Li Buqian was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. You mean that immortal python? We've already dissected it into pieces for research, huh? After saying that, Li Buqian still had a smug and lewd look on his face. You're asking for it. Yifeng's snake-like eyes narrowed, and he immediately unleashed a burst of blazing fire towards Li Buqian. Defense shield. Li Buqian was startled and quickly said. Upon hearing this, the researchers behind him immediately took out a remote control, and a blue light screen quickly enveloped the entire base. You think you can stop me with this? Li Buqian, you're dead. Yifeng roared. Shi and Qingke were also charging alongside him. They had known Lin Yi the longest, and now that they heard that Lin Yi was dead, they were filled with uncontrollable rage. The shield was so powerful that the flames did not shake it in the slightest. Therefore, Yifeng and his group chose to directly confront the opponent with their physical strength. Pung! Yifeng unleashed a powerful dragon tail lash, striking the defensive shield with a mighty lash. A dull thud was heard, accompanied by a violent shaking of the defensive shield. Li Buqian stared in shock at this scene. Could Yifeng have grown to such a terrifying level? However, the defensive shield only wavered for a moment before it couldn't stop, which made Li Buqian breathe a sigh of relief. But soon his heart jumped again, because all the ferocious beasts behind Yifeng came out and started ramming into the defensive shield. Although the shield is very powerful, it is impossible for it to withstand being hit by such a group of ferocious beasts. Hurry up and do it. Li Buqian spoke in a hoarse voice, his eyes flashing with madness. At this moment, Yifeng, who had been bombarding the barrier, gradually calmed down. The Mystic Medicine Department killed Lin Yi? That doesn't make sense. Since the true source of the immortal healing effect is the blood within the Undying python, the Mystic Medicine Department had absolutely no reason to kill Lin Yi. Only if Lin Yi is alive can he continuously contribute blood, so they would never dissect Lin Yi. Lin Yi is very likely still alive. Why did Li Buqian just say that Lin Yi had been dissected? There's only one possible reason for him to do that, to attract their attention and ignite their anger. Realizing this, Yifeng's eyes widened in shock. Clearly, They had all been tricked. There must be some other reason why Li Buchuan did this. Just as Yifeng was pondering why Li Buchuan did this, someone suddenly stepped on his tail. Yifeng turned around and saw Lu Qingqing staring at him. "Come with me," Lu Qingqing whispered. Upon hearing this, Yifeng quickly followed. The ground was filled with dust from the impact of the beasts, so the disappearance of Yifeng and the other beast did not attract the attention of Li Buchuan and the others. Behind the defensive shield, there was an underground base. Lu Qingqing pointed out, "Lin Yi is imprisoned down here." She hesitated for a moment and then said, "However, you should be prepared that Lin Yi may not be the same person he used to be." Upon hearing this, Yifeng's mind went blank. Lu Qingqing's ability is precognition. She must have known something in advance. But Yifeng did not hesitate. No matter what, he had to face it eventually. Yifeng raised his giant tail suddenly and then slammed it into the entrance of the underground base. Pung! The entrance suddenly burst open. A pair of dark eyes were staring ahead. Lin Yi, upon seeing those snake-like eyes, Yifeng couldn't help but feel overjoyed. "Who are you?" The voice was familiar, yet it sounded so cold. Yifeng was taken aback. "Don't you recognize me?" "Who are you?" Lin Yi slowly crawled out, and there were countless glass tubes inserted into his body. Seeing this shocking scene, Yifeng's heart trembled. "I'll take you away." Just as he was about to approach the forest, the other party suddenly roared, "I asked you who you are." "I am Yifeng." Yifeng looked at him and couldn't help but say something. "Yifeng." Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. Then his snake eyes turned crimson. "You're Yifeng? I'm going to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of sharp spikes appeared on Lin Yi's body, and then he charged madly towards Yifeng. "What's going on?" Yifeng asked, bewildered as he dodged. Why did Lin Yi consider him an enemy? "Ding, esteemed host. The Mystic Medicine Department has implanted a memory program in Lin Yi's mind. The ultimate goal of this program is to kill you." The system's voice echoed in my mind. "What?" Yifeng was shocked, not expecting that the Xian Medical Department was really so insidious. He immediately exhaled a breath of icy cold air, intending to freeze Lin Yi in the air before taking him back. Soon, a dark red surge appeared on Lin Yi's body, and then the ice began to melt. Yifeng was startled, suddenly remembering that Lin Yi had once absorbed an ability related to high temperatures. "In that case, I have no choice but to use the Killing Soul domain to control you for now." Just as Yifeng was about to activate the Killing Soul domain, lo, hoarse roars suddenly came from all around. Before they knew it, countless fused ferocious beasts appeared around them, surrounding Yifeng and Lu Qingqing. "What's going on?" Yifeng was taken aback when he saw that the group of fused ferocious beasts was led by Lin Yi. "I don't know either. This scene wasn't in the premonition." Lu Qingqing was also somewhat bewildered. At this moment, Chapter 153 Fusion of the Ferocious Beast Legion. A faint red mist began to emanate from the surroundings. Lu Qingqing looked at Yifeng. With so many fused ferocious beasts, including many high-level ones, what was Yifeng planning to do? Attribute enhancement, Killing Soul domain. The crimson mist suddenly burst open. The killing intent slowly seeped in through the noses and mouths of the surrounding ferocious beasts, but this level of killing intent was still insufficient, and the beast horde continued to stir. Violet. Triple attribute boost. With the attribute boost tripled, the Killing Soul domain expanded rapidly, enveloping all the fused ferocious beasts, who silently became Yifeng's puppets. Only one ferocious beast present was unaffected by the Killing Soul domain. Forest. Yes, under Yifeng's deliberate control, Lin Yi became the only conscious being among all the ferocious beasts. Because Yifeng's goal was to awaken him, not to turn him into his puppet. At the same time, Lin Yi was still hissing, which was the order to attack. A moment later, Lin Yi's scarlet eyes showed confusion. Why were these ferocious beasts not obeying his commands? Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a group of fused ferocious beasts arrived beside Lin Yi and trampled him under their feet. Lin Yi was shocked. His subordinates had betrayed him. The hateful giant python opposite him came to him with a sorrowful expression. "What's this? Is it mockery?" "Lin Yi, wake up!" Yifeng roared, and then, to Lu Qingqing's astonishment, rammed his head into her. Lin Yi was pinned down by the ferocious beasts and couldn't dodge in time. He was knocked around and felt dizzy, seeing stars. "How is it? Do you remember me?" Yifeng asked expectantly. Lin Yi. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't react, Yifeng rammed into him again. Pung. There was no miracle. Lin Yi simply fainted. Lu Qingqing looked at Yifeng blankly. She couldn't understand how this could awaken someone with amnesia. Ahem. To cover up his embarrassment, Yifeng had the ferocious beasts controlled by the killing soul domain carry Lin Yi away. Once he wakes up, he should remember us, right? Yifeng said awkwardly. Can it really be done? Back at the barrier, Bai Yuhan and the others were already locked in battle with the various fused ferocious beasts. The Xian Medical Department truly lives up to its reputation as a research-oriented institution. The fused ferocious beasts they develop are incredibly diverse. Despite being merely the fusion of two mutated species, they possess the combat power of a super-mutated species. This plunged the Overlord and other beasts, who had just fought a fierce battle with the 7 divine beasts of the Sang Kingdom, into another bitter struggle. So many fused ferocious beasts has the Xian Medical Department set up a ferocious beast base. Yifeng clicked his tongue slightly when he saw the chaotic battlefield. Ding! Your devouring points increased by 1. You have gained experience. Yifeng grabbed a ferocious beast and threw it into his mouth, when suddenly a system notification sounded in his ear. Can this group of fused ferocious beasts be counted in the points? Yifeng was stunned. He should have known better than to activate the killing soul domain to control the ferocious beasts in the forest. But it's not too late now. Yifeng narrowed his snake-like eyes, then controlled the ferocious beasts behind him to charge into the battlefield. At that time, Li Buqian was watching the battle from the rooftop of the base when he was slightly taken aback when he saw Yifeng suddenly appear. How did he take care of Lin Yi so quickly? As early as when Yifeng destroyed the underground base, which is why he took a desperate gamble and released all the fused ferocious beasts. Professor, it seems our fused beasts are fighting amongst themselves. At this moment, a researcher next to Li Buqian suddenly said, Li Buqian frowned and looked over, and sure enough, he saw a small group of fused ferocious beasts frantically attacking their companions. This group of fused ferocious beasts, there was also a giant python following, throwing the beasts that had been bitten to death into its mouth one by one. Yifeng. Upon seeing this, Li Buqian stared wide-eyed. Damn it! Who was in charge of this horde of ferocious beasts? How could they have lost control and gone to help Yifeng? Li Buqian roared in anger, glaring at the group of researchers behind him. These researchers all pulled out a remote control, which displayed a dense array of green dots. It's not mine. It's not mine either. Report, it's not mine. As the voices rose and fell, Li Buqian became even angrier. It's not yours, so what the hell is it? Professor, these ferocious beasts seem to be locked onto Lin Ye's chip. Suddenly, a researcher next to him whispered, Linya. Li Buqian fell silent. They had already squeezed Lin Yi dry. However, he guessed that Yifeng would come to rescue him sooner or later, so he injected a chip into Lin Ye's body. As long as the chip was not removed, Lin Yi would receive an instruction in his mind that Yifeng was the enemy. As for the location of this chip, it's in Lin Ye's brain. Retrieving this chip will also mark Lin Ye's death. Therefore, Li Buqian also implanted a batch of fused ferocious beasts into the chip, in order to better utilize Lin Ye's abilities. But unexpectedly, these merged entities came under Yifeng's control. Yifeng removed the chip from Lin Ye's brain? How is that possible? No matter what, we must seize this opportunity today. The forest is no longer of research value. We need a new target, Li Buqian said ominously. Compared to Lin Yi, Yifeng's immortal python is undoubtedly more worthy of study. Professor, should we release Kawasaki Minami? The researcher behind him asked hesitantly. Let it go. Li Buqian waved his hand, then stared at Yifeng's body and swallowed. Yifeng, come quickly to my research lab. At that time, Yifeng was unaware of Li Buqian's evil intentions and was still happily absorbing points. One advanced species is worth 1 point, and one ancient species is worth 10 points. Most of these fused ferocious beasts from the Mystic Medicine Department gave me 10 points. It's so satisfying, Yifeng exclaimed, while also devouring them with gusto. He didn't need to exert any effort to kill the ferocious beasts. The fused ferocious beasts in front of him could handle it. Although the fused ferocious beasts he controlled would be killed from time to time, fortunately, there was Yifeng, who controlled the entire scene. Once his own ferocious beast is hunted down, he will immediately rush up to kill the enemy, and then devour both his own and the enemy's ferocious beasts with tears in his eyes. Huh? A husky? Yifeng was taken aback when he suddenly saw a creature lying dead on the ground. This guy kicked the bucket too? Yifeng immediately stepped forward, just as he was about to speak, when the husky suddenly jumped up. Moonlight rays. The husky bared its teeth and made a fierce face, The crescent moon mark on its forehead flashed, but nothing came out. Yifeng looked at him blankly. So what if he came back to life? Was he yelling to scare the snake? Huh? Brother Yi. The husky closed its eyes tightly, and after a few seconds when it felt no pain, it opened them. He was overjoyed the moment he saw Yifeng. Seeing his appearance, Yifeng seemed to understand something. He had probably been faking death while lying on the ground. Chapter 154 Energy Shield Shattered. Brother Yi, these fused ferocious beasts are even more troublesome than the last batch. Not only can they recover from injuries quickly, but they are also very strange, Era said with a mournful face. Yifeng remained silent for a moment. Is this your reason for faking your death? Hey, Brother Yi, how will these fused beasts help you? Era asked curiously as he swallowed one of the beasts. Yifeng's lips twitched, and then a big tail suddenly slapped him away. You should just keep playing dead. After saying that, Yifeng continued to absorb points. After all this hard work, Yifeng has accumulated several thousand points, which will soon be enough to exchange for an ion cannon that can instantly annihilate a fully formed being. A rustling crawling sound came from behind. The sense of crisis suddenly intensified. Yifeng became alert and turned around abruptly, but saw nothing. Crunch, crunch. Just then, a chewing sound came from behind me, from the spot that had just been in front of me. Images from horror movies flashed through Yifeng's mind instantly. Damn it. What dares to play tricks on him? Without hesitation, he turned around and unleashed a fiery breath. His berserk state hadn't subsided, so this fiery breath was exceptionally fierce. Turning around, he saw a giant crocodile chewing on half a tiger's thigh. After Yifeng's fiery breath, the giant crocodile was now eating barbecue. What is this thing with such high defense? Yifeng glanced at the sizzling tiger leg, and then at the unharmed giant crocodile, and suddenly became serious. That the raging fire breath failed to harm the opponent in the slightest proves that the opponent is at least a complete being, and even exceptionally good at defense. Of course, they should be a bit worse than me. Yifeng was quite confident in his own defense. What were ordinary ferocious beasts thinking? How to make your claws sharper and your teeth more pointed, so that you can easily tear your enemies apart. However, Yifeng is a professional and proficient defender, and he is as tanky as possible. Not only is he tanky, but he can also regenerate health. Ding! Target organism detected. Fused mutated ancient emperor crocodile python. Complete form. The combination of the ancient imperial crocodile and the electric python gives it extremely high defense and speed. Ability. Electric speed. A sudden increase in speed for a period of time. Thick-skinned and tough. Their tough leather armor provides them with strong defense. Evil gaze. Staring at an enemy for an extended period of time will cause the enemy to experience a momentary hallucination. Level 3 Berserk. Attribute bonuses are tripled. Ancient Deinosuchus. Yifeng looked at the ugly-looking crocodile opposite him and had a moment of doubt. He couldn't see any resemblance to a python. Hey, its little tail looks like a python's tail. Yifeng suddenly noticed this and felt a headache coming on. It turned out to be a ferocious beast with a level 3 Berserk state. We haven't encountered such a beast in a long time. The Xian medical department is shameless. It must be admitted that their grafting technique is very successful. Although they turned two ferocious beasts into a single beast that is neither human nor ghost, they were able to give the beast the abilities of both beasts at the same time. The benefits derived from this far outweigh the pain of disfigurement. Brush. Just then, the ancient imperial crocodile python in front of them suddenly moved again and vanished in an instant. Yifeng had a premonition that the ancient emperor crocodile python was behind him, but it was too late for him to turn around. He could only summon the lava golden scale armor. Clang! A string of sparks flashed in the air, and it was revealed that the ancient imperial crocodile python had two strange instruments strapped to its claws. The moment they touched Yifeng, the two instruments sprayed out high-temperature sulfuric acid. Fortunately, Yifeng's scales were tough enough that they were not instantly melted by the sulfuric acid, but some of them were corroded. Good heavens, the Xian medical department even tailored high-tech weapons for it. Yifeng cursed under his breath as he painfully pulled off the scales on his back. The scales that Yifeng had plucked off quickly grew back, perfectly intact. Yifeng twisted his head, and energy gathered in his mouth once again. The ancient imperial crocodile python's hide should have some kind of special immunity to fire, so he simply used frost breath. As blue light shot out, the surrounding temperature began to slowly decrease. The ancient Deinosuchus' body gradually stiffened, frozen inside, unable to move. Just as Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, The ice suddenly shattered inch by inch, and the surface of the ancient emperor crocodile python's body was actually filled with electric energy. Yifeng almost couldn't help but swear. Is this also high-tech equipment? A pay-to-win player? Wait, why is this ferocious beast being treated so well by the Xian medical department? Yifeng suddenly had a guess about the identity of this ancient imperial crocodile python. No way, Kawasaki Minami brought the Xian Iku back to Sang country to study beast transformation, but in the end, she became the Xian Iku's guinea pig. What do you call this? This is called inviting a wolf into the house. Yifeng sighed deeply. Yifeng, it seems your abilities aren't as formidable as I thought. You'd better just surrender obediently. At this moment, Li Buchuan suddenly took out a megaphone and spoke with a cold laugh from behind the barrier. Yifeng ignored him and instead swung his giant tail, slamming it against the barrier. Click! To everyone's surprise, the seemingly solid barrier suddenly developed a crack. What happened? Yifeng was dumbfounded. Am I really that awesome? Why didn't I know this before? The other beasts also noticed what was happening. They never expected that the energy barrier, which had remained as solid as a mountain for so long, would be cracked by Yifeng's tail. It must be that the energy barrier reached its critical point, and Yifeng's tail just happened to create a crack. Bai Yuhan flapped her wings in the air and murmured softly. After she finished speaking, she let out a loud cry, and the emerald bluebird and the illusion butterfly came running at the sound. These ferocious beasts, and the weapons around us, are all controlled by those researchers and teachers. Kill them, and everything here will end. Bai Yuhan said softly. Upon hearing this, both beasts understood her meaning, and the next second they flapped their wings and arrived above the energy barrier. Damn it! How did the energy shield break? Why aren't you repairing it? Upon seeing this, Li Buchuan panicked. Professor, we've run out of energy and can't make any repairs. Just then, I heard the anxious voices of the researchers. What? Li Buchuan was stunned, and then his expression suddenly twisted. Since that's the case, then you all go out and stop them, he said viciously. Professor, how could we possibly stop these ferocious beasts? The researcher asked, looking frightened and puzzled. Why not just become a ferocious beast? Li Buchuan revealed a strange smile. A large group of men in black suddenly emerged from behind him and tied up the researchers. Hee, how can you not experience the fruits of your painstaking research yourself? Chapter 155 Cutting-Edge Technology. Seeing that the defensive shield was about to shatter, several powerful fused beasts surged out again, their appearances ferocious. Damn it, these ferocious beasts are all transformed from those researchers. Why do they have strength comparable to a fully evolved human as soon as they undergo beast transformation? The Aoyun spirit ape slammed the giant beast in front of it to the ground with a single blow, then roared. The Xian medical department has invented a device that can draw growth power from raw stones and infuse it into the bodies of ferocious beasts, thus enabling the beastmen to possess extremely high strength. However, this method has a huge drawback. Those ferocious beasts that grow by using this method will never be able to grow again. Bai Yuhan's voice rang out from midair. Yifeng was stunned. He hadn't expected that such a thing could be researched. It seemed that he was still ignorant. No. Bai Yuhan seems to have the strength of a fully evolved beast form right after her transformation. Does that mean she won't be able to continue evolving in the future? Yifeng didn't have time to think about this issue in detail, and he believed that Bai Yuhan wouldn't be so rash. At this moment, the ancient imperial crocodile python in front of him had activated its berserk ability, and with the addition of the electric speed python's ability, it was difficult for him to catch a glimpse of its figure. Don't think I can't catch you just because you're fast. You just wait. Yifeng's lips twitched. The ancient imperial crocodile python's strengths lie in its defense and speed, while its advantage lies in its attack. The ancient imperial crocodile python had difficulty breaking through his defenses, and he also had difficulty hitting the ancient imperial crocodile python, resulting in a vicious cycle between the two. System, I'm not buying the ion cannon anymore. Do you have any weapons that can target speed-type ferocious beasts? Please recommend one. I need it urgently. The system recommends these high-tech, invincible glasses for you. Wearing these glasses, you can predict the enemy's location in the next second. Okay, how many points? Yifeng asked hurriedly. One price, 5,000 devouring points. Are you robbing me? Yifeng was shocked. 5,000 points for a pair of glasses. The ion cannon only costs 10,000. Sensing the system's silence, Yifeng gritted his teeth and said, I'll buy it. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the high-tech, invincible glasses. For 1 hour only, You can predict the enemy's next move. Ding, your devouring points have been reduced by 50. Damn, it's a disposable product. What a shady system, Yifeng complained, touching his head with his tail. There was nothing there. To prevent your appearance from being too unusual, the system provides you with a free nanoion invisibility service. Remember to leave a 5-star review. A friendly reminder from the system. While your free service is good, do you really expect me to give you a 5-star review? Those unscrupulous merchants should die. After finishing his rant, Yifeng looked at the ancient Emperor Crocodile Python again. At this moment, the latter was still using its electric python tail to move at high speed. A blue panel suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng. The panel analyzed the body of the ancient Emperor Crocodile Python with a series of clicks, indicating that it was roughly where the ancient Emperor Crocodile Python would land next. So that's how it is. Yifeng quickly understood how to use it, and his gaze towards the ancient Emperor Crocodile Python soon became more malicious. In the eyes of the ancient Emperor Crocodile Python, Yifeng merely stood there dumbfounded for a few seconds. At first, he thought Yifeng was trying to lure him into making a move. But soon, he began to realize that things were not so simple. Based on the snake's changes in expression, he judged that the snake might have intermittent stupidity. This symptom often appears in teenage boys and girls, and a similar symptom is frequent, intermittent silly laughter. The snake wasn't laughing, so its symptoms must be more severe. Just as he was pondering this, Yifeng returned to normal, which made the ancient Emperor Crocodile Python even more certain of its idea. Baka, I, Admiral Kawasaki, am indeed a genius. Pung. With a powerful lash of its tail, it slammed its head into the ground. The sudden turn of events left Kawasaki Minami completely bewildered. He pulled his head out of the ground and stared blankly at Yifeng, wondering if what he had just done was a coincidence or just a coincidence. With his speed, how could he possibly be hit by Yifeng? It must have been a coincidence. He was convinced of this, and with a flick of his tail, he began to move at high speed again. Pung. Another powerful strike, and in the same crater, Kawasaki Minami was buried even deeper. Wow, these glasses are amazing. Such precise calculations. Yifeng exclaimed in amazement. With the aid of these glasses, he can almost predict the opponent's next move. It's like having a cheat code. No wonder it's so expensive. Although it costs 5,000 devouring points, the experience it provides is absolutely unbeatable. On the other hand, Kawasaki Minami fell into deep self-doubt. Why did this python become even stronger after it had its attack? Could it be that there's an increased chance of having an attack? Kawasaki Minami was furious. As a ferocious beast meticulously crafted by the Xian Medical Department and equipped with a full set of gear, it was an utter disgrace to be beaten down by a wild beast. He activated the electroshock devices all over his body and charged towards Yifeng. With the added speed and voltage, Kawasaki Minami was confident that if this attack hit, the opponent would either be killed or crippled. Pung. A loud bang. Kawasaki Minami crashed directly into the opposite mountainside, revealing only a small section of the python's tail. With the added speed and voltage, the collision was extremely devastating. Yifeng silently mourned for him, and then added another ice and fire dual heaven attack. Only when he sensed that Yifeng's life force had completely dissipated did he gladly step forward to eat. Ding! You have devoured the fused mutated ancient Emperor Crocodile Python and gained 500 devouring points. Ding! You have gained 10,096 growth points. Ding! You have absorbed and fused with a new ability, Eagle Gaze. Ding! You have gained a new ability, Electric Speed. Ding! You have gained attribute points. Yifeng was extremely excited upon hearing the system's crisp pop. Although this cost 5,000 points, it was definitely worth it. Wait, what is Eagle Gaze? Eagle Gaze. Gain the vision of an eagle, allowing you to see clearly from thousands of meters away. Enemies under the Eagle Gaze will experience hallucinations and confusion. This seems to be the ancient Emperor Crocodile Python's evil spirit's gaze ability, but it seems he didn't use it before crashing into the mountain and committing suicide. As for the ability of electric speed, it is exactly what Yifeng needs most. After making up for his speed weakness, his only remaining drawback is the sky. He just hopes the system will allow him to fly someday. To be honest, the drop rate for the complete form is incredibly high. Yifeng sighed before approaching the energy shield. That precarious energy shield. He could probably just whip it open with a single tail, right? At the same time, Li Buchuan turned pale with fright when he saw Yifeng. What happened? Where is he? Why was Kawasaki Minami taken care of so quickly? There was no response to his questioning. Beside him stood a group of lifeless men in black, their faces blank and expressionless. They are robots. Chapter 156 Shock. Jormungandr. TSK. Who would have thought that after creating countless monsters, he would end up all alone? Yifeng broke through the energy shield, his snake-like eyes staring calmly at Li Buqian. The little old man in the wheelchair seemed to know he was about to die, so he simply burst into laughter. I knew this day would come when I first started studying the first ferocious beast. You think I created these monsters for my own sake? Li Buqian let out a strange, eerie laugh. Isn't that right? Yifeng stared at the other person with his snake-like eyes. Li Buqian remained unfazed, his murky eyes fixed on Yifeng as he sneered. Yifeng, I know you're not simple, but the truth behind this disaster is far more complex. Why did these raw stones land on Earth? What are the genetic codes inside them? Have you ever wondered? Upon hearing this, Yifeng was taken aback. He had never thought about this question, whether in his past or present life. Why did the raw stone end up on Earth? Seeing this, Li Buqian laughed wildly. Ha! You think I'm after world domination? I just want to explore the truth behind this. Yifeng silently stared at him. Is the price you pay for exploring the truth to make countless people your test subjects? Li Buqian's face twisted violently, and he said viciously, What do you know? How can you uncover the truth without making sacrifices? Everything I've done is for the sake of the beings on Earth. Sacrificing these people will bring us the truth, and this is the honor I bestow upon them. Seeing Li Buqian gradually deteriorating into a sick state, Yifeng became even more silent. He did nothing wrong, but he took the wrong path. They claimed to be seeking the truth for Earth, but they became the executioner first. This completely deviates from the original intention. A burst of intense flames burned everything in front of him to ashes. Although Li Buqian was dead, the questions he left behind ignited in Yifeng's heart. What is the truth behind the revival brought about by the fall of the raw gem? What are those genetic codes that Bai Yuhan couldn't decipher? Unbeknownst to him, Yifeng had inherited Li Buqian's wish. As the base and the robots were destroyed, the battle situation on the field changed. Without anyone to control them, they became chaotic, some went mad, and others fled in all directions. Bai Yuhan and the other beasts launched a full-scale counterattack, slaughtering all the fused ferocious beasts. While cleaning up the mess, Bai Yuhan landed next to Yifeng, staring at the ashes on the rooftop, and fell silent. Your beast transformation. After a long silence, Yifeng broke the silence and spoke first. After leaving the Department of Mystic Medicine, I deciphered some of the mysteries within the raw stones, which is why my evolution method is different from theirs, Bai Yuhan said softly. What? You've cracked the secret within the raw stone. Yifeng's breathing suddenly became rapid. It's just a little bit. Bai Yuhan shook her head, then said somewhat uncertainly. If I'm not mistaken, the primordial stone falling might not be the first time this has happened. This isn't the first time it's happened. Yifeng was stunned, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Giant octopus. Moreover, the records of various countries on Earth, those fossils, indicate the ancient eras that once existed on Earth. These things, like symbols intertwined with each other, flashed through Yifeng's mind, seemingly forming some kind of connection. But in the end, they still couldn't piece together the final ending. If Earth once experienced bestiality, why did these bestial beings disappear, and why is Earth only left with traces of their existence? After beast transformation, even without evolving to the complete form, it can still have a lifespan of hundreds or thousands of years. Did those powerful beasts that evolved into overlords simply vanish into thin air? Just as Yifeng was immersed in these thoughts, a deafening sound suddenly came from afar. It's the coast. The beasts were startled, and all looked towards the sea, where a huge black shadow seemed to be trembling. What is that? The enormous phantom could be seen from several kilometers away, which shows just how massive it was. The beasts couldn't see clearly, but Yifeng, with his eagle-like eyes, saw it with unparalleled clarity. He didn't know one of them, but he was very familiar with the other. Giant octopus. This guy actually followed them all the way to Sang Kingdom. Not only that, he also got into a fight with someone in Sanghua. Yifeng knew all too well how powerful the giant octopus was. This guy had been around on Earth for who knows how long. Based on Yifeng's senses, the giant octopus was at least in ultimate form, which was already at the level of a ruler in his previous life. Of course, it might be even stronger. Regardless, if he could fight the giant octopus so fiercely, then his opponent must also possess combat power at this level. This suggests that the other party may be a creature from the same era as the giant octopus, Yifeng hadn't forgotten the trauma the giant octopus had left him with, but he always felt that to uncover the truth about Blue Star's transformation into beasts, he had to start with them. Therefore, Yifeng gritted his teeth and headed towards the coast. The beasts were all dumbfounded upon seeing this. The terrifying scene on the coast was clearly beyond their level of expertise, yet Yifeng dared to go there. The beasts exchanged glances, when suddenly the husky uttered something rather out of place. "Our mothership seems to be over there too." After a moment of silence, the beasts rushed toward the shore in a frenzy. "Are you kidding me?" They had no desire to remain in the tiny, cramped land of Sang. Boom. On the coast, two enormous creatures surfaced and engaged in friendly communication. The giant octopus's thousands of tentacles sprang to the surface, seemingly trapping the ferocious beast beneath the water. However, the beast was not to be outdone, creating a spectacular wave in the water. In the dim light, the beasts could make out the face of this ferocious beast, which turned out to be an incredibly huge super python. Ding! Target organism detected. Detection failed. The target creature does not belong to this group of beast-like beings. The system's voice echoed in Yifeng's ears. This made Yifeng's heart skip a beat, and he thought to himself that, as expected, this ferocious beast, which could only be on par with the giant octopus, was also an ancient creature. This looks like Jormungandr. Yiling suddenly spoke up, somewhat haltingly. Yifeng was taken aback and looked at his sister. He knew that his sister liked to collect stories from myths and legends, both Chinese and foreign. Among them are many legendary behemoths. Jormungandr has a very high mythological status in Europe. He is said to be the son of the gods, but because he was too dangerous, he was abandoned in the deep sea and has been trapped by the pressure of the deep sea ever since. Records show that he was so huge that he could cross the ocean and reach the other side head to tail. Hearing Yiling's account, all the beasts were horrified. Although the giant python in front of them was not as exaggerated as she described, it was still several thousand meters long. All the ferocious beasts were dumbfounded. These legendary creatures were actually real? Chapter 157 Mythical Species, Yamada no Orochi. Isn't this my brother octopus? Why is he fighting with someone here? The husky rushed forward with a serious expression. Yifeng couldn't help but glance at him. This dog seemed to have never even seen a giant octopus before. Why was it randomly claiming kinship? At that moment, the giant serpent, resembling Jormungandr, suddenly churned the waves, dragging the giant octopus to the bottom of the sea and gaining the upper hand. "Hey, this python isn't bad either, brother Yi. Could it be your relative?" Era exclaimed again. Yifeng's lips twitched. "I'll kiss your sister." However, judging from the current situation, the giant octopus and Jormungandr are evenly matched. Why did they start fighting? Just then, the giant octopus and Jormungandr sank to the bottom of the sea, and Yifeng and the other beasts on the shore could vaguely see two dark shadows entangled on the seabed. "Hey, what's that in the sky?" Suddenly, the husky pointed at two dark shadows in the sky and exclaimed, "Two eagles." Yifeng quickly activated eagle vision and saw the shape of the dark figure clearly. Ding! Target organism detected. Ancient species Hastella giant eagle, complete form. Ability: high-altitude claws, sharp claws capable of easily tearing flesh. Hast giant eagle? Yifeng was slightly taken aback. What were those two giant eagles doing up there? Suddenly, a Hast giant eagle spread its wings, dropped something, and sank into the sea. What's missing? The husky peered around, burying its head in the water and then lifting it up again. It didn't move. Boom. A loud roar suddenly came from the seabed, causing the entire Sang kingdom to tremble. What's going on? The beasts were shocked. I'm afraid it's a nuclear weapon. Yifeng was equally shocked. Those two Haas giant eagles had actually dropped a nuclear weapon into the seabed. But the location where they were deployed was not where the giant octopus and Jormungandr were fighting. Could they have had ulterior motives? Bah! Two giant eagles cried out in the sky, and then the beast dropped two more nuclear weapons into the sea. Another deafening roar resounded, and the entire earth began to tremble with a muffled sound, while bubbles rose incessantly from the coastline. Sang, the kingdom of Sang is sinking. Someone shouted something, and all the beasts looked over. Sure enough, they saw the water level rising and seawater flowing back onto the land. Quickly, return to the mothership. Yifeng immediately ordered. Fortunately, the mothership's defenses were strong enough that it did not suffer any major damage. After activating the mothership, the beasts quickly evacuated the area where the nuclear weapon had exploded. Meanwhile, the The giant octopus and Jormungandr were still rolling in the waves. Given their physical strength, even nuclear weapons would cause them very little damage. Suddenly, there seemed to be some movement coming from the seabed. Jormungandr struggled to break free from the giant octopus's control and tried to go to the seabed. Unfortunately, the giant octopus extended countless tentacles and bound Jormungandr back to its original position. Roar! Jormungandr roared in fury and turned to bite into one of the giant octopus's tentacles. Blood gushed into the sea as half of the giant octopus's tentacle was bitten off. Jormungandr let out an evil laugh, then put the severed tentacle in its mouth and chewed it with relish, as if enjoying something delicious. The giant octopus let out a mournful cry, but still did not release Jormungandr. He seems to be stopping that giant snake, Lan Tide said emotionally. Yifeng remained silent. Something on the seabed must have caught Jormungandr's attention, and the giant octopus's purpose in appearing here was to stop it. So what is the seabed? Brother Yi, something's getting closer. Era suddenly pointed to a spot on the sea and said, Yifeng leaned out from the deck and saw a huge, illusory shadow moving on the sea. Thinking back to Jormungandr's recent actions, Yifeng suddenly realized something. Just attracted Jormungandr must have been this ferocious beast. Yifeng looked down again, but the dark figure had already disappeared. Where did they go? Pung. The mothership shook violently. That thing is attacking us. Era exclaimed in shock. The Sang Kingdom had already sunk, yet these remnants of the Sang Kingdom still dared to attack them. The husky wagged its tail, looked at the sea, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly retreated. The ocean floor is not his area of expertise. If it were on land, he would definitely take the lead. Get down. Yifeng flicked his tail and sent him flying. The husky plunged into the sea with a splash, and after a while, its head popped up, its two front paws thrashing about. Brother Yi, you actually harmed me. Era cried out in alarm. How can this be called harming you? It's just using you as bait. Yifeng stared intently at the seabed. A moment later, a blurry figure approached the husky that was dogpawing. Ouch! The husky suddenly shuddered. What's wrong? Yifeng was taken aback. Did you sense anything? Slippery. A little slippery, the husky cried out. Brother Yi, I don't want to die. Please save me. No, you haven't figured out what it is yet. Yifeng refused righteously. The husky was stunned. If it had found out the answer, wouldn't it have been lost too? Glug glug. Suddenly, the husky was dragged to the bottom of the water by a force, and a lot of bubbles appeared. Cough cough. The husky popped out of the water again. Did you see it clearly? Yifeng asked expectantly. This time, not only Yifeng, but also Lan Shi next to him showed the same look. It's a snake. It's a snake, the husky cried out anxiously. Pull me up. This snake has 8 heads. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan quickly flapped her wings and came to the top of the husky's head, lifting him up completely. Once safe, the husky collapsed on the deck, as listless as a drowned dog. An 8-headed snake? What is this thing? Yifeng asked, completely bewildered. System, search for ferocious beasts that meet the criteria, narrowed down the scope, Sang Kingdom. Yifeng hurriedly asked the system. Ding. A creature matching the criteria has been detected. Mythical Yamada no Orochi. A giant serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails, its back covered in moss and trees, and its belly oozing blood like a festering sore. Legend has it that it can bring extreme disaster. Ability. Soul Shatter. Unleashes a magical orb that attacks the opponent's soul, dealing damage that penetrates the soul. Yamada no Orochi's gaze. Targets being stared at by Yamada no Orochi have reduced defense. Serpent Puppet. Each head of the Yamada no Orochi can control one of its own kind, and the opponent will gain some of the Yamada no Orochi's attribute bonuses. Flames of Divine Wrath. The Yamada no Orochi goes berserk, causing enemies to lose all their senses, while its 8 heads spew forth soul-consuming flames of fury. Looking at the skill description, Yifeng was once filled with self-doubt. Why does this ability description look so similar to a card game he used to play? System, are you trying to fool me? Yifeng's thought crossed his mind. A dark purple sphere of light suddenly emerged from the sea and projected towards the mothership's hull. Boom. A huge crack appeared in the mothership's hull. So strong. Yifeng was surprised. Then he realized something and quickly looked around. Damn, they're all land creatures. Lan Shi, let's go out to sea to distract it. Otherwise, if the mothership is sunk, none of us will be able to return to the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 158 The Rampaging Yamada no Orochi. Accompanying Yifeng and Lan Shi into the sea were a dozen or so Titan pythons that survived the great battle. After all, The opponent was a mythical creature, and Yifeng couldn't figure out the strength of a mythical creature, so it was better to be prepared. The other beasts were unable to help Yifeng and could only watch from the mothership. Yifeng's giant head sank into the sea, intending to find traces of the Yamada no Orochi. Pung! A purple magic orb suddenly exploded in front of him. A sharp pain shot through his mind, and the entire seawater began to dazzle. It's an attack from Yamada no Orochi. Yifeng suppressed the pain in his mind, and then he heard Lan Shi's voice calling out to him again. As Yifeng gradually regained consciousness, he saw a row of enormous snake heads in front of him, their scarlet eyes fixed on him. In an instant, alarm bells rang in Yifeng's mind, and he exhaled a breath of icy blue breath. Swish! The 8 heads gradually solidified. Before they could even rejoice, cracks appeared on the frost again, and it finally shattered amidst the roar of the Yamada no Orochi. This giant snake is quite powerful. Yifeng stepped back and stood side by side with Lan Shi. Lan Tide looked at him quietly. You're still in a berserk state. You can't hurt him at all. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes suddenly froze. Only after Lan Shi reminded him did he realize that he was in a berserk state. The Yamada no Orochi doesn't have the ability to go berserk. It can fight against its berserk self with its own strength. How strong must the Yamada no Orochi be? As expected of a mythical species, Yifeng looked solemnly at the Yamada no Orochi. Just then, a chilling roar suddenly came from afar. Upon hearing the roar, fear simultaneously appeared in all 16 of the Yamada no Orochi's eyes. Huh? It's afraid of Jormungandr. Yifeng was suddenly taken aback. Indeed, Jormungandr came here to hunt the Yamada no Orochi, and at this moment the Yamada no Orochi must be eager to escape this sea area as soon as possible. They also want to leave this sea area. If they share the same goal, could they temporarily cease hostilities? Yifeng looked at the Yamada no Orochi, only to find that the creature was once again condensing a purple magic orb in its mouth. Damn it! Yifeng couldn't help but curse, then unleashed the power of the electric python and swiftly dodged the attack. Seeing that its attack had been dodged, the Yamada no Orochi was somewhat enraged, and its 8 dragon-like heads danced on the seabed. The next second, Orochi actually attacked Yifeng. Lava golden scales. Yifeng let out a low groan as his body was enveloped in a layer of armor, but he quickly realized something was wrong. His defensive attributes seemed to have decreased. He suddenly recalled one of the 8-headed serpent's abilities, something called gaze, which could reduce the opponent's defense. Damn it, he has 8 eyes. How can I avoid making eye contact with him? Yifeng complained inwardly, while using his electric speed ability to dodge backward once more. At the same time, Lan Tide's gravity field has also been activated. Yamada no Orochi writhed for a moment, then suddenly realized that its speed had decreased and immediately roared in anger. Huh. Yifeng looked at the trapped Yamada no Orochi and felt a little excited. Although the Yamada no Orochi's attributes were ridiculously high, the gravity field was still a gravity field, and even mythical creatures couldn't move inside it. Quickly, it's your turn to make your move. Go and bite him to death. Lan Tide said. Forget it. Yifeng was speechless. This Yamada no Orochi had 8 heads, while he only had 1. Only a fool would go up and fight him. Then what should we do? We can't just sit here like this. Lan Tide frowned. Wait, I can't risk my life, but we can attack him from a distance. Yifeng's eyes lit up. That way, we'll bring it to the surface, Yifeng said. Okay. Lan Tide looked at him suspiciously, wondering what this guy was up to this time. Before long, the Yamada no Orochi was lured to the surface of the water by Lan Shi. Quick, I'll count to 3, then we'll all attack together. At that moment, Yifeng was discussing with the ferocious beasts on the mothership. Yuhan, you will use the wind and cloud barrier to trap the Orochi on the surface of the water with Lan Shi. The rest of you will focus your fire on it, Yifeng instructed. No problem. All the beasts nodded in agreement. A mythical species? Let's see if you live or die. Yifeng sneered, and then saw the Yamada no Orochi chasing Lan Shi as it rose to the surface of the water. They're here. Yifeng hurriedly called out to the beasts. The group of ferocious beasts were orderly and cautious, like a bunch of naughty children about to stir up a hornet's nest. Bah! Bai Yuhan spread her snow-white wings and rose into the sky, with faint air currents rising around her. As Bai Yuhan flapped her wings, the currents became more and more turbulent, eventually forming a transparent air current. The Yamada no Orochi was enveloped by this aura, but did not sense anything amiss, and continued to chase after Lan Shi. A whoa! With a mournful howl, one of the 8-headed serpent's head slammed into the wind and cloud barrier, and blood from that extremely strong head spilled into the sea. Yifeng was shocked by Yuhan's powerful attack. He hurriedly called out to the beasts, "Attack quickly!" The beasts looked at Yifeng with puzzled expressions. Didn't he say to count to 3? There's no more 1, 2, 3. Attack now! Yifeng shouted urgently, and then unleashed a burst of frost-covered breath. Seeing this, the beasts also showed off their best skills. The black and white silkworms opened their mouths and spat out saliva. Ice lotus flowers grew between Yi Ling's 2 horns. The blue sparrow shot out green feather arrows in the air, and the thunder rhinoceros released lightning. In an instant, dazzling special effects bombarded the head of the Yamada no Orochi, leaving Yifeng terrified. Even with the thickest defenses, there's no way they could survive this concentrated attack, right? After several rounds of bombardment, Yifeng finally waved his tail, signaling everyone to stop. The sea has now calmed down. When the smoke cleared, all the beasts simultaneously narrowed their eyes. The Yamada no Orochi disappeared under their bombardment. Bombed to dust, the husky asked, looking puzzled. Pung! A loud bang suddenly came from the bottom of the mothership. Click! Snap! Boom! A large crack appeared in the middle of the mothership, and the crack was rapidly widening. A hideous snake head, bleeding profusely, suddenly emerged from the crack. Zinai. The giant head of the Yamada no Orochi was muttering a lot of Japanese, probably cursing all the ancestors of the beasts for 18 generations. The surrounding seawater gradually rose, and Yifeng hurriedly commanded the beasts, "Quick, go to the other mothership." Just as Yifeng finished speaking, the other head of the Yamada no Orochi suddenly emerged from the water and bit down on the husky that was dog paddling in the sea. Blood gushed across the sea. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, and then he saw the other heads of the Yamada no Orochi emerge one after another, opening their blood-red maws towards the beasts that had fled in the water. Chapter 159 The Flame of Divine Wrath, Loss of All 5 Senses. Silly husky. Looking at the blood-soaked sea, Yifeng felt a chill. This husky had been with him for quite a while, chasing after him ever since they came out of the desert, wanting to be his little brother. Unexpectedly, a trip to the kingdom of Sang led to bloodshed. "Era, don't worry, Brother Yi will definitely avenge you," Yifeng said with great sorrow as he looked at the tuft of black fur left on the sea. "Brother Yi, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm right here." Suddenly, the voice of Era came from behind. Yifeng's body suddenly stiffened. Looking at the dog's head that had surfaced in the water, he said incredulously, "You're not dead?" "Yes, I'm not dead," the husky nodded. "How is this possible? How could you not be dead?" He clearly saw the husky being dragged into the water. "I'm really not dead," the husky said, trying to rub against Yifeng. "If you're not dead, then stay out of the way." Yifeng curled up its tail, picked it up, and threw it toward another mothership. The husky hadn't died, and for some reason, Yifeng felt a little disappointed. However, he quickly suppressed his disappointment and rushed towards the ferocious beast that had fallen into the water. These were his comrades in arms, but now they have been brutally slaughtered by the Yamada no Orochi. Fortunately, Chinkei and her fellow flying beasts were able to rescue the group of beasts from the sea, greatly reducing the losses. "This can't go on forever. We have to deal with this guy, or we won't be able to leave here safely," Lanshi said solemnly as she swam to Yifeng's side. "I know," Yifeng nodded, "but we have no idea where his weakness is. This mythical Yamada no Orochi is almost perfect and indestructible. How can we defeat it?" "Let's try to shoot off one of its heads first," Lontide said after thinking for a moment. "Okay." Yifeng thought about it again and felt that the plan was feasible. It doesn't matter what species it is, just shoot the head first. Yifeng immediately swung his tail, and the seawater instantly formed a whirlpool with the Yamada no Orochi at its core. This is the ability Yifeng has possessed for a long time, but has never had a chance to use. Water element control. The power born from the power seed is definitely not bad. Soon, the Yamada no Orochi sank with the whirlpool. Upon discovering this, the Yamada no Orochi roared repeatedly, and its 8 heads rushed out of the water. Seeing this, Lontide quickly controlled the water flow in front of her, gathering it into a water dragon bullet. Counting from the left, the third one. "I'll count to 3, launch." With a roar, Yifeng unleashed a dazzling display of ice and fire breath. She paused for a second, then released the water dragon bullet, the powerful energy striking one of the 8-headed serpents in succession. Hiss! The head let out a painful roar, But before it was over, a series of wind blades mixed with green feather arrows suddenly swept towards the head. Blood splattered instantly. There's hope. His weakness is indeed in his head. Yifeng exclaimed with delight, nodding to Qin Ke and Bai Yuhan who were providing assistance from the air. Just then, 7 purple magic orbs suddenly shot out and scattered around Yifeng. However, it seems he didn't aim properly. They've all flown up into the sky. Bah! A mournful cry from the air startled him. No wonder it didn't hit him. The target wasn't him at all. The emerald green bird and the white jade bird simultaneously lost their ability to fly and plummeted to the ground. Fortunately, the Overlord launched them from the mothership in time and caught them. Without their assistance, Yifeng and Lan Shi's battle will undoubtedly be much more difficult. Just one more hit, and his head would have been completely destroyed. Yifeng said with some resentment, looking at the Yamada no Orochi's head, which had already lost its ability to attack. I'll do it. The Aoyun spirit ape suddenly exerted force with its legs, creating a dazzling display of colors beneath its feet, and then it shot out. It bounced directly onto the top of Orochi's head. The Yamada no Orochi immediately spat out countless purple magic orbs from its mouth. The moment the magic orb appeared, the figure of the Aoyun spirit ape also multiplied into countless forms, each wielding a giant mechanical club. The Yamada no Orochi panicked and was hit by a series of purple magic orbs, but they were all clones in the end. Take this strike from my Qian Yuan Chi staff. Accompanied by the roar of the Aoyun spirit ape, an incredibly thick club slammed down from the sky, striking the dying head of the Yamada no Orochi. There was a loud thud. A head fell into the sea. The beasts were stunned, and it wasn't until a long time later that the huskies' barking could be heard. Brother Ape, you are mighty. This scene greatly shocked Yifeng. As expected of the king of one-on-one combat, his attack power was undeniable. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief after finally knocking off one of the Yamada no Orochi's heads. However, he quickly regained his composure. Only one was removed. There are still 7 left. The Yamada no Orochi suddenly went berserk. It was an utter disgrace that one of its heads had been destroyed by these lowly beasts. The gurgling sounds coming from his mouth were undoubtedly a prelude to his rage. Hiss! Suddenly, a strange snake hissing sound came from beside him. Yifeng turned his head to look, and what he saw startled him. He controlled with his killing soul domain, had 7 of its eyes turned purple, radiating a dangerous aura. Is it out of control? No. It's been controlled by Yamada no Orochi. Yamada no Orochi's heads was lost, so he could only control 7 heads. Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine. These titan pythons themselves weren't much of a threat, but it was a different story when they were controlled by the Yamada no Orochi. With the Yamada no Orochi's attribute enhancement, they were at least as powerful as a 7-headed mutated species. Their fighting strength at sea was already scarce, so this situation almost put them in a precarious position of being besieged. I'll handle these 7 guys, Lan Tide suddenly said beside him. Upon hearing this, Yifeng nodded bitterly. Actually, he would much rather confront the 7 controlled Titanoboros, but he couldn't say it out loud, otherwise it would be too outrageous. He's a male snake. He can't let the female snake face the most dangerous situation, can he? There was no other way but to bite the bullet and go for it. Roar! Just then, the Yamada no Orochi suddenly let out a deafening roar, and Yifeng immediately felt himself lose his sight, and everything went dark. The surrounding sounds quickly disappeared, and not only that, the faint, fishy smell of seawater made him feel as if he were in a vacuum. Oh no! Although Yifeng had lost his 5 senses, he was still conscious and quickly realized that he had been infected. This is the wrathful flame of Yamada no Orochi, capable of causing opponents to lose their 5 senses, and then spewing out a furious flame that can incinerate everything. Damn it, by the time he recovers, he might have turned into a roasted snake. No, he never woke up. He just died. No, he can't just sit here and wait to die. But after losing his 5 senses, Yifeng couldn't even distinguish the most basic directions, making him even more confused than a blind or deaf person. Chapter 160 Tragic Ending. Lan Shi, who was fighting with 7 titan pythons, noticed Yifeng's stillness and was slightly taken aback. Why did Yifeng suddenly stop moving? The next second, the 8-headed serpent opened its 7 blood-red maws and danced wildly in front of Yifeng, letting out angry roars. Despite being so close, Yifeng seemed oblivious, remaining frozen in the sea. This gave Lan Tide a bad feeling. Yifeng, get out of the way. Lan Tide spoke up anxiously, but Yifeng seemed to have lost his hearing and completely ignored her. Lan Tide's anxious calls attracted the attention of the husky and other beasts, who joined in calling for Yifeng, but received no response whatsoever. Just then, bursts of purple flames suddenly erupted from the mouths of the eight-headed serpent, flickering erratically. The next moment, it will spray towards Yifeng. Upon seeing this, Lan Shi did not hesitate any longer and quickly swam to Yifeng's side, wrapping the two of them in a water shield. She then realized that Yifeng seemed to have lost all his senses and was just floating blankly on the sea. A sudden burst of intense heat filled the air, and purple flames surged forth from the mouths of the 7 snake heads, lashing out at the 2 snakes encased in water shields. Lan Shi's snake eyes turned serious as she sensed the danger before her and resolutely stepped in front of her. No! The beasts, seeing this scene from afar, all cried out in sorrow. But they had no power to stop it. After the purple flames subsided, the Yamada no Orochi let out an extremely triumphant laugh, and the bodies of the 2 giant pythons floated on the sea. The purple flames, though seemingly harmless to Lan Tide and Yifeng, had burned their souls. However, their consciousness had been permanently lost. The beasts stared blankly at the sea. After a long silence, the husky asked blankly, "Yifeng, is he dead?" The Yamada no Orochi still echoed, one of its heads hanging Yifeng's corpse, seemingly wanting to feed on it. "Let go of my brother's body." Yi Ling's voice, trembling with tears, rang out, igniting the emotions of all the beasts. "You monster! I'm going to kill you." The moonlight rays above Era's head kept pouring out, and although they did not cause any harm to the Yamada no Orochi, the moonlight rays never stopped. The beasts were surprised to learn for the first time that his moonbeams could last so long. Bai Yuhan and Fei Lu Qingke flapped their wings and rose into the sky again, wanting to compete with the Yamada no Orochi for Yifeng's body. Gazing at the scene in the distance, the overlord's eyes revealed an expression of intense hatred. Why? Why is he still so useless even after evolving to his complete form? A fire barrier ability is not very helpful and even limits the battlefield. What kind of complete body is this? It's a complete and utter piece of trash. The black and white silkworms also remained silent. They knew that Yifeng was using them to attack the Sang Kingdom, but along the way, they had basically handled everything themselves. Yifeng did not treat them as mere tools and ordered them around. In the final battle, they devoured countless ferocious beasts, and their subordinates also received significant promotions. However, when facing a truly formidable enemy and needing their help, they are of no assistance whatsoever. Even the usually sullen Lei Shi had tears welling up in his eyes. "You still owe me one ability that I haven't finished repaying." At the same time, the husky lay sprawled on the deck, as if it had lost all its strength. The moonlight mark on its forehead was now dull and lifeless, as if it had never existed. Yi Ling kept sobbing. Since her transformation into a beast, she had been growing up under Yifeng's protection, which finally allowed her to experience what it felt like to have an older brother. But now, her only brother has been taken away by Yamada no Orochi. Just as the ferocious beasts were overcome with grief, the matter was far from over. No Orochi, whose feeding was blocked, roared angrily at Qingke and Bai Yuhan. But having learned from their previous experience, the 2 beasts kept a distance from the Yamada no Orochi. Annoyed by the 2 beasts' harassment, Orochi turned its gaze to the husky and other beasts on the mothership. If he can't hit things in the sky, he can hit things in the sea. The Yamada no Orochi danced in the sea and soon reached the mothership. Its ferocious head emerged from the water, and saliva dripped onto the deck. He's going to devour all the ferocious beasts here. The heavy atmosphere was disrupted by the Yamada no Orochi, but the beast showed no fear in the face of this terrifying mythical creature. The attacks, rising and falling in succession, slammed into the Yamada no Orochi, representing their current rage. However, their attacks landed on Orochi like raindrops, having no effect whatsoever. With their current attack power, they can't even break through the Yamada no Orochi's defenses. The Yamada no Orochi maintained its indifferent gaze until suddenly its eyes fell on a ferocious beast behind it. Looking at Lu Qingqing, the Yamada no Orochi swallowed hard. Although this ferocious beast was weak, it had a fatal attraction for him. He could feel the desire within him, a longing that made him want to devour the snow-white behemoth immediately. Glug! The Yamada no Orochi swallowing its saliva rang out, and all the beasts looked up in horror, following its gaze to Lu Qingqing. "No!" They roared in anger. But this roar could not stop the Yamada no Orochi. They had no power to resist the Yamada no Orochi's 7 heads. Whoosh! The Yamada no Orochi boarded the mothership and swept away the tyrant and other beasts blocking its way with one of its tails. Although these creatures were complete, they were far less attractive to him than Lu Qingqing. It was as if some inexplicable magic was calling out to him through his blood. Click! The feeling was only satisfied when the Yamada no Orochi opened its blood-red maw and bit Lu Qingqing into its mouth. The beasts were stunned for a moment. Then the husky's face lit up with joy, because a wisp of quicksand flowed out of the mouth of the Yamada no Orochi, and then quickly gathered around the beasts, finally transforming into the appearance of Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing is not dead. At the same time, Yamada no Orochi also noticed this scene and roared in fury. This time, would the beasts let him succeed so easily again? The Aoyun spirit ape, wielding a giant mechanical club, slammed it down on one of the heads of the Yamada no Orochi. Pung! A dull thud sounded, and the Yamada no Orochi looked at the Aoyun spirit ape. This was the guy who had smashed one of his heads off. All the rage in their hearts turned into a howl, and with this howl, all the beasts were plunged into darkness. The sudden turn of events startled them, but they quickly remembered Yi Feng's previous situation. So that's why Yi Feng died in the mouth of the Yamada no Orochi. But now, they are in the same situation as Yi Feng, and they are even weaker than Yi Feng. Are they just supposed to sit and wait for death to come? In the midst of this peril, a serpentine body floating on the sea surface is emitting a faint glow, and atop its head, a blue scale is shimmering with light. Chapter 161 Resurrection, Mythical Seed. Intrusion detected. The system is initiating a determination. The system is integrating with external forces and has detected mutations in the host genes. The host has evolved into a semi-super mutant. The host has evolved into a super mutant. The host has evolved into a semi-mythical species. Host has evolved into a mythical species. Congratulations on obtaining the mythical bloodline, the Undying Azure Dragon. Congratulations, host, on awakening a new ability, to control clouds and rain, to breathe water, and to sing the song of a blue dragon. An external force is awakening the host. 1, 2, 3. The system's voice still echoed in his ears as Yi Feng opened his snake eyes. At that moment, the emerald green snake eyes belonging to the Undying python showed a hint of golden light. Looking at the surging sea, memories came flooding back. I was killed by Yamada no Orochi. Yi Feng was shocked, then saw Yamada no Orochi frantically attacking the mothership not far away. This guy is dead too? Yi Feng was slightly surprised, then shook his head. Impossible. The Yamada no Orochi can only be truly understood by experiencing it firsthand. With Era and his companions' limited abilities, there's no way they could kill it after their own deaths. So I didn't die? Yi Feng was stunned for 2 seconds, then turned around and bit himself hard. Ouch, that hurts. I'm really not dead. Yi Feng pulled his mouth back, and then he suddenly froze. From his angle, he could see his reflection refracted back from the sea. Oh my god, I've grown a beard. Yi Feng stared blankly at the unfamiliar head on the sea surface. His once imposing bald head was now covered with thick hair. Although it did not diminish his heroic figure, Yi Feng felt something was off. I must say, those eyes seem more expressive, and those fangs in their mouths seem even sharper. Wow, the new scales look so smooth and shiny. They're so high-class and classy. Looking at himself on the sea, Yi Feng was both excited and intoxicated, automatically ignoring the sounds of the ferocious beasts on the mothership. I never thought that dying once would turn out to be a blessing in disguise, Yi Feng remarked, recalling that the system seemed to be muttering something in his head when he first woke up. System, are you still there? Host, I'm here. Let me open my character panel and see what I've turned into. Yi Feng thought to himself. Host. Yi Feng, completed body. Type, mythical species, Immortal Azure Dragon. Growth points, 37,869, 51,200 points required for the next evolution. Abilities, Venomous Fangs, Flaming Breath, Frost Breath, Lava Golden Scales, Eagle Eyes, Frost Physique, Invulnerability to all poisons, Deep Sea Breath Holding, Deadly Bite, Level 3 Berserk, Water Elemental Mastery. Strength, 3,579. Speed, 2,786. Defense, 3,076. Physical Fitness, 3,119. What? Yi Feng was completely stunned by this panel. He actually became a mythical being. Are you kidding me? And this attribute panel. This power is 3,500 points. Defense. Constitution. All are over 3,000. Even the worst speed has 2,700 points. This really Yifeng. Etc. His speed is the worst. It really seems to be him. There's no mistake, host. The scales on your head have given you magical power, causing changes in your genes, which ultimately led to your evolution into the immortal Azure Dragon. Scales. Yifeng was taken aback, then touched them with his tail. A strange feeling spread throughout his body, as if Yifeng was touching his own little one. A single scale can evolve me into an Azure Dragon. Could it be that? Yifeng swallowed hard. But isn't the dragon a fictional creature? Could it really exist? Even if it exists, how did the dragon's scales end up in the giant octopus's hands? Is a giant octopus a dragon? These tentacles don't look like it at all. Hiss. Just then, something cold suddenly touched Yifeng's claw. Etc. Yifeng looked down at himself in shock. He had actually grown claws? Still for left? What's trying to eat my paws? Yifeng suddenly stared in that direction and saw a blue python floating on the surface of the sea. Lawn tide. Yifeng was startled and quickly grabbed the other person with his claws, shaking him back and forth. Wake up! Wake up quickly! System. Friendly reminder. Lan Shi and you were both hit by the wrathful flames of the Yamada no Orochi, and your souls were severely burned and injured. The flame of divine wrath. Then how did I wake up? Yifeng was taken aback, then realized what was happening. Oh right, they are scales. The next second, Yifeng lowered his head and hurriedly used his claws to scratch the scales. But the scales seemed to be embedded in Yifeng's flesh, and no matter what he did, they didn't budge. Finally, Yifeng weakly released his grip, his eyes filled with resentment. Is he the only one who can be resurrected? Theoretically speaking, only mythical species can deal with mythical species. Perhaps the host could try to get Lan Shi to obtain your blood. The system's voice sounded again. Damn it! Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me feel sad for nothing. Upon hearing this, Yifeng suddenly shuddered. But how can Lan Tide obtain her own blood? Yifeng swallowed hard and looked at Lan Shi's mouth. Is this the only way animals transfer blood? Lan Tide, we're all snakes, and I did this to save you, so I hope you don't mind. The next second, Yifeng used his claws to pry open Lan Shi's mouth, and then bit his own tongue. Drops of blue blood mixed with golden impurities dripped into Lan Tide's mouth, and a faint glow immediately appeared on Lan Tide's body. Efficient. Seeing this, Yifeng was overjoyed, but at the same time he couldn't help but worry. He had tried his best not to take advantage of Lan Shi and hoped that Lan Shi wouldn't be angry when she woke up. But soon, Yifeng's mindset changed. Because the head under his claws began to become restless, seemingly due to the strong attraction of the blood, Lan Tide actually broke free from his restraints and then extended her forked tongue, fiercely coiling it around Yifeng's bleeding snake head. Then suck it like crazy. Ouch, that hurts. Yifeng cried out as he experienced the strange sensation. Why does Lan Tide's tongue smell so good? Oh dear, how dare you attack me with your tongue? Damn it, I tried to save you and you hurt me instead. Lan Shi made insatiable demands and indulged herself, while Yifeng was furious and fought back fiercely. In an instant, Yifeng's mouth was churning violently. After a long while, Lan Tide slowly opened her eyes and saw a strange guy kissing her. The next second, a water jet blasted into Yifeng's mouth, sending him flying 800 meters away. At the same time, Lan Shi's voice, filled with shame and indignation, rang in his ears. Shameless creature, how dare you attack me while I'm asleep? And do such a disgusting thing. I will definitely kill you today. Chapter 162 Victory. The end of the Yamada no Orochi. Upon hearing this, Yifeng, who had been kicked out, immediately stopped and shouted, Lan Tide. It's me, Yifeng. You motherfucker. Lan Tide was furious, but she froze the next second. Looking at the bearded man in front of her, Lan Tide asked hesitantly, Are you, Yifeng? It's me. Yifeng nodded hurriedly, and showed her his forehead as he spoke. Look, these are the blue scales on my head. It really is you. Lan Shi was extremely shocked. How did Yifeng turn into such a ghostly appearance? But soon, her eyes darkened again. What were you just doing? I was just saving you, Yifeng said, tilting his head in a pitiful tone. This is outrageous. I got beaten up for saving someone. Fortunately, he is now a mythical species, so a mere water dragon bullet did him no harm. Save me. Lan Tide was taken aback. Then her eyes turned even more sinister. Do you think I'm stupid? Who saves a snake like that? I really was saving you. You and I were both injured by the wrathful flames of the Yamada no Orochi. Fortunately, The scales on my head caused my genes to mutate, and I evolved into a mythical being. Then I can transfer my blood to you and wake you up, Yifeng explained simply. Upon hearing this, Lantide couldn't help but lick her lips, as if there really was a bloody taste in her mouth. Could Yifeng be telling the truth? Seeing Lan Shi's taste, Yifeng also licked his lips. A different taste, a little sweet. I'll trust you this once. By the way, what about Orochi? Lan Shi asked. Yamada. Yifeng froze, then remembered something, and his mind changed drastically. Overlords, hold on. I'm coming. Yifeng quickly turned around and rushed towards the mothership. At this moment, the beasts on the mothership were in grave danger. Fortunately, just before the beasts were about to lose all their senses, Ba Wang and Bai Yuhan released a barrier, a double barrier of wind and fire, which trapped the Yamada no Orochi for a period of time. Otherwise, they would probably have been completely wiped out. Yifeng swam to the side of the mothership. At this moment, the Yamada no Orochi had not yet realized that he had awakened. The husky closest to Yifeng was facing the wall when suddenly, out of nowhere, it mustered up some courage, confusedly identified a direction, and charged towards it like a madman. He was shouting that he wanted to avenge Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng's lips twitched, and he quickly let out a clear howl at the ferocious beast. Hold head high. This whistling sound carried an inexplicable sense of awe, half like a dragon's roar and half like a ferocious beast's howl. With that clear whistle, Bai Yuhan and the other beasts slowly regained their senses and looked around blankly. This is Yifeng's newly awakened ability, Azure Dragon's Roar. The chant, imbued with the bloodline of an ancient dragon, can intimidate enemies and also remove negative status effects from oneself and teammates. I want to avenge Brother Yi. At the same time, the husky in front of them was about to rush out of the mothership and crash into the sea. Suddenly, he gained sight and saw everything in front of him and quickly braked. They were just a tiny bit away from falling into the sea. Thankfully, it has stopped. The husky breathed a sigh of relief, looked up, and suddenly saw a creature with whiskers and 4 paws quietly watching him. Oh my God! A monster! The husky cried out in alarm, then lost its balance and crashed into the sea with a splash. Yifeng. Roar! With a roar, the Yamada no Orochi broke free from the barrier jointly created by the Overlord and by Yuhan. The beasts shuddered at the sound, their initial joy at regaining their senses lasting only a few seconds before turning serious again. But the next second, they were stunned. A creature with 4 claws stepped onto the deck, its whiskers and hair flying in the wind, standing arrogantly opposite the Yamada no Orochi. The beasts were slightly taken aback. This is Yifeng. Lantide appeared beside the beasts at some point and said softly, Yifeng. The beasts were quite surprised. Has he transformed into a mythical species? That powerful aura was exactly the same as that of the Yamada no Orochi. Lantide nodded. Upon hearing this, the beasts breathed a sigh of relief, but they quickly became tense again. Although Yifeng has evolved into a mythical species, the Yamada no Orochi is also a mythical species, and it has 8 heads. Is Yifeng a match for it? Just as the beasts were worried, Yifeng suddenly opened his mouth, and an indescribable high temperature rose up from all around, finally converging into Yifeng's mouth. The scorching heat made by Yuhan and the other beasts feel as if they were being roasted in an oven. Roar! As the fiery breath was exhaled, the air distorted due to its high temperature, forming waves of heat that rippled outwards. The 8-headed serpents, seeing this, tried to resist and released a huge purple magic orb. The purple orb was annihilated after only a second of contact with the flames, and then the flames pierced through the head of the Yamada no Orochi. Laugh! The sound of intense burning filled the ears of every ferocious beast. When the flames died down, the head was completely gone. All that remained was a bare neck, with the flames still burning on it, like a match. Yamada no Orochi emitted a series of mournful howls. However, this was not the end. Immediately afterward, extreme ice began to condense in Yifeng's mouth, and the surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing. The frost-covered breath burst forth and struck the first head on the left side of the Yamada no Orochi. Click, click, click. Yamada no Orochi, which had this head, began to freeze rapidly at a visible speed, and then the freezing began to spread to the rest of its body. Seeing this, the Yamada no Orochi showed a look of fear, but the freezing continued. No Orochi, and then the other heads began to bite at the frozen body and its joints. Until its blood stained the sea, the Yamada no Orochi chose to sever its limbs. That's ruthless. Looking at the head that had fallen into the sea, frozen into a sculpture, yet still with its eyes wide open in unwilling resignation, the Yamada no Orochi roared with immense rage. His remaining 5 heads looked at Yifeng, filled with nothing but endless killing intent. However, Yifeng was not afraid at all and stared back at it head-on, and the surrounding water energy rose towards Yifeng. By using water-powered breath in the sea, Yamada no Orochi will face its own demise. Seemingly realizing how terrifying the energy Yifeng had condensed was, the Yamada no Orochi showed a look of fear. It quickly submerged into the sea and transformed into a black shadow, swimming towards Yifeng's direction. A sneak attack? Yifeng sneered, and just as the Yamada no Orochi was about to succeed, a giant tail suddenly slammed into the seabed, bringing with it a powerful impact that struck one of the Yamada no Orochi's heads. The head that had attempted a sneak attack was slapped so hard it was completely disoriented. Before it could even recover, the giant tail slashed across it again, the sharp strike cruelly severing the head from its body. Hiss! The Yamada no Orochi surfaced, emitting a painful wail. Seeing the pitiful state of the Yamada no Orochi, Bai Yuhan and the other beasts were all deeply moved. Yifeng, who has transformed into a mythical being, is incredibly powerful. No Orochi with only 4 heads left, the beast's worries about Yifeng vanished, replaced by pity for the Yamada no Orochi. After a long while, the last head of the Yamada no Orochi fell into the sea, and this once invincible mythical creature came to the end of its life. Yifeng stared at the other person with cold eyes, without a trace of sympathy in his heart. If he hadn't become a mythical being today, they would all be dead. Therefore, the Yamada no Orochi died a worthy death, and its death was gratifying. With the Yamada no Orochi dead, all the beasts breathed a sigh of relief. The matter was finally over. However, at that moment, a mournful cry came from afar. Yifeng suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with seriousness. It was the voice of the giant octopus. Chapter 163 The Origin of the Scales. Yifeng said, unable to resist hearing the mournful cry. His scales were given to him by the giant octopus, though he didn't know the octopus's purpose. But now that the other party is in danger, he can't just sit idly by. Yifeng. Lontide looked over instinctively. Although he has now become a mythical being, the giant octopus and Jormungandr are clearly not beings of their level. Don't worry, Yifeng reassured him. Even if there is danger, I can get out of there unscathed with my current abilities. He's actually talking nonsense. Even if he were a mythical being, the giant octopus and Jormungandr could easily crush him. However, seeing how confident he was, Lan Shi felt much more at ease. Immediately, Yifeng dove into the sea right under the eyes of the beasts and swam swiftly into the distance. Splash! Yifeng surfaced and stared at the vast, turbulent sea for a while. Huh? Not here. Could it be underwater? After confirming that the sea was empty, Yifeng quickly descended until a large red ball appeared in his line of sight. This is... Looking at the shocking scene below, Yifeng was horrified. The giant octopus's tentacles were mostly broken off, and blood was gushing out on the seabed. Its body was covered in wounds, clearly indicating that it had gone through a life-or-death struggle. Jormungandr's figure had long since disappeared, but a remnant of its tail could be seen, perhaps indicating that it had already left. Yifeng hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to come down and check on the dying giant octopus. Yifeng was about to speak. The giant octopus grabbed him with its remaining tentacles. Although Yifeng had evolved into an immortal azure dragon, in the eyes of this behemoth, he was still too insignificant, like a newborn snake. You've successfully evolved. The giant octopus actually spoke. The weathered voice carried a hint of etherealness, as if it came from ancient times, echoing through the ethereal place. Yifeng glanced at the bubbles that created the echo and couldn't help but look at the other party. Boss, you can just say what you want to say. Why? Do you need to create special effects? Upon hearing this, the giant octopus stiffened for a moment, then coughed twice and continued. Do you know where that scale on your head came from? Where did you come from? Yifeng asked, suppressing the awkwardness of wanting to pop the bubble. I don't know either. Yifeng looked at him in shock. This guy must have something wrong with him. It's a long story, something that happened a very, very, very long time ago. Back then, I was only about your size. At that time, the blue planet seemed to have just experienced some kind of destruction and was about to be reborn. However, back then there were very few giant creatures like me. I once thought I was an invincible chosen one, so I recklessly went to other seas. I have been to the Arctic ice and the depths of the Pacific Ocean. And then what? Yifeng asked, full of curiosity. The giant octopus glanced at him, then slowly said, during my travels, I sensed many powerful auras. For example, that Jormungandr just now was a ferocious beast hiding in the seabed of northern Europe. But he must have suffered some kind of serious injury. When I sensed him thousands of years ago, he was on the verge of death, almost half dead. Unexpectedly, 1,000 years later he has regained some of his power, and I am no match for him. Hearing the giant octopus's sigh, Yifeng's heart was filled with shock. Jormungandr was actually older than the giant octopus. The giant octopus has existed for thousands of years, so when did Jormungandr's existence begin? What kind of era was it in the ancient times of Earth that could have given birth to these ferocious beasts? Sigh. If I had known this would happen, I should have used a dirty trick and killed Jormungandr in the Norse. If it weren't for that guy. As the giant octopus spoke, it suddenly sighed again. Alas, well, I've lived for over 1,000 years, I'm content. Looking at the giant octopus reminiscing about its life, Yifeng's lips twitched involuntarily. Boss, weren't we talking about scales? I know you're upset about losing to Jormungandr, but after you've finished complaining, can you tell me where the scales came from? Otherwise, what if you suddenly kick the bucket while you're talking? Who am I supposed to ask then? Scales, that's another very, very, very long story. That day I was overjoyed. Just as the giant octopus was about to speak, Yifeng interrupted it, unable to bear it any longer. Stop. Get to the point. The giant octopus never expected Yifeng to interrupt it. After thinking for a moment, he said, during my travels, I encountered a giant tortoise. I thought it wanted to eat me, so I ran away as fast as I could, and it chased after me. I ran with all my might, and he chased with all his might. Finally, upon hearing this, Yifeng instantly perked up. He caught me. You can't even outrun a tortoise? Yifeng was speechless. You don't know anything. That's no ordinary turtle. The giant octopus immediately curled its lip in disdain. Continue. Yifeng coughed twice. The giant tortoise solemnly handed me the tortoise. No, the green scale, and asked me to help him find a plump, meaty, no, a dragon with great potential. Then he asked me to give the scale to the other party. At this point, Yifeng finally understood that the scales belonged to a turtle. Wait, he told you to give it to the dragon, and then you gave it to me? Yifeng suddenly grasped the key point. That's right, the giant octopus said rather helplessly. I've traveled all over the world, but I haven't found the dragon that the old turtle mentioned. Later, I thought that you snakes and dragons look quite similar, so I simply gave you the scales. That can be considered as completing the task that the tortoise gave me. This. Yifeng fell into deep thought. If the old tortoise originally intended to give this scale to the dragon, then this scale would very likely possess the power to transform a dragon into a real dragon. But now, the giant octopus gave this scale to the snake, and then the snake evolved into a dragon. That means the power of the scales has already been used up. Yifeng was speechless. If that old turtle knew that the giant octopus was so unreliable, he wondered if it would come back and bite the guy to death. Where did the old turtle that gave you this scale go? Yifeng thought for a moment and asked. Now that he has used this scale, if he wants to continue evolving, then perhaps this old turtle has a way. A true dragon. Even the Azure Flood dragon has reached the level of a mythical species, so a true dragon must be a legendary species, or even stronger. If he really had the chance, how could he possibly let it go? I met that guy in an unfamiliar sea area. I only remember that the water pressure in that area was extremely high. Even I could hardly bear it. And then, Chapter 164 Trading Methods in the Beast World. And then what? Feeling the giant octopus's tentacles begin to loosen, Yifeng hurriedly asked. And then, the giant octopus's eyes gradually lost their luster, and finally its tentacles drooped softly, leaving Yifeng alone to drift in the sea. Watching the giant octopus gradually lose its body temperature, Yifeng suddenly choked up. Your mother, I told you not to talk so much nonsense, but you wouldn't listen. At the same time, a deep blue python swam over, and seeing the lifeless giant octopus, it too fell silent. Dragon Kingdom. Qingming Island. You have lived on this island for thousands of years. I will bury you here, which can be considered as returning to your roots. Yifeng was slightly lost in thought as he stared at the huge mound of earth in front of him. This giant octopus had done him a great service, and although the method was brutal, Jormungandr's killing of it still left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Moreover, He knew that the giant octopus hadn't said much, such as why Jormungandr appeared in the waters of Sangakis, and why he still tried to stop the enemy even though he knew he was no match for them. Just then, countless heavy footsteps suddenly came from beside me. Yi Feng turned around and saw that the Overlord, Bai Yuhan, and other beasts were among them. If it weren't for him, we might already be buried in Jormungandr's belly, Bai Yuhan said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of roars came from behind, as if bidding farewell to the giant octopus, long and stirring. Fallen leaves returned to their roots. Stepping back onto the old soil of the Dragon Kingdom, the beasts were filled with endless emotions. Their journey to the Sang Kingdom had been a brush with death. Now that the Sang Kingdom has sunk and the Xian Medical Academy and Sakura Shrine have been destroyed, the matter can be considered to have come to an end. Overlord, what are your plans next? Yi Feng asked with a faint smile. I'm planning to go with Yuhan to the flaming mountain you mentioned. You said that's where I should go, Balong said, exhaling softly. Okay. Yi Feng nodded. The flaming mountains were the habitat of Tyrannosaurus rex, and the Tyrannosaurus rex could indeed have had a better chance of development there. And what about you two? Yi Feng looked at the two little creatures, the black silkworm and the white silkworm. Yi Feng, we have to admit that we have learned a lot from you along the way, but southern Xinjiang is still more suitable for us. However, we will definitely do our best to help you if you need us in the future. Baiken said after thinking for a moment. The black silkworm nodded in agreement. Hearing the two silkworms' words, Yi Feng chuckled lightly. That was enough. After seeing off the Zerg army, Yi Feng looked at Ao Yun's spirit ape. I'm going back to the Qin family. I gained a lot from my trip to Sang Kingdom. I hope I can defeat you next time, said the Ao Yun spirit ape in a deep voice. However, he didn't have much confidence in his words. Yi Feng was now a mythical creature, and it would be difficult for him to defeat him. Brother Yi, Lei Shi and I have discussed it and decided that we won't follow you for the time being. We also want to go out and prove our strength so as not to hold you back, Era suddenly said at this moment. That's right. We all believe that you can bring Lin Yi back to normal. We're waiting for that day. Lei Shi's honest voice came through the phone again. Haha. I remember I still owe you an ability. I'll return it to you then. Yi Feng chuckled. The little fox by Ro hesitated for a long time on Lu Qingqing's head before finally jumping onto the husky's head. Yi Feng, I seem to have awakened an ability to control the weather. Perhaps with my existence, Era will no longer be by Rixu. Furthermore, I hope to grow and make a contribution to the team, rather than being a burden. Goodbye, Sister Lu. Hearing Bai Ro's words, Yi Feng smiled with relief. Actually, the white spirit fox race is not a combat type. It's just that they have experienced a lot, which made Bai Ro feel like they were a burden. However, her ability to help Era was an unexpected bonus, so Yi Feng did not stop her. Bai Ro does have the ability to find treasures, but Era might need her more than he does. Watching his comrades in arms leave one by one, Yi Feng was suddenly filled with emotion. Alright, where do we go next? Lan Tide glanced at Lin Yi, who was tied up behind her, and asked. This? Looking at Lin Yi, Yi Feng also felt a headache coming on. The system said that this guy had a chip implanted in his brain, and it was a chip specifically designed to kill him. This is fucking. Even more outrageous is that Lin Yi will die if the chip is removed. What should we do then? Should we bury him too? That's not ideal. After all, he's our good brother. Yi Feng could do but stay tied up with his good brother, who was always thinking about killing him, in order to prevent the kid from taking advantage of any weakness. He glanced around and saw that besides the bound Lin Yi, there was Lan Shi, teacher Lu Qingqing, and his cute little sister. My younger sister has also undergone 9 evolutions. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to help her improve and reach her final form. Lu Qingqing. Teacher, which way should we go next? Yi Feng asked expectantly. Since I can't make the decision myself, I have no choice but to cheat. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's lips twitched noticeably. She was actually being used as a navigation device. Yi Feng really is one of my best students. Southwest, she said after sensing the surroundings. The southwest. Yi Feng pondered for a moment. What was there? Oh, I remember now. Yi Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. No wonder they were heading southwest. It is said that there is a race in the southwest who are born life-saving beasts, capable of performing surgeries on even the most serious illnesses. Lin Yi, you're saved. Yi Feng laughed heartily. However, Yi Feng soon encountered another problem. Although this race is famous, its combat strength is not very good, so its position is very mysterious. It is said that their race also experienced a massacre, which made them even more elusive in later generations, and almost no one could find their location. And Yi Feng, in his previous life as the Little Bear Lord, would have even less reason to know their location. Just as he was feeling down, Lu Qingqing suddenly smiled. Just then, a monkey galloping on horseback appeared in their sight. This is such a bizarre combination. Quick, catch them. However, Yi Feng suddenly remembered something and became very excited. Lan Shi was stunned for a moment. Although she didn't know why Yi Feng wanted to catch the monkey riding a horse, she still activated the gravity field. Immediately, the monkey and the horse slowed down and became lambs to the slaughter. Brother snake, sister snake, please don't kill me. The monkey and the horse, trapped, trembled with fear. Don't worry, we won't kill you. Yi Feng grinned. If I'm not mistaken, you're probably promoters for the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce, right? The monkey and the horse were stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then raised their heads and looked at Yi Feng in shock. How did you know? Yi Feng smiled gently and said nothing. Actually, the monkey and the horse are not weak in the current beast-transformed world, both being above the 7th evolution stage, but they are in a rather tragic situation when they encounter Yi Feng and his group. Of course, their existence involves a large chamber of commerce in the Dragon Kingdom of the past, and the most famous chamber of commerce is the Starry Sky Auction. The so-called Starry Sky Auction is where various ferocious beasts become buyers and sellers, and their currency is usually the ferocious beasts themselves. That's right, it's a ferocious beast. Because most ferocious beasts need to devour their own kind. Only in this way can they have the opportunity to unleash their power when they gain growth points. Thus, the Starry Sky Auction came into being. Players put the ferocious beasts they hunt into the auction house. If a buyer encounters a similar ferocious beast that they like, and happens to have a beast of the same value, they can pawn it to the Starry Sky Merchant Guild to obtain the beast. Although it is somewhat cruel, it is the most common form of trading in the beast-infested world. Of course, Yi Feng's reason for wanting to go was not because of the ferocious beast, but because of the news. Chapter 165 Evolution. Do you have an invitation? Yi Feng asked casually. Huh? Oh. The monkey on horseback was taken aback for a moment, then took out a blue invitation from a pocket. Give it to me. Yi Feng twirled the invitation over with his tail. Perfect timing. He also has something to take to the Starry Sky Auction. Yamada no Orochi. The original body had already been swallowed by Yi Feng. However, the mythical creature's body seems to be beyond the limits of its digestive function, and no system notification has been received yet. As for Jormungandr's tail, Lan Shi ate it. She claims that she can gain an ability using the blue tide bloodline. Yi Feng thought for a moment. Generally, a ferocious beast needs to devour most of the other's flesh to unleash its power, so he didn't compete with Lan Shi for it. As for the head of the Yamada no Orochi, its scarlet eyes were truly unpalatable to the dragon. Although Yi Feng was disgusted, this was, after all, the body of a completed mythical creature. Even if it was just the head, it was enough to make many ferocious beasts flock to it. Because when lower-level ferocious beasts devour the bodies of higher-level ferocious beasts, they can strengthen their own foundation. According to Yi Feng's model, this means they can increase their attributes. The monkey on horseback didn't dare to breathe loudly when it saw the ferocious beasts in front of it. Because he himself was an ancient species, he could clearly sense that the aura of these ferocious beasts in front of him was at least beyond that of an ancient species. Even the mutants in their Starry Sky Merchant Guild are no match for them. When did such a terrifying team appear in the land of the Dragon Kingdom? Since the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce had only recently emerged and had undergone more than half a month of refinement, they were unaware of Yi Feng's actions when he was roaming the Dragon Kingdom. Looking at the invitation that had already reached Yi Feng's hand, Monkey looked like he had a bitter pill to swallow, but in the end he gritted his teeth and spoke. Sir, you need to have capital to enter the Starry Sky Auction. If you enter without capital, we will be punished if it is found out. The monkey spoke hesitantly, afraid of displeasing the gentleman before him. Especially that snake with whiskers. I wonder what kind of mutated species it is. It might even be a super mutated species. They've all mutated and grown beards. They're probably very irritable. What if they swallow them whole? Who can we complain to then? Don't worry, we have the principal, Yi Feng said calmly. With just 7 heads like the Yamada no Orochi, they were treated as honored guests by the Starry Sky Merchant Guild. Yet this little monkey was worried about being punished for it. Unfortunately, one of the 8-headed serpent's heads was burned to ashes by his own flames. Otherwise, the sight of all 8 heads emerging would have been truly awe-inspiring. This has principle. The little monkey was stunned for a moment before suddenly noticing Lin Yi tied up behind Yi Feng. After a careful examination, The little monkey looked shocked. Could this be a mutated species, an immortal python? Upon hearing this, Yifeng was taken aback, wondering why the monkey was asking Lin Yi, but he still nodded. The Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce truly lives up to its reputation as the top chamber of commerce in the Dragon Kingdom after its transformation into a beast. Its information network is extensive, and it can even recognize the Undying python. Gurgle. The little monkey and the horse beneath it exchanged a glance, both able to see the shock in each other's eyes. At first, all of these ferocious beasts were incredibly powerful, causing them to overlook that one of them was tied up. Now it seems that this immortal python is the principal they were talking about. This group of ferocious beasts actually managed to use a mutated immortal python as their capital, a major item at the auction. Upon hearing this, the monkey and horse immediately changed their attitude, smiling obsequiously. Honorable guest, we cordially invite you to the Starry Sky auction in 3 days. We can also give you a map as a gift. On the day of the auction, please arrive at the Starry Sky auction house in advance to have your principal valued, so that we can provide you with the seat you deserve. As he spoke, the little monkey took out a small device. This device represents our Starry Sky Auction's Platinum membership and is the maximum access I can offer you. You can directly enter Starry Sky City, where someone will greet you at the city gate. Looking at the sparkling little gadget, Yifeng couldn't help but curl his tail and gently play with it. What a find! In his previous life, he wasn't even a Black Iron member and could only sit in the lowest ranking seats. He never expected to become a Platinum member in this life. This monkey has some discerning eyes. He hasn't even revealed the head of the Yamada no Orochi yet, and this monkey has already given him such generous treatment. All I can say is, young man, you have a bright future. After the monkey and horse left, Lawn Tide and the other beasts looked at Yifeng strangely. Starry Sky Merchant Guild? What is that? The beasts asked, puzzled. Seeing this, Yifeng gave a brief explanation of the existence of the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce. However, our main purpose in going to the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce is not to trade ferocious beasts, but to trade information, Yifeng said with a light laugh. If he remembered correctly, the location information of that so-called life-saving beast race was sold at a star auction. Then came endless slaughter for the rescue beast race. I see. The beasts nodded, gradually understanding Yifeng's intention. The next 2 days were spent enjoying the journey. During this time, in order to make it easier to pull Lin Yi along, Yifeng specially made a straw mat and placed the frozen head of the 8-headed serpent next to him. This is practically royal treatment. Lin Yi struggled frantically in response, trying to show his level of satisfaction. That look in his eyes seemed to want to tear Yifeng to pieces. Once we cross this mountain forest, we should reach the Starry Sky auction house, where the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce is located. Tapped the instrument twice with his claw and said calmly, "What about tonight? Shall we rest here?" Lawntide asked. Along the way, almost no trace of human habitation has been found. Most of the high-rise buildings have been destroyed, and some ruins are being transformed into habitats for ferocious beasts. Since Starry Sky City is an auction house and a place where many beasts gather, it is unlikely that it can accommodate so many ferocious beasts. Let's rest here instead. All right. Yifeng nodded, and just then, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. Congratulations on devouring the mythical Yamada no Orochi and gaining 37,861 growth points. Congratulations on devouring the mythical Yamada no Orochi and gaining the special ability, Serpent Demon Puppet. Congratulations on gaining 100 attribute points in strength and defense. The sudden information left Yifeng somewhat at a loss. The beasts looked at him with confusion, wondering why he had stopped. Yifeng carefully considered his words before saying, I might be about to evolve. Belch. At that moment, Lawn Tide, who was standing next to him, also let out a burp. Yifeng couldn't help but look at her. Could it be that you wanted to? Yes, I need to evolve too, Lawn Tide said calmly. A snake and a dragon, one after the other, found a cave and transformed into cocoons of light, leaving the other beasts bewildered in the wind. It's only been a few days. Yi Ling, the younger sister, was both shocked and ashamed. Not long ago, she made a solemn vow in her heart, wanting to catch up with her brother. In contrast, Lu Qingqing was much calmer. As the only prophet in the team, she didn't need to level up and was the team's darling. So what if I evolve? Once I break free of these shackles, I'll definitely bite him to death. Lin Yi struggled a few times and let out a disdainful snort. But anyone could hear the strong jealousy in his words. The next day, Chapter 166, The Arrival of the Ice Age. slightly sunny. As Yifeng groggily opened his eyes, he felt something soft, warm, and slippery wrapped around his body. Open your eyes, and the image instantly becomes clear. Hiss. It's so cold. Yifeng inhaled a breath of cold air, and when he exhaled, it formed a white mist. Damn, how did the temperature drop so much overnight? Yifeng was slightly taken aback, and something suddenly popped into his mind. Impossible. Yifeng muttered to himself. Temperature recovery is a major weather disaster that will occur after the beast-infested world. According to the timeline, the Ice Age should occur 6 months after the beast infestation. Why did it appear at this time? No wonder Lan Tide was entangled with him. She probably couldn't bear the cold, and that's why she reacted. Elder brother. At that moment, Yi Ling and Bai Zhe walked into the cave. The former, being an ice-type ferocious beast, was not greatly affected by the arrival of the Ice Age. Conversely, Lu Qingqing's performance surprised Yifeng. Bai Zhe belonged to a special group, and even his abilities were enigmatic. Even more incredibly, Lu Qingqing was also unfazed by the temperatures of the Frozen Age. It's important to know that at the very beginning of the Ice Age, the global average temperature reached almost minus 20 degrees Celsius, and this temperature continued to drop over time. Ordinary ferocious beasts cannot even survive in this kind of weather. Although Lan Tide is a super mutant, her own resistance is limited. The minus 20 degrees Celsius has already made her feel uncomfortable. Huh? What's wrong with this guy? Yifeng suddenly glanced at Lin Yi, who was tied up to the side. This guy was also alright. Oh, right. This guy previously acquired an ability that seems to raise his body temperature. So, only Lan Tide in the team was affected? A cool breeze blew by, and Lan she couldn't help but wrap herself around Yifeng twice more, as if to keep warm. Yifeng hesitated for a moment. He had an ice-cold constitution and was not afraid of any kind of cold, but Lan she was different. It seems that this auction is to find a kindred spirit with immunity to cold to devour Lan shi. Yifeng focused his mind slightly. At the same time, he discovered that the world after his transformation into a beast was increasingly deviating from the trajectory of his previous life, and after the death of the giant octopus, a sense of unease began to rise in his heart. To cope with this feeling, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. So he decided that once Lin Yi recovered, he would go to a suitable place to improve himself. Although the Ice Age has begun, countless ferocious beasts still flock to the Starry Sky auction. But the ferocious beasts they encountered along the way were mostly bizarre and varied in appearance. To keep warm, some ferocious beasts even built a stove and carried it on their backs while traveling. Some ferocious beasts even skinned the animals they hunted to keep warm. Even at the entrance of Starry Sky City, there were 2 large torches, and 2 monkeys stood trembling beside them. Make way. Yifeng led Lan shi and the other beasts straight to the front of the group. Taking advantage of the break during their journey into the city, Lan Tide immediately clung to Yifeng, greedily absorbing his warmth. Oh, it's you. As luck would have it, one of the welcoming monkeys was the same monkey Yifeng had encountered 2 days earlier. Upon seeing Yifeng, the monkey forgot all about the weather and rushed forward to greet him. Hey, what do you mean by this? Why are they allowed to go first? One of the ferocious beasts protested. It was so cold, and everyone was queuing up, but someone was cutting in line. Who can tolerate this? Anyway, this irritable bull can't stand it. As the bull roared, the surrounding swarm of ferocious beasts began to stir, for it was too cold. It is said that there is a large heating system in Starry Sky City, and everyone wants to go in first to warm up. Seeing the commotion around him, the monkey couldn't help but shout angrily. Shut up. This is a platinum member of my Starry Sky Merchant Guild. Of course, he can enter the city first. Platinum member? The beasts were stunned, all looking bewildered. Let alone platinum members, they had never even heard of the word member when they received the invitation. So what if you're a member? This is a beast-infested apocalypse. Whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak. If we weren't in the territory of the 2 lords of the Starry Sky Merchant Guild, I would have torn this snake, like creature to pieces, the bull sneered. Due to its race, this bull is incredibly large, and of course, its defining characteristic is its strength. Upon hearing the bull's words, the surrounding beasts burst into laughter. Isn't this just a rich kid from human society? Even after turning into a snake, he's still so thirsty, and in broad daylight, he's even entwined with a female snake. Hearing the teasing voices around him, the monkey broke out in a cold sweat. These idiots are really courting death. He was transferred to the city gate to greet guests today, because he returned to the Chamber of Commerce to inform the 2 lords about Yifeng and the other beasts. Unexpectedly, the two adults took it very seriously and specially sent it out, with the purpose of welcoming Yifeng and providing perfect service. I never expected that something like this would happen at the city gate. Sir, you, say what you just said again. Before the monkey could finish speaking, Yifeng coldly interrupted him. A pair of cold, piercing eyes swept across the surroundings, carrying an endless chill. Sensing this unusual pressure, the bull's eyes narrowed, but his own strength was already formidable enough. 9 evolutions. In addition, given the innate characteristics of the ancient species of bull, there is no reason for them to be afraid of a ferocious beast that has gained entry through connections. Moo. The bull stomped heavily on the ground with all 4 hooves. What? Do you think you can kill us all by yourself? The bull sneered. Yifeng glanced around again and chuckled when he saw the greedy and restless eyes of the ferocious beasts. What? You all think the same way. Most of these ferocious beasts are ancient species. They couldn't specifically discern the level of Yifeng's power, but they could instinctively sense its attraction. Their subconscious told them that eating Yifeng would bring immeasurable benefits. But this also indicates the level of danger Yifeng is in. But they are not afraid. Because there are no laws in the world after the beasts have transformed, Yifeng is now on the opposite side of all the ferocious beasts. Once he makes a move, they can attack him as a group and tear him to pieces in an instant. Slaughter is most common after the animalistic transformation. Seeing the beast's silent yet rampant greed, Yifeng smiled slightly, then his eyes turned cold. Who gave them the audacity to humiliate themselves? And Long-Tide. Even if those 2 guys from Starry Sky City came out today, they wouldn't dare to disobey me in the slightest. That's right, the world after the beasts have turned into beasts is indeed without laws and regulations, but these laws and regulations are meant to restrain the weak. If he really wanted to, he could easily massacre the entire Star City. And these mere ancient species, who don't even have the strength of a fully formed being, dare to speak rudely to him and Long-Tide? I think you want to die. Chapter 167 Starry Sky Pegasus. Yifeng finished speaking. All the ferocious beasts in the area noticed that the temperature was rising. What happened? The ferocious beasts looked up in horror, only to be met with a fiery red beam of light that spread across the entire area with its intense heat. Wherever it went, it left behind a burnt smell. The slightly stronger ferocious beasts were turned into golden roasted meat, while the slightly weaker ones were directly burned to ashes, leaving no trace of their remains. Such a terrifying scene terrified the ferocious beasts who had been mocking Yifeng. What a terrifying monster. Run! A ferocious beast roared, but before it could finish speaking, it was struck by the pillar of fire and turned into a pile of ashes. Seeing this, the ferocious beasts had no courage to resist and scattered in all directions. But Yifeng had no intention of letting them go. He quickly followed up with his fiery breath, burning all those who dared to speak insolently to death before stopping. Gurgle. The monkeys nearby were so frightened by this scene that their legs went weak. Seeing Yifeng turn around to look at him, he quickly raised his hands and put them behind his head. Boss, don't kill me. I haven't offended you. Seeing the monkeys so frightened, Yifeng was taken aback, then put on a kind expression. Send someone to help me pack up all these ferocious beasts. Pack. The monkey looked up, bewildered, at Yifeng. This is all my initial investment, Yifeng said with a light smile. Upon hearing this, the monkey froze, as did the ferocious beasts that had narrowly escaped the calamity in the distance. This is way too much bullying for a beast. The monkey and its companion exchanged a glance, both somewhat at a loss. At the foot of Starry Sky City, kill the guests invited by the Starry Sky Merchant Guild and use them as the capital to enter the auction. This is tantamount to also slapping the Starry Sky Merchant Guild in the face. Even if Yifeng is an important guest of the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce, I'm afraid those 2 adults still won't tolerate it. Just then, a long, melodious sound suddenly came from midair. A creature, entirely silver-white with wings on its back, resembling a celestial horse, strode through the air and slowly came to a stop in front of Yifeng. Seeing the magnificent aura emanating from the other party, Yifeng's pupils narrowed slightly. Starry Sky Unicorn. Yifeng murmured softly, calling out the other person's name. The monkey beside him was still in shock, never expecting that Lord Starry Sky Pegasus would actually come out in person. But he was stunned when he heard Yifeng's words. Lord Starry Sky Pegasus was clearly a handsome and extraordinary Pegasus, not some unicorn. Sizzle sizzle. Just then, the sound of an electric arc appeared in the air again. Then a giant ape, its body crackling with electricity, came along with heavy steps. The monkey was even more shocked. The electromagnetic ape master has also arrived. The two strongest masters of the Starry Sky Merchant Guild have come out side by side. Could it be that they are going to make a move against this bearded python? Upon realizing this, the monkey couldn't help but move a few steps to the side. Both of these adults are fully realized beings, and the one behind them is no less formidable. If a fight breaks out, they might hurt themselves. Monkey, step back. At this moment, the electromagnetic ape emitted a muffled sound, and then stared at Yi Feng for a moment. Brother Yi, it's been a long time. The starry celestial horse behind took a step forward and made a gentle sound. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. The Starry Sky Pegasus and the electromagnetic force ape are mutated species, and in their previous lives they were even overlord-level beings. Together, the two controlled the Starry Sky Merchant Guild, one of the largest merchant guilds in the Dragon Kingdom. In particular, this Starry Sky Pegasus will undergo another evolution in the future, and if successful, it will become a Starry Sky Unicorn. In his past life, he was fortunate enough to witness their divine presence, but in this life, Yi Feng has never seen them. Upon hearing this, Starry Sky Pegasus gave a wry smile. It's normal that you don't recognize me. When Yuan City fell, I happened to be passing by and had the honor of witnessing your might. It was because of that incident that we ferocious beasts were given a chance to breathe while being hunted by humans. Speaking of which, you are my benefactor. Starry Sky Pegasus's words were filled with gratitude. At that time, he had only evolved 3 times and could not even withstand human artillery fire. Fortunately, Yi Feng and his group lured the human army away. Oh, you mean that time? It's nothing at all. Yi Feng wagged his tail repeatedly. What kind of place is Yuan City? Why don't I remember this? Forget it, I'll just admit it was me and that's the right thing to do. Starry Sky Pegasus and electromagnetic force ape glanced at the mess around them, exchanged a look, and both saw the horror in each other's eyes. Even for them, it would be impossible to do this so easily. At the beginning of time, Yi Feng's strength was already beyond their reach. Now that they have all completed their physical transformations, Yi Feng is probably even stronger. I said, is it okay if I use these ferocious beasts as capital? Knowing that these two were in charge, Yi Feng immediately asked. Of course, no problem. Starry Sky Pegasus replied immediately. Furthermore, Brother Yi, we would like to upgrade your membership level in our Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce to the highest level. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the monkey behind was utterly shocked. Hashizora Pegasus may appear elegant on the surface, but he is actually intolerant of any wrongdoing and has an extremely arrogant personality. But now, he has to grovel and beg to upgrade someone's membership level, which is just too much. What are the benefits of this upgrade? Yi Feng asked casually. After the upgrade, you will receive professional shipping and storage services from our Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce. Our Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce has storage space throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Whenever you hunt down a ferocious beast, you can call for transportation and storage services. If you intend to sell it through auction, you do not need to come in person. We can provide you with a one-stop auction service, and the value will be calculated and credited to your storage card after the sale. Hearing this, Yi Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. It did indeed seem very convenient. The transformed ferocious beasts are all enormous in size. If you need one but don't want to devour it, and don't want to waste it, carrying it around would be a hassle. For example, Lin Yi is a living example right now. If the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce service were available, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Okay, I agree. Yi Feng knew that Shinkong Tianma was trying to win him over, but he didn't object. The services provided by the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce are indeed more beneficial than harmful. After all, the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce will be one of the largest chambers of commerce in the future Dragon Kingdom, with industries all over the world. Of course, even if the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce needs his help in the future, whether or not he helps is ultimately up to him. After all, it wasn't like I begged them for memberships. They insisted on offering them to me. Seeing that Yi Feng agreed, Shinkong Tianma was clearly delighted. In that case, please come with us into the city. We will send people to handle the matters outside the city and will definitely not delay your participation in the auction. Shinkong Tianma finished speaking, several electromagnetic apes walked out of the city. These were clearly members of the electromagnetic ape overlord's clan, and their levels were all around the 8th evolution stage. Such a powerful force is enough to handle what happens outside and ensure the auction proceeds smoothly. Oh right. Halfway there, Yi Feng suddenly remembered something and looked at the starry sky Pegasus path. Chapter 168. What did you say? What's wrong? The starry sky celestial horse turned its head in a daze. I heard that your starry sky merchant guild has its own independent hunting teams to supply goods, right? Yifeng asked. This. Starry sky Pegasus was stunned for a moment. The hunting team was still in the trial operation stage. Who told Yifeng this? Starry sky Pegasus couldn't help but glare at the monkey. The monkey was completely bewildered. What was a hunting party? To be honest, we did create the Starry Sky hunting team, but it's still in the process of being perfected, Starry Sky Pegasus said apologetically. It's alright. Even if it's perfected, it should have captured quite a few ferocious beasts, right? Are there any icefield pythons? Starry Sky Pegasus paused for a moment. Hunting teams would be dispatched to various places, and at this moment they happened to have a hunting team in the snowfield. Wait, let me ask. As he spoke, the Starry Sky Pegasus took out a device from its wing and tapped it several times with its wing. Brother Yi, we really do have an icefield python. Starry Sky Pegasus exclaimed in surprise. However, we caught this icefield python yesterday, and it's currently being transported. But it can be delivered this afternoon. I wonder if you... This afternoon? Yifeng glanced at Lon Tide, who was trembling beside him, and could only wag his tail. Alright then, this afternoon it is. The ice python is an ancient species that is relatively common in snowfields. Its most distinctive feature is its adaptation to cold, giving it the ability to possess an icy constitution. If Lon Tide were to consume it, she would be spared the pain of the cold. By the way, what's going on here? Don't you feel cold? Yifeng asked curiously. Oh, this is a thermostat invented by one of our men. You can wear it and adjust your body temperature at will. As he spoke, Starry Sky Pegasus showed Yifeng the instrument on his right leg. However, this thing is too expensive to make, so we only managed to get a small batch, which is now being sold through secret channels. Secret channels? Yifeng blinked. How much? Ahem. Upon hearing this, Starry Sky Pegasus coughed twice, somewhat embarrassed. The corpses of 5 ancient species, or 1 mutated species. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Yifeng and the other beasts gasped in shock. This guy is a total shady businessman, the kind of shady businessman who's ruthless to the extreme. Ordinary ferocious beasts are really too expensive to use. Only those dominant mutant species can afford to buy them, right? Yifeng couldn't help but admire Shinkong Tianma's business genius. No wonder he was able to operate one of the largest chambers of commerce in the Dragon Kingdom. Brother Yi, if you need one, I have an extra one that I can give you. As he spoke, the Starry Sky Pegasus took out a device from its wing. Yifeng glanced at his wings. They could hold anything. However, Yifeng righteously pushed the temperature-changing instrument back. Didn't you say the ice python would arrive this afternoon? Let's not waste your equipment. Let's give it to a beast that needs it more. Seeing Yifeng so serious, Shinkong Tianma was actually a little moved. It seems Yifeng isn't as domineering as he imagined. With the laws and regulations collapsing, the ferocious beasts are eager to seize the treasures for themselves. However, there are not many ferocious beasts like Yifeng who are both powerful and noble. Upon arriving at his mountain cave, Yifeng was filled with emotion. Good heavens, the Starry Sky Merchant Guild has actually turned a former city into an auction house. Furthermore, they transformed the private room into a high-end cave suitable for ferocious beasts to inhabit. So it seems their worries last night were completely unfounded. As for the auction for the guests in the private rooms, they used a projection method, where a huge screen in front of them would display the auction footage, and then they would bid. It has to be said that technology changes lives. Brother, it looks like there's a heater on over there. Yiling suddenly pointed to a button and said, What did you say? Yifeng flicked his tail and, with a gentle force, broke the button. Didn't I hear you? Yiling stared blankly at Yifeng, then at Lan Shi, who was curled up in a ball, as if she understood something. I'm going to sleep, Yiling said, running to the side and lying down. Lu Qingqing had gone to rest as soon as she entered. Lin Yi was left tied up, somewhat at a loss. Want to become a whole roasted snake? Yifeng grinned, flames erupting from his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Yi's eyes widened in horror, and he quickly crawled away, 1 inch at a time. Buzz. Suddenly, a blue barrier appeared around them, separating the beasts. Damn, the service from this planetary commerce guild is so professional. Just as Yifeng was marveling at it, a soft, warm body snuggled into his arms. Yifeng, wait until I recover before I settle accounts with you. Lan Tide's weak murmur came from beside him. Although she was using all her strength to resist the cold, She was not oblivious to the outside world. She had witnessed Yi Feng's previous rejection of the Starry Sky Pegasus and his attempts to stop Yi Ling. Why Yi Feng did this is self-evident at this moment. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Yi Feng pretended to be clueless. What accounts are we set up? Hey, you won't get warm like that. You should do it like this. Yi Feng scolded. Yi Feng, Lan she shouted with all her might, but then fell silent. Lord Yi, in accordance with Lord Shinkong's orders, we are bringing you the Icefield Python. Suddenly, the sound of monkeys came from outside the cave. Yi Feng lazily left Lan Shi's embrace and saw the familiar monkey and the bound ice python outside the cave. He couldn't help but chuckle. It's you again? Lord Yi, our auction begins tonight. Before then, you can hand over that immortal python to us so we can appraise it for you. The monkey flattered. An immortal python? Yi Feng was taken aback, but then he understood what the monkey meant. It seems this monkey has taken the forest as its capital. You've misunderstood. I'm not going to auction off that immortal python. Yi Feng was somewhat speechless. Then you are. This time it was the monkey's turn to be stunned. I want to sell a few heads. Yi Feng's words froze the monkey in place. Selling your head? The monkey felt a little confused. Was this the understanding of the experts? Or do these big shots just like to eat brains? Yes, it's the head. Yi Feng smiled slightly, looking exceptionally confident. Now the monkey was completely convinced. Big shots love to eat brains, so perhaps there's something special about brains. Lord Yi is so confident, he must be sure of a big sale. In that case, I'll have someone come and help you with the identification. After saying that, the monkey hurriedly left. Taking advantage of this lull, Yi Feng dragged the Icefield Python into the cave and brought it to Lan Shi's mouth. Lan Shi, come and eat, Yi Feng said with a smile. Lan Shi rolled her eyes at him, then propped herself up and swallowed the Icefield Python whole. A moment later. Chapter 169, The Shape-Shifting Serpent. A moment later, Lan's hide clearly regained her energy and turned to coldly approach Yi Feng, hissing and sending out a dangerous signal. What did you do while I was weak? As she said this, a hint of shyness appeared in Lan Tide's eyes. What did I do? Yi Feng pretended to be clueless. You. Seeing that Yi Feng had taken advantage of her and was now denying everything, Lan Shi's crystal-clear snake eyes widened. Then she pursed her lips and her big eyes welled up with tears. Hey, what do you mean? I just held you and slept with you. Nothing really happened. Yi Feng couldn't help but feel helpless. Lan Tide gritted her teeth and glared at him. Nothing happened, but the way you were entangled with me. If this were in human society, wouldn't we be? Gulp. Imagining that scene, Yi Feng couldn't help but swallow. But then he froze. Oh no, this is bad. Yi Feng. With an extremely angry shout, Yi Feng was blasted away by a water jet, which directly woke up Lin Yi from his sleep. Woo-wah. Upon waking up, Lin Yi saw Yi Feng and immediately opened his blood-red mouth to bite him. Yi Feng used his claws to pry open his mouth, looking helpless. Alright, here's a snake head for you. Yi Feng took one of the Yamada no Orochi's heads and shoved it into Lin Ye's mouth. Lin Ye's eyes widened. He never expected Yi Feng to give him this to eat. Not bad. Seeing Lin Yi obediently swallow, Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, then led the remaining 6 heads out of the cave. Lord Yi. At this moment, the monkey was already waiting at the door with several of its kind, each of them carrying a sophisticated instrument. Yi Feng recognized this thing. It was used for bloodline detection in his previous life, but it was based on the standards for mutated species, so it was probably inaccurate. Yi Feng flung the 6 heads away. Several monkeys busied themselves with clattering noises, and soon, one monkey stood up in shock. Bang! The Yamada no Orochi slammed to the ground. Yi Feng immediately looked over. The monkey Yi Feng was familiar with shuddered and immediately ran over to scold it. Useless fellow, you actually knocked over Lord Ye's things. Pick them up right now. Big boss. The monkey didn't dare to make a move, and it even started to stutter. I'm your father. Didn't you hear me telling you to pick it up? And you're still pretending to stutter? This time the monkey was even angrier. No, boss, this head, it's a super mutant. What? Upon hearing this, the other monkeys trembled in unison and dropped their heads to the ground. A super mutant? The monkey was shocked and turned to look at Yi Feng, only to see the latter looking calm. He immediately felt reassured and ran over as fast as he could. After a while, the Starry Sky Pegasus and the electromagnetic ape arrived side by side. Their eyes immediately fell on the head on the ground. A few minutes later, they looked at each other, and both could see the horror in their eyes. This is probably not even a super mutant yet. As if to verify something, the two looked at Yifeng. The latter remained calm and did not deny it. Starry Sky Pegasus was about to speak, but after a moment of hesitation, he ultimately said nothing. Without bodies, their value will be greatly reduced. Let's just consider them as mutants and sell them off, Yifeng said casually. Having only a head won't grant any power even if you devour it, and the head size is limited, so even if it's eaten by ferocious beasts, it won't increase your attributes much. Okay, no problem. Starry Sky Pegasus nodded immediately. We will first convert each star into 100,000 Starry Sky coins for you, as your principal for this auction. In addition, the ferocious beasts you killed this morning can be converted into 1.87 million Starry Sky coins, which brings the total to 2.47 million. After the auction ends, we will give you the equivalent amount of Starry Sky coins or ferocious beasts. Yifeng thought about it for a moment, felt it was no problem, and readily agreed. Oh right, the ice-field python. Yifeng mentioned it. Consider it a gift from us. Starry Sky Pegasus is very good at handling people. Yifeng smiled with satisfaction. Seeing off the Starry Sky Pegasus and the electromagnetic force ape, Yifeng returned to the cave and stealthily approached Lan Shi. To everyone's surprise, the latter made a fierce gesture. Don't come near me. Hearing her somewhat arrogant tone, Yifeng chuckled, still angry. Lan Tide turned her head away, ignoring him. Fine, I'll take responsibility for you then, Yifeng said dejectedly upon seeing this. Responsibility for what? Lan Shi was confused and stammered. Didn't you say we didn't do anything? Cough cough. Yifeng coughed twice, feeling a little guilty. Since everyone was naked, when they hugged, Lan Shi would always rub against him, and as she rubbed, some instinctive changes occurred. But Yifeng was a gentleman, so? Yifeng's expression instantly evoked memories of Lan Shi's weakness, and soon her body began to burn, eventually causing her to curl up into a ball. I'm too ashamed to face the snake. Dusk. Many ferocious beasts poured into Star City, crowding the place to the point of being impassable, and the auction began. Yifeng's cave opened, revealing a starry sky and a celestial horse. Unexpectedly, the first auction was hosted by Shinkong Tianma himself. But that's alright, since the initial beast form is chaotic and disorganized. Without some deterrent effect, things could easily fall into chaos. Even with the overwhelming power of the Starry Sky Pegasus and the electromagnetic ape, they were still able to keep the situation under control. This screen should be remotely controlled, right? Yifeng fiddled with it for a while and finally figured it out. The scene shifts around, and the creatures outside are mostly advanced and ancient species. Yifeng sighed in disappointment. It seemed that all the big shots were in the private room. After a brief opening statement, the auction began immediately. The first item to be auctioned was an ancient species of Diplodocus, and bidding quickly began. To facilitate the conversion, the Starry Sky Merchant Guild converts the bids into Starry Sky coins. Of course, the owner of each item can announce a preferred beast before the auction. If a ferocious beast below possesses this type of beast, you can directly exchange it for the beast of your choice. However, this situation is rare. Most of the time, auctions are conducted in the form of Starry Sky coins, and a handling fee is required for any auctions conducted in this form. The Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce can then profit from this. Of course, the auction also included ferocious beasts hunted by their own hunting teams. The auction is in full swing, but most of the items are high-end and ancient species. Even if mutated species appear, they are usually weaker ones, or ferocious beasts that are not combat-oriented. The ferocious beasts below were fiercely fighting over the prizes, but Yifeng didn't take them seriously. Fortunately, he had never intended to bid on the ferocious beast. But it was the appearance of a ferocious beast that piqued Yifeng's attention. A mutant species, a shape-shifting snake. Yifeng's eyes lit up as he read the description of the Starry Sky Pegasus. These snakes are not combat type, but their most distinctive feature is that they can change their size at will. Chapter 170 Catwoman. Yifeng licked his lips. I'll take this snake. Just as he was about to observe and then bid, a mechanical voice suddenly came from inside. Box number 7, bidding for 150,000 Starry Sky coins. Upon hearing this voice, Yifeng was stunned. It's the ferocious beast in the private room making the bid. A python in there too? But Yifeng had no intention of being polite and directly asked for a price. 200,000. Box number 1, bidding for 200,000 Starry Sky coins. The Starry Sky Pegasus standing on the stage was stunned. Yifeng had actually offered to buy this transforming snake? If he had known Yifeng wanted it, he would have just left it for him. But now, the number 7 VIP room is also bidding, which is giving him a headache. However, he quickly came to terms with it. Yifeng had 2.47 million Starry Sky coins, making him the richest person in the room. If he wanted to bid, he would definitely be able to. Meanwhile, the pythons in the 7th VIP box also looked troubled. Unexpectedly, their first bid was snatched up by someone else, and it was even the number 1 VIP room. These private rooms are filled with distinguished guests of the Starry Sky Merchant Guild. Given the abilities of their race, they can only be placed in the 7th private room, which shows how powerful the ferocious beast in the 1st private room is. Brother, should we go with them? A purple python whispered. Ancient species can be exchanged for 50,000 Starry Sky coins, and mutated species can be exchanged for 100,000 Starry Sky coins. The ferocious beasts we brought this time are only 1 mutated species and 10 ancient species, which is only worth 600,000 Starry Sky coins. Although the ability of this shape-shifting snake is peculiar, it would be a huge loss to throw all the star coins into it. Let's bid one more time. The giant blue python gritted its teeth and said, if he bids again this time, we'll stop. Good. The purple python nodded and immediately pressed the bid button. Box number 7, bidding 250,000 Starry Sky coins. Oh, Yifeng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. They dared to chase after them. It seemed the other party had considerable confidence. Pity. 300,000. Yifeng was expressionless, his wealth bordering on the absurd. Box number 1, 300,000. Starry Sky Pegasus shouted excitedly, because he knew that this was pretty much the limit of what box number 7 could accept. Sure enough, the 2 giant pythons in VIP room number 7 seemed displeased. Who's in this VIP room? They're even trying to steal a shape-shifting snake. And what does that Starry Sky Pegasus mean? Why was he so excited about bidding in box 1? Hearing his sister's complaints, the blue python was speechless. Yes, what is this Starry Sky Pegasus doing? However, since they are the masters of Starry Sky City, they have no right to comment. If father were here, humph. The giant purple python snorted coldly. Our purpose in coming here today is not to seduce the shape-shifting snakes. Do not lose your composure. The blue python said calmly. 300,000 Starry Sky coins once, 300,000 Starry Sky coins twice, sold. Let's congratulate box number 1. As the sound of the Starry Sky Pegasus faded, the transformer was pushed off the scene. A short while later, the monkey called out from outside the cave. What? Yifeng looked at him with a smile. Lord Yi, we've delivered a shape-shifting snake. The monkey smiled ingratiatingly, then waved. Yifeng was startled when he saw the 2 creatures locked in the cage. Because these 2 creatures have soft, cat-like tails, yet they have human faces. Where did you get this from? Yifeng asked in a low voice. It's Catwoman. This existence is actually a product of failed beastification. They possess the bodies of half-beasts, but lack the ability and physique to become beasts. In other words, they are no different from humans in all their characteristics, except for some differences in appearance. In their past lives, for some unknown reason, they became hot-selling items, seemingly favored by those powerful and ferocious beasts. However, looking at the 2 human-sized catwomen, Yifeng's lips twitched. They were so small, he would probably have to walk carefully when he saw them. Ahem, didn't you just buy a shape-shifting snake? Our master said that these 2 cat girls are a gift to your servants, you understand. After saying that, the monkey left. Yifeng paused for 2 seconds, then understood what the monkey meant. Is he a scoundrel like that? Despite his inner grumbling, Yifeng still led the 2 cat girls back to the private room. Yi Ling and the other beasts saw the catwoman in the cage. They were all very curious. Ahem, move aside, don't crush them. Yifeng quickly swept away the beasts. You all stay here, I'm going to swallow something. With that, Yifeng grabbed the shape-shifting snake and left, a curtain enveloping the area. The 2 cat girls were surrounded by Lon Tide and the others, who had never seen such magical creatures before, but they looked rather small. At this moment, Yifeng suddenly swaggered out from behind the curtain, and the beasts were shocked by his size. How come? It's only 2 meters long now. Not only that, Yifeng's body size has also been shrunk proportionally. That's what makes the transformer snake so powerful. Yifeng chuckled, then approached the 2 cat girls to take a closer look. Not bad. Even in a state of half-beast transformation, human genes were greatly altered, which made Yifeng marvel at the perfection of the creator. Fortunately, the 2 cat girls had seen many ferocious beasts since they transformed into their animal forms, so they were not too alarmed by Yifeng and his companions. On the contrary, they looked at Yifeng with great curiosity. Ahem, what are your names? Yifeng coughed twice. The two catwomen exchanged a glance. Xiao Ming. Xiao Qing. Looks like they've been trained by the Starry Sky Merchant Guild. Yifeng was taken aback and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Starry Sky Pegasus is really good at getting things done. He's practically a business genius. Ahem, let's watch the auction instead. With that, Yifeng opened the Catwoman's cage. Oh dear, why hasn't news about that race been auctioned off yet? It's been so long, why hasn't it appeared yet? Just then, two soft little hands suddenly touched Yifeng's body, making him shudder. Hiss! Yifeng turned around and saw two catgirls looking at him pitifully. Holy crap! Yifeng's lips twitched. He hadn't expected the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce to train such unorthodox people. But the massage felt really good. He seemed to understand why cats make that comfortable expression when he pets them. That's why. Yifeng wanted to refuse this vulgar deal, but his instincts prevented him from doing so. So Yifeng was forced to shrink his size a bit, so that the two catgirls could have more room to perform, while waiting for the item to be auctioned. After being transformed into a beast for so long, Yifeng realized for the first time that life as a beast wasn't as boring and tedious as he thought. He finally understood why the Catwoman was a hot-selling item in her previous life, costing millions of Starry Sky coins. And it was at this moment. Chapter 171 The Auction, news emerges. A huge black shadow suddenly enveloped Yifeng and the two Catwomen. Lontide's indifferent voice came from beside him. In my opinion, we're probably not here for an auction, are we? What else could it be but an auction? Yifeng was completely unaware of the anger hidden in the voice, and continued to enjoy the moment with his eyes closed. Hiss, to the left, a little to the left. Huh? Why aren't you moving? Yifeng suddenly realized that the two catgirls' little hands had left him, and he immediately twisted them in dissatisfaction. However, the next second, a tail suddenly lashed out. Snap! Yifeng's entire body was imprinted on the wall, and it couldn't be pried off. The next item we're going to auction is rather special. It's not a ferocious beast, but rather, a piece of news. Just as Yifeng was struggling to pry himself off, the sound of the Starry Sky Pegasus suddenly rang out on the screen. Information. The ferocious beasts below the auction house were in an uproar, raising numerous questions. News can be auctioned off? What's the use of this? You can't eat it. Who would buy this? Starry Sky Pegasus did not stop the beasts from questioning him, but let the situation escalate. Only after the audience quieted down a bit did Starry Sky Pegasus finally speak softly. This news comes from the home of a ferocious beast race. Rumor has it that this race obtained a rare artifact, and consuming this treasure can cause one to evolve rapidly. Starry Sky Pegasus said slowly and deliberately. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was taken aback. Strange object? In his previous life, he hadn't paid much attention to the events surrounding that race, so he didn't know why they had been wiped out. Now it seems there really is a story behind it. Upon hearing what the Starry Sky Pegasus said, many ferocious beasts fell silent. After the beast transformation did indeed give rise to many strange things, such as exotic flowers that could heal injuries and strengthening grass that promoted growth, and so on. Therefore, it is not far-fetched that there are strange objects that can help people evolve rapidly. Soon, a voice raised a question. Can this strange object help us quickly evolve into our complete form? Upon hearing this, the ferocious beasts below all tensed up. Nowadays, fully formed forms are frequently appearing in the Dragon Kingdom, and almost all ferocious beasts have discovered the vast difference between the fully formed and the original forms. In this beast-like world where might makes right, only those who have reached a complete form can wield a certain degree of influence. This can be seen from Star City. Two fully fledged mutants are capable of organizing such a grand auction. Upon hearing this, Starry Sky Pegasus smiled and said, "Of course, according to our assessment, the greatest benefit of that thing is that it allows ferocious beasts to advance towards their complete form." Upon hearing this, the other ferocious beasts instantly became excited, and some were already itching to make a bid. "If you have such good stuff, why are you putting it up for auction?" Just then, a cold laugh rang out. These words immediately cooled down the heated atmosphere in the room. Yes, the strength of the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce is evident to all. With two fully evolved mutants and a mutant electromagnetic ape, what race could they not defeat? Why should we give them a bargain? The Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce had already prepared a solution to this problem. Starry Sky Pegasus smiled politely and said, "First of all, this is an item provided by a diamond-level member of our Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce. Secondly, that place is not easily accessible to us." The room fell silent upon hearing this. To be worthy of being a diamond member of the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce, one must at least be a fully realized being. That a complete entity received the information but chose to auction it off speaks volumes about the problems involved. Danger. And it's extremely dangerous. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yifeng found it quite amusing. Because he knew that this race itself had no combat ability, and according to the progress of the beast transformation, this race might not even have a complete form yet. Faced with such a weak race, did a fully evolved ferocious beast actually choose to give up? Interesting. Moreover, the Starry Sky Pegasus' words were not directed at those low-level ferocious beasts. He was practically saying, you guys don't even dare to go if you're not fully prepared, so don't even dream about it. The big shots in the private rooms, please give us a performance. Just then, the microphone from box number 7 came on. Lord Starry Sky, we would like to ask, what kind of danger could possibly deter this diamond member? The voice that spoke was actually a woman's, which made all the beasts turn to look at box number 7. Previously, the ferocious beast in this private room bid on a transforming snake, but was defeated by the beast in the first private room. Therefore, it is evident that there should be snakes in these two private rooms. This matter concerns the terrain of the area where that race resides, so I cannot disclose that information. But I can remind you that the real danger is not the ferocious beast race, but a certain strange plant in their habitat. These words immediately caused an uproar in the room. The real threat wasn't the ferocious beast race, but rather the terrain and vegetation. This gave many ferocious beasts ulterior motives. Of beast transformation are incredibly diverse, including many survival skills that allow one to adapt to various terrains and thrive in their environment. Once you cross that dangerous terrain, you'll have a chance to evolve into your final form. This kind of thing sounds so exciting. Meanwhile, as all the ferocious beasts were in an uproar, Yifeng fell into strange contemplation. He realized that he seemed to have grasped something. For the other ferocious beasts, this message address is like finding a needle in a haystack. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is so vast, with countless strange terrains everywhere. Who knows where it is in the southeast, northwest, or south? But Yifeng was different. He knew that race lived in the southwestern region of the Dragon Kingdom. In addition, according to the information just provided by Starry Sky Pegasus, the threat comes from the terrain and vegetation, not from the race itself. After a thorough investigation, it seems that only one region fits the description. Southwest District, Death Swamp. So that race actually lives here. No wonder so few people have ever seen them. The greatest threat of the Death Swamp lies in its unfathomable and eerie depths. It is said that no matter how large a ferocious beast is, it will be swallowed up once it falls into the swamp. Even more terrifying is that this eerie swamp is also accompanied by a bunch of mutated man-eating flowers and other terrifying plants, which Yifeng in his previous life dared not set foot in. This made Yifeng break out in a cold sweat for that diamond member. It's a good thing you didn't go deep inside, or you wouldn't be alive to come back. Even someone as strong as Yifeng wouldn't dare to recklessly venture into the Death Swamp. Just as Yifeng guessed the location, the sound of bidding rang out in the arena. 30,000 star coins. 50,000 Starry Sky coins. 100,000 Starry Sky coins. It was the female voice from VIP room number 7 again, raising the price to 50,000 Starry Sky coins. Box number 7 has bid 100,000. Any more? Any more? Chapter 172 The Bash Clan. 200,000. A deep voice came from the next room, next to booth number 6. Oh, even those in box number 6 can't sit still anymore. Yifeng watched the show with a smile. He wasn't in a hurry at all. Why? Because he already knows where it is. Lan Tide and Yi Ling, standing beside him, looked at Yifeng with considerable confusion. Wasn't he here to wait for this news? Why is Yifeng not making a move in the auction now? Could it be that he's planning to give up on saving Linyi? The price has been raised by 100,000 yuan. This number 6 VIP room is quite something. The brother and sister in box 7 were sweating profusely. How could they miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a complete snake? But that's all the funds they have. It's all or nothing. And the giant blue python gritted its teeth. No matter what, we must get this information today. 250,000. Box number 7 has bid again. 250,000. Anyone else? Anyone else? Starry Sky Pegasus roared without any regard for his image, igniting the atmosphere to its peak. An aura of utter ruin washed over me. 300,000. The sound came from box number 6 again. Upon hearing this sound, the giant blue python in VIP room number 7 was overjoyed. The fact that they only chased 50,000 yuan proves that the funds in box 6 weren't that abundant either. Continue, the cyan python said calmly. Victory is just around the corner. 350,000. Box number 7 has bid again. It seems they are determined to win this item. Is there anyone who wants to surpass box 7? This time, box 6 remained silent. And the room was completely silent. We're all beginners with limited resources, so we don't have that many star coins to squander. Spending 350,000 yuan on a piece of information is too extravagant. Just when the siblings in box 7 thought they had won the auction, something unexpected happened in box 1. Yifeng was enjoying the Catwoman's massage when he accidentally swept his tail and landed on the bidding device. And it's the button that asks for 100,000. Box number 1. Box number 1 has added another 100,000. 4,500,000. 4,500,000. This item has reached a high price of 45, making it the most expensive item in this auction. Anyone else want to bid? The starry sky Pegasus roared with all its might, but it also became confused. Yifeng actually wants information about this race too? With his abilities, there's absolutely no need for that, right? This thing is very useful for the first generation, but its effect on the completed version should be much smaller. Moreover, that place is so dangerous that there is a possibility of accidental collapse. Damn it. Yifeng was stunned when he saw the auction price. He said he didn't intend to bid, but would anyone believe him? Completely stunned by this sudden disturbance. This VIP room hadn't placed a bid from beginning to end, but suddenly made one when they were about to win it, making the provocation quite obvious. The giant blue python was so angry that its head turned red. This is going too far. Even if he is the owner of box number 1, he can't treat Snake like this, can he? Moreover, their race is not someone to be trifled with. On the other side, Yifeng was extremely anxious. Hurry up and make an offer. I don't want to lose 450,000 starry sky coins for nothing. That's enough to buy 10 of the cheapest ancient species. 10 ancient species are worth 1,000 devouring points. Brother, the 2 giant pythons in VIP room number 7 almost vomited. That's 450,000 starry sky coins, and they only bought one piece of news. If Dad finds out, won't he beat them to death? No, if they keep bidding, it will be more than 450,000. Out. The giant blue python uttered these words while trembling all over, and was about to close its eyes to rest and adjust its state of mind. A sound suddenly rang in my ears. Box 1 has bid again, 550,000. A full 550,000 starry sky coins. The air suddenly froze. The next second, the giant blue python roared and charged out of the private room. Sister, let me go? I'm going to kill this bastard. Brother, don't go. This is Starry Sky Merchant Guild territory. No, let me go. I'll die with him. Meanwhile, in VIP room number 1, all the beasts turned to look at Lin Yi, who had rolled over from the side with his mouth still open. Finally seizing the opportunity when Yifeng shrunk in size, Lin Yi, who had been planning this for a long time, rolled over from this angle, just in time to swallow Yifeng whole. However, it suddenly lost power halfway through rolling, leading to the current predicament. What price did you offer? Yifeng's voice was unreadable. Lin Yi glanced at the screen, then at the button under his butt, and shifted his body awkwardly. I'll teach you to sneak attack. I'll teach you to sneak attack. Immediately afterward, Yifeng's tail lashed out like a torrential downpour, striking Lin Ye's body repeatedly until it was slammed against the wall, so hard that it couldn't be pried off. Box number 7. An atmosphere of impending bankruptcy quietly spread. Brother, we can't bid anymore. The purple python looked sorrowful. No, I want to leave. The giant blue python gritted its teeth, as if it had made some earth-shattering decision. His deep, serpentine eyes gazed into the distance, filled with endless vicissitudes and resentment. My Bash clan is of noble birth. How can we suffer such humiliation today? Once I obtain the information and successfully evolve into my complete form, I will surely avenge this humiliation. In their view, Yifeng was undoubtedly retaliating against their competition for the shape-shifting snake. They suddenly raised the price at the last minute, twice in a row. This is utterly ridiculous and a disgrace. Hearing that the price of VIP room number 7 had increased, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, VIP room number 7 was sensible and did not stop raising the price. Starry Sky Pegasus looked towards the direction of VIP box number 1. He had thought that Yifeng was determined to win, but he didn't expect him to back down. How many star coins he had, and acquiring this information would have been a piece of cake. However, he made a sudden move in the end, which suggests that he had other plans. He had thought he was similar to Yi Feng, but now it seemed that their thoughts were worlds apart. He couldn't fathom the thoughts of a top-tier expert. Now, please welcome our final auction item. This was hunted by the master of our Starry Sky Merchant Guild's supreme member. It is a snake, but we regret that our Starry Sky Merchant Guild is unable to determine the exact level of the beast when it was in its complete form. However, even their remaining remains possess the effects of a mutated species. These words shocked everyone present. What? Even their remains possess the effects of mutants? Does that mean their original forms must have reached the level of super mutants? How could someone be able to hunt down a super mutant level ferocious beast? VIP member. The beast seemed to have realized something and suddenly looked towards the location of VIP box number 1. The entire venue fell silent. Chapter 173. A treasured permanent edition. If there are VIP members, wouldn't they be in box number 1? What a terrifying existence a VIP member must be. Some of the ferocious beasts seemed to remember something, and their eyes suddenly turned to horror. They were fortunate enough to witness what happened that morning. If there really was someone in box 1, it must have been that big snake with a beard. At that moment, the 6 heads of the Yamada no Orochi were pushed up. Upon seeing this head, the beast's eyes suddenly froze. They originally thought it was a mutant species that Starry Sky Pegasus was talking about, but it turned out to have 6 heads. Does that mean this VIP member killed 6 mutants? Yi Feng, in VIP box number 1, looked down at the shocked beast and curled his lip indifferently. What's the big deal? This is all he has left. If they saw the body of the Yamada no Orochi, wouldn't they be terrified? Of course, their current knowledge is limited to mutant species, and they may not even have heard of super mutant species. Brother, it seems we've offended someone extraordinary. In VIP room number 7, 2 giant pythons were huddled together. The giant blue python, which had previously been determined to take revenge, was so frightened that it dared not utter a sound. Their Bash clan is a super ancient species, but their father was just an ordinary mutated Bash, at most ranking in the upper middle class of mutated species. But looking at these 6 snake heads, each one had a stronger aura than their father when they were alive. This means that the person in box number 1 could kill 6 of his own fathers. The giant blue python couldn't help but feel fortunate that his sister had stopped him, otherwise there might have been another head among the 6. Because it was the head of a mutant, it was quickly snapped up. The tallest head actually sold for a high price of 350,000 Starry Sky coins. The total profit of 1.7 million from the 6 items made Yi Feng quite happy. After waiting a while, finding nothing that caught his eye, Yi Feng simply turned off the screen. The results of this auction were quite substantial. The information was obtained for free without spending a single penny, and the ability to transform into a snake was also gained. While the ability to grow larger or smaller isn't a combat-related skill, it's extremely practical. The 100-meter-tall body was too large, causing Yi Feng to be unable to pass through some narrow terrains. If you shrink your body, it will be much more convenient, and you can even do many things that you couldn't do when you're bigger. For example, after dawn, Starry Sky Pegasus, accompanied by a monkey, visited Yi Feng. Lord Yi, your total proceeds from this auction reached 2.98 million. After deducting the money from the Transformer Snake, we will transfer the remaining star coins to you based on 3 million star coins. The monkey flattered. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded. Give me the cheapest ancient species instead of a ferocious beast. Yi Feng's words completely baffled them. The cheapest ancient species? Even the Starry Sky Pegasus was somewhat confused. Although ancient species could also produce abilities, the probability was very small, less than 1 in 1,000. If the categories are further restricted, it will be even more difficult to produce results. They didn't quite understand why a powerful figure like Yi Feng would want an ancient species. How many star coins does the cheapest ancient species cost? Yi Feng asked. We have a type of ancient species that we wholesale in large quantities. It's a type of fish, but it's so useless that it can only be used to fill your stomach, so the price is extremely low, only 5,000 star coins. But it won't help you with this. They were somewhat puzzled. If Yi Feng wanted to satisfy his hunger, he could easily catch an ancient species-level giant lion or bear, times more beneficial than those young fish. 5,000. To everyone's surprise, Yi Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Quickly, that's them. Give me as many as you can. Yi Feng swallowed. The system said that the ancient species have 10 devouring points, but there are no restrictions on the type or strength. In this way, he can exchange powerful ancient species for inferior ancient species to devour and profit from the price difference. Soon, Starry Sky Pegasus led Yi Feng to a lake. After a moment's thought, he said, "Brother Yi, there are over 700 ancient fish here. They are all yours. The rest is a token of our appreciation from the Starry Sky Merchant Guild." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng didn't stand on ceremony and directly used his ability to control the water flow to suck the entire lake into his mouth, as if seawater were being poured in from above. Seeing Yi Feng's performance, both Starry Sky Pegasus and the monkey were so shocked that their mouths dropped to the ground. That's incredibly aggressive. A few minutes later, Yi Feng let out a burp. Anyway, he has a digestive system, so he doesn't have to worry about being overstuffed. The main problem is that eating them one by one in the water is too troublesome. After this massive absorption, over 7,000 absorption points were directly credited to the account. Who would have thought that he traded this for leftovers? If it were eaten along with the body of the Yamada no Orochi, given the system's nature, it should be directly classified as part of the Yamada no Orochi's body, and nothing would be added to it. Yi Feng had to admire his own wisdom. It seemed that from now on, he would always have to keep the brain from everything he ate, so he could reuse it. At this moment, Yi Feng's account already had nearly 20,000 points. One of the 10,000 in earnings actually came from the Yamada no Orochi. Since the system didn't issue any notification sound, he thought the system had cheated him out of his money. It seems that mythical species are more valuable. They actually have 10,000 points. Adding to the 7,000 points he just earned, his total comes to nearly 20,000. But right now, he doesn't have anything he wants to exchange for. He originally wanted to exchange for a super mutant bloodline with 100,000 devouring points, but now, he has become a mythical species. What kind of super mutant do we need? As for those ion cannons and the like, he doesn't even look at them anymore. I can kill a complete entity with a single breath of fire. Why would I need to spend 10,000 points to buy your black-hearted ion cannon? This lousy shop is trying to rip me off with my hard-earned points. The system could no longer tolerate Yi Feng's complaints. Ding! Your store has been updated. Holy crap! It's updated. Yi Feng immediately jumped in to check it out with a smug look on his face. Let's look at the weapons first. Miracle Cannon. Forged from ancient materials, it has the powerful ability to conquer cities and territories, with a bombardment range of 8 kilometers and bombardment damage equivalent to the full force attack of an enhanced body. It can be recharged. Price, 100,000 devouring points. Wow, it looks awesome, but I can't afford it. Can you get something I can afford? High-tech glasses, collector's edition. Contains high-tech elements, can analyze enemy attack methods, and provide effective solutions. Note, this analysis database provides combat methods for hundreds of creatures, covering all major domains including land, sea, and air. It's honest and reliable. Buying it is a great deal. A permanent collector's edition? Looking at the description, Yi Feng was stunned. It seemed that this was even more powerful than his one-time attribute. To buy or not to buy? Chapter 174, How Can You Be So Self-Righteous? Purchase successful. Congratulations on winning the high-tech glasses, collector's edition permanent version. You have spent 18,000 devouring points. Your current balance is 1. Yi Feng was stunned for 3 seconds. Did he not confirm? You've placed your order, the system replied honestly. Really? Yi Feng was still a little doubtful. He remembered that he hadn't ordered any. Permanent collector's edition of the high-tech glasses for 18,000 points doesn't seem like such a bad deal. At least, dealing with ferocious beasts will be much easier in the future. It's like having an additional ability to analyze the opponent's attack patterns. Brother Yi, forgive my bluntness, but why did you suddenly stop bidding when you were competing for that item in the auction? If you really need it, I can discuss with the buyer and give you the item. After all, your financial strength is undeniable, and I think they will give you that favor. Upon hearing Shinkong Tianma's words, Yi Feng's heart stirred. To gain access to the 7th VIP room, the other party must be someone of considerable importance. For Starry Sky Pegasus to be willing to offend the other party for his sake shows considerable sincerity. Never mind. Yi Feng wagged his tail. He already knows where that race lives. What other information does he need? We're about to leave Star City. Those 2 cat women, cough cough. Yi Feng lowered his voice. You'd better take good care of them for me. Starry Sky Pegasus burst into laughter. Definitely, definitely. The 2 beasts' behavior made Lu Qingqing and Lan Shi narrow their eyes in displeasure. This guy, he was definitely not saying anything good. Then we shall depart. Yi Feng, no longer lingering, dragged Lin Yi along and left with Yi Ling and the others. Master Shinkong, now that the auction is over, we can start preparing for our plans. Remember, Make sure your men don't offend Yifeng. Starry Sky Pegasus watched the figures gradually disappear into the distance, a deep sense of apprehension appearing in his eyes. Those 6 heads belonged to a ferocious beast. At that moment, crackling arcs of electricity rang out from behind. The electromagnetic ape walked heavily to the side of the Starry Sky Pegasus. Starry Sky Pegasus remained silent, his expression calm, as if he already knew. The fact that a head possesses the properties of a mutant proves that the head itself is at least at the level of a super mutant. If the 6 heads are actually a ferocious beast, they couldn't even imagine such a thing existing. The kingdom of Sang has sunk. At this moment, the electromagnetic ape spoke again. When did this happen? Starry Sky Pegasus was startled. Sang Kingdom was located in the eastern part of Yazhou. Although it was made up of several dilapidated islands, it could not be ignored. The sinking of Sanghua is no small matter. The specifics are unclear, but it seems to be related to the Dragon Kingdom's official authorities. Also, after the ferocious beast sank in the Sang Kingdom, it saw 2 motherships sailing back to the Dragon Kingdom. You mean this matter is related to the Dragon Kingdom? Starry Sky Pegasus was slightly taken aback. What kind of ferocious beast could have the power to sink the islands of Sang Kingdom? While shocked, Starry Sky Pegasus also had some pleasant surprises. Humph. Those shameless bastards from Sanghua think they're invincible just because of that wretched island? Now they've been beaten so badly their homes have sunk. Wonderful, wonderful. As the Starry Sky Pegasus praised it, the electromagnetic ape also smiled. By the shameless behavior of the Sang Kingdom, such a small country was destined to suffer the consequences it deserved for the despicable means it had used. I never expected that retribution would come so quickly. The island nation sank just as it had begun to transform into a beast. As Yifeng left the city gate, he caught a glimpse of 2 thick pythons, which also seemed to be preparing to leave Star City. Yifeng thought that since they were all the same kind of people, he went up and said hello. Before they could even get close, the 2 giant pythons seemed to have seen something terrifying and fled as if they had seen something horrifying. Am I scary? Yifeng was stunned for a few seconds. Lan Tide rolled her eyes at her and said irritably, "Don't you know where you're going?" "Oh, to the southwest Death Swamp." Yifeng remembered. "Death Swamp? Are we going there to bury Lin Yi?" The younger sister asked curiously. Of course not. Yifeng was speechless. How could his younger sister be so heartless? We need to find a race, and if possible, subdue them. Yifeng licked his lips. Subdue them? The beasts were taken aback, somewhat confused by Yifeng's actions. He rarely had this habit. He was even too lazy to consolidate his own power. That's right. This race is different from other beast-like races. Their greatest characteristic is healing. If a major war breaks out in the future, their role on the battlefield will be hard to ignore. Yifeng's words made perfect sense, because after transforming into beasts, humans lost the concept of profession. The reason why humans have been able to significantly improve their survival rate is due to advancements in medical technology and the existence of the medical profession. After transforming into beasts, medicine and technology were abandoned. The ferocious beasts worshipped primal power but ignored the achievements of human civilization. Many ferocious beasts wait for their bodies to heal automatically after being injured. However, ordinary ferocious beasts have very ordinary healing abilities. If they bleed too much from even slightly large wounds, they will die. The existence of the life-saving beast demonstrates its immense value. In his previous life, Yifeng had seen several domesticated rescue beasts whose medical capabilities were in no way inferior to those of top-tier medical teams in human society. You could say that owning a lifeguard is like having an extra life. But Yifeng is different. In this life, he will subdue the entire Saving Beast clan and make them work for him. With the life-saving beast's abilities, he essentially had a group of battlefield medics at his disposal. Yi Ling and the others were stunned when they heard Yifeng's story. Who would have thought that such a thing would still exist in a world transformed into a beast? This is almost a rebirth of civilization. As for the thing that can enable a beast to rapidly evolve into its complete form, Yifeng guessed it should be an evolution tree, whose fruits possess extremely strong evolutionary energy. However, those fruits ripen randomly. Perhaps one seed matures in a year, perhaps one seed matures in a day, perhaps one seed matures in 100 years. So getting this thing depends entirely on luck. It is estimated that the life-saving beast clan was wiped out in its previous life because the evolutionary tree did not bear fruit, which angered the ferocious beasts that came to visit. The journey was incredibly tedious and boring, but because of the enormous size of the beast, the speed wasn't slow. As night fell, Yifeng and his beasts arrived at the mountain peak outside the Death Swamp. The news was auctioned off by the two bashes, so they should be making a move soon. However, I don't need to be afraid of them, but I need to be wary of this Death Swamp. So, we won't go in tonight. We'll go in tomorrow when the sun comes out. If those two bashes dare to come. Yifeng shrugged somewhat sheepishly. Then we'll just have to fight them back. What you said seems to make a lot of sense. Lontide thought about it, but felt that something was not right, but she couldn't refute it. It seems like Bash is the one who paid for it, while Yifeng got it for free. Why does he seem so self-righteous? Chapter 175, Too Much Bullying. Father, we encountered an extremely powerful and ferocious beast at the auction. Your son almost didn't make it back to see you. Early morning. A black python was accompanied by two bluish-purple pythons, and behind them were countless ordinary snakes, slowly crawling along. Oh, just how strong. The black python puffed out its chest and raised its head, its snake eyes asking indifferently. In truth, he was filled with disdain. His Bash clan was a super ancient species, a species that could be listed in the classic of mountains and seas. And he, the leader of the Bash clan, is an even more mutated super ancient species. If there really were a ranking among the mutants, he would at least be in the top 10. With such a strong bloodline and having evolved to its complete form, to be honest, he really has never been afraid of anyone. Seeing his father's indifference, the giant blue python couldn't help but groan inwardly. Father, it's true. This ferocious beast is also from our snake clan, but I can clearly feel its suppression of my bloodline. Oh, the black python lowered its head and narrowed its snake eyes slightly. You're saying he has a bloodline advantage over you? Yes, father. You believe me now? The blue python asked expectantly. Believe it for nothing. To everyone's surprise, the black python flew into a rage and flung the blue python away with its tail. My Bash clan is the strongest snake clan. You rebellious son, you boost the morale of others while diminishing your own. You are truly a piece of trash. Zune, tell me, is that ferocious beast as powerful as father? Black Python looked coldly at his younger sister, Purple Python. The giant Purple Python hesitated, glancing at its father and then at its whipped brother, before gritting its teeth and saying, that ferocious beast is nothing but trash. How can it be compared to father? Good. Upon hearing this, the Black Python was overjoyed. Only such a response reflects the spirit of my Bash clan. You must remember, although those mutated races are powerful, their numbers are limited. But we, the Bash race, are different. As a super ancient species, our numbers far exceed theirs. No snake species is a match for us. Black Python was absolutely right. Mutants are very strong, but they are also very rare, and even if they have companions, their numbers will not be large. For example, Yifeng only encountered one immortal python in the forest for such a long time. Take the electromagnetic ape, for example. Its tribe consists of only a handful of apes, no more than the number on both hands. As for the super mutants, seeing even two is extremely difficult. To date, there has only been one case, namely the royal armored scorpion in the Forbidden Desert. The Black Python's words came to an abrupt halt, because in their line of sight, a lazy snake was lying on a huge blue stone, staring at them. When did he appear? The Black Python's body suddenly stiffened. No, I don't know. The Purple Python swallowed hard and quietly retreated a few meters. Father, this is the ferocious beast we told you about. The Purple Python felt a chill run down its spine. A VIP member of the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce. Is that someone you can just mess with? What? This is the giant python you were talking about. The Black Python stared at Yifeng carefully for a moment, and then a chill ran from its tail to the top of his head. How does this look like a giant python? With its thick mane and 4 claws, it doesn't look like a giant python at all. What's most infuriating is that the other person is even more attractive than them. An indescribable unease rose in the Black Python's heart, and it hurriedly retreated, only to bump into something. Turning around, he saw a bewildered giant blue python. Father, didn't you say our Bash clan is the strongest? After the training, his mindset has been completely corrected. Yes, he is a member of the Bash tribe. Even if the opponent is very strong, so what? Can they be stronger than a super mutant? Their Bash clan has a noble bloodline. Why would they be afraid of such a strange-looking fellow? Furthermore, the entire Bash clan has mobilized this time. Even if they can't win in a one-on-one fight, they can definitely beat them in a group battle. Hearing his son's words, the Black Python felt bitter. Is that a snake? The Black Python retreated repeatedly, but the Blue Python, recalling the humiliation it suffered at the auction and its father's recent reprimand, gained even more courage. He actually went up to Yifeng and challenged him openly. "So you're the owner of that VIP room number 1? The giant blue python sneered. Looking at the giant blue python in front of him, Yifeng narrowed his eyes. "Wow, they're actually from the Bash clan. This was the largest snake species in my previous life, and their individual combat strength was slightly greater than that of the Titanoboa. However, their advantage was not in that, but in their numbers. Later on, they were even more prolific than the donkeys in the production team, giving birth to 100 at a time, and were invincible with their numerical advantage. Therefore, from a certain perspective, the Bash is still very strong." Yifeng readily admitted to what the giant blue python had said. He wanted to know what the giant blue python was thinking. "Humph, don't think we were afraid of you at the auction. Let me tell you." He suddenly realized something was wrong halfway through his sentence. "Wait, how do you know the location of the rescue beast?" The blue python's eyes shifted and gradually became distorted. "Well, you've colluded with that Starry Sky Pegasus from the Starry Sky Merchant Guild. You sold the information to me, but then he sold it to you. No wonder you stopped bidding halfway through. So that's how it is. The giant blue python was filled with rage and resentment. "Holy crap, this isn't how it is." Yifeng was shocked, never expecting that the giant blue python would imagine such a scenario. "What is it? Huh?" the giant blue python asked angrily. Yifeng fell silent abruptly. After a moment, he carefully chose his words. "If I said this was just a guess, would you believe me?" The giant blue python paused for 2 seconds, then became even more enraged. "Damn it, this is outrageous. They've gone too far in bullying the snake." Meanwhile, the father of the blue python, the black python, also noticed the problem ahead. His son was actually in conflict with Yifeng. Although he was somewhat afraid, he still stepped forward for his son's sake. "What happened?" he asked his sister in a somber tone. The little purple python recounted the whole story. Upon hearing this, the black python also became furious. This was simply too much of a bullying of snakes. "I never expected the Starry Sky Merchant Guild to commit such a despicable act. They have absolutely no credibility. I misjudged that seemingly respectable Starry Sky Pegasus." Hearing the black python also come out and start cursing, Yifeng felt a headache coming on. "I never expected that this matter would affect the reputation of the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce." "Shut up," Yifeng roared suddenly, using a bit of the Azure Dragon's roar power, which made the three-headed Bash tremble in fear. This time, the black python is completely confirmed. This guy is clearly a super mutant. No wonder the Starry Sky Merchant Guild is willing to go to any lengths to curry favor with this guy and sell him the information they've obtained. "Tingyun, let's go. We didn't lose unjustly this time." Even with a large number of Bash snakes, the black python wasn't entirely confident. The current Bash clan cannot afford the revenge of a super mutant. Etc. Chapter 176, Marching into the Forest. "Is there anything else?" The black python turned its head, displaying an unyielding and resolute appearance. The giant blue pythons turned around simultaneously, looking determined not to give up. "I can let you into the death swamp," Yifeng said slowly. "Is this really true? Boss, are you really willing to take us in?" Two large faces approached, startling Yifeng. "Damn, how can someone change their mind so quickly?" Yifeng immediately realized something was wrong. There was definitely something fishy about these two guys being so obsequious. "Give them a thorough interrogation. Let's make it clear beforehand that your Bash clan will be the ones charging ahead. I will only intervene when there is great danger," Yifeng said calmly. The father and son snakes exchanged a glance, a hint of hesitation flashing across their faces, before nodding emphatically. "We agree." Seeing this, Yifeng became even more puzzled. Their hesitation proved that the death swamp was indeed dangerous, but they were still willing to exchange the lives of their own kind for their help. What does this prove? This proves that there is a crisis here that even they are not confident in facing. He had not received any specific information and had never been to the death swamp in his previous life, so he was unaware of the specific dangers within. In that case, it seems we really should bring them along on this trip. At least they have detailed information about the Diamond members. Thinking of this, Yifeng coughed twice. "Well, I can take care of you in a critical moment, but we need to agree on 3 rules beforehand." 3 rules. The father, son, and sister exchanged glances. First, you cannot indiscriminately slaughter the life-saving beast race. Secondly, if there are any fruits on the evolutionary tree, you can have them. If not, the tree belongs to me. Third, if we encounter serious danger, I will abandon you. Hearing Yifeng's words, The three snakes breathed a sigh of relief. No problem. Okay, stay here. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb us. Yifeng nodded and then returned to his resting place. The three snakes looked at Yifeng, somewhat bewildered. Aren't we going in? It seems there's still plenty of time. The sun hasn't even risen yet. Well then, I'll listen to my older brother and go to sleep first. At the same time, Lon Tide, in a daze, felt a long-lost warmth and unconsciously leaned closer, and then they quickly became entwined. Yi stood frozen in place, and heaven and earth were his witnesses. He truly did not take any initiative. As dawn broke, Lon Tide finally woke up, and the moment she opened her eyes, she froze. A pair of innocent eyes were staring at her intently. Yifeng. A roar like that of a lioness from the east of the river rang out, followed by the use of the death coil ability. Sensing this immense force, Yifeng shrank, then moved away from Lan Shi and returned to its original size. Would you believe me if I said you initiated things last night? You're talking nonsense. Half an hour later, Lon Tide lay panting on the ground, looking at the still energetic Yifeng, and began to recall what had happened last night. Suddenly, she froze, realizing that last night, it really had been her initiative. No. Lon Tide shook her head violently. It absolutely wasn't her. She would rather die than admit it. Huh? You remember now. Just then, a sleazy voice came from beside me. Roll. Lon Tide immediately went berserk. When the beasts came outside, the ground was covered with sleeping snakes. Startled, Yi Ling released an ice-colored lotus flower, which struck the giant blue python on the head. Who attacked me? The giant blue python sprang up from the ground, roaring loudly. Upon seeing Yifeng and his group of ferocious beasts, he immediately became docile. Good morning, boss. Good morning to you too. Yifeng nodded lightly. Go wake your father and the others up. Brother? A question mark appeared above Yi Ling's head as she watched the giant blue python go to wake up the snakes. Wow, what kind of ability is this? Yifeng was surprised, not expecting that the ice lotus formed by his sister's two horns could change shape. That's someone's natural talent, Yi Ling said, sticking out her tongue. In fact, she has the ability to transform into various shapes, but she just prefers to transform into the shape of a lotus flower. Oh, okay, Yifeng said, indicating that he understood. He turned around and saw that all the beasts looked on with curiosity. You want to ask them, right? Yifeng said helplessly, and then he recounted the whole story of last night. You mean, this death swamp is hiding some dangers you don't know about? Lan Shi was the first to understand Yifeng's thoughts. She said, how could this guy be so kind? It turns out he wanted to use Bash and the others as scouts. Sure enough, he's an old scoundrel. But don't we have Sister Lu? Yi Ling tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. Lu Qingqing's predictive abilities could completely help them avoid those dangers. Her abilities shouldn't be used too much, or rather, even if she predicted it, she shouldn't reveal too much, Yifeng said calmly, glancing at Lu Qingqing. He had already seen this back in Manhwa. Lu Qingqing was probably in some kind of evolutionary state, which limited her predictive abilities. Yes. Lu Qingqing looked at Yifeng, a glimmer of light appearing in her eyes. My abilities are somewhat limited, and I cannot describe the scenes I perceive, Lu Qingqing said, lowering her head in a somewhat helpless manner. In this way, she is like a fortune teller in the team, only able to predict good or bad fortune, but unable to tell the specific situation. However, it's not bad. However, it falls short in the unpredictable and dangerous death swamp. They have accurate information about that diamond member and a sufficient number of them, making them an absolutely powerful vanguard. Upon hearing this, Lon Tide's eyes lit up. That's exactly what I meant. Yifeng glanced at Lon Tide, and it was no wonder that they had been intimate before, as they were so in sync. At the same time, the father and his three snakes crawled all the way to Yifeng. Boss, we're all ready. When do we set off? Black Python asked excitedly. Let's go. Yifeng flicked his tail. He gets so excited about feeding kills. I really don't know what he's thinking. A group of ferocious beasts began their advance into the mysterious forest along a muddy, slippery, deep, and narrow path. Dad, I have a feeling that the giant blue python next to him is also a super mutant. The three pythons, father and daughters, were whispering to each other with their heads down. Do you need to feel it? It's definitely true, the black python whispered. Although the blue giant python's aura is not as strong as that of the dragon python, it is definitely not weak either. What? Dad, you just said that was a giant python. The cyan python and the purple python swallowed hard at the same time. Yeah, you two idiots, didn't you see? That thing with 4 claws and a beard. How could it be an ordinary python? A serpent? Isn't that something from legends? Father, do you think it might be a god? What gods? The black python curled its lip. There are no mythical creatures in this world. If it really exists, why has it never appeared since the beast transformation? Upon hearing this, the 2 pythons thought about it for a while, and it seemed to make sense. There is absolutely no information about mythical species, but it is said that they were included when the types of ferocious beasts were ranked. Perhaps it was just something made up by the person who arranged it. Father. The giant blue python wanted to ask something, but before it could finish speaking, it suddenly vanished with a snap. The black python was terrified. Chapter 177 One Dead. Son. Son. The sound of a black python's guttural roar came from ahead, causing Yi Feng, who was walking behind and quietly enjoying the jungle atmosphere, to frown. What's going on? Why are you shouting? The black python rushed up to Yi Feng in a panic. Boss. My son is missing. Woo-woo. The little purple python whimpered twice to express its worry. Yi Feng was in a real bind. They've only been here a short time. How come one of them is gone already? Take me there to have a look, Yi Feng said after thinking for a moment. Upon hearing this, the black python quickly led Yi Feng to the place where the blue python had disappeared. Upon seeing their location, Yi Feng paused for a second, then gave the black python a strange look. As expected of the leader of the Bash clan, he truly led by example, walking at the very front of the group. If you don't get into trouble, who will? Boss, where's my son? Black Python asked expectantly when Yi Feng looked over. Your son. Yi Feng hesitated for 2 seconds. He had been so focused on admiring the family of 3 that he had forgotten to look for his son. So Yi Feng quickly looked around. Big. The little purple python was a little anxious. The black python quickly interrupted her. The boss is thinking about how to save Qin Yun. You must not disturb him. Yi Feng carefully inspected the area for a week, but still couldn't find anything amiss. How could such a large snake suddenly disappear? There's definitely a problem. Could it be that a ferocious beast has appeared nearby? But it's not detected by the infrared sensor. Could it be a cold-blooded animal? With his mythical bloodline, it's impossible that he was completely unaware. There's no other way but to use the ultimate weapon. Ding. High-tech glasses are being activated. Host, this is the system. What service do you require? Holy crap. Yi Feng was stunned on the spot. So this permanent collector's edition of the high-tech glasses was the system itself? Didn't I get scammed out of 18,000 devouring points for nothing? Depend on. No wonder it was such a coincidence that it required 18,000 points. System, get out here. I'll kill you today. Yi Feng was furious. No matter how many precautions you take, a system is hard to defend against. Despite his caution, he still got tricked by the system and lost his points. Host, this system is not lying to you. The functions of the high-tech glasses you received are real. A gentle voice from the system echoed in your mind. Okay, then you'd better give me a performance. If I'm not satisfied with even the slightest thing, I'll return it. Yi Feng shouted this last sentence out in real life. Return the goods? The black python and the little purple python looked bewildered. What return? Could it be referring to Qin Yun, whose boss thinks he's too much of a burden and wants to return him? That's probably true. But if you want to return it, then get the snake out first. Boss, I know my son is a good-for-nothing, all looks and no substance. Huh. Yi Feng came to his senses and looked at him in astonishment. The black python immediately realized it had misspoke and quickly said, No, he's neither useful nor good-looking. Compared to your handsome face, he is like a pile of dung on the ground, while you are like a pure white cloud in the sky, noble and elegant. You. Stop. What nonsense is this? Yi Feng was completely bewildered. Had this guy gone mad? He'd only lost a son. How could his mental fortitude be so weak? It's not like it's gone forever. What's most despicable is that they actually compared him to white clouds, and then compared him to excrement. This is absolutely outrageous. Gulp. The black python swallowed hard, its face full of bitterness. Did his son really die here? Ding. Scanning terrain patterns. Swamp trap detected under the target terrain. A swamp trap. Yi Feng was taken aback. What was this thing? Ding. Swamp trap, a special terrain feature in the Death Swamp. It usually looks like ordinary terrain, but if you step on it, you will be quickly dragged down. In addition, the swamp burrows only feed once in a long while, so we must act quickly to save the creatures that have been swallowed. Upon hearing the system's description, Yi Feng was utterly shocked. Wait, you just mentioned eating? Yi Feng swallowed, feeling utterly incredulous. Could there be life in this swamp cave? In a sense, yes, but they don't belong to the category of ferocious beasts, the system said after a moment of silence. I understand. Yifeng nodded solemnly. It seems he was too naive, actually thinking he understood the world after the beasts had transformed. At the same time, he gradually understood why there were so many creatures in the encyclopedia that he had never heard of before. Big boss. At that moment, a trembling voice came from beside me. The black python stared at Yifeng in despair. If this big shot continued to ponder like this, it would be dark by the time he got there. Yifeng then realized that the important matter hadn't been addressed yet. I'm sorry, Yifeng said apologetically, then suddenly lashed his tail at the ground. Covered in lava golden scales, it smashed the ground open with unparalleled destructive power. The beasts were wondering why Yifeng would do such a thing. They suddenly realized that the seemingly ordinary terrain was actually a swamp. The black python's eyes widened, pointing to the small section of its tail that was sticking out. This is my son. Without saying a word, Yifeng used his tail to wrap around the other party, and then suddenly dragged it up. Pung! Qingyun crashed heavily to the ground. Son! The black python rushed over, but retreated the next second. Ugh, it stinks. My God, the mud on him smells so bad. Even Yifeng retreated, his disdain barely concealed in his eyes. Father, my brother is your own son. Do you even despise him? The little purple python couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Black Python immediately puffed out his chest righteously and said, Are you kidding me? Do you think father is the kind of person who would abandon his children? After saying that, the black python began to approach Qingyun, just as it was about to touch his body. Vomit. Sorry, I couldn't hold back anymore. Then came the sound of frantic vomiting. In the end, it was Lan Shi who came over and released a water dragon bullet to wash Qingyun's body, finally relieving the beasts' noses from their suffering. Yifeng stood 10 meters away from Qingyun, looking at the snake's swollen head. Boss, I've whipped him hundreds of times with my tail. Why isn't he reacting at all? The black python came to Yifeng's side and asked anxiously. Yifeng raised his tail thoughtfully. I'm not quite sure, but I always use this method when I wake others up. Speaking of the big tail, Yifeng suddenly thought of that silly husky. After so many days apart, he wondered if the guy had learned anything. Forget it, the rescue was unsuccessful. Finally, Yifeng wagged his tail. Drag him away and tie him to Lin Yi, and let the veterinarian treat him. Yifeng sighed. Qingyun was still breathing, which proved that he was not dead, but he remained unconscious. He didn't know what was wrong. Unfortunately, saving lives requires professionals. They're not good at it. And deep within this death swamp, there just happens to be a group of professionals. Chapter 178 Explore White Bird. Yifeng, I'm going to kill you. The sound continued to ring out as they continued their journey. Lin Yi stared at Yifeng, who was walking ahead of him, with a look of utter despair, and roared angrily. That bastard actually tied such a stinky guy to him. Hey, just bear with it. When you get to the rescue beast, you'll remember our brotherhood. Yifeng turned around and said with a deep expression, I miss your second uncle. Let me go. I want to fight you to the death. Lin Yi immediately roared in fury. Seeing this, Yifeng felt quite helpless. There's no way to communicate with someone whose only thought is to kill him. All right, you can be quiet for a while. Yifeng sighed, then found an angle and lashed out with his big tail. It hit him right on the forehead. Lin Yi immediately fainted. Yifeng nodded amicably to the two snakes that were helping to pull them along, and happily returned to the center of the group. This is a safe location. It seems his decision to let the Bash clan in was indeed correct. The scout snake was truly necessary. Although a general was killed as soon as he entered, at least he was all right. Lan Tide and the others are all fine. By the way, Little Purple, Yifeng asked Little Purple Python, looking at the father and daughter snakes who had learned their lesson. Boss, what's wrong? The Little Purple Python stiffened abruptly, thinking something had happened. Ahem, don't be nervous. I just want to ask you a few questions. Yifeng coughed twice. Oh, go ahead and ask. The Little Purple Python breathed a sigh of relief. What does that diamond member who gave you the message look like? Yifeng asked curiously. Yifeng was very curious about the identity of the person who could enter and exit this death swamp. The Little Purple Python gave Yifeng a strange look. Didn't he already know the news here? Why did he need to ask her? It was my brother who went to see him. My brother said it was a white bird that could fly, and it seemed to have 6 pairs of wings, the Little Purple Python recalled and said. A bird with 6 pairs of wings. Yifeng sighed inwardly. It really was her. A renowned world explorer in her past life. Her whereabouts were shrouded in mystery, and even her true nationality was unknown, as she was fluent in 18 languages. After transforming into a beast, she used her extraordinary abilities and talents to travel to various forbidden areas, making a living by selling information about her explorations. In its previous life, the forbidden snowfields and deserts were all first discovered and revealed to the world by this white bird. Unfortunately, Yifeng beat him to it in this life. Unexpectedly, this white bird is actually a diamond member of the Starry Sky Merchant Guild, and she's also the one selling information about the Survival Beast clan. Interesting. Yifeng smiled. Those high-level players who were once out of reach in his previous life were now exposed to his view one by one, and even on equal footing with him, which gave Yifeng a sense of satisfaction. Is this the thrill of being reborn? It's absolutely amazing. The little purple python beside him stared blankly at Yifeng, who was suddenly grinning foolishly. Why did the big shot give such a sinister smile after asking her a question? Was he planning to eat her to silence her? Ignore him. This lunatic is like this all the time, Lawn Tide said calmly as she came to her side. Oh, the little purple python nodded obediently. At the same time, he looked at Lawn Tide with some envy. Lan Shi's figure was much fuller than his own, and her strength was also much greater than his own. No wonder he can work alongside a big shot. I also want to work hard to become stronger. Yifeng swallowed hard and asked, "Where are we?" "We should be at the Death Swamp by now," Lawn Tide said earnestly, looking at him. Yifeng's lips twitched. "Stop messing around. Aren't we in the Death Swamp right now? Be serious." "I'm not kidding. It really is a Death Swamp ahead." Lan Shi resisted the urge to whip him into the swamp with her tail and smiled. Can't this guy watch where he's going? Yifeng looked up and saw an endless green marshland in front of him, with bubbling water rising from it. Gulp. Yifeng swallowed. So we really have arrived at the Death Swamp. Seeing the obstacle blocking their path, Bash and his daughter approached somewhat bewildered. "Boss, what's the next step?" "Of course, we cross the swamp." Yifeng's eyes widened. "Wasn't that obvious? This swamp is the only way through. Otherwise, how will we find the rescue beasts and the evolution tree? But how are we going to get through this?" The black python looked at the bubbling swamp and felt a chill run down its spine. Who knows what might be inside? Yifeng thought for a moment, then suddenly turned his gaze to the black python. "Boss, you're not planning to use me as a stepping stone, are you?" The black python was terrified. "Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm the kind of person who sacrifices my comrades to achieve victory?" Yifeng reprimanded him. "I heard you seem to have some ability to make concrete." Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "Where did you hear that from?" The black python was taken aback. Yifeng coughed twice. He hadn't heard anything about it. It was detected by the system. But does that matter? What matters is that you have the ability. Yifeng stared intently at the black python. "It's not about making concrete. It's about controlling the earth element for defense," the black python corrected after thinking for a moment. Yifeng shook his head, gesturing for him to look in the direction of the swamp. The black python looked over, and its body instantly stiffened. "Boss, you don't mean you want me to turn this entire swamp into a tangible thing, do you?" The black python stammered. This and taking his life. Such a large swamp. How much energy would it take to control it all? Even if he risked his life, he couldn't do it. No, don't imagine things." Seeing how scared he was, she quickly stopped him. "What I mean is, you just need to control a path that we can pass through. The area doesn't need to be large. I believe you can handle it." Upon hearing this, the black python relaxed, but its brow remained furrowed. Because, to the naked eye, this swamp seems to have no end. Although his intuition told him that the swamp was not far away, he still felt uncertain looking at the endless swamp. However, Yifeng was confident. His eagle-like vision far surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing him to see that the swamp was only about 30 kilometers away. So, to avoid putting pressure on the black python, Yifeng said with a serious expression, "Brother Black Python, this swamp is only 7 kilometers long. Whether we can reach the other side of the swamp depends entirely on you." The black python looked at the swamp, then at Yifeng, and stammered, "Really? Only 7 kilometers? Of course, I can swear on the name of the Undying python race." Yifeng revealed a row of teeth. Hearing Yifeng swear an oath, the black python could only grit its teeth and say, "All right, let's charge." Her eyes at Yifeng from behind. In the name of the Undying python, she knew that the swamp was definitely more than the 7 kilometers Yifeng had said. It was at least 3 times that length. Unfortunately, she underestimated the man surnamed Yi. He underestimated the number by 5 times. Black Python thought it was a normal dungeon, and Lawntide thought it was a difficult dungeon, but in fact it was a purgatory-level dungeon. Chapter 179. It feels like my snake life has reached its peak. Boss, why haven't we arrived yet? In the death swamp, on a narrow path painstakingly carved out, giant pythons scurried about, looking as if they were struggling. Hey, I'm counting for you. We've already traveled 5 kilometers and will be at the end soon, Yifeng said, dismissing the black python who was covered in sweat. Really? The black python was taken aback. Really? Yifeng said sincerely. He didn't want to trick Black Python, but he had no choice. Lawntide rolled her eyes at him. This jerk. They had walked at least 20 kilometers, but he said it was only 5. However, as he said, it should be nearing its end, right? Brother, what you just said was 5 kilometers. At this moment, Yiling suddenly whispered from behind. However, the black python overheard these words. What? Boss, why did you lie to me? Black Python broke down and turned around, crying out. Don't worry, I misremembered. We should have traveled 5.5 kilometers. Yifeng quickly reassured his teammates. As he spoke, he glared at Yiling, wondering why this girl was trying to sabotage him at this moment. Go, Daddy. The boss is right. Victory is just ahead. The little purple python cheered for his father. Seeing this, Yifeng was very pleased. These were true teammates. The group of ferocious beasts traveled several more kilometers when suddenly, with a thud, a giant snake jumped into the swamp. What's going on? Yifeng was stunned. The speed was a bit too fast, and he didn't see it clearly. Damn it. Didn't I say you can't take a bath here? The black python roared in a hurry. Yifeng stared at him in shock. People from the Bash clan actually like to jump into the swamp to bathe? However, Yifeng's expression quickly changed. Screw your bath. There's a ferocious beast. Wash my sister? The black python paused for 2 seconds, then looked at the little purple python. Boss, I don't have a sister. How about my daughter? Are you crazy? What's the point of washing your sister? It's a ferocious beast. Yifeng roared. The black python finally realized what was happening and exclaimed in shock. What? A ferocious beast? Encountering a ferocious beast in a place like this is not a good thing. You hurry up and open up a passage. I'll handle the rest, Yifeng said seriously. Upon hearing this, the black python immediately began to desperately clear a passage. Yifeng activated his high-tech glasses and scanned the surrounding swamp. Ding! Target organism detected. Mutant species, demon tongue toad. This species possesses an incredibly flexible tongue, capable of exploring and attacking at will. Ability. Demon tongue sweep. Extends its demon tongue to bind the enemy and swallow it whole. Concealment. Adapting to the surrounding terrain and entering a state of concealment. Toad strike. Multiple breaths cause the body to expand, unleashing a powerful impact capable of piercing an enemy's body. Toad. Frog. Yifeng was stunned. It was such a disgusting creature. Wah! At this moment, the snake that had been dragged into the swamp surfaced and sent out a distress signal. Boss. Seeing its clansmen trapped, the little purple python looked at Yifeng pleadingly. Take this fiery breath. Yifeng unleashed a beam of light, aiming it at the swamp beneath the serpent. Clam. The swamp suddenly churned violently, and a giant toad covered in pustules with dark eyes leaped out, splashing up a puddle of mud before diving back into the swamp. Damn it. Upon seeing this, Yifeng quickly hugged Lanshi. Lawntide didn't have time to scold him. She quickly activated her water shield to block the mud. Yiling reacted quickly, and a layer of ice crystal shield appeared around her, enveloping Lu Qingqing and the little purple python. The other ferocious beasts fared much worse, struck by the mud and exuding a foul, fishy stench. It smells awful. Yifeng almost vomited. He couldn't stand the swamp any longer and suddenly unleashed a burst of fiery breath. Clam, clam, clam. The swamp churned, and then 3 ugly toads jumped out. This sudden change took all the beasts by surprise. They were actually 4 mutated ferocious beasts. Oh my god, Yifeng was also dumbfounded. Who would have thought that this action would have such consequences? Kill one first. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and aimed his fiery breath at one of the toads. The flames suddenly engulfed his body, filling the air with the smell of burning, and the demon-tongued toad let out a painful scream. The beasts watched in horror as the toad rolled around in the swamp, simultaneously shocked by Yifeng's power. A mutant was killed so easily. Boss, my dad is dying. Just then, the little purple python's voice suddenly rang in my ears. Yifeng turned around and saw the black python lying weakly on the ground. Damn it, he's run out of energy. Yi Feng said gravely. Once the black python completely loses its energy, the passage it controls will collapse, and all the ferocious beasts will be trapped in the swamp. I'll do it. Yi Feng's mouth gleamed with a cold light. Fortunately, he was not far from the shore, only a few hundred meters away. Ice continuously poured out of Yi Feng's mouth, freezing the entire swamp in front of him and forming an icebound passage. Quickly, Yi Feng commanded the beasts to move forward. At this moment, the 3 toads in the swamp were too frightened to continue their attack because of the shock of Yi Feng's fiery breath. However, Yi Feng's energy was limited, and he couldn't possibly take care of so many ferocious beasts. Leaving this wretched place as soon as possible was the right choice. Slurp. The little purple python that had climbed onto the ice first slipped and fell onto the ice with a thud. What's going on? Yi Feng's eyes darkened. It's too slippery. The little purple python was a little at a loss. Slippery. Yi Feng's eyes paused. Like this, lie down. Lie down. The little purple python's head suddenly turned red, and it stammered. Boss, this isn't a good way to do it. Seeing the little purple python's expression, Yi Feng was speechless. What are you thinking? I'm taking you over there. Oh. The little purple python was immediately embarrassed. She had completely misunderstood. Then the little purple python obediently lay down on the frozen road, waiting for Yi Feng to take action. Seeing this, Yi Feng stepped forward and placed his 2 claws on her body. Boss you. The little purple python suddenly let out a muffled groan. Yi Feng was stunned. Had he pressed the wrong spot? Never mind. Yi Feng pressed down on the little purple python's sides with his claws, gently giving it a boost, and then suddenly flung it forward. Call out. The little purple python slid across the frozen road as quickly as it would down a slide, and successfully reached the other side. They've got it. Yi Feng was overjoyed at the sight, and quickly looked at the other ferocious beasts behind him. Next, the beasts exchanged glances, all seeing the hesitation in their eyes. Yi Ling gritted her teeth, stepped forward, retracted her 4 hooves, and obediently laid down on the ground. Brother, come here. Then I'm coming. As Yi Feng spoke, he sensed that something was off about the taste. However, Yi Ling in front of her was too ashamed to look up. But soon, Yi Feng encountered another problem. Chapter 180. This move is called a solo takeover. Because of Yi Ling's posture, it was difficult for him to perform well. His claws are too short. Facing a crouching beast like a snake is manageable, but Yi Ling's figure is still quite tall even when lying down, making it difficult for Yi Feng to exert his strength. Cough cough. Yi Feng coughed twice, looking to his tail for hope. Little sister, it might hurt a bit, just bear with it. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Lanshi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. That bastard, he'll say anything. Yi Ling blushed so much her antlers turned red, not understanding what her brother meant, or what he meant by, it hurts a little. Snap. With a crisp sound, Yi Ling cried out in the air. My brother actually whipped her there with his tail. However, the dragon's tail was still quite powerful, and with one swipe, it sent Yi Ling to her death. Next, Yi Feng coughed twice. One by one, the bash snakes lined up and lay down. Having learned from Yi Ling's experience, Yi Feng didn't distinguish between men and women and directly sent them up with a dragon tail sweep. Call out. These giant snakes experienced the pinnacle of snake life. Qingqing and Lan Shi, who helped fend off the toads, remained. The remaining 3 toads had already been killed when Yi Feng was giving them away. The ferocious beasts are all dead. I'll leave on my own. Lan Shi said coldly, thinking of Yi Feng's actions just now. But as soon as she stepped onto the passageway, she slipped and fell face first to the ground. I'll do it, Yi Feng said excitedly as he stepped forward. Use your tail, Lan Shi shouted. Okay, Yi Feng said, grabbing Lan Tide's waist with his claws and pulling hard. Yi Feng, you bastard. Lan Tide whispered a coquettish complaint, but the next second, she rushed towards the end of the passage. Now only the teachers are left. Yi Feng rubbed his paws together and looked back. The latter calmly stepped onto the ice without any effect, and only then did Yi Feng remember that Bai Zhe had claws. After expressing a slight regret, Yi Feng used his claws to support himself and crossed the last few hundred meters. Even after reaching the other side, the beasts were still furious. Little Purple, come with me to scout ahead. Seeing this, Yi Feng could only approach the gentler little purple python. Huh? Me? The little purple python, who had been absorbed in Yi Feng's actions towards her, was startled when it heard the voice. Yes, your father is injured and still resting. Let's go ahead and scout the way, Yi Feng said helplessly. He originally wanted to find his younger sister and the others, But who knew that his sister Lan Tide and the teacher had colluded and completely ignored him? There was no other way but to find this cute little guy. Oh well. The little purple python seemed to have made a great decision and nodded. On the other side, seeing Yifeng lead the little purple python into the forest ahead, Lan Shi's pupils shrank. Then she snorted coldly and turned her head away. This forest looks a lot like the forest of bones, Yifeng said, raising his head as he strolled forward. White, the white bone forest. Upon hearing the horrifying word from Yifeng, the little purple python's body stiffened abruptly. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle. This little purple python seems quite timid. It's terrified of just a forest of bones. This bone forest isn't what it sounds like. On the contrary, there are quite a few treasures in it, Yifeng said. Oh. The little purple python relaxed a lot and followed Yifeng. By the way, do you Bash people really bathe in mud? Yifeng remembered a serious question and asked it solemnly. The little purple python was taken aback, its big eyes staring at Yifeng. Does the big boss not like snakes that bathe in mud? It seems our tribe has this custom. But since I have human thoughts, I'm quite resistant to it, and I usually wash myself in a clear pool of water. The little purple python whispered. Oh, I see. After hearing this, Yifeng's attitude towards the little purple python improved considerably for some reason. Just then, I heard a child crying. Boss, something's fishy. The little purple python remembered Yifeng mentioning the white bones not long ago and instinctively moved closer to him. Yifeng examined it carefully, then laughed and said, Haha, it's not a ghost, it's a baby tree. What is a baby tree? The little purple python asked curiously. The baby tree will produce baby fruits, which can strengthen the physique of ferocious beasts. But because these trees have no offensive capabilities, this scare tactic was developed to frighten away the approaching beasts in order to protect themselves. Yifeng spoke eloquently. Because he had encountered this kind of baby tree in other places in his previous life, he was very experienced. Wow, you're amazing. The little purple python looked at it with admiration. The boss is indeed a master, truly amazing, and knows everything. Yifeng wagged his tail. Keep a low profile, let me go pick a few baby fruits. You stay here and keep watch for me. Okay. The little purple python was very obedient. Yifeng followed the sound with great pleasure and found the baby tree. An old tree, which looked very thick and covered with grooves, stood tall, and its dense branches and leaves almost surpassed all the surrounding trees, reaching straight to the top of the forest. Wow, it seems there's quite a lot of fruit here. Yifeng felt a small surge of joy in his heart. What? You ask him why he left the little purple python there? Of course, he wanted to keep it all for himself. This is such a delicious and nutritious food. Of course I have to eat my fill first. Yifeng quickly climbed up the baby tree, the piercing cries still echoing in his ears, but Yifeng didn't care at all. Scream all you want. No matter how loud you scream, I won't let your fruit go. Yifeng opened his blood-red maw as he looked at the giant fruit that resembled a ginseng fruit but was dozens of times larger. Each time a baby fruit is eaten, the system's voice will sound. Congratulations on consuming the doll fruit. You have gained 10 strength attribute points. Congratulations on consuming the doll fruit. You have gained 10 defense attribute points. Congratulations. Soon, after eating over 100 baby fruits, Yifeng's attribute points had increased by more than 1,000. On average, each attribute saw an increase of 250. Looking at the few remaining baby fruit trees, Yifeng sighed. Truly a rare and precious treasure. It only produced 6 fruits. Fine, I'll share with my sister and the others, and then give one snake to Bash and his daughter. Yifeng swept up the remaining 6 baby fruits and returned along the route he had come from. After walking for a while, he felt that something was not right. It seems like eating the baby fruit went too smoothly. A treasure like this should be protected by a ferocious beast. No, that's not it. Oh no. Yifeng suddenly remembered something important. He abandoned the little purple python. Yifeng rushed back, but when he arrived, he was dumbfounded. The little purple python has disappeared. Chapter 181, Press the Wrong Place. Yifeng hurriedly turned around, searching for the little purple python. However, only a few blood-dripping snake scales remained on the spot. Yifeng's heart tightened. He had been wondering why there were no guardian beasts. It turned out they had encountered the little purple python. The glasses, can they analyze battle traces? Yifeng couldn't help but ask. Ding, the system is analyzing combat capabilities resembling those of a deep forest bone spider. From Yifeng's perspective, a holographic image flashed across the high-tech glasses. Forest skeleton spider? He'd never heard of this before, but judging from the name, it must be at least a mutant. I have to find it quickly, or the little purple python will be eaten. The forest skeleton spider left a large trail as it moved, and Yifeng followed the route, quickly arriving at a dark cave. The lair of the forest bone spider. Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. How dare you capture my little purple python? Yifeng rushed into the cave. The cave was pitch black, so Yifeng could only turn on the thermal imaging function. However, thermal imaging has its drawbacks. It cannot distinguish between cold-blooded animals. So, activating holographic night vision. The next second, Yifeng's vision cleared, but the scene that appeared gave him a sudden fright. Wonderful. Yifeng was dumbfounded when he saw the dense spider web in front of him, which looked as thick as infrared light. Thank goodness I didn't take another step, or I would have fallen in. Fine, you dare to scheme against me. Yifeng sneered, then opened his mouth and spewed a fiery breath at him. Phew. In an instant, the spider webs throughout the cave burst into flames. Squeak. A sharp cry rang out, followed by clanging sounds. It seemed the forest spider had discovered them and was heading this way. Haha, I've been waiting for you. Yifeng simply found a suitable spot to hide and waited silently. Yifeng was slightly surprised when a spider, ashen and skeletal in shape, came into view. This thing looks really weird. Yifeng assumed an attack stance. Then, relying on the force of the rebound from the mountain wall and the power of the electric speed python, he launched himself out. However, the forest bone spider perfectly dodged the attack in the next moment. This sudden turn of events left Yifeng slightly stunned. The forest skeleton spider doesn't have thermal imaging. Even if it did, it wouldn't be able to see itself. How did it manage to evade its own sneak attack in such a dark cave? Yifeng suddenly remembered a comic he had read in his previous life. Could this spider have spider sense? You have spider senses, and I have high-tech glasses. Yifeng narrowed his snake-like eyes, staring at the forest bone spider, and began to analyze its attack patterns. The forest bone spider mainly attacks with its 8 legs, which are hard and sharp and can easily cut the enemy's body. Spider's next move appeared in Yifeng's holographic image. This guy actually planned to crush his own head with his spider legs. Yifeng retreated swiftly, but a look of confusion appeared in the small eyes of the forest bone spider, seemingly puzzled by Yifeng's reaction speed. These spider legs are quite nice. Yifeng looked at the 8 slender, bone-like legs and suddenly had a wicked thought. Be great as a barbecue grill. Seemingly sensing Yifeng's contempt, the forest bone spider let out an angry roar, and then its 8 legs moved rapidly, rushing towards Yifeng. Dragon's tail swing. Yifeng focused his energy in his dantian, then lashed out with his tail, striking the deep forest bone spider squarely on the head. Pung! The mountains shook and the earth trembled. The bony spider crashed into the mountainside, its legs twitching occasionally, proving it was still alive, but it was probably about to die. You think I'm joking with this power? Yifeng blew on his beard. He has countless opportunities to miss, but if he hits even once, it will be the death of the forest bone spider. Yifeng used his tail to grab the deep forest bone spider's leg and pulled it out. Tell me, where's my little purple python? Yifeng asked coldly. Woo woo woo. The forest bone spider let out a series of whimpers. Speak like a human being. Seeing his attitude, Yifeng was furious and gave him another lash. After getting up from the ground, the forest bone spider became much more docile. That python is in the cave. The deep forest bone spider's tone was very unwilling, clearly displeased with Yifeng's rude behavior. Very good. Yifeng sneered, and then directly used his claws to tear off one of the deep forest bone spider's legs. What are you doing? Spider of the deep forest looked at Yifeng with a mixture of shock and anger. You caught my snake, so what if I tear off a few of your legs? Yifeng said coolly. Tearing off the 8 legs of the forest bone spider, Yifeng revealed a row of snow-white teeth. Hey, don't say I didn't give you a chance to live. I'm going to find my little purple python. If you can crawl out of this hole when I come back, I'll let you go. After saying that, Yifeng swaggered into the cave. A legless forest spider was left on the ground, contemplating its existence. Upon entering the cave, they saw a pile of ferocious beast bones, indicating that the forest bone spider had hunted many of them. Finally, Yifeng saw the 3 large cocoons hanging in the cave. Which one is my little purple python? Yifeng was a little unsure. His holographic night vision can't see through objects. Little purple? Yifeng called out. There was no response. Yifeng could only bite open the large cocoons one by one. The first one was a giant turtle. These are quite rare and very nutritious. Yifeng opened his mouth and swallowed it. Belch. Yifeng opened the second large cocoon. He was stunned. Wasn't this the toad? How come one of them was caught by the forest bone spider? Looking at the ugly toad, Yifeng hesitated. He usually didn't eat such ugly things, but no one else was watching. This toad has one ability that still attracts him. A will. Yifeng ultimately went against his conscience and ate the toad. Ding. Congratulations on devouring the demon tongue toad and gaining 1250 growth points. Ding. Congratulations on gaining 100 devouring points. Congratulations on gaining the special ability, demon tongue binding. Congratulations. The system notification sound made Yi Fenglong's body tremble. A power actually appeared, but this power. What I want is stealth system. Yi Feng protested loudly. Hee. A mechanical, cold laugh echoed in my mind. Never mind, Yi Feng sighed. The demon tongue binding is fine. It's better than nothing. Let me try it out first. Yi Feng said, opening his mouth. Slightly. The tongue did not grow longer. Yi Feng was furious. What's going on? This is a low-quality ability. Host, the demon tongue toad is a toad, which is why it can freely shrink the size of its tongue. You are a dragon. How can a dragon stick out its tongue randomly? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng was taken aback, as it seemed that what he said made some sense. Then what's the point of you giving me this ability? Yi Feng said coldly. Well, you know what I mean. Chapter 182 Deep Forest Bone Spider. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng froze. He tentatively moved his tongue, which seemed much more flexible than before. This? Yi Feng stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Doesn't that mean he can do that kind of thing? Yi Feng's breathing suddenly became rapid. What kind of thing? The system asked with a disdainful voice. Yi Feng chuckled. Of course, it's to make it easier to devour prey while eating. Cut. Cut. After saying that, Yi Feng and the system simultaneously emitted a disdainful sound. Oh right, my little purple python. Yi Feng suddenly remembered something important. Yi Feng quickly peeled open the last cocoon, and sure enough, there was a small purple python on the verge of death. Wake up! Without saying a word, Yi Feng lashed out with his tail, but he controlled his position and didn't hit the head. Boss. Upon seeing Yi Feng, the little purple python's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Don't worry. I'm here, Yi Feng said gently. The little purple python slowly regained some strength before it got up from the ground. Huh. The little purple python looked at the 8 steel rods behind Yi Feng with some confusion and asked curiously, Boss, what are these for? Well, tonight, you know what to do. Yi Feng coughed twice. Oh. The little purple python's head instantly turned red. This isn't good, is it? This is way too long. Holy crap. Yi Feng was instantly shocked. What are you thinking? I meant that we can use this as a barbecue grill for dinner tonight. Upon hearing this, the little purple python finally realized what had happened and was so ashamed that it wanted to disappear. You can't blame her. The words of such a powerful figure were too ambiguous, causing her to overthink. This looks like the spider's leg. Only then did the little purple python realize that the 8 steel rods looked somewhat familiar. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, he should be climbing towards the cave entrance, Yi Feng said calmly. 1, 2, 3. The little purple python was dumbfounded after counting. All 8 legs are removed. How can the spider crawl? But what surprised her even more was what happened next, because when she reached the entrance of the hole, the spider was actually crawling. No, to be precise, get out. It had no legs, but it forced itself to stand upright. But because the wound was so painful, he kept falling down and then getting up again. Bittersweet journey. As they were about to leave the cave, the forest bone spider revealed a resentful glint in its eyes. One day, I will. Suddenly, a burly figure blocked his way. What a pity. Looking at the forest bone spider that had completed its mission in just 1 centimeter, Yi Feng sighed. Brother, please, spare me. Seeing this, the forest bone spider shed tears of anguish. Yi Feng didn't speak, but looked at the little purple python beside him. At this moment, she still had wounds on her body caused by the legs of the deep forest bone spider. Boss, it said it was going to chop me into pieces, wah. The little purple python shed tears of grievance. The forest bone spider knew something was wrong. It had finally met its match. All right, you can die now. With that, Yi Feng unleashed a burst of fiery breath at him. Roast the spider, eat slowly. Yi Feng smiled at the little purple python. By the time the 2 beasts returned to the group, the black python had regained its strength. Ziyun, what happened to you? Seeing the little purple python covered in wounds, the black python quickly stepped forward. I'm fine. I was ambushed by a monster, but the boss saved me. Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt somewhat guilty. After all, it was he who left the little purple python there, which led to its ambush by the forest bone spider. But she never mentioned this point. She's very good at making snakes. I can take care of her in the future. Brother Black Python, I found a treasure in the forest called baby fruit. This tree bears fruit every 3 years, and I only managed to pick 3 when I went there. These 2 are a token of my appreciation for your hard work on this trip, father and daughter. Yifeng said sincerely, making the black python feel embarrassed. Sir, we wouldn't have gotten this far without you. These fruits are so rare, please take them. No. Yifeng quickly wagged his tail. You made a great contribution in the death swamp, even to the point of exhaustion. The little purple python was seriously injured while scouting the way, so it's only right that you do so. Yifeng continued to show courtesy. Since Yifeng has said so, you should accept it. At this moment, Lontide's calm voice suddenly rang out. The black python and the little purple python looked over, exchanged a glance, and then accepted it before running to the side to digest it. Yifeng returned to Lan Shi's side, and the latter gave her a dismissive glance. Tell me what happened. Lontide sneered. Oh, speaking of which, we encountered this as soon as we entered the jungle. Yifeng embellished the story, but of course, he didn't add any vinegar to the part about picking the baby fruit. In fact, he was a little short on salt. Only 6 in total? Lontide looked at Yifeng with a half-smile. Lontide knew his personality all too well. How could someone who couldn't even remember to save his teammates be so kind as to leave one for each of them? Okay, I secretly ate 10. Yifeng coughed twice. As soon as he finished speaking, the beasts cast disdainful glances at him. Really? Hey, everyone, 1 for each of you, enjoy them slowly. Yifeng chuckled and distributed the remaining doll fruits to his younger sister Lan Shi and the others. Haha, if you don't give it to me, I'll report you, you despicable snake. When it was Lin Ye's turn, the latter sneered. Hey you, I risked my life to come to this death swamp to save you, and you actually betrayed me. Yifeng immediately became annoyed. How about it? Lin Yi continued to sneer. With a chip implanted in his brain, he completely regarded Yifeng as his father's killer. Fine, I'm tired of eating these baby fruit too. Here, take it. Yifeng tossed the baby fruit to him dismissively. Seeing Yifeng's quick agreement, Lin Yi couldn't help but look at him with suspicion. You didn't just steal 10, did you? Are you still going to eat it? Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately stepped forward to snatch the baby fruit. Eat. Lin Yi quickly took back his words. Watching the beast go to digest, Yifeng slowly set up his barbecue grill. But before he could finish building it, Lontide had already absorbed it and got up to look at him. What are you holding? Lontide looked at the steel rod in his hand with suspicion. It's nothing. Yifeng quickly put it away. Having learned his lesson from the little purple python, he dared not let Lan Shi see it. He had just done some research and found that, due to the unique nature of the skeleton, the spider legs were indeed not very aesthetically pleasing. Let me see what's wrong. Seeing that Yifeng was hiding it, Lan Shi became even more curious. No, you can't look at this. Yifeng stuffed the spider leg under his body. Lan Shi's snake eyes darted around, and she burrowed directly under Yifeng's body. However, the spider leg was positioned in a rather unusual spot, ending up directly in Lan Shi's mouth. Boss! Just then, the little purple python appeared out of nowhere. Upon seeing the scene before it, the snake's body instantly froze. Then I saw Lan Shi crawling under Yifeng, and a small piece of stick sticking out of Lan Shi's mouth. The little purple python quickly covered its eyes with its tail. I didn't see anything. Chapter 183 Superflower. After the little purple python left, Yifeng felt the air around him rapidly decreasing, so he quickly jumped out. Well, if I said I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? Yifeng's lips twitched. What a coincidence. This time, I'm really in deep trouble. Only then did Lontide see the stick in her mouth. She couldn't help but explode in anger. It's just a stick. What are you hiding? You. Take it out and take a closer look. Yifeng coughed twice. Lontide was taken aback when she heard this, but did as she was told. The next second, her eyes widened. Certain weapon of a human male. Recalling what had just happened, Lontide instantly broke down. Seeing Lan Shi turn and leave, Yifeng quickly tried to stop her. Lan Shi, don't go. I was wrong. I won't hide next time. Yifeng said anxiously. Get out of here. Lan Shi flicked her tail at Yifeng's head, and then quickly left. Yifeng pulled his head out of the soil, looking around blankly. It seems she's really angry this time. I'll try to appease her another day. Yifeng sighed. Just then he heard the voice of the black python. You can't even handle a simple task properly. Didn't I tell you to ask the big boss when he's leaving? Why are you back again? The black python seemed to be scolding the little purple python. The little purple python stood to one side, head down, stammering. The two pythons came to Yifeng side by side. The little purple python raised its head and glanced at Yifeng, then quickly lowered it again. It turns out she wasn't wrong. Sister Lanchi usually seems quite serious. I never expected she would like that kind of thing. In an instant, countless chaotic thoughts surfaced in the little purple python's mind. Yifeng coughed lightly, unaware of the little purple python's inner thoughts. He thought for a moment and asked, how far is it from here to the rescue beast's habitat? The little purple python and the black python exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of surprise. You don't know the exact location of the life-saving beast? The black python asked, puzzled. I don't know, Yifeng said calmly. He was just guessing. He had no idea of the lifeguard's exact location. Upon hearing this, the black python trembled and slowly said, then you haven't seen the explorer? Of course I've never seen it, Yifeng said irritably. The black python twitched. Damn it. Yifeng had never seen an explorer before. So he just happened to come here, but his son misunderstood him. They had witnessed Yifeng's strength. He could slap out his snake brain with a single tail strike. However, after being misunderstood by them, Yifeng did not lose his temper. Instead, he agreed to take them into the death swamp. There must be a reason for this. But what could be the reason? They didn't have anything that attracted Yifeng. The black python racked its brains, then suddenly its body trembled. Yifeng was interested and was right beside him. Who else could it be but the little purple python? No wonder the little purple python has been so absent-minded ever since it came back with Yifeng. So that's why. There's room for maneuver. The black python grinned foolishly. If it could get on Yifeng's good side, it could walk sideways across the entire dragon kingdom. Are you having an episode? On the other side, looking at the black python that had fallen into hysteria, Yifeng couldn't help but carefully consider his words. What? The black python snapped out of its daze and wiped the drool from its mouth. Tell me, how far are we from the rescue beast? Yifeng asked calmly. Oh, according to that white bird, the life-saving beast lives between two magnificent mountain peaks, so its dwelling place is very secluded. The little purple python quickly said. I see. Yifeng nodded. They had just scouted ahead and hadn't seen any mountains, which meant they were still some distance away. In that case, let's set off immediately, Yifeng said, turning back to find his sister and the others. Xion, the boss is so powerful, you must seize this opportunity. At this moment, the black python took the opportunity to instruct the little purple python. Seize, what opportunity? The little purple python opened its mouth, somewhat confused. Of course, you should know that. The black python glared. For some reason, the little purple python suddenly recalled the scene it had just witnessed and shook its head repeatedly. I don't understand. With that, she fled as fast as she could. Yifeng entered the dense forest. He felt the temperature drop significantly. I have a question. Why are you Bash people not afraid of the severe cold? Yifeng asked the black python. Keep in mind that this is the frozen age. Although the influence of the death swamp is somewhat lower, the temperature is still below -10 degrees Celsius. However, the group of Bashes acted as if nothing had happened. Ahem. At this moment, the black python coughed twice. Brother Yi, do you still remember how my Bash clan takes a bath? Burrowing into the mud? Yifeng raised an eyebrow slightly. No. We burrow into the mud to absorb the earth's heat and maintain our own temperature. So every now and then, we have to burrow into the ground once in a while, the black python said with a smile. Sure. Yifeng nodded. Nature is truly amazing. It can create such bizarre creatures. After passing through the woods, there was almost no danger along the way. Occasionally, some ferocious beasts appeared, but they were all divided and eaten by everyone. Ignoring the terrain, their team is actually quite formidable, capable of sweeping through the entire death swamp. It seems that once we cross the death swamp, there won't be any major dangers. Seeing this, the black python couldn't help but laugh. Yifeng glanced at Lu Qingqing, who shook her head slightly at him, which made Yifeng's heart tremble. Is there still danger? Teacher, could you give me a hint? Yifeng quietly approached and asked in a soft voice. Lu Qingqing glanced at him indifferently. Be careful of the plants. Plants. Yifeng was taken aback, but then immediately understood. After walking for about half an hour, the surrounding vegetation began to thin out, and a mountain peak began to appear in the distance. We're almost out of there. That mountain peak is just ahead. The black python was incredibly excited upon seeing this. Even Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. The black python swiftly swayed its body forward, but just then, a sudden change occurred. A large, drooling plant flower suddenly fell from nowhere and swallowed the black python whole. The little purple python exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. Yifeng focused his mind and unleashed a fiery breath at the large plant flower. Chirp! The large plant emitted a mournful cry, then released the black python, releasing a cloud of green smoke into the surrounding area. Oh no, it's poisonous! Yifeng shouted. The beasts quickly covered their mouths and noses, but soon they realized something was wrong. It's not poisonous. Several snakes, who hadn't had time to cover themselves, asked in confusion. Seeing this, Yifeng was also stunned. If it's not poisonous, then why is this big flower releasing green smoke? Just then, a strange rustling sound suddenly came from beside them. Yifeng's pupils contracted. He finally understood why the large flower was releasing smoke. It was calling for its companions. Chapter 184 I, Lin Yi, am finally free. More and more man-eating giant flowers came into the sight of the beasts. They were hundreds of meters tall and looked down at the beasts from above. Gurgle. The black python, having narrowly escaped death, watched this scene, its body drenched in sweat. Boss, what should we do? He said in a panic. Such enormous man-eating flowers, and in such large numbers, could easily devour their entire team. They scattered and fled, Yifeng said solemnly. With so many man-eating giant flowers, even he couldn't guarantee that all the ferocious beasts would escape safely. Right now, he had no time to worry about the Bash clan, so they could only leave it to fate. Be part of me. At this moment, Lontide stepped forward. As one of the top 10 overlords in her previous life, and having already completed her second physical evolution, she is fully capable of standing on her own. Alright, you and Xiaozi go with Lan Shi. I will go with my teacher and sister, each taking a portion of your people. We'll meet at the foot of the mountain. Yifeng said in a deep voice. Thank you so much, sir. I can never repay your kindness. The black python was extremely grateful. He knew that without Yifeng, they were destined to be wiped out today. Damn it. I knew I'd overlooked something, Yifeng said, frustrated. In his previous life, he had heard of the infamous man-eating flower in the Death Swamp, a dangerous species that was almost on par with super mutants. However, the man-eating giant flowers of later generations can reach a height of 500 meters, but these before us are still not fully grown. Brother, will Sister Lan Shi and the others be able to escape? Little Deer asked worriedly as he followed beside him. It should be fine. Yifeng said that he was actually not sure himself. He had no idea how much the man-eating flower had grown. System, activate the scanning function of the high-tech glasses. Startup successful. Analyzing the attack patterns and level range of the man-eating flower. Ding. The man-eating giant flower has an unparalleled height and is good at attacking its prey from above. It can usually devour any ferocious beast. However, the man-eating giant flower has a slow digestion rate, generally taking 10 to half a month to completely digest a prey. Currently, the man-eating flower's strength is roughly equivalent to a fully formed ferocious beast. Please be careful, host. Upon hearing the system's words, Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine. Plants don't need to rely entirely on devouring ferocious beasts to grow. They can grow simply by absorbing nutrients from the soil. This is what makes plants so terrifying in a beast-infested world. Yifeng hadn't expected that these man-eating giant flowers would be so powerful as to reach the strength of a fully formed form, proving that they were ferocious beasts that appeared with the second primordial stone's descent. Just then, a scream came from behind. A giant snake was seen being carried away by a man-eating flower, leaving only half of its body. Flame breath. Yifeng tilted his head back, and intense heat gathered in his mouth, eventually forming a visible red beam of light that attacked the roots of the man-eating flower. If the Overlord were here, with his flame barrier, he could easily fight his way out, Yifeng sighed. His fire breath only deals single-point area damage and is far from sufficient in terms of range. At most, it can only kill one man-eating flower at a time. However, after each breath of fire, they need time to recover, but the number of man-eating flowers is endless, and they will not have a chance to catch their breath. The man-eating flower that had been struck by Yifeng let out a shrill scream, then began to writhe wildly, spitting out the giant snake from its mouth, which then fell to the ground. But the flames on its body did not disappear. Instead, they burned more and more fiercely. The other man-eating flowers seemed to have a mind of their own and all retreated far away from that area, as if they knew the danger that flames pose to plants. Elder brother. More and more man-eating giant flowers attacked downwards, and the bash was picked up one by one, leaving Yifeng powerless to rescue each one. Hey Yifeng, let me out right now? I don't want to die here. Lin Yi rolled over from somewhere, making a terrified sound. Yifeng glanced at the chains on his body, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then swung his tail to cut them off. Hiss! Lin Yi was freed and let out a wild roar. I, Lin Yi, am back. Spiked scales, enhanced purple flame. Lin Yi instantly donned full armor. Just then, a giant man-eating flower bent down and took a big bite out of Lin Yi. The next second, a shrill scream rang out as the mouth of the man-eating flower was ignited by purple flames and then quickly burned. The worst part is that its mouth was pierced with countless large holes by the forest. Haha. Do you think you guys can eat me, Lin Yi? Lin Yi said disdainfully. Yifeng looked at Lin Yi with slight surprise. Lin Yi, who had his own spiked scales that enhanced his purple flames, was even hotter than a hedgehog. This is simply the nemesis of the man-eating giant flower. Yifeng, you're no good. Lin Yi chuckled as he watched Yifeng struggling to cope. Hearing the guy's taunts, Yifeng gave him a cold look, then covered his body with lava gold scales, and then slammed his tail into the ground. Your strength is only for the man-eating giant flower. I'm not afraid of you. Yifeng spoke calmly. If it weren't for having to take care of these bashes, he would have already used the power of the electric python to dash away. Yifeng, one day I will make you. Lin Yi crawled out of the cave, but before he could finish speaking, he was ambushed by a man-eating flower. Hateful. Lin Yi quickly used his enhanced purple flame ability, and the man-eating flower immediately let out a strange howl and flung Lin Yi away. You bunch of ungrateful bastards. How dare you lay a hand on Grandpa Lin? Lin Yi's nose was practically pointing to the sky. The next second, Lin Yi charged straight at the roots of those man-eating flowers. Wow! The man-eating flowers suddenly let out a strange cry, and every few moments, one of the flowers would fall down. Yifeng stared in disbelief at the scene, never expecting Lin Yi to pull such a stunt. He really is brave. Yifeng's lips twitched. Let's take this opportunity, brother, and leave quickly, Yiling said softly. No problem. Yifeng gave the signal to retreat, and the group of bashes followed Yifeng and retreated towards the outside of the man-eating flower, leaving behind the frenzied Lin Yi, who was setting the entire flower forest ablaze. Meanwhile, Lantide's situation was far worse. Although she herself was not seriously injured, countless of the snakes that followed her died. Her gravity field is almost useless here, and the water dragon bullet can only serve as a deterrent. Fire is the nemesis of plants, but unfortunately I am a water attribute ferocious beast, Lantide sighed inwardly. Just then, a familiar voice rang in her ears, and Lantide hurriedly looked up. The little purple python got eaten. What should I do? Lantide began to panic. I, Lin Yi, am finally free. I am now truly invincible and unrivaled. Just then, a burst of wild laughter rang out. Chapter 185. The beast has someone else? That voice. Lin Yi. Lan Shi was taken aback. Why did Yifeng release him? Woohoo. As Lin Yi's voice rang out, a carnivorous flower fell to the ground. That's right. The black python was taken aback when it saw the glowing giant python. Could this be a ferocious beast that's been tied up by the big boss? Although she didn't want to admit it, Lantide nodded. Is even a bound beast under the boss's command this terrifying? The black python gasped. They had just witnessed Lantide's strength. Without Lantide, their entire team would have been devoured by the man-eating flower long ago. Unexpectedly, that seemingly insignificant giant python that was bound up also possessed such formidable strength. Great hero, could you please save my daughter? The black python cried out. Oh, Lin Yi turned around and saw Lantide and the others. Yifeng is such a waste, he can't even handle a few man-eating flowers. When it really matters, we still have to rely on Lin Yi. He let out a disdainful sneer, then quickly surrounded the man-eating flower. The man-eating flower let out a shrill cry, and then quickly spat out the little purple python. The roots of this man-eating flower were riddled with holes. This. Lantide looked at Lin Yi in disbelief, not expecting that this guy's abilities were so sharp in this group of man-eating flowers. Lantide finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Lin Yi's help, they should be able to get out easily. The little purple python was slightly taken aback when it saw the giant python wrapped in flames. Isn't this the snake that was tied up by the big boss? No need to thank me. Lin Yi smiled faintly, pretending to be extremely arrogant. Where's the big boss? The next question left him speechless. That trash has already perished in the belly of the man-eating flower. Lin Yi immediately sneered. Upon hearing this, the little purple python was stunned. The big boss got eaten? Lan Shi, who was standing to the side, frowned slightly when she saw the little purple python's expression and glared at Lin Yi at the same time. This guy is obviously talking nonsense. If he can't die, how could Yi Feng be eaten by the man-eating flower? After being glared at by Lan Shi, Lin Yi immediately backed down. He can roam freely among the man-eating flowers, but that doesn't mean he can defeat Lan Tide, since the man-eating flower's nemesis is spikes and flames. Thinking of this, Lin Yi didn't dare utter a single word and hurriedly went to burn those man-eating flowers. Seeing Lin Yi leave, Lan Shi snorted coldly and slowly walked to the little purple python's side. The little purple python was still immersed in grief, and she had clearly believed it to be true. Don't worry, Yi Feng will be fine, Lan Tide said calmly, her tone revealing no emotion. Huh? Really? The little purple python raised its head, and a wisp of mist actually gathered in its snake eyes. Seeing this, Lan Tide sighed. Really? You know how strong he is. The little purple python was taken aback, only then recalling Yi Feng's strength in dealing with the demon-tongued toad and the deep forest bone spider. He could handle such a powerful beast. How could he possibly die here so easily? The little purple python was in a better mood and happily followed Lan Shi outside. Only after Lan Tide and Yi Feng reunited outside did the latter breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that Lan Shi's team hadn't suffered much damage, Yi Feng was slightly surprised. What happened to you? It's Lin Yi. He appeared out of nowhere. His abilities are extremely effective against the man-eating flower. We're saved, Lan Tide said calmly. Oh, so it's this guy. Yi Feng nodded in realization. This guy was even faster. He helped them leave and then went to help Lan Shi. Hey, wait a minute, where's this guy? Yi Feng glanced behind him, but there was no sign of Lin Yi at all. Lan Tide was stunned. She had only focused on bringing the beasts out, but had neglected Lin Yi. After all, the latter was thriving among the cannibalistic giant flowers, so what was there for her to worry about? I'm afraid they're trying to escape under the guise of this. Yi Feng sneered twice, then said, Take them to the mountain peak and wait for me. I'll go and bring this guy back. Okay. Lan Tide nodded. After saying that, Yi Feng used the power of the electric python to quickly dart back into the group of man-eating flowers. His current speed attribute is far greater than that of the original Emperor Crocodile Python, so when used, it is as swift as the wind. Soon, Yi Feng found Lin Yi. At this moment, the latter burned a new bloody path through the carnivorous flower. Haha, Yi Feng, we'll meet again someday. Once I leave this godforsaken place, I'll definitely work hard to become stronger and get my revenge, Lin Yi said through gritted teeth. Whom should we seek revenge against? A soft voice rang out, causing Lin Yi to freeze abruptly. Yi Feng. Python that suddenly appeared behind him, Lin Yi shuddered in fright. Trying to run away, huh? Looking at the newly excavated passage, Yi Feng smiled faintly. How could that be? Lin Yi's lips twitched, but his eyes darted around, looking for an opportunity to leave. He didn't want to be tied up by Yi Feng anymore and stay with that stinky snake. Boom. The next moment, a breath of icy cold air sprayed towards him, freezing his entire snake body into an ice sculpture. Wow. However, the next second, Lin Yi was engulfed in flames, which melted the ice layer. Yi Feng, do you still think I'm the Lin Yi from the Shin medicine department? The me now? Lin Yi sneered, but before he could finish speaking, Yi Feng lashed him out with his tail and knocked him unconscious. The force of up to 4,000 directly knocked Lin Yi unconscious. Looking at Lin Yi being dragged back by Yi Feng, Lan Shi and the other beasts all showed expressions of knowing this was coming. The habitat of the rescue beast should be behind this mountain peak. We should go now without delay, Yi Feng said calmly. While waiting for Yi Feng and Lin Yi, the beasts had already tidied up and recovered from their injuries. As the mighty army set off, the beasts quickly entered the area via the mountain paths, and surprisingly, they encountered no obstacles along the way. How could that be? Yi Feng pondered. After all, they are the same race, and their territory is all here, so how could there be no ferocious beasts on guard? Something strange. Just then, Lu Qingqing suddenly came to Yi Feng's side, her eyes filled with solemnity. What's wrong? What happened? Yi Feng was taken aback. They had passed through the carnivorous plant stronghold, and the strongest threat in this death swamp had been eliminated. The life-saving beast clan has been wiped out. To everyone's surprise, Lu Qingqing, words caused a huge uproar in Yifeng's heart. How is this possible? Yifeng practically roared it out. The Bash clan was with them. So how did the life-saving Beast clan get wiped out? No, that's not right. Yifeng then realized the crux of the problem. He went astray. He thought it was the Bash clan that destroyed the life-saving beasts, but in reality, without him, the Bash clan would not have been able to come here. Therefore, it's impossible that the one who slaughtered the life-saving beasts in the previous life was from the Bash clan. This group of ferocious beasts belongs to someone else. Chapter 186: The Surviving Lifesaver. Call. Yifeng exhaled a breath of stale air, and a line of thought gradually formed in his mind. Since these ferocious beasts can cross the death swamp, they must be incredibly powerful. Of course, the second possibility cannot be ruled out. Avian race. If they are avian, then all problems are solved, since birds can cross land and fly directly in from the air. Damn it! Are there any powerful avian races around here? A dark look flashed in Yifeng's eyes. They went through all sorts of hardships, only to find that it was all for nothing. How could he be willing to accept that? Most importantly, what will happen to the two patients without the lifeguard? One is mentally ill, the other is in a vegetative state. Bah! Suddenly, a fierce cry rang out from above. The cry, accompanied by rolling thunder, instilled a natural sense of fear in the hearts of the snakes. Narrowed his eyes slightly, then released his thermal imaging ability. In the dense jungle, a creature with wings on its back and an exquisite face moved back and forth. Its petite figure and a pair of pointed green ears made it look quite similar to an elf. At this moment, a huge black shadow loomed over her head, following her like a shadow. But the other party was not in a hurry to kill her. Instead, he revealed a mocking expression. I didn't expect there would still be some who slipped through the net. But it's a pity you've run into me. The black shadow hovering above was a giant eagle with golden wings all over its body. Yesterday, the golden-winged eagle clan was migrating and rested on this mountain peak, where they unexpectedly discovered this other race. Although this life-saving beast is small in size, its remaining meat is plump and rich in nutrients, which are highly nutritious. Therefore, the life-saving beast was quickly slaughtered by the golden-winged eagle clan. Faced with the incredibly powerful golden-winged eagle clan, the life-saving beast could only scatter and flee to avoid this annihilation. But the golden-winged eagle had an extremely clear view of the sky. The rescue animal, along with several companions, took refuge in a cave, thus escaping the disaster. The green slumbering bird, thinking the crisis was over, wanted to come out to forage for food and scout out the situation, but it didn't expect to be targeted by the golden-winged eagle that stayed behind. Given the golden-winged eagle's strength, it could have captured her long ago, but it hasn't made a move yet, which means that the other party is toying with it. Today, there is no escaping this calamity. However, the next second, Greensleep suddenly froze and stood still, too afraid to move. Because ahead of her, countless ferocious giant pythons were staring at her with eager eyes. Oh my god! How could there be so many giant pythons in the Death Swamp? Why have they never been seen here before, even though they used to live here? At that moment, the strangest-looking snake suddenly rushed towards her. Upon witnessing this scene, Greensleep was utterly plunged into despair. With a giant python in front and a giant eagle behind, she is doomed to die today. Roar! The next second, the giant python suddenly stopped in front of her and spewed a mouthful of intense red flames into the air. Bah! Had been focused on Greensleep, was shocked. He had not expected a sudden attack. However, by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. The flames, like a persistent carbuncle, ignited his entire body and wings, and no matter how much he flapped his wings, he could not extinguish the flames. The golden-winged eagle let out a painful cry, and a hint of fear flashed in its eyes when it saw Yifeng in the forest. This is actually a serpent. He dared not stay, and immediately flapped his burning wings and fled far away. Boss, should we chase after them? The black python quickly stepped forward, looked at the fleeing golden eagle, and asked in a cold voice. Chase him. He's covered in my flames. Be careful to search the nearby lakes, Yifeng said calmly. Upon hearing this, the black python, accompanied by several snakes, quickly chased after the direction in which the golden-winged eagle had fled. In front of Yifeng, Greensleep had already wrapped its entire body with its small wings, turning into a ball of light, trembling inside. Seeing this, Yifeng curiously reached out his paw and poked her. Greensleep quickly reverted to its original form and then fled to the side. Pung! Lanshi appeared on the opposite side, blocking Lu Mian, and looked at her curiously with a pair of snake eyes. What a strange creature. It's somewhat similar to Yifeng's two cat girls, yet slightly different. Apart from a pair of wings, they have organs that are almost identical to those of humans. Ugh. Surrounded by a group of large snakes, Green Sleep pouted and burst into tears of grievance. Seeing Lumion wailing, Lanchi was at a loss and looked blankly at Yifeng. Look how scared you've made her. Yifeng gave her a disdainful look, then plopped her down to make room for himself. Ahem. Yifeng coughed twice and said, hello. Wah. Upon hearing this, Green Sleep looked up and saw an even more bizarre creature, a large snake with whiskers, and cried even harder. Brother, let me do it. Yiling couldn't help but say. Of all the ferocious beasts present, only Yiling had the best appearance, a small white deer. Don't cry, Yiling said softly as she came to LV Mion's side. Huh. Green Mion raised her teary eyes and was slightly taken aback when she saw Yiling's pretty and cute appearance. She mustered her courage and glanced at the large snakes around her. These creatures didn't seem to intend to eat her. Who are you people? After a long while, Green Sleep asked in a low voice. We are. Before Yifeng could finish speaking, Lin Yi woke up at some point and started barking at Lumion. We are the strongest organization in the Dragon Kingdom, and I am the leader, Snake King. Snake King. Green Sleep stared at him blankly. Snake King. But how come the Snake King is tied to the ground? Green Sleep asked hesitantly. Although she felt the question was impolite, Lin Yi's smile suddenly froze. Don't pay attention to him. He's a patient, the kind with a mental illness. Yifeng quickly stepped forward and smiled slightly. Seeing their friendly demeanor made Mayan a little suspicious. Aren't you here to eat me? My meat is delicious, Green Sleep whispered. Upon hearing this, Yifeng froze. Was she a salesperson? This is quite a novel sales method. They're actually selling themselves. Seeing Yifeng's strange look, Lu Mian realized that she had said the wrong thing and immediately lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. Just then, Yifeng pushed the two guys over. Can these two be cured? Yifeng asked. Treatment. Green Sleep raised her head and looked at Yifeng. It turns out he saved me because he wanted me to treat them. I'll give it a try. As soon as she finished speaking, a green light emanated from Green Sleep's two delicate hands, which lingered on Lin Yi and the green python for a moment. No problem. They're all out of their minds, right? After a moment, Green Sleep opened her eyes and chuckled. Yes. Yifeng laughed upon hearing this. The green python fell into a coma because of its brain, and Lin Yi became mentally ill because of the chip. Aren't these two guys mentally ill? Chapter 187, A Deep Cave. Half an hour later, Green Sleep landed on Yiling's head and looked at Yifeng, saying, I woke one up, but I can't remove the other one because there's something in his brain. Huh. Yifeng was taken aback and looked at the two pythons. The green python has already woken up, so it's referring to Lin Yi? You can't get it out? Yifeng asked, puzzled. Yes, my abilities lean towards internal healing, but it requires surgery, Green Sleep said crisply. Surgery. Yifeng was puzzled, not expecting that the life-saving beasts were actually divided into two types. Do you have any surviving companions? Yifeng asked. Upon hearing this, tears immediately welled up in Lumion's eyes. Everyone died, eaten by those golden-winged eagles, leaving only me and Sister Gaia, hiding in the cave. Yifeng and Lanchi exchanged a glance. It seemed that some of the life-saving beasts had survived. Is the Sister Gaia you mentioned the kind of life-saving beast that can perform surgery? Yifeng asked. Yes, Sister Gaia is the most amazing surgical life-saving beast. Green Sleep nodded. Then take us to find her, Yifeng said. No problem. Green Sleep readily agreed, because she felt that Yifeng had no ill intentions towards their race. Boss. Just then, the black python suddenly returned, panting heavily. What's wrong? Yifeng asked casually. Boss, those golden-winged eagles haven't left. They're resting on the northern mountain peak. The one you injured went back to report, the black python whispered to Yifeng. What? You didn't leave? Yifeng was taken aback, not expecting this situation. He glanced at Lumion, his eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly a cold smile appeared on his lips. Old Black, have the brothers not had a proper meal since we entered the death swamp? Upon hearing this, the black python was taken aback, then became excited as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Boss, you mean to? The black python couldn't hide the joy in its eyes. You know, birds of prey are natural enemies of snakes, yet Yifeng actually plans to take them to fight the golden-winged eagle. This is really too exciting. That's right, but we'll have to wait until tonight to make our move, Yifeng said casually. He wanted to see just how powerful this golden-winged eagle was, that it dared to kill even his target. Next, Green Sleep led Leaf Wind and the other beasts to a cave. Although it's called a cave, it's actually only a few meters high, about the size of Yifeng's head. Upon seeing the cave, Yifeng remained silent. To the rescue animals, it's just a dog hole to them. Which of you will come in with me to meet Sister Guya? Levmayan asked somewhat shyly. She clearly knew that this was putting the snake in a difficult position. Upon hearing Green Sleep's words, all the beasts turned to look at Yifeng. Me? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Yifeng's lips twitched. Don't forget, Lin Yi is someone's good brother. At this moment, Lan Tide spoke lightly. Yes, brother, you were both immortal pythons before. We can't let him stay like this forever, can we? Little sister Yiling blinked her innocent big eyes. This? Yifeng looked at Lin Yi. You're all crocodile tears, pretending to be kind by calling me mentally ill. I think you're the ones who are really sick. Lin Yi was tied to the ground and kept groaning. Yifeng, if you have snake gall, release me and we'll fight 300 rounds. The forest roared and howled. All right. Yifeng finally decided to save his brother. Green Sleep also looked at Lin Yi with some sympathy. She still didn't quite believe Yifeng's earlier claim that he had a mental illness. But now it seems that the disease has reached its terminal stage. Sister Gaia is very gentle, don't worry. Levmayan led the way. The hole, which was only a few meters wide, was quite spacious for Green Sleep, since she herself was only the size of a human. In contrast, Yifeng was much more crowded, with the snakehead struggling to squeeze in, as it was too narrow. Every now and then, Yifeng would stop to catch his breath. It's so deep. After drilling for a long time, Yifeng still hadn't seen any of the Green Sleeper's people, and he couldn't help but say, it's not that deep. Just try a little harder, and we'll be at the bottom soon, Green Sleep said softly. Okay, but I feel like the deeper I go into the hole, the tighter it gets. Yifeng Dao. It's alright, let's speed up, Green Sleep said. Almost there, almost there. Green Sleep comforted Yifeng throughout the journey. Just then, Green Sleep suddenly let out a scream. Have we reached the end? Yifeng was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized something was wrong. What was that thing in front of him? Sister Gaia, it's me. Green Sleep's voice appeared, but it was of no use. A jet of water shot out from the bottom of the cave and rushed towards Yifeng and the others. At the critical moment, Yifeng used his unique skill, the demon tongue. The demonic tongue instantly wrapped around Green Sleep, shielding her from the gushing water jet. At this moment, Green Sleep, which was being held by Yifeng's tongue, suddenly made a sound and twisted its body around. Yifeng quickly let go of her. Looking at the water stains left on Yifeng's head, she said helplessly, this is the sticky water we use to defend against enemies. It has no killing power, it can only stick to the opponent. Oh, I see. Yifeng suddenly realized. He had thought it was some kind of lethal weapon. Shadows similar in size to Green Sleep emerged from the cave. Green Sleep, you're back. A gentle voice rang out, causing Yifeng to narrow his eyes. Wah, Sister Gaia. Green Sleep immediately pounced on one of the beautiful figures. How are you? Are there any of our companions outside? The beautiful figure asked. I'm out of companions, but I found some new friends. Let me introduce you to them. Green Sleep said excitedly. The next second, the group of lifeguards saw Yifeng and were immediately horrified. Wow, it's huge. One of the rescue animals was so frightened that it immediately shrank back into its wings. Although some of them weren't quite that outrageous, they were still trembling with fear. What is it? The only one who remained relatively calm was Guya. It's a giant python. He said it could help us, Green Sleep said softly. A giant python? Guya looked over and saw that the fierce-looking head was covered with thick hair. This was no giant python at all. That's clearly it. Hello. I mean you no harm. I just want to ask you to save my friend. At this moment, Yifeng took the initiative to speak. Save your friend. Guya narrowed her eyes slightly, as if considering something. Gaia, you can't go. It's too dangerous outside. Have you forgotten about those golden eagles? Yes, Gaia, we can't go. The group of rescue animals all tried to persuade them. Guya stared at Yifeng, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay, I can agree to your request, but you have to agree to one condition. Go ahead, Yifeng asked with a smile. Our conditions. Chapter 188, please take us away. I'll help you if you promise to take us away from here. Guya stared intently at Yifeng Dao. Take you away? Yifeng was slightly surprised. That's all. Just take you away? Yifeng found it hard to understand. After all, He originally wanted to launch a sneak attack on the golden-winged eagle clan. Otherwise what? Guya frowned slightly, looking at Yifeng with suspicion. What else do you plan to do? Birds are your natural enemies. It's already good enough that you can protect us and help us leave. Upon hearing this, Yifeng suddenly realized that the other person was complaining about his lack of strength. No way. You've only seen the tip of the iceberg. Once you see my full length and girth, you probably won't think that way anymore. You'll be scared to death. Alright, since you insist, it's a deal, Yifeng said with a smile. He then prepared to leave. But it seems that it got stuck because it was too big. Guya cast a wistful glance at him. He calm down. Yifeng chuckled awkwardly twice, then tried to twist his body. The beasts outside, including Lan Shi, were speechless as they watched Yifeng wildly flicking his tail. Can't my brother shrink? Yiling looked at Yifeng curiously and asked in confusion. This guy probably forgot, Lan Shi said calmly. She knew Yifeng's memory all too well. Half an hour later, Yifeng finally managed to crawl out of the cave after a great deal of effort. Phew, I knew I could do it, come out now. Yifeng looked at Guya and Lu Mian and smiled with a hint of pride. Did the snake's ability to transform go to waste? Lan Tide asked with a smile. Yifeng's body suddenly stiffened. He actually forgot about that. He also has the ability to transform into a snake. It's all this lousy system's fault. It has too many abilities, and the panel has turned into ellipses. I've even forgotten what abilities I have. Yifeng cursed inwardly. Then, host, would you be interested in selling a few useless abilities? The system can convert them into points for you based on the amount you absorb. The system's gentle voice came from beside him. Sell it to you? I'd only sell it to you if I were brain dead. Yifeng immediately cursed. I haven't even settled the score with myself for losing 18,000 points last time. Sister Gaia, why don't we let him avenge us? He's very powerful. I saw him seriously injure a golden-winged eagle with my own eyes. Green Sleep whispered to Guya from behind. That was just one. You know how many golden-winged feathered eagles there are. Guya shook her head. But they also have many large snakes. Green Sleep blinked. Guya was taken aback, only then realizing that the cave was surrounded by giant pythons. Guya was deeply shocked. She hadn't expected that this was also a super large race. Perhaps they really can deal with the flock of golden-winged feathered eagles? Guya's mind quickly stirred. The golden-winged eagle had almost wiped out their entire clan, leaving only a few for now. They dream of revenge. However, they were also aware of their own unique circumstances. Not being fighting beasts, they feared they would never have the strength to take revenge in this lifetime. Unless, by relying on external forces. The golden-winged feathered eagle is still here, making this the perfect time for revenge. Upon seeing this army of giant pythons, the other life-saving beasts also showed shock. A strong light appeared in their eyes, clearly indicating that they had the same thought as Guya. Revenge. Guya's gaze swept over the remaining rescue beasts one by one. Once upon a time, they could rely on the death swamp as a natural barrier to live happily and escape the chaos of the beast-turned world. But now, everything has disappeared. Since the appearance of the golden-winged eagle, they have suffered a hellish massacre, witnessing their companions being pecked to death by the golden-winged eagle. Now, she can't risk her remaining companions. The death swamp is no longer safe. If Yifeng and his companions can defeat the golden-winged feathered eagle, then their lives may finally return to peace. But if Yifeng fails, they will face the fate of being completely wiped out. She can't afford to gamble. So, ignoring her companions' gazes, she quietly looked at Yifeng and said softly, "Let's go. Take us out of here." Good. Seeing this, Yifeng nodded. Since Guya made such a request, he couldn't say much more. He sent them away before dark, and still had time to return here and deal with the golden-winged eagle clan. This is a huge opportunity for growth. How could he bear to let it go? Yifeng led his pythons, swaggering between the two mountain peaks. Two golden-winged eagles hovered in the sky, always maintaining a safe distance. Are we just going to let them go like that? One of the golden-winged eagles looked down at the giant pythons below and swallowed hard. This looks so tempting. It's so fat and big, it must be meaty and delicious. No. There are too many of them. Another golden-winged eagle said warily, its gaze lingering on Yifeng Lanshi, the leader, and its pupils slightly contracted. These two giant pythons are putting a lot of pressure on me. They're at least fully formed. Complete form. His companion was taken aback. Does that mean our eldest brother has to personally take action to deal with it? Let's go back first, pass the information to our eldest brother, and let him make the decision. The two golden-winged eagles flapped their wings and returned to their roost. How about it? On the mountain peak, there were about 20 golden-winged eagles scattered around. Seeing them return, the largest golden-winged eagle stepped forward and asked, "Big brother, it's a group of giant pythons. They rescued the remaining rescue beasts and injured our companions. Should we eat them?" The more impulsive golden-winged eagle said. The golden-winged eagle leader pondered for a moment and then asked, "How many of them are there?" "About 100, said the golden-winged eagle from the back. "Hundreds." The golden-winged eagle leader's pupils contracted, and he immediately fell silent. This is no small number. Although they have a huge advantage in the air, they may not be able to eat so many giant pythons. Furthermore, even if they were able to take it, their own losses would be extremely heavy. Never mind. After hesitating for a long time, the leader of the golden-winged eagles decided to give up. "It's too risky. Pythons are also top predators. We don't need to fight them. As for those few lifeguards, they can't pull any tricks." The ferocious beasts that had passed through the Twin Peaks breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the golden-winged eagle return. It seems that having them escort us away was the right choice. Guya glanced at Yifeng ahead, a sense of relief and excitement welling up inside her. Having finally escaped the surveillance of the golden-winged eagle and left the territory of these beasts, they could resume their normal lives. The beastly world is too dangerous right now, so they still need to find a place to live in seclusion. Leaving the Death Swamp area, a vast open land appeared before the beasts, with towering, majestic mountains stretching into the distance, their peaks rising and falling in a continuous, shallow expanse. "This should be a plateau area ahead," Yifeng said, narrowing his eyes. "Those golden-winged eagles must be migrating in this direction. No wonder they're staying in the Death Swamp without any sense of urgency." It turned out that they were about to reach their destination. Chapter 189 Return, Night Raid. "I will keep my promise and help you cure your brain." At this moment, Guya flapped her thin wings and came to Yifeng's side. The next second, Yifeng's face darkened. "What? When did I say I was the one who would cure the illness?" Yifeng suppressed the urge to lash out at her and said through gritted teeth, "Isn't it you?" Guya was taken aback, thinking that Yifeng wanted to cure his forgetfulness. "He's the one who's treating the illness." Yifeng snorted and used his tail to pull Lin Yi over. "He has something in his brain that he needs you to remove. I'm telling you, I'm not mentally ill. If you dare to perform brain surgery on me, I'll eat you up." Lin Yi revealed his ferocious nature, opening his blood-red mouth wide. "This?" Guya looked at Yifeng with difficulty. To be honest, she was really afraid that Lin Yi would eat her up. "That's easy," Yifeng said indifferently, and then swung his tail across Lin Yi's face. The latter rolled his eyes and fainted. Guya stared at Yifeng in disbelief. "All done." Yifeng nodded, signaling her to get to work. "Good." Guya suppressed her shock at Yifeng's solution, and then gently placed her hands on Lin Yi's head. A moment later, she located a spot, and a thin needle appeared in her hand from who knows where. She pierced Lin Yi's skull, slowly penetrating deeper. Whoosh. Guya pulled hard and pulled the needle out. "That's it." Yifeng was taken aback. Guya flapped her wings, came to Yifeng, and gently flicked the fine needle, causing a tiny chip to fall out. This is the thing that's controlling his mind, and its influence has been growing recently. If it's not dealt with soon, he might become an idiot. Guya said softly. "Oh, no wonder he's been getting more and more erratic lately," Yifeng suddenly realized. Fortunately, the problem was finally solved, and Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. "What are you planning to do next?" Yifeng asked Guya. "We plan to head south and live in seclusion in the rainforest," Guya said softly. "Tropical rainforest?" Yifeng frowned. "It's not a very safe place." "It's safer than those golden-winged eagles, isn't it?" Guya pursed her lips. Yifeng was taken aback, then laughed. "Fine, then go with you." Yifeng shook his head. After the rescue beasts left, Lon Tide approached them and asked, "Why didn't you try to keep them? Didn't you say you needed this race?" "They've made up their minds to leave, and I don't like to force others." Yifeng shook his head. He then looked back in the direction he had come from, and chuckled. "It's no fun bullying the weak. I like challenging the strong." Upon hearing this, Lan Shi stared at him for a few seconds until Yifeng looked away, at which point she awkwardly turned her head away. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yifeng caught the last scene and couldn't help but ask. Who would even look at you?" After saying that, Lan Tide ignored him and walked straight ahead. Yifeng stared at Lan Shi for a long time before wondering to himself, why has her head turned red? Host, I suspect that Lan Tide has just experienced an emotional shift, The system analyzed seriously. What exactly is this emotion? Yifeng asked. Have no idea. The system is cold and icy. Yifeng's expression froze again as he awaited an answer. I really can't stand you anymore, system. Yifeng roared angrily in his heart, his face contorted with rage. However, the system stopped speaking. At this moment, Yifeng opened his eyes and saw a snake head staring at him without blinking. Yifeng was taken aback, then looked at the giant python with a half-smile. Oh, you're awake? Brother Yi. Lin Yi looked around at his surroundings, still somewhat bewildered. How did he end up here? No rush. Take your time to think it over, and tell me when you've made up your mind. Yifeng said leisurely. Have you figured out what to tell him? Lin Yi was completely baffled. At this moment, Yiling passed by him and let out two strange laughs. What does that mean? Dumbfounded once again. Why was even Yifeng's sister acting so strangely towards him? The black python couldn't help but burst out laughing as it passed by. The little purple python stared at Lin Yi for a while, then whispered in his ear, I, Lin Yi, am unparalleled in the world. Lin Yi stared blankly at the little purple python. Who said that? By strange looks. What was going on? Suddenly, a sharp pain flashed through his mind, and memories flooded back like a tidal wave. This. Lin Yi, recalling the events, stood frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. He actually did so many stupid things? This is so embarrassing. Oh my god. Lin Yi was so ashamed that he almost buried his head in the ground. Hearing the screams behind him, Yifeng knew that Lin Yi had remembered everything, and immediately laughed. After a while, Lin Yi caught up with them as if nothing had happened. Yifeng glanced at him and asked casually, Oh, you, Lin Yi, are back again. Puff, who was behind, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing first. Brother Yi. Lin Yi looked at Yifeng with an embarrassed expression and pleaded, Can we not talk about this anymore? No, have you forgotten? You're not the same Lin Yi you used to be. Yifeng said with a serious expression. Puff. The beasts could no longer contain themselves and burst into wild laughter, leaving Lin Yi embarrassed and wanting to crawl into a hole. How could he say something so stupid? Cough, cough. Suddenly, Yifeng ordered all the beasts to stop. They had reached the foot of the mountain, while halfway up the mountain, a golden, winged eagle was fast asleep, tucked into its wings. Good heavens, this should be their patrol, but they're secretly sleeping here. Seeing this, Yifeng was overjoyed. This was simply a godsend. If they fail to launch a surprise attack this time, they can go home and farm. Boss, I'll take a few up there and pet it. The black python stepped forward and volunteered. Yifeng glanced at him. A fully fledged mutant, he was more than capable of ambushing the sleeping guy with a few bashes. Go. Yifeng wagged his tail. We'll wait for the signal. As soon as that golden-winged eagle is dealt with, we'll rush in and slaughter the other golden-winged eagles that have no chance of resisting as quickly as possible. Yifeng gave the instructions. No problem. All the beasts nodded. The golden-winged feathered eagle is a mutated species, so your Bash clan should be careful and not deal with it alone. Try to form small teams of 3 to 5. Gave special instructions to the two pythons, Qingzi and Zi. Yes, boss. The little purple python nodded obediently, hissing and flicking its tongue to send a signal to the group of snakes. Night fell, the bright moon rose high, and gusts of cold wind swept around. Just then, the sleeping golden-winged eagle was suddenly attacked by a dark shadow and collapsed violently. Yifeng's eyes narrowed, and he let out a low roar. Go. Chapter 190, He Must Die. Boom. A loud rumbling sound came from afar. The rescue beasts, who hadn't gone far, turned around and looked at the raging fire in the distance, all showing expressions of shock. Bah! A sharp cry appeared in midair, and several golden shadows soared from the flames. This is a golden-winged eagle? Green Sleep was horrified and looked anxiously at Guya, saying, Sister Guya, are they coming to chase us? Guya stared intently into the distance with a grave expression, then slowly shook her head. No, they've been attacked. What? The group of lifeguards were shocked. The golden-winged eagles were attacked? With their strength, no race within 1,000 miles can rival them. How is this possible? Boom. Just as the rescue beasts were discussing amongst themselves, a towering pillar of fire suddenly shot out, knocking down the golden-winged eagle that had flown into the air. Bah! The golden-winged eagle let out another mournful cry before crashing to the ground. This is Yifeng. Green Sleep stared at the familiar pillar of fire, frozen in place. What did you say? Guya looked at Lu Mian and said in disbelief. This is Yifeng's ability. He saved me with this fire back then. Green Sleep said in a deep voice. So, it was Yi Feng and the group of giant pythons who attacked the golden-winged eagle? Guya was taken aback. How dare they? Those are birds of prey, the natural enemies of snakes. The golden-winged feathered eagle left today, surely out of fear of the giant python's numbers, but certainly not out of fear of them. Large birds of prey have the advantage of the sky and are also large in size, so most species do not dare to easily make a move against them. Guya never dreamed that Yi Feng and his group, who should have been prey for the golden-winged eagle, would actually attack the golden-winged eagle on their own initiative. It seems he's even bolder than I imagined. Guya shook her head with a wry smile. Sister Gaia, should we go and help them? Lavmayan asked expectantly. After all, Yi Feng and his group were essentially avenging the life-saving beast clan. Guya thought about it for a long time, and finally gritted her teeth. Okay, let's go down the mountain and wait for them, but we'll leave after we heal their wounds. Guya said earnestly. Yay! Green Sleep let out a cheer, and the other lifeguards were also very excited. The golden-winged feathered eagle killed their companions and family. Witnessing their deaths was every life-saving beast's dream. At the same time, at the summit, Yi Feng gazed at the falling golden-winged eagle and revealed a cruel smile. Trying to run, he slowly approached, looking at the golden-winged eagle struggling on the ground with indifferent and ruthless eyes. Immediately, under the other party's terrified gaze, Yi Feng took a bite. Haha. On the other side of the battlefield, Lin Yi, covered in spikes and purple flames, encircled a golden-winged eagle and let out a hearty laugh. Who are you? More and more golden-winged feathered eagles began to awaken, and some bashes even failed to launch a sneak attack and were injured by the golden-winged feathered eagles. After all, it is a mutant species, and its reaction speed and strength are both faster than those of the bash. Boss, it's those giant pythons from earlier today. They've attacked the mountain. The golden-winged eagles panicked report. Those giant pythons. The leader of the golden-winged eagles flapped his wings and flew out, his eyes revealing his fury. We didn't provoke them, yet they attacked us. How dare they? The leader of the golden-winged eagles was extremely enraged. Boss, hurry up and think of something. In just a short while, 7 or 8 of our brothers have died. His men shouted. What? The golden-winged eagle leader was shocked, not expecting to lose so many companions in such a short time. Keep in mind that there are only about 20 of them in total. No, tell everyone to launch immediately. The leader of the golden-winged eagles roared. Okay, take off. Take off now. The golden-winged eagle quickly cried out. Want to take off? Get down here. Lin Yi had already spotted the loud and boisterous creature. Using the power of a blue stone, he suddenly launched himself forward and pounced on the golden-winged eagle. Haha. Lin Yi laughed loudly, opening his mouth wide as if to devour the golden-winged eagle. Bah! A sharp cry rang out, and a golden shadow swooped down, its wings adorned with sharp sword feathers, attacking Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi snorted coldly, his body bursting into flames and covered with spikes, ready to meet the enemy. Yi Feng, who was devouring a golden-winged feathered eagle, took a quick look and was shocked by what he saw. Lin Yi, that's the leader of the golden-winged eagles. You're no match for him. Get out of the way. Shouted anxiously. What? Lin Yi was startled and wanted to dodge, but the opponent was too fast, shooting down like a meteor. He only had time to turn his body to the side, but he was still scratched by the wings of the golden-winged eagle leader. Whoosh! Blood spurted into the night sky, and Lin Yi screamed in pain. Fortunately, the wound was only a few tens of centimeters deep and not fatal. Lin Yi cursed inwardly, then hid to the side and used his Undying healing ability. The golden-winged eagle that he shot down expressed its gratitude to the leader, and then the two eagles flew into the air together, leaving Lin Yi to secretly regret his actions. Yi Feng rushed over and couldn't help but find it a little funny when he saw Lin Yi healing his wounds. However, when he saw Lin Yi's wound, he couldn't laugh anymore. How did you get so badly injured? Yi Feng was slightly surprised, then looked at the golden-winged eagle in the air. Activate the scanning function. Detect the attack pattern of the golden-winged eagle. The wings of the golden-winged eagle can transform into sharp sword feathers, which, combined with the inertia of speed in the air, can easily cut through the enemy's flesh. In addition, the beak of the golden-winged eagle is extremely sharp. They usually like to peck at the eyes of their opponents in order to torture them. Abilities: metal sword feathers, heavy beak peck, gale assault. Wings, beak. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly sent out signals to his surroundings. Beware of attacks from the golden-winged eagle's wings and beak. It's best to leave them on the ground to guard against a golden-winged eagle suddenly falling from the sky. Yifeng's voice resounded in the ears of every Bash. Hateful. The leader of the golden-winged eagles looked down at Yifeng, his eyes suddenly turning cold. This guy actually knew their strengths. Boss, we'd better kill it first. It's the leader of this group of giant pythons. That's what the underling said. I know. The golden-winged eagle snorted coldly. Yifeng is clearly not simple. If the other party is prepared, then I am as good as walking into the tiger's den. They have a great advantage in the air, but once they are entangled on the ground by these giant pythons, that advantage will be gone. It might even become a disadvantage because of body shape. This is why they were attacked so brutally by these giant pythons, losing 7 or 8 of their companions in just a few minutes. The golden-winged eagle stared at Yifeng, a ruthless glint in its eyes. I want him dead. Chapter 191 Mysterious Black Eagle. Yifeng was chasing after several henchmen of the golden-winged feathered eagle leader when he suddenly felt a gust of wind sweeping up from behind him. He quickly used the lava golden scale armor ability. Clang. The sparks generated by friction in the darkness were particularly dazzling, illuminating the entire vision of the golden-winged eagle leader. It was at this moment that the leader of the golden-winged eagles finally saw Yifeng's appearance clearly. How could this be? Looking at Yifeng's 4 claws and his beard and hair, a cold sweat broke out. This is not a giant python at all, but a dragon. At the same time, Yifeng met his gaze and, looking at the golden-winged eagle's muscular body, unconsciously drooled. This must be the leader, Yifeng thought to himself. Yifeng was furious that a clan leader would resort to such a sneak attack. He had to be taught a lesson. Frosty breath. A beam of icy blue light shot out from Yifeng's mouth and struck the golden-winged eagle leader. Bang! The overwhelming impact sent the golden-winged eagle leader flying. Yifeng quickly followed and saw the golden-winged eagle leader struggling in the forest from afar. His golden wings were covered in frost, which made his movements very stiff, and he couldn't fly for a while. Boss! The golden-winged eagles in the sky cried out in alarm and rushed to rescue their clan leader. Yifeng was overjoyed to see these few who had escaped. Lon Tide, come here quickly. Lon Tide, who was tearing apart a golden-winged eagle in the distance, looked over upon hearing the sound, and then quickly crawled over. You're eating so well, your mouth is all greasy. You must have had a good haul, Yifeng asked cheerfully. Enough with the nonsense. Lon Tide said with a slight irritation, what do you want? Once those golden-winged eagles enter your gravity field, pull them down. Yifeng winked at Lon Tide. Lon Tide glanced at the sky and was surprised to find that 5 or 6 of them had escaped their encirclement. Good. She nodded. The 2 beasts traversed the mountains and forests, approaching the leader of the golden-winged eagles. In the darkness, the golden-winged eagles did not notice Yifeng and his companions' whereabouts. Instead, they were anxious to rescue their leader. This is how they fell into Yifeng's trap. When the golden-winged eagle leader finally managed to take off normally after flapping his wings with all his might, he suddenly saw 2 pairs of pupils shimmering with light in the jungle. In an instant, fear surged into my heart. He looked up at the golden-winged eagles flying towards him and shouted, Don't come any closer. Big brother, we're here to save you. The golden-winged eagles ignored them and swooped down menacingly. The golden-winged eagle leader cursed inwardly, wanting to salvage the situation, but an overwhelming gravitational force suddenly struck. The golden-winged eagles, as if they had lost their wings, all crashed to the ground with a thud. Boss, what's going on? We've encountered a ghost. Get lost. You idiot. I told you not to come any closer, the golden-winged eagle leader roared. So what do we do now? What to do? Just deal with it. When Yifeng brought Lan Shi to them, they were arguing. Upon seeing Yifeng, the golden-winged eagle leader let out a cold snort. To be able to evolve so quickly after transforming into a beast, we've really messed up this time. Yifeng was speechless at his lines. No way. Do you think there will be a next time? The leader of the golden-winged eagles suddenly froze. Lan Shi, are you planning to braise or steam these birds? Yifeng ignored them and looked at Lan Shi with a grin. Glancing at the grinning guy, Lon Tide considered for a moment and gave a more reasonable answer. I want to roast it and eat it. You can pluck the feathers. Upon hearing this, the golden-winged eagles were filled with shame and indignation. This was too much of a bullying of birds. If you're so capable, fight me one-on-one. What kind of hero are you, using underhanded tricks to make us fall down like this? The golden-winged eagle finally realized something was wrong and roared at Yifeng. Yeah, You guys just flew up and ran away? Do you really think I'm stupid? Yifeng rolled his eyes. Besides, it's an honor for you to be controlled by my Lawn Tide's gravity field. This is the power of one of the top 10 overlords, so be happy about it. Yifeng said calmly. Lawn Tide gave him a strange look. Why was this guy always talking nonsense? The 10 overlords? What is that? Fine. It's my bad luck to be caught by you today. The golden-winged eagle said in a deep voice after a moment's thought. But if you let me go, I'll tell you a secret. Secret? Yifeng raised his eyes slightly. Seeing the other party's expression, the golden-winged eagle knew it had a chance and quickly said, That's right. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you. And this secret can make you evolve even faster. I'll think about it. Yifeng raised his 4 claws and slowly walked up to the golden-winged eagle. Then, a surge of red elemental energy rushed into his body. What did you do to me? The golden-winged eagle was terrified, and red blood vessels began to appear in its eyes. Upon seeing this, Yifeng's pupils narrowed, and his killing soul domain grew even larger. All the attribute bonuses were applied to the golden-winged feathered eagle leader. A moment later, the golden-winged eagle's eyes began to stiffen, and Yifeng sat on the ground, somewhat exhausted. You controlled him? Lawn Tide stepped forward, looking at Yifeng with some surprise. Yifeng hadn't used the power of the killing soul domain for a long time. Yifeng nodded. This is a fully evolved mutant, and its strength is definitely not weak, making it perfect for cruising. What did you do to my boss? Several golden-winged eagles looked at their puppet-like leader with fear in their eyes as they stared at Yifeng. These two guys have such bizarre abilities. They can not only make them lose their ability to fly, but they can also control their leader. You'll find out once you're inside me, Yifeng said understandingly. Just then, a loud cry suddenly came from the sky. A heavily wounded golden-winged eagle soared into the sky, its gaze fixed on them. Another one escaped? Yifeng frowned, wondering what was going on with Lin Yi, and then commanded the golden-winged eagle leader to give chase. The golden-winged eagle seemed to have discovered its leader's betrayal and quickly flew away into the distance. The leader of the golden-winged eagles pursued them relentlessly, and soon the 2 golden-winged eagles rushed onto the plateau. Elder brother. Eagle in front called out, but the leader of the golden-winged eagles did not respond at all. Seeing this, a sense of desolation appeared in the eyes of the golden-winged eagle in front. Just as the leader of the golden-winged eagles was about to catch up with the figure in front, 2 giant eagles with jet-black bodies suddenly appeared. An ancient species? The golden-winged eagles suddenly stopped, looking at the 2 giant eagles with surprise and doubt. Tisk, it's a golden-winged feathered eagle. One of the Hassler eagles let out a strange cawing. Chapter 192 Brother, I'm never talking to you again. Come with us, golden-winged eagle. The Haas giant eagle emitted a chilling sound. Go with you. The golden-winged eagle stared sharply at its opponent. What ability did these 2 mere ancient species have to make him follow them? Bah! Just then, a cry came from behind, and the leader of the golden-winged eagles arrived. Oh, there's another one. Haas the giant eagle chuckled, but the next second he narrowed his eyes. This one's been controlled. Controlled. His companion stepped forward, examined him for a moment, and said indifferently, Since they can't be used by us, then kill them. Okay. Haas the giant eagle sneered, then spread its wings and charged toward the golden-winged eagle leader. Seeing this, the younger brother of the golden-winged eagle leader sneered disdainfully. Even if his brother was being controlled, he was still the leader of the golden-winged feathered eagles and possessed the strength of a fully formed being. How could 2 ancient species possibly defeat him? However, the next second, he stared wide-eyed. Because the Haast eagle actually tore apart his brother's right wing in the instant of the clash, and countless golden feathers scattered in the night, highlighting the shock of the scene. Bah! The leader of the golden-winged eagles realized the danger and tried to escape, but the Haster eagle would not give him the chance and cruelly chased after him again. The sharp claws whistled past, snapping the head off the leader of the golden-winged eagles. The headless golden-winged eagle leader struggled for only a few seconds before losing his life. Elder brother. Seeing this, the golden-winged feathered eagle cried out in grief and indignation, glaring furiously at the 2 Haas giant eagles. What are you looking at us for? The Hassler giant eagle that had made the move said indifferently. We just helped you out of the danger. If you want revenge, you should find the real culprit. The real culprit. The golden-winged eagle was taken aback, the images of Yifeng and Lan Shi flashing through its mind. Then, its eyes blazed with fury, and it roared. I will make them die a horrible death, To pay for the blood debt my brother and his comrades owed. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Join us. Let us give you the power to go back and take revenge. Kill them. A look of madness appeared in the eyes of the two host giant eagles. Join you. The golden-winged eagle was taken aback, looking blankly at the two eagles. Let me introduce ourselves. We are from the O tribe, the Eagle God Temple. At the same time, Yi Feng was directing the pythons to clean up the mess when he suddenly felt a violent tremor in his brain, and the next second, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pale blue immortal blood sprayed onto the ground, and then Yi Feng lay weakly on the ground. Lan Shi, who was not far away, saw this scene and rushed over quickly. She nudged Yi Feng's head with her head and breathed a sigh of relief after finding that he was still breathing. Yi Feng was breathing heavily, and it took him a few minutes to recover somewhat, his eyes filled with shock. What happened? Lan Tide spoke, asking with concern. The leader of the golden-winged eagles has been killed. Yi Feng spoke solemnly. What? Lan Shi was shocked. The golden-winged eagle was incredibly powerful. If it hadn't encountered Yi Feng and her, it would have been able to fly freely in the Dragon Kingdom. How could he possibly be killed? The ferocious beasts controlled by the Killing Soul domain are closely related to me. Once they are injured, I will also be affected. The higher the level of the ferocious beast being controlled, the greater the influence. I just used the soul-killing domain enhanced with attributes to control the leader of the golden-winged eagles, which is why I suffered such severe injuries after his death. Based on our communication, he was instantly killed. Instant kill. Lan Tide was completely stunned. She possessed the ability of gravity manipulation to counter the golden-winged eagle, which allowed her and Yi Feng to defeat them so easily. However, if a ferocious beast could instantly kill the leader of the golden-winged eagles, what kind of strength must it possess? Complete 3-stage evolution? Even to complete the 5 evolutions of the body. The enemy shouldn't be many in number. They won't dare to attack us. Let's go down the mountain and rest for the night. Yi Feng said. Good. Lan Tide nodded, then looked at him hesitantly and asked, Can you still walk? It's probably impossible, Yi Feng said weakly. Then I'll ask Lin Yi to carry you, Lan Tide said. No, I just saw Lin Yi coming down the mountain from the left, Yi Feng quickly said. Really? Lan Tide looked at Yi Feng suspiciously, wondering why she hadn't seen him. Oh dear, Lin Yi is covered in thorns. What if he pokes a hole in me? Yi Feng said, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Seeing this, a hint of tension appeared in Lan Shi's snake eyes, and she gritted her teeth and said, All right then. Yi Feng happily climbed onto Lan Shi's back, and then held on tightly with his 4 paws. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. The dragon is so convenient. Without those 4 claws, he might have rolled off during transport. The road down the mountain was quite bumpy. The bodies of the python and the dragon rubbed against each other, and the unusual softness made Yi Feng react. Hey, weren't you injured? How come you're still? Sensing the unusual reaction behind her, the blue-tide snake's head suddenly turned red, and she said in embarrassment and anger. Well, I couldn't control myself either, Yi Feng said somewhat awkwardly. Lan Shi suppressed the urge to throw Yi Feng out, comforted herself that they would be going down the mountain soon, and then hurried on her way. Yi Feng could only try his best not to think about those messy things, but reality didn't give him the chance. The intense jolts made his body react even more strongly. Yi Feng, tone it down. Lan Tide roared angrily as she felt the strange reaction on her back growing stronger. Big sister, I really can't control myself. Yi Feng was on the verge of tears. Lan Shi gritted her teeth, and where Yi Feng couldn't see, her snake eyes showed a hint of confusion. She just wanted Yi Feng to tone it down a bit. After all, that was just too unbelievable. At the foot of the mountain, Yi Ling was resting on the ground. Upon seeing Lan Shi, she immediately jumped up excitedly, but soon she froze in place. Brother, older brother? Looking at Yi Feng and Lan Shi's pose, Yi Ling was filled with curiosity. What kind of pose was this? Moreover, it seems that the older brother is riding on Lan Shi's back. Snap! Just then, Lan Tide suddenly threw Yi Feng off her back, and the latter crashed to the ground, letting out a painful howl. Brother, what's wrong? Yi Ling rushed over, but Lan Tide disappeared into the jungle. Brother, are you alright? Sister Lan Shi is really something. Why did she just leave you like that? Yi Feng sighed with heartache. Little sister, I'm fine. Yi Feng waved his paws repeatedly, signaling Yi Ling not to come any closer. Yi Ling wouldn't listen, because she saw the bloodstains around Yi Feng's mouth. Brother, why are you coughing up blood? However, when she ran up to Yi Feng, her body suddenly stiffened. because Yifeng's body was exposed beneath him as he lay prone. Upon realizing what it was, Yiling's antlers quickly turned red, and she let out a scream. Ugh, brother, I'm never talking to you again. Chapter 193, Kidnapping Green Sleep. What are you talking about? I told you not to come any closer. Yifeng grumbled as he lay on the ground, watching his sister run away. The wounds inflicted by the golden-winged eagle leader had not yet fully healed, and for a moment he couldn't help but feel a little sentimental again. It took a lot of effort to control that guy, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone. This is worse than eating shit. Brother Yi, what are you doing here? At this moment, Lin Yi slowly came down from the mountain, looking at Yifeng on the ground with some confusion. It's nothing. I'm just thinking about life for a bit. Yifeng didn't want to talk to him and turned his head away. Oh. Lin Yi believed him and lay down next to Yifeng. What are you doing? Yifeng asked, casting a strange look at him. I'll think about this with you. Lin Yi sighed and said slowly. Brother Yi, I know that during the time I was controlled by the Xian medical department, I did a lot of things that I've wronged everyone. You're overthinking it. You've been tied up the whole time and haven't had a chance to do it, Yifeng said coldly. Lin Yi's lips twitched, and he said awkwardly. Is that so? Speak, what is it? Yifeng shook his head. This guy is being unusually helpful. He's either up to no good or a thief. What I mean is, those Bash guys are pretty sensible. Lin Yi chuckled. Upon hearing this, Yifeng raised an eyebrow. You want to take them in? Lin Yi nodded, a hint of melancholy appearing in his eyes. After all, I'm not as monstrous as you. If I build up a force early on, I might still have the power to protect myself in this chaotic world. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Yifeng was stunned for 2 seconds. He suddenly realized that Lin Yi must have had some bad experiences in the Department of Mystic Medicine, but he kept them all to himself. Alright, then these bashes are yours to manage. I hope you have the ability to control them. Yifeng gave him a meaningful look. Don't worry, brother Yi. I know that little purple python is interested in you. She's still yours. Lin Yi regained his relaxed mood and winked at Yifeng. Just then, several small figures flew over. One of them, a little creature with green wings, floated down to Yifeng's head and chuckled. You too. What are you doing lying here? Upon hearing Greensleep's words, Yifeng curled his lip. Why are you back? Of course I'm worried about you guys. Greensleep blinked. At this point, the group of snakes gradually came down the mountain. Upon seeing the horrifying wounds on those snakes, Greensleep couldn't help but cover her mouth. How terrifying. You wiped out the entire flock of golden-winged eagles. Guya asked as she stepped forward. No. Yifeng shook his head. Relief. It would have been too outrageous if these ground creatures had wiped out all the flying creatures. Only one escaped. Lan Tide returned at some point, and her casual remark made Guya and the others freeze in shock. This and a total wipeout. Yifeng glanced at her and saw the remaining water stains on Lan Shi's body, then whistled casually. The blue snake's head turned red for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. Heal your team's wounds, Greensleep said with a smile, a glint in her eyes, for the golden-winged feathered eagle had killed her family right before her eyes. Yifeng and his group have avenged her. Guya gave Yifeng a deep look, and then called her companions to help heal his injuries. Midway through, Greensleep landed on Yifeng's head, gently casting green light with her small hand, then opened her eyes in surprise and said, You're injured too. Why didn't you tell me? Upon hearing this, Yifeng chuckled lightly. He also possesses the blood and abilities of the Immortal Python. Although he cannot quickly recover from the negative effects of the backlash, it will never be fatal. However, judging from Greensleep's attitude, she wants to help herself with the treatment. Yifeng did not refuse, because Greensleep's ability not only healed his injuries, but also gave him an incredibly comfortable feeling, which was similar to the Catwoman's massage. I know 2 friends whose skills are similar to yours. I'll introduce you to them another day, Yifeng said, shrinking down using his snake-like abilities while enjoying himself. Wow, really? The naive Greensleep was unaware that she was about to go astray, and stared at Yifeng with a look of curiosity. What kind of ability is this? It allows you to change size. This is for enjoying. Yifeng almost revealed his true thoughts, and quickly changed his words. It's the ability to track enemies. That must be so convenient, Greensleep said with immense envy. I wish I had your ability. I want to grow bigger. Where did it get bigger? Yifeng blurted out instinctively. Huh. Greensleep was taken aback. No. I mean, why do you want to get bigger? Yifeng quickly corrected himself. Greensleep is as innocent as a child. How could I hurt her? If I grow bigger, I can deal with those bad birds. And I can also protect Sister Gaia and the others from being bullied. Green Sleep said earnestly. Yi Feng had a sudden inspiration and said, "Why don't you come with me? I can make you bigger." "How did you make me grow bigger?" Green Sleep asked with a suspicious look. Sister Gaia said that beings like us are extremely rare and cannot rely on devouring to acquire abilities. Therefore, we are destined to be very weak, and if we want to survive, we must hide. Hearing Green Sleep's resounding words, Yi Feng couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that Guya had quite a bit of foresight. "Didn't you ever think about cooperating with other ferocious beasts to survive?" Yi Feng probed. Green Sleep suddenly fell silent. After a while, she spoke, her voice filled with sadness. "We once tried cooperating with other ferocious beasts. They were responsible for hunting, and we were responsible for medical care. But those guys didn't treat us like allies at all. Their ambitions were gradually exposed. They made us explore like slaves, and when they were hungry, they even ate us. Gaia's parents died tragically under their coercion. Later, Gaia led us to escape and hide here, but unexpectedly." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng also fell silent. It turns out that the life-saving beast clan is even worse off than he imagined. "Follow me, and I can give you what you want," Yi Feng said in a deep voice. Green Sleep was taken aback and stammered, "But there are restrictions on devouring between races. What if I could help you break through this limitation?" Yi Feng said calmly. Green Sleep's pupils contracted slightly. "Could it break through the limitations? However, I can only help you. I can't help the others," Yi Feng said. He couldn't help others break through the absorption limit, but he had a system. The abilities sold in the system shop have the same effect as ability seeds, so he can use the system to create Green Sleep. Of course, abilities in the shop are very expensive, and he can't let Green Sleep get them for free unless Green Sleep is used by him. After the treatment he just received, Yi Feng gained a deeper understanding of the life-saving beast's terrifying healing power. Green Sleep's ability not only helps him recover from internal injuries, but also calms his mind, replenishes his energy, and increases the speed of energy and physical recovery. Having a Green Sleeper on the battlefield is like having a portable health pack, which greatly enhances his stamina in battle. Therefore, Yi Feng looked at Lu Mian. The time to make a decision has come. Chapter 194: The True Sales Master. To prevent your family from being bullied, to become a strong person in the future, to protect your friends, what are you waiting for? Yi Feng stared intently at Lu Mian and said solemnly, word by word. Good. Green Sleep suddenly roared, startling everyone around. Lin Yi shuddered as he looked at Lu Mian. This girl usually spoke in a soft and sweet voice, but she could be so rude at times. But she just said okay what? Lin Yi looked at Guya again. This girl was better. Although she was a bit cold, she never got angry. I think I'm injured. Could you treat me? Lin Yi twisted his body and came to Guya's side. Where? Guya asked calmly. This is it. Lin Yi pointed with his head to the spot where the golden-winged eagle leader had dug his wound. You're already fully recovered, so don't waste your time. Guya could tell at a glance that Lin Yi's injuries were almost completely healed, and she said coldly, Ouch, that hurts. Lin Yi started rolling around on the ground. After rolling around for a while, he quietly opened his eyes and found that Guya had already flown to the top of another snake's head. Lin Yi was immediately stunned. No way? Is it really that heartless? Boss Lin. At this moment, the black python, accompanied by its son, the green python, scurried over. What is it? Lin Yi composed himself and asked calmly. We've found the evolutionary tree that Bossy mentioned. Evolutionary tree? Lin Yi was taken aback. What's that? Take me to see it. Great. The black python exclaimed excitedly. The three guys sneakily approached a giant tree that had grown to the height of halfway up the mountain after some strange transformation. Lin Yi tried it, and his 100-meter-tall body could only circle the tree halfway, which shows how terrifyingly thick the tree was. The timing of this evolutionary tree's fruiting is uncertain. We've lived here for 2 months and only obtained 1 fruit, a cold voice said. Lin Yi then noticed that Guya had followed him. Guya pondered for a moment, then extended her jade-like hand. I have kept this evolution fruit with me. You saved our lives and helped us take revenge, so I can give it to you. A pale yellow fruit shimmered faintly in the dim light. Slurp. Lin Yi unconsciously licked his lips, preparing to swallow the fruit in one gulp, when Guya clenched her hand into a fist again. Don't misunderstand. This is for Yi Feng, Guya said calmly. This? Lin Yi wagged his tail sheepishly. I also contributed. At this moment, Yi Feng and Lan Tide came side by side, with a green slumbering creature standing on their heads. Evolutionary tree. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Sister Gaia. Green Mion flew forward and flew alongside Gaia, their little wings flapping together. As a token of my gratitude, I'm giving you this evolution fruit, Guya said softly. Staring at the evolution fruit in her hand, Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then looked at the black python and said, "It was agreed before." "Boss, this isn't quite right." The black python said this, but honestly put the evolution fruit into its mouth. This scene made Yifeng's lips twitch involuntarily. "Host, the system recommends a high-tech fertilizer for you. It can be redeemed for just 1,000 points. The system's voice suddenly sounded. 1,000 points. Yifeng was taken aback. He had eaten quite a few golden-winged eagles and had just accumulated 1,000 points. The system was already eyeing them. "I won't buy it." Yifeng resolutely refused. "System, this is a rare, evolutionary tree that you can only obtain once. Even the black technology fertilizer can only catalyze it once. Why don't you give it a try?" The system offered its reasonable sales pitch. A tree can only be catalyzed once. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was somewhat tempted. After all, evolutionary trees are rare, and the system mentioned that fertilizers are limited, which sounds quite plausible. "Okay, exchange one bag for me." Yifeng gritted his teeth and made the decision. "System, how are you supplying me with this fertilizer? You can't use invisible materials for this, can you?" Yifeng thought of this question again. "Rest assured, the system's supply is perfectly reasonable and will absolutely not arouse any suspicion." The system stated this with absolute certainty. "All right then." Yifeng nodded, then returned to normal, only to see a group of ferocious beasts looking at him strangely. "What's wrong?" Yifeng was slightly taken aback. "Sister Gaia, when I examined him, I really didn't find anything wrong with his brain," Green Sleep whispered to Gaia. Upon hearing this, several black lines immediately appeared on Yifeng's forehead. "Boss, I know you're heartbroken, but I'll just spit out the evolution fruit," the black python said tremblingly. "No, you've misunderstood, I didn't," Yifeng said, when he suddenly felt something in his mouth. "Vomit." Yifeng spat out a bag of strange things from his mouth. Upon seeing this thing, all the ferocious beasts were stunned, and Yifeng was also stunned. "Brother Yi, why are you still eating junk food?" Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Holy crap. Yifeng was speechless for a moment. The system's supply channels were really amazing. They actually delivered the goods directly to his mouth. Is this to fertilize him? "System, you wait. If this thing doesn't work, I'll settle accounts with you." Yifeng maintained his smile, secretly cursing in his heart. The other ferocious beasts also curiously gathered around, wondering what Yifeng had vomited up. Egg-washing power compound fertilizer. When he read out those 6 words, Lin Yi was completely stunned. Yifeng actually ate a bag of fertilizer? Besides, it's a typo. Which company produced this unscrupulous product? At this moment, Yifeng squeezed in from the side, coughed twice, and said, "Are you also interested in what I vomited up?" Upon hearing this, Lan Tide snorted coldly, seemingly expressing her disgust at their behavior. Lin Yi then remembered that it had come out of Yifeng's mouth. "Fertilizer. Boss, do you think this stuff will have any effect on the evolution tree?" the little purple python asked curiously. "Good." Yifeng almost couldn't help but shout out loud. This little purple python is so understanding. He was wondering if he would arouse suspicion by saying it himself, when the little purple python came to his aid. "Once I've successfully catalyzed it, I'll definitely give you an evolution fruit. Of course, if I only manage to catalyze one, then disregard what I said. I'll give it a try." Before anyone else could say anything, Yifeng picked up the high-tech fertilizer with his claws, approached the evolution tree, and then evenly sprinkled it around him. "System, how long does it take for this to take effect?" Yifeng asked after waiting for a while. The time it takes for an evolutionary tree to bear fruit is uncertain, but high-tech fertilizer can accelerate growth to a point where it can last for 1,000 years. You know what I mean. Upon hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Wow, this was definitely a worthwhile purchase. It can actually accelerate development by 1,000 years. If Yifeng has the worst luck, it shouldn't be that he won't bear a single fruit for 1,000 years, right? Chapter 195 Turmoil. The fertilizer catalysis progress is 54% complete. Half the time had passed, but Yifeng was still staring intently at the evolution tree. By years, this catalysis has been going on for 500 years, right? And there hasn't even been a sound? Yifeng couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of the fertilizer. "You're just unlucky, host," the system said with a disdainful voice. "Yeah, I am the chosen one of destiny." Yifeng couldn't help but sneer twice. Suddenly, the evolutionary tree trembled. Yifeng quickly looked over. Splash. The next moment, evolution fruits fell from the evolution tree like stars in the sky. What? Yifeng was stunned for 2 seconds before he saw a bunch of snakes rushing forward. Holy crap! Yifeng was shocked and quickly squeezed a bloody path through the snake swarm, using his demon tongue ability to catch all the falling evolution fruits. Ding! You have consumed an evolution fruit. Evolution points increased by 10,000. Ding! You have consumed an evolution fruit. Evolution points increased by 10,000. He swallowed a total of about 30 pieces, and the rest were divided and eaten by the beasts. Yifeng had no way to express his bitterness. Fortunately, Yifeng counted them while eating, and only about 50 fell in total. With the magic tongue ability, he still ate the most, so it wasn't too bad. Let us know about the results next time. Yifeng sighed, and then began to check his personal panel. Host. Yifeng completed 1 evolution of the body. Type. Undying Azure Dragon. Growth points. 370,826. 102,400 points required for the next evolution. Evolvable. Functions. Venomous Fangs, Flaming Breath, Frost Breath, Lava Golden Scales, Eagle Eyes, Frost Physique, Impervious to all poisons, Deep Sea Breath Holding, Deadly Bite, Level 3 Berserk, Water Elemental Mastery. Strength, 4,702. Speed, 4,038. Defense, 4,533. Constitution, 4931. Based on the calculation of growth points, the next evolution should require 204,800 growth points. In other words, I can evolve 2 levels at once and complete the 3rd evolution. Yifeng was overjoyed. He had truly struck gold this time. 1,000 devouring points, enough for 2 evolutions. Roar, roar, roar. Yifeng excitedly squealed like a pig. Brother Yi, it seems I'm about to evolve. Lin Yi suddenly shouted with joy. Yifeng glanced at him. This guy had just used his spiked scales to prick others in the snake swarm, keeping them from getting close, and then swallowed all 5 of Yifeng's evolution fruits. I'll settle the score with you when you wake up. Yifeng snorted coldly, ignoring Lin Yi. Lan Shi also found an open space, gently lay down, and transformed into a cocoon of light. Many snakes gradually entered a state of evolution, until only the brother and sister python, the little purple python, and their clan remained unchanged. Could you please take care of this for me? After saying that, Yifeng climbed to Lan Shi's side and transformed into a cocoon of light. The brother and sister snakes looked at each other in silence. Why did everyone else evolve except them? Meanwhile, within the territory of Manhwa, 2 giant eagles from Europe frequently stirred up trouble, eventually gathering hundreds of avian races to form a force called the Eagle God Temple. Some ferocious beasts disdained to associate with them, and instead supported powerful beasts to establish their own strongholds on the mountain, leading to the emergence of countless forces like mushrooms after rain. The Eagle God Temple recklessly suppressed the Dragon Kingdom's power and slaughtered powerful ferocious beasts, causing the Dragon Kingdom to fall into a deep slump. The mysterious Dragon God group appeared and temporarily withstood the Eagle God Temple's offensive, but another powerful force, the Snake King Valley, chose to cooperate with the Eagle God Temple. The Dragon God group was caught in a stalemate, facing a dilemma of advancing or retreating. At the same time, the Eagle God Temple dispatched the Flamingo clan to invade the southern border, intending to take action against the Insect clan in the 10,000 Mountains. The electromagnetic ape, the vice president of the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce, led his tribe to provide reinforcements, and the situation became increasingly turbulent. 3 days later, Yifeng had just awakened from his evolution, with the little purple python watching over him. He asked about the time, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Has it taken that long? Yifeng was slightly surprised, then looked at the little purple python and asked, where are they? Why haven't they been seen? Oh, evolution has consumed a lot of energy, so Sister Lan Shi and Brother Linya have taken their people to hunt for food. Father went north to find a water source. Upon hearing this, Yifeng nodded. Just as he was about to say something, his stomach suddenly growled. Yifeng silently watched the little purple python. Boss, are you hungry? The little purple python lifted itself up and crawled away, then after a while brought back a large piece of roasted mutton. This is a giant-breasted sheep that Sister Lan Shi hunted on the mountain. She specifically asked me to roast it for you so you can eat it when you wake up. However, she told me not to tell you that she left it for you. The little purple python said somewhat embarrassedly. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes welled up with tears. Lan Tide is so virtuous. I must marry her someday. After a hearty meal, Yifeng felt much better. Although he was still very hungry, he was at least able to move around. Yifeng stretched his body, then looked intently at the distant plains and let out a soft sigh. By the way, Xiaozi, what did you use to grill the meat? Yifeng suddenly asked. That's right, your old barbecue grill. The little purple python's head turned slightly red. Yifeng paused for 2 seconds, then understood. He gave her a meaningful look and said, bring my barbecue grill. I'll take you to eat some delicious food. In the wilderness, a pack of ferocious pythons was chasing a pride of lions ahead. These prairie overlords were now fleeing in a sorry state, like stray dogs. Damn it! Where did this swarm of giant pythons come from? The lioness in front roared angrily. They were the overlords of this wilderness, and today they came out to forage in high spirits, never expecting to encounter such a terrifying group of creatures. Giant python. There are still hundreds. This is absolutely terrifying. The most outrageous one was the guy at the front of the python swarm. He looked at him like he was seeing his own father, howling and howling. Sister Yi, I never expected there to be so many ancient species in this small field. At the forefront of the python swarm, Lin Yi, his body covered in purple flames, chased after them aggressively. That leader is a fully formed being. Be careful. Once they enter my domain, I can easily take care of them. Lan Tide glanced at him and said calmly. Sister Lanshi, their race seems to be wind lions. They're very fast, we can't catch up. Yiling quickened her pace and stepped forward. At this moment, she has evolved into her complete form, and her strength has greatly increased. Then what should we do? Linya's heart sank. A fully formed ferocious beast is a rare find, and he didn't want to miss it. I can catch up with them. Why don't we take the lead in stopping them, and then you can make your move. Yiling said. Good. Lan Tide thought for a moment and nodded gently. Unbeknownst to them, a much larger and more imposing male lion was watching them from afar, emanating a powerful aura of a mutated species. Chapter 196 Is the world getting bigger? Yiling, who had been of little use to the team, finally had a chance to shine, so she rushed to the front of the lion pride without hesitation. Unlike Yifeng's Undying python, Yiling's frost spirit deer is a speed attack type of ferocious beast. Its defense is a disadvantage, but its attack and speed are undeniable. After all, the frost spirit deer is also a super mutant. In her previous life, the reason she wasn't ranked among the top 10 overlords was because she was discovered too late and evolved too late. She hadn't fully matured by the time the top 10 overlords were ranked, but her potential for growth was definitely no less than that of the top 10 overlords. Eager to make a contribution, Yiling blocked the front of the lion pride in the blink of an eye. Blue light condensed above her head, and then she suddenly launched it towards the ground. In an instant, ice appeared on the ground. The pride of lions quickly came to a stop, looking warily at the ice, not daring to move forward. Lin Yi and the others rushed over from behind, but the next second, Lin Yi stopped and shouted at Yiling, "Get out of here!" Lan Shi, standing beside her, stared wide-eyed in fear. Yiling was still unaware of what had happened, but she saw the lioness and the pride reveal a cruel and treacherous look in her eyes. A strong sense of crisis washed over Yiling. She turned her head and saw a lion leaping in midair, its sharp iron claws waving forward, accompanied by indifferent eyes. A chill ran through her, and Yiling seemed to see the scene of her death. Boom! Yiling's eyes suddenly shone brightly, and the original beam of light reflected from her pupils, as hot as the sun. Yiling stared blankly as the flames engulfed the lion until he fell out due to inertia, turning into a whole roasted lion. The sudden turn of events stunned all the ferocious beasts present. Then came the deafening roar of the lion pride. Yifeng arrived at the scene on his 4 feet, followed by the wagging little purple python. Looking at the black lion, which resembled charcoal, Yifeng sighed regretfully. It's supposed to be a fully evolved mutant, yet it's so easily defeated. Hiss! Lin Yi led the Bash horde and was already engaged in battle with the wind lions. Due to their numerical advantage, the wind lion horde was quickly wiped out. Watching the gruesome scene of the beasts tearing each other apart, Yifeng shook his head. This was the cruelty of the beast-transformed apocalypse. Even if we have no grudges against each other, we will fight to the death just to fill our stomachs. It's all your fault for ambushing my sister. Yifeng looked at the lion, which was dead beyond any doubt, and offered a word of condolence. Brother Yi, thanks to you. Otherwise Yiling would have been in danger just now. Lin Yi stepped forward, still shaken. Although Lan Tide didn't say anything, the lingering fear and worry in her eyes were undeniable. Looking at Yiling, who was huddled up and trembling. Yifeng smiled and said, "Saving my sister, isn't that just the right thing to do?" "I just want to help everyone," Yiling said, pursing her lips. "It's okay, but you can't do that next time. Your weakness is defense, unlike your brother and Lin Yi who are thick-skinned. Never expose yourself to the elements." Yifeng gave instructions. "Okay." Yiling finally smiled. After appeasing Yiling, Yifeng couldn't wait any longer and swallowed the lion whole. Mutant complete forms so common now. "Where do we go next?" Lontide asked. "I plan to go to the Starry Sky Merchant Guild to gather some intelligence," Yifeng said. Yifeng might have no clue about the place the giant octopus mentioned, but perhaps the Starry Sky Merchant Guild could provide some clues. "Boss, we're with you." The green python suddenly stepped forward and said, "Follow me." Yifeng was taken aback, then smiled and asked, "Does your father know?" "Father will definitely agree," Qingmong said with certainty. After all, it was he who instructed me and my sister to find a way to get on Yifeng's good side. "Well, I'm going to the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce. It's not really appropriate for you to come along," Yifeng said after thinking for a moment. "It's all right. We can go back and integrate the tribe first, and then we'll come to meet you when you set off for the next stop," said the blue python. "Aren't you all races?" Yifeng was taken aback. "Of course not. We have our own territory, numbering over 1,000. We only brought some elite troops with us to the Death Swamp this time," the azure python said. "I see. Then let Lin Yi go back with you, in case he encounters any danger," Yifeng said, then added, "The little purple python will come with me." "Okay, no problem." To everyone's surprise, the green python readily agreed. Yifeng gave Lin Yi a look, as if to say, "Didn't you want to subdue the Bash clan? This is all I can do for you." Lin Yi's lips twitched. Their race numbered in the thousands. Could he really handle it all by himself? "It's settled then. We'll meet in Nanshire after I leave Star City. We won't wait for Brother Black Python to return." After saying this, Yifeng bid farewell to Lin Yi and led Lon Tide and the others towards Starry Sky City. "Teacher, could you predict the location the giant octopus mentioned?" Along the way, Yifeng kept pestering Lu Qingqing, saying that if she could tell him, then he wouldn't need to go to the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce anymore. Unfortunately, Lu Qingqing remained indifferent and silent throughout, even more so than Su Shu in Cao Cao's camp. "Fine, I won't tell you then." Yifeng sighed. He still had to rely on himself. 50 kilometers away is the location of Star City, Lon Tide said calmly from the side. 50 kilometers? Yifeng was stunned for a moment, took out the map device that the monkey from the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce had given him, looked at it for a few seconds, and had an incredulous look on his face. "What's wrong?" The beasts couldn't help but look over when they saw Yifeng's appearance. Lon Tide stared at the instrument in astonishment, muttering, "How is this possible? 100 kilometers. But my memory is correct. It's only 50 kilometers from here to Star City. Why has it suddenly increased by 50 kilometers?" Yifeng pondered for a long time, and suddenly remembered the words of a famous ferocious beast from his previous life. He said that after the beast transformation, the blue planet is constantly expanding, and even the area of land and sea will expand. However, Yifeng was very insignificant at that time. He couldn't even take care of his own territory of a few kilometers, so how could he have time to verify the theories of these big shots? But now it seems that this is true. The world is getting bigger. This is really outrageous. Yifeng said in disbelief. There was no other way. The estimated travel time would double again, so the beasts had to speed up their journey and soon reach the border of the southern frontier. This time it's right, 70 kilometers. Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the distance displayed on the instrument. The distance between southern Xinjiang and Star City is about 35 kilometers. The instruments now show 70 kilometers, proving their previous assumptions were correct. The world map has indeed doubled in size. Just then, a monkey riding a horse suddenly appeared in front of them. The monkey was covered in wounds and was covered in blood. Above it, a black eagle was circling overhead. Chapter 197: The Super Evolution of the White Silkworm. Yifeng, is this monkey from the Starry Sky Merchant Guild? Lon Tide was the first to spot the escaped monkey and asked softly. As expected, Yifeng was taken aback, then looked at the giant eagle in the sky. At this moment, the giant eagle's attention was still entirely focused on the monkey and horse, completely unaware of the danger ahead. By the time he noticed, it was too late. A sudden surge of gravity caused it to plummet to the ground with a scream. Lord Yi! The monkey made an extremely excited sound when it saw Yifeng. Yifeng strolled over slowly, and was slightly taken aback when he saw the monkey covered in blood. How did it get like this? Yifeng asked. It's all because of that hateful giant eagle. He came to stop me from delivering the message, the monkey said through gritted teeth. Yifeng frowned and shook the green slumber above his head awake. Time to get up and work. Hearing Yifeng's voice, Lu Mian rubbed her eyes and was slightly frightened when she saw the wounded monkey. However, she quickly recovered and went to check the monkey's injuries. A moment later, she cast a green light and returned to Yifeng's head. I have healed almost all of its injuries, but there is one bone misalignment, which only Sister Gaia and the others can do, Green Sleep said softly. Guya is with Lin Yi and the others. Yifeng shook his head. At this moment, the monkey quickly stepped forward and said, Lord Yi, I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle while running away. Thank you for your treatment. After saying that, he glanced at Green Sleep in surprise. Lord Yi, where did you get this strange and ferocious beast? It actually has the amazing ability to heal people. Now tell me, what happened, and what message do you want to send? Yifeng asked calmly. Oh, remembering the important matter, the monkey suddenly became anxious. Those guys from the Eagle God Temple actually used a diversionary tactic, attacking Star City while Lord Electromagnetic Ape was supporting the Zerg. Lord Starry Sky Pegasus is leading his tribe in resistance, but it is estimated that he will not be able to hold out for long. I have come to request Lord Electromagnetic Ape to return to defend. The monkey's words contained an enormous amount of information, leaving Yifeng momentarily stunned. Wait, what did you say? The Eagle God Temple attacked Star City? The Electromagnetic Ape went to support the Zerg. That's right. The Eagle God Temple is a recently risen power. It is said that its leaders are two giant eagles from elsewhere. They recruit birds from all over the Dragon Kingdom and have formed a huge force. That's what the monkey said. The Eagle God Temple, isn't that a force from Europe? How come it's come to the Dragon Kingdom? Yifeng was utterly astonished. Because the headquarters of the Eagle God Temple in its previous life was located in the European region, belonging to a ferocious beast force. How did it become part of the Dragon Kingdom? And what's this about supporting the Zerg? Yifeng couldn't help but ask. The Eagle God Temple and Snake King Valley, having besieged the Dragon God group, still had spare strength, so they dispatched flamingos to the southern frontier to attack the insectoids in the 100,000 Mountains. Upon receiving the news, Lord Electromagnetic Ape led his tribe to provide reinforcements. The monkey spoke, word by word. Holy crap, Snake King Valley and Eagle God Temple have joined forces to besiege the Dragon God group. The Eagle God Temple also sent flamingos to attack the 10,000 Mountains. Yifeng instantly sensed that something terrible was about to happen. Putting aside the Dragon God group, the 10,000 Mountains are about to face the flamingos, and I'm afraid there will be big problems. Whose territory is the 100,000 Mountains of southern Xinjiang. It belongs to those two chubby little boys. After all, they had helped Yifeng defeat Sanghua, and a certain bond had developed between them. Based on that alone, he couldn't just leave these two chubby boys unattended. What about flamingos? They were a famous army of birds in the past, and legend has it that wherever they went, only ashes remained. The Shirwan Mountains region is covered with mixed trees and is a highly flammable area. In addition, flamingos are enormous, far larger than the Zerg, making them the natural enemy of the Zerg. Although these two chubby guys have a million-strong insectoid army, 2/3 of them cannot fly. The rest of the flying creatures are no match for the flamingos. If Yifeng were to operate it, 3,000 flamingos would be enough to wipe out most of the insectoid race. Even with the Electromagnetic Ape as reinforcements, only 5,000 are needed. No, I have to go check on them. Yifeng was still worried about the two silkworms and couldn't help but say to Lan Shi and the others. Monkey, how much longer can Star City hold out? At most, 5 days, the monkey gritted his teeth. 5 days. That's enough. Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. After 5 days, the Bash clan should also be subdued by Lin Yi. At that time, he would help the two silkworms deal with the Firebird clan, and then they would go together to kill them. He wanted to see just how powerful the Eagle God Temple and Snake King Valley were, to know that they dared to be so arrogant. Yifeng led the monkey back, and from a great distance away from the 10,000 Mountains, he could see the scene of flames soaring into the sky, as if magma had erupted. Damn it, it looks like the fighting has already started. Yifeng's pupils narrowed, and he rushed even faster. Suddenly a mournful cry was heard, followed by a swarm of insects flying out and launching a suicidal attack on the flamingos in the sky. Such a scene gave Yifeng a bad feeling. That voice belongs to Baikan, I'm afraid, Lon Tide said woodenly. Roar! A bolt of lightning struck down suddenly, and together with the swarm of insects, knocked several firebirds down. The number of firebirds in the sky quickly decreased, indicating that this battle was a surprise attack by the firebirds. Their sneak attack must have had a primary target. Judging from the white silkworm's cry, the one that was injured was the black silkworm. Green Sleep, hurry, let's rush in first. Yifeng instructed Green Sleep to hold on tight, and then activated the power of the electric speed python, rushing into the 100,000 mountains at high speed. Lanshi and the other beasts also remained silent as they advanced towards the high ground. Hiss! Flames spread around the area where Yifeng passed, and the smell of burning filled the air, demonstrating just how powerful the AoE damage of the flamingo flock was. When Yifeng arrived, the white silkworm was lying on the black silkworm's body with bloodshot eyes. The black silkworm's usually smooth skin was now covered with hideous scars. Black silkworm. Yifeng's heart was clenched. The proud black silkworm, who usually flirted with white silkworm, was actually injured like this. I want you all dead. Surged around the white silkworm, and a ring of golden patterns appeared around him. This is... Yifeng's pupils contracted, and at the same time, the system's voice appeared in his ears. Overload of surrounding energy detected, changes in the magnetic field, a ferocious beast is advancing in level. Target organism detected, successfully evolved, semi-mythical form, golden patterned heavenly silkworm. Awakened domain ability, golden pattern armor-piercing domain. Staring at the white silkworm, Yifeng was shocked for a few seconds. This thing could actually evolve into a different species? The most outrageous thing is that he even evolved a domain ability. Back when he evolved, he had walked through the gates of hell and relied on his scales. He once thought that only he could do that. However, reality slapped him in the face. Chapter 198: The Situation of Conflict. The white silkworm's body was slowly coated with a ring of strange golden patterns, the halo flowing, as beautiful as the moon. The golden armor-piercing domain around him condensed into golden droplets, which seemed ordinary but actually exuded an explosive power. The next second, these water droplets flew into the sky. The flock of flamingos flapped their wings in an attempt to defend themselves, but the next second, the water droplets passed straight through their bodies. Pung! With a loud bang, the flamingo's body exploded like fireworks, its blood mixed with its feathers, scattering in the air. This wasn't just happening to one flamingo. More and more flamingos were exploding, their bloody feathers flying everywhere, bringing endless panic. Bah! The flamingos retreated in terror, but the white silkworm was now in a bloodthirsty frenzy and had no intention of letting them go. The golden armor-piercing domain continuously produced new golden droplets, chasing the flamingos in the air. The flamingos, as if they had seen a ghost, scrambled to escape. In the end, fewer than 100 flamingos escaped this area. What terrifying domain abilities! Yifeng witnessed the destructive power of the evolved white silkworm from a short distance away and couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. What a bizarre domain ability. Anyone who falls into the domain's range will face a fierce attack from those golden raindrops. The most terrifying thing is that these golden droplets can penetrate the outer defenses and be released inside the enemy's body. Voila! After the army of firebirds retreated, for some unknown reason, the golden patterns on the white silkworm's body suddenly disappeared, and it turned back into its original plump white form. Then, he lay on the black silkworm and wailed loudly. Beside him with Green Sleep, but he didn't notice at all. After receiving instructions, Green Sleep flew onto the black silkworm and unleashed a green aura. A moment later, she nodded to Yifeng. Stop crying, he's not dead yet. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but say helplessly, Oh. The white silkworm awoke from its deep sorrow and saw Yifeng. It froze for a moment, then looked around, wondering how he had gotten here. If you want her to die, then keep rubbing your head against her wound, Yifeng said coldly. Upon hearing this, the white silkworm stiffened, and then climbed off the black silkworm's body. Brother Yi, you can save Dahe, right? I know you definitely can. The white silkworm asked anxiously. Big Black. Yifeng was shocked by the name, White Silkworm. Are you sure this name is appropriate? Of course, she calls me Little White, and I call her Big Black, and she's very happy. The white silkworm explained. Yifeng looked puzzled. What kind of quirk was this? Well. Yifeng remembered the important matter and quickly said, Since she's not dead, there's definitely hope for her. But with her injuries like this, your half-baked healing ability probably won't be very effective, otherwise you wouldn't have cried, right? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Baiken nodded sadly. Black Silkworm led a patrol, but unexpectedly encountered an attack by flamingos and was burned to a crisp. Although her skin color was naturally like that, they had spent so much time together that they understood each other very well. He was certain that the black silkworm was a little darker than before. Moreover, the burns had penetrated deep into his heart and lungs, beyond his ability to heal. Don't worry, I brought medical experts. They can cure it. Yifeng patted Green Sleep's head with his paw, as if to say, don't worry. Medical expert? At Green Sleep blankly. Isn't this one of our insectoid race? What? You're from the Zerg. Yifeng's face instantly fell. She's so small. I think she's a member of our insect race. White Silkworm swallowed hard, then continued. Little sister, which race are you? Perhaps I can help you find your people in the 100,000 mountains. Forget it. I suddenly remembered that Green Sleep didn't sleep well last night. You can save her yourself. Yifeng sneered. Good bastard. I kindly helped him save his wife, and he actually took a fancy to my Green Sleep and wanted to steal her away? Don't. Baiken quickly admitted her mistake. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It was just a joke. It's clear that this guy isn't worried about the black silkworm's injuries at all. You know about the life-saving beast? Yifeng raised an eyebrow and asked him. Of course, everyone knows the name of the life-saving beast. The white silkworm licked its lips and said, Where did you hear that from? Yifeng was taken aback. No wonder this guy seemed unconcerned, and even had the idea of kidnapping Green Sleep. The Starry Sky Merchant Guild. White Silkworm blinked. Brother Yi, your name is really useful in the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce. Black Silkworm and I used your name to directly enjoy the privileges of the number 1 VIP room. Hearing the White Silkworm's lewd voice, Yifeng was speechless. This guy must have been up to no good in there. However, how could the Starry Sky Merchant Guild have news about the life-saving beast? Yifeng was still puzzled, but he didn't have time to ask in detail. After all, the Black Silkworm was still enduring pain. Once he arrives at Starry Sky City, he can personally ask Starry Sky Pegasus, who will certainly know more than White Silkworm. Green Sleep, get treatment quickly, Yifeng said. At this moment, the electromagnetic ape slowly arrived with its tribe, and Lon Tide was with them. Brother Yi. The electromagnetic ape spoke with a hint of anxiety. I know. I will help with the Starry Sky City matter. You should lead your people to resist for a while. Once the Black Silkworm has recovered, we will send troops. Yifeng said in a deep voice. All right, then thank you very much, Brother Yi. A hint of gratitude appeared in the eyes of the electromagnetic ape. After saying that, he led his tribe and monkeys away into the distance. The Eagle God Temple. The white silkworm exuded a sinister aura, and Yifeng clearly felt the surrounding air begin to turbulent. Brother Yi, this time you're going to support Starry Sky City. I'll lead the entire clan's army to help you. The white silkworm looked at Yifeng and said firmly. Yifeng could see the anger and uncontrollable killing intent in his eyes, so he nodded. Don't rush. Tell me in detail about the Eagle God Temple and the surrounding situation. We have been in the Death Swamp for a while and have lost contact with the outside world. Hearing Yifeng's words, Baiken was clearly quite surprised. Death Swamp? You dare to go to that kind of hellish place? However, he then began to recount the establishment of the Eagle God Temple and the emergence of various forces, forming a corresponding battleground. The more Yifeng listened, the deeper his brows furrowed. Beasts vying for supremacy and carving out their own territories. This only happened during the enhanced form era. How could the improvement be so rapid? Moreover, following this pattern, the selection of the top 10 overlords will soon begin, at which point he may no longer be able to control the future. Therefore, this moment is a crucial turning point. If he wants to stand at the pinnacle of ferocious beasts, he must carve out a bloody path and establish his reputation during this chaotic period. Of course, he couldn't build this reputation on his own. He needed a powerful force, a force that would awe all around him. Chapter 199 Lin Ye's 36 Stratagems. The vast swarm of millions of insects, like a black cloud covering the sky, followed behind Yifeng and his beasts, resembling an army about to set out for battle. Yifeng felt incredibly exhilarated. The feeling of having a million-strong army following behind him was simply too exciting. No wonder those two chubby kids always have a huge army following them around. Now I understand. Brother Yi, how are you feeling? The white silkworm came over with a smile and asked. It's all right, SOSO, Yifeng said, feigning indifference. Nanshur is just ahead. Lin Yi and the others are waiting for us there. After we meet up, we'll head to Starry Sky City, Yifeng said, narrowing his snake-like eyes. With their current strength, they are a force capable of sweeping across all directions. Their swarm of millions of insects alone is enough to strike fear into the hearts of many. The only downside is that the individual Zerg fighters are too weak. It takes about a dozen of them to be a match for a beast of the same level. But this is still comparable to an army of 100,000 ferocious beasts. Nansher. Lin Yi saw the overwhelming black clouds from afar and immediately shouted to the black python father and son, "Run! Enemy attack!" When Yi Feng and his team arrived in Nansher, they saw Lin Yi leading Bash in a hasty retreat. "Damn it! Why are you running?" Yi Feng was completely bewildered. "Brother Yi, what should we do?" Waiken asked. Yi Feng hesitated for 2 seconds. "Chase." The swarm of millions of insects set off again, chasing after the forests ahead. "Boss Lin, what do we do?" The black python arrived at the edge of the forest, panting heavily. Little did it know that they would be attacked in Nansher. "We haven't figured out the enemy's origins yet, but they're definitely coming for us. Did you see that cloud of dust? For a riot to be this big, the enemy must have at least 10,000 men." Lin Yi analyzed the situation with a serious expression, displaying a strong leadership style. Master Lin is incredibly insightful. Black Python and his son hurriedly flattered him. "So how should we deal with this?" "The last of the 36 stratagems," Lin Yi sneered. "What? Ignorance is truly terrifying." Lin Yi glanced at them disdainfully. "The last of the 36 stratagems is to flee." The father and son, 2 pythons, looked at each other in bewilderment. "The enemy is aggressive, so we should avoid their sharp edge now. When they are exhausted, we will launch a powerful counterattack and catch them off guard, causing them to flee in disarray." Lin Yi was quite satisfied with his plan. The father and son exchanged a glance. "Master Lin's planning is brilliant. We can't wait any longer." "Damn it, is Lin Yi crazy? Where are they running to?" Yi Feng and the other beasts chased after them frantically, but as soon as they sped up, Lin Yi and the others sped up as well. This bizarre situation left all the beasts speechless. "Did they not recognize us?" Waiken asked thoughtfully. Yi Feng was taken aback. It was indeed possible. With Lin Ye's intelligence, he probably thought they were enemies. This guy. Yi Feng was both amused and exasperated. Judging from this direction, they should also be heading towards Star City. "Why don't we just keep going like this?" Lan Tide suggested. "Okay," Yi Feng readily agreed. The white silkworm looked at the black silkworm with a wronged expression. "Why didn't you ask for our opinion? By the way, you transformed into that golden patterned silkworm before. How did you turn back?" Yi Feng suddenly remembered something and asked, "How do you know I'm a golden-patterned heavenly silkworm?" The white silkworm stared wide-eyed. Forehead. Yi Feng's lips twitched. Was he going to say what the system said? "I guessed." So he gave a very flimsy excuse. Fortunately, the white silkworm was oblivious and believed it to be true. "I see. It seems my bloodline wasn't fully activated. I sensed a tiny bit of it just now, but it disappeared afterward. So I changed back." Bloodline. Hidden bloodline. Yi Feng had a sudden inspiration. He opened the system to check the white silkworm, and sure enough, he saw its hidden bloodline. By the way, Lan Shi seems to have a hidden bloodline and a special ability. I wonder if her hidden bloodline can help her evolve. Feeling Yi Feng's gaze, Lan Shi turned her head away indifferently, ignoring him. "Are you still angry about that?" Yi Feng pondered to himself. Because they were delayed in treating the black silkworm's wounds, they were destined not to reach Star City today and would have to spend the night outside. Having found a mountain peak, Yi Feng decided to lead his beasts to settle there. 2 caves were discovered. Black silkworm and white silkworm took one without hesitation, leaving Yi Feng to take little purple python and Lan Shi to the other one. The younger sister told the teacher that she didn't want to live in a cave, so she found a grassy area on the edge of a cliff to rest. Strange noises can always be heard at night. "Hey, are you ready?" Lin Yi led a group of bash snakes to the foot of the mountain where Yi Feng and his group lived, ready to attack. "Boss Lin, they seem to be Zerg. Can we launch a sneak attack?" Black Python asked cautiously. "Just kidding. We're launching a night attack, a tactic called crossing the Chinsong Pass in secret. Do you understand the 36 stratagems? We will surely win a great victory," Lin Yi said with utmost confidence. The father and son, both serpents, dared not refute, and instead declared, "Master Lin is wise and mighty. I'll teach you another trick. See those 2 caves over there?" Upon hearing this, both the black python and the green python looked over and nodded. "I saw it. Of the 36 stratagems, the first is to capture the king. I'm certain their leader lives in that cave. Once we capture them, this massive insect army will naturally collapse." Lin Yi snorted coldly. "That seems to make sense." Black Python stared at Lin Yi in shock, never expecting that none of Yi Feng's subordinates were simple characters. Even the one that was once tied up was a military genius. God Echo. At Lin Ye's command, the snakes began to charge up the mountain. I'll go to the left, you guys go to the right, Lin Yi said, narrowing his eyes. Meanwhile, the cave on the left. Wife. The white silkworm slowly approached the black silkworm and called out. What are you doing, you fatso? Black silkworm turned his head away and pouted. Hee, it's a bit cold. The shameless white silkworm continued to move closer, and soon, the two plump mounds of flesh were touching. The black silkworm's body temperature rose rapidly, and even the white silkworm could feel the intense heat. White silkworm deliberately asked, Wife, what's wrong? Are you sick? Black silk glared at him. Hurry up and do what you're going to do. Upon hearing this, the white silkworm dared not tease her any further and immediately moved closer. The cave on the right. Boss, you must be tired after traveling all day, right? Xiaozi asked very diligently. A little bit. Yifeng nodded. Just then, the scales on his head suddenly lit up. Holy crap. The burning pain from the top of his head made him cry out. Boss, what's wrong? The little purple python panicked instantly. Lan Tide, who was originally planning to rest, also came over when she saw this. Suddenly, Yifeng began to writhe in pain, his tail sweeping against the mountainside. Boom. The mountainside shook, and rocks fell. The young couple next door were utterly shocked. Brother Yi is so fierce. The black silkworm, now completely changed from its arrogant and aloof demeanor to one of gentle meekness. Who cares? The white silkworm said dismissively, continuing to contribute to the insectoid race. Seeing Yifeng begin to go berserk, Lan Shi's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, Stop him quickly, or this mountain will collapse. How can I stop it? The little purple python was at a loss. No, she didn't have hands or feet at all. Lan Shi also realized this situation. The snake only has a body, so how could it stop Yifeng? Keep him occupied. Finally, Lan Tide made her decision. Just as she and Xiao Zi were entangled with Yifeng from the front and back, two giant pythons roared and rushed in. I am the chieftain of the Bash clan. I am. The two pythons paused, looking at the scene before them, as if they had a fishbone stuck in their throats. Chapter 200. Who is calling himself the Snake King? On the other hand, Lin Yi was directly defeated, and it was later heard that the white silkworm almost underwent a second evolution. I spent a sleepless night. The next morning, Lin Yi, along with the black python father and son, apologized to Yifeng and the white silkworm. Brother Yi, we really didn't expect it to be you chasing us. Lin Yi said sadly. Using us in actual combat to capture the kingpin? Brother Lin Yi, you've learned the 36 stratagems quite well. I can still harbored resentment and mocked. That wretched Lin Yi actually saw him and Black Silkworm doing something intimate. Luckily, their vital organs weren't exposed, or they would have been utterly embarrassed. The most embarrassed person was Yifeng. He didn't know what had gotten into Lin Pian last night, which made him mentally unstable. As a result, Xiao Zi and Lan Shi's attempts to stop them were misunderstood. He vaguely remembered the words the black python uttered last night. It's actually two. I'm so incredibly embarrassed. This matter is over and need not be discussed further. Yifeng shook his head and said, let's head to Starry Sky City first. During the journey, the little purple python explained what happened last night to its father and brother, and only then did the black python father and son look at him with a more normal expression. What happened to you last night? Lan Tide asked coldly. It's probably because of the scales. Yifeng pondered for 2 seconds, then continued. Last night, the scales suddenly became hot, causing me unbearable pain, as if there was some unsettling feeling. Disturbed, Lan Tide was taken aback. Yes, it's just unease, like something's coming, Yifeng sighed. The teacher must have predicted something, right? He looked at Baizhe beside him and asked. Lu Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, be careful of the Eagle God Palace. The Eagle God Temple. Yifeng was stunned. It was said that there were 2 Haas giant eagles. Yifeng once suspected that these 2 were the ones they encountered on the sea off Sang Kingdom. At that time, these 2 Hassler giant eagles also awakened the mythical creature of the Sang Kingdom, the Yamada no Orochi, etc. Yifeng's pupils suddenly contracted. He seemed to know why the Eagle God Temple existed. Could it be that they wanted to awaken the mythical seed of the Dragon Kingdom? This is a big deal. If the mythical creature awakens and goes on a killing spree, the entire Dragon Kingdom will be plunged into chaos and devastation. That kind of situation is definitely not something a single mythical being like myself can handle. They must be stopped. Thinking this, Yifeng quickened his pace. Starry Sky City. Over time, Star City has been transformed into a colossal technological metropolis, with numerous weapons mounted on its towering walls. However, at this moment, the city is riddled with holes, and countless birds are circling in the air, using various attack methods to slaughter the ferocious beasts in Star City. Even with long-range weapons and the combined resistance of the Starry Sky Pegasus and the electromagnetic ape, they were struggling to keep up. Because the other side also possesses two fully evolved mutants, both of which are large birds of prey, giving them an advantage in dominating the skies. Haha, the Starry Sky Merchant Guild is nothing special. You two ferocious beasts dare to oppose our Eagle God Palace. A wild voice echoed from the sky. The Starry Sky celestial horse blazed with fury in its eyes. Pegasus, we have painstakingly built Star City over the past few months. If it is destroyed today, all our efforts will be in vain. The electromagnetic ape straightened its chest, coldly staring at the two birds flying in the air, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Starry Sky Pegasus' eyes narrowed. How could he not know? However, birds have too much of an advantage in the sky, and the ranged attacks of the mutated beasts are too abnormal. Inside Starry Sky City, apart from him, most of the others were ferocious land beasts. Even if they were incredibly powerful, they couldn't attack the ferocious beasts in the sky. Those high-tech weapons, in the face of the grown-up ferocious beasts, are like hollow bullets, weak and powerless, unable to cause any damage. Hold on a little longer. Yifeng said he would lead the ferocious beasts to our aid, the electromagnetic ape said in a deep voice. Yifeng? He came out of that place. Shinkong Tianma's eyes suddenly brightened. That's right. The electromagnetic ape nodded, giving the Starry Sky Pegasus a meaningful look. You were right to send me to support the southern frontier. I not only met Yifeng there, but I also witnessed the second evolution of that white silkworm. If that chubby guy can come and help us, he can definitely make those birds never return. Upon hearing the electromagnetic ape's voice, the Starry Sky celestial horse was taken aback. Weren't those two silkworms super mutants? He sent the electromagnetic ape to provide reinforcements, partly because of Yifeng, but the potential of the two heavenly silkworms themselves was worth befriending. Secondary evolution? Wouldn't that mean a mythical entity that has never existed before? How is this possible? It shouldn't be as strong as a mythical body. It's just a semi-mythical body. The electromagnetic ape shook its head. The Starry Sky Pegasus suddenly looked at the electromagnetic force ape with seriousness and said, with your strength, who was stronger between the heavenly silkworm and Yifeng back then? This. The electromagnetic ape hesitated slightly, but finally said, Yifeng. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds before the sound of Starry Sky Pegasus breathing could be heard again. Even the semi-mythical heavenly silkworm is not as powerful as Yifeng, so Yifeng's identity is already obvious. This matter is classified as top secret. You and I know it, Starry Sky Pegasus said solemnly. The electromagnetic ape nodded, and just then, a large group of giant pythons suddenly appeared in the distance. Reinforcements have arrived? Shinkong Tianma was overjoyed, but his expression changed the next second. The leading, blood-red giant python was clearly not a member of Yifeng's team. Haha, Ironwing Wind Eagles, your efficiency is way too low, isn't it? You have 3 days, and you still haven't conquered a mere Star City. Lord Snake King has specially sent us to help you. The voice of the Crimson Python caused a great change in the minds of the Starry Sky Pegasus and the electromagnetic force ape. The Snake King? The ferocious beast of Snake King Valley. The two beasts exchanged a glance, both able to see the heaviness in each other's eyes. A bloodthirsty python. Upon seeing the giant python, the two giant eagles in the sky let out a faint laugh. What? When you were beaten so badly by the dragon god group that you couldn't even lift your head, you weren't this arrogant. Hee, I don't have time to waste words with you two. The Snake King told your leader to resolve this matter as soon as possible. We are about to launch a general offensive against the dragon god group. There are a few troublesome guys on their way there. The bloodthirsty python said in a cold voice. It turns out that before the dragon god group was besieged, they had attacked Snake King Valley. Snake King Valley was vengeful, so they chose to join forces with Eagle God Temple to besiege them. Upon hearing their conversation, a hint of sadness flashed across the eyes of Starry Sky Pegasus and electromagnetic force ape. In the dragon god group, but they know it very well. It is the former leader of the Dragon Kingdom. However, they were besieged here by the forces formed by two ferocious beasts from outside. What's in the way? The giant eagle in the sky paused for a moment before asking. A force calling itself the City of Moonlight has appeared out of nowhere, leading a group of ferocious wolf beasts. Our Snake King Valley's rearguard is trying to stall them, but the most urgent task is to deal with the Dragon God group. Bloodthirsty Python said coldly. Oh, is that so? Snake King Valley is quite arrogant, even daring to call itself the Snake King. Suddenly, a faint laugh drifted from afar.